I'm sorry, Li Bo, let's break up. His girlfriend, Mu Aoshue, has a white-eared cat girl by her side. The two are very close. The man was stunned. You mean, I was cheated on by the beast girl? He couldn't believe it at all. Mu Aoshue did not refute, but simply shyly grasped the cat girl's hand. Are you crazy? How could you do this with a beast girl? Li Bo was furious. That moonlight cat was the first pet that Mu Aoshue contracted after awakening her beast-taming talent. It could transform into a beast girl. Why? Am I not good enough? Li Bo's eyes were filled with confusion and anger. You're very kind, but Meow Meow and I are truly in love. Mu Aoshue hurriedly explained. Enough. You don't need to say anything more. Li Bo interrupted her, his tone resolute. Li Bo, you don't have the talent to tame beasts, so you can't understand me. Mu Aoshue lowered her head. Li Bo fell silent. Those words shattered all his confidence. In this world where beast taming is revered, Li Bo has never possessed such powerful abilities as others. He knew that by the time he was 18, others had already awakened their talent for beast taming, while he still had no talent at all. Mu Aoshue hurriedly apologized. I didn't mean to hurt you. Don't say anything more. I respect your choice. Li Bo turned and walked towards the door. Li Bo knew that Mu Aoshue's S-level beast-taming talent and his relationship were destined to be short-lived. At that moment, a mechanical voice rang in his mind. Ding. Host detected being cuckolded by a beast girl. The strongest beast girl system has been successfully activated. Li Bo was taken aback. A system? Yes, host. For the sake of the imperial concubine, one must first become strong. The system's voice was calm. The system continued. This system will directly bestow upon the host 5 god-level talents. Li Bo was stunned. What 5 god-level talents? The system introduced them one by one. First, the holographic eye, which can recognize the talents and skills of any pet. Second, the succubus body. Female pets will submit to your charm. Third, the golden right hand. Placing your right hand on the head of a female pet will instantly transform it into a beast girl. Fourth, the king of spirit possesses the strongest spiritual power and has no limit on the number of pets he can have. Fifth, the divine space, where pets can recover from injuries. Li Bo was overjoyed. This is even stronger than an SSS level talent. Next, he was going to claim one of the 3 starter Pokemon. In this world, every student who awakens their beast-taming talent can receive one of the 3 starter beasts. Although these pets have limited potential, they are sufficient to ensure the student's performance in the martial arts competition. Li Bo went to his counselor Wu Gang's office. Hello, Mr. Wu. Wu Gang turned around and said, Li Bo, come in. What's the matter? Li Bo looked at Teacher Wu and said, Teacher, I've awakened my beast-taming talent and would like to apply for a contract with one of the 3 starter beasts. What? Wu Gang was surprised. Beast-taming talent usually awakens at 18, and you've already missed that time. Li Bo scratched his head and said, Teacher Wu, I only found out later. The orphanage probably got my birth date wrong. Wu Gang pondered for a moment, then said, All right, I'll do a test for you. Every beast tamer has a beast-taming space within their body. Then let's begin, Li Bo agreed. Wu Gang clasped his hands together in a summoning gesture. Come forth, steel-bearer octopus. As the magic circle flashed, a giant mechanical octopus emerged from the floor. Virtual information appeared in Li Bo's eyes. Name, Steelheart Octopus. Gender, male. Attribute, Steel, Psychic. Rank, Superior, Tier 2. Potential, Excellent. Skills, Interference, Intermediate. Superpower Perception, Advanced. Steel Tentacle, Advanced. Spiritual Pivot Analysis, Advanced. Li Bo closed his eyes and cooperated with the test. The tentacles of the steel pivot octopus adhered to the side of Li Bo's head and began to operate. A few minutes later, the steel-bearing octopus retracted its tentacles and quickly relayed the results to Wu Gang. Wu Gang was taken aback. You actually have a beast-taming space of 1,000 cubic meters. Yes, teacher, Li Bo replied with a smile. Wu Gang stared at Li Bo in shock. Normally, a first-tier beast tamer only has 10 cubic meters of space, but you have 1,000 cubic meters. Wu Gang exclaimed excitedly. Your beast-taming space talent allows you to contract dragon-type pets. You could become a top-tier beast tamer in the future. I hadn't thought about dragon-type pets. Li Bo's heart stirred. Teacher, I don't have a pet yet. Wu Gang suddenly remembered. Oh right, you said you were applying to be one of the top 3, but the spots have already been allocated. Wu Gang said. However, your talent can be applied for through a special application channel. Then I'd like to choose a Blaziken, Li Bo replied. Li Bo pondered for a moment. But that's just based on luck. You can't choose for yourself. Are there any other ways? Wu Gang thought for a moment. You can go to the Academy's training base and choose a training pet. Li Bo's eyes lit up. I want to go take a look. However, most first-tier beast tamers can only contract one pet beast with their mental energy, so you should be careful, Wu Gang reminded him. Don't worry, I'll go right now, Li Bo said firmly. Wu Gang handed Li Bo a piece of paper. Take this certificate to the training base and find the teachers. They won't make things difficult for you. Li Bo arrived at the entrance of Jianghai University's training base. School regulations stipulated that only beast tamers who had formed contracts with pet beasts were allowed to enter the facilities. Li Bo handed the document Wu Gang had prepared to the teacher on duty. The teacher glanced at him and then earnestly instructed him. Remember, some of the beasts in the arena are quite wild. Try to stay behind other beast tamers and wait for an opportunity to try forming a contract with them. Li Bo nodded. I understand, teacher. As soon as he entered the venue, he heard bursts of loud fighting sounds. Rain tadpole, use rain dance. Cactus, use needle. Growlife, use dash. The training base is divided into multiple areas, each set up according to the attributes of the pets, with 20 sections including water, fire, grass, ice, and poison. It seems the pets here aren't the strongest. Li Bo walked towards the lava plate area. Most fire-type pets live here, and this area is one of the most bustling areas where fire-type pets are trained year-round. Li Bo's gaze lingered on a fire-tooth boar that was dozing off. Name, Firefang boar. Gender, male. Attribute, fire level, common 2. Potential, common. Skill, wild boar thrust. Description, a fire-tusked boar that often burns itself to a crisp. He then turned to a piece of volcanic mud covered in dirt. Name, volcanic mud. Gender, male. Attribute, fire, earth. Level, common 1. Potential, elite. Skills, self-heating, throwing mud. Description, a pet beast that inhabits the vicinity of a volcano. It is timid and good at hiding. Volcanic mud. Li Bo looked at it. It has good evolutionary potential, but its combat power is too weak. He turned to the grass and electric types, but still couldn't find a suitable pet. Li Bo was somewhat disappointed. When he reached the winter zone, he saw a red-haired girl in the distance, leading her pet in a fierce battle against other pets. It's Lin Feier. She's one of the most beautiful girls at Jianghai University, on par with Mu Aoshue. Lin Feier has a strong personality and a fiery temper. At school, Lin Feier and Mu Aoshue were always secretly competing, with grades, pets, and boyfriends becoming areas of contention between them. At this moment, the surrounding beast tamers were already buzzing with discussion. She actually brought a dragon-type pet to challenge the ice-type plate. Look, Lin Feier's Crimson Crystal Dragon is evolving so fast. It has already broken through to the ordinary 8th stage, and it will probably evolve to the elite level soon. Li Bo watched her from afar and saw Lin Feier commanding her Crimson Crystal Dragon in battle. All eyes were on her. But just as he was about to leave, he suddenly discovered that the ice-type plate was filled with a large number of dead pets. These pet beasts, could all of these be the work of Lin Feier? Li Bo frowned, turning to look at Lin Feier. Li Bo looked at Lin Feier's pet beast, Red Crystal Dragon. The Red Crystal Dragon's body was made of red crystal, like it was wearing red armor. Name, Red Armored Dragon. Gender, male. Attribute, dragon, ground level, common 8. Potential, excellent. Skills, Dragon Claw, beginner. Crimson Crystal Barrage, beginner. Rage, intermediate. Status, exhausted. Evolutionary sequence, 1. Description, Red Armored Dragon, a subdragon pet. Its body is composed of red crystal, which refracts sunlight and can interfere with the enemy's vision. Its attack power increases when enraged. Li Bo exclaimed, Rage can increase the Red Armor Dragon's attack power by 50%, making up for its bloodline deficiency. Red Crystal Dragon, use Dragon Claw. Lin Feier commanded. The Red Armored Dragon charged towards the Snow Barbarian. The Snow Barbarian was taller and bigger than the Red Armored Dragon, wearing a straw hat and raincoat, looking like a savage from the snowfield. Name, Snow Barbarian. Gender, male. Attribute, ice level, common 3. Potential, excellent. Skills, Fierce Charge, beginner. Ice Fist, beginner. Status, invincible. Evolution sequence, 1. Description, an ice-type pet that lives in extremely cold regions, possesses a strong sense of territory, and can evolve into a snowman. Li Bo thought to himself, this Snow Barbarian is not bad. He has excellent potential. He is a good contract partner. The Red Armored Dragon's claws easily shattered the ice that the Snow Barbarian had blocked with his ice fists, and then it struck the Snow Barbarian's head with a precise claw strike. The Snow Barbarian fell to the ground, and the system notification displayed, Snow Barbarian, dead. Looking at the system notification, Li Bo cursed inwardly. This woman is too ruthless. She didn't give me a chance to form a contract. At this moment, a staff member walked over and said, Lin Feier, why do you keep killing the training pets? This isn't a real battlefield. Lin Feier sneered. On a real battlefield, the enemy will not show mercy. Kill a few of the training pets and send the money to my family as compensation. The staff had nothing to say. Although school rules stipulated that killing a training pet would result in expulsion from the base, Lin Feier's father, Lin Feng, was a business tycoon in Zhanghai City. Li Bo was furious. Does money mean you can do whatever you want? Lin Feier turned to the Crimson Crystal Dragon and said, continue. However, the Crimson Crystal Dragon stood panting. Lin Feier sneered. If you can't hold on, I'll break the contract and sell you. The Crimson Crystal Dragon forced itself to continue. Go on, deal with the rest of the White Spirit Serpents, and today's training will be complete. Li Bo looked around but couldn't see the White Spirit Serpent. Where is the White Spirit Serpent? Lin Feier commanded. Red Crystal Barrage. The Crimson Dragon swiftly launched a crystal arrow, aiming directly at the opening in the ice and snow plate. After several screams, several white spirit snakes appeared from the cave entrance. Li Bo immediately checked their information. Name, White Spirit Snake. Gender, female. Attribute, Ice level, Common 1. Potential, Elite. Skill, Snow Mist, Basic. Status, Fear. Evolution sequence, 1. Li Bo exclaimed, killed it again. The crystal arrow fired by the Crimson Crystal Dragon had once again killed the White Spirit Serpent. Lin Feier didn't stop. Next one. Li Bo continued checking the data of the other White Spirit Snakes. Ordinary potential, Elite potential, eliminated. Soon, the White Spirit Serpents on the ice and snow plate were almost all killed by the Red Crystal Dragon. Only one White Spirit Serpent remained on the field. Unlike other white snakes, this one quickly used the icy environment to evade attacks. Li Bo continued reviewing its information. This one is different. Its potential is still elite level. He quickly finished browsing the last line of information. Name, White Spirit Snake. Gender, female. Attribute, Ice level, Common. Stage 2 potential, Elite. Skills, Snow Mist, Basic. Entanglement, Basic. Status, Proficient. Evolution sequence, 1. Note, this White Spirit Snake contains a trace of true dragon blood. After forming a contract with it, a reversion quest can be initiated, allowing it to revert to its ancestral form and become a White Spirit Dragon. White Spirit Dragon. Li Bo's eyes lit up. He had to form a contract with this White Spirit Snake no matter what. However, the White Spirit Serpent was too far from the battlefield, and Li Bo could not make direct eye contact with it, so he could not immediately form a contract with it. At this moment, the White Serpent was still engaged in fierce battle with the Red Armored Dragon, moving nimbly and dodging the deadly crystals aimed at it time and time again. You cunning thing. Lin Feier was toyed with by an ordinary level 2 pet. She shouted angrily, use rage. The Red Armored Dragon's eyes instantly turned scarlet, the red crystals on its body flashed violently, and the entire dragon was completely enveloped in red light. Lin Feier commanded the Red Armored Dragon to attack again. A dense barrage of blood-red crystal arrows shot from the dragon's body. The White Spirit Serpent once again chose to hide behind the ice stack, but this time, the powerful crystal arrow shattered the ice stack. The White Spirit Serpent panicked and began to flee. Hee, let's see how you dodge this time. Lin Feier sneered, her attacks continuing unabated. Soon after, the ice stacks were all destroyed, and the icy plates were left without any cover, exposing the White Serpent's weakness. A red crystal arrow grazed the tail of the White Spirit Snake, blood spurted out, and the White Spirit Snake fell to the ground, its movements becoming sluggish. It's over, little thing. Lin Feier said coldly. The Red Armored Dragon aimed again and fired a fatal arrow. The White Serpent closed its eyes, preparing to face death. Just then, Li Bo suddenly pushed his way through the crowd and rushed out. Just as the crystal arrow was about to strike the White Serpent, Li Bo stretched out his right hand. Contract. A dazzling yellow light flashed, and the White Spirit Serpent vanished instantly. Where did the White Spirit Serpent go? Li Bo had formed a contract with it. The people around them started whispering amongst themselves. Li Bo, Mu Aoshua's boyfriend? Wasn't it said that he hadn't awakened his beast-taming talent yet? He can actually contract pet beasts like that? I heard he was recently cheated on by Mu Aoshua, and he also has some grudges with Lin Feier. Li Bo paid no attention to these discussions. His focus was entirely on the beast-taming space. The white snake was curled up in the corner, but its subconscious told it that the boy from before was now its master. The white spirit snake sensed that its injuries were healing and felt that the space here was as warm as home, so it quickly lowered its guard. Little White, from now on I'll call you Little White, Li Bo said gently to the beast taming space. From now on, I'll be your beast tamer. The white snake nodded gently in response to Li Bo. Li Bo smiled and said, once your injuries have healed, I'll take you out for something delicious. At that moment, Lin Feier's voice came over. If you don't explain yourself clearly, don't even think about leaving the training ground today. Li Bo turned around and saw Lin Feier walking slowly towards him, her voice full of magnetism. What's meant to come will come. Lin Feier, I'm just here to contract a pet. Li Bo said calmly. Oh, contract a pet. Lin Feier walked up to Li Bo, gently lifting his chin. I never expected you, you little good-for-nothing, to awaken your beast-taming talent. She moved closer to him, her alluring scent filling the air, and whispered, take one step forward, and I'll pretend today never happened. Li Bo felt a surge of nervousness. Lin Feier, you know I'm a gentleman. I don't get close to women. Not interested in women? Huh. Lin Feier sneered. Last month, you and Mu Aoshua booked rooms 29 times. Li Bo looked at Lin Feier in surprise, not expecting her to have investigated so thoroughly, even finding hotel records. Lin Feier sneered and turned around. What a pity, the white moonlight you chased so desperately turned around and ran away with the beast girl. Lin Feier sneered. How are you going to resolve today's matter? There's nothing to resolve, Li Bo replied indifferently. You interrupted my training, that's trouble, Lin Feier provocatively said. Li Bo produced the certificate Wu Gang had given him, saying, I have my teacher's certificate, which allows me to contract any pet beast in the training ground. Lin Feier sneered. Li Bo, the training ground at Jiang University was built entirely by my Lin family. Even if the principal came, he would have to be polite to me. Li Bo looked at her calmly and said, Lin Feier, just say what you want to do. Lin Feier circled him twice. Summon your contracted white spirit snake. Once I've had my fill of beating you, I won't pursue this matter any further. Li Bo angrily said, you know that the white spirit serpent is not as strong as the red armored dragon, and it is injured right now. How can it fight you? Lin Feier sneered. Sorry, that's your problem. The Jiangda martial arts competition is in a month. We can have a fair match then. Li Bo responded calmly. Lin Feier laughed disdainfully. With your current strength, I'm afraid you won't last long enough to fight me in that round. Li Bo said firmly. I promise I will break through to the end and fight you fairly. Lin Feier smiled. All right, I'll give you a chance. I'll make a bet with you. If you win, we'll call it even, and I'll give you $1 million, Lin Feier said with a smile. Sounds good. What if I lose? Li Bo asked. Lin Feier sneered. If you lose, you'll have to be my boyfriend. What? Li Bo was terrified. Being with this woman would be pure torture. What scared? Lin Feier raised an eyebrow. Li Bo sneered. Let me tell you, Lin Feier, you won't have that chance. Hee hee. I hope that while you're being stubborn with your mouth, you'll be tough in other ways too. Lin Feier said, then turned and left the training ground. People around began to whisper, Li Bo, you're finished. How could your white spirit snake possibly defeat Lin Feier's red armored dragon? After leaving school, Li Bo went directly to a pet store, bought a few bottles of basic nutritional solution, and then returned to his rented place. He lived in the lower district of Jianghai City. Although the place was dilapidated, the rent was cheap, and he could barely afford to stay there. Back in the hut, Li Bo made a summoning gesture with his hands. A yellow light flashed, and the white spirit snake reappeared in the magic circle. The white snake happily rubbed its head against Li Bo, its tongue licking his leg. Ouch, it tickles, little white snake. Li Bo examined the white snake and found that its injuries had fully healed. He took out 2 bottles of nutrient solution from his bag. Li Bo opened the nutrient solution and fed it to the animal. It's full now. It's time to prepare to improve its strength. Li Bo opened the white spirit serpent's panel. Name, white spirit serpent. Gender, female. Attribute, ice. Rank, common stage 2. Potential, elite. Skills, snow mist, beginner. Entanglement, beginner. A trace of true dragon bloodline has been detected in the white spirit serpent. It can revert to its ancestral form as a white spirit dragon. Do you wish to accept the reversion quest? Snow mist detected. It can be upgraded to ice mist, intermediate. Do you wish to accept the skill upgrade quest? Entanglement detected. Can be upgraded to deadly entanglement, intermediate. Do you wish to accept the skill upgrade quest? Snow mist advances to ice mist, becoming even more powerful. Entanglement advances to deadly entanglement, greatly increasing its power. Intermediate skills are only for elite level pets. The white spirit snake can actually learn them. All quests accepted. All quests successfully claimed. Quest 1. Reverted White Spirit Dragon. Mission requirements. Lead the white spirit serpent to kill wild pets whose names contain the character dragon, and collect 7 crystal cores to revert to its ancestral form as a white spirit dragon. Crystal Core Collection Progress 0/7. Task 2. Upgrade Skill Snow Mist. Task requirements. Create and sell 100 servings of shaved ice with the white spirit serpent to upgrade your skill to the intermediate level, Ice Mist. Smoothie Sales Progress 0 out of 100. Quest 3. Upgrade the Entangling Skill. Task requirements. The white spirit snake transforms into a scarf and wraps around the host's neck for 12 hours. Stocking around neck progress 0/12. What kind of ridiculous mission is this? Libo looked at Xiaobai. With your current combat strength, encountering a dragon-type pet would probably just be suicide. Little White looked at Libo with full fighting spirit. Hiss. Even if it's a dragon, I'm not afraid. Libo shook his head. Listen to me, we won't be reckless. A pet with dragon in its name. That's right, a steel-headed lobster. The steel-headed lobster is a pet with both steel and water attributes, and its habitat is Sunset Beach in Jianghai City. First, upgrade Xiaobai's skills to intermediate level, then challenge the steel-headed lobster. Libo began working on the skill upgrade task. Making shaved ice isn't difficult, the problem is how to sell it. Libo looked at the entangled task, thinking, won't turning into a scarf strangle me? Libo explained the task requirements to Xiaobai and told it that its skills would become stronger after completing the task. A few minutes later, Xiaobai looked at Libo in confusion. Hiss, if Xiaobai becomes a beast girl, she won't strangle her master anymore. Libo said helplessly. Fine, then I'll turn you into a human first. He placed his palm on Little White's head, and the idea of transforming him into a beast girl appeared in his mind. Then, a flash of white light. Little White, what's wrong? Libo looked down and saw a silver-haired girl appear in front of him. Xiaobai looked up, revealing her pretty oval face. Her deep, light blue eyes gazed at Libo with a charming expression. Libo was stunned for a moment, then quickly took out a large long t-shirt from the closet. Xiaobai, put on your clothes first. Libo almost lost control, but quickly composed himself and looked at Xiaobai wearing the oversized t-shirt. Not bad. It fits perfectly. Little White, wearing a large t-shirt, seemed a little uncomfortable. Master, isn't this something girls wear? Aren't we very poor? Libo scratched his head awkwardly. Don't ask so many questions, Xiaobai. Just pick any pair of socks. Take this white one. Xiaobai chose the whitest pair of bodysuits, but then looked at Libo with some hesitation. Libo said helplessly. That's right. You can't even dress yourself properly. How can you wear this? He helped Xiaobai sit down and quickly put on her socks. Sweetie, stretch your legs. Perfect fit. Master's movements are so skillful. Have you dressed up a lot of other people before? Xiaobai suddenly said resentfully. Libo was taken aback for a moment, then smiled awkwardly and said, well, there's nothing I can do about it. My master is happy to help. The next day, Libo was woken up by the alarm clock. He quickly got up to check Xiaobai's task progress. Neck Entanglement Learning Progress, 12/12. Skill Entanglement successfully upgraded. Congratulations, host. The White Spirit Serpent's Skill Entanglement, Beginner, has been upgraded to Death Entanglement, Intermediate. Death Coil, a normal type move that uses a white serpent to suffocate the opponent. Its power increases with the opponent's size. White Spirit Serpent upgraded. Current level, Normal Stage 3. Next, as long as he upgrades the Snow Mist skill, he can go to Sunset Beach to hunt lobsters. He considered it for a moment. Xiaobai's Snow Mist skill is enough to make shaved ice. The next step is to figure out how to sell them quickly. Let's set up a stall, right at the university gate. Libo decided to make a pushcart to sell smoothies. An hour later, the cart frame was completed. Libo looked at his work with satisfaction. Next, I'll figure out how to make delicious smoothies. Afterwards, Libo took Xiaobai to the street to buy decoration materials and fruit, and also bought her 2 sets of clothes. Back home, he patiently taught her how to take a bath. After drying its hair, Xiaobai happily sniffed it. Great, it smells just like its owner. Hee. I'll need my master to help me take a bath from now on. Libo said helplessly. Well, that's not impossible. Xiaobai happily kissed Libo, who was taken aback. Huh? How do you know how to do that? Little White grinned mischievously. It's not like only humans express affection with kisses. Master, do I want to sleep with you again tonight? Libo said helplessly. It's not necessary for now, Xiaobai. Your current strength will really strangle me. Okay, what's that car downstairs for? Is it for selling smoothies? Little Bai is so smart. The mission depends on you. Li Bo patted her head. No problem. Little White is best at making ice. Little White said confidently. All right, but now you need to switch back to battle stance. Little White nodded, quickly transforming back into its white spirit snake form and coiling itself on Li Bo's shoulder. Hiss, master, I'm ready, let's begin. Li Bo laughed. I've never made shaved ice before. I can only try it slowly. It's all right, master, I know how to do it. Li Bo was surprised. You know how to do it? Yes, it's a skill that's in my genes, but I need you to help me process the fruit. Of course. Li Bo picked up a fruit knife and quickly processed the strawberries, bananas, and mangoes. It's my turn to perform, Xiaobai said excitedly. With a flick of its tail, the white snake turned the banana into a creamy paste. That power is no less than that of the iron pod panda. Li Bo laughed. Then, Little White's tongue emitted a cold mist, and sugar frosting formed on the surface of the strawberries, which Li Bo easily rubbed clean. Great. No need to soak them in salt water to remove insects. When processing the mango, Xiaobai gently lifted it, the pit was sucked away, and the flesh was automatically cut into small cubes. Holy crap, that's amazing. With a hiss, Little White sprayed out a snow mist, causing the indoor temperature to plummet. The fruit was swept into the whirlwind and quickly turned into slush, piling up into a small snow mountain. That's it, Xiaobai proudly showed off. Li Bo tasted it and exclaimed, delicious. I'm going to go sell smoothies now. Hiss, really, master? Yes. We can set up our stall now. We're going to make a fortune, Li Bo said with a smile. Chapter 9 Illusory Clouds. Li Bo prepared various flavors of shaved ice and pushed his cart to the open space in front of the school. A simple banner hung on the cart, handmade shaved ice, made with real ingredients, absolutely no pre-made. As students walked out of the school gate one after another, Li Bo loudly called out, Smoothie, smoothie, 10 yuan a serving. However, the students completely ignored his hawking and hurried past. Little White stood to the side, somewhat disappointed. Master, is my smoothie not appealing? Li Bo comforted her. Impossible. Our shaved ice is cheaper than outside, and the taste is just as good. It's definitely a fair price. Time ticked by, and Li Bo's stall still had no customers. Xiaobai kept cooling the shaved ice to prevent it from melting. Master, it looks like someone's coming to get the shaved ice. Little White suddenly said. Someone's here. Li Bo immediately turned to look, but found no one there. Xiaobai, you must have seen wrong. But there's one less shaved ice on the table, Xiaobai said, somewhat puzzled. Li Bo immediately checked the stall and found that a cup of smoothie was missing. Damn it, someone actually stole it. Li Bo cursed angrily, looking around. Apart from him and Xiaobai, there was no one around. Master, did we encounter a ghost? Xiaobai asked, somewhat frightened. Li Bo shook his head. There's no ghost. It must have been done by a pet beast. He looked up abruptly and saw a cup filled with shaved ice floating in the air, the shaved ice constantly disappearing. It was done by a dark-type pet. Li Bo whispered. Little White said angrily, Master, let me catch it. Little White exhaled a cloud of snow mist and rushed towards the cup in the air. The mysterious beast seemed completely unconcerned. The snow mist outlined its silhouette, which turned out to be an irregularly shaped cloud. Huan Minjian. Li Bo recognized it instantly, his eyes lighting up. The phantom cloud is an extremely rare pet. Li Bo remembered that the information mentioned that very few people could complete the evolution and development of this pet. The phantom cloud is a transparent grayish-purple cloud, about 1 meter long, with energy fluctuations on its surface, making it look very mysterious. Li Bo immediately opened the document and excitedly saw. Name, Phantom Cloud. Gender, female. Attribute, dark. Level, common stage 3. Potential, leader level. Skill, Shadow Ball, intermediate. Status, full. Evolutionary sequence, 2. Description, the phantom cloud can blend into its environment at will. It is mysterious and powerful. Li Bo stared excitedly at the data. It's actually leader-level potential. Its talent is incredible. Little White looked angrily at the illusionary cloud in the sky. Master, can I fly up and catch it? Li Bo shook his head. You can't fly yet, so you can't catch it. Huan Mingyun seemed to understand, stuck out his tongue, burped, and looked at them smugly. Little White stomped its feet in anger. Master, is there really no other way? Li Bo's gaze was firm. Little Huan Mingyun, I have a way to deal with you. Huan Mingyun stopped what he was doing when he heard Li Bo's words, turned around, and looked at him with a mocking smile. Li Bo smiled and said, You've been tricked. His right palm glowed, and he shouted, The contract. Chapter 10 You go and seduce a snake. Huan Minjian entered Li Bo's beast-taming space in an instant and communicated with him without any obstacles. Buzz buzz, sigh. I really didn't want to be bound to this contract. Li Bo laughed and said, you don't look very happy. Buzz, too careless. Buzz, Beastmaster, you need to be nicer to me. Of course. Let me give you a name. What should I call you? Li Bo stroked his chin. Buzz, just call me Ziyun. That's what my parents call me. Ziyun, what a nice name. Li Bo smiled. Ziyun, are your parents nearby? Should we tell them I took you away? Buzz buzz. They abandoned me a long time ago, otherwise I wouldn't have stolen your smoothie. Buzz, you won't abandon me, will you? Li Bo said firmly. You will never be a wanderer again, and I will never leave you. Buzz, hope you can do it. Master, what are you whispering to the thief? Xiaobai looked at Li Bo and Ziyun, seemingly unhappy. Li Bo covered his face. Xiaobai, you can't call Ziyun the thief anymore. He's our partner. You have to get along well. A thief is a thief. Stealing ice cream is absolutely unforgivable. Xiaobai crossed her arms. Xiaobai, didn't you say you were going to sell smoothies? You haven't finished yet. Li Bo interrupted her. Xiaobai looked at the shaved ice on the stall and sighed. Okay. She exhaled a puff of snow mist to cool the shaved ice. Look, without you, this shaved ice would melt. I really can't live without you, Xiaobai. Li Bo praised her with a smile. Xiaobai smiled and affectionately linked arms with Li Bo. Xiaobai can't leave its master either. Buzz, Beastmaster, how cheesy. Li Bo smiled and said, it's normal for pets and beast tamers to be somewhat related, isn't it? Buzz, I don't want that. Suddenly, a sharp female voice rang out. You don't want the school beauty? Go and date a snake instead. Li Bo looked at the newcomer warily. Lin Feier. Lin Feier walked over in high heels, her gaze cold. Little White, don't be afraid. I'm here. Li Bo shielded Little White behind him. Lin Feier looked arrogantly at Li Bo's stall, then stared at Xiaobai. Li Bo, why aren't you training? You're selling shaved ice with a snake. Did I kick your head and break it? Li Bo calmly replied. What I do has nothing to do with you. Can I buy a smoothie? Lin Feier sneered. I'm naturally happy to have you buy it, Li Bo said without refusing. Lin Feier paused for a moment, then softened her tone. Li Bo, if you need money, you can just come to me directly. You don't need to go through all this trouble. Li Bo ignored him and simply asked, how many servings of shaved ice do you want, and what flavor? Strawberry smoothie, how much? Lin Feier asked lazily. 10 yuan a serving. 10 yuan. Lin Feier snorted and casually took out 1,000 beast coins and handed them to Li Bo. Here's 1,000 yuan. Keep the change. Just as Li Bo was about to take it, Lin Feier let go, and the beast coin fell to the ground. Xiaobai stepped forward angrily. You've gone too far. I'm talking to your master. It's none of your business to interrupt. Lin Feier stared at Xiaobai. Xiaobai said angrily, I'll beat you to death, you woman. Lin Feier was not afraid and raised her head. Come on if you dare. I can defeat you once, and I can defeat you countless times. Li Bo quickly stopped Xiaobai. Forget it, Xiaobai, we can't do business with her now. Li Bo squatted down, picked up the 1,000 yuan, dusted it off, and thought to himself, who would turn down money? Thank you for your patronage. Li Bo handed over the strawberry smoothie. The system notification popped up immediately after the transaction was completed. Sales progress of smoothies, 1/100. Lin Feier smiled slightly. You are quite adaptable. I hope you can remain this calm during the martial arts competition. Li Bo looked directly into her eyes. Are you so sure you can beat me? Of course. Your pretty but useless pet is utterly useless. Li Bo will never escape my grasp. Who's the pretty but useless pet? Little White was so angry that its face turned pale, and it wanted to retaliate immediately. Whether he's just a pretty face or not, we'll wait and see. Li Bo said coldly. Lin Feier smelled the shaved ice, casually threw it on the ground, and even stomped on it. You made this shaved ice, didn't you? It's terrible. Then, she walked away. You. Li Bo clenched his fists angrily, cursing inwardly. How could there be such a domineering woman? Wah. Little White squatted on the ground, looking at the crushed shaved ice, tears welling up in her eyes. Li Bo's heart tightened, and he quickly hugged her. It's all right, Xiaobai. She doesn't know what's good for her. Don't worry about her. Master, I will definitely trample Lin Feier under my feet. I will. Xiaobai gritted his teeth. Just then, a strange young man walked over and asked, Do you still sell smoothies? Xiaobai wiped away her tears and forced a smile as she greeted the customer. Hello. What kind of smoothie would you like? The boy pointed to the shaved ice on the ground. I'll have this, okay? Xiaobai looked at Li Bo, who explained, This one's been stepped on and gotten dirty. Should we get a new one? Was it Lin Feier who stepped on it? A hint of excitement flashed in the boy's eyes. Li Bo nodded, indicating that he didn't understand either. Okay, I'll take this one. 10 yuan a serving, I'll pay. The boy paid, picked up the shaved ice, and left. Master, what kind of taste is this? It's a bit perverted. Xiaobai looked at Li Bo. Li Bo said helplessly, I also think it's perverted. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck me. Great idea. I know how to sell smoothies. Li Bo began writing on the paper, and Xiaobai asked curiously, Master, what are you doing? Soon, the stall's banner changed from handmade smoothies to large characters. School Beauty makes smoothies. Chapter 11, Evolutionary Thinking. Smoothie sales progress. 100 out of 100. Congratulations, host. The White Spirit Serpent Snow Mist skill has been upgraded. Snow Mist, beginner. Ice Mist, intermediate. Ice Mist, area of effect attack. The White Serpent summons a dense fog to envelop opponents, obstructing their vision. A hit will always slow them down and has a chance to freeze them. White Spirit Serpent upgrades. Current level, normal rank 4. Congratulations, Xiaobai, you've leveled up again. Li Bo said happily. In just 2 days, Xiaobai had leveled up to the 4th level of the normal class, and even learned an intermediate skill. This speed is rare. I never expected Master's trick to work so well. With the new signboard, the smoothies sold like hotcakes, and we couldn't even keep up with demand. Little White said happily. Hee, with so many LSPs around, no one can resist a 10 yuan serving of the School Beauty's feet as a smoothie. Li Bo laughed. But, Master, will Lin Feier retaliate against us because of this? Xiaobai asked worriedly. Revenge? Is she the only School Beauty? I never said it was her. Everyone just made it up. Li Bo laughed. We were just using the School Beauty's name. Master is so smart. Little White looked at him with admiration. Hee. The main reason is that Xiaobai's shaved ice is delicious. Otherwise, it's useless to just have a gimmick. Li Bo patted Xiaobai's head. Little White lowered its head shyly. Whatever Master says is right. However, Master, Xiaobai suddenly asked. What's wrong? Li Bo asked. Do you think I'm prettier than Lin Feier? Xiaobai asked hesitantly. Li Bo said helplessly. Xiaobai, why are you suddenly comparing yourself to her? You two are different. What's different? Xiaobai raised her head defiantly. I'm a human girl now. Who's beautiful and who's not, Master, don't you think? Do you think I'm not worthy to be compared to Lin Feier? Xiaobai was a little angry. Li Bo panicked a little. That's not how it is, Xiaobai. You're no less than Lin Feier. But we can't judge a person solely by their appearance. Take Lin Feier, for example. So what if she's beautiful? She's wicked. Who would like her? Li Bo paused. You, on the other hand, are not only beautiful, but also kind and capable. Xiaobai blushed upon hearing this. Master, what you said makes me shy. Li Bo chuckled. Even if you use sweet words, Xiaobai can't refute me. Buzz. Hey, that's so cheesy. Ziyun's voice rang out. Oh, I almost forgot about you. Li Bo laughed and hurriedly packed up his stall and went home. He summoned Xiaoyan and said to Xiaobai, From now on, we're partners. Let's get to know each other. Little White said haughtily. Although you stole my smoothie, I'll let it slide this time for the sake of my master. Just remember to call me sister from now on. Why should I call you sister? Ziyun said angrily. Just because I'm a higher level than you, and I've been with my master longer. Little White said proudly. What's the use of a high level? Fight whenever you want. Whoever wins is the boss. Ziyun clenched his fist and shook it. You want to hit me? Little White retorted defiantly. Come on. I won't rest until I beat you into submission. Fine, let's fight. Seeing the tense atmosphere between the two, Li Bo quickly stopped them. Stop. I didn't let you out here to fight. He held Xiaobai's hand and said, Xiaobai, you're the older sister. You should give way to Ziyun. Xiaobai mumbled something but didn't say anything. Li Bo then turned to Ziyun. Ziyun, if you want to eat delicious shaved ice, you'll have to appease Xiaobai. Ziyun immediately put on a smiling face, took Xiaobai's hand, and said, Sister Xiaobai, I was just joking. Please forgive me. You can make me smoothies more often from now on. Xiaobai chuckled. You're such a glutton. How about I call you Brother Li Bo from now on? Ziyun said to Li Bo with a smile. Of course, Li Bo agreed. Wow, it's so comfortable to be a beast girl. I can wear so many pretty clothes. Ziyun suddenly looked at Xiaobai's white short-sleeved shirt. Sister Xiaobai, your breasts are so big. Xiaobai was stunned for a moment, then blushed immediately. No, Ziyun, Ziyun said with a grin. Let me pinch you. Sister Xiaobai, I can pinch you too. Li Bo was both amused and exasperated. These two are really something. Finally, we can play together. He watched the two playful pets quietly and began to think about his future plans. Regarding Xiaobai's evolution, he still has to wait until he completes the ancestral reversion mission. As for the white spirit dragon, although Li Bo had never heard of it, he wasn't too worried. There are countless pet beasts in the world, and new ones are discovered every year. Although the history of taming beasts spans thousands of years, human understanding of pets continues to evolve. Little White already possesses elite potential, meaning she can evolve into an ice-patterned python and become a powerful battle pet. The ice-patterned python can learn Death Gaze, instilling fear in enemies and compensating for snow mist speed deficiency. However, the ice-patterned python can only reach the elite level, making it suitable for second-tier beast tamers. It becomes somewhat insufficient at the third tier. Li Bo was somewhat looking forward to seeing how far the white spirit dragon would evolve after its ancestral transformation. Li Bo fell into deep thought about Ziyun's evolutionary path. Name, Phantom Cloud. Gender, female. Attribute, dark. Level, common stage 3. Potential, leader level. Skill, Shadow Ball, intermediate. Status, happy. Evolutionary sequence, 2. Sequence 1, pure dark type, training route. Illusory clouds, netherworld mist clouds, eternal night clouds, purple dark domain. Sequence 2, dark plus water type, training route. Illusory clouds, dark clouds of the abyss, purple clouds of the underworld, purple waves of clouds. Chapter 12, a difficult choice. Li Bo stood before Huan Mingyun, hesitating. The purple nether dark domain and the purple wave cloud sea are truly difficult to choose between. These two evolutionary paths are the two known evolutionary sequences of the Phantom Cloud. Although he had learned about these two forms from books, he had never seen their actual appearance. The purple nether dark domain is cultivated entirely based on the dark attribute of the illusionary nether cloud. It can create a mysterious dark space, allowing for the silent elimination of enemies in battle, and is therefore often used as an assassin. Its abilities are still being deciphered. Li Bo had heard of a top assassin who possessed a pet beast from the purple netherworld, which had caused horrific killings in multiple countries and remained uncaptured to this day. In contrast, Purple Waves and Clouds is a powerful offensive pet based on water-based power, with a relatively high margin for error. Therefore, most beast tamers of illusionary clouds choose this route. Although these two pets have appeared in the world, there is no official record of their evolution methods. As a rare pet, the evolution method of the Phantom Cloud is not made public by its tamer. Fortunately, I have the system. Li Bo secretly rejoiced. He decided to first try checking evolutionary sequence 1 to see how to cultivate the dark attribute. Unexpectedly, a prompt box popped up from the system. Note: once you select an evolution sequence, the pet training quest will begin according to that sequence. It cannot be changed midway, so please choose carefully. Then, a second notification popped up. Does the host wish to choose the Illusionary Cloud Evolution Sequence 1, Dark Attribute, Purple Dark Domain Cultivation Route? Li Bo was taken aback, a hint of doubt in his mind. Is this the only option? He hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose to cancel. After all, he only wanted to learn about the evolution plan of the Purple Nether Dark Domain and did not intend to make a hasty decision. Zi Mingyun is currently only at the ordinary 3rd stage, with only one companion skill. Let's train him for a while longer and see which path is more suitable. Li Bo stroked his chin, lost in thought. Didn't the system say that humanity has only developed less than 1/10 of the illusionary cloud? The two sequences you provided should be officially recorded. Are there other evolutionary sequences? The system's voice sounded. Host: the potential and evolutionary sequence of all pets are determined by the system based on the pet's current traits. Based on Huan Mingyun's current characteristics, these two sequences are the optimal solutions. I see. Li Bo suddenly realized. In other words, different pets have different traits, and their evolutionary sequences may also change. The host can understand this as the system updating the pet's potential and evolution sequence in real time based on the pet's growth. Understood. Li Bo nodded, relieved. It seemed he was right not to rush into a decision. Who knew if the Purple Cloud's properties might change, leading to a more advanced evolutionary sequence? Forget it. Let's not think about it too much. Let's deal with Xiaobai's ancestral reversion mission first. Li Bo looked at Xiaobai and Huan Mingyun. It's getting late. Let's rest first. We still have to go to Sunset Beach tomorrow. Yes, master. Xiaobai and Ziyun responded in unison. Seeing that they were not moving, Li Bo said, then you should quickly turn back into your pets. I will summon you back to the beast taming space, where you can rest better. Xiaobai hesitated for a moment. Master, I'm not tired. Can I continue sleeping with you? Brother Li Bo, I'm afraid of the dark. I don't want to go to the beast taming space. Ziyun hurriedly shook her head. Upon hearing this, Li Bo's forehead creased with exasperation. You guys are going too far. Xiaobai, you've been setting up your stall all day. You must be exhausted. How are you going to fight tomorrow if you don't get some rest? Ziyun, you're a dark attribute pet. How can you say you're afraid of the dark? That's outrageous. It's all right, master. I promise I'll be full of energy and have explosive fighting power tomorrow. Little White patted its chest. Brotherly Bo, no matter what, I'm going to sleep with you tonight. Xiaobai slept with me yesterday. It's my turn today. Ziyun said with a grin. Li Bo said with a hint of helplessness. Ziyun, that sounds strange. Please, Brotherly Bo. Please, master. The two pet animals grabbed Li Bo's hands, one on each side, and pleaded with him. Li Bo sighed, rubbing his forehead. Fine, I really can't do anything with you guys. Great. Little White excitedly took a white silk stocking from Li Bo's closet. Master, I'll wear this again today. Upon seeing this, Ziyun's eyes widened. Wow, you guys are really something else. This is insane. Can I join in? Lead you my foot. Li Bo was speechless. Little Bai, this task is already completed. You don't need to do it again today. A mission? Xiaobai asked blankly. Ziyun's mouth formed an O shape. My God, has it gotten this perverted? I love it. Go away, Ziyun, stop causing trouble. Go take a bath and go to bed. As night deepened, Xiaobai and Ziyun's breathing echoed rhythmically around Li Bo, however, lay in bed, staring at the low ceiling, unable to fall asleep for a long time. This bed is too small, and this room is too small, Li Bo muttered to himself. He had lived alone for many years and was used to loneliness, but at this moment, the company of Xiaobai and Ziyun made him feel a little guilty. Although he didn't have comfortable living conditions, he was determined to make their lives better in the future and not let them squeeze into such a small room with him anymore. Chapter 13 Sunset Beach. The next morning, Li Bo boarded a bus early to Sunset Beach. Jianghai City is a coastal city in the eastern part of the Great Xia Kingdom, covering an area of 10 million square kilometers, equivalent to the size of some large countries on Earth. Sunset Beach, located at the easternmost point of Jianghai, has become a 5A level tourist attraction thanks to its vast coastline, mesmerizing sunsets, and unique marine creatures. Besides tourists, there are also many beast tamers like Li Bo who come here specifically to find opportunities for their pets. It was noon when Li Bo arrived at the scenic area. Hello, one ticket. Li Bo said to the staff at the ticket counter. The ticket window was set up by an older woman with a mole on the corner of her mouth. After looking Li Bo over, she saw that no one else was around and said, 500 yuan. 500. Li Bo was taken aback. I'm a student, can I get a discount? A student? The middle-aged woman raised an eyebrow. You were born that way. What? Aren't students supposed to get half-price admission? That was before. Now there are too many tourists, and student tickets were canceled a long time ago to control the flow of people. This is unreasonable. I want to file a complaint. It's up to you. Buy it or not, it's fine with me. Li Bo gritted his teeth in anger, but still handed over 500 yuan, saying, Give me the ticket. The older woman gave Li Bo a smug look and handed him the ticket. Remember, you must leave before 6 o'clock. What? Before 6 o'clock? What? Li Bo asked, puzzled. The woman explained, recently, the tide has been rising sharply at Sunset Beach at night, and some dangerous pets have been drifting in from the sea. There have been incidents of sea monsters injuring people. Sea beasts attacking people? Li Bo was taken aback. I'm a beast tamer. I'm not afraid of these sea beasts. I hear that kind of talk 1,000 times a day. It's useless. Clear the area by 6 o'clock, no matter if you're a beast tamer or not. Everyone has to leave. Hurry up. There's a long queue. The tourists behind started complaining. Never mind. Let's go inside and talk about it. After getting the ticket, Li Bo walked onto the beach. He changed into the beach shorts and sunglasses he had prepared beforehand, and lay on the beach chair, leisurely enjoying the sunshine. Xiaobai and Ziyun had already been summoned by Li Bo and were serving him, one on his left and one on his right. Master, have some water. Little White grinned as it handed the coconut to Li Bo. Li Bo took the coconut jelly, took a sip, looked at Xiaobai, and sighed contentedly. This is what life is all about. Ziyun waved her fan beside her, exclaiming, Cool. So cool. Li Bo held his head in his hands, enjoying the sea breeze and sunshine, while tourists cast envious glances his way. Many beast tamers vacation on the beach with their pets, but beautiful pets like Xiaobai and Ziyun are truly rare. Master, when will the steel-headed lobster appear? Little White asked. Once night falls and the tourists have left, the steel-headed lobsters will naturally come ashore, Li Bo replied confidently. But they'll be clearing everyone out at 6 o'clock, Xiaobai said worriedly. It's almost dark at 6 o'clock. The beach is so big, isn't there somewhere to hide? Li Bo laughed. Does Master mean we should hide and come out after the area is cleared out? Yes, that's right. I suspect we're not the only ones planning to do this. Ziyun suddenly realized. Brotherly Bo, are you saying that the others are also waiting to clear the area to look for the steel-headed lobster? Hee hee. Ziyun, Sunset Beach has more than just steel-headed lobsters. Li Bo narrowed his eyes and looked at several extraordinary beast tamers in the distance. Judging from their appearance, they probably didn't come for the steel-headed lobsters. Li Bo noticed several beast tamers who, unlike the other tourists, seemed to pay no attention to their surroundings, but instead stared intently at the sea. One man in particular stood out. He was tall and thin with a long, narrow scar on his face and a powerful presence, clearly not an ordinary person. After observing for a moment, Li Bo guessed that this person was at least a third-tier beast tamer. A third-tier beast tamer? He has contracted 3 pet beasts, one of which is of the excellent grade. Li Bo thought to himself. Ziyun also remembered the beast taming knowledge that Li Bo had taught her, and added, the levels of beast tamers are stipulated by the Global Beast Tamer Association. Level 1 is novice, level 2 is elite, and level 3 is top level. Each level up requires contracting more pets, and one of them must reach the elite level. Li Bo nodded. Third-tier beast tamers are rare in the entire Jianghai region. I really don't know what their purpose is in coming here. A vague unease rose in his heart as he recalled the sea monsters and rising tides the old woman had mentioned, wondering if the arrival of these powerful beings was related to this. Whatever, it has nothing to do with me. I'll just sleep it off. Li Bo shook his head, thinking that these people definitely wouldn't look down on a low-level pet like the steel-headed lobster. He lay down again, ready to close his eyes and rest, but suddenly, a commotion broke the silence. Madam, please show your ID. Who are you? What gives you the right to look at me? We are from the Jianghai Patrol Division, ordered to investigate a murderer who has infiltrated the scenic area. Please cooperate with our work. A murderer? The woman retorted angrily. Do I look like a murderer to you? Coincidentally, the suspect we're looking for is also very beautiful. Upon hearing this, Li Bo was startled. Something seemed amiss. Chapter 14 Suspect. Huh? A cop. Although the 2 plainclothes police officers spoke softly, they were very close to Li Bo, and he could hear them clearly. After verifying her identity, the police returned the ID card to the woman and then walked towards Li Bo to question her one by one. Just as Li Bo was about to take a closer look at the spectacle, a seductive figure blocked his view. It was a woman. Li Bo was somewhat impressed, but when she walked up to him, she suddenly stopped, swayed, and fell towards him. Holy crap, this won't do. Li Bo was stunned. Thump. Without hesitation, the woman nestled into Li Bo's arms and let out a soft moan. Hey, what are you doing? Xiaobai shouted angrily. You shameless woman. Don't you dare take advantage of my brother Li Bo. Ziyun was also furious. Purple Cloud's resentment value, plus 20. Li Bo was a little stunned. Just as he was trying to figure out what had happened, a pop-up window appeared in the system. System, what is Purple Cloud resentment value? Huh? What's going on? Li Bo paid no attention to the system prompts. Instead, his attention was completely drawn to the woman who was lying so comfortably and smelled so sweet. The woman's face was flawless, exuding an icy coldness. Her bright red lips were both beautiful and dangerous, giving Li Bo a strong urge, as if he wanted to take a bite. The woman paid no heed to Xiaobai and Ziyun's scolding. Instead, she lay sideways in Li Bo's arms, pressed her face close to his, and whispered, Hold my waist tighter. Li Bo was stunned. What? This is too much. Purple Cloud's resentment value, plus 20. The woman sighed speechlessly. Who's not letting go? Your master's hands are more restless than anyone else's. Hey, don't go too far. Li Bo quickly warned her in a low voice, but he felt a little flustered. The woman gave a cold laugh. You're asking me for a favor, so why don't you make some sacrifices? Although she spoke softly, Li Bo could feel the powerful aura emanating from her, which was almost suffocating. Li Bo coughed twice. Just kidding, sister. You're so strong, don't mess with your little brother. If the cop finds out, I won't be able to escape the consequences either. The woman sneered. If we're discovered, I'll kill you first. From now on, treat me as your beast girl. Purple Cloud's resentment value, plus 20. What? A beast girl? Li Bo was startled. The woman's intentions suddenly became clear. She had seen 2 beast girls with Li Bo and wanted to take the opportunity to slip past the patrol team's spies. Absolutely not. Ziyun was the first to object. You slut, get your filthy hands off brother Li Bo. Purple Cloud's resentment value, plus 20. Li Bo was helpless. He wanted to discipline her, but was afraid she would become too strong. Look over here. Hurry back. The woman lay on top of Li Bo, a smug smile on her face. They're coming soon. Your job is to protect me. At this moment, the plainclothes patrol officers had already walked up to Li Bo. We are patrol team members from the river and sea. Please show us your identification. Li Bo put on an innocent expression. Sir, have we gotten ourselves into trouble? It's a misunderstanding, one of the team members explained. We are tracking an S-class female assassin named Night Rose. She is extremely dangerous. Please cooperate with our investigation. An S-class assassin? That sounds terrifying. Li Bo feigned shock. Night Rose once dived into the river and sea. We lost her a few days ago and suspect she is currently in the nearby scenic area. Night Rose? Never seen her before, Li Bo replied, then gestured to Xiaobai and Ziyun. Turn around and let them see if she is the target. Xiaobai and Ziyun turned around in unison and stood up straight. When the two patrol members saw Xiaobai and Ziyun's faces, they were stunned. They're beast girls. Yes, her hair color and pupils are very characteristic of a beast girl, another replied. Then we don't need to check those two. The patrol team members' gazes shifted to the woman, and Li Bo's heart tightened. Purple Cloud's melancholy value +20. The woman whispered, Kid, if I get caught, I'll kill you first. Li Bo quickly laughed and said, Hee hee, you two officers are too kind. I just have this kind of hobby. This beast girl was only recently contracted and isn't very obedient yet. I'm still training her, Li Bo explained with a smile. The woman's face instantly turned red, filled with shame and indignation, but she dared not retaliate. She gritted her teeth and cursed. You little lecher. Hee hee, becoming my beast girl is a required course. Li Bo smiled, pretending to be relaxed. The patrol team members were stunned when they heard this, completely unexpected to hear such words, and their eyes were filled with embarrassment. Ahem, never mind. There's no need to investigate any further. Well, it's getting dark. We need to go check ahead again. One of the patrol members patted Li Bo on the shoulder. Young man, Night Rose is 1.75 meters tall and has rose patterns on her body. If you encounter her, be careful and notify us immediately. Yes, sir. Li Bo replied quickly, secretly relieved. Well, I won't bother you any longer. As the patrol team members turned to leave, they stopped and said earnestly, Young man, you should take better care of your health. Li Bo was completely bewildered. Take better care of your health. Chapter 15 Night Rose. You woman, haven't you had enough of taking advantage of them? They're all gone. Why aren't you getting up? Ziyun looked at the woman who was still alluringly lying on Li Bo, and her face turned pale with anger. Purple Cloud's resentment value +10. Purple Cloud's resentment level has reached 100. Congratulations, host. You have completed the limited time hidden quest, accumulating resentment. Within 3 minutes, Ziming resentment value will reach 100. Huan Minjian learns the skill, Curse, advanced. When Li Bo saw the system notification, he was shocked. He hadn't expected that he had unintentionally activated a hidden mission. Juan, Li Bo's heart skipped a beat. Curse is an extremely rare shadow-type skill that can turn the opponent's buffs into negative effects, making it the natural enemy of those super-enhanced pets. Hearing Ziyun's words, the woman looked up, glanced around, and, finding the patrol team had already gone far away, tried to get up from Li Bo. But no matter how hard she tried, her body remained motionless. Li Bo looked down and realized that his hand was still firmly on her buttocks. Hey, little brother, haven't you had enough of the bargains yet? The woman said half-jokingly. Li Bo chuckled. Hee hee, sister, you're mistaken. Actually, I'm worried that the patrol team might suddenly turn around, and if you're discovered, it'll be troublesome. The woman glared at him. You smooth-talking brat. I'll let it slide since you helped me earlier. Ziyun was so angry that her face turned green. If Li Bo hadn't kept advising her not to act impulsively, she probably would have already taken action. This little girl has quite a temper. The woman glanced at Ziyun out of the corner of her eye, a hint of surprise in her eyes. Oh? Huan Minjian? You've got some luck, kid. Li Bo was startled. There weren't many beast tamers in Huan Minjian, and even fewer he had ever seen. He never expected that this woman could recognize Ziyun's identity at a glance. Seeing Li Bo's expression change slightly, the woman smiled and said, Don't be too surprised. Although the illusionary cloud is rare, I know some beast tamers who have also contracted with the illusionary cloud, so it's not surprising that I can recognize it. Li Bo asked curiously, what evolutionary path did the other illusionary cloud beast tamers take? What stage have they evolved their illusionary clouds to? Just as Li Bo was lost in thought, the woman supported herself against his chest and slowly got off him. But as she moved slightly, Li Bo's eyes widened in shock. A black rose pattern was clearly tattooed on the woman's back. Night Rose, you're an S-class assassin. Li Bo blurted out. The woman paused, then looked at Li Bo with a mocking smile. Oh? Is there a problem, little brother? You're an assassin, Li Bo said in a serious tone. The woman adjusted her bra, concealing the rose pattern, and said with a seductive smile, How could someone as beautiful as you be an assassin? If you're not an assassin, then why are you evading investigation? Hey, little brother, you're asking too many questions. You might get into trouble. The woman's tone was calm, but Li Bo clearly sensed an imposing aura emanating from her, and his heart tightened. If her identity were revealed, would he become the target to be silenced? The woman raised an eyebrow. Why aren't you saying anything? Little brother, where did your lust go? Are you afraid I'll kill you? Li Bo felt a pang of anxiety and prepared to have Xiaobai and Ziyun act at any moment. Seeing how nervous you are, fine, I won't tease you anymore. The woman suddenly laughed. To tell you the truth, I'm not an assassin, but a bounty hunter. Bounty hunter? Li Bo sneered. What's the difference between the two? The difference, the woman answered without hesitation. The assassin takes lives, I take money. Then why did the patrol team members say you were an assassin? The woman stroked her chin, squinted, and thought for a moment. It's probably because I've taken more lives than some assassins. After all, the association keeps assigning me assassination missions, and I'm quite helpless about it. Li Bo shuddered. The woman's tone was so nonchalant and cold. She was a femme fatale. Seeing that Li Bo was a little stunned, Night Rose laughed even harder. Little brother, don't be afraid. I don't usually kill good people. Li Bo felt a chill run down his spine and quickly said, Don't call me little brother. It's disgusting. Oh, you don't like it? Little brother, your little brother isn't little at all. Li Bo, covered in cold sweat, exclaimed, I have a name, Li Bo. Li Bo. Night Rose glanced at him, her gaze unconsciously shifting to the area below Li Bo. The name is quite fitting. Li Bo's expression changed, and he secretly felt annoyed. Night Rose suddenly asked, Brother Li Bo, I bet you didn't come here just for a simple vacation. Li Bo looked at her in surprise. How did you know? Isn't it obvious? Dusk is approaching, and you still haven't planned to leave. It must be for that thing at sea. Night Rose laughed. Li Bo was immediately startled. The ticket seller's warning echoed in his mind. Thinking of the advanced beast Tamer on Sunset Beach, could there really be some amazing treasure at sea? Oh, isn't that right? Night Rose looked at Li Bo's puzzled expression. That's true. With your strength being so weak, going there would just be suicide. Li Bo remained silent for a moment, then couldn't help but ask, What exactly is at sea? Night Rose gazed intently at the churning sea and calmly said, A powerful and ferocious beast that would make countless people envious. A ferocious beast? Li Bo was startled, finally realizing that the ticket seller hadn't lied to him. There really was a dangerous, ferocious beast on Sunset Beach. The tide is coming in. Leave the scenic area immediately. Suddenly, a staff member shouted through a loudspeaker in the distance, urging the tourists to leave. Brother Li Bo, I'm just trying to give you a friendly reminder. I advise you not to get involved in this. After all, not all bounty hunters are as kind as I am. Night Rose's gaze fell on the scarred man not far away, and Li Bo felt a chill run down his spine. What I'm doing has nothing to do with the ferocious beast you're looking for, Li Bo said calmly. Oh, Night Rose smiled, said no more, and before turning to leave, she left behind the words, I hope I don't run into you again tonight. Chapter 16 Undercurrents Before the Tide. As night fell, Sunset Beach took on an air of mystery in the darkness. Waves surged on the sea, the rising tide nearly submerging most of the beach. Li Bo emerged from behind a huge rock, looked at the closed gate of the scenic area in the distance, and breathed a sigh of relief. It's so late. It seems the patrolmen have all gone home. Almost simultaneously, people began to emerge from their hiding places among the rocks where Li Bo was. Like Li Bo, they waited until the scenic area closed before daring to move. However, Li Bo didn't care about these people's motives. He summoned Xiaobai and Ziyun and earnestly instructed them. Xiaobai, Ziyun, from now on, there is only one goal, to kill the steel-headed lobster. Xiaobai and Ziyun nodded, indicating that they understood. Just then, a few beast tamers dressed in different outfits began to observe Li Bo among several reefs 100 meters away, casting curious glances at him. Oh, this kid is interesting. He actually made a contract with both a mysterious illusionary cloud and an ordinary white spirit snake at the same time. The speaker was a fair-skinned young man. Although he was young, his voice was hoarse, and his eyes revealed a cunning glint. What? Bailiang, are you interested in this kid's illusionary cloud? But for a third-tier beast tamer like you to bully a first-tier kid is a bit beneath you. A burly man next to him laughed. Hee hee, Huang Yin, you're wrong. Bai Liang sneered. Huan Mingyun is very strong, but there's no publicly known evolution method. Forcibly taking the contract will greatly harm the pet. I don't like imperfect pets. Evolution method? I heard that in the 7th division where Scarface is located, there was an S-rank hunter who evolved Phantom Cloud into Purple Dark Domain. This guy has become quite famous lately, Huang Yin said. Oh, Scarface, the 7th division has someone like this? Why don't you introduce me to him? Bai Liang glanced at a scarred man beside him and gave a mocking smile. I'm not familiar with him, Scarface replied coldly, without even glancing at Bai Liang. Oh dear, they're already S-rank. Of course they don't take us A-rank nobody seriously. Scarface suddenly swept his cold gaze over, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Bai Liang didn't back down at all, and sneered. What? Scarface, you're planning to make a move before that thing even arrives. I wouldn't mind killing you first, Scarface said in a low voice. You. Bai Liang was stunned, then clapped his hands and said, Good, good. I heard that your sawtooth shark has reached the excellent 9th level. If it really comes down to a fight, my 3rd-rank scarecrow is not to be trifled with. Give it a try, Scarface replied dismissively. Heh, Bai Liang, watch your mouth. The scar on Scarface's face was done by that S-class guy you mentioned. A magnetic female voice came through. Bai Liang and Huang Yin immediately turned their heads, and Scarface also slowly looked toward the source of the sound. Night Rose, the three exclaimed almost simultaneously. Night Rose's attire was different from her revealing daytime outfit. She wore a tight black leather jacket, her long, black hair cascading down to her waist, blending into the shadows of the night. Her alluring figure accentuated her perfect curves, and her eyes held a dangerous glint. The moment they saw her, all three of their expressions changed. Huang Yin spoke first. Night Rose, your pet beast has already broken through to the leader level. Are you still going to compete with us for the precious blood? Bai Liang's face darkened. Night Rose, the precious blood is related to whether our main pet can break through its limit. As an S-rank hunter, it's really unreasonable for you to try to snatch it from us. Night Rose sighed softly. How many times have I told you? I'm a bounty hunter, not an assassin. You guys are doing dirty work on the side, while holding jobs from the Hunter Association. Bai Liang cursed inwardly, but still wore a cold smile on his face, thinking, all the bounties you've taken are for killing missions, and you have more murder cases on your hands than all of us combined. What are you pretending to be, innocent and pure? Has anyone put a bounty on the Hunter Association for the blood of precious blood? Scarface suddenly asked. The client is asking for a very high price, Night Rose said coldly. According to the association's rules, you cannot participate unless you have accepted a bounty mission. If the association finds out that you are interfering in an S-level mission in private, I will not be responsible. Damn it, Bai Liang roared, his fists clenched. Why can S-rank get such a lucrative job, while we A-rank can only rely on luck and have to depend on the association's attitude? What are you afraid of? The hunters and the association are just partners. They don't need to report what they do in private. If something goes wrong, just say you don't know. Huang Yin cursed. Night Rose might not be a bad thing. I've heard that this ferocious beast is quite powerful, and we might need to join forces to kill it. Scarface appeared very calm. Bai Liang's eyes darted around. In that case, how about we divide the precious blood equally? The three of them looked at Night Rose at the same time, clearly wary of her strength. Night Rose smiled slightly. I'll only take what I need. The rest are up to you. What? Bai Liang immediately stood up. Night Rose, what you're saying is too much. How much do you need? Who knows? What will we do if you take it all? Then we've taken it all. Night Rose replied nonchalantly. You. Bai Liang angrily pointed at Night Rose, but her cold glance made him unconsciously withdraw his hand, his face turning ugly. Let's wait until that guy shows up before we talk about it. Huang Yin frowned and looked at the distant sea. It's hard to say whether the information is accurate or not. Don't worry. Bai Liang smiled confidently. According to the information I received, the Baxiao fortress exploded 3 days ago, and all the imprisoned pets are unconscious. That guy should arrive at Sunset Beach tonight. I don't know who was so crazy as to blow up the largest fortress in the western part of Fusang and release the ferocious beasts that had not yet been tamed, Huang Yin said. Hee. I think it was done by some powerful beast tamer, probably someone who has a grudge against me. Who cares? That guy will most likely appear at high tide. Superior level ferocious beasts are intelligent, so let's not hold back. It would be a shame to miss it. Huang Yan's voice was steady and clear, reaching everyone's ears. Heh, I hope no one stabs me in the back. Scarface sneered, glancing at Bai Liang. Scarface, what do you mean? Are you looking down on me, Bai Liang? Just as Bai Liang was preparing to counterattack, he suddenly saw Li Bo's movements in the distance. A thought struck him, and he couldn't help but wonder, this kid has been lying in wait for so long, so he's here to catch lobsters. Upon hearing this, Night Rose slowly turned her head and cast her gaze at Li Bo. Chapter 17 Cold Blade Tale. Master, steelhead lobster spotted. Suddenly, a message came from the purple clouds in the sky. To avoid alerting the enemy, she followed Li Bo's instructions and used her camouflage to lurk in the air and search for the target. Upon hearing the news, Li Bo immediately took Xiaobai and headed towards Ziyun. Sure enough, not far along, Li Bo saw a steel-headed lobster perched on a low reef, intently munching on the moss. Name, steel-headed lobster. Gender, male. Attributes, steel water. Level, common stage 2. Potential, average. Skill, fierce charge beginner. Finally ashore, Li Bo murmured with a smile. Using the faint light filtering through the clouds, he could make out the appearance of the steel-headed lobster. It was about 80 or 90 centimeters tall, standing on 2 legs, with a head that looked like it was wearing a helmet. It looked rather dull and lifeless, and apart from its 2 huge black pincers, it posed almost no threat. Little White, go. Li Bo gave the order in his mind, and Xiaobai rushed over without hesitation. Use death coil directly. As Xiaobai swam down into the seawater, it touched the steel-headed lobster's legs and suddenly began to coil upwards. Click. The steel-headed lobster didn't even have a chance to react before its body was shattered by a strange force. This scene was quickly spotted by several people in the distance. Oh, entanglement? It can actually kill in one hit. This white spirit serpent is no ordinary snake. Bai Liang looked surprised. Looks like you've only been a level 1 beastmaster for a short time, yet you've already contracted 2 pet beasts. You're quite capable. Huang Yin replied. It's death coil. A venomous glint flashed in Scarface's eyes as he whispered. What? Death coil. This white spirit serpent can actually learn an intermediate skill. Bai Liang narrowed his eyes, his brows furrowing slightly. This white spirit serpent is a bit strange. What's so interesting about this low-level fight? Night Rose crossed her arms, seemingly unwilling to continue paying attention to Li Bo. Quickly dealing with the first steel-headed lobster, Li Bo had Xiaobai cut open its head. Xiaobai turned around and shook his head at Li Bo in disappointment, indicating that he had not found any crystal cores. Li Bo comforted her. It's okay, Xiaobai. This steel-headed lobster is too low-level. It's normal that its crystal core hasn't developed yet. Next time we'll find a bigger one to fight. Xiaobai perked up after hearing this. Right. Ziyun's voice came again. She had now become Xiaobai's support. Little White nodded and quickly swam towards the reef on the right. Li Bo opened the panel and saw the information about the target, the steel-headed lobster. Name, steel-headed lobster. Gender, female. Attributes, steel water. Level, common 4. Potential, average. Skills, fierce charge, beginner. Scissor hand, beginner. Little White, watch out for its scissor-like arms. Use ice fog to slow it down. Li Bo hurriedly relayed the message. Xiaobai stopped and observed the other party. Sure enough, the steel-headed lobster was preparing to fight back. Xiaobai decisively sprayed out icy mist, and a white mist containing tiny ice crystals instantly covered the opponent's claws. This steel-headed lobster was not high enough level to escape the effect of the intermediate skill, ice mist. Soon, its claws were frozen and it could not move. The temperature is low at night, which increases the probability of the ice fog freezing. Li Bo smiled faintly, watching Little White defeat the steel-headed lobster once again. Surprisingly, this time, Xiaobai pulled a crystal core the size of a fingernail out of the steel-headed lobster's head. Collect +1 pet core with dragon in its name. Crystal Core Collection Quest Progress, January 7th. Upon seeing this series of system notifications, Li Bo was overjoyed. Sure enough, the steel-headed lobster's crystal core is effective. Ice Mist, another intermediate level skill. Huang Yan's expression changed slightly upon seeing this. Scarface's eyes also flashed with a strange light. As third-tier beast tamers, they knew all too well that it was extremely difficult for ordinary pets to learn intermediate skills. Even some elite-level pets can only learn 1 or 2 intermediate skills. It is really puzzling that a white spirit snake like Little White could use 2 intermediate skills in a row. There are 2 on the left preparing to ambush. Ziyun's voice came again. Xiaobai decisively turned around, watched as the 2 steel-headed lobsters charged at her rapidly and violently, and quickly dived into the water. When both attacks missed, Xiaobai leaped up and activated Death Coil, easily defeating both opponents. As the battle progressed, more and more steel-headed lobsters appeared, and Li Bo no longer needed Ziyun to search for them. Just as Little White was engaged in a fierce battle, another steelhead lobster appeared behind it. Name, steel-headed lobster. Gender, female. Attributes, steel water. Level, common 4. Potential, average. Skill, water gun beginner. That's a water gun. Ziyun shield Xiaobot. No problem, brotherly bow. Ziyun quickly appeared and sprayed out a shadow ball the size of a basketball, which accurately hit the water gun that was attacking, instantly destroying it. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Xiaobai broke through and quickly defeated the opponent. Collect +1 pet core with dragon in its name. Crystal Core Collection Quest Progress, February 7th. 5 more to go. Li Bo's heart raced, eager to see Xiaobai transform into the white spirit dragon. Little White, the one in front, is the biggest. Li Bo indicated that the larger the steel-headed lobster, the higher the probability of obtaining a crystal core. Name, steel-headed lobster. Gender, male. Attributes, steel water. Level, common rank 5. Potential, average. Skills, water gun beginner, steel tail beginner. It can use a steel tail. Use ice mist. Ice mist and death coil is a very safe combination. The first attack can catch you off guard, and the freezing control can prevent the newbie from being counterattacked. Soon, this ordinary level 5 steel-headed lobster was also finished. Collect +1 pet core with dragon in its name. Crystal Core Collection Quest Progress, March 7th. Congratulations, host. You have successfully defeated a pet equipped with the skill Iron Tail. Activate the skill simulation conversion quest, simulating the transformation of the steel tail into the frostblade tail. Frosty Tail, intermediate skill. Li Bo was stunned for a moment, recalling Xiao Bai's performance when she cut fruit last time. If she could learn the cold blade tail, her strength would increase significantly. Little White, follow my instructions and kill the steel-headed lobster with the steel tail. Little White nodded and quickly charged toward its target, the steel-headed lobster. Crystal Core Collection Quest Progress, April 7th. Imitation Conversion Progress, 25%. Crystal Core Collection Quest Progress, May 7th. Imitation Conversion Rate, 50%. Crystal Core Collection Quest Progress, June 7th. Imitation Conversion Rate, 75%. Crystal Core Collection Quest Progress, July 7th. Imitation Conversion Progress, 100%. Congratulations, host. Skill Simulation Conversion Task completed. The White Spirit Serpent has successfully learned the skill Frosty Tail, Intermediate. Very good. Li Bo hurriedly checked Xiao Bai's panel. Name, White Spirit Snake. Gender, female. Attribute, ice. Level, common rank 5. Potential, elite. Skills, Ice Mist, Intermediate. Death Coil, Intermediate. Frostblade Tail, Intermediate. You've gotten much stronger again. Li Bo happily patted Xiao Bai's head, feeling very excited as he watched the ancestral transformation quest nearing completion. Just hang in there a little longer, and soon you'll be able to become a dragon beast. Xiao Bai looked at the largest steel-headed lobster with burning eyes. Let's test the power of our new skill. Xiao Bai, go. At Li Bo's command, the slender Xiao Bai shot out like an arrow released from a bow. However, the next second, the steel-headed lobster seemed to be startled and quickly darted into the seawater, disappearing from Li Bo's sight in an instant. What's going on? Li Bo frowned. Then, a strange thing happened. All the steel-headed lobsters rushed towards the sea. It's finally here. Chapter 18. The Dragon Turtle Appears. Rumble. Suddenly, the sea began to boil, followed by a deep, ferocious roar that shook the very air. Li Bo frowned, squinting as he gazed at the deep shore. Although he couldn't see the figure clearly, the powerful aura emanating from it sent a shiver down his spine. This energy fluctuation is too strong. These assassins have been here for so long tonight. They must be here for this pet beast. Li Bo inadvertently turned his gaze to the distant night rose. The beast tamers standing on the reef were also staring intently at the sea. Boom, boom, boom. The beach suddenly shook, and Li Bo sensed something was wrong. He quickly hid behind a huge reef and continued to observe. Damn it. Of all times, why did it have to appear just when I was about to get the steel-headed lobster core? Li Bo cursed inwardly. However, the next moment, the scene before him made Li Bo's eyes widen in shock, leaving him almost speechless. In the dark waves, the outline of a colossal creature suddenly appeared, its watermelon-sized scarlet eyes like two lamps illuminating the dark sea surface, adding to the terror. This is huge. This was the first time Li Bo had ever seen such a colossal creature, and he immediately felt a rush of breathlessness. Scarface stared intently at the enormous figure, a rare smile appearing on his lips. The dragon turtle has finally shown itself. As the giant beast slowly came ashore, Li Bo finally saw its true form clearly. This is a huge tortoise pet. Its shell is made of pentagonal pieces that resemble rocks, and the cracks on its surface are like the cracks in a dry summer field. Its head is like a water snake, and every time it moves, it causes the earth to tremble. It's actually a dragon turtle. An incredulous light flashed in Li Bo's eyes. Name, dragon turtle. Gender, male. Attributes, water rock. Level, boss tier 5. Potential, leader level. Skills, super rock armor, extraordinary. High pressure water cannon, advanced. Raging waves, advanced. Crush, advanced. Arrow rain, advanced. Hail, advanced. Description, dragon turtle, an extremely rare island pet. Its primary attribute is water, but it cannot survive in water for extended periods and needs to come ashore periodically to breathe. Dragon turtles have long been considered descendants of the ancestral dragon from 10,000 years ago. Although they have lost their dragon attributes, the precious blood nurtured within their shells can help some pets break through their evolutionary limits. So, it was for the dragon turtle's precious blood. Li Bo finally understood these people's purpose. He had heard of some legendary treasures that could allow pets to break through their evolutionary limits, but he never expected that the dragon turtle's shell would contain such energy. A leader-level ferocious beast, the dragon turtle, has been detected. Defeating the dragon turtle will allow you to inherit its skills. Please eliminate the opponent as soon as possible. Li Bo. No way. Are you kidding me? How are my 2 ordinary-level pets supposed to fight a boss-level dragon turtle? Li Bo looked at the task popped up by the system, his face darkening, completely devoid of any desire to fight. However, Li Bo had some doubts. The dragon turtle usually inhabited secluded islands in the outer seas and had never appeared in the waters of Great Xia. Why did these people know it would appear here tonight? Can these people really defeat such a powerful dragon turtle? At this moment, the eyes of the people on the reef were burning with rage. Scarface took the lead and summoned his pet beast. A blue magic circle flashed, and then a ferocious shark pet, 5 meters tall, appeared on the sea surface, wielding a trident and exuding a menacing aura. Name, Sawtooth Shark. Gender, male. Attribute, water. Rank, excellent 9th Dan. Potential, excellent. Skills, high-pressure water cannon, advanced. Water blade, advanced. Condensed water punch, advanced. Devil's bite, intermediate. Description, a ferocious shark pet that enjoys dismembering and eating other pets. It's the Sawtooth Shark. As expected, Scarface is no ordinary person. Li Bo silently watched the serrated shark, its sharp, saw-like teeth gleaming coldly in the darkness. Li Bo pondered to himself, Scarface has already evolved the Sawtooth Shark to the excellent stage 9. If it doesn't break through its limits, it will remain so for the rest of its life. Consuming the dragon turtle's precious blood might allow it to advance even further. Sure enough, when Scarface saw the dragon turtle, a crazy fighting spirit flashed in his eyes, and he immediately ordered the Sawtooth Shark to launch an attack. The serrated shark dived into the sea, leaving only one fin exposed, and quickly swam toward the side of the dragon turtle. When the Sawtooth Shark approached within 50 meters, it suddenly leaped out of the water and opened its blood-red mouth. Boom! A thick, high-pressure jet of water shot out from the mouth of the serrated shark, hurtling towards the head of the dragon turtle at a tricky angle. A powerful high-pressure water cannon. The dragon turtle's weak point is its head, and the Sawtooth Shark's attack is precise and swift. Li Bo secretly admired the attack, realizing that even a leader-level dragon turtle would find it difficult to withstand. However, the dragon turtle merely turned its head slightly and spewed out a jet of water even more powerful than the high-pressure water cannon of the serrated shark, pressing down on it head-on. An even more powerful high-pressure water cannon. Li Bo narrowed his eyes. The dragon turtle's water cannon was almost twice as thick as the Sawtooth Shark's, easily pushing back the opponent's water column. The dragon turtle's water cannon not only swallowed the incoming attack, but the powerful aftershock also struck the Sawtooth Shark directly. Scarface hurriedly gave the order, and the Sawtooth Shark quickly dived into the water, barely avoiding the attack. Boom! The dragon turtle's water jet struck the reef where the serrated shark had just been standing, instantly blasting it into pieces. Scarface was pale and still shaken, having almost been hit by the dragon turtle's powerful water cannon. How long are you going to keep watching this show? Hurry up and release your pets, or it will be too late once the dragon turtle stops and dives back into the sea. Scarface urged impatiently. Scarface, you were too hasty. Bai Liang looked relaxed. Everyone wants the precious blood, but you have to use your brain. Bai Liang, I think you're tired of living. Scarface's eyes flashed with murderous intent. All right, stop arguing. The dragon turtle is not easy to deal with. Let's work together to take it down and share the blood, otherwise other powerful beings will steal it. Huang Yin stepped in to persuade. With that, Huang Yin clasped his hands together and roared. Come forth, giant armored stone golem. A flash of blue light appeared, and a huge brown pet made of giant rocks appeared on the beach. Name, giant armored stone golem. Gender, male. Attribute, rock, ground. Rank, excellent 7. Potential, excellent. Skills, earthquake, advanced. Rock burst punch, advanced. Rock armor, advanced. Bouldering, intermediate. Description, evolved from little stone, possessing extremely high attack and defense capabilities, but relatively slow speed. Oh, a stone man. Pet beast that appeared today was extremely rare. The stone man was originally a small stone that was relatively weak, and it had extremely strong growth potential. Huang Yin said with no small amount of pride. Evolving this stone golem wasn't easy. It consumed a lot of resources. Bai Liang, you finally made your move. Stop holding back. Bai Liang smiled, and then summoned another pet, triple-level scarecrow. Name, 3-turn scarecrow. Gender, male. Attribute, superpower. Rank, excellent 8th Dan. Potential, excellent. Skills, spirit arrow, advanced. Telekinesis, advanced. Mysterious smile, intermediate. Description, possesses the ability to control an opponent's emotions and deplete the enemy's mental energy. Hehe. No one has developed the 3-turn scarecrow for so many years. Do you really expect the dragon turtle's blood to make it break through to the 4th turn? Huang Yin laughed. How will you know if you don't try? Bai Liang sneered, turning his gaze to Night Rose. Night Rose, since you're the only S rank, aren't you planning to summon a pet beast? Night Rose smiled slightly and said calmly, Isn't she right behind you? Behind you. Bai Liang was taken aback and turned around abruptly, only to find sharp eyes staring straight at him from behind. It was a strange humanoid pet beast shaped like a rose, with a bewitching flower head and black leaf-like limbs, exuding a cold and powerful aura. Libo narrowed his eyes slightly. Night Shadow Rose. Name, Night Shadow Rose. Gender, female. Attribute, grass. Level, boss tier 2. Potential, leader level. Skills, magnificent flower array, transcendent. Instant flash, advanced. Leaf storm, advanced. Leaf blade, advanced. Giant leaf slash, advanced. Rosemary, intermediate. Description, a rose blooming in the darkness. Beautiful, yet dangerous. Chapter 19 Fierce Battle. You really did evolve to the leader level. That's something to be envious of. Nightshade rose beside him, Bai Liang said, his mouth dry. As long as the scarecrow obtains the precious blood, it will have a chance to achieve the 4th transformation and break through to the boss level. His gaze was fixed on the dragon turtle, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. Scarecrow, use telekinesis. As soon as he finished speaking, the scarecrow mechanically turned its head to stare at the dragon turtle. Then, the yellow light in its eyes suddenly intensified, and a strange, almost imperceptible laugh appeared on its lips. The next moment, the dragon turtle not far away seemed to rise into the air uncontrollably from its spot. Such powerful psychic abilities. To be able to forcibly keep this dragon turtle, which weighs over 10 tons, suspended in midair, the abilities of psychic-type pets are truly terrifying. Everyone, now's the time. Kill the dragon turtle. Huang Yan's deep voice rang out. The giant armored stone golem launched the first fierce attack. Its 2 thick stone arms were raised high, and then around yellow boulders slowly condensed. In no time, it was as big as a house, with an extraordinary aura. The stone spell. Libo stared intently at the scene. At the same time, the sawtooth shark quickly emerged from the bottom of the water, wildly wielding its trident, and instantly unleashed an arc-shaped, crescent-shaped wave of water. It's an advanced skill, Water Blade. Nightshade rose, like a phantom, swiftly swept across the sea, skimming the surface like a dragonfly, elegant yet bursting with power. Leaf storm. Night Rose's red lips parted slightly. She finished speaking. Countless black leaves converged in Nightshade Rose's hand. Then, it suddenly stopped and swung its hand in the air. The leaves quickly gathered into a black tornado tens of meters thick, sweeping up boundless waves and surging wildly towards the dragon turtle in the air. Is this the strength of a 3rd-tier beast tamer? Libo secretly clicked his tongue in amazement. Each of these people's main pets was extraordinary. Under such an offensive, the dragon turtle might actually be captured by them. Boom. At this moment, the giant rock of the armored stone golem had completely solidified, and its size had reached a level comparable to that of the dragon turtle. The armored stone golem hurled the giant rock at the dragon turtle, as if throwing a shot put. At the same time, the water blade and leaf storm were also approaching the dragon turtle, suspended in the air from different directions. Haha, what good is a big size? Against my third-stage scarecrow's telekinetic control, it's just a sitting duck. Bai Liang smiled confidently, just when he thought he was about to succeed. Ugh! The dragon turtle suddenly let out a long roar that resounded through the sky, its anger almost overflowing from its face. Li Bo felt a great shock to his eardrums and hurriedly covered his ears. Splash! At the critical moment, the seawater around the dragon turtle was actually mobilized by it, and it quickly wrapped around the dragon turtle's body like a giant water dragon. It's Quanlong. As expected, this dragon turtle isn't so easy to deal with. Li Bo thought to himself. In a water system environment, the power of raging waves can be seen to be brought to its fullest extent. Huge waves surged and connected to form several impenetrable giant water curtains, completely surrounding the dragon turtle's body. Unsurprisingly, the attacks from Huang Yin and his companions' pets were all neutralized by the water curtain. Ugh! Immediately afterwards, the dragon turtle let out a long roar, and suddenly a heavy rain began to fall from the sky. Damn! It's a rain of arrows. These people have completely enraged the dragon turtle. What fell from the sky was not ordinary rain, but a dense barrage of incredibly sharp and narrow water arrows. These water arrows were like icicles, each 20 centimeters long, covering an extremely wide area, almost encompassing the entire battlefield. Seeing this, Li Bo cursed inwardly. These guys were all well-equipped, so they weren't afraid of this rain of arrows. He was penniless and had no protective gear whatsoever. How could he possibly catch a blade barehanded? So he hurriedly ran to the sheltered rocks and curled up in fear. Ding ding ding. The first to suffer was undoubtedly Huang Yin's giant armored stone golem, as the rain of arrows struck its massive body, producing a series of crisp sounds. In addition, the rock type is naturally countered by the water type. Under the fierce onslaught of arrows, the giant armored golem collapsed to its knees with a loud thud. Use the rock armor quickly, Huang Yin shouted. Upon receiving the command, the giant armored stone golem secretly exerted its power, and its body was suddenly covered by a brown light, which relieved the pain in its body somewhat. Although the rock armor can double the defense, if this rain of arrows doesn't stop, we'll be worn down sooner or later. We're at a huge disadvantage. Huang Yin clenched his fists in worry. The scarecrow situation is also not optimistic. When using superpowers, the worst thing is to be interrupted. Now that the arrow rain has appeared, the third-stage scarecrow has to temporarily give up his telekinesis and keep running away in the rain of arrows. This gave the dragon turtle a chance to escape. After a muffled thud, the dragon turtle landed on the ground again. The serrated shark lurked in the water, hesitant to reveal itself. Bai Liang spoke urgently to Night Rose. This can't go on. Night Rose, your Night Shadow Rose attribute is superior. Quickly break through this guy's arrow rain. I don't need you to teach me how to do things. Night Rose frowned slightly and nodded gently to Night Shadow Rose. Nightshade Rose swiftly summoned Leaf Storm, creating a wide, black leaf vortex in the air. The rain of arrows was drawn into the vortex by its powerful gravity, and the air briefly returned to clarity. We're saved. Huang Yin let out a long sigh. It's not over yet. Scarface stared intently at the dragon turtle as he spoke. Sure enough, the group had to retaliate, and suddenly, white, round crystals the size of apricots began to fall from the sky. Damn it, this is never going to end. What is this? Hail! Bai Liang cursed angrily. It's hail. This guy knows that only ice-type moves can counter Nightshade Rose. Li Bo frowned. Sure enough, when a pet reaches the leader level, its combat awareness is comparable to that of a beast tamer. It even knows ice-type skills. Night Rose's red lips parted slightly. Under the powerful hailstorm, the Nightshade Rose's leaf storm suddenly weakened, and the leaves were constantly being knocked off and scattered. The scarecrow has the worst defense. It looks terrible after being hit. Use flash to dodge the hail. Night Rose dared not be careless at all, and commanded Night Shadow Rose to dodge back and forth on the battlefield. The hailstorm intensified and expanded, leaving Bai Liang with no choice but to head towards the reefs where Li Bo was to seek refuge. Although the group was wearing some expensive protective gear and could fight alongside their pets at close range, none of them were willing to risk their lives in front of this leader-level dragon turtle. Damn it! I refuse to believe it. Use Rock Burst Fist. Huang Yin was furious. After so many battles, how could he be so cowardly as to hide under a rock for refuge? You go too. Condensing water fist. Sawtooth shark. Scarface said. I'll cover you. Scarecrow. Mysterious smile plus mental arrow. Bai Liang gave the order, and a creepy smile appeared on the face of the three-turned scarecrow. The dragon turtle froze for a moment and was instantly controlled. Immediately afterwards, the scarecrow swiftly shot out a transparent light arrow, which accurately hit the dragon turtle, and the latter's face immediately showed a look of pain. Li Bo was also somewhat surprised to see this. A mental arrow. It can plunge a pet into painful memories. This scarecrow really is a sixth-rate pet. Its emotions are controlled by the scarecrow. Hurry up, Bai Liang shouted. The group nodded in unison, and the three pet beasts charged forward. Nightshade Rose leaped into the air, and a huge, incredibly sharp black leaf rapidly condensed, spinning towards the dragon turtle. Giant leaf slash. The giant armored stone golem and the sawtooth shark also arrived beside the dragon turtle at the same time, unleashing their advanced skills, rock burst fist and water condensation fist, simultaneously. At the critical moment, the dragon turtle suddenly let out a deafening roar, instantly breaking free from the scarecrow's control. It quickly retracted its body into its shell, and several pet attacks struck it, producing only a few muffled thuds. Such strong defense. Both heavy punches felt like mere tickles. Scarface's expression was not good. The Nightshade Rose's giant leaf slash did leave a gash in the turtle's shell, but it still couldn't break through the dragon turtle's defense. Huang Zhu sighed. Your attacks aren't working. Bai Liang's expression shifted. If all else fails, my Zapdos might be able to counter this guy. Bai Liang, don't be impulsive. Huang Yin advised. Your Zapdos may have a better type, but it's only an elite-level bird. This guy can take it down with a single hailstorm. Damn it. Is there no way to deal with this? Bai Liang said unwillingly. If even the main pet is struggling like this, don't even think about bringing out other pets to die. Right now, the only one here who can deal with this dragon turtle is probably Nightshade Rose. Huang Yin said seriously. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to Night Rose. Scarface also spoke up. Night Rose. Dragon turtle is a rock/water type, and your Nightshade Rose is 4 times super effective against it. If we don't get serious soon, all our previous efforts will be wasted. Night Rose, however, remained remarkably calm. You don't need to look at me like that. Nightshade Rose was trained as an assassin, focusing on killing with one blow. This dragon turtle's defense is too strong. I'm not even sure if I can kill it instantly. Just then, the dragon turtle began to roll on the beach, making a rumbling sound. Oh no, it's using a crushing technique. Danger! Huang Yin shouted. In the darkness, a giant tortoise shell, several meters tall, was seen rolling wildly on the beach. The first target of the dragon turtle was the slowest rock golem. No matter how the group attacked, the dragon turtle's speed did not decrease in the slightest. Rock armor. Use rock armor now. Huang Yin quickly gave the order, and the rock-headed man used all his strength to defend, but under the violent impact of the dragon turtle, he was still knocked more than 10 meters away, smashing a huge reef into pieces. Huang Yin watched this scene with heartache. This guy's damage is simply unreasonable. The giant armored golem is in a terrible state right now. He suddenly looked at Night Rose. Before you fall, Night Rose, we'll create an opportunity for you to deliver a fatal blow. Please stop holding back your strength. Chapter 20 The Battle of the Extraordinary. Upon hearing this, a solemn expression appeared on Night Rose's face. I'll do my best. Huang Yin nodded and spoke to the heavily injured giant armored stone golem. Giant armored stone golem. Hold on a little longer. Sensing the will of its beast Tamer, the giant armored stone golem endured the pain and rose from the rubble. Dragon turtle, let me show you the strongest bond between us. Huang Yin let out an angry shout. Use an earthquake. Buzz. Suddenly, an overwhelming battle intent erupted from the giant armored stone golem. Its entire body was enveloped in brown light, and its enormous hands pounded its chest repeatedly. The giant armored stone golem roared to the sky. Sensing that its opponent was still alive, the dragon turtle charged at the giant armored stone golem once again. The giant armored stone golem remained unmoved, gathering all its power in its hands before slamming it down onto the ground. Click! Along the giant armored stone golem's powerful arms, a crack was forcibly smashed open in the ground, and the earth actually began to shake. Holy crap! Is it really that exaggerated? Ground-type moves are truly terrifying. The beach seemed to be shaken by an earthquake, and Li Bo almost stumbled and fell. He quickly grabbed the rocks to steady himself. Buzz! The giant armored stone golem roared. As it continued to exert its force, the cracks in the ground grew larger and larger. With a loud bang, The crack suddenly stretched out towards the dragon turtle, and the huge impact forcefully sent the rolling dragon turtle flying. Upon witnessing the true power of the giant armored stone golem, everyone was stunned and speechless with shock. Night Rose's gaze was sharp as lightning. Seeing the opportunity, a murderous glint appeared in her eyes. A magnificent floral display. With a cold shout, Nightshade Rose vanished from her spot in an instant. What? A magnificent flower array. An extraordinary skill. Upon hearing this, Bai Liang's eyes showed surprise mixed with an indescribable jealousy. When a pet learns an extraordinary skill, it means that it has mastered a portion of the power of the laws to a certain extent, and its power far exceeds that of advanced skills. Unexpectedly, this Night Shadow Rose actually possesses such formidable strength. This is the S-Class. Scarface stared at the scene, his eyes filled with complex emotions, his thoughts unreadable. I'd like to see just how powerful extraordinary skills really are. Li Bo silently observed the battlefield. Nightshade Rose was spotted again. It was found to be in the air above the dragon turtle. Upon closer inspection, several black leaves remained in the air, indicating that Nightshade Rose had used them to leap over the leaves and reach the dragon turtle. The Night Shadow Rose in the sky closed its eyes and gracefully spread its arms. Instantly, a strong wind arose, and the battlefield was filled with the fragrance of roses, making the air sweeter. Then something even stranger happened. Beneath the dragon turtle, a phantom of a blood-red rose, several dozen feet wide, suddenly appeared and slowly bloomed in the darkness. Nightshade Rose stood on the dragon turtle's back, and with a gentle tap of her long legs, the heavy turtle body seemed to lose its weight and plummeted towards the giant rose below. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, several black vines shot out from the side of the flower, quickly wrapped around the dragon turtle's body and fixed it in the rose, making it unable to move. The hurricane in the air grew stronger and stronger, and with a whoosh, countless blood-red petals poured into the rose. Each petal was incredibly sharp, radiating an incomparably chilling killing intent. Millions of petals converged into several crimson tides, launching a powerful offensive against the dragon turtle inside. Upon seeing this, Li Bo couldn't help but gasp. Is this the magnificent flower array? How long would it take to train like that and learn to be extraordinary? Click. Snap. As the continuous cracking sounds rang out, thousands of narrow wounds suddenly appeared on the top of the rock-like tortoise shell, and upon closer inspection, fresh blood was seeping out from the surface. Precious blood. Dragon turtle precious blood. Bai Liang was extremely excited. After preparing for so long, he had finally seen the precious blood hidden in the dragon turtle's shell. Scarface and Huang Yin both showed a hint of joy. At this rate, Nightshade Rose would soon be able to completely break through the dragon turtle's defense and kill it. Ugh! The dragon turtle let out a violent, agonizing howl, while Night Rose watched this scene with a cold expression. Death means you won't have to face pain. Something's not right. Li Bo squinted at the scene. Logically speaking, the dragon turtle, being a leader-level pet, shouldn't be so passive, constantly being attacked by the Night Shadow Rose. Was it gathering strength or preparing something? Li Bo stroked his chin, gazing at the dragon turtle panel. A thought quickly flashed through his mind, causing his eyes to widen in surprise. The dragon turtle is using Transcendent. Just as Li Bo was completely baffled, the next moment, a scene that shocked everyone occurred. Of the dragon turtle's shell began to tremble violently, constantly squeezing and converging towards the center. Then, the pentagonal skin continued to piece together and come together. After it was completely pieced together, the surface of the dragon turtle became incredibly shiny and emitted a strong, earthy yellow light. What's this? Bai Liang asked, puzzled. Such a long charging time. Could it be super rock armor? Huang Yin looked shocked. What? Super rock armor? How is this different from your rock armor? Bai Liang asked, puzzled. Super armor transformation. Extraordinary skill. This is troublesome. Scarface narrowed his eyes. As expected, after the dragon turtle successfully activated its super armor transformation, Nightshade Rose's attacks became less effective. The enormous tortoise shell was like a solid rock armor, without a single flaw showing. Night Rose frowned, forming a deep frown, and decisively said, "Come back, Nightshade Rose." Nightshade Rose decisively withdrew her attack and quickly returned to Night Rose's side. Seeing this, Bai Liang said with some annoyance, "No, Night Rose, the fight was going so well. Why did you suddenly summon your pet back? The magnificent flower formation is ineffective. Fighting in vain will only put Nightshade Rose in a difficult situation." Night Rose said calmly. How could this be? Bai Liang was somewhat exasperated. Nightshade Rose is a grass-type pet, which is 4 times super effective against Dragon Turtle. If you hold on a little longer, you might be able to defeat it. It's no use. Huang Yin suddenly sighed. What did you say? Bai Liang stared at him with wide eyes. Super Kai? 5 times the defense boost. Huang Yan's calm words struck everyone like a bolt of lightning. With a 5-fold defense boost, the Dragon Turtle's defense is now 6 times stronger than before. Even with Nightshade Rose's advantage, it still can't kill it instantly. It seems we underestimated our opponent. Scarface said. Damn it, damn it, damn it. The duck that was almost in my mouth just flew away. Bai Liang looked unwilling. Night Rose, never do anything I'm not sure I can do. Farewell, everyone. After saying that, Night Rose turned to leave. The conversation did not escape Li Bo's ears. 6 times the defense. Li Bo looked at the Dragon Turtle and suddenly thought of something. The buff is still there. Perhaps Ziyun can give it a try. Li Bo's heart began to pound wildly. He gritted his teeth and gave a command to the purple clouds in the sky. Ziyun, use the Curse of Vengeance. Chapter 21, Killing the Dragon Turtle. At this moment, Ziyun's figure became ethereal and then quickly disappeared completely into the air. Hee. Suddenly, childlike crying and strange laughter echoed around the Dragon Turtle. Upon closer inspection, large and small ghostly figures were constantly swirling around it. These ghostly figures seemed to be draining the Dragon Turtle's energy. The gleaming light on the Dragon Turtle's body suddenly dimmed. What is this? A ghost? Bai Liang rubbed his eyes vigorously. Ghost-type moves. That kid's the culprit. Scarface said indifferently. Hearing the commotion, Night Rose immediately stopped and squinted at the battlefield not far away. Li Bo. Night Rose's red lips parted slightly as she gazed at Li Bo's figure, her beautiful eyes constantly shifting. What's going on? Why do I feel that the Dragon Turtle's super armor is slowly disappearing? Huang Yin said uncertainly. Super Kai form skill buff. 5x. 4 times. 0. 1 times. 2 times. It worked. The curse has turned the Dragon Turtle's buffs into -1s. Li Bo suddenly felt excited and stared at the information about the Dragon Turtle on the panel without daring to blink. Little White. Go. Xiaobai nodded and quickly swam towards the Dragon Turtle. 5 times. Li Bo's pupils shrank sharply. The Dragon Turtle's defense had been reduced to the extreme by Ziyun. It could be said that it was as tough as it was before, but now it was just as vulnerable. We must succeed. Li Bo couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. As the piercing screams echoed in his ears, the Dragon Turtle became agitated, instantly feeling that he was full of weaknesses and his body was as fragile as a piece of paper. The Dragon Turtle's mind, that its defenses had been forcibly lowered. Escape. This was the Dragon Turtle's only thought. It immediately decided to extend its limbs and head out of its shell, preparing to quickly return to the sea before the assassins could react. However, Li Bo would not miss this golden opportunity. With keen eyes, he observed the Dragon Turtle's every move and gave an order to Xiaobai, who had already launched a surprise attack. Now, maximum ice mist, freeze the glands. Little White's clear blue eyes flickered, and a powerful blast of cold air suddenly spewed from its mouth, rushing towards the Dragon Turtle. The Dragon Turtle's vulnerable head emerged. It encountered a white, icy mist. The Dragon Turtle sensed something was wrong, but it was too late to regret it. With the added chill of the night, Xiaobai's icy mist unsurprisingly froze the Dragon Turtle's head solid. Cold Blade Tail. A murderous glint appeared in Li Bo's eyes, and he immediately launched his final attack. Little White bent its body on the reef, then launched itself into the air, spinning 2.5 times. At the same time, the little white tail condensed with cold air, and the frigid ice layer formed an extremely sharp ice blade with its tail, which shone brightly in the moonlight. As it slid across in a perfect arc, bang! Little White's icy tail slashed mercilessly at the Dragon Turtle's head, producing a loud, crisp sound. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the Dragon Turtle's head, which had been frozen solid, suddenly burst open, and a luminous pearl the size of a palm appeared in the air. Congratulations, host. Successfully defeated the boss-level ferocious beast, the Dragon Turtle. Skill inheritance rewards are being processed. Rewards are being distributed. The White Spirit Serpent successfully inherited the Dragon Turtle's skill, Hail, Advanced. Phantom Cloud successfully inherited the Dragon Turtle's skill, Arrow Rain, Advanced. Phantom Cloud Upgrade, Normal Stage 6. White Spirit Snake Upgrade, Normal Stage 8. Upon seeing the system notification, Li Bo was overjoyed. Great. It's a success. The leader-level ferocious beast is indeed different. The two pet beasts' levels increased by 3 levels at once. Li Bo's series of attacks happened in the blink of an eye, and it took Bai Liang and the others a long time to react. This kid actually killed the dragon turtle. Unbelievable. Scarface's words were full of admiration. Look, a crystal core has been released. Huang Yin pointed to the luminous pearl shining in the sky and said, It's a dragon turtle crystal core. Bai Liang stared greedily at this scene, excitedly licking his lips. Damn it. We've worked so hard to kill the dragon turtle. We can't just let this kid do all the work for us. Come out, Zapdos. After a flash of intense light, a golden, bird-like pet suddenly appeared in the air. Name, Zapdos. Gender, male. Attributes, flight, electric. Rank, Elite 6. Potential, excellent. Skills, Feather Whirlwind Strike, Advanced, Thunder Strike, Intermediate, / Intermediate. Decisively used its tail to tightly sweep up the dragon turtle crystal core before landing. Seemingly sensing Bai Liang's unfriendly gaze, a look of worry immediately appeared on Li Bo's face. Little White, come back quickly. Sure enough, Bai Liang's shrill voice drifted over on the sea breeze. Kid, leave the dragon turtle core behind, or don't blame me for being impolite. Staring intently at the Zapdos hovering in the sky, Li Bo gritted his teeth. Hateful. After hesitating for a moment, Li Bo still said to Xiaobai, unwillingly, Little White, give him the crystal core. Hee. You're smart to know what's good for you. Bai Liang smiled smugly. Bai Liang, right. I'll remember you. Li Bo secretly memorized Bai Liang's appearance. He knew that he had no chance against a third-tier beast tamer. As long as he survived, he could always find a way to fight again. This feud is now officially established. Unexpectedly, after Li Bo gave the order, Xiaobai remained unmoved and accelerated, running towards Li at full speed. Upon seeing this, Li Bo angrily relayed the message. Little White, listen to me. Put down the crystal core. Master, we killed the dragon turtle. Why should we give it the crystal core? Little White glared fiercely at the Zapdos in the sky, showing no fear whatsoever. Heh, since you, White Spirit Serpent, are deliberately looking for trouble, then I'll let you taste the bitterness. Bai Liang smiled strangely and said, Thunder. The next second, Zapdos suddenly flapped its wings. With a loud bang, a bolt of blue lightning descended from the sky and struck Little White squarely. Dust flew everywhere. Little White's body twitched once before collapsing to the ground, with sparks of lightning still dancing on its body. Several dark burn marks appeared on its fair skin. Noob, Li Bo shouted and ran towards Little White in the distance without regard for anything else. Sensing its beast tamer's call, Xiaobai gritted its teeth and opened its eyes, then slowly crawled towards Li Bo. Little White, put down the crystal core. We don't want it. Li Bo ran while shouting, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails almost dug into his flesh. Bai Liang, you bastard. Li Bo, swear I will not rest until I avenge this. Owner. Little White looked weakly at Li Bo, its eyes becoming very blurry. Its tail still tightly wrapped around the dragon turtle crystal core, and it slowly crawled towards Li Bo. Oh, what a touching bond between master and servant. Bai Liang watched this scene with amusement. Zetsart, then give this young man a good talking to. Thunder. Another bolt of lightning struck down from the sky. Seeing this, Li Bo's heart skipped a beat, and his breath almost stopped. If Xiaobai were to take another hit from Zapdos' thunder, he would surely die. Sister Xiaobai, I'm here to save you. Just as the lightning was about to strike, Ziyun swiftly blocked the lightning strike from the sky above Xiaobai. Purple cloud. Under Li Bo's watchful gaze, the lightning struck Ziyun without missing a single one. Strangely, after the thunderous roar struck Ziyun's body, it remained completely still, like a mud ox in the ocean. Everyone present, including Li Bo, was shocked by what they saw. Bai Liang looked completely bewildered. This illusory cloud absorbed the lightning? Chapter 22 The Battle for Crystal Cores. I refuse to believe this. Seeing that Ziyun was unharmed, Bai Liang lost face and gritted his teeth fiercely. Zetsart, use Thunderbolt at full power. Lightning crackled and surged on Zapdos' golden wings, and powerful currents gathered, causing the surrounding air to churn. Zapdos swung its sword with all its might, and with a loud boom, a bolt of blue lightning, as strong as an old tree trunk, rushed madly towards Ziyun. Upon seeing this powerful aura, Li Bo's expression changed. Purple cloud. A powerful electric current struck Ziyun's body instantly. Ziyun's cloud-like body became incredibly shimmering under the lightning, making it impossible for people to open their eyes for a moment. It wasn't until Zapdos unleashed its full Thunderbolt attack that Ziyun's form became clear again. Shockingly, Ziyun remained unharmed, except that after taking a full thunderbolt attack, her body was covered with leaping arcs of electricity. These electric arcs seemed to be absorbed by Ziyun, seamlessly merging with its body. How is this possible? Bai Liang's face was filled with disbelief. This Huanminjian was of such a different level, yet it was able to withstand 2 lightning strikes from the Zapdos. He squinted at Ziyun's figure, feeling a deep sense of unease. Brother Li Bo, I'm so full. Suddenly, Ziyun's somewhat contented voice echoed in Li Bo's mind. Li Bo shuddered for a moment, then breathed a sigh of relief, finally relaxing the tension in his heart. Ziyun, you really scared me to death. Congratulations, host. The third evolutionary sequence of the Phantom Cloud has been successfully activated. Please check the Phantom Cloud panel immediately. The third sequence. Upon seeing the system notification, Li Bo's heart skipped a beat, but his mind wasn't on evolution at the moment. He quickly ran to the 2 pets and hugged Xiaobai and Ziyun tightly. Master, I don't want to give it to it. The dragon turtle core is ours. With weak eyes, Xiaobai managed to utter these words before falling into a deep sleep. Stroked Xiaobai's head with heartache. I won't give it to them. Even if it means death, I'll keep this crystal core today. After gently removing the crystal core from Little White's tail and placing it inside his body, Li Bo summoned Little White back to the pet space to rest. Kit, you actually dared to hide the crystal core. Heh, I think you're tired of living. Bai Liang shouted. Li Bo stared intently at the figures of several people watching coldly from a distance. At this moment, he deeply realized the importance of strength. The weak have no bargaining power. Even if he killed the dragon turtle, so what? These assassins only care about their own interests. If only I were stronger, Xiaobai wouldn't have to suffer such injustice. Thinking of this, Li Bo clenched his fists and, in a fit of desperation, said, Bai Liang, you'd better kill me today. If you let me leave Sunset Beach alive, I will kill you. Li Bo gritted his teeth, his gaze like that of a vicious wolf, revealing a raw and ruthless intensity. That fierce aura, as if it wanted to devour people alive, startled Bai Liang for a moment. He forced himself to remain calm and said, Heh, do you think I'd be afraid of a brat like you? Bai Liang had a condescending expression. You don't really think that just because your Phantom Cloud took 2 thunderbolts from Zapdos, you have the right to challenge me, do you? So what if there's a huge difference in strength? I, Li Bo, am not a lamb to be slaughtered. At this point, Li Bo stood up. Things had already developed to this point, and if he continued to cower and shrink back, he would die without dignity. Sensing Li Bo's will, Ziyun floated in front of him, ready to fight to the death at any moment. Good, good, good. Bai Liang clapped his hands as he spoke. Today, I'll show you the insurmountable gap between you and a third-tier beast tamer. Zapdos, feather spin. Upon hearing this, Huang Yin hurriedly stopped him. Bai Liang, are you crazy? Using advanced skills can really kill people. Do you want to attract the attention of the patrol team? Heh, Huang Yin, didn't you hear the threats this kid made? If I don't kill him, he'll kill me. Bai Liang's eyes were incredibly sinister. This kid's current potential might one day catch up with mine. Finishing him off here and then capturing those 2 pet beasts to sell on the black market is the wisest choice. With that, the Zapdos flapped its 2 wings and began to spin rapidly in the air. Splash! As the air currents swept through, a giant white tornado suddenly formed in the air, centered on Zapdos, and the wind made Li Bo's hair flutter wildly. Feather Whirlwind Strike. Advanced flying type skill. Sensing the violent fluctuations in the air, Li Bo's gaze turned serious. Are you ready, Ziyun? Ziyun remained calm and fearless. Brother Li Bo, even if I die, I want to go with you. What a pity. I haven't had a chance to evolve you into the 3rd sequence yet, Li Bo said to himself with some guilt. Kill them, Zapdos. As soon as Bai Liang finished speaking, Zapdos swept towards Li Bo with a wave of wind dozens of meters high. Just as Li Bo was about to close his eyes, a cold rebuke rang out. Enough! With a whoosh, a giant black arc of light shot through the air, hurtling towards the raging Zapdos. Bang! The black arc struck the Zapdos, which was hiding in the wind and waves, without missing a beat. After a miserable cry, the Zapdos lost all its attack and flew sideways, crashing into a boulder. Blood flowed down the rock, and the Zapdos was instantly on the verge of death. Giant Leaf Slash, Night Shadow Rose. Upon seeing this, Li Bo's pupils widened suddenly, and he focused his gaze on Night Rose, who was standing straight not far away. Bai Liang was stunned for a moment. Seeing that Zapdos was almost dead, he angrily pointed at Night Rose and rebuked her. Night Rose, what do you mean? Night Rose crossed her arms and said casually, "You can't kill this kid." "Can't kill him." Bai Liang was both annoyed and furious. "Why can't I kill him? Who exactly is this kid to you?" "There's no why. I say you can't kill, and that means you can't kill." Night Rose suddenly looked at Bai Liang, a chilling glint flashing in her eyes. Bai Liang couldn't help but shudder, but still mustered his courage and said, "Night Rose, don't think you can do whatever you want just because you have a leader-level pet. You're not the only S-class assassin in this world." "Oh, are you implying your sister who's been missing for years?" Night Rose's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Even if she comes, she can't do anything to me. Before that, I don't mind taking care of you first." "You?" Bai Liang was speechless, then looked at Scarface and Huang Yan. "This kid wants to keep the crystal cores for himself. You guys are just going to let that slide?" Huang Yin patted Bai Liang on the shoulder heavily. "To be honest, Bai Liang, although this kid might seem to be taking advantage of the situation, he did kill the dragon turtle, so it's only right that he takes the crystal core." "You," Bai Liang said, looking at Scarface again, trying to provoke him. "And you, Scarface, letting someone snatch food from your jaws isn't like you. I'm only interested in the precious blood. The rest is up to you." "All right." The two agreed that Li Bo would take the crystal core, and one abstained. "Bai Liang, what do you have to say now?" Night Rose said. Bai Liang gritted his teeth, wanting to lash out, but the others were all stronger than him, so he decided to give up. A resentful glare, Bai Liang said unwillingly, "This kid's lucky. Let's get some of the precious blood. It'll be troublesome when the cops arrive." At that moment, Night Rose quickly gave Li Bo a look. "Aren't you going to leave yet?" Seeing that the group had begun directing their pets to draw blood from the dragon turtle's back, Li Bo took advantage of the darkness and led Ziyun toward the scenic area's exit. Chapter 23 by Linglong. The scenic area gates were already closed, so Li Bo had no choice but to find a relatively low fence and climb over it with great effort. Looking back and seeing no one was chasing him, Li Bo quickly left Sunset Beach and ran towards home. "I suppose these people are dividing up the dragon turtle's precious blood." Li Bo mocked himself, saying that he had killed the dragon turtle himself, but not only did he not get any treasure, he also lost his life here. "Fortunately, we managed to preserve the dragon turtle crystal core at the cost of our lives. Combined with the 6 steel-headed lobster crystal cores from before, we should be able to perform the ancestral reversion procedure on Little White now." Li Bo immediately checked Xiao Bai's injuries in the beast-taming space. The creature was curled up motionless in the corner. Seeing that Xiao Bai was breathing evenly, Li Bo figured it must be asleep. Seeing that its injuries were slowly healing, Li Bo finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Bai Liang, Zapdos." A glint of malice flashed in Li Bo's eyes. "I hope you'll still be this arrogant next time we meet." Burying his hatred silently in his heart, Li Bo began to plan how to quickly improve his strength. Just as Li Bo was hurrying along, a tall woman's figure appeared on the road ahead, her back to him, as if she had been standing there for a long time. Li Bo stopped and narrowed his eyes. Night Rose. The other person was dressed in a black, tight-fitting leather outfit, which, under the moonlight, made their back view look incredibly sexy and alluring. Wasn't this guy going to get the dragon turtle's precious blood? How come he blocked my way so quickly? Could it be that Night Rose also has a flying-type pet? Li Bo wondered to himself. "You've finally arrived." Night Rose turned her head and gave Li Bo a charming smile, exuding a captivating allure in an instant. Li Bo felt a chill in his heart. He was not so narcissistic as to think that Night Rose had any special feelings for him. This woman was unpredictable and very dangerous. Could it be that she had come to intercept him here for the dragon turtle crystal core? Why did Bai Liang suddenly let him go at Sunset Beach, and then he appeared here alone? Could it be that he was trying to better cover his tracks and kill to steal the treasure? Thinking of this, Li Bo couldn't help but take 2 steps back. This scene did not escape Night Rose's keen eyes. A dangerous smile curled at the corner of her lips. "Oh, little brother, you were quite outgoing when you were being affectionate with your sister during the day. Why have you become so timid now?" Li Bo looked at her calmly. "Just say what you want." "Night Rose, what are you doing?" "Huh." Night Rose walked gracefully and unhurriedly towards Li Bo, stopping in front of him. She traced a circle on his chest with her hand and spoke in an almost dreamlike voice. "What do you think your sister could want from you this late?" Li Bo lowered his gaze and saw the deep ravine revealed between the snow-white peaks at the zipper of Night Rose's leather jacket. Li Bo hissed. "Are you like this with every man? You're being way too naive about your sister." Night Rose wasn't angry at all, and then breathed into Li Bo's ear. "You were so manly on the beach. I loved it." Li Bo subconsciously shuddered, cleared his throat, and said, "Ahem, you didn't come here just to tell me this, did you?" "Not entirely." Night Rose chuckled and slowly rolled up her sleeves, revealing a delicate bracelet inlaid with exquisite red gemstones to Li Bo. The silver water chain is crafted from millennia-old silver ore and inlaid with pearls nurtured by deep-sea red oysters. It is a luxury item with storage functions. Upon seeing this, Li Bo couldn't help but gasp. Storage items are not uncommon, but this silver water chain is one of a kind in the world. It is rumored that it was once acquired by a wealthy man for a large sum of money, but the man was later assassinated and the item disappeared without a trace. The silver water chain in the news before, and seeing that Night Rose was wearing the exact same one today, he figured that the wealthy man must have been her victim. Noticing Li Bo's gaze, Night Rose gently stroked the silver water chain. "Oh, you're interested in this? How about you beg me, and I'll give it to you. I won't care if I steal it." Li Bo smiled wryly. "Forget it. I can't handle that. I knew you wouldn't have the guts." Night Rose smiled alluringly. "If you don't want this, I'll give you something else." A transparent glass bottle filled with red liquid from the silver water chain. Li Bo's pupils constricted slightly. Could this be? Just as you expected. Dragon turtle blood. Night Rose laughed. "This is for me." Li Bo could hardly believe that Night Rose was waiting for him here to bring him such a treasure. Good things are happening to me. Could it be that God is looking out for me because I used to ride on an old lady's back every day? What? You don't want it. Night Rose frowned slightly and was about to take the bottle back. Li Bo quickly grabbed her hand. "Good sister, I want it." Even though Li Bo knew little about the dragon turtle's precious blood, after witnessing the assassins tonight almost going crazy trying to kill the dragon turtle, Li Bo roughly understood just how precious this blood was. After collecting the precious blood, Li Bo looked curiously at Night Rose. "Why give it to me? This is an extra portion. It's what you deserve." Night Rose replied. "This reason is probably not sufficient," Li Bo said suspiciously. Given the value of the dragon turtle's blood, Scarface and the others would only complain that it's not enough. So why would they have an extra portion? I insisted on giving you an extra one. Are you satisfied with this answer now? Night Rose turned her head, crossed her arms, and continued. "Consider this a way of repaying you for helping me conceal my identity during the day." Li Bo paused for a moment, then uttered softly, "Thank you." Li Bo knew very well that saving his life on Night Rose Beach was already a way of repaying him, and now that he was being given a precious blood, how could he not be grateful? "You're welcome." Night Rose seemed very uncomfortable saying such things, her restrained demeanor a stark contrast to her previous appearance. Looking at the expression on her face, which was trying hard to hide her generosity, Li Bo was both amused and exasperated, and his impression of Night Rose changed considerably in an instant. This fearsome killer has such a reasonable side. It seems we can't define and judge a person based on just one aspect. Hurry up and leave. Bai Liang is coming out soon. That guy is extremely narrow-minded, so you'd better be careful in the future. Remember, don't be reckless like you were today before you have absolute strength. Hearing Night Rose's series of instructions, Li Bo nodded blankly. Seemingly realizing she had talked too much, Night Rose quickly turned and strode away after stuffing the precious blood into Li Bo's hand, trying to salvage her image in his eyes. As the figure receded into the darkness, growing ever more distant, Li Bo suddenly spoke. Is there a chance we'll meet again?" Night Rose stopped in her tracks, a barely perceptible smile curving her lips. "Yes, little brother. Soon." Li Bo returned home. "Come out, little white. Purple Cloud." His two pets on either side of Li Bo. After surviving a life-or-death experience, he suddenly realized how precious this ordinary warmth was. "Master, can I become a dragon beast now?" Little Whitey flicked its tongue and stared at Li Bo with its big, round eyes. "Xiao Bai, your injury hasn't fully healed yet, so let's wait until tomorrow." Xiao Bai stubbornly shook her head and said earnestly to Li Bo, "Master, I'm too weak. I must become stronger." Looking into Xiao Bai's determined eyes, Li Bo was speechless for a long time. Thinking about how much Xiao Bai had suffered along the way, he figured it probably didn't care about these insignificant scars left on its body. All right. Li Bo took out 6 steel-headed lobster crystal cores and neatly arranged them in front of Xiao Bai, then placed the large crystal core of the dragon turtle, which shone like a luminous pearl, in the middle. At this moment, another system notification popped up in front of Li Bo's eyes. Dragon-themed crystal core collection progress, 7 out of 7. Congratulations, host. You have completed the White Spirit Serpent's ancestral reversion mission. Host, please confirm whether you wish to perform a primal regression on the White Spirit Snake. Confirm. Li Bo immediately gave an affirmative answer. Okay. The White Spirit Snake is undergoing a process of atavism. 5% atavistic. As the atavism began, Li Bo was surprised to find that several crystal cores on the ground were floating up involuntarily. Then, the 7 crystal cores began to rotate rapidly around Xiaobai, and the energy on them continued to converge on Xiaobai. In an instant, Xiaobai began to emit a faint white light. 52% atavistic. As the crystal core rotated faster and faster, the light on Xiaobai's body became brighter and brighter, and its figure was gradually obscured and blurred until Li Bo could no longer see its figure at all. 78% atavistic. 99% atavistic. 100% atavistic. Congratulations, host. The white spirit serpent has successfully reverted to its ancestral form. Please check your brand new pet, the white spirit dragon. It's a success. Li Bo and Ziyin didn't dare to blink, staring intently at the movement within the light. As the white light gradually faded, the reborn Xiaobai appeared before their eyes. This is a snow-white pterosaur that is 3 meters long, with a streamlined body. Although it wasn't very big, its wings were as powerful as ice sculptures, and its whole body was covered with pure white, semi-transparent ice crystal scales. A pair of exquisite dragon horns grew on Xiaobai's head, and there was a diamond-shaped ice pattern on his forehead. His ice-blue dragon eyes were more profound than before. Little White's 4 claws are slender, with tips like icicles, and its tail is forked like a swallow's tail, covered with a thin layer of frost. With each breath, cold mist overflowed from his mouth and nose, and tiny ice crystals drifted down around him. Noob. Upon seeing Bai Linglong's beautiful appearance, Li Bo almost stopped breathing and involuntarily opened its interface. Name, White Spirit Dragon. Gender, female. Attribute, Ice Dragon. Level, Common Rank 8. Potential, Dominant Level. Skills, Dragon Claw, Beginner. Ice Mist, Intermediate. Death Coil, Intermediate. Frost Blade Tail, Intermediate. Frost Spike, Intermediate. Hailstorm, Advanced. Status, Quiet. A brand new evolution sequence for the White Spirit Dragon has been launched. White Spirit Dragon, Frosty Ice Dragon, Mysterious Azure Ice Dragon, Proud Frost Ice Dragon King, Extreme Frost Holy Dragon. Detection indicates that the White Spirit Dragon has fused with the Dragon Turtle Crystal Core. Congratulations, host. The White Spirit Dragon has successfully inherited the Dragon Turtle's genetic traits, including high defense. Bai Linglong fuses with the Dragon Turtle's skill Rock Armor, and learns a new skill, Ice Armor, Advanced. Ice Armor summons solid ice to cover the body, increasing defense by 1x. Ice Armor is a growth skill. Its effect automatically increases as the pet evolves. Chapter 24 Dark Lightning Sequence. Owner, Xiaobai gently nuzzled Li Bo with its head. Stroking Little White's brand new dragon horns, a heartfelt joy welled up from the bottom of Li Bo's heart. Finally, it has reverted to its ancestral form and become a dragon-type pet. Then he began to carefully examine Xiaobai's panel information. Dragon Claw, a grappling technique exclusive to dragon-type characters. Dragon Claw is only a basic skill. When combined with the fierce physique of dragon-type pets, its explosive power should not be underestimated. Ice Spikes. The White Spirit Dragon flaps its wings, rapidly unleashing long, narrow ice spikes to attack its opponent. These spikes possess extremely high penetrating power, making them the nemesis of high-defense pets. Dragon-type and Ice-type skills that Xiaobai had simultaneously mastered. To his surprise, in addition to the Hail skill he inherited from the Dragon Turtle, Xiaobai had also mastered the advanced skill, Ice Armor. I never expected that after fusing with the Dragon Turtle Crystal Core and reverting to my ancestral form, I would accidentally inherit its genes. Although the current buff is only 1x, according to the system description, Ice Armor will become stronger as Xiaobai grows. In other words, the future Ice Armor may become an extraordinary skill like the Dragon Turtle's Super Rock Armor. Extraordinary? Between Nightshade Rose and Dragon Turtle was still fresh in his mind. Having witnessed such a shocking scene, Li Bo couldn't help but yearn for the extraordinary. In any case, Xiaobai's strength now is vastly different from before. An ordinary pet beast is equipped with 2 advanced skills and 4 intermediate skills at the same time. I wonder how many people would go crazy if this got out. Most importantly, Xiaobai's potential has now reached the level of a dominant force. Throughout the entire continent, Overlord-level pet beasts are extremely rare, and the beast tamers who can contract them are undoubtedly among the top people on the continent. Little White's next form is Frost Dragon. Li Bo stroked his chin and pondered. None of the names in the White Spirit Dragon evolution sequence had ever appeared in any information. In other words, there is no precedent for evolving the Frost Dragon, and Li Bo needs to explore it himself. What should we do? This question stumped Li Bo for a moment. Just when he was at his wit's end, a notification suddenly popped up from the system. The white spirit dragon has been detected to have reached normal stage 8. You can now claim the evolution quest ahead of schedule. Confirm receipt? Holy crap. No wonder it's the strongest beast girl system. As if seeing a lifeline, Li Bo's eyes lit up, and he clicked confirm, without hesitation. Most pets can only unlock the next evolution stage when they reach the 9th level. However, clever beast tamers will prepare for their pets in advance. The system popped up another notification. White Spirit Dragon Evolution Quest successfully received. A unique evolution sequence for the White Spirit Dragon has been detected. The Frost Dragon Evolution Quest is being issued. Task 1. White Spirit Dragon reaches normal rank 9, not achieved. Task 2. Command the White Spirit Dragon to win a battle against an opponent with the opposite elemental attribute. Progress 0/1. Task 3. Collect 3 Frost Spirit Grasses. Current progress. Progress 0/3. 3 tasks. Li Bo began to think seriously. Although there are 3 tasks, only one is truly difficult. Task 1 is a hard requirement for evolution. As for levels, they will come naturally and cannot be rushed. Task 2 requires winning a battle against an opponent of the opposite element. Little White has 2 types, and there are quite a few types that are effective against her. To complete the task, you only need to find a pet of the fire or rock type and defeat it. But the third task of collecting the Frost Spirit Grass presented Li Bo with a difficult problem. Li Bo had the good fortune to learn about the rare herb, handling KO, from a book. This plant has very strict requirements for climate and only grows in the extremely cold northern regions. Where can I find the Frost Spirit Grass when I'm in the Great Xia Kingdom in the eastern part of the continent? Perhaps some black market dealers are selling this rare material, but with Li Bo's current resources and background, how could he possibly come into contact with such mysterious people? What's wrong, master? Seeing that Li Bo remained silent, Xiaobai turned her head and looked at him with her clear blue eyes. Unexpectedly, Xiaobai's wings moved slightly, sweeping everything on the cabinet to the ground with a clattering sound. Realizing he had caused trouble, Xiaobai's eyes immediately lit up with panic. I'm sorry, master. I didn't mean to. Li Bo smiled wryly. It's not your fault, Xiaobai. It's just that this room is too small. Little White has now reached a length of 3 meters, and its size will be much larger when it spreads its wings. Li Bo's small house can only accommodate the original small and agile body of the white spirit snake. Now, Little White can hardly move around inside. Li Bo placed his hand on Xiaobai's head. Let's turn you back into a beast girl. Xiaobai nodded obediently. A flash of white light, and Little White transformed back into her beast girl form. To Li Bo's surprise, Xiaobai's appearance changed significantly after she became a beast girl. The most obvious change is the addition of 2 pure white dragon horns on its head. In addition, Xiaobai's already flawless white skin became even whiter and more radiant, and her whole body exuded a cool and noble aura. Master, have I become ugly? Seeing that Li Bo was staring at her, Xiaobai touched her face with a somewhat insecure look in her eyes. Of course not. Li Bo smiled. Xiaobai is the most beautiful. And what about me? Ziyun, who was standing to the side, immediately became unhappy. Oh dear, it was my oversight. My Ziyun. Li Bo quickly reassured her. Ziyun is just as beautiful. You're lying. Brother Li Bo clearly likes Xiaobai more. Ziyun turned her head to the side, pouted, and looked very unhappy. They're not easy to appease, Li Bo said, exasperated. Compared to Xiaobai's naivety and sensitivity, Ziyun seems to be more prone to being capricious. You are all my pets, and my love for you is naturally the same, Li Bo said, stroking Ziyun's head. But to his surprise, the other party didn't buy it at all. I don't believe it. Ziyun, with an arrogant expression, said, unless you make me as strong as Sister Xiaobai. So that's what you're jealous of. Li Bo was both amused and exasperated. Presumably, Ziyun felt resentful because she sensed Xiaobai's rapid improvement in strength. However, after reverting to its ancestral form, Xiaobai is stronger than Ziyun. Li Bo suddenly remembered something and hurriedly opened the purple cloud panel. Name, Phantom Cloud. Gender, female. Attribute, dark. Level, common rank 6. Potential, dominant level. Skills, Shadow Ball, intermediate. Curse, advanced. Arrow Rain, advanced. Status, seeking attention. Evolutionary sequence, 3. Sequence 1, pure dark type, training route. Phantom clouds, netherworld mist clouds, eternal night clouds, purple nether dark domain. Sequence 2, dark plus water type, training route. Phantom clouds, dark clouds of the abyss, purple clouds of the underworld, purple waves of clouds. Sequence 3, dark plus electric training route. Phantom clouds, shadowy thunderclouds, stormy thunderclouds, silent thunder prison, final thunderous radiance. As expected, an electric-type evolutionary path has been added. Seeing the third evolutionary sequence appear in Ziyun was both expected and a pleasant surprise for Li Bo. Surprisingly, Ziyun has now also reached the potential of a hegemon. As for the dual attribute route of dark plus electric, it's pretty much what Li Bo guessed. He clearly remembered that on Sunset Beach, Ziyun was hit by Zapdos's thunder twice in a row, and once it was hit by a full thunder. After that, the system popped up an evolution sequence update. As previously described by the system, when a pet's traits change, its evolutionary sequence will also change. It must have been Zapdos's thunder that caused the change in Shine's traits. I never expected that Ziyun could absorb lightning. Although she had a grudge against Bai Liang, in a way, she had to thank him for activating Ziyun's third evolution sequence. However, Li Bo was also glad that he hadn't rushed into choosing the first two sequences for cultivation, otherwise he would have missed the opportunity to make Ziyun stronger. Darkness plus electricity. That's truly a rare attribute combination. Pets that possess both dark and electric attributes are rare, and Ziyun's path is even more unique. Storm and thunderclouds. Silent thunder prison. Final thunderous radiance. Li Bo couldn't help but feel excited. Just from these names, he could guess that Ziyun would be incredibly powerful after evolving. Then, Li Bo curiously clicked on Ziyun's dark lightning sequence, but the system did not pop up an evolution task like Xiaobai did. Could it be that Ziyun's level hasn't reached the ordinary 8th stage yet? Li Bo muttered to himself. However, I don't have the energy to prepare for the evolution of two pets at the same time. The most urgent thing right now is to find a way to get the frost spirit grass that Little White needs for its evolution. Purple Cloud's level is still too low, so we can put the evolution on hold for now. Chapter 25 Muaoxue. University courses are not so intensive. Although the college allows students to arrange their own training, they must report to the school's training center every Monday. Besides confirming whether the student has had an accident, another crucial purpose is for teachers to constantly monitor the student's development. That morning, as soon as Li Bo entered the training ground, he saw several classmates discussing topics such as pet breeding and combat. Hey, did you hear? Zhang Hong from Class 8 pulled some blind eggs the other day and actually hatched a humpback owl. TSK. This thing can evolve to the leader level. It's really enviable. Don't be envious yet. Zhang Hong's innate spiritual power is insufficient, so he can't contract a second pet beast at all. He's still struggling with whether to break the contract with his initial pet beast. And another thing, Huang Miao Miao from Class 3 recently discovered a rock-type bouncing rabbit in the wild. It's a new species. It even made the news. Shaw, what's so special about that? When it comes to the best bouncy bunny, my fire bouncy bunny is undoubtedly number one. Bullshit. There are so many attributes for the bouncing bunny. Your fire bouncing bunny doesn't even rank. Light bouncing bunny, electric bouncing bunny, and violent bouncing bunny are all better than yours. Hehe. Lunong, do you think you're all good now that your wind dog has recently broken through to the 5th level of the normal stage? I think you're getting too cocky. What? So you want to touch her? Don't leave after school. Hey, look, it's Muaoxue. Holy crap, the school beauty. I wonder where she's been all this time. She looks even prettier than before. I heard that Lin Feier's red armored dragon has evolved to the elite level. I wonder what the current status of Muaoxue's moonlight cat is. Why are you worrying about this? Such a goddess-like figure has nothing to do with us. Let's just focus on making tiles. Alas, the thought of such a beauty being cruelly discarded by Li Bo fills me with heartache. That kid got off too easy. Li Bo suddenly sneezed. Who the hell insulted me? Looking around, Li Bo noticed a graceful young woman walking towards him. Li Bo's face instantly darkened. Muaoxue. Muaoxue wore a high ponytail and a white short skirt. She was as confident as ever, without a trace of makeup on her face. That flawless face is the object of countless people's affections. Muaoxue stopped in front of Li Bo and greeted him. It's been a while, Li Bo. Is that so? Li Bo sneered. The scene inside that room that day is still as vivid in my mind as if it happened yesterday. Hearing the barbed words, Muaoxue paused for a moment, then said, I heard you've awakened your beast taming talent. I apologize for what I said before. Anyway, congratulations, Li Bo. Muaoxue. We're old acquaintances, there's no need for such formalities. Li Bo smiled calmly. You don't need to apologize. It's very normal for beast tamers to have relationships with their pets. Let bygones be bygones. Li Bo's sudden understanding of her surprised Muaoxue. So you've forgiven me? Forgive? Huh, it's impossible to forgive. You cheated on me, and I'll remember you for the rest of my life. Mu Aoshue. Seeing Li Bo's vengeful expression, Mu Aoshue's eyes darted away, and she quickly changed the subject. I heard you have a bet with Lin Feier. The martial arts competition is in a few days. If you don't mind, I can train you. That's none of your concern, Li Bo said casually. Lin Feier and I are willing to accept the consequences of our bet. At worst, I'll just be her boyfriend. I won't lose out either way. You. Mu Aoshue's expression turned somewhat unpleasant, and she hurriedly said, Your white spirit serpent has only average aptitude. How could it possibly defeat her red armored dragon? Could it be that you really want to be Lin Feier's boyfriend? Mu Aoshue gritted her teeth, feeling somewhat uncomfortable about this matter. Li Bo paid no attention to her gaze. So what if it is? So what if it isn't? What does it have to do with you? Just as the two were arguing, Li Bo's homeroom teacher, Wu Gang, suddenly walked over. He handed a report to Li Bo, his face beaming with barely concealed joy. Congratulations. Li Bo, your beast-taming talent level has been determined. Wu Gang's voice wasn't loud, but it attracted the attention of everyone around him. Everyone was curious about what level Li Bo, the former genius, could reach with his late-awakened beast-taming talent. Mu Aoshue also stood there, watching curiously. Beast-taming talent level assigned. Li Bo opened the report, and a large number of authoritative institutions' signatures immediately caught his eye. However, the most eye-catching thing is the capital letter S on top. S rank. Li Bo wasn't too surprised. The beast-taming talent bestowed by the system was so extraordinary that the school's S-level rating seemed somewhat beneath him. In short, with the talent certification, I can finally participate in the martial arts exam legitimately. Although Li Bo remained calm, a tsunami of discussion erupted around him as his classmates surrounded him, offering their congratulations. This also means that Li Bo has become the second S-level student at Jiang University, following Mu Aoshue. This marks the first time since the founding of Jianghai University that two S-level talent beast tamers have emerged from the same graduating class. Mu Aoshue stood blankly outside the crowd, speechless for a moment at Li Bo's change. After a long silence, a smile curved her lips, and she slowly uttered the three words congratulations in a tone that only she could hear. Li Bo's S-level talent caused a small stir. Then, the academy leaders gave instructions on daily training matters and precautions for the martial arts competition 3 days later. After Wu Gang recorded the grades of all the students in his class, he muttered a few more words, such as train hard, and then announced that the class was dismissed. After a brief period of being the center of attention, Li Bo also left the school. But just as he stepped out of the school gate, Li Bo saw Mu Aoshue's departing figure again in the distance. Strange. Mu Aoshue's house isn't in this direction. Li Bo was a little puzzled. Logically speaking, Mu Aoshue was picked up and dropped off by a car every day, but this time, she not only chose to walk, but also left in a direction completely different from home. Mu Aoshue looked back as she walked, and after confirming that no one was around, she disappeared around a corner. This inevitably aroused Li Bo's suspicion, so he simply summoned Ziyun. Do we need to fight, Brother Li Bo? Ziyun asked. No need. Use the illusionary color mimicry to follow Mu Aoshue and report any movements to me. Li Bo instructed. Ziyun nodded, then blended her body into the color of the surrounding environment, concealing herself as she followed. Mu Aoshue entered a very secluded alley. After several twists and turns over more than 10 minutes, the purple clouds floating in the air successfully locked onto her figure. But Li Bo discovered that as Ziyun approached, a young man was standing and waiting in front of Mu Aoshue. Mu Aoshue stopped in her tracks. The man slowly turned around and smiled gently at her. Congratulations, Xiaoxue. You've successfully passed all the apprenticeship assessments and are now a D-rank hunter. Chapter 26 Hunter Association. Level D. Mu Aoshue was stunned. Why so suddenly? The man chuckled. According to the Hunter Association's rules, completing all the assessment tasks and reaching a contribution value of 1,000 will allow you to be promoted from apprentice hunter to D-rank. Minister Yang, have I reached 1,000 contribution points already? Mu Aoshue asked in surprise. With the 200 contribution points from this mission, your total contribution points now amount to 1050. Have you decided how you want to use them? Of course. I've been saving up for so long, naturally for the key materials needed for the Moonlight Cat's evolution. Mu Aoshue replied crisply. According to the prices in the hunter's shop, one psychedelic mooncake costs 1,000 contribution points to exchange, right? The man nodded. That's right. Are you sure you want to redeem it? Sure. After hearing Mu Aoshue's affirmative reply, The man took out a palm-sized yellow mooncake from the storage ring he was wearing. One psychedelic mooncake deducts 1,000 contribution points, leaving you with only 50 contribution points. You'll have to do more tasks from now on. The man smiled and squinted, then handed the psychedelic mooncake to Muaoshua. Are there any suitable bounty missions for me recently? Muaoshua asked. There's one. Oh, why don't you tell me, Manager Yang? The man put his hands behind his back and said earnestly, someone has offered a hefty reward for the martial arts championship from Jianghai University. Xiaoxua, with your skills, perhaps you could consider accepting the reward and relinquishing the championship. Martial arts champion? Muaoshua looked very surprised. There's actually a bounty mission like this. Hee. The man chuckled softly. In this world, there is nothing that cannot be measured by profit, whether it flies in the sky or runs on the ground. For our Hunter Association, everything is tradable, let alone a small martial arts competition championship. Give up the championship. How can you be sure I can win? Muaoshua asked doubtfully. I, Yang Fei, am never wrong in judging people, the man joked. Currently, the two strongest players at Jiangda are you and Lin Feier. Although Lin Feier's red armored dragon has already advanced to elite level, you have successfully obtained the key evolution material for Moonlight Cat, and its elite evolution is just around the corner. Between the two of you, I still favor you. The sponsor will smooth things over and avoid both of you, ensuring your advancement to the final round. All you have to do is agree to this. No, thank you. Before the man could finish speaking, Muaoshua immediately rejected the request. The man paused for a moment. Xiaoxua, with your background, you can obtain high-level materials without even entering the secret realm. Why not help others achieve their goals? You can even gain contribution points. This is not a matter of resources, it's a matter of principle. Muaoshua's tone was decisive. I like fighting with all my might. Since you've said that, then I can only wish you the best in gaining the qualification to enter the secret realm. Thank you, Minister Yang. I've decided to focus all my efforts on training Moonlight Cat from now on, and I won't be taking on any more bounty missions for a while. I respect your decision. The man said something, and then watched Muaoshua leave. After Muaoshua's figure completely disappeared, Yang Fei's gaze suddenly sharpened. He glanced at the sky, then gave a mocking smile towards a corner. Will you come out on your own, or will I only show myself after I kill you, my pet beast? No. It's all a misunderstanding. Accompanied by a fawning voice, Li Bo slowly walked out from the corner, wondering how this guy had discovered him and Ziyun. Li Bo heard every word of their conversation. He never expected that Muaoshua was also a bounty hunter. But what intrigued him most was how Muaoshua had exchanged her contribution points for the key evolution materials for Moonlight Cat. If they even have rare items like psychedelic mooncakes, maybe this guy named Yang Fei also has a way to get his hands on the frost spirit grass. Don't tell me you're hiding here to see pretty girls. As Yang Fei spoke, he looked Li Bo up and down. Hee. Minister Yang. Oh no, Brother Yang. Li Bo said with a chuckle. To be honest, that was my ex-girlfriend. I just stumbled upon this place by accident and meant no harm. You smooth-talking brat. I never would have guessed that Xiaoxua had dated you before. A look of surprise flashed across Yang Fei's face, but he quickly regained his composure and said, just say it. What do you want hiding here? Li Bo hadn't expected the other person to be so straightforward, so he decided to cut to the chase. Hey, Brother Yang, do you have any frost spirit grass here? How much is it? I'd like to buy it. Purchase. Yang Fei, covered in sweat, said somewhat speechlessly. What do you take me for? I'm not a businessman, and I don't sell anything. However, Yang Fei changed the subject. I do have some frost spirit grass here. Wow, Brother Yang, it really exists. Li Bo excitedly grabbed Yang Fei's arm, acting like they were old friends. You're an amazing person. You brat, don't try to get close to me. Yang Fei moved Li Bo's hand away, but Li Bo wasn't angry at all. He smiled. Hey, Brother Yang, didn't Muaoshua just exchange some contribution points for materials? Does becoming a bounty hunter mean you can earn contribution points by setting up bounties? Oh, you know about bounty hunters. Yang Fei looked somewhat surprised. I know a little bit. Li Bo grinned as the image of Night Rose appeared in his mind. Aren't hunters just people who take money to solve problems for others? If you take someone's money, you're expected to solve their problems. Heh, you do have some talent as a hunter. Yang Fei's tone carried a hint of admiration. So, Brother Yang, can I become a hunter? Li Bo looked at him expectantly. Sorry, not yet. Yang Fei refused him outright. Hunter registration is by invitation only. To become a hunter, you must be recommended by a hunter of C rank or higher. This is also a form of guarantee. An introduction? Li Bo stroked his chin. How would you describe an introduction? Of course, a face-to-face recommendation is best. However, since hunters are all very busy, if a face-to-face introduction isn't possible, presenting a suitable token of introduction will suffice. Yang Fei said. A token? Li Bo fell into deep thought. Seeing that Li Bo was in a dilemma, Yang Fei patted him on the shoulder. All right, kid, I don't have time to mess around with you here. Keep everything you saw today to yourself. If you reveal Xiao Xue's hunter identity, we won't be so polite next time we meet. Just as Yang Fei was about to leave, Li Bo suddenly called out to him. Wait a moment. Is there anything else? Yang Fei asked, squinting at him. It's just a token, isn't it? I have one. Li Bo said quick-wittedly. Oh. Before Yang Fei could react, Li Bo pulled out a transparent glass bottle filled with red liquid from his person. The moment Yang Fei saw this object, his pupils widened abruptly. This is the essence blood of the dragon turtle. Chapter 27, Become a Hunter. Upon seeing Yang Fei, Li Bo immediately recognized the item and knew that hope had arrived. Brother Yang, you have great insight. This is indeed the essence blood of the dragon turtle. I don't need to say more about who introduced me, Li Bo said with a smile. According to what Li Bo heard that day, unlike Scarface and the others, Night Rose went to Sunset Beach to accept a bounty. As the minister of the Hunter Association, Yang Fei must have known about this. Night Rose. Yang Fei stared at Li Bo in disbelief. You know Night Rose. You could say we're very familiar with each other. Yang Fei carefully stroked the dragon turtle blood bottle and sighed. She actually accomplished such a difficult task as killing the dragon turtle. No wonder she's an S-rank hunter. Li Bo simply smiled and remained silent, not revealing the fact that he had actually killed the dragon turtle. Since you have the essence of the dragon turtle, you should have been on Sunset Beach that day. Yang Fei suddenly asked. Yes, what's wrong? Li Bo didn't understand why Yang Fei cared about this issue. Yang Fei returned the dragon turtle's precious blood to Li Bo. His gaze suddenly sharpened as he stared at him. Tell me, besides Night Rose, were there any other hunters present? Other hunters? Li Bo stroked his chin. I'm not sure if those 3 are hunters. 3? Who are they? One was named Bao Yang, and the other 2 seemed to be named Scarface and Huang Yan. Really? Yang Fei sneered. These old hunters from the old department are getting more and more outrageous, daring to interfere in S-rank missions without authorization. Wait, old minister, what do you mean? Li Bo asked. Fine. Since you have the Night Rose's token, becoming a hunter shouldn't be a problem. Telling you won't hurt. Yang Fei said. The Bounty Hunters Association, a global underground beast tamer organization that has risen to prominence in recent years, boasting millions of registered hunters and thousands of branches. So much. Li Bo was somewhat surprised. Although this planet was 100 times larger and had a population 100 times that of Earth, the number of millions of hunters was truly beyond his comprehension. So the old branches refer to the earliest established branches. Li Bo suddenly realized. That's right. Yang Fei nodded, speaking calmly. These veteran hunters, having been members the longest, are intimately familiar with the association's rules. Coupled with their formidable strength, they frequently take on private jobs outside the association, mostly shady dealings like murder and arson. For so long, to the point that the authorities officially classified the Hunter organization as an assassin organization. But doesn't the Hunter Association itself also have many killing missions? Li Bo was very puzzled. He recalled what the patrol team had said before. Night Rose became an S-class wanted criminal because she had killed too many people. Good question, Yang Fei explained. All murder bounties are issued to hunters only after the association has conducted a professional and meticulous evaluation and determined that the reward is sufficient and the perpetrator is worth eliminating. To some extent, it can be considered as punishing evil and upholding justice in society. However, in recent years, the evil deeds of some hunters have overshadowed the association's original intentions. So it turns out I really misunderstood this woman. Li Bo thought to himself. Kid, after you've learned all this, do you still want to join the Hunter Association? Maybe one day I'll assign you a murder bounty mission. Yang Fei asked half-jokingly. If joining the association will grant me access to more resources, then I'm willing. Li Bo, who desperately needed to become stronger, spoke with unwavering resolve. Don't worry about that. As the saying goes, where there's a high price, there are bound to be brave men. Without enough incentives, so many beast tamers wouldn't have joined the Hunters Association. Yang Fei added. You witnessed Xiao Xue exchanging contribution points for evolution materials just now. The resources the association possesses are far more abundant than you imagined. How do we do it? Let's begin, Li Bo said earnestly. Yang Fei smiled without saying a word. then made a summoning gesture with both hands. A blue light flashed, and a mechanical octopus pet appeared. Holy crap! It's Steel Pivot Octopus again. Li Bo was stunned. This Steel Pivot Octopus looked exactly like Wu Gang's, except that Yang Fei's Steel Pivot Octopus was of the excellent rank 9 and was a bit bigger. Another difference is that Li Bo discovered in the panel that this Steel Pivot Octopus had also learned an advanced skill called chip implantation. Name. Yang Fei suddenly spoke up. Li Bo. Very good. Li Bo. Now extend one arm. Yang Fei continued. Li Bo nodded and extended his right hand. The Steel Pivot Octopus's tentacles shot out quickly and tapped his wrist. Li Bo felt a slight tingling sensation, like a mosquito bite, before the Steel Pivot Octopus retracted its tentacles. Congratulations, Li Bo. You now have an identification chip implanted in your body from the Hunter Association, which means you are now a registered apprentice bounty hunter. In other words, an E-rank hunter. Chip. Li Bo looked down at his arm, which was still completely intact, without a single implant scar. That's interesting. What's the purpose of this chip? Li Bo asked curiously. This chip is essentially a special communication device. Its functions are not limited to receiving bounty missions, accessing the contribution point shop, and contacting contacts. When you want to activate it, you only need to send a command from your brain. So amazing. Li Bo tried to open the contribution value shop in the chip, and a virtual interface was automatically generated in front of his retina. The display was filled with a dazzling array of items: pets, pet eggs, materials, and medicine. Li Bo was carefully browsing through the contribution points in the marketplace when suddenly a few items caught his eye. The frost spirit grass. There really is a cold spirit grass. That Yang Fei didn't have water. He checked the contribution value of the frost spirit grass, which cost 100 points per plant. In other words, he needed to get 300 contribution points to successfully evolve into the frost dragon. As if he had guessed what Li Bo was thinking, Yang Fei added. The points mall is just a display interface. If hunters want to redeem items in the mall, they need to contact the designated person, who will then deliver the items to them. Brother Yang, are you my contact person? Li Bo grinned. Hee. I'm not just your contact person, I'm also your department head. Yang Fei's expression turned serious. Li Bo, from this day forward, you are a member of the Hunter Association's 4,210th Division. Welcome. Wow. 4,210 departments. How many beast tamers are there in our department? There are 7 in total, including you. Yang Fei said solemnly. Holy crap. 7. That's so few. You said there were thousands of people in each department. Li Bo exclaimed in bewilderment. Yang Fei coughed. Our department was only recently established, and the team is still expanding. No wonder they didn't even bother to verify my identity before letting me in. The entry requirements are so low. Li Bo muttered to himself. No matter what, I need to work harder on missions from now on and strive to break through to D rank as soon as possible. Yang Fei said excitedly. Xiaoxua broke through to rank D in less than half a year. Can I only level up by doing tasks? Li Bo asked curiously. Hee. Not entirely. Breaking through to D level requires accumulating 1,000 contribution points. The higher you go, the more contribution points you need to accumulate. During this period, you do need to keep accepting bounty missions. But besides contribution points, there's an even faster way to level up. Yang Fei smiled mysteriously. What is it? Yang Fei smiled mysteriously and said, the battle for the top rank. A battle for superiority? Li Bo looked puzzled. Yang Fei began to explain. High-rank battles refer to battles initiated by lower-ranked hunters against higher-ranked hunters. When hunters meet, their chips can sense each other, and hunters can use their chips to initiate high-rank battles. If the hunter wins the battle, their rankings will be swapped. That's a simple and effective way to upgrade, Li Bo said, stroking his chin. The higher the level of the bounty mission you can take, and the more contribution points you will get. So, I happen to have an E-level bounty here. Do you want to take it? Yang Fei raised an eyebrow at Li Bo. Answer it. Why wouldn't I answer it? Li Bo replied. Yang Fei chuckled, then took out a scroll from his storage ring and handed it to Li Bo. Open it and take a look. Your first task. Filled with curiosity, Li Bo unfurled the scroll. Destroy the night werewolf. After reading the few lines of information on the scroll, Li Bo looked up at Yang Fei. Does this mean I have to kill a pet beast? That's right. Yang Fei explained. This werewolf has been lurking in nightclubs and bars in Shanghai recently, frequently seducing young girls to rape and murder them, causing many deaths. The bounty hunter lost his beloved daughter because of this, and has put a huge reward on our head for the werewolf. I see. However, looking at the contribution points offered as a reward, Li Bo couldn't help but frown. Can I handle an E-level mission that costs 350 contribution points? Hehe. Don't worry. Yang Fei chuckled. You can even form a contract with the illusionary cloud, so dealing with a night werewolf should be a piece of cake for you. However, this werewolf is quite good at disguise and is very cunning, so the contribution value is higher than that of a regular E-level bounty. You'll have to put in some effort to find it. Upon hearing this, Li Bo glanced at Yang Fei warily. How did you discover Ziyun's whereabouts just now? Heh. While the mimicry technique can conceal one's form, it cannot hide one's aura. As an excellent beast tamer, one should not overlook even the slightest fluctuation in the air. Volatile movements in the air. Li Bo was speechless. Although Yang Fei appeared carefree and jovial, he was incredibly meticulous. He even knew the characteristics of a rare pet beast, like Ziyun, so well. His strength was truly unfathomable. That's all for now. Contact me as soon as you've completed the task. Yang Fei waved to Li Bo, and before leaving, he gave him a final word of advice. Remember, don't reveal your hunter identity casually. In the eyes of the patrol division, we are a big problem. Chapter 28 Pole Dancing. Backstreet Bar. Neon lights, like agate, illuminated the men and women on the dance floor. The noisy music, mixed with midnight revelry, seemed to belong to a different world from the utter silence of the street. In a booth outside the dance floor, Li Bo sat with his legs crossed, his left arm around Xiao Bai's shoulder, and his right hand downing a glass of deep-sea bomb in one gulp. As the most secretive underground bar in Shanghai, it took Li Bo a lot of effort to find it. Master, please stop drinking. There's a competition tomorrow. Xiao Bai hurriedly snatched Li Bo's cup away, looking at him with a worried expression. Li Bo hiccuped, but his eyes remained clear. He put his arm around Xiao Bai's neck and laughed loudly, saying, Hehe, little white, don't worry. Master has a very high alcohol tolerance. Li Bo's current image resembles that of a playboy who frequents nightclubs, making it difficult to associate him with a student. This is also thanks to his previous life as a servant who often shielded his superiors from drinking, which made him less sensitive to alcohol. But master, aren't we here to find the night werewolf? Xiao Bai reminded him, afraid that Li Bo had forgotten his purpose. Shoo. Li Bo glanced around warily. Keep your voice down, little white. Don't scare the werewolf away before you even see it. Little white quickly covered its mouth. Sorry, master. Li Bo smiled. Little white, do you really think your master is here to enjoy himself? The bar booth fees are so high, it's painful for your master. But as the saying goes, you can't catch a wolf without risking your cub. In order not to arouse the target's suspicion, we must act naturally. But, is the werewolf really in the backstreet bar? Xiao Bai asked, somewhat disappointed. We've been to several nightclubs and bars these past 2 days, but haven't found anything suspicious. I'm afraid we'll go home empty-handed again today. This guy is elusive, it's all down to luck. But the reason I chose the backstreet bar today is because I heard there have been frequent orc performances here lately. Li Bo's gaze fell upon several scantily clad beast-eared girls not far away, and he continued. I think this kind of place, where humans and beasts mingle, is the easiest place to hide. If a werewolf of the night appeared here, it certainly wouldn't attract any attention. Beast girl performance. Xiao Bai curiously turned her head to look around. All sorts of beast girls and beast men surrounded the customers, striking poses and flirting. This kind of service had become a specialty of the backstreet bar, so no one would suspect anything no matter how intimate Li Bo and Xiao Bai were. Ladies and gentlemen. Suddenly, a voice drew the attention of Li Bo and the other man. A man dressed in hip-hop style stood in the center of the dance floor, holding a microphone and beginning to host the event. Welcome to Backstreet Bar. Now please welcome our special guest for today, Meow Meow. As soon as he finished speaking, the bar erupted in cheers, with men shouting excitedly. Meow. Li Bo's face instantly showed surprise, and he stared intently at the commotion in the center of the dance floor. This scene did not escape Xiao Bai's notice, and she said resentfully, Humph. Master's eyes are practically popping out of their sockets. Smelling the strong scent of jealousy, Li Bo smiled wryly. Xiao Bai, what are you thinking? I just remember that Mu Aoshua's moonlight cat is also named Meow Meow. Is that so? Xiao Bai turned her gaze over as well. A long steel pipe stands in the center of the dance floor, and above it, a sexy cat girl slowly slides down, her figure incredibly alluring. The shouts grew louder and louder. Boom. All the spotlights on the field shone on the cat girl at the same time, and Li Bo's eyes widened instantly. The cat girl had a very hot figure, with curves in all the right places. She wore only a very revealing tube top and hot pants that were so short they almost reached her upper thighs. A pair of black stockings accentuated her long, slender, yet voluptuous legs, making them incredibly sexy and irresistible to the imagination. Name, Moonlight Cat. Gender, female. Attribute, superpower. Level, common 9. Potential, leader level. Skills, quick movement, beginner, scratching, beginner, micropsychic power, beginner, hypnosis, intermediate. Description, a pet beast that grows by absorbing moonlight. Under a full moon, the Moonlight Cat's strength is greatly enhanced. Holy crap, it really is her. The cat girl with big black waves and gray-white fluffy ears in the dance floor was none other than Mu Aoshue's pet animal. Meow meow. Master, are you sure it's the same pet? Xiaobai asked with some doubt. There's no mistake. Li Bo stared intently at Meow Meow's exposed white shoulder. She has a mole on her left shoulder. It's definitely Mu Aoshue's Moonlight Cat. You even knew she had a mole on her shoulder. Even the most naive and innocent child couldn't help but let their imagination run wild, and their face instantly showed their unhappiness. Ahem. Well, little white, this is a long story. Let your master explain it to you slowly when we get back. How annoying. Ignoring master. Xiaobai turned her head away again. Li Bo wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, thinking to himself that his two pet beasts were both incredibly jealous. If they were to reveal that he had already seen Moonlight Catgirl's body, things would definitely get out of control. How strange. What's this catgirl doing at this nightclub? Does Mu Aoshue know about this? Just as Li Bo was feeling puzzled, Meow Meow in the dance floor seemed to have noticed Li Bo's figure. After exchanging a glance with Li Bo, she was stunned and seemed to be thinking about something. However, amidst the screams echoing through the bar, Meow Meow quickly composed herself, averting her gaze from Li Bo, and began her performance. Meow Meow is performing a pole dance. Her movements are light and graceful as she spins and wraps around the pole, showcasing the flexibility of the feline beast to the fullest. Every movement is full of allure and power. Fueled by music and alcohol, the men below were all parched and kept whistling at Meow Meow. The cat on the field seemed to really enjoy being the center of attention, and its actions became increasingly explicit and suggestive. During this process, Meow Meow glanced at Li Bo more than once. At first, there was a hint of apprehension in her eyes, like someone who had been caught stealing a bite. But as she became more engrossed in the moment, she repeatedly winked at Li Bo and blew him kisses. Xiaobai's face turned red with anger. I knew her relationship with Master was unusual. I'm going to tell Ziyun. This time I'm truly innocent, Xiaobai. Li Bo looked like he was swallowing a bitter pill. Master's eyes were practically glued to the screen. If Master likes pole dancing, Little White can dance for you too. What? Li Bo turned his head and looked at Xiaobai's pouting yet incredibly serious expression, and there was an indescribable contrast between them. A strong desire to learn dance has been detected in by Ling Long. Activate skill, Dragon Dance. Now complete the learning quest. Task requirements. The White Spirit Dragon will perform a pole dance around the Beastmaster to learn the advanced skill Dragon Dance. Current task progress, 0/1. Holy crap, this works. Upon seeing the task suddenly appear in the system's notification, Li Bo's mouth dropped open in astonishment. He could actually learn the Dragon Dance. As an advanced Dragon-type skill, Dragon Dance is an extremely powerful buff skill. After successfully using Dragon Dance, all of a pet's attributes will double, including not only speed, attack power, and defense. Among the 20 elements, there aren't many skills that can provide all-around benefits, but the Dragon element happens to have just one. Therefore, top Dragon Tamers carefully select and train Dragon Beasts that can learn Dragon Dance. After all, in a battle between experts, every little detail matters, and Dragon Dance, a skill that can bring a decisive factor to the battle, is something that people are passionately pursuing. However, Li Bo was completely baffled by this bizarre task of learning Dragon Dance. What is the connection between pole dancing and Dragon Dancing? Seeing that Li Bo was momentarily lost in thought, Xiaobai timidly whispered, "Could it be that Master doesn't want to see Little White do a pole dance?" No. Li Bo shook his head. Pole dancing is great. I have to learn it. Chapter 29, The Werewolf of the Night. While everyone else was drooling over the sexy Moonlight Catgirl, only Xiaobai, with a serious expression, kept recording every move of the dance. Soon, the host announced that Meow Meow's pole dancing performance was over, and that other forms of Animal Girl performances would follow. But Li Bo noticed with suspicion that after Meow Meow left the stage, she didn't head backstage, but instead picked up 2 wine glasses and gracefully approached him. Li Bo narrowed his eyes, unsure of the other party's intentions. Meow Meow approached Li Bo and said in a seductive voice, "It seems you're not very happy to see me. Should I be happy?" Li Bo suddenly asked. I bet you're still angry about me stealing your girlfriend. Meow Meow smiled charmingly, naturally sat on Li Bo's lap, wrapped her arms around his neck, and handed him a wine glass. I'll buy you a drink as an apology. Li Bo remained unmoved. I'm curious, does Mu Aoshua know that you're acting so recklessly in this nightclub? Meow Meow blew a breath into Li Bo's ear. I'll tell you if you drink it. Li Bo handed over the wine cup, swirled it gently in front of him, and didn't rush to drink it. Meow Meow raised an eyebrow and said, What? Afraid it's poisonous? Li Bo placed the cup on the table and pushed it away, smiling. I have important business to attend to today, so I can't drink anymore. Oh. Meow Meow turned its gaze to Little White beside it. Bringing such a beautiful dragon girl to a nightclub in the middle of the night. Is this something serious? This is none of your business. It really has nothing to do with me. But, Meow Meow drew a circle on Li Bo's chest. If you think she's a bit too reserved, I can join in and help you train her a little. Who wants to train you? Little White said viciously. But you, behind your master's back, are flirting around here. You have no sense of responsibility as a pet. Enlightenment. Heh. Meow Meow gulped down the red wine in her glass. I strive to level up and become stronger, defeating my opponents time and time again on the battlefield, and bringing the victory trophy to Xiaoshua's hands time and time again. As a pet beast, I fulfill all my due obligations. Meow Meow's cheeks were slightly flushed. She was very weak from the alcohol. Under its influence, she seemed to be talking to herself. But what about Xiaoshua? She already has such a powerful me, yet she still wants to contract with other pets. Why should pets be devoted to their tamers, while tamers can share their love with other pets? I'm not reconciled. Upon hearing this, Li Bo's heart skipped a beat. Has Mu Aoshua already contracted a second pet beast? Without a doubt, being able to contract 2 pet beasts at this stage shows that Mu Aoshua truly deserves to be called a chosen one of heaven. I never expected that this cat's love for Mu Aoshua had become so distorted, that it was so domineering that it felt its master should only have her as a pet. Presumably, her coming to this backstreet bar to indulge herself was a way of getting revenge on Mu Aoshua and venting her own dissatisfaction. Oh no, I'm drunk. Meow Meow's face turned as red as an apple, and she whispered in Li Bo's ear in an almost dreamy voice. So, Beast Tamer, don't you want to get revenge on Xiaoshua? How about taking me home tonight? I'm bisexual, you know. Li Bo broke out in a cold sweat and gently pushed Meow Meow away, saying, I don't have that kind of perverse taste. With a soft groan, Meow Meow collapsed weakly into the aisle. Just as Meow Meow was imagining that Li Bo would pull her back in time, a strong hand suddenly supported her from the side of the aisle. This lad has no sense of romance. Why don't you come with me, miss? This was a man wearing a black hooded top. Although his face was not visible, he was tall and burly, which made Meow Meow blush. Li Bo curled his lip in disdain. Wearing a hat in this heat. What's with the pretense? Meow Meow smiled smugly. See, none of you appreciate me, but plenty of others do. At this moment, her face was very flushed, and under the influence of alcohol, Meow Meow was almost collapsing. The man bent down to help Meow Meow up, but the moment he lowered his head, Li Bo's pupils suddenly contracted, because he suddenly noticed that the man in the black hooded suit had a pair of short black ears on his head. They're orcs. Li Bo felt a jolt in his heart. Although it was only a brief glance, judging from the appearance, Li Bo was quite certain that it was a pair of wolf ears. Wolf ears. Could it be? Li Bo quickly opened the orc panel. Name, Night Werewolf. Gender, male. Attribute, evil. Rank, elite tier 2. Potential, excellent. Skills, bite, beginner. Launch, beginner. Dark claw, beginner. Night roar, intermediate. Description, a vicious wolf lurking in the darkness, its hands stained with the blood of young girls. Unlike other beastmen, the night werewolf is even more powerful in its human form. Finally caught you. I've been waiting for so long. Li Bo's heart started racing instantly, and he tried his best to control his excitement. The bar is crowded and noisy, and a rash fight could easily lead to an accident. Exposing his identity here is definitely not an option. Li Bo must find a way to lure the werewolf out of the bar. Wait a moment. Li Bo immediately grabbed Meow Meow's hand, pulled her away from the Black Knight werewolf, and hugged her in his arms. The other looked at Li Bo with a puzzled expression. This scene not only stunned Xiaobai, but also left the cat in her arms completely bewildered, because she discovered that the beast tamer in front of her was completely different from the unyielding person she had been before. Li Bo's large hands continued to caress the cat girl's waist and roam over her body. Then he grabbed her plump and elastic buttocks. Ugh, how annoying. Meow let out a soft moan, looked at Li Bo, her eyes filled with shyness, surprise, and joy. Li Bo gave the werewolf a defiant look. You dare to steal my food? Don't you even know your own strength? The werewolf in the night didn't speak, but stared fiercely at Li Bo, his face so dark it seemed like it was about to drip water. Li Bo knew that this guy had taken the bait, so he smacked Meow Meows, but hard in front of the night werewolf. Meow Meow paused for a moment. She blew a breath of warm air into Li Bo's ear. You're so mean. Seeing Meow Meow's infatuated and confused state in Li Bo's arms, the werewolf in the night was instantly filled with jealousy. The werewolf was furious that the prize he was about to win had slipped away. He snorted and turned away. Li Bo kept his eyes glued to the werewolf's figure until it had completely disappeared from the backstreet bar, at which point a sly smile crept onto Li Bo's lips. At this moment, Li Bo suddenly stretched. Oh dear, it's getting late. We should head back. We have a match tomorrow. Master, are you really going to take her with you? Looking at the sleeping cat, Xiaobai's eyes welled up with tears of grievance. Although Li Bo had previously communicated with her about the plan to deal with the werewolves, seeing her master so intimate with this cat girl made Xiaobai's jealousy boil over and over again. Little White, don't be upset. Master was just putting on an act. Li Bo wiped away Xiaobai's tears, but his gaze remained fixed on the bar's entrance, his expression suddenly turning incredibly sharp. Ziyun, you'd better keep up. Don't worry, brother Li Bo. Everyone needs to be alert. The battle is about to begin. Chapter 30, Killing the Werewolf. On the dark road leading to the lower city, Li Bo carried the completely drunk Meow Meow slowly forward, guided by the faint moonlight. Hey, can you turn back into Moonlight Cat? It's tiring carrying you like this. Li Bo said somewhat wearily. However, after a long while, there was no response from his back except for the sound of his even, deep breathing. What? Li Bo sighed. Mu Aoshua, you really are my nemesis. Along the way, Li Bo occasionally stopped unintentionally, wanting to turn back several times, but then giving up. A cunning fellow. After walking for another half an hour, Li Bo led Meow Meow to a quiet alley, which was the only way for him to get home. As he entered the alley, Li Bo suddenly stopped and squinted at what lay ahead. In the hazy light, a muscular black figure stood blocking the middle of the alley. Li Bo stared at the dark figure, a slight smile suddenly curving his lips. You've been following me for so long without showing yourself. I almost thought you were going to run away. Upon hearing this, the dark figure paused for a moment, then removed his hat, revealing a beast-man face, the very same werewolf Li Bo had encountered at the backstreet bar. The werewolf grinned menacingly and said in a hoarse voice, You dare steal my girl, kid? You're really asking for trouble. Your girl? Li Bo suddenly burst into laughter. Let's not even talk about the fact that Meow Meow already has a beast tamer, and Meow Meow already made her choice at the bar just now. It's obvious that she doesn't even want you, you ugly thing. Upon hearing this, the werewolf's gaze instantly turned venomous. You blindly confident brat. Wait a minute. I'm going to take your head off and then chop your body into 8 pieces. Heh, nobody here will save you. Save me? What a coincidence. You want my head, and I want yours too. Li Bo's gaze instantly sharpened. Purple cloud. Shadow sphere. What? The werewolf's face suddenly turned terrified. Turning around suddenly, I realized that a strange purple cloud was slowly emerging in the sky behind me. Before he could react, a black fog ball suddenly hurled itself at him. The shadow ball struck the werewolf in the back instantly, and the werewolf coughed up a mouthful of blood. His body bent backward into an arc shape, and he was instantly knocked away and fell to the middle of the alley. How dare you launch a sneak attack? You despicable beast tamer. You have no martial ethics. The werewolf stood up awkwardly, only then realizing that he hadn't been following Li Bo, but rather that Li Bo had been following him all along. The relationship between hunter and prey was suddenly reversed, and the werewolf in the night's eyes blazed with fury. Oh woo. Suddenly, he let out a long howl towards the sky, and his human-looking face suddenly changed drastically, transforming in an instant into an extremely ferocious wolf's head. At the same time, his size also increased rapidly, and in the blink of an eye he became 3 meters tall, completely transforming into a standing wolf, covered in black fur, with the night werewolf's scarlet eyes staring straight at Li Bo. With a whoosh. Suddenly, the shadowy werewolf launched itself with explosive force, its 4 fingers extending into gleaming claws over a foot long, and attacked Li Bo fiercely. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Ziyun, watching from across the alley, was horrified and hurriedly relayed a message. Brother Li Bo, be careful. Die, brat. I'm going to enjoy this moonlight cat right in front of your corpse. The werewolf's expression was twisted and ferocious, almost drooling with desire. looking determined to get it. A fool's dream. Just as the werewolf in the night was less than 3 meters away from Li Bo, a sharp female voice suddenly rang out. The night werewolf instantly felt the surrounding temperature plummet. Within the yellow light magic circle, it vaguely saw a winged ice dragon roaring towards it. It was none other than Xiao Bai's true form, the white spirit dragon. Not good. The werewolf in the night sensed something was wrong and instinctively stretched out its claws to try and grab the other party. Unexpectedly, the opponent fearlessly extended its dragon claw. The dragon claw was incredibly powerful, and under the watchful eyes of the night werewolf, a huge, pure white phantom quickly enveloped the dragon claw, heading straight for it to capture him. Bang! The dark claw and the dragon claw clashed rapidly. Little White's attack was so fierce that the shadow werewolf couldn't help but slide back a few steps. The werewolf bared its teeth, but before it could think of a way to retaliate, it felt a sudden weightlessness. Looking down, it realized that its body had been lifted into the air. Little White gripped the wolf's claws tightly and flapped its wings to fling the night werewolf into the air. "Let me go, you evil dragon." Seeing himself getting further and further away from the ground, the werewolf's face was filled with fear. If I were to fall from this white dragon, I would be crippled, if not killed. Thinking of this, it hurriedly opened its mouth and roared wildly, letting out an extremely piercing scream. The wolf's howl struck his very soul, and Xiao Bai felt a splitting headache, causing his strength to unconsciously decrease by 3 points. Night Roar, a sonic skill that can throw a pet's brain into chaos. Seeing this, Li Bo quickly issued an order. "Xiao Bai, throw it down right now." Xiao Bai made a quick decision and swooped down towards the ground. When he was still 10 meters away from the air, he slammed the night werewolf down. With a muffled thud, the werewolf crashed heavily to the ground, sending dust flying everywhere. After one round, the night werewolf's already tattered clothes became even more torn apart. Blood trickled from the corner of its mouth, and it simply ripped off the remaining fabric from its body, revealing its muscular limbs. "Boy, I'm going to kill you." The night werewolf suddenly leaped onto the wall, quickly moving its limbs and constantly flashing its body as it crawled towards Li Bo. Unexpectedly, Li Bo remained unmoved, merely watching coldly as he attacked him. "Want to get beauty?" Ziyun's voice suddenly rang out, and in the blink of an eye, she had already positioned herself in front of Li Bo. Upon seeing that familiar figure, the night werewolf's pupils contracted sharply, and then he noticed that a dense, sharp drizzle was falling from the sky. The werewolf in the night looked up at the sky in terror, instinctively tensing its arms to shield its head. However, the rain of arrows from the purple clouds was still relentless, piercing straight into the werewolf's body, and blood gushed out in dense streams. "What the hell is this thing?" The night werewolf gritted its teeth, feeling utterly bewildered. It was an elite-level pet beast, with physical strength and defense surpassing both of the opponent's pet beasts. Why was the attack from Ziyun, who was only a few levels above average, so deadly? Little did they know that all the struggles of the night werewolf were in vain in the face of advanced skills. The rain of arrows was like sharp blades, constantly opening wounds on the night werewolf's body, which was already soaked in blood. The night werewolf had no choice but to abandon its offensive, taking a step back and quickly running away from the range of the arrow rain. Trying to escape? Li Bo sneered, a murderous glint suddenly appearing in his eyes. The more the night werewolf thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. This kid must have been absolutely certain of his success to dare to intercept him here. In the end, it was all his carelessness. These two pet beasts are too suspicious. Thinking of this, the werewolf in the night ran frantically out of the alley. Gazing at the faint light at the alley entrance, the werewolf's instinct for survival was incredibly strong. However, to its horror, it discovered that what awaited it in the light was not the hope of survival, but the eyes of Bai Ling Long, which were like those of the Grim Reaper. "Finish with ice mist and frostbite, Little White," Li Bo coldly retorted. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Little White blocked the alleyway in midair and suddenly flapped its wings. The biting cold air made the shadowy werewolf unable to open its eyes. In the hazy, icy mist, the night werewolf suddenly saw countless gleaming ice spikes relentlessly rushing towards his face. Swish. Caught off guard, the werewolf was blinded first by sharp ice spikes. Oh well. The werewolf in the night kept letting out extremely shrill screams. Losing sight in an instant, the night werewolf had no chance to resist and could only wait for the powerful frost spikes to forcefully flip its body over and continuously pierce its flesh. As the icy mist dissipated, the night werewolf lay motionless in a pool of blood. The information panel popped up again in Li Bo's eyes. The Werewolf of the Night, Death. Phantom Cloud upgrade, normal stage 7. White Spirit Dragon upgrade, normal stage 9. Chapter 31 The Cunning Meow Meow. Oh, it's been upgraded again. Li Bo unconsciously turned his gaze to Xiaobai, and a look of joy immediately appeared on his face. You've reached the 9th rank. As long as you exchange for the Frost Spirit Grass, you'll be evolved into a Frost Dragon immediately. Then Li Bo instructed Xiaobai, use the Frostblade tail to cut off the Night Werewolf's head. Little White nodded, and its tail quickly gathered cold air, transforming into a dazzling ice blade. Click! A white shadow flashed, and the werewolf on the ground was instantly torn apart. Li Bo took off his coat and wrapped it tightly around the blood-soaked wolf's head, a slight smile playing on his lips. 350 contribution points obtained. Li Bo's brain quickly sent a communication command to the hunter chip, and the next second, a dialogue box with Yang Fei popped up in front of his retina. He typed and sent a message using his mind. Contact person, mission complete. Please prepare 3 frost spirit grasses for me in advance. Unexpectedly, Yang Fei replied to the message in less than a minute. Well done, kid. Come find me at the usual spot after the martial arts competition tomorrow. Li Bo smiled, then composed himself and said to Xiao Bai and the other person, Let's go home. But master, are we really going to take her home? Xiao Bai looked at Meow Meow on Li Bo's back, looking unhappy. Brother Li Bo, why don't we just leave her here? Ziyun crossed her arms, looking equally unwilling. Li Bo gave a wry smile. It's not that I like to meddle, but with such a commotion here, the patrol team will be here to investigate soon. If we just leave her here, and she gets taken away by the patrol team, it could implicate us. He added, besides, it's late at night, and the cat is completely drunk and unconscious. If it encounters a dangerous beast like the night werewolf, and something happens, Mu Aoshue will definitely tear me apart. The little white boy's face softened slightly. All right then, master. But I have one condition. She can only sleep in the living room. Li Bo smiled and said, as Xiaobai wishes. Back home, Li Bo took off Meow Meow's shoes, lifted her delicate feet, and carefully placed them on the sofa before getting up to stretch his limbs comfortably. Damn it, I'm exhausted. Li Bo glanced at Meow Meow, who was sleeping very peacefully. The soft white light inside the room shone on her, and Li Bo saw her face clearly for the first time. Meow Meow has a perfect figure with long, straight legs. Unlike Little White's noble Snow White, Meow Meow's skin is a pale white like moonlight, as if it has never been exposed to the sun. Although her eyes were closed, it was easy to tell from her long, slender eyeliner that they were captivating, alluring eyes. Meow Meow's pretty, straight nose bridge exudes a wildness, and her 2 breasts rise and fall with her breath. It has to be said that Meow Meow has a unique sexual tension, being serene when asleep and wild when awake. No wonder Mu Aoshue was willing to be gay with her. Master, Xiaobai suddenly tugged at Li Bo's sleeve and stammered. What's wrong, Xiaobai? Li Bo asked. Didn't you say you were going to do pole dancing? The young man's face turned as red as a ripe apple. Little White has memorized every movement. When does master want to see it? So that's what Xiaobai meant. Li Bo looked at the shy Xiaobai, thought for a moment, and said, Let's do it another day, Xiaobai? It's getting late. We have a competition tomorrow. Li Bo checked the time. It was already an hour or 2 past midnight. Tomorrow was the preliminary round, and with Xiaobai's strength, he wouldn't need to use Dragon Dance. Li Bo took this martial arts competition very seriously. Previously, there might not have been a chance to challenge for these 3 points, but with the rapid improvement in the strength of Xiaobai and Ziyun, the idea of winning the championship was born in Li Bo's mind for the first time. Most importantly, he has an enemy he must defeat, Lin Feier. It's all right, master. I can take you to school tomorrow, and you can sleep an extra half hour every day from now on, and you won't have to go through the trouble of changing buses anymore. Xiaobai suddenly said. Noob. Looking at Xiaobai's earnest and pretty face, Li Bo felt a warm glow in his heart. Being able to be your beast tamer is a blessing I earned in my past life. What about me? Brother Li Bo, you always forget about me. Ziyun pouted and, ignoring everything, buried her head in Li Bo's arms. Ziyun is very sensible. Li Bo gently stroked Ziyun's hair. Hee. Ziyun giggled mischievously. Then I want to sleep with my master again tonight. That won't work. You two will both have to stay in the beast taming space tonight to rest. Li Bo refused outright. What? Xiaobai and Ziyun exclaimed in unison, their faces filled with reluctance. Of course it's because you had a great battle with elite-level pets tonight and need to recuperate properly in the beast taming space. Otherwise, how will you face tomorrow's battle? Li Bo said seriously. But, Xiaobai hesitated, wanting to say something but stopping herself. No buts. Xiaobai, you're a key player on the team now. Tomorrow's martial arts competition will be a continuous battle until the top 8 are decided. Also, if you run into Lin Feier in the preliminaries, you don't want to lose to Red Armor Dragon because you're not in good form, do you? Red Armor Dragon. Lin Feier. As the name flashed through his mind, a surge of anger involuntarily welled up in Xiaobai's eyes. Okay, I'll obey my master. Xiaobai looked at Li Bo with a firm tone. Li Bo then looked at Ziyun. And you, Ziyun? I'll be obedient too. Ziyun pouted, knowing that Li Bo was a little angry, and her voice unconsciously became 3 degrees softer. That's more like it. Li Bo smiled and put both pets into his pet space at the same time. The god-level space is extremely powerful. Li Bo believes that Xiao Bai will be able to return to his peak condition after waking up. The living room suddenly became much quieter. Just as Li Bo was about to turn off the lights and go back to his room, he suddenly saw Meow Meow fast asleep, dressed very lightly. This is such a headache. Li Bo went back to his room, grabbed a blanket, and covered Meow Meow with it, muttering to himself. Once you wake up, hurry back to Mu Aoshua's side. Li Bo turned his head, and suddenly a voice came from behind him. She's so gentle. It's irresistible to me. What? Li Bo turned his head suddenly, and found that Meow Meow had sat up at some point. Her eyes were clear, and she didn't look drunk at all. You, Li Bo exclaimed in disbelief. Hee, you fell for it. Suddenly, a ghostly green light flashed in Meow Meow's eyes. Hypnosis. What a cunning fellow. Li Bo knew something was wrong, but his eyes were already locked on Meow Meow's eyes. Even though Li Bo tried his best to clear his mind, his eyelids still closed uncontrollably. With a muffled thud, Li Bo collapsed onto the sofa and fell fast asleep. Gazing at Li Bo's handsome face, Meow Meow stuck out her wet tongue and licked the corner of her mouth in a sexy manner. Xiaoxue, I didn't know you were eating so well. Then Meow Meow suddenly looked up at the ceiling, and green light flashed in its eyes again. Immediately afterwards, the lights on the floor suddenly went out with a click, as if the power had been cut off. Chapter 32. The martial arts competition begins. The next morning, the Jiangda martial arts competition venue was packed with people. As the draw for the first round of preliminary rounds concluded, the students eagerly looked toward the arena, their hearts filled with both excitement and immense nervousness. This was the first official competition held by the freshmen after they awakened their beast-taming talents. The martial arts arena, a whole row of counselors from various classes sat, with Principal Lu Jun in the middle, attentively watching the commotion below. The martial arts competition directly reflects the results of the students' training over the past 6 months. Principal Lu, this year's Jiangda University has produced quite a few promising talents. The speaker was a middle-aged man in a black suit who was sitting upright next to Lu Jun. The man was distinguished by his imposing presence and robust physique, and his speech exuded an invisible aura. Lu Jun seemed to have great respect for this person, and quickly and modestly smiled ingratiatingly. We were lucky to produce 2 S-level students, but compared to some of the top universities in the country, there's still quite a gap. But Mr. Lin, to be honest, the best performer in this martial arts competition was Feier. Oh, the man named Lin Feng glanced at Lu Jun with surprise. So you mean you think my daughter can defeat the other 2 S-class fighters and win the martial arts championship? Brother Lu Jun, you're not just flattering me, are you? Not at all. Principal Lu Jun shook his head. We've known each other for so many years. There's no need to be so polite. Is that so? A smile appeared on Lin Feng's face. I'd like to hear your analysis. It's very simple, Lu Jun said with a smile. Since Feier awakened her talent, her growth rate has been very fast. There's no need to say more about the other students. The only 2 who can compete with her in this year's class are Mu Aoshua and Li Bo, both of whom are S-level. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. Old Mu's granddaughter is usually quite low-key, but I wonder how strong she is now. I've been paying close attention to Xiaoxue too, Lu Jun said. But I learned from his homeroom teacher a few days ago that her Moonlight Cat has not yet evolved, while Feier's Red Armor Dragon has already advanced to the elite level. Just based on this point alone, Feier has a better chance of winning. It wasn't for nothing that I searched everywhere for materials to evolve the Red Armored Dragon, paving the way for Feier early on. It's just that this girl is proud and arrogant, always trying to outdo the Mu family girls, and she's extremely strict with herself in training. But if she were to face off against an S rank, I'm afraid it would still be a bit difficult, Lin Feng said with some concern. That's incorrect, Lu Jun said. In terms of talent, although Feier is A rank, in this 1v1 martial arts competition, Her talent is actually more advantageous than Xiao Xue's S rank. Let's hope so. After all, Feier is determined to get what's in that level 3 secret realm. Suddenly, Lin Feng changed the subject. By the way, what about that kid named Li Bo? I heard he only recently awakened his S rank. I also think I heard a rumor. Feier made a bet with him. Li Bo. Lu Jun smiled. You don't need to worry too much about him. Li Bo awakened a spatial talent, and although his future is bright, his practical combat ability is rather weak in the early stages. Furthermore, Li Bo chose to contract a white spirit snake as his pet, which shouldn't pose a threat to Feier. White spirit serpent. Lin Feng looked somewhat surprised. Why would you choose such a low-level pet contract? What a waste of such a good talent. I don't understand that kid either. Oh, it's Feier's turn to compete. Lu Jun and Lin Feng both turned their attention to the martial arts arena. After several rounds of intense competition, the atmosphere in the arena has become extremely heated. At this moment, the words, Lin Feier versus Huang Yu, were prominently displayed on the big screen. When the host called her name, Lin Feier calmly walked onto the stage in her high heels. With her red hair flowing down her shoulders, her tall and imposing figure exuded an air of arrogance, looking down on everyone in the room with disdain. Huang Yu stood opposite, his eyes fixed on the stunning beauty before him, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. Hey, Lin Feier, does that mean if I beat you, I can become your boyfriend? As the strongest man in Class 10, Huang Yu was very confident that he could show off his skills in the martial arts competition. If he could also win the heart of the beauty, the sense of accomplishment would be immense. Faced with her opponent's provocation, Lin Feier only uttered 2 words calmly. Rubbish. You. Huang Yu's face was extremely ugly. Lin Feier didn't even want to look at him properly, clearly showing that she didn't take him seriously at all. He felt utterly humiliated. Very well. I'll show you my true strength. Huang Yu gritted his teeth and gave a summons. Come out, Incineroar. A flash of yellow light appeared, and a monkey engulfed in flames from head to toe came into view. The appearance of the fiery monkey instantly raised the temperature of the arena by several degrees. Holy crap, it's a fire monkey, a dual-type fighting and fire-type Pokemon. That monkey is kind of handsome. I've only ever seen this pet on TV. I heard that beast tamers have to withstand its fiery heat to form a contract with it. This Huang Yu is something else. The top student in Class 10 is just kidding. You've already encountered a clash of titans so soon. This is going to be interesting. The fiery monkey's appearance was incredibly cool, instantly drawing everyone's attention to the stage. Mu Aoshue and Miao Miao stood in a corner, silently watching this scene. Xiaoxue, do you think Lin Feier can beat this fiery monkey? Mu Aoshue smiled faintly. Easy. Oh, Xiaoxue actually thinks highly of Lin Feier. She's your rival. Miao Miao said in surprise. A competitor? Mu Aoshue shook her head. I've never considered her a competitor. That's true. But does Xiaoxue really want to see that man lose to Lin Feier? Miao Miao asked, looking at her. Li Bo. Mu Aoshue's expression became complicated, her eyes wandering as if she were deep in thought. Suddenly, she looked at Miao Miao. All right, you still haven't told me where you went last night. I've prepared all the materials, just waiting to evolve you. Ah. Miao Miao's eyes darted around a little. Didn't I tell Xiaoxue? I went to bask in the moonlight last night. Because the moonlight was so beautiful, I stayed there for quite a while. But, why do you have such a familiar scent? Mu Aoshue stretched her head over and sniffed at Miao Miao, her face full of confusion. Oh my. Look, Lin Feier's pet has made its appearance. Hey, the red armored dragon has evolved. Miao Miao hurriedly pointed to Lin Feier on the field and said, Chapter 33 Crimson Crystal Armored Dragon. The blinding sunlight shone directly into Li Bo's room through the curtains. On the sofa, Li Bo groggily opened his eyes, glanced at the time on the wall clock, and suddenly sat bolt upright. Holy crap, it's 10 o'clock. Today is the day of the martial arts competition, and I actually overslept on the sofa. Wait, why am I on the sofa? Could it be? A bad thought flashed through Li Bo's mind. In all my years of navigating the dating scene, I've never encountered anything so outrageous. That's too much. Meow. You not only stole Mu Aoshue away, but now you're ruining your own life too. Thinking of this, Li Bo was so angry that his teeth itched. Damn it. How dare you destroy the precious flowers of our motherland? Meow meow, I'm not finished with you. Li Bo felt completely powerless. Brother Li Bo, my heart is breaking. Wah. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream came from the beast taming space. Master, I'm going to skin this cat girl alive. Xiaobai said, choking back tears. If Ziyun and I had been by your side last night, you wouldn't have been bullied by her. You all, did you hear that? Li Bo's tail was slightly raised. What kind of commotion must it have been to arouse such great malice in Xiao Bai and Zi Yun? How could we not hear it? Zi Yun said angrily. That woman's screaming was so outrageous. Xiao Bai and I didn't get any rest all night. This. Li Bo scratched his head, feeling somewhat guilty. I'm so sorry. It's all my fault. I accidentally fell for Meow Meow's trick. Master, summon me quickly. If I don't go to school soon, I'll probably be eliminated before the competition even starts. Little White suddenly said. Yeah, there's still a competition. Reminded by Xiao Bai, Li Bo quickly abandoned his distracting thoughts, dressed immediately, and summoned Xiao Bai out the window. Master, quickly ride on my back. Little White said anxiously. Li Bo nodded and leaped onto Xiao Bai's back. Call. Little White flapped its wings quickly and sped towards the school. At this moment, on the dueling platform, Lin Feier pointed with one right hand and shouted, Come out. Crimson Crystal Armored Dragon. Huge dragon beast, over 5 meters tall and standing on 2 legs, slowly rose up beside Lin Feier. This is the elite evolution of Lin Feier's Red Armored Dragon. Unlike the previous Red Armored Dragon, which was made of pure crystal, the crystal on the back of the Crimson Crystal Earth Dragon has evolved into a fiery lava color, and high-temperature steam can be ejected from the gaps between its scales. Wah! The Crimson Crystal Armored Dragon let out a long roar, unleashing an incomparably powerful aura. A heavy stomp of his foot, the ring seemed to shake instantly. Upon seeing this ferocious beast, Huang Yu, who was standing opposite, suddenly changed his expression. So big. To the red crystal ankylosaurus, its own infernape looks like a skinny little monkey. Upon seeing this, Meow Meow couldn't help but narrow her eyes. The evolved Crimson Crystal Armored Dragon has gained a fire attribute as well. Little White is probably no match for it. Oh, you're starting to worry about Li Bo's pet beast. Mu Aoshua looked at her suspiciously. No, Meow Meow hurriedly explained. I was just lamenting the difference between them. Meow, if you were to face this Crimson Crystal Armored Dragon, would you be confident of defeating it? Mu Aoshua suddenly asked. Hee. After evolving into an elite, I can fight. Meow Meow smiled confidently. Huang Yu felt a little apprehensive, but having already made the polite promises, there was no reason for him to back down now. Go. Infernape. Use Flamethrower plus Spinning Kick. Huang Yu roared, and the Infernape instantly spewed out a scorching flame from its mouth, sweeping towards the red Crystal Armored Dragon. The Crimson Crystal Armored Dragon was not fast enough and was quickly consumed by the flames. Taking advantage of the fire, Incineroar strode nimbly toward its opponent. Away from the red Crystal Ankylosaurus, the Infernape did a spinning spin and launched itself into the air, then slammed its right leg down on its opponent's head. Is that all you've got? Lin Feier watched this scene with disdain. Immediately afterwards, Huang Yu was surprised to find that the flames spewed out by the Infernape suddenly dimmed. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the red crystal protruding from the back of the Ankylosaurus had absorbed all the flames. What? Huang Yu stared at this scene in disbelief. The location of the Infernape was exposed, and the Ankylosaurus quickly locked onto it. Whoosh! Dragon's Claw. The powerful claws of the red crystal armored dragon swiftly and accurately seized Infernape's right leg. Then it swung the infernal monkey's body and spun it rapidly in the air, making a whooshing sound like a helicopter wing. With a whoosh, red crystal Ankylosaurus hurled Infernape out of the ring and into the air, smashing the screen on the stage to pieces. Fiery Monkey. Huang Yu cried out in anguish. Fiery Monkey has been knocked out of the ring. Lin Feier wins. As the referee's voice faded, the crowd in the stands gasped in disbelief. How brutal. The Crimson Crystal Armored Dragon is incredibly powerful. The ending was as expected. Goddess Lin Feier is still so cool. I love her look of looking down on trash. That's awesome. The monitor is completely smashed. I can't even see who's in the next round. I remember. It seems to be Li Bo. Li Bo. Although Lin Feier smashed the display screen, not a single staff member dared to utter a word of reproach. So on the field, on one side, maintenance personnel were carrying out emergency repairs, and on the other side, the referee was conducting the normal proceedings. Now we'll move on to the next match. Please welcome Zhang Tingting from Class 13 to face off against Li Bo from Class 8. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhang Tingting, who had been preparing for a long time, quickly stood on the stage. However, Li Bo was nowhere to be seen from the opposite direction. Strange? Where's Li Bo? They wouldn't have deserted their post, would they? Didn't they say he awakened S rank? Where has he gone? Who knows? He probably witnessed Lin Feier's terrifying strength, and his mentality collapsed, causing him to lose his nerve. There was much discussion among the audience, and everyone's attention was focused on the vacant position held by Li Bo. Mu Aoshua frowned slightly as she watched this scene. He's not that kind of coward. Meow Meow huddled to one side, its eyes darting around. Oh no, we've gone too far with the hypnosis. Li Bo, wake up. Lin Feier's red lips parted slightly, her gaze coldly fixed on Li Bo's position, her mind seemingly lost in thought. 5 minutes passed. The referee checked the time, sighed, and picked up the microphone again. Li Bo from Class 8 is absent. I hereby announce that Zhang Tingting will directly advance to the finals. Woohoo! Before the words were even finished, a deafening dragon roar suddenly echoed across the sky above the circular arena. Wait a moment. Li Bo's voice rang out again in the martial arts arena, and everyone looked up. Under the dazzling sunlight, a pristine white ice dragon, carrying its beast Tamer, galloped towards the arena. Chapter 34 Emerging Talent. Look, what's that? The dragon's roar was deafening, echoing continuously throughout the circular arena. Someone pointed at the white dragon flying rapidly through the air, their face filled with disbelief. Dragon-type pet. A snow-white pterosaur. What kind of species is this? I've never seen one like it before. It looks really powerful. My god, this thing must be incredibly expensive. Li Bo seems to be on my back. What? Li Bo? Wasn't his pet beast the white spirit snake? How did it turn into a dragon? Holy crap, that's so cool. Little White swooped down towards the arena with all its might, leaving a long, elegant white trail in the clear air. It has to be said that Li Bo's entrance was incredibly stylish, and the audience erupted in cheers. The beast tamers looked at Li Bo with varying expressions, some envied, some jealous, and some incredulous. This is... Mu Aoshua's beautiful eyes darted around as she gazed intently at Li Bo's approaching figure. From afar, she could sense the chilling aura emanating from the white spirit dragon. She couldn't understand how Li Bo had managed to contract such a powerful pet beast in such a short time. Meow Meow, standing to the side, looked relieved. Thank goodness we made it in time. On the viewing platform, homeroom teacher Wu Gang abruptly took off his sunglasses, staring dumbfounded at Li Bo's figure. Good lad. Brother Lu Jun. Wasn't it said that this kid had a contract with a white spirit snake? How did it turn into a dragon? And this white dragon? I've never seen one before. Lin Feng stared at Li Bo as he spoke, puzzled. Don't even mention it. I've been the principal for so many years, and I've never seen such a pet. But I always feel that this white dragon and the white spirit snake seem to have some connection. Lu Jun stared at the little white figure with sharp eyes. Lin Feier suddenly stopped, blinking her long eyelashes, and stared blankly as Li Bo flew from the sky to the arena. Looking at Li Bo's confident appearance in the sunlight, Lin Feier's heart beat faster than usual. This guy went from being unknown to being the center of attention in just 1 month. Thinking of this, Lin Feier couldn't help but smile slightly. That's more like it. After Xiaobai landed, Li Bo jumped down from beneath it and hurriedly went to the referee. Sorry, I'm late, referee. If you had been a second later, you would have been considered to have forfeited. That's outrageous. The referee reprimanded sternly. Li Bo scratched his head. I'm so sorry. Something unexpected happened yesterday. Please give me another chance. Ready? Let's begin the match. The referee nodded and blew his whistle. Next up, Zhang Tingting from Class 13 will face off against Li Bo from Class 8. Li Bo stood at the edge of the ring and smiled at Zhang Tingting opposite him. Sorry to keep you waiting. Boom. Little White took a step forward, assuming a fighting stance. Zhang Tingting glanced at Li Bo with surprise, then a warm smile appeared on her face. Li Bo, although your white dragon seems very strong, I'm not afraid of you. Come forth, Gyarados. At Zhang Tingting's call, a giant carp, 2 meters long, suddenly appeared on the stage. Name Gyarados. Gender, male. Attribute, water. Level, common rank 8. Potential, excellent. Skills, water gun, beginner. Slapping, beginner. Leap over the dragon gate, beginner. Blessing, intermediate. Gyarados is entirely red, with an O-shaped mouth. Its most striking feature is its fan-shaped tail, which is wider than its body, giving the impression that it could kill someone with a single slap. Oh, Gyarados? This pet is quite interesting. Li Bo smiled faintly. Soon as Gyarados appeared, Zhang Tingting immediately issued an attack command. Use the water gun. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 water guns, each as thick as a baby's arm, hurtled toward Little White from the left and right. Li Bo nodded, and Xiaobai understood, flapping its wings and leaping into the sky. Now's the time. Leap over the dragon gate. Zhang Tingting had already devised a strategy to deal with Xiaobai. The instant Xiao Bai took to the air, the Gyarados' huge tail bent instantly, and using the rebound force from the ground, whoosh, it arrived in front of Xiao Bai in a flash. Slap. Zhang Tingting immediately gave the command to Gyarados, which then rapidly flipped 180 degrees in the air, its huge tail hurtling towards Shiro above. Your movements are quite fluid, but unfortunately you've run into my newbie, Libo said calmly. Frosty Blade Tail. The little white dragon's long tail quickly gathered cold air, transforming into ice blades, and swiftly met the attack from the Gyarados below. Bang! The clash between intermediate and basic skills was clearly too much for Gyarados. After being hit by White E's Frostbite Tail, Gyarados let out a muffled groan and then plummeted to the ground. Oh, it's even learned the Cold Blade Tail technique. This white dragon must have quite a strong bloodline. Lin Feng on the stage said in surprise. Principal Lu Jun squinted, carefully observing Xiao Bai's every move. Without using a flying-type move to suppress it, this white dragon should be a dual ice/dragon type, without the flying type. Seeing Gyarados suffer a setback, Zhang Tingting looked a little nervous. She hadn't expected Li Bo's white dragon to be so strong, suppressing Gyarados with just one attack. I can only pray and try my luck. Zhang Tingting muttered to herself. I hope God will grant me a lucky boost. Gyarados' green eyes began to flicker, emitting a faint glow. Finally used the blessing? Li Bo smiled. Blessing is Gyarados' signature move, which can randomly evolve and use one of Gyarados' moves once. This skill has a very large range of potential, and its evolution may fail after use, wasting the Beastmaster's mental energy. However, if the Beastmaster is lucky enough, they can evolve the skill once through prayer. Those with exceptional luck can even evolve twice, completely reversing the battle. Seeing this skill in actual combat for the first time, Li Bo was curious about which skill Gyarados would successfully evolve into. Whoosh! Suddenly, the light in Gyarados' eyes intensified instantly, and Zhang Tingting's face lit up with ecstasy. Great! After 2 evolutions, my face is finally not so dark anymore. So lucky. Li Bo looked at the Gyarados panel and noticed that the skill, Water Gun, was changing rapidly. Water Gun, Beginner, High Pressure Water Gun, Intermediate, High Pressure Gatling Gun, Advanced. Hehe. Li Bo, today I'll show you what it means for a genius to fall from grace. Zhang Tingting smiled mysteriously and shouted, High Pressure Gatling Gun. Then, a dense barrage of water guns erupted from the Gyarados' mouth, spraying water at the little white creature in the air. Everyone stared wide-eyed at the sight. Holy crap. Advanced skill. That's fucking outrageous. No way. Is Zhang Tingting really that lucky? The probability of evolving twice through a blessing is less than 1%, and she actually got both. This high-pressure Gatling gun, whoosh whoosh whoosh. It's like shooting down a plane. Advanced skill. Ordinary pets definitely can't withstand it, unless there's an advanced skill to suppress it. Li Bo is doomed this time. He ran into Zhang Tingting, the lucky one. Who has an ordinary pet with such advanced skills? Strange. Why did the white dragon suddenly stop dodging? Everyone turned their puzzled gazes to Li Bo, who smiled faintly. I'm not playing with you anymore. Xiao Bai, use Hailstorm to suppress it. Chapter 35. Outshining all others. Little White flapped its wings rapidly. Swish, swish, swish. In the biting wind, hailstones the size of fists quickly formed and rained down on the ground. After reverting to its ancestral form as a white spirit dragon, the power of the hailstones has increased considerably. Li Bo smiled with satisfaction. This is the advanced skill Hailstorm. Upon seeing this, Lu Jun's pupils shrank sharply, and he could no longer remain calm. If an ordinary pet learns an intermediate skill, it can only be described as having extraordinary talent. But it would be incredible if advanced skills were equipped on ordinary pets. The audience erupted in a frenzy, buzzing with discussion as they watched Xiao Bai unleash the hailstones. Wow, he's even learned how to make hailstones. This white dragon is just too overpowered. Holy crap, this Gyarados used a high-level move, that's lucky. And this white dragon also used a high-level move, is Li Bo cheating? No way, whose hailstones are as big as fists. Everyone was stunned as they watched the enormous ice balls falling from the sky. In comparison, the power of the Gatling gun in a row is somewhat lacking. Under Xiao Bai's powerful suppression of the hail, the water guns filling the sky were instantly swallowed up. The remaining hail relentlessly pounded on the Gyarados' massive body, emitting a series of pitiful cries. Gyarados. Zhang Tingting watched this scene with heartache. Before long, the Gyarados was stunned by the impact, and Li Bo immediately signaled Xiao Bai to stop. After all, this is just a competition, mainly for friendly sparring. According to the rules, if the opponent falls to the ground unconscious or is expelled from the ring, it is considered a defeat. 5, 4, 3. The referee started the countdown. 5 seconds later, Garridos was still unconscious. The referee raised Li Bo's hand and shouted, "Garridos defeated. Li Bo advances." Everyone on the sidelines was deeply moved. Although it was only a short match, Li Bo's White Spirit Dragon had displayed overwhelming strength. With this level of skill, this guy might just become the dark horse to win the martial arts competition. Come back, little white. Li Bo immediately took Xiaobai back to the pet space to rest. Today's matches will continue until the top 8 are determined. Therefore, it is a double challenge for both the physical strength and endurance of pets. Li Bo found an inconspicuous spot to sit down and quietly observe the upcoming match. During this time, quite a few girls came to chat with Li Bo, but after a long night of hard work, Li Bo was already as holy as a Buddha and had no interest in women at all. Before long, it was Mu Aoshue and her Moonlight Cat's turn in the preliminary rounds. The appearance of the school beauty once again pushed the atmosphere of the competition to another climax. To everyone's surprise, Meow Meow chose not to fight as Moonlight Cat, but instead stepped onto the stage as a beast girl. Not turning back into Moonlight Cat. Li Bo looked at this scene with curiosity. Generally speaking, apart from beastmen like the night werewolf who are born with a beastman-like appearance, ordinary beastmen in their half-human, half-beast state are not as strong in combat as their original form. The beast tamers watching the battle were all shocked by this incredible move. Mu Aoshue's decision to have Moonlight Cat appear in beast girl form is far too presumptuous. Meow Meow has a very sexy and tall figure, and her appearance can be said to be comparable to that of her school beauty, the beast tamer Mu Aoshue, which attracted the attention of many boys in the audience. However, Li Bo noticed that, unlike her provocative outfit at the nightclub last night, Meow Meow was wearing a white bodysuit with her private area covered by a small apron, and her upper body was dressed in a cute maid outfit. The cat was before, it's now as well behaved as it is now. Seemingly sensing Li Bo's gaze, Meow Meow met his eyes and winked playfully at him, seemingly very satisfied with his performance last night. That damn guy. Li Bo was speechless, and he was determined to teach Meow Meow a lesson himself. You wretched vixen. How dare you flirt with my brother Li Bo? Ziyun, who had been perched on Li Bo's head, suddenly spoke. From the moment she entered the martial arts arena, she had been using the illusionary color mimicry to remain hidden. Seeing Meow Meow's defiant gaze, Ziyun was furious. Brother Li Bo, if we run into Mu Aoshue in the competition, I absolutely have to go. I'm going to beat that guy to a pulp. Meow Meow is battling another ordinary level 9 cactus. Although the opponent's performance was also quite good, Meow Meow's skills were even more outrageous. She first used hypnosis to put the cactus to sleep, and then, in front of everyone, kicked the cactus out of the ring. The opposing beast tamer was completely dumbfounded, standing there with his mouth almost falling to the ground. The entire fight lasted no more than 10 seconds. After a brief silence, the crowd suddenly erupted in commotion. Dirty. So dirty. Holy crap. This hypnosis technique is ridiculous. All psychic-type pets are this weak. If you're so capable, why don't you try contracting one yourself? Stay calm. It's just basic hypnosis. As long as you don't look into its eyes, nothing will happen. Not looking at your eyes? My pet isn't a blind monk. Is it supposed to have its eyes covered in black brocade? Suddenly, Meow Meow was the target of everyone's criticism, but she didn't care at all. With her hands behind her head, she lazily walked off the stage. The first round of eliminations ended quickly, with half of the students being eliminated and the other half continuing the competition. Soon, Li Bo faced his second match. It was still Xiaobai who took the stage, and his opponent was a regular 9th Dan frozen penguin, also an ice type. However, Xiaobai did not take the opponent seriously at all. Relying on its agile maneuvering in the air, it used a dragon claw to capture the frozen penguin and quickly ended the battle. The level of the beast tamers that Li Bo encountered also increased. Fortunately, the novice was a cut above the rest. Rain Tadpole defeated. Li Bo advances. The Earth Lizard is defeated. Li Bo advances. Thousand Vine Flower defeated. Li Bo advances. In round after round of qualifying matches, Li Bo made a strong run and successfully entered the top 16. As dusk fell, Li Bo entered his final match of the day, the quarterfinals. Next up is the match between Tao Jian from Class 7 and Li Bo from Class 8. Please welcome them to the stage. As the referee shouted, thunderous applause suddenly erupted from the sidelines. Those who make it to the top 16 are undoubtedly the best of the best to win the championship. This Tao Jian seems to be very popular, with many people constantly calling his name. Amidst the intense attention of the crowd, a simply dressed young man slowly walked onto the stage. Li Bo, I've finally met you. Tao Jian greeted him with a smile, exuding a resolute air in his demeanor. Please give me your guidance, Tao Jian. Li Bo responded politely. Let's send Xiao Bai out again. Looking at Bai Linglong's appearance, Tao Jian smiled gently. After so much training, we finally met an opponent worthy of our full effort. Tao Jian then made a summoning gesture and shouted earnestly. Come out, fierce flame fighting cock. Chapter 36 Fierce Flaming Cockfighting. Fiery Fighting Cock. Upon seeing the pet, Li Bo couldn't help but pause for a moment in surprise. The blazing chicken is an elite evolution of the blazing chicken. It stands 2 meters tall, on 2 legs, and its entire body is engulfed in intense flames from head to toe. It has a pair of fierce eyes like an eagle. Just standing there, the fierce flame fighting cock exudes a powerful and awe-inspiring aura. Li Bo's initial goal was to contract a Blaziken, one of the starter Pokemon, so when he saw this Blaziken, his feelings were quite complicated. Blaziken, as one of the most famous commoner-friendly Pokemon, combines fierce attack and speed. Because it was given by the government, it can be said to have helped many talented but financially strapped Beastmasters get through the early stages. I was just listening to people in the audience talking about how some of the freshmen in Jianghai University had already evolved Blaziken into Raging Fire Chicken. I never expected to meet them so soon. Li Bo took another careful look at the boy named Tao Jian. Although his clothes were old, they were exceptionally clean, leading him to think that Tao Jian's family background was probably not much better than his own. The boy's eyes shone with determination, just like his fiery fighting rooster, staring straight ahead with unwavering resolve and fighting spirit. Li Bo, neither I nor the fierce flame fighting cock will hold back. You'd better watch out, Tao Jian said. I will do my best. Name, Fierce Flame Fighting Cock. Gender, male. Attribute, Fire Combat. Rank, Elite Tier 1. Potential, excellent. Skills, Quick Movement, Beginner. Fire Blade, Beginner. Flame Kick, Beginner. Flame Wave, Intermediate. Arrow Step, Intermediate. Description, a battle-hardened, fierce fighting rooster, its body ablaze with flames, a symbol of its indomitable will. 3 beginner levels and 2 intermediate levels. Li Bo was surprised when he opened the panel of the fierce flame fighting cock. With such a configuration, it can be considered one of the best in its class. No wonder Tao Jian is so confident that he can raise the fierce fire fighting chicken to such a level. I wonder how much hardship this guy has endured. Little White, be careful. Li Bo looked at Xiao Bai and gave him a reminder. I'm not afraid of its owner. Xiao Bai replied without fear. Even so, Li Bo couldn't help but tense up. After all, this was Xiao Bai's first time fighting an elite-level pet, and his attributes were completely countered. He might lose if he wasn't careful. Most importantly, he always felt that Tao Jian was not as simple as he seemed. Go, Fierce Fire Cock. The banner of victory is beckoning to us. In the blink of an eye, Tao Jian issued the attack order. Da-da-da. The fiery turkey moved with swift steps, its body like a phantom, and quickly rushed towards Little White. Rapid movement. You've really mastered it. Li Bo squinted and looked around, giving instructions to Xiao Bai in his mind. Let's take to the skies. Utilize our aerial advantage. Whoosh. Little White flapped its wings rapidly and immediately left the spot, leaving the fierce flame fighting rooster completely empty-handed. Let's fly too, Tao Jian shouted. The fierce flame fighting rooster reacted extremely quickly. After its attack missed, it stopped abruptly with a kick, spread its arms, and let the feathers on its arms spread out like wings. It actually chased after Little White. Li Bo wasn't too surprised by this. Some of the more talented fierce flame fighting cocks have the ability to fly short distances, and Tao Jian's was one of them. Hailstorm Suppression. Little White's flight speed was superior, and it quickly gained air superiority. Splash. The relentless hailstones fell rapidly, enveloping the flaming turkey's head. I knew you'd use this trick. Tao Jian smiled confidently. Quickly move with a lunge. Break through. The fierce firefighting cock first dodged a huge hailstone by sidestepping, then used it as a stepping stone and stepped on it. With a whoosh, the fierce flame fighting rooster rose 4 or 5 meters in the air. You've got something. Seeing the incredibly agile movements of the flaming fighting rooster as it effortlessly dodged and weaved through the hailstones, Li Bo immediately became wary and said to Xiao Bai, abandon the hailstorm. Watch out for its sudden attack. Xiao Bai immediately put away the hailstones, but was surprised to find that an extremely hot aura was rapidly approaching from below. Too late. Tao Jian, looking completely in control, ordered, use Flame Kick. The fierce fighting cock suddenly leaped to Little White's side. At the same time, the flames on its feet suddenly flared up, and the scorching heat made Little White feel the danger. There's no way to dodge it. Block it with your wings. Li Bo reacted quickly, and Xiaobai hurriedly folded its wings in front to protect its body. Bang! The fierce flame-fighting rooster kicked Little White's wings mercilessly with both feet, the powerful force causing Little White to be suspended in flight for more than 10 meters. Watch out. Don't cross the line. Li Bo reminded them that the boundaries in the air of the martial arts arena are the same as on the ground. Once you cross the boundary, you will be considered eliminated. Little White quickly spread its wings and stabilized itself just before it crossed the air boundary, while the flaming turkey did a backflip, fell gracefully, and knelt on one knee. Although it withstood the attack, 2 scorching burn marks appeared on Xiaobai's pure white ice crystal wings, and a pain shot through its heart. It actually blocked it. This white dragon is definitely not that simple. Tao Jin's expression flashed with surprise. He had been observing and recording Li Bo's battles in the previous rounds and was already very familiar with Xiaobai's skills. He did not expect that the actual battle would be far more troublesome than he had imagined. Li Bo's face showed an unprecedented seriousness. I almost let Xiaobai get eliminated because of carelessness. It seems we can't just sit here and wait to die. Use the ice fog to block the flame-fighting rooster's vision first. Li Bo relayed to Xiaobai. Little White nodded, then swooped down quickly, unleashing a thick cloud of ice mist at a tricky angle that enveloped the fierce flame-fighting rooster. Faced with the overwhelming icy fog, Tao Jin remained completely calm. Ice mist, is it? Watch how I dispel it for you, he shouted. Fierce flame cock. Use flame wave of the fierce fighting rooster, and then it threw a powerful punch out of thin air. With a loud bang, on the fierce flame-fighting rooster's fist, an invisible white heat wave rapidly erupted, instantly melting the incoming ice mist. When the battlefield was cleared up, the fierce flame-fighting cock suddenly had its pupils constrict. Because not far ahead, that ferocious white spirit dragon was rapidly grabbing at him with its sharp claws. Tao Jin's expression changed. Oh no. Quickly use flame kick to block. The fierce flame-fighting rooster quickly changed its body shape, and at the critical moment when the ferocious dragon claw grabbed it, it accurately blocked the dragon claw with a flame kick. Little White was forced to retreat. That was close. Tao Jin had just breathed a sigh of relief when his face suddenly darkened. Oh no, we've fallen for their trap. The fiery fighting rooster could regain its footing. It discovered that a strong, white dragon tail had tightly wrapped around it. Chapter 37 ignites the blizzard. Tao Jin instantly realized that the white spirit dragon had pretended to be defeated and then launched a tail attack on the fierce flame-fighting rooster when it was off balance. Fly? Death coil, Li Bo said coldly. Woohoo! The dragon's roar rang out again, and Little White's tail swept up the flaming fighting rooster, sending it spinning wildly into the sky. Oh no! Tao Jin looked flustered, his previous composure completely gone. Because he could clearly feel that as the white spirit dragon exerted its death coil, the fierce flame-fighting rooster's body was enduring the pain of being forcibly squeezed. Meanwhile, Bai Linglong continued to soar into the sky, and from the perspective of the audience below, its figure could be seen growing smaller and smaller. Holy crap, Li Bo's move is really ruthless. Putting aside how long the flaming fighting rooster can withstand the death coil, if it falls from such a height, it will be crippled even if it doesn't die. To put on such a brilliant performance against an elite opponent while being of ordinary rank, just who is this white spirit dragon? The white spirit dragon has already reached the 9th level of the ordinary stage. I can't believe how strong it will be after evolving into its elite form. Even now, Tao Jin still won't give up. If you don't admit defeat, the fierce flame-fighting cock will really die. There was a lot of discussion on the sidelines, and everyone's eyes were on Tao Jin. Even the referee was sweating as he watched him, holding his whistle in hand, ready to blow it at any moment. The pressure from public opinion and the struggles of the fierce fighting cock weighed heavily on Tao Jin's heart, causing cold sweat to involuntarily pour from his forehead. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, remaining silent for a long while before Tao Jin suddenly shouted hysterically, "Me and the fierce fighting rooster. How could we possibly stop in a place like this?" He looked at the 2 pet beasts in the air, which had already transformed into stars, with a desperate, all-or-nothing expression. Unleash your full power and set your body ablaze. Fiery fighting cock. Sensing the will of its beastmaster, the fierce flame-fighting rooster in dire straits suddenly opened its eyes. Supported by a strong belief, all that was heard was a loud bang. The fierce flame-fighting rooster surged 3 meters, making its entire body resemble a fireball. Burned by the intense heat, Xiaobai let out a miserable cry and reflexively let go of its tail. Like a burning meteorite, the flaming turkey rapidly descended towards the arena. Because its wings had just been ignited, the flaming rooster was somewhat out of control when it landed, rolling backwards a few times before collapsing to the ground. 5, 4. The referee started counting down again. 3, 2. The countdown reached 1. The fierce firecock suddenly moved and finally staggered to its feet, looking like it was in great pain. Can you still fight? Everyone, including the referees, was shocked and moved by the indomitable fighting spirit displayed by the fierce flame cock, and thunderous applause erupted in unison. The greatest charm of pet battles lies in the bond and belief between the pet and the tamer that transcends life and death. The fierce fighting rooster trembled all over. Its feathers were singed and its body was covered in wounds, but it still stood stubbornly and let out a weak but firm cry. Li Bo was also moved at that moment. Regardless of the outcome, this fierce fighting rooster was a worthy opponent. Li Bo, you are incredibly strong. Stronger than I ever imagined. Tao Jin suddenly looked at Li Bo. However, he changed the subject, gritting his teeth, and said, no matter how powerful your white spirit dragon is, it's still an ice-type pet. Li Bo squinted at him. This trump card was originally intended for the finals, but using it on you ahead of time is worth it. What? A bad feeling welled up in Li Bo's heart. At this moment, Little White slowly flew back from high above. Upon seeing this, Tao Jin shouted loudly, Ignite! Ignite! Tao Jin's beast-taming talent. Suddenly, someone in the audience exclaimed in shock. Since awakening, I have never seen Tao Jin use this talent. This talent, it seems to be B rank, so nobody's been paying much attention to it. Ignite. Li Bo frowned slightly. It should be some kind of fire attribute-enhancing beast-taming talent. Let me show you the strongest bond between me and the fierce fire rooster. A pale smile appeared on Tao Jin's face, and then he heard the fierce fighting rooster crow at the sky in its almost hoarse voice. With a loud bang, an immense heat wave suddenly rose from the entire martial arts arena, and the temperature began to rise sharply. What? Li Bo's expression changed upon sensing that the temperature in the martial arts arena had instantly risen by more than 20 degrees. At this moment, Lu Jun, watching from the stands, smiled appreciatively. Hehe. The Ignite talent has a very high upper and lower limit. When fire tribute pets are on the field, it can forcibly raise the air temperature within the range, creating a high-temperature environment that is favorable to fire tribute pets. Although it's only a B-rank talent, its effect is positively correlated with the Beastmasters and pets' beliefs. Tao Jin is walking the path of the king. In his hands, this talent could probably rival an S-rank talent. Oh, so that's how it is. Li Bo is in big trouble. Lin Feng curiously turned his gaze to Li Bo. What are you going to do now? All of this happened in an instant. The moment Xiao Bai returned to the battlefield, he found that the temperature had risen by more than 30 degrees. Master, it hurts. Little White cast a pained look at Li Bo, who noticed that the ice crystals on its feathers were beginning to melt. No, Xiao Bai, break through and end the battle. Li Bo made a decisive decision. They could not delay any longer. Little White gritted its teeth and nodded, forcefully flapping its wings to snatch at the fierce flame fighting chicken once again. The opponent's stamina was at its limit, and it only needed one dragon claw to finish it off. I won't let you advance. Seemingly anticipating Li Bo's intentions, Tao Jin immediately commanded. Use Flame Wave. Stop it. Boom. The fierce flame cock unleashed another flame wave attack. With the added heat of the environment, the flame wave's range became incredibly wide, like an invisible net enveloping Little White. Feeling the heat wave rushing towards him, Xiao Bai was startled and reflexively sprayed out icy mist to block it. A wave of heat surged in, instantly melting away all the icy mist. The residual power of the flames directly enveloped Xiao Bai's body and repelled him, a look of pain flashing across Xiao Bai's face. The power of the ice mist is still too low. Li Bo's expression was not good. Flame Wave and Ice Mist are intermediate level skills, but Flame Wave is completely countered by Ice Mist in terms of attributes. Moreover, in such a high-temperature environment, Xiao Bai's Ice Mist seems to be quite vulnerable. To break through the opponent's fiery waves, you need a more powerful skill to block them. It can't withstand the current heat wave. Fierce Flame Cock, keep attacking. Tao Jin's face lit up with joy, as if he had seen a chance to win. Another wave of intense heat struck, and Xiao Bai's expression changed. He had no choice but to use Ice Mist to block it. After several rounds, Xiao Bai was already covered in wounds, and the ice crystals on his body kept melting. The worst part is that the temperature on the field is still rising, almost reaching 100 degrees Celsius, and the heat wave on the field is almost distorted. The situation turned around instantly, and everyone held their breath for Xiaobai. Tao Jin is right. No matter how strong Xiaobai is, it is still an ice-type pet. Within this fixed range, his ignition is almost impossible to resolve. Noob. Li Bo looked at Xiaobai with concern. The other party was very weak and didn't even have the strength to fly. After a wave of flames from the fierce flame-fighting cock, Little White was overwhelmed and had no choice but to retreat step by step. Li Bo, aren't you going to give up? In this heat, your ice dragon will suffocate. Tao Jian reminded him. Xiaobai, come back. Let Ziyun go up and end the battle. Li Bo said earnestly to Xiaobai. According to the competition rules, the martial arts competition does not restrict only one pet beast to participate. It's just that at this stage, most beast tamers have already contracted a pet beast. Originally, Li Bo did not plan to reveal the mysterious purple cloud so soon, but Xiaobai has already reached this level and can no longer hold back his strength. I can still hold on, master. Li Bo recalled Xiaobai's stubborn response. No, the temperature on this battlefield is already over 100 degrees Celsius. There's no point in you persisting. Li Bo scolded. If something goes wrong, do you want your master to regret it for the rest of his life? If Xiaobai can't even hold on for this, how will he deal with Lin Feier, and how will he defeat the Crimson Crystal Armor Dragon? As Xiaobai numbly unleashed the ice mist, he spoke in a trembling voice. Hearing this, Li Bo felt a pang of sadness. Although Xiaobai appears gentle, she is exceptionally strong-willed. Li Bo knows very well that once she sets her mind on something, no one can stop her. Just like on Sunset Beach, she risked her life to protect the Dragon Turtle Crystal Core. Since that's the case, Xiaobai. Li Bo's gaze also hardened. Then let's give it our all. Keep using ice fog. Let's see who can outlast whom. Li Bo stared intently at the fierce flame-fighting cock. Although Xiaobai was not in good condition, the other party was also gritting its teeth and persevering. Seeing that Li Bo still wouldn't give up, Tao Jian felt unprecedented pressure. The flame turkey was injured and fell from a great height. Its condition was already very critical. It has only managed to hold on until now by sheer willpower. Of the two, pets wanted to give up first, so their duel suddenly turned into a test of endurance and a contest of wills. Before we knew it, dozens of rounds had already passed. After continuously waving the ice mist, Xiaobai had reached his limit. The solid ice on his body flowed down like water, dripping onto the scorching ground and disappearing without a sound. Silly little white dog. Just as Li Bo was struggling with whether or not to forcibly recall Xiaobai back to the pet space, a message suddenly popped up on the panel. Congratulations, host. The white spirit dragon continuously unleashes its icy mist, activating the hidden quest. Ice Mist Evolution. Mission requirement. White spirit dragon must use ice mist 100 times consecutively. Task progress, 100 out of 100. Rewards are being distributed. Ice Fog, Intermediate, Blizzard Advanced. Chapter 38 advances to the quarterfinals. What? A blizzard? Li Bo's eyes lit up as he looked at the information on the panel. Blizzard, Advanced Skill, creates a large-scale blizzard environment, causing frostbite to those hit. Li Bo was no stranger to this skill. The blizzard skill combines area of effect damage with crowd control, making it an extremely powerful ice-type skill. There are many beast masters in this world who specialize in one type of beast, and even more who specialize in ice. But if you want to play a pure ice team well, blizzard is an essential component. However, in a battle at the level of a newcomer martial arts competition, pulling out the blizzard would seem a bit like bullying. But Xiaobai is in imminent danger, and Li Bo can't worry about that now. Little White, use blizzard. End the battle. Hearing Li Bo's incredibly reassuring voice, Xiaobai suddenly perked up. A new skill. Little White's face lit up with joy. He didn't know how his master was so powerful, always making him suddenly comprehend powerful abilities. Thinking of this, my liking for Li Bo grew even stronger. The casting, animation, and essence of Blizzard seemed to be imprinted in Xiaobai's mind from birth. Suddenly, her azure dragon eyes flashed with unusual light, and an extremely cold aura emanated from them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A fierce wind suddenly swept across the martial arts arena, turning the originally scorching hot ground into an extremely cold place. A biting wind blew in, causing everyone to instinctively shield their eyes with their hands. This is... Lu Jun's eyes widened, and he hurriedly stood up from his seat, holding onto the railing, watching Bai Linglong's movements without moving. Brother Lu Jun, why are you in such a panic? Lin Feng also stood up and asked, puzzled. Blizzard? It's a blizzard. Lu Jun's eyelids trembled as he exclaimed, genius. Absolutely a genius. Oh, blizzard? A high-level ice skill. Lin Feng looked calmly at Li Bo, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. What's this? Tao Jian shielded his eyes, watching the effects of his ignition rapidly fade. His gaze flickered with disbelief. It's hard to imagine that such a commotion was caused by an ordinary pet. Thinking of this, Tao Jian's usually unwavering resolve suddenly wavered, and a sense of disappointment welled up inside him. Even though I tried my best to shine, I still became a dim background in front of this genius. Before we knew it, pure white snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Look, it's snowing. With a startled cry, everyone looked up at the sky. Snowflakes filled the air and landed on everyone's shoulders. In an instant, the martial arts arena transformed into Xiao Bai's magnificent stage. Mu Aoshua stretched out her delicate hand and caught a snowflake, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she spoke. What a nice view. Oh, Lin Feier was taken aback, a slight smile curving her lips as she gazed at Li Bo's figure. That's interesting. As the little white wings flapped rapidly, boundless wind and snow gathered, forming a white, cold current tens of meters wide that enveloped the fierce fighting rooster. The outcome is already decided. The cold wave was as powerful as an avalanche, and the small wave of heat could not stop it at all. The fierce fighting rooster was quickly engulfed by the blizzard and swept out of the arena. When Li Bo told Xiao Bai to stop, he saw the fierce flame fighting rooster lying on the ground, barely alive. The flames on its body had almost died out, but it was still breathing cold air, and its body was constantly moving. Fierce flaming fighting cock. Tao Jian shouted and quickly ran out to check on the injuries of the fierce flame-fighting rooster. Thank goodness. He still has vital signs. Tao Jian breathed a sigh of relief and then asked the medical staff to help carry the flaming fighting rooster away for treatment. He then said to Li Bo, what a thrilling battle. I lost. Li Bo, thank you for going easy on me. Tao Jian was very grateful that Bai Linglong stopped in time. Otherwise the blizzard would have been enough to kill the fierce flame-fighting rooster. Li Bo smiled faintly. It was just luck, Tao Jian. I must say, your Blaziken is very strong. I'm really surprised that you've managed to train it to this level. Upon hearing Li Bo's praise, Tao Jian was taken aback for a moment. Then a relieved smile appeared on his face. To earn your approval, this battle was worthwhile. I will continue to work hard. Tao Jian turned and left, leaving behind only a slightly lonely figure. Li Bo wins. He advances to the quarterfinals. The referee's voice was like thunder, reigniting the atmosphere in the martial arts arena. Li Bo! Li Bo! The cheers from the audience rose and fell. As the final round of 16, it has to be said that this was the most exciting battle since the start of the competition. The resilience shown by Tao Jian and his fierce flame-fighting rooster, as well as the sudden burst of Bai Linglong's survival skills in dire circumstances, deeply shocked everyone present. This textbook perfect battle of offense and defense was incredibly beneficial for both the beast tamers on both sides and the students watching from below the stage. At this moment, Little White lay motionless on the field. The instant she knocked the fierce flame-fighting rooster out of the ring, she had fainted due to exhaustion. You've worked hard, Xiao Bai. Li Bo stroked its head tenderly, sighed, and then put it back into his beast-taming space. It's still a bit difficult to deal with elite-level fire-type pets. It seems we need to hurry up and break through. After the match, Li Bo did not leave the scene immediately. According to the procedure, the next step is to draw lots to determine the list of 8 to 4. Li Bo also wanted to know which player he would be facing in the next battle. Sure enough, after a brief pause, the referee cleared his throat and began to preside over the proceedings again. Ladies and gentlemen, after a day of fierce competition, the 8 finalists of the martial arts tournament have been determined. They are Li Bo, Lin Feier, Mu Aoshua, Wang Linxian. For the quarterfinals, we will give the contestants a day to rest and adjust. The competition will officially begin the day after tomorrow. Before that, we will randomly draw the semi-final matchups today. Now, please look at the screen. As soon as the referee finished speaking, the names of the 8 contestants scrolled rapidly on both sides of the screen, and everyone held their breath, watching the activity intently. With the rollover completed, the list of participants for the first round of the competition was quickly finalized. Mu Aoshua versus Zhu Chen. Zhu Chen's previous matches. His main pet was an elite level 2 steel fist gorilla, which was very strong. Li Bo couldn't help but glance at Mu Aoshua and Meow Meow, thinking that they were probably also planning to break through to the elite level. After all, among the top 8 contestants, Only Mu Aoshua's main pet beast is still at the ordinary level and has not yet evolved. Alright, let's proceed with the second round of the draw. As the referee announced the referee's words, the screen started scrolling rapidly again. When both names were paused, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Several large characters were prominently displayed above. Li Bo vs. Lin Feier. Chapter 39 Evolution. Frost Dragon. Holy crap, it's finally here. Dragon vs. Dragon. Interesting. I never expected that the two of them would actually meet in the quarterfinals. A battle of destiny. I can't wait. Compete with Lin Feier? I don't think so. Although Li Bo's White Spirit Dragon is powerful, Lin Feier's Crimson Armor Crystal Dragon is superior in both level and strength. We can only wait and see if Li Bo can break through the White Spirit Dragon's level quickly. I really want to see what it will evolve into. It seems like if Li Bo wins, he gets $1 million from Lin Feier, but if he loses, he has to be her boyfriend? Damn it, I'm not losing out either way. Why can't I have this kind of good thing? Opinions varied about who was stronger, but the fight between the two was certainly generating a lot of buzz and was arguably the most anticipated match in the Jiangda martial arts tournament. Li Bo let out a long sigh of relief. What was bound to happen has finally happened. He couldn't help but cast his gaze towards Lin Feier, who was standing opposite him, and found that she was also staring at him. When she met Li Bo's gaze, Lin Feier's lips curled up slightly, followed by a provocative smile, before she turned and left the martial arts arena. Damn, that's insane. Li Bo was so angry he gritted his teeth. He had been bullied by this woman for a long time, and now he finally had a chance to get revenge. He was determined to make a name for himself in the competition the day after tomorrow. Right? I should go find Yang Fei to submit the mission. Li Bo suddenly had an idea, and immediately slung his bulging bag over his shoulder and left the school. After many twists and turns, Li Bo arrived at that alley again. As expected, as soon as they entered the alley, they saw Yang Fei's back as he waited for a long time. You've finally arrived. As if he had already guessed that Li Bo was the one who came, Yang Fei said without turning his head. Minister Yang, I'm here to submit my task. I shouldn't be late, right? Li Bo said somewhat uncertainly. I didn't expect you to be so efficient. Yang Fei turned his head and looked at Li Bo with a smile, his eyes showing a hint of appreciation. Stop talking. I've almost gone bankrupt from going to bars these past few days. By the way, why doesn't the Hunter Association pay us a basic salary? Li Bo complained. You've only just become a hunter, and you're already thinking about getting paid? In a few days, will you be like Scarface and the others, doing dirty work for others and getting dirty money? Yang Fei's sharp gaze pierced Li Bo, who chuckled. How could I dare, Minister Yang? As a hunter, I always keep my mission in mind, which is to serve the people. You smooth-talking brat. Yang Fei rolled his eyes at him. All right, give me the stuff. Upon hearing this, Li Bo immediately squatted down, put his backpack on the ground, unzipped it, and revealed the blood-soaked, ferocious wolf head of the night werewolf. Yang Fei's mouth dropped open. You just stuffed the wolf head into your bag like that, all fresh and clean. Otherwise what? A poor kid like me. I don't have the money to buy any storage equipment. Li Bo looked at Yang Fei pitifully. No, what do you mean by looking at me like that? Yang Fei said. Don't try to play the poor card with me. The hunter shop has storage equipment that you can exchange for with your contribution points. Your identity as the night werewolf is legitimate, and 350 contribution points have been deposited into your account. Check it yourself. Hee. Minister Yang, didn't I say I wanted to exchange for 3 frost spirit grasses? Where am I going to get so many contribution points to exchange for storage equipment? Li Bo stared intently at Yang Fei, his face full of anticipation, like a hungry child. Fine. I just can't do anything with you. Yang Fei took out a storage ring from his bag. Here, take it and use it. A storage ring. Li Bo's eyes lit up, but he hesitated for a moment. Won't this deduct my contribution points? You're really stubborn. Yang Fei sighed helplessly. Take it and use it without worry. I bought it with my own money as a reward for your perfect completion of your first bounty. It has about 10 cubic meters of space inside, which should meet your current storage needs. Li Bo was overjoyed and hurriedly took the storage ring. Minister. Oh, no. Brother Yang, you're such a kind person. From now on, I'll be at your beck and call. Just let me know if you need anything. Of course, contribution points would be even better. Oh, really? Yang Fei raised an eyebrow. There's a bounty on your Jianghai University. Want to take it? The offer is quite high, isn't it? Jiang University's reward? Li Bo frowned, suddenly remembering the conversation he overheard between Mu Aoshue and Yang Fei, in which someone said that someone wanted to pay a high price to buy the Jiangda Martial Arts Championship. Li Bo guessed that Yang Fei already knew he had made it into the top 8, which was why he had issued this reward offer to him again. Although whether he can win the championship is still unknown, Li Bo still feels uncomfortable about deliberately losing the game. Both of my pet beasts have very strong personalities. If I were to surrender without a fight, Xiaobai and Ziyun would be the first to object. Before Yang Fei could reveal the specific reward, Li Bo shook his head. Hee, no thanks. I'm not taking any more for now. You cunning brat. Knowing that Li Bo was feigning ignorance, Yang Fei sighed. Since neither you nor Xiaoxue are willing to take it, I'll have to decline this task. Sigh, I'll get my performance bonus docked again. Brother Yang, there's no need to sigh, Li Bo said solemnly. Now that you have such a powerful general as me, our 4,210th division will surely soar to great heights. You know how to talk, kid. Yang Fei vigorously ruffled Li Bo's hair. I'm not going to argue with you anymore. You said before that you wanted to exchange for Frost Spirit Grass, right? Did you bring it? Li Bo asked, his eyes gleaming. Of course, Yang Fei smiled, and then took out 3 crystal-clear little grasses from his body. Frost Spirit Grass. Li Bo's eyes lit up. The Frost Spirit Grass was entirely snow-white, radiating a soft white light under the sunlight. Li Bo held it in his hands, and a chilling coldness pierced his heart. 1 cold spirit grass costs 100 contribution points. If you exchange for 3, you will only have 50 contribution points left. Yang Fei said. Good. Li Bo was in a very good mood. It seemed that joining the Hunter Association was really the right decision. The more you work, the more you earn. As long as you take on more missions, you can get a lot of evolution materials that are hard to buy outside. If there are no problems, I'll be going now. Keep an eye on the updates. I'll post bounty missions for you regularly. Yang Fei gave Li Bo a few words of advice and then bid him farewell. The day after returning home, Li Bo summoned Xiaobai. Owner. Upon seeing Li Bo, the weariness on Xiaobai's face dissipated considerably. Looks like you're recovering well in the beast taming space. After a night of recovery, all of Xiaobai's wounds had healed, its wings were as white as ever, and its whole body exuded a chilling aura. Everything is ready. It's time for you to evolve, little white. Upon hearing this, Xiaobai immediately perked up. Yes, I'm ready, master. Li Bo nodded, then opened the little white evolution task panel. Evolution Quest. Task 1. Reach normal stage 9 with White Spirit Dragon. Completed. Task 2. Command the White Spirit Dragon to win a battle against an opponent with a reverse elemental attribute. Current progress, January 1st. Task 3. Collect 3 Frost Spirit Grasses. Current progress, March 3rd. All evolution conditions for the White Spirit Dragon have been met. Elite level evolution is now possible. Should it evolve into White Spirit Dragon, Frost Ice Dragon? Li Bo placed the Frost Spirit Grass in front of him and shouted. Evolution. Chapter 40 Long Way. As the evolution began, Xiaobai's body suddenly burst forth with dazzling white light, forming a huge sphere of light that illuminated Li Bo's entire room in a hazy glow. Xiaobai was completely enveloped in white light. As if drawn by gravity, the 3 cold spirit grasses in Li Bo's hand flew uncontrollably toward Xiaobai until they completely disappeared into the white light. Has the fusion begun? Although the white light nearly blinded Li Bo, he endured the pain and observed every movement of evolution. We must succeed. Li Bo was sweating bullets. After all, evolution has a certain probability of failure. Losing materials after failure is a minor issue. What's more important is damaging the pet's foundation, making it much more difficult to evolve again later. Evolution successful. Please check your newest pet, Frost Dragon. Upon hearing the system's good news, Li Bo's eyes widened with excitement. It's a success. However, as the light faded, Li Bo heard a loud boom. In an instant, a huge hole was ripped open in the roof of the house by the evolved head of the little white creature. Holy crap! Li Bo felt a chill in his heart, as this directly made things even worse for his already impoverished family. I'm sorry, master. Little White's voice rang out, filled with deep regret. I've tried my best to control my posture. She curled up on the ground, like a child who had done something wrong. Seeing that the evolved Xiaobai was twice as big as before, Li Bo realized that it was indeed too restrictive for Xiaobai to stay in the room. He gently stroked her perfectly sculpted dragon horns. It's all right, Xiaobai. It was expected. Originally, Li Bo planned to give Xiaobai an elite evolution in a remote suburb. However, after thinking about it, he realized that the evolution of pets cannot be disturbed by the outside world. If something were to happen and disrupt Xiaobai's evolution sequence, he would only regret it. After weighing the pros and cons, Li Bo decided to start the evolution in his small house, so he sacrificed the roof. Li Bo composed himself and carefully examined Xiaobai. The frost dragon's length increased dramatically from 3 meters to 7 meters. Xiaobai's overall design is still a snow-white pterosaur covered in ice crystals, but its appearance looks much more mature. The dragon's horns branched into ice crystal antler shapes, making its genetic characteristics increasingly apparent. In addition, 5 sharp ice spikes protruded from Xiaobai's slender spine, exuding a dangerous aura. The edges of the dragon wings sharpened into ice blades, and under the light, a chilling glint pierced straight to the heart. Standing next to Xiaobai, Li Bo instantly felt the temperature drop significantly. Looks like the power of ice-type skills has increased quite a bit. Li Bo smiled with satisfaction and then opened the white panel. Name: Frost Dragon. Gender: female. Attribute: Ice Dragon. Rank: Elite Tier 1. Potential: Dominant level. Status: Hungry. Skills: Dragon Claw, Beginner. Dragon's Might, Intermediate. Death Coil, Intermediate. Frostbite Tail, Intermediate. Frostbite Spike, Intermediate. Blizzard, Advanced. Hail, Advanced. Ice Armor, Advanced. Description: a noble dragon species soaring over the icy plains, the Frost Dragon clan, rulers of the frozen era 10,000 years ago, once enjoyed prosperity that faded with global warming and has long since disappeared into the dustbin of history. I've learned the dragon's might. Looking at the new skills that appeared in the skill bar, Li Bo stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. Dragon's Might is a relatively common dragon-type move. It intimidates opponents by emitting an aura from the eyes, achieving a fear effect that can influence the power of the dragon. One type is Hierarchy. A high-level dragon beast uses its dragon might on a low-level opponent. It can often make the opponent surrender without a fight. The second type is Bloodline. Purebred dragons of noble blood. The power of dragon might is on an even higher level. Even if you accidentally encounter a ferocious beast that is much higher level than yourself, the kingly aura emanating from the dragon's might can often directly force the opponent to retreat. It seems that after evolving, Xiaobai's dragon traits are becoming more and more obvious. Li Bo curiously looked at the description of the system's updated information about Xiaobai, the ruler of the Frozen Age. It seems that Xiaobai's ancestors were quite extraordinary. Li Bo suddenly remembered what his homeroom teacher Wu Gang had said before. Xiaobai was captured by a teacher from Jiangda in an extremely cold place and later placed in the training base as a training pet. Xiaobai's original form was the white spirit serpent. Therefore, the trace of true dragon bloodline contained in its body, as described by the system, must be from the Ling Shuang ice dragon lineage. If we evolve Xiaobai to the overlord level, it might be able to recreate the peak dominance of its ancestors during the Frozen Era. So, Little White, you're a descendant of royalty. Li Bo smiled as he looked at Xiaobai, but Xiaobai was completely bewildered, simply blinking its bright blue eyes and looking at Li Bo curiously. Li Bo reached out and transformed Xiaobai back into a beast girl. In her human form, she looked exactly the same as before. Master, I'm so hungry, Xiaobai said weakly. Oh. Li Bo suddenly looked at Xiaobai's information in the system, and the status bar still showed the word hunger for Xiaobai. Li Bo slapped his forehead. Look how excited I am. I almost forgot about it. I wonder if Xiaobai's diet has changed after evolving? Li Bo couldn't help but start thinking. When pets are in their normal development stage, they mainly need simple supplementary foods such as nutrient solutions because they are still growing. Once a pet reaches the elite level, its appetite will increase significantly, and nutrient solution will no longer be enough to satisfy its hunger. Beastmasters will then prepare nutritious meals according to the pet's preferences. Xiaobai, what do you want to eat? Li Bo asked Xiaobai. I want to eat meat, Xiaobai said with a serious look in his eyes. Meat? Li Bo was taken aback. So the ice dragon also liked to eat meat. He had thought that Xiaobai had grown up eating ice in the wild. It seems our expenses will increase significantly from now on, but we can't let our children go hungry, Li Bo asked. What kind of meat do you want to eat? I'll take you to buy it. Xiaobai shook his head slightly. The newbie doesn't quite understand. I haven't really taught you much about modern diets yet. Li Bo was in a dilemma. Xiaobai simply wanted to eat meat, but he couldn't even say what kind of meat he wanted. Does the system have any good recommendations? Li Bo turned his gaze back to the system novices panel. I haven't checked my pet's status information yet. I wonder if there's any answer. Suddenly, Li Bo curiously clicked on the hunger status column. To his surprise, the system quickly popped up a message. The frost dragon prefers meat, especially seafood. It is recommended that the host take the frost dragon out for a seafood feast to replenish its energy and prevent it from becoming too hungry. It really does have that function. You're amazing. Li Bo was surprised. But then his face lit up with joy. Pet status can change in countless ways. If it goes into a negative state, does that mean there's a solution in the system status bar? Thinking of this, Li Bo felt even more confident. So Xiaobai likes seafood. Li Bo hurriedly felt his waist pouch, pulled out the few loose change he had, and counted it. It was only 200 yuan. He couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. A seafood feast. System, you really think highly of me. Chapter 41 Turmoil. At night, Li Bo brought the two beast girls to a famous barbecue street in the lower city. While a seafood feast might be unaffordable, a delicious roadside barbecue for 200 yuan is definitely within reach. It smells so good, master. Xiaobai's eyes nearly popped out as he stared at the two long rows of barbecue stalls. This is what real life is all about. Li Bo smiled. Although the lower district is a gathering place for the poor in Jianghai, it is also home to a large portion of the city's population. Most of them work in low-level jobs and contribute to the city silently. In the evening, these roadside barbecue stalls attract many diners who are tired after a long day. Although the price is cheap, the taste is just as good as some high-end restaurants. Li Bo chose a place that specialized in seafood, skillfully found an empty seat, and greeted the stall owner. Boss, 200 yuan worth of barbecue, please. Hearing this, Xiaobai said with some distress, Master, how did you spend all the money? I can eat less. Silly little white rabbit. Li Bo laughed. Money can be earned back, but I'd be heartbroken if you went hungry. Brother Li Bo, didn't you say that if we defeat Lin Feier tomorrow, we can get her 1 million? Ziyun, who was standing to the side, spoke up. Ziyun, you're really after that million, Li Bo said with a wry smile. Whether we can beat Lin Feier is another matter, but even if we do, she hasn't said she'd give us that million right away. Li Bo is also very troubled by the recent sharp increase in expenses. Having used up almost all of his savings in subsidies and scholarships, Li Bo thought for a moment that if Lin Feier really made an excuse to refuse the 1 million, he would simply sell the dragon turtle's essence blood on the black market to get some money to tide him over. Ziyun's mouth dropped open. If only I had made her sign a written agreement back then. Humph. No matter what, I will definitely defeat the Crimson Crystal Armored Dragon tomorrow, Little White said through gritted teeth. We must crush her, Ziyun said angrily. We can't let that wicked woman get away with it, and let Brother Li Bo be her boyfriend. The barbecue is here. At this moment, the barbecue owner placed 2 large platters of steaming hot seafood barbecue on the table for the group. You must be starving, Xiaobai. Eat up, Li Bo said affectionately. Xiaobai grunted in agreement and then buried his head in his food. Li Bo looked at Ziyun and said, Ziyun, you should try some too. Okay, I'm going to start eating now. Ziyun picked up a large skewer of grilled squid and said as she ate, It's so delicious. Brother Li Bo is so kind. Even if you're poor, I'd still follow you. Li Bo smiled faintly, sat quietly beside them watching the two eat, and a feeling of happiness welled up in his heart. Bang! Before Li Bo could fully immerse himself in this blissful moment, a sudden, loud thud of someone slamming their fist on the table pulled him back to reality. Baka, we've been in the Great Xia Kingdom for so long, and we still haven't found the culprit, let alone the cause of the dragon turtle's death. The dragon turtle died a horrible death in the rivers and seas. Its precious blood was even stolen. These people of Great Xia, how greedy they are. A Japanese? Li Bo's heart tightened. From the conversation between the two, it seemed they were discussing the killing of the dragon turtle. The beast-taming world, but there are obvious accent variations between different regions. These 2 Japanese people with their broken accents look like they're drunk and venting their emotions. While pretending to joke with Ziyun, Li Bo listened intently to their conversation. Oda Shogun was furious about this and ordered that the Xia people who killed the dragon turtle be captured by any means necessary. It's just a pity for us, having to wander in this strange land far from our homeland. Yamamoto-kun, take it easy. The person who can kill the dragon turtle is definitely no weaker than the 2 of us second-tier beast tamers. Let's just treat this as a vacation. You're wrong. Besides catching the culprit, Oda Shogun has also ordered the retrieval of the dragon turtle's precious blood. If the blood has been consumed by a pet, then that pet must also be brought back. No matter what, more experts will be entering Great Xia to pursue this matter. Let's enjoy this roasted meat that was just served. Yamamoto-kun, have a taste. Yoshi, damn it, they've come to arrest me. Upon hearing this, Li Bo felt as if 1,000 galloping horses were galloping through his mind. Bai Liang and his gang took a lot of the benefits, but in the end, they had to take the blame themselves. However, judging from their conversation, the dragon turtle seems to be very important to this Oda, as he doesn't even spare the pet beast that used the dragon turtle's blood essence. Yoshi, huh? This roast pork. Why is it so awful? Ugh. After retching for a while, the man named Yamamoto suddenly became hostile towards the stall owner, grabbing him by the collar and saying, Baka, how much chili did you put in this roast pork? Are you trying to kill us with the spiciness? Hearing this, the stall owner scratched his head innocently. I didn't add any extra. It's the normal portion. I think you're deliberately targeting the two of us. Yamamoto's eyes widened as he threw him to the ground. Another Japanese man angrily stomped his foot on the stall owner's head and squeezed it hard. Speak. Are you sincere or not? My lords, please spare me. The stall owner pleaded hastily. I didn't do it on purpose. This barbecue is supposed to taste like this. Still dare to talk back. Yamamoto kicked the stall owner hard twice. You lowly great Xiao man. I bet you won't admit your mistake until you've been taught a lesson. Don't want. The stall owner kept screaming in agony. Although many other stall owners nearby wanted to help, they stopped when they saw that the two Japanese were both second-tier beast tamers and dared not speak out despite their anger. After all, not everyone has the talent for fighting. Most of them are just low-level people struggling to survive on a meager income. Please spare me, gentlemen. I'll give you the food for free, okay? The stall owner pleaded desperately. Free meal? Huh. Yamamoto burst into laughter. You think you can just give us a free meal? Do you think all Japanese people are as cheap as you Chinese people? He kicked the stall owner away, yelling, Right now, kneel down and kowtow 100 times. The stall owner had a bruised and swollen face and looked completely bewildered. I was just doing honest business, never imagining I would encounter such a sudden disaster. What? You refuse to kneel? Yamamoto smiled sinisterly. Then I'll just have to break your legs. Don't want. Seeing the two figures closing in, the stall owner sat on the ground and retreated repeatedly. Enough. Libo suddenly stood up. You worthless brat from Japan. How dare you bark like a wild dog on the territory of my great Xia kingdom? Although he really didn't want to get involved, Libo couldn't bear to see his compatriots being humiliated like this. Oh. Upon hearing this, Yamamoto suddenly turned his head, looked Libo up and down, and then revealed a look of disdain on his face. Then he saw two stunningly beautiful beast girls standing next to Libo, and suddenly gave a lewd smile. Yoshi, you haven't tried what the beast girls here are like yet. You bastard. Look again, and I'll gouge your eyes out. Ziyun's eyes were blazing with anger. Brother Libo, I'm itching to teach these two arrogant fools a lesson today. Good. Yamamoto licked his lips. I love these kinds of charismatic beast girls. They're so fun to play with. Then he nodded to his companion next to him, and the two of them simultaneously made a summoning gesture. Several beams of light appeared, and 4 different-shaped pets stood in front of Libo. Chapter 41 The Dark Noose. Libo narrowed his eyes and quickly examined the information of the 4 pet beasts. Poisonous Shadow Python, Elite Stage 3. Thorn Queen Bee, Elite Stage 2. Molten Tail Lizard, Normal 9th Dan. Iron Fong Rat, Ordinary 8th Dan. The Poison Shadow Python summoned by Yamamoto. The venomous Shadow Python reached a full 9 meters in length. Just its coiled form was enough to send chills down one's spine. Little white. Its body was covered with dark green scales that gleamed with an eerie luster. Its triangular head was held high, and it would occasionally flick its tongue out, making a hissing sound. The Thorn Queen Bee, though slightly smaller, exuded a sharp aura, and its wings flashed with faint thorns as it flapped. After several pet beasts were summoned, the surrounding stalls were inevitably damaged, and the stall owners all ran away with their heads in their hands. The gasps of the crowd and the roars of the pets mingled together, turning the once bustling night market into chaos in an instant. Such a vibrant night market. Now it's all ruined. Libo sighed, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes as he looked at Yamamoto and the other man. Hey, kid, if you obediently hand over the 2 beast girls and kowtow to us to apologize, I might consider letting you live. Yamamoto laughed arrogantly. Do you really think that having more pets gives you an edge over me? Libo sneered. Now that he was at least a second-tier beast tamer, and the 2 opponents were at a similar level to him, he didn't need to be afraid. Heh, since you're deliberately looking for trouble, don't blame us for being impolite. The man next to Yamamoto grinned menacingly. Libo nodded to Xiao Bai and Ziyun at the same time, and the 2 pets immediately transformed into their true forms, hovering in the air to the left and right of Libo. It's a dragon. Upon seeing the frost dragon's true form, Yamamoto's pupils constricted sharply, and he involuntarily took 2 steps back. Little White flapped its huge wings in the air. Although it did not launch any attack, The four pet beasts on the other side felt a fear that came from their very souls in an instant. It's a rare dragon beast. I never expected this. We've struck gold today. Yamamoto-kun, even though we didn't find any clues about the dragon turtle, bringing this ice dragon back is still a worthwhile investment, said the man next to Yamamoto. Yamamoto narrowed his eyes to slits and gave the order. Superior. For pet beasts rushed towards Li Bo from all directions. Perfect timing to test the power of my new skill. Li Bo remained completely calm. Little White, use dragon's might. As soon as the words were spoken, a bright light shone in Little White's eyes, and an invisible aura of majesty erupted from its body. Like a powerful shockwave, it spread out instantly. The ordinary 8th-level iron-toothed rat was the first to be hit. Under the pressure of the dragon's might, its limbs went limp and it collapsed to the ground. The other 3 pets stopped attacking and stood there stunned. What are you doing? Yamamoto was puzzled. A mere dragon's glare. Is it really that scary? However, the 4 pets remained completely unmoved. The powerful pressure emanating from Xiaobai's eyes deeply terrified their souls, leaving them with no strength to take even an inch forward. The aura of a king. The man next to Yamamoto suddenly changed his expression. Oh no, Yamamoto-kun. This is a high-level dragon beast. Huh? The effect is surprisingly strong. Li Bo, standing to the side, blinked, clearly also shocked by the power of the skill released by Xiaobai. Logically speaking, Dragon's Might is only a mid-level skill. At Xiaobai's current level, it would be considered a success if it could slow down the opponent's attack rhythm. Unexpectedly, it directly scared them to the point of stopping in place. Even the ferocious-looking venomous python couldn't help but tremble, looking at the little white figure with great fear. As a snake-type pet, the venomous shadow python can most clearly feel the suppression from its bloodline. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. A cold smile crept across Li Bo's lips. Little White. Frost Thorn. Whoosh whoosh. The little white giant wings flapped rapidly, and long, incredibly sharp ice spikes shot out. The opposing pets didn't even have time to react before being struck by the frost spikes. In this kind of battle, there is no need to hold back. Under Xiaobai's incredibly swift attacks, Li Bo could only see the opponent's pet's life status changing rapidly. Iron-toothed rat, dead. Molten lizard, dead. Thorn queen bee, dead. In the blink of an eye, the 3 pets were quickly killed by Xiaobai. What? Both of my pets are dead. The man next to Yamamoto stared at this scene in utter shock, his heart feeling as if it were bleeding. That is, Yamamoto's venomous shadow python was of a higher level, and it was still twisting its body and struggling frantically on the ground. However, its enormous body was covered with dense ice spikes, and dark green blood kept oozing from its body. The poison shadow python kept emitting extremely eerie screams. Yamamoto watched this scene with immense heartache. This poison shadow python was his entire fortune, a pet beast he had nurtured with his life's blood and sweat. They thought victory was assured, but they were unexpectedly suppressed by the ice dragon to the point that they couldn't even lift their heads. Yamamoto's expression changed drastically, his heart filled with nothing but regret. He shouldn't have recklessly caused trouble here, provoking this expert. Please don't kill my shadow serpent. I beg you. Yamamoto suddenly knelt down before Li Bo. Young man, I was wrong. Spare its life. Li Bo glanced coldly at the horrific scene, his face unmoved. It's no use begging me. Kill it, Little White. The cold words rang out, and Xiaobai's offensive became even more fierce. After struggling for less than a minute, the poison shadow python's status also changed to death. Don't want. Yamamoto was utterly despondent, and the arrogance he had displayed moments before was completely gone from his face. Sister Xiaobai, I haven't even had a chance to make a move yet, and you've already wiped them all out. Ziyun, standing to the side, said something resentfully. Xiaobai smiled. Ziyun, I was just worried they'd run away. Holy crap, it really got away, Ziyun suddenly exclaimed. Not far away, Yamamoto and his accomplices abandoned their dead pets and fled desperately into the distance, their rear ends tucked between their legs. Trying to run away? Did you get my permission? Little White snorted coldly and quickly flapped its wings to snatch the 2 of them. She suddenly extended her powerful dragon claws and captured the 2 of them, sending them flying into the sky. Wah, I'm afraid of heights. Mom, let me go? You bastard. Yamamoto also struggled desperately, running away. You said it. Xiaobai gave a strange smile, then simply released its dragon claws, letting the 2 of them fall from a height of 10 meters. Ah! The 2 shouted at the top of their lungs, and then 2 more muffled thuds were heard. The 2 smashed the table and chairs on the ground to pieces. Yamamoto-kun, I'm covered in broken bones. Yamamoto's accomplice cried out, covered in blood. Yamamoto wasn't much better off. Falling from such a height, he was basically crippled, and every movement caused him excruciating pain. As Li Bo slowly walked towards him, Yamamoto said viciously, "You damn bastard. What are you doing?" Although he was terrified, Yamamoto forced himself to suppress his fear and rebuked him. "Boy, I advise you not to act rashly. You can't afford to mess with the power behind me." Threatening me, Li Bo laughed, then stomped heavily on Yamamoto's head. "I think you still don't understand the current situation." Li Bo suddenly said to Xiao Bai, "Go and get the crystal core. We can sell it for some money." Hee. Okay. Upon hearing that he could exchange money, Xiao Bai happily went to perform brain surgery on his 4 pet animals. Don't want. Enraged and powerless, Yamamoto could only watch helplessly as Shiro used his tail to split the heads of the pets one by one. "Brother Li Bo, what should we do with these 2 people? Let me think about it." Li Bo stroked his chin. He was thinking of simply killing the 2 of them to silence them. In the world of beast taming, people die every day because of battle. But this is a city after all, and I am bound by the law. In addition, I am still a student. If I get involved in a murder case and am taken in by the patrol team for investigation, my secret will probably be exposed. Li Bo sighed. "Tie them both up first." "I'll do whatever you say, Brother Li Bo." Finally, there was something to do. Ziyun excitedly found 2 thick ropes at a nearby stall and tied Yamamoto and the other man up with their hands and feet tied up. "The crystal core is here, Master." Xiao Bai was very efficient. In no time, he took out all 4 crystal cores and handed them to him intact. Looking at the 4 pet beast crystal cores of different colors, Li Bo revealed a satisfied smile. He made a small fortune. Although not as large as the previous dragon turtle crystal core, the crystal cores of 2 elite pets can still fetch a lot of money. After retrieving the crystal core, Li Bo saw that Ziyun's side was almost done as well. The 2 were wrapped up from head to toe by Ziyun like mummies, constantly making noises. Li Bo couldn't help but twitch his lips. "Ziyun, who taught you to tie people up like that?" Hee. They need to be taught a lesson. Detection indicates that Phantom Cloud has completed a perfect binding. Complete the skill learning quest, Dark Noose. Congratulations, host. Huan Minjian has successfully mastered the Dark Noose. Dark Rope, intermediate dark type skill, releases sharp black chains to attack the opponent. If it successfully pierces the opponent's body, it deals double soul damage. Li Bo's eyes widened as he stared at the few lines of information that floated in from the system. This works. Chapter 42 Comprehension. Patrol Team Investigating. Please stay where you are and do not move. Suddenly, a stern and authoritative female voice came from ahead. Li Bo looked up and saw several people in blue patrol uniforms rushing towards him. The leader was a young woman with a heroic appearance. The woman possessed an extraordinary air about her and had an exquisitely beautiful face. She had short, neat hair, thick, long eyebrows, and deep, bright eyes that shone with a sharp light. She exuded a heroic spirit. Despite the dress code, the buttons that were almost bursting open were enough to prove her greatness. Li Bo noticed that the badge on the woman's arm had a more intricate design, so he figured she must be the leader of this group. After approaching the scene, the woman first surveyed the chaotic battlefield, then focused her gaze on the 2 bound individuals, giving Li Bo a surprised look. "Oh, you did all of this." The woman's words carried an air of authority without anger, and judging from her powerful aura, Li Bo guessed that she was a 3rd-tier beast tamer. "They attacked first," Li Bo replied calmly. "Don't misunderstand. I'm not here to investigate you." The woman smiled. "We just received a report from the public that 2 foreign beast tamers were causing trouble here. But when we arrived, they were subdued by a young man who looked to be only 18 or 19. Heh, just lucky." Li Bo smiled faintly, thankful that he hadn't killed the 2 men earlier, otherwise he wouldn't be able to exonerate himself now. "In that case, leave them all to me," the woman said. "Could we go back together to register the details?" Li Bo scratched his head, looking somewhat embarrassed. "Sir, I have class tomorrow." "Okay." The woman hesitated for a moment. "Then leave me your identification information." "My name is Li Bo." As he spoke, Li Bo took out his ID card and showed it to the woman for verification. "By the way, sir, those 2 said they wanted revenge on me. There should be other accomplices lurking in Jianghai. You have to protect my safety." Li Bo recounted the events with feigned fear. "Oh, is that so?" The woman's gaze swept quickly over Yamamoto and his companion. Then she handed Li Bo a business card and began to introduce herself earnestly. "I am Lu Wei, captain of the 3rd Patrol Team of Jianghai. If you encounter any trouble, contact me immediately." "Great." I'm relieved to hear that. Li Bo smiled gratefully. Goodbye then, Captain Lu Wei. After leaving the barbecue stall, Li Bo went to the nearest pet store to sell crystal cores. 2 ordinary-grade crystal cores were exchanged for a total of 500 yuan. However, the 2 elite-level crystal cores earned him a huge sum of 8,000. This is mainly thanks to the green poison shadow python crystal core. Poison-type crystal cores have a wide range of uses and are relatively difficult to obtain, so the poison shadow python core alone is worth 5,000 yuan. After receiving the money, Li Bo bought some nutritional supplements for Xiao Bai and Ziyun, and also bought each of them a brand new set of beautiful clothes. The 2 were very happy and happily linked arms with Li Bo the whole way. After buying some tools and materials at a hardware store, Li Bo returned home and spent 2 hours repairing the damaged roof. After taking a shower, Li Bo lay sprawled on the bed, utterly exhausted. Suddenly, Little White nudged him and muttered something. Master, Ziyan learned new skills today? I haven't. No. Little White, didn't you just evolve? In terms of the number of skills, you have more than half as many as Ziyun. The young man's face was as red as a ripe apple. But, I want to learn Dragon Dance. Dragon Dance? That's it. Li Bo suddenly remembered that he still had a Dragon Dance learning task to complete. Damn it. I've been so busy these past few days, I almost forgot about it. Hee. Brother Li Bo, I've prepared everything. Ziyun looked like she was enjoying the spectacle even more. Tada, look, what's this? It's not Ziyun. Where did you get this thing from? Li Bo was speechless. Did you rummage through the cabinet? Brother Li Bo, your equipment is truly amazing. Ziyun smiled mischievously. But Xiaobai, do you know how to pole dance? Li Bo's face was burning hot. Making an innocent newbie do this kind of thing? This system is just too evil. Xiaobai nodded shyly and hummed in a voice barely audible. Brother Li Bo, please let Sister Xiaobai give it a try. Ziyun looked even more excited than Li Bo. After all, we're going to fight Lin Feier tomorrow, so having more skills will increase our chances of winning. Although Ziyun was not serious, what she said did not make any sense. After hesitating for a moment, Li Bo nodded. Then let's give it a try. Let's dance for a bit. What surprised Li Bo was that Xiao Bai's dance moves were so perfect, yet the system didn't play a notification that the task was successful. Huh? That shouldn't be happening. Li Bo was very puzzled. The task was very clear. The Beast Girl would learn the skill Dragon Dance by performing a pole dance around the Beast Tamer. So something seems off. What's wrong, Brother Li Bo? Ziyan asked curiously. It was unsuccessful. Li Bo told the 2 of them the requirements for learning. Could it be that I didn't dance well enough? A sense of frustration welled up in Xiaobai's heart. Of course not. Xiaobai, you did a fantastic job. There must be other reasons why you didn't succeed. Li Bo immediately comforted her. Didn't work? Chapter 43 Betting. Congratulations, host. The Frost Dragon has successfully mastered Dragon Dance. Dragon Dance, a high-level dragon-type skill that comprehensively boosts all of your pet's attributes, doubling the boost. I've finally learned the Dragon Dance. Seeing the 3 lines of information flashing before his eyes, Li Bo's face lit up with joy. The Dragon Dance skill is not something that all dragon-type pets can learn. Lin Feier's Crimson Crystal Armor Dragon is powerful. It is still a sub-dragon. Its buff skill, Rage, only provides a 0.5x increase and only boosts the attack attribute. However, Dragon Dance provides a 100% boost in all aspects, which means that after Xiaobai uses Dragon Dance, his attack, defense, speed, etc. will all be doubled. I'm sorry, Master. The pretty boy's face turned bright red from his neck to his cheeks. Brother Li Bo is so biased. He's letting Meow Meow get a good deal, but not us. Ziyan turned her head and said angrily. At this moment, Xiaobai slowly raised her head, revealing her cool and exquisitely beautiful face. Master, I think Ziyan has a point. How about you give us a break today? No. Xiaobai, how did you become like this too? Li Bo looked intently into Xiaobai's eyes. Don't let Ziyun corrupt you. I didn't. Little White pouted. Why can Meow Meow be so close to you? The 3 of us are inseparable all the time. What's wrong with you giving us this one time? Upon hearing Xiaobai's outrageous words, Li Bo's mouth nearly dropped to the ground. Little White, you've changed. You're no longer my good Little White. Little White always obeys its master. Xiaobai tugged at Li Bo's shoulder and said in a spoiled tone, Please, Master. Please, Brother Li Bo. The 2 men instantly got excited and grabbed Li Bo's arms from both sides, refusing to let go. No, there's a competition tomorrow. Strenuous exercise is not advisable today. Li Bo righteously and firmly rejected their unreasonable demands. So, Brother Li Bo, you mean, it's over after the competition? Ziyun rolled her eyes as she spoke. That's not it. Alright, Xiaobai, you absolutely have to win this match tomorrow. Before Li Bo could finish speaking, Xiaobai's unwavering tone instantly drowned out his voice. Hey, little white, I haven't finished speaking yet. Brother Li Bo, you've already said it, so you can't go back on your word. Ziyun smiled mischievously. What did I say? Ziyun, you bad guy? Do I have to teach you a lesson before you'll behave? I'll accept it even if Brother Li Bo bullies me. I'll only let you bully me. This is a real headache. Li Bo sighed. I think I'll just go to sleep. Okay, I must win tomorrow. Before they knew it, Xiaobai had fallen asleep on his shoulder, while Ziyun rested her head on Li Bo's arm, pretending to be asleep as well, afraid that Li Bo would summon her back to the pet space. I really can't do anything with you guys. Li Bo turned off the light and covered the two of them with blankets. Next day, the martial arts arena at Jiangda was packed with people early in the morning. It can be said that the martial arts competition has never been as packed and popular as it is today. The reason for this is that, in addition to everyone's attention being focused on the quarterfinals, the first match today was a big battle between Li Bo and Lin Feier, which was quite a spectacle. As soon as Li Bo entered the martial arts arena, he heard a cacophony of heated discussions. Have you heard? Lin Feier has upgraded her Crimson Crystal Armored Dragon to Elite Stage 2. Wow, he's already Elite Rank 2 in just a few days. TSK. The difficulty of upgrading to Elite level is no less than that of ordinary level. Each upgrade requires actual combat experience and a lot of resources. This Crimson Crystal Armored Dragon is growing so rapidly. I wonder how much money Lin Feier has spent on it. His dad is the president of the Jianghai Beast Tamer Association, and he has no shortage of top beast tamers around him to teach him. Moreover, the Lin family monopolizes the entire power industry in Jianghai. For them, money comes faster than a printing press. Such a rich woman. If she could marry me, I'd be willing to grow another 20 centimeters taller. How dare you eat and take things? You're drooling on the floor. So, do you guys think Li Bo has a chance? I doubt it. There's a huge gap between ordinary and elite. Lin Feier's Crimson Crystal Armored Dragon isn't just a pretty pet. It won't be so easy to deal with. Ugh, not only are they beautiful, but they're also so rich. And yet they work harder than us. It's like they're making life impossible for us. I actually hope Li Bo wins. This guy has already dated a school beauty, and if he becomes Lin Feier's boyfriend, it'll be worse than killing me. How about we make a bet? Alright, let's bet. I bet 500, Li Bo wins. I bet 2,000. Lin Feier wins. Before the match even started, people were already taking their seats in the stands. The discussion about who would win or lose between the two reached its peak. Undoubtedly, most bettors favored Lin Feier, and the most people bet on her to win. Brother Li Bo, these people are going too far. Our odds of winning are 5 times the stake. How much they look down on Sister Xiaobai. Ziyun said angrily. Li Bo smiled. Nobody at the school knows about Xiaobai's evolution yet. It's normal that they don't have high hopes for us. Master, how about we place a bet too? Bet on ourselves to win. Little White suddenly said. Oh, Little Bai is very confident of winning. Li Bo joked. It's not just that I'm confident I can win. It's that I absolutely must win. Xiaobai stared intently at Lin Feier on the opposite preparation platform, a surge of fighting spirit almost overflowing from the corner of his eyes. Alright, since that's the case, let's take a gamble. Let's turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Li Bo had 6,000 coins left over from selling crystal cores yesterday, and he took it all out and gave it to Ziyun. Ziyun, go, bet everything on Xiaobai to win. Chapter 44, The Great Battle with Lin Feier. At this point, the referee on the stage, seeing that time was almost up, began to preside over the proceedings. Now, let's begin today's first round of the quarterfinals. Li Bo versus Lin Feier. As soon as he finished speaking, a chorus of shouts erupted from the audience. Goddess, you have to win. I love you. Li Bo, you better step up your game. I'm betting everything on you. Lin Feng and Lu Jun were also waiting on the high platform, observing the scene below. Hehe, President Lin Feng. Finally, the showdown between Feier and Li Bo has arrived. Lu Jun said with a smile. Lin Feng turned his gaze to Li Bo. I'm curious. How many rounds can this kid last against that girl? Oh, it seems you have a lot of confidence in your daughter. Lu Jun said curiously. Lin Feng shook his head. It's not that I'm being overconfident. It's just that Feier takes this competition very seriously. I've never seen her take anything so seriously before. Even when competing against that girl from the Mu family, she's never trained so recklessly. Lu Jun narrowed his eyes. So, Lin Feng keeps thinking, does Feier really have feelings for Li Bo? Lin Feng glanced at him. Heh, you cunning fellow, You want to ask what I think of Li Bo, don't you? He sighed deeply and said, Sigh? This kid comes from a poor family. He's just a bit good-looking. I don't know what Fayer was thinking. She introduced many handsome young men to her, but didn't like any of them. She just happened to be infatuated with this poor boy. However, if Fayer truly loves him, as her elder, I can only respect her decision. After all, I, Lin Feng, only have this one daughter. Mr. Lin, there's no need to be so pessimistic. Lu Jun smiled. I know a bit about Li Bo. Apart from his poor family background, he's a decent person. He's quick-witted, otherwise he wouldn't have gotten first place in the humanities. Now that he's awakened an S-level spatial talent, his future looks very bright. Lu Jun praised Li Bo without reservation, his words brimming with admiration. S-level spatial talent. Lin Feng said thoughtfully. This kid also happens to have a dragon-type pet. If Fayer is really willing to be with him, we could try to get them both to study at Holy Dragon University. Lin Feng once again focused his gaze on Li Bo below, observing his every move as if he were examining a son-in-law. As Li Bo stepped onto the stage, Lin Fayer followed closely behind with confident and fiery steps. Lin Fayer's long, fiery red hair cascaded freely over her shoulders, and she wore a form-fitting black outfit that perfectly accentuated her stunning figure. The neckline of her outfit was just the right amount of open, revealing her delicate collarbone and fair skin, along with a pair of incredibly long and straight legs that captivated the hearts of every man present. Lin Fayer looked at Li Bo, revealing a slightly sickly smile. Finally, no one will bother us. We can have some alone time. What the hell is this private time for two? Li Bo said, his face darkening. I'm here to fight, not to flirt with you. After the fight, can we start dating? Lin Fayer said in a magnetic voice. I've already booked the restaurant for tonight as our first date spot, and I've really put a lot of effort into the arrangements. Who wants to go on a date with you? Li Bo was sweating profusely. Recalling the humiliation he had suffered at the hands of this woman, Li Bo said viciously. Today I must defeat you soundly. Lin Fayer, I admire your courage, Li Bo. Lin Fayer appeared to be in complete control. I must say, your performance in the martial arts competition was outstanding. In terms of strength, you have earned my, Lin Fayer's, approval. But if you want to defeat me, your white spirit dragon is still lacking. Come forth. Crimson Crystal Armored Dragon. With Lin Fayer's summons, the towering figure of the Crimson Crystal Armored Dragon reappeared on the field. Its gaze swept over the entire audience, practically screaming, "Invincible!" Roar. The Crimson Crystal Armored Dragon roared, its deep and powerful voice echoing throughout the arena, causing the audience to cover their ears. What a fierce aura. The Crimson Crystal Armored Dragon is much stronger than before. No wonder Lin Fayer was so confident. How could anyone possibly take down such a tanky Crimson Crystal Armored Dragon? How about it? Lin Fayer smiled charmingly at Li Bo, but her smile was full of provocation. Oh, it's not quite there yet. Li Bo sized up the Crimson Crystal Armored Dragon, his face showing no panic, but a cold smile appeared on his lips. Your Crimson Crystal Armored Dragon is indeed powerful. It may indeed be a great threat to the White Spirit Dragon. But if I were to use this, how would you respond? Lin Fayer's smile gradually froze, just as Li Bo shouted. Come forth, Frost Dragon. What? Upon hearing this, everyone's expression changed. Woohoo! A deafening dragon roar echoed throughout the entire martial arts arena. Before anyone could react, a giant white dragon suddenly shot out from the blue magic circle summoned by Li Bo and soared into the sky. This is... On the stage, Lin Feng's eyes widened as he watched Li Bo's expression shift from one of uncertainty to one of delight. As expected, he's the man Fayer has her eye on. Good lad, he really didn't disappoint me. By the appearance of the Frost Dragon, he muttered to himself. Lu Weiqing wasn't lying to me. This kid really did take down 2 second-tier beast tamers. Lu Jun turned to look at Lin Feng. President Lin Feng, I feel like you're quite excited to see Li Bo getting stronger. If Fayer loses, she'll miss this chance to enter the secret realm. Hey, brother Lu Jun, your vision is too narrow. Although the opportunity in the secret realm is rare, I'm more concerned about Fayer's growth in the competition. It's just that this kid actually evolved the White Spirit Dragon. He's quite a formidable opponent. Lin Feng said with a smile. I've spoiled Fayer since she was little. It would be good to have a strong man to keep her in check. Besides, my Lin family is big and powerful. If you want to be my son-in-law, you have to have the strength to stand on your own first. Compared to Lu Jun and Lin Feng's nonchalant attitude, the audience was not so calm when they saw the figure of Ning Shuang Binglong. Holy crap! It's evolved. White Spirit Dragon. What kind of pet is this? It's so white and so big. It must be 7 or 8 meters long. It's even bigger than the crimson crystal armored dragon. What a cool ice dragon. Li Bo, that kid, he's been hiding his true strength. Ha. I knew I hadn't made the wrong bet. My good buddy Li Bo, whether I can become rich overnight depends entirely on you. Why are you getting so worked up? In my opinion, even if Li Bo's white spirit dragon breaks through to the elite level, it'll only be evenly matched with the crimson crystal armored dragon. Exactly. It's still uncertain who will win or lose. Little White fluttered its wings and hovered in the air, and the surrounding air seemed to cool down by a few degrees. When enemies meet, their eyes are filled with intense hatred. The crimson crystal armored dragon below, its fighting spirit reaching an unprecedented height. Seemingly recognizing the giant dragon before it as the white spirit serpent from its former training grounds, the crimson crystal armored dragon's eyes flashed with disbelief. Suddenly, the crimson crystal armored dragon's eyes hardened, and a fierce glint appeared on its lips. It's as if it's declaring to Xiaobai, I can defeat you once, and I can defeat you a second time. With a loud bang, the crimson crystals on the back of the crimson crystal armored dragon suddenly burst into flames, and the high-temperature aura quickly clashed with the icy environment brought by Little White. Name, Crimson Crystal Armored Dragon. Gender, male. Attributes, dragon, fire ground. Rank, elite tier 2. Potential, leader level. Status, belligerent. Skills, dragon claw, beginner. Crimson crystal barrage, beginner. Dragon's might, intermediate. Rage, intermediate. Lava shield, intermediate. Fireball fist, intermediate. Gravity, intermediate. Lava cannon, advanced. Description: the crimson crystal armored dragon, which evolves from the red armored dragon, gains an additional fire attribute. Its significantly increased strength comes from investing hundreds of millions of resources. This is an extremely pay-to-win pet, free-to-play beast tamers. Please proceed with caution. Lin Feier stared at Xiao Bai's figure, hesitated for a moment, then looked at Li Bo with a surprised expression. Oh, you actually succeeded in evolving. Heh, to deal with you, I'll naturally go all out. Li Bo said coldly. Interesting. Lin Feier's gaze suddenly became incredibly sharp. Since that's the case, then don't blame me for being impolite. Chapter 45 Clash. Roar. The crimson crystal armored dragon, and its aura surged. Use dragon's might. Lin Feier shouted, and the crimson crystal armored dragon's scarlet eyes flashed with a strange red light, staring straight at Little White in the air. Dragon's might. We have that too. Xiao Bai didn't flinch at all, its azure eyes meeting the gaze of the crimson crystal armored dragon below, and it also unleashed its dragon might. Inflicts substantial physical damage on pets. Once effective, it can often subdue the enemy before the battle even begins. Both sides chose to use their dragon might to suppress their opponent, hoping to create an advantage for the subsequent battle. For a moment, an eerie silence enveloped the entire martial arts arena. Everyone held their breath and watched the battle between the two with bated breath. Only the crimson crystal armored dragon could feel the powerful pressure emanating from Little White's bloodline. That was a kind of the oppressive aura of a king. Oh, it seems that the bloodline of this ice dragon is a bit higher than that of the crimson crystal armored dragon. Lin Feng looked at this scene with surprise. The crimson crystal armored dragon is a subdragon, and it won't gain any advantage against a purebred dragon beast with dragon might. Lu Jun chuckled. What? Seeing that the frost dragon had also learned dragon might, and that its suppressive power seemed to be slightly better than that of the crimson crystal armored dragon, Lin Feier's eyes flickered uncertainly. How could it be a purebred dragon beast? Wasn't it evolved from the white spirit serpent? Silence. Absolute silence. The battlefield was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone held their breath in suspense. Under this tense atmosphere, some audience members even had beads of sweat on their foreheads. The two sides were on the verge of exchanging blows. It was a contest of who would back down first. Look, it moved. An unknown shout, like a thunderclap from a clear sky, jolted everyone out of their daze. It's a crimson crystal armored dragon. Following everyone's gaze, on the battlefield, Lin Feier's crimson crystal armored dragon couldn't help but take 2 steps back. That fierce, fighting spirit in his eyes was instantly replaced by fear. Xiao Bai's eyes remained sharp, his gaze as cold as ice, sending a chill down the spine of the crimson crystal armored dragon. This oppression comes from the bloodline and is irresistible. What's going on? A crimson crystal armored dragon. Lin Feier clearly hadn't anticipated suffering a setback in the first round of confrontation. She knew that if this continued, the opponent's dragon might would definitely render the Crimson Crystal Armored Dragon completely incapable of fighting. She quickly gave the instructions. Abandon Dragon's Might. Use Crimson Crystal Barrage immediately. Whoosh whoosh. A burst of red crystal arrows rapidly detached from the Crimson Crystal Armored Dragon, completely blocking Little White's vision. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. The red crystal arrow came hurtling towards them, and Li Bo narrowed his eyes slightly. Such a fast reaction. The red crystal burst is also much stronger than before. The first time I saw this skill was when the red armored dragon was fiercely battling with the white dragon in the training ground. Back then, the red crystal barrage, in terms of both quantity and speed, was far less powerful than the red crystal armored dragon's current burst of power. But my little white dog is no longer the same little white dog it used to be. He quickly issued a counterattack command to Xiaobai. Block with Frost Thorn. Swish, swish, swish. Little White flapped its wings rapidly, and long, narrow ice spikes shot out from both sides of its wings. Bang, 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 bang. The ice spikes and crystal arrows collided rapidly, producing a series of violent explosions. The red and white arrow formations kept crossing in the air, like fireworks exploding, and everyone was amazed by this incredibly beautiful scene. However, although the Crimson Crystal Armored Dragon is incredibly powerful, the Frost Spike is an intermediate skill, and its power and size are far superior to the basic Crimson Crystal Barrage. Soon, the Frost Thorn strike suppressed the crystal arrow. Whoosh! Piercing the crystal arrow, the two ice spikes struck the chest of the Crimson Crystal Armored Dragon with perfect accuracy, and blood immediately gushed from the wound. Upon seeing this, the audience all gasped in astonishment. They started drawing blood right away. That's ruthless. What deep-seated hatred, what profound resentment must this be? Lin Feier was completely unconcerned about the wounded Crimson Crystal Armored Dragon, and said with a disdainful sneer, "That's all the attack you can do. It's like tickling me." As they were speaking, steam suddenly rose from the Crimson Crystal Armored Dragon's body, and the two ice spikes were quickly melted and disappeared into the air. However, the next second, they saw the Frost Dragon in the air pounce on its prey like a hungry wolf, stretching out its ferocious dragon claws and grabbing straight at the Crimson Crystal Armored Dragon. Oh, Dragon's Claw. A look of surprise flashed across Lin Feier's eyes. Li Bo really wasn't giving her a chance to breathe, launching attack after attack. Perfect timing. We'll use the Dragon Claw too. Lin Feier started to get serious. Just as Xiaobai was about to hit the Crimson Crystal Armored Dragon's body, the dragon suddenly stretched out its Dragon Claw to block. The two collided with a muffled thud. An invisible circular wave emanated from the two giant dragons and rapidly spread outwards from the arena, making the hair of those around them flutter wildly. The Crimson Crystal Armored Dragon and Little White were locked in a stalemate once again on the battlefield. Both sides were grimacing, neither willing to give an inch, their eyes fixed on the desire to defeat their opponent, showing no sign of backing down. Lin Feier was stunned by this scene. The power of the Dragon Claw is actually comparable to that of the Crimson Crystal Armored Dragon. It should be noted that its Crimson Crystal Armored Dragon is known for its strength, and among dragon beasts of the same level, it has never been taken advantage of. Unexpectedly, in just 2 short exchanges, the Frost Dragon unleashed such a powerful pressure. About the origins of this Frost Dragon, whose performance was even more impressive than some purebred dragons. In the air, Little White was filled with rage, spread its wings at full power, and desperately pressed down on the Crimson Crystal Armored Dragon. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, the Crimson Crystal Armored Dragon took 2 steps back. Seeing that the Dragon's Claw technique had unexpectedly gained the upper hand, Lin Feier's expression changed slightly, and she hurriedly gave instructions. Throw it away. Upon hearing the command, the Crimson Crystal Armored Dragon quickly closed its claws and gripped Little White's claws tightly. Then, the Crimson Crystal Armored Dragon mustered all its strength and kept spinning Little White around in place. Whoosh! As the Crimson Crystal Armored Dragon accelerated, the two bodies quickly merged into a tornado that was red at the bottom and white at the top. There was a whoosh. The Crimson Crystal Armored Dragon hurled Little White away, intending to throw it directly off the arena. However, the air was Xiaobai's home turf after all. Just as it was about to reach the edge of the field, Xiaobai suddenly spread its wings and fixed its body in midair. Now, blizzard. Li Bo immediately gave instructions. Another blizzard began to fall from the sky, and a biting wind enveloped the entire arena. With wind and snow swirling around, Visibility on the entire arena plummeted, and the audience could only see a hazy expanse of white. The evolved Little White has increased the power of the blizzard to another level. As the little white wings continued to flutter, the blizzard quickly gathered into two thick streams of cold air, which rushed towards the standing crimson crystal armored dragon. Xiaobai's attack was unrestrained. Her azure eyes flashed with a strange light, and the two streams of cold air converged rapidly halfway through their attack, constantly intertwining and merging. It actually formed a long, snow-white dragon. The snow-white dragon, ferocious and menacing, charged towards the crimson armored dragon with overwhelming force. Chapter 46, A-Rank Talent. What a powerful move. This is Li Bo's true strength. They saw the snow-white dragon. Everyone's eyes widened, believing that their own pets would be no match for this powerful attack. They're becoming more and more unfathomable to me. For the first time, fear appeared on Lin Feier's face. Faced with this attack, she dared not be careless and hurriedly sent a message to the crimson crystal armored dragon. Activate the lava shield immediately. Whoosh! The crimson crystal armored dragon was suddenly ignited, and a bright flame shone brightly in the wind and snow. The flames quickly enveloped the crimson crystal armored dragon's body, forming a huge circular fire shield. Boom! The snow-white dragon struck the protective shield with great speed, creating a huge explosion that sent snowflakes flying everywhere. Just when everyone thought the crimson crystal armored dragon had withstood the fatal blow, the snow-white dragon continued its relentless attack. Centered on that ferocious dragon head, the surrounding temperature plummeted, becoming extremely frigid. In an instant, the crimson lava shield was covered with a layer of frost. Using ice to control fire. Such a scene caused everyone present to gasp in astonishment, marveling at the truly heaven-defying attributes of this ice dragon. Blizzard is a high-level skill. How could a mere lava shield possibly withstand it? A cold smile appeared on Li Bo's lips. The lava shield was rapidly eroded by the frost, and the crimson flames gradually dimmed, replaced by a thick layer of sharp ice. It's turned into an ice hockey puck. Fantastic. Brilliant. Who would have thought that Li Bo's ice dragon would actually freeze the lava shield, trapping the crimson crystal armored dragon inside? Voila! Sudden, the snow-white dragon let out a deafening roar, carrying Little White's boundless rage, and forcefully smashed the ice ball apart. Bang! Into the crimson armored dragon inside the ice sphere without any hesitation. After flying several meters through the air, the crimson armored dragon crashed heavily to the ground, its eyes showing great pain. Crimson crystal armored dragon. Lin Feier's expression changed. Seeing that the opportunity to win had arrived, Li Bo immediately gave the order. A surprise attack. Dragon's Claw takes it out of the arena. Call. Flapped its wings rapidly, its claws poised to grab, and it swooped down towards the crimson crystal armored dragon on the ground. Just as Li Bo was less than 5 meters away from the crimson crystal armored dragon, he suddenly noticed that Lin Feier's lips curled up into a smile. Be careful, Xiaobai, Li Bo quickly warned. Heh, I'll let you fly. Crimson crystal armored dragon, use gravity. Lin Feier suddenly shouted, and then the crimson crystal armored dragon suddenly opened its eyes wide, quickly spread its arms, and let out a deafening roar. In an instant, an incredibly strong downward force of gravity rapidly pulled Xiaobai's body down. Gravity, intermediate ground-type skill. After use, the gravity within 5 meters of the pet increases to twice the normal level, lasting for 2 seconds. Impacted by gravity, Xiaobai quickly lost its balance and crashed violently to the ground. Although it was only 2 seconds, it was enough for Lin Feier to create a chance to win with one blow. Now, Fireball Fist! Lin Feier shouted, and the crimson crystal armor dragon's right hand immediately burst into flames, aiming at the falling Little White's abdomen, and blasted out fiercely. Say goodnight to this world. The tide of battle turned in an instant, and the audience members below the stage covered their mouths in shock. Red Crystal Armor Dragon's punch was incredibly powerful, aimed directly at Xiaobai's vital point. If it had hit, the match would have been over. There's no escaping it now. Is there any other way, Li Bo? It seems that Lin Feier has more practical experience. Just when everyone thought Li Bo had run out of ideas and was preparing for defeat, he suddenly let out a loud shout. Ice armor. Whoosh. Xiaobai's body was instantly covered by a layer of solid ice, forming a set of airtight white armor that tightly wrapped her body. This is ice armor. Lin Feng suddenly stood up and rubbed his eyes vigorously. Another advanced skill. How many advanced skills has this kid used since the start of the match? Lu Jun's jaw nearly dropped to the floor, turning the tide time and time again. Just how many tricks did this kid have up his sleeve? Mu Aoshue stared intently at Li Bo's figure, her gaze shifting uncertainly. Perhaps he has completely surpassed us. You're being too pessimistic, Xiaoxue. Don't forget, I'm an elite-level superpowered pet now. Meow Meow, standing to the side, seemed completely unconcerned. Although her appearance remained unchanged after the evolution, she exuded an air of nobility and mystery. Ice armor, double defense. Upon seeing the ice armor, Lin Feier's face paled. Although the flame-burst fist could counter the ice dragon, it was, after all, an intermediate skill, and it probably wouldn't be very effective against Xiaobai, whose defense had been enhanced. She turned her gaze to Li Bo and said through gritted teeth, You were hiding it way too well. This is Xiaobai's first appearance with the ice armor since the martial arts competition, which naturally sparked considerable controversy. Now, the Crimson Crystal Armored Dragon Flame Burst Fist was unleashed with a deafening boom, striking Xiaobai squarely in the abdomen. As Lin Feier expected, under the ice armor's indestructible defense, the Flame Burst Fist only left a dark scorch mark and did not cause any substantial damage to Xiaobai. Fortunately, Lin Feier discovered that although the punch didn't cause any damage, it did knock the ice dragon back. Taking advantage of the moment when Xiaobai's body tilted, Lin Feier suddenly gave the order. Use gravity again. Another powerful gravitational pull dragged Xiaobai to the ground, but this time, Li Bo's expression was completely calm. Do you think I'd fall for that again? What? Lin Feier looked up suddenly, and although the ice dragon was restrained, it fell heavily to the ground. But, along with it fell thousands of enormous hailstones. Look, due to gravity, the hailstones are moving faster. Some observant people noticed that the hailstones that Xiaobai threw were falling much faster than before. The hailstones, as big as fists, surged down like white meteors, falling vertically and relentlessly striking the Crimson Crystal Armored Dragon. Roar! The Crimson Crystal Armored Dragon howled in agony. Hail is especially damaging to high-defense pets, let alone hail that has been amplified by gravity. With a loud bang, the Crimson Crystal Armored Dragon was forced to kneel on one knee, unable to lift its head due to the pressure. Lin Feier murmured as she watched this scene, her eyes flickering. In an instant, she felt that her arrogance was like that of the Crimson Crystal Armored Dragon, being ruthlessly pressed and rubbed into the ground by Li Bo. He actually managed to push me to this point. Li Bo, truly a man Lin Feier, acknowledge. But Li Bo, you still can't escape my grasp. Ha! A crazy laugh suddenly appeared on Lin Feier's face, and her wandering gaze became firm again. Use rage. The Crimson Crystal Armored Dragon's lava shield lit up again, and with 50% increased power, this time, all the hail was melted outside the shield. As the effects of the hail wore off, the Crimson Crystal Armored Dragon slowly stood up. Lin Feier looked at Li Bo, her eyes showing an unprecedented seriousness. It seems, this is the only way to deal with you. Li Bo's eyes narrowed slightly. They're here. Aoshue, sitting in the audience, frowned. Rank a talent, lock on. Chapter 47, Quadruple Defense. Lin Feier clasped her hands together and chanted a few incantations before something strange happened. The Crimson Crystal Armored Dragon seemed to have suddenly comprehended some strange law. Its body surface continuously emitted a dazzling crimson light, and its gaze became extremely sharp, as if it could pierce through the void. Li Bo watched this scene warily, but the next second he was surprised to find that a strange crimson light suddenly began to rise from Xiaobai's body as well. Innate power. Li Bo suddenly realized that Lin Feier had activated her beast-taming talent. Li Bo hurriedly checked Xiaobai's situation. After opening the panel, Xiaobai's status column displayed the two big words, locked. Lock on. Rank A, beast-taming talent. The beast tamer selects a pet on the field to lock onto the target opponent, anticipates the opponent's subsequent actions, and launches a guaranteed hit. Note, this talent is ineffective against pets with spatial abilities. A guaranteed hit. Li Bo's heart skipped a beat. The fact that the opponent could be locked onto meant that without spatial abilities, he couldn't avoid the upcoming attack. In a 1v1 match like this talent is truly extraordinary. At this moment, it was as if an invisible chain had forcibly linked Xiaobai and the Crimson Crystal Armored Dragon together. Tell Xiaobai directly that no matter how he dodges, he cannot escape the pursuit of the Crimson Crystal Armored Dragon. Li Bo, your ice armor has indeed exceeded my expectations. Lin Feier's lips curled into a smile. But if I'm not mistaken, your ice dragon's ice armor only provides a double defense boost. Li Bo squinted his eyes. So what? Although intermediate skills can't damage your ice armor, you're not the only one with advanced skills. As she spoke, Lin Feier's crimson crystal armored dragon aura surged once more, and the crimson crystal on its back began to gather energy continuously, resembling boiling magma. Li Bo watched this scene with a cold eye. Finally, you can't resist using the lava cannon? Oh. Lin Feier was stunned for a moment, quite surprised that Li Bo had guessed the crimson crystal armor dragon's skill correctly. She knew that she had never shown this skill in the martial arts competition. Smart. No wonder you're the top student in the humanities. She immediately laughed. Li Bo, you must know very well that, under the same power conditions, fire-type skills are twice as effective against ice-type skills. In other words, with the 50% power boost from its enraged state, the upcoming Crimson Armor Dragon will be 3 times more effective against your Ice Dragon. 3 times the restraint. That seems to be the case. Li Bo appeared remarkably calm, a cold smile playing on his lips. Is this your trump card, Lin Feier? Seeing that Li Bo remained completely calm, Lin Feier paused for a moment, then smiled instead of getting angry. Li Bo, do you know what I like most about you? Could it be, because I'm handsome? Giggle. Lin Feier laughed heartily, her eyes sparkling with seductive charm. That's one aspect. But what I admire most about you is your courage to never give in, even when faced with dire circumstances. Upon hearing this, Li Bo suddenly burst into laughter. Ha! Lin Feier, do you know how much I've always resisted you? Oh, what? Lin Feier asked, her face showing curiosity. That's your arrogance. Always so self-righteous. Inexplicably haughty. You. Upon hearing this, Lin Feier's eyebrows furrowed, and her smile instantly froze. Fine, fine. So this is how I've always been seen in your heart. Today I'll show you that I, Lin Feier, have the right to be arrogant. Lin Feier's expression turned serious, and then she shouted loudly. Use the lava cannon. The crimson crystal armored dragon's gaze quickly locked onto the little white figure in the air. As if it possessed the ability to foresee the future, the little white's next flight trajectory appeared clearly in its eyes. Not only that, every movement of Xiaobai seemed to be broken down frame by frame, becoming incredibly slow in the eyes of the crimson crystal armored dragon. Twice the strength of the ice armor. It really can't stop Feier's lava cannon, which is 3 times stronger. Lin Feng sized up Li Bo. Kid, how are you going to handle this next? What a powerful aura. Everyone present was stunned by the powerful aura of the crimson crystal armored dragon. Many timid spectators covered their mouths, worried that Li Bo's ice dragon would perish as a result. The red light on the ice dragon is so intense. It must have been completely locked on. Guaranteed hit. Oh no, I'm bankrupt. Looks like the match is over. Some audience members couldn't help but turn around and leave their seats, not wanting to witness this horrific scene. Is there any other way? Mu Aoshue's eyes flickered, her heart filled with complex emotions. They both hoped Li Bo would win the match and feared that if Li Bo advanced, they would inevitably meet in the ring. The lava cannon was about to unleash its power, and just when everyone thought Li Bo would give up, a mysterious and confident smile appeared on his face. Use Dragon Dance. Li Bo shouted. What? Lin Feier stared wide-eyed at the scene in disbelief. Woohoo! Little White let out a deafening dragon roar. Her eyes were like torches, and her white wings spun continuously, transforming into a white streak of light that shot vertically upwards into the sky. Under the sun's rays, Little White swung its body wildly, and its attributes rapidly increased. At this moment, she was as pure and white as a goddess, like the ruler of the sky. Look, it's a dragon dance. Someone stood up excitedly. Holy crap, Dragon Dance is a 100% enhancement in every aspect. To see this skill among elite-level pets, just what kind of monster is Li Bo? Incredible. They've even learned the Dragon Dance. While Lin Feng was surprised, he couldn't help but look at Lin Feier with concern. Good lad. Your 4th advanced skill. Principal Lu Jun's eyelids trembled incessantly. To be able to raise a pet beast to such an extent at this level, and even to have it master the highly difficult Dragon Dance, Li Bo could be considered a genius even among the top beast-taming universities in the country. Dragon-type beast tamers are highly sought-after talents by various forces, and their future prospects are limitless. With a loud bang, a column of blood-red magma erupted from the back of the crimson crystal armored dragon, striking swiftly and accurately into Little White's flight path. The lava cannon was incredibly imposing, and its temperature was so high that it even distorted the surrounding air. Xiaobai lacked spatial abilities, and Li Bo knew he had to withstand this attack head-on. He gave a cold smile. It's time to end this farce, Lin Feier. Ice armor. Whoosh. The solid ice armor reappeared on Xiaobai's body. This time, with the blessing of the dragon dance, the thickness of the armor increased significantly, making it as hard as a diamond without any flaws. She quickly merged her wings, forming a huge shield in front of her. Chapter 48. The huge sum of money is in hand. At the same time, with a deafening roar, the giant lava cannon, like a volcanic eruption, spewed forth scorching flames and billowing smoke, hurtling straight toward Little White's wings. This attack was like a thunderbolt, unstoppable, and with unparalleled impact, it slammed heavily onto Little White's wings. In an instant, a dazzling red light streaked across the sky like a giant shooting star, radiating a mesmerizing brilliance. Little White's wings were struck by this powerful force and trembled violently. Everyone looked up, squinting at the dazzling scene. This level of combat had far exceeded their expectations, and many young beast tamers were amazed by the huge gap between themselves and the two. Seeing that Xiaobai was still stubbornly resisting the lava cannon, everyone was astonished. They actually managed to block it. Dragon Dance combined with ice armor provides 4 times the defense. As the Crimson Crystal Armor Dragon's rage effect disappeared, Xiaobai could clearly feel that the power of the lava cannon was decreasing sharply. When the red light on your body completely disappears. Wow. Little White suddenly spread its giant wings, deflecting the flames, and flew away from the spot at high speed. At this moment, the Crimson Crystal Armor Dragon was already at its last gasp, not to mention that Xiaobai had the Dragon Dance buff in hand, so the situation was already decided. Frostthorn Strike ends the battle, Li Bo said coldly, and Xiaobai suddenly swung out a large number of long spikes, which the Crimson Crystal Armor Dragons on the ground could not dodge at all. The reinforced frost spikes were a full 50 centimeters long, like sharp ice blades, carrying a chilling aura, as they shot rapidly toward the Crimson Crystal Armor Dragon. The Crimson Crystal Armor Dragon tried to struggle and dodge, but it had already exhausted too much energy in the previous battle. Not only were its movements too slow, but it also had no energy left to fight back. The icy spikes pierced its body, quickly turning the Crimson Crystal Armor Dragon into a giant hedgehog. With a loud bang, the Crimson Crystal Armor Dragon lost consciousness and collapsed completely to the ground. Little White's anger did not subside, and it continued to attack the Crimson Crystal Armor Dragon desperately, constantly venting its desire for revenge. Stop! The referee suddenly shouted at Xiaobai. The competition is primarily for friendly sparring. If any injuries result, the participant will be disqualified. Hateful. Despite its reluctance, Xiaobai folded its wings and flew back to Li Bo's side. The Crimson Crystal Armor Dragon has lost consciousness. Li Bo advances to the semi-finals. As the referee announced the verdict, Lin Feier clenched her fists and trembled on the spot, her eyes filled with emptiness. She never expected that even after using her talent and strongest skills, she still couldn't defeat Li Bo. Overwhelmed with resentment and disbelief, Lin Feier fell silent for a moment. Xiaobai transformed back into a beast girl and hugged Li Bo tightly. Master, I've finally gotten my revenge. Wah. It's all right, Xiaobai. Li Bo gently stroked her hair to comfort her. He knew that Xiaobai had defeated the Crimson Crystal Armored Dragon, which could be considered as removing a demon from her heart, so she could fight with more peace of mind in the future. At this moment, Lin Feier suddenly looked up at Li Bo. I lost. Lin Feier's beautiful face had lost some of its usual harshness, as if she had gained some relief. Although his expression was somewhat dejected, Li Bo didn't offer any words of comfort. He simply said, Hey, Lin Feier, don't forget our bet. Upon hearing this, Lin Feier paused for a moment, then said somewhat angrily, What kind of person do you take me for? A mere million? Would I try to cheat you out of it? As she spoke, Lin Feier casually handed a black card to Li Bo from her person. There's exactly 1 million inside. The password is your birthday. Li Bo picked up the black card and said, dumbfounded, You were prepared all along. Li Bo was very puzzled. Logically speaking, given Lin Feier's self-centered personality, she should be absolutely certain that she could defeat him in the martial arts competition. What's with this pre-prepared black card? Lin Feier crossed her arms. I originally planned to defeat you, make you my boyfriend, and then give you this million as my first gift. But alas, I, Lin Feier, am no match for you. Li Bo was stunned for a moment. Seeing that Lin Feier's expression didn't seem like she was joking, He wondered if he had missed out on a fortune. Seeing Li Bo hesitate, Lin Feier raised an eyebrow and smiled. What? You really won't consider it? What are you considering? Aren't you short of money? Be my boyfriend. This is nothing. Don't want. Before Li Bo could even reply, Xiaobai was the first to object. Lin Feier glanced at Xiaobai. Oh, you should think this through. As a dragon beast, there are many things that cost money. Given your master's current financial situation, raising you will probably be very difficult. It's none of your business. Little White still didn't give him a friendly look. Even if my master is poor, he would never sell himself to you. Upon hearing this, Li Bo was speechless and quickly stepped in front of Xiaobai, saying to Lin Feier, you don't need to worry about that. Lin Feier, as agreed before, I won the competition, so please don't make things difficult for me anymore. The martial arts exam is coming up soon, so I advise you to focus more on your training. Can I take this as you showing concern for me? Lin Feier smiled. In that case, I'll have to train even harder to surpass you. But, does today's bet still stand? Huh. Li Bo was taken aback. So you're saying you want to challenge me? Why not have a strong training partner? Lin Feier said. Same as always, if you beat me once, I'll give you 1,000,000. If you lose, you have to be my boyfriend. Hee. Li Bo replied nonchalantly. If you enjoy giving away money so much, I don't mind. That's a deal. Lin Feier's face lit up with joy, and she said again, I've booked the Zhanghai Hotel tonight. Want to have dinner together? No. Before Lin Feier could finish speaking, Li Bo directly refused. This is too high-end. A poor person like me can't get used to it. Lin Feier froze for a moment, then forced a smile. No matter what, I'll be waiting for you in the private room on the top floor. Whether you come or not is up to you. After saying that, Lin Feier turned and left the martial arts arena. Compared to her former glory, Lin Feier's departure seems somewhat lackluster. When Li Bo returned to his seat, he saw Ziyun's face full of excitement. We're rich. We're rich. Brother Li Bo. Ziyun pulled out a wad of banknotes and waved it in front of Li Bo. 5 times the odds. A whopping 30,000 yuan in hand. Chapter 49 The Phantom Moon Cat. Li Bo smiled and looked at the two women earnestly, saying, Now, I can buy you 2 nice new clothes again. Little White doesn't want clothes. The little white-haired boy shook his head like a rattle drum. I want to save money to buy a new house for my master. Buy a new house. Looking at Xiaobai, Li Bo showed a look of surprise. Okay, Little White messed up our place last time. Shall we save up and buy a new, bigger house, master? So you're still feeling guilty about this? Looking at her earnest expression, Li Bo felt a pang of sadness. Xiaobai was always so sensible that it made him feel sorry for her. Hee, I don't need to buy a dress anymore. I'll save money for brother Li Bo to buy a big house in the city. Ziyun chimed in. Silly Ziyun. Li Bo laughed and said, Since you both say so, then once the master has saved enough money, he will take you two to move to a beautiful big house. Okay, once master has saved enough money, he will take you two to move into a beautiful big house. Oh, right, master. Xiaobai gently tugged at Li Bo's sleeve. Seeing Xiaobai stammering and her jade, like neck flushed red, Li Bo asked curiously, What's wrong, Xiaobai? Didn't you say that if I beat Lin Feier, I could, you know? Xiaobai spoke in a voice barely audible. Huh. Li Bo was completely confused. Which one, Xiaobai? That's it. Xiaobai lowered her head as low as it could go, and her fair face suddenly turned as red as a ripe apple. Oh dear, Ziyun exclaimed in alarm. Brother Li Bo, it was that kind of thing you and that cat did. Xiaobai slowly raised her head and looked at Li Bo, biting her lip and letting out a soft Oh. Li Bo blushed. Well, master, you can't go back on your word. Xiaobai immediately said. Exactly. We agreed that if we won the game, we'd get the benefits. Ziyun crossed her arms and snorted. As a beast tamer, if you don't keep your word, your prestige among your pets will be greatly diminished. Upon hearing this, Li Bo felt a sudden headache coming on. Xiaobai is obedient and easy to deal with, but Ziyun is not so easy to fool. Little Bai, when I said win the competition, I meant winning the martial arts championship, not just defeating Lin Feier. This. Xiaobai suddenly fell into deep thought. What its master said seemed to make some sense. Li Bo then smiled and looked at Ziyun. And Ziyun, it seems like Xiaobai won the whole competition, right? It doesn't seem right for you to join in the commotion. Brother Li Bo is biased. Ziyun immediately became unhappy. It's clearly you who won't let me play and keeps letting Xiaobai play. It makes me seem like I'm useless. Ziyun looked incredibly aggrieved and buried her head in Xiaobai's soft chest. Wah, Little Bai, Brother Li Bo is bullying me. Ziyun kept her head down, glancing at Li Bo every now and then as she spoke. Xiaobai stroked Ziyun's long hair to comfort her. Ziyun, don't be sad. You're not useless. Then, little white, tell me, what use am I? Ziyun suddenly looked up at Xiaobai. Huh? This? Wow. Ziyun cried even louder. I'm a useless piece of trash. Wah. Master, you've made Ziyun cry? You need to explain this to her. Xiaobai was so anxious he was at his wit's end. All right. Li Bo reassured him. My Ziyun is not a useless little piece of trash. Then why have you been preventing me from playing? I understand now. Brother Li Bo just likes Xiaobai more. Ziyun persisted. What are you talking about? Li Bo explained. The reason I didn't let you make your appearance so early is because Ziyun is my last trump card. A trump card? Really? Ziyun blinked her big eyes, completely bewildered by Li Bo's coaxing. Of course. Have you ever seen anyone casually reveal their trump card? No, right? Ziyun's body stiffened. Her eyes suddenly reddened, and she hugged Li Bo tightly. This is so touching. Brother Li Bo, I knew you cared about me. All right. There are quite a few people around. Don't give away your identity. What are you afraid of? Their eyes are all on that slutty cat. Ziyun pouted and said, Oh, it's Mu Aoshue's match now. Li Bo narrowed his eyes and focused his gaze on the stage. At this moment, Mu Aoshue's battle had already begun. Her opponent was a boy named Zhu Chun, whose pet was an elite level 1 frosthorn. The ice wildebeest is pure white, and its size is no different from that of an ordinary horse, except that it has a sharp, ice-blue horn in the middle of its forehead, which faintly exudes a chill. Seeing that his opponent was also an ice-type beast tamer, Li Bo couldn't help but pay more attention to the arena. Mu Aoshue still chose to side with Miao Miao. Also in her beast girl form, Miao Miao confidently stepped onto the arena. It's evolved. Although the beast girl's appearance didn't change much, Li Bo still saw Miao Miao's true identity after evolution through the system, the Phantom Moon Spirit Cat. It has to be said that fighting in the form of a beast girl is very deceptive. Zhu Chun on the other side obviously did not realize that his opponent was an elite-level superpowered pet. Spin around the ring quickly. Avoid the hypnotic effect of her eyes. Great. They should be getting dizzy by now. Now, use the freeze ray. Zhu Chun issued attack commands one after another. It has to be said that all the contestants who made it to the quarterfinals have some serious skills. Zhu Chun's Frosthorn has pushed its speed to the extreme. The speed of the Frosthorn's charge is simply impossible for the human eye to perceive. The Icehorn's series of actions happened in the blink of an eye. Before anyone could react, it launched an attack on Miao Miao in the middle of the arena from an extremely tricky angle. The freezing ray converged from the horn of the Frosthorn, and in the blink of an eye, a thick, long white beam of light shot straight toward Miao Miao. However, Mu Aoshue remained unmoved in the face of this incredibly fierce attack. Use the super mirror. Upon receiving the command, Miao Miao clasped her hands together, a mysterious smile appearing on her face. Then, a transparent mirror suddenly appeared beside her. The mirror surface is smooth and shiny, and it is extremely dazzling under the sunlight. Whoosh! The freezing ray struck the mirror directly, but was instantly deflected and shot in the opposite direction toward the Frosthorn. What? Zhu Chun's expression changed drastically. He never expected Mu Aoshue to have such a trick up her sleeve. What puzzled him even more was that the reflected freezing rays were almost twice as fast as before. The Frosthorn had no time to react and took a solid hit from the freezing ray it had unleashed with all its might. Bang! The ice wildebeest was knocked down and slid sideways for dozens of meters, letting out a mournful cry. Although ice-type pets are immune to freezing, the freezing ray, as an intermediate skill, still has considerable base damage. Stand up. Frosthorn, Zhu Chun shouted. It's too late. Li Bo frowned, carefully observing Miao Miao's movements. Clearly, after evolving, her strength had reached a new level. Sure enough, the next second, Mu Aoshue issued the final command. Over-the-shoulder throw. Chapter 50 Level 3 Thunderpool. Whoosh. Miao Miao's figure was like a phantom, disappearing from the spot in an instant. So fast. Zhu Chun was utterly shocked. Such explosive power was no less than the speed that he and the Frosthorn were so proud of. By the time everyone reacted, Miao Miao's tall figure had already appeared in front of the Frosthorn. Before the Frosthorn could regain its footing, Miao Miao swiftly and accurately grabbed its front hoof and threw it off the ring with a powerful over-the-shoulder throw. Zhu Chun stood there, looking as if he were dreaming, unable to believe what he had just witnessed. After a moment of silence, the referee's voice broke the silence once again. Frostyhorn Horse is eliminated. Mu Aoshue advances to the semifinals. The audience below the stage also started making a loud noise. So strong. What a simple and brutal battle. Compared to Li Bo and Lin Feier, Mu Aoshua's advancement to the top 4 is far too easy. Are psychic-type pets really that monstrous? Hearing the continuous discussions around him, Li Bo also fell into deep thought. They were both ice-type pets. Little White would not gain any advantage against Meow Meow in the limited battlefield of the martial arts arena. Once you're controlled by Meow Meow's skills, being knocked out of the arena is just a matter of time. Li Bo still feels lingering fear when he recalls the hypnosis session. The match, Meow Meow immediately looked in the opposite direction from Li Bo. Seemingly guessing Li Bo's thoughts, Meow Meow gave him a meaningful smile. Ziyun immediately stepped in front of Li Bo, meeting Meow Meow's glare in return. Look again. I'll gouge your eyes out. Meow Meow withdrew her gaze, gave Ziyun a provocative smile, and the tension between them could be smelled even from dozens of meters away. All you can do is use these underhanded skills, Ziyun said dismissively. The thought of Li Bo being taken advantage of by Meow Meow made her so angry that she wanted to slap Meow Meow right now. Brother Li Bo, we agreed beforehand that I would be the one to fight this slutty cat. Li Bo gazed at Ziyun, his mind filled with countless thoughts. Suddenly, he clapped his hands excitedly. That's right. As a spirit, Ziyun is immune to psychic attacks. Xiaobai might not have the advantage against Meow Meow, but if Ziyun takes over the field, she might be able to catch her off guard. We still need to get Ziyun upgraded and evolved as soon as possible. Although Dark type has a certain advantage over Psychic type, Ziyun is currently only a regular 7th level cultivator, and its strength is quite different from that of the evolved Xiaobai. Now that Xiaobai has become the Frost Dragon, Li Bo must concentrate his energy and resources on nurturing Ziyun. After the semifinals, the finals will be just around the corner, so we need to make the most of our time training. After watching Mu Aoshua's match, Li Bo quickly left the martial arts arena with his 2 pet beasts. The remaining 2 quarterfinal matches were scheduled for the afternoon, and Li Bo did not want to waste time on them. Rather than trying to figure out his opponents, he preferred to focus on improving himself. At this moment, Li Bo turned his gaze to Xiaobai. After the battle with the Crimson Crystal Armored Dragon, the status bar already displayed the word exhausted. Li Bo clicked on it, and a message immediately popped up. The Frost Dragon is in poor condition and needs to return to the beast taming space to recuperate as soon as possible. Little White, go back to the pet space. Li Bo's tone was very serious. Xiaobai wanted to retort, but didn't say anything. After saying, "Oh," he obediently returned to the beast taming space and fell asleep. After walking out of the school gate with Ziyun, Li Bo suddenly said, "Ziyun, revert to your original form and use the mimicry to follow me in the air. Report any unusual activity immediately." Okay, Brother Li Bo. After saying that, Ziyun transformed into Huan Minjian again, and then its color changed rapidly, disappearing into the air. An hour later, Li Bo returned to the lower city. They had only taken a few steps when they heard Ziyun's alert voice. "Watch out, Brother Li Bo. There are people in front and behind us. They seem to be coming for us." Li Bo stopped and frowned as he looked around. This is a garbage dump area, and the already foul-smelling air becomes even more pungent under the summer heat. Although it was daytime, the area was deserted, making it a good place to set up an ambush. Just as Li Bo was pondering, 2 figures wearing black stockings over their heads slowly emerged from behind several green trash cans in front of him. "Hee, Li Bo, right? I've been waiting for you for a long time." At that moment, a sharp voice suddenly came from behind Li Bo. Turning his head, he saw a thin man who was also wearing hooded stockings. Li Bo guessed that these people must have come to intercept him on a whim. Li Bo remained calm and sneered. "You 3 are here blocking my way. You're not here to challenge me to a game of cards, are you? Go to hell. I've been waiting for you in this heat," a man cursed. "Be smart and hand over all your money, or I'll spare you a beating." "Oh, so you're here to rob us?" Li Bo's sharp eyes quickly scanned the 3 men before he spoke. "We're classmates. Why not be honest with each other? Hiding around isn't sincere." Upon hearing this, the 2 people in front of them froze simultaneously as if struck by lightning, exchanging glances with a hint of panic. "What are you afraid of?" the thin man behind him snapped. "The downtown area is so chaotic, robberies are as common as eating. Who would bother to investigate?" Upon hearing this, the other 2 finally put aside their distracting thoughts and stared intently at Li Bo. "Heh, so you really are a student from Jianghai University." Li Bo smiled coldly, as if everything was within his expectations. His bet with Lin Feier became common knowledge at school. While 1 million yuan might not be much for the wealthy in the upper district, it was a considerable sum for students like him who lived in the lower district. These three must have been waiting here for a long time ever since he defeated Lin Feier. So what if you guessed it? The thin man suddenly spoke. Li Bo, I admit you're strong. However, your ice dragon is already exhausted from the fierce battle with the crimson crystal armored dragon. If you know what's good for you, I can spare you a beating out of consideration for our classmate relationship. What if I don't know what's good for me? Looking at the three of them, a cold glint flashed in Li Bo's eyes. The man glared fiercely at Li Bo, then addressed the other two. Let's do it. We'll split the 1 million after it's done. As he spoke, yellow magic circles flashed across the ground one after another, and three pet beasts immediately came into Li Bo's view. Winged duck, blue poison finch, blue silvergrass. Li Bo quickly sized up the three pet beasts. Their levels were all around the 8th or 9th rank of the common class. He shook his head and sighed, feigning disappointment. One of these isn't enough. What did you say? All three were enraged by Li Bo. They thought they could scare him, but Li Bo's words, not enough, completely broke their defenses. Anyone can talk big. If you've got the guts, bring out your frost dragon again, one of them shouted. Who said I only have the frost dragon? A strange smile curved the corners of Li Bo's lips. Let's use them a few to practice our levels, Ziyun. I can't wait. Brother Li Bo. Ziyun's voice suddenly came. What? You've contracted a second pet beast. Following Ziyun's voice, the three of them looked up at the sky in unison and saw a strange purple cloud quickly appear in the invisible air. Clearly, none of them knew what Ziyun was, but what shocked them even more was that Li Bo had actually contracted a second pet beast, and at a rather high level. You've actually become a second-tier beast tamer. One of them pointed at Li Bo and said incredulously, You know now? It's too late. Li Bo said coldly. What's there to be afraid of? It's 3 against 1. The advantage is on my side. The man in the lead suddenly spoke. Then, as if by unspoken agreement, the group simultaneously issued attack commands to their respective pets. Wing combo, poisonous fog, blue-silver entanglement. In an instant, white wings, black poison gas, and blue vines all rushed towards the purple clouds in the sky. However, to their surprise, the strange purple cloud vanished into thin air just before it was attacked. What? Invisibility skill. The group immediately sensed something was wrong. The next moment, Ziyun's imposing figure suddenly appeared behind the pets, and then 3 jet black, sharp chains shot towards the 3 pets respectively. Dark-type skill, it's a dark-type pet. Oh no. The expressions on their faces changed drastically. By the time they realized what was happening, Ziyun's dark noose had already pierced through the bodies of the 3 pets. The dark noose struck their very souls. The 3 pets, though not immediately killed, endured excruciating torment to their very being. No. Deeply feeling the pain of his pet beast, the leading man suddenly shouted, having already lost his previous imposing manner. Don't kill my winged duck. Li Bo, we're classmates. There's no need to be so ruthless. The other 2 begged for mercy, hoping that Li Bo would spare their pet beasts. When you were planning to rob me, you should have been prepared to die. Li Bo remained expressionless and then ordered Ziyun. Kill them all. This isn't a school, so there's no such thing as stopping short of a fight here. Therefore, Li Bo has no intention of holding back. Ziyun nodded in response, and the chains instantly turned into a swirling black mist, rapidly spinning around the bodies of the several pets. The 3 beast tamers could only watch helplessly as their pets' life information quickly disappeared until they were completely dead. The group was filled with despair. They never expected that their attempt to steal a chicken would backfire so badly. They not only failed to steal the money, but also lost the pet they had painstakingly raised. Run! The man in the lead was the first to react, and the 3 of them scrambled and ran in different directions. Seeing that Li Bo remained motionless, Ziyun said anxiously, Brother Li Bo, aren't you going to chase after them? If we hand them over to the school, they should be punished. Li Bo simply shook his head and smiled at this. These 3 ran off in different directions. How could we possibly catch up? Don't worry, Ziyun. The school has registered every student's pet information. As long as we have their pet's corpse, we won't have to worry about not being able to find them. All right then. They got off too easy, Ziyun said, somewhat disappointed, but suddenly, her eyes lit up. But before I hand over the pets' corpses to the school, I need to extract their cores first. I want to sell them to help Brother Li Bo buy a house. Watching Ziyun begin working on the corpse, Li Bo gently shook his head. You're such a little money grubber. Phantom Cloud upgrade, normal stage 8. Phantom Cloud has reached normal stage 8. Evolution quest available. Confirm receipt. The evolution tasks that flashed across the system panel suddenly caught Li Bo's eye. Finally, we can prepare to evolve Purple Cloud. With a hint of excitement, Li Bo immediately clicked the Confirm button. Phantom Cloud Evolution Quest successfully claimed. Detected evolutionary direction of Phantom Cloud, Dark plus Electric Sequence. Illusionary Cloud Evolution Quest is being issued. Mission requirements. Huan Mingyun must enter the Level 3 Thunder Pool for 5 hours of training. Current progress, 0/5. What? A Level 3 Thunder Pool. Upon seeing this task, Li Bo's eyes widened immediately. No way. System, are you fucking messing with me? There is only one Level 3 Thunder Pool in the entire Jianghai city. And the ones who control this dangerous situation are none other than the Lin family. Chapter 51 Attending the Banquet. Thunder Pool, as the name suggests, is a dangerous area shrouded in the power of lightning. In the world of beast taming, Thunder Pool is not only an important place for electric-type pets to train and level up, but also an essential power hub for every city. Based on the magnitude of the current and its power, the lightning pool is divided into several levels, including Level 1, Level 2, Level 3, and so on. Level 1 Thunder Pool has a relatively weak current, and the total power consumption is only equivalent to that of a small street. It is suitable for training ordinary electric-type pets. Level 2 Thunder Pool. The current intensity is greatly increased, and the stored power can meet the electricity demand of a county. It is suitable for elite and superior level pet training. The Level 3 Lightning Pool has such a terrifying density and ferocity of electric current that anyone who enters without strong defensive measures will be torn to shreds by the powerful lightning within. In terms of power reserves, a Level 3 power supply can directly meet the power needs of a medium-sized city, and its importance is no less than that of a city's core military base. Hone one's skills in the Level 3 Thunder Pool. Having a pet of superior quality is the most basic requirement. Apart from that, without any means of survival, even a superior quality pet will be sent to its death if it goes in. Upon seeing the evolution task assigned by the system, Li Bo couldn't help but hiss. Ziyun is just an ordinary 8th rank cultivator. Can she really enter the Level 3 Thunder Pool? At this moment, Ziyun had just finished dealing with several pet corpses and was excitedly walking up to Li Bo with the crystal cores, only to find that her master was looking confused and deep in thought. Brother Li Bo, what's wrong? Ziyun tilted her head and looked at Li Bo. Ziyun, tell me, how did you feel when you were attacked by Zapdos's thunder on Sunset Beach that day? Li Bo suddenly asked. Feel? Ziyun touched her lips with her index finger and pondered seriously. If I really had to describe it, I think it would be similar to the smoothie Xiaobai made for me, sweet and delicious. Tasty. Li Bo was both amused and exasperated. Ziyun would actually use such a word to describe the feeling of being struck by lightning. However, upon careful recollection, he realized that Zapdos had unleashed 2 thunder attacks on Ziyun that day, but neither had caused any damage. Logically speaking, intermediate-level skills would be fatal to ordinary pets. Li Bo guessed that Ziyun was able to escape unharmed because Ziyun might have some kind of lightning-absorbing property, which is why it treated lightning as food. Li Bo looked at Ziyun and continued to ask, Ziyun, since you can absorb lightning, do you know how much lightning you can absorb at most? Although Ziyun is immune to lightning attacks, a Level 3 lightning pool is no joke. Before that, he must figure out the upper limit of Ziyun's ability to absorb lightning. How much can be absorbed? Ziyun blinked her big eyes, tried hard to recall for a while, then suddenly shook her head. I can't say anything about Brotherly Bo either. But one thing is for sure, the lightning that Zapdos gave me that day wasn't even enough to fill a tooth gap. It was so weak. What? That's weak. Li Bo was speechless. You have to understand, even if Zapdos is not good, it is still an elite high-level pet. It is only one evolution threshold away from the excellent level. In the face of an opponent of such level, Ziyun actually said that it was weak. Li Bo stroked his chin, lost in thought. Looking at Ziyun's leisurely demeanor, a smile appeared on his lips. In that case, you might actually be able to hold your own in the Level 3 Thunder Pool. A Level 3 Thunder Pool. Ziyun's eyes lit up instantly, and she said excitedly, Brotherly Bo, what is this? It sounds delicious. A Level 3 Thunder Pool is not something to eat. It's a dangerous place ravaged by lightning. Ziyun, if you enter a Level 3 Thunder Pool, I'm truly afraid something terrible will happen to you. Then can I go? Brotherly Bo, I want to give it a try. Ziyun replied expectantly. You really are a fearless newborn calf. Li Bo smiled wryly. A Level 3 Thunder Pool isn't something we can just go to whenever we want. Level 1 and 2 Thunder Pools are relatively easy to access. Many powerful private owners have commercialized them, and as long as you have enough money, you can get in. But a Level 3 Thunder Pool isn't so easy to enter. At this point, Li Bo sighed. In this vast city of Zhanghai, there is only one level 3 thunder pool, and this thunder pool happens to be controlled by the Lin family. Although the level 3 thunder pool is a highly coveted property, it requires a tremendous amount of manpower and resources to maintain. Without substantial financial resources, it is impossible to acquire this cash cow. Only a behemoth like the Lin family could control the level 3 thunder pool. With the enormous power generation generated by the level 3 thunder pool, the Lin family monopolized the entire power industry in Zhanghai. That's why Lin Feier's father, Lin Feng, could wield absolute power in Zhanghai. The Lin family. Ziyun's tone suddenly turned disappointed. How about we forget about it, brother Li Bo? Going to the first or second level thunder pool is the same. Li Bo shook his head. The electricity from level 1 and 2 thunder pools is nowhere near that of level 3 thunder pools. Li Bo knew very well that since he had chosen to evolve Ziyun towards the electric attribute, entering the thunder pool for tempering was an essential condition. The system has assigned such an evolution task, and its importance is self-evident. If a low-level thunder pool is chosen and Ziyun's evolution is delayed, it will be too late to make up for it later. But going to the level 3 thunder pool means asking the Lin family for help, right? I don't want brother Li Bo to have anything to do with Lin Feier again. I think Xiao Bai wouldn't want to see that either. Ziyun's tone was very firm. Ziyun, there are always some things in this world that cannot go entirely according to our wishes. Li Bo looked earnestly at Ziyun and said, entering the level 3 thunder pool, it's unavoidable to encounter Lin Feier. Although I don't want to ask her for help, it's something I have to do in order to make you stronger. Little White has already evolved into an elite, and I need to treat everyone equally, so I must evolve you as well. Brother Li Bo. Moved to tears, Ziyun burst into sobs and threw herself into Li Bo's arms. I knew it. Ziyun holds a place in your heart too. Silly Ziyun. Li Bo stroked her hair. To me, you are just as important as Xiao Bai. Wow, this is so touching. Ziyun burst into tears. Ziyun lost her parents at a young age and has been wandering for so many years, never having experienced the feeling of being valued. Brother Li Bo, you are the most important person to me. Ziyun will definitely work hard to become stronger to repay you. All right, stop crying. Li Bo comforted him. Let's think of a better way to get into this mess. After much thought, we still need to go find Lin Feier. Now that the grudges have been settled, and considering we were classmates, she shouldn't just stand by and do nothing. Ziyun suddenly raised her head. Brother Li Bo, don't I remember Lin Feier saying that no matter whether you go or not, she would wait for you at the Zhanghai hotel to have dinner together? Li Bo paused for a moment. Remembering how decisively he had rejected Lin Feier's invitation before, he now had to shamelessly go to her again. Fate is truly the most capricious thing. After some internal struggle, Li Bo clenched his fists and looked towards the upper city area. It's just attending a banquet. What's there to be afraid of? Chapter 52, Zhanghai Grand Hotel. As evening fell, Li Bo arrived at the entrance of the most bustling restaurant in downtown Zhanghai. The Zhanghai Hotel, a gathering place for Zhanghai's elite, was unusually quiet today, unlike its usual bustling atmosphere. At the hotel entrance, two tall beast tamers in suits stood upright on either side, exuding a powerful and menacing aura, as if warning passers-by not to approach easily. Li Bo felt a chill run down his spine. This aura must belong to a third-tier beast tamer. To use a third-tier beast tamer as security, only the Lin family could afford such a feat. Li Bo took a deep breath, straightened his clothes, and strode towards the hotel entrance. The next moment, the two beast tamers, their eyes sharp, instantly stopped him. Sorry, this hotel has been booked. Please leave as soon as possible. One of the beast tamers said coldly. Li Bo paused for a moment, then said, Was this packed by Lin Feier? That's why I came here to see her. You know the young lady. Upon hearing this, the two beast tamers showed surprise on their faces. They sized up Li Bo, noticing his simple attire, and a hint of disdain flashed in their eyes before they spoke in an unfriendly manner. There are plenty of men who want to see our young lady. Kid, she has a date with another lady today, so I advise you not to disturb her enjoyment. Otherwise, you won't be able to bear the consequences. Li Bo shook his head with a wry smile. I'm the person your young lady arranged to meet. What? You? The two security guards were so shocked that their jaws almost dropped to the ground. They looked at each other and then carefully scanned Li Bo again. This kid isn't high-ranking either. He looks poor and shabby, and apart from being handsome, he's good for nothing. Why would the young lady invite him to dinner? Although they had some doubts, the two still dared not let their guard down, so they tentatively asked, Could it be, your name is Li Bo? Genuine, guaranteed. Is there any proof? Li Bo handed his student ID to the two men to verify their identities. Immediately, the two beast tamers' attitudes completely changed. They bowed deeply to Li Bo in apology. We apologize. We were blind to your greatness and neglected our honored guest. Since it was Miss Li who invited you, please follow us, young Master Li. The two men, one in front and one behind, protected Li Bo in the middle, and then led him into the restaurant's main hall. Upon entering the lobby, Li Bo was stunned by the magnificent decorations. Every brick and tile exuded extravagance, and the entire place was resplendent with gold and filled with the atmosphere of high society. It truly deserved to be called the #1 hotel in Shanghai. However, before Li Bo could observe carefully, a neat, welcoming voice instantly startled him. Welcome, young Master Li Bo. Looking around, one could see 2 rows of young waitresses dressed in neat-made outfits standing in the hall, all full of energy and shouting in unison. Sheer numbers. There must be 200 or 300 waiters in these 2 rows, and the maids are all exceptionally beautiful and elegant. Li Bo was immediately taken aback by this display, wondering to himself if the lives of the wealthy were all so simple and unpretentious. If I hadn't come today, I really wouldn't have known that Lin Feier had put on such a grand show for me. A moment later, seeing 2 security guards leading him straight down a corridor, Li Bo said suspiciously, "Isn't your young lady in a private room upstairs? Where are you going now?" "Young Master Li Bo, there's no need to worry," one of them quickly replied with a smile. "Miss instructed that after you arrive, I would take you to change your clothes first, and then we would go upstairs to have dinner together." "What? You're changing clothes too?" Li Bo clearly hadn't expected that Lin Feier was such a meticulous person. Reluctantly, I followed them into a fitting room. Upon entering the room, I saw 2 maids standing with their arms crossed, as if they had been waiting for a long time. "Let's begin." After saying something to the 2 men, the 2 security guards went outside and closed the door. "Young Master Li Bo, take your clothes off." A maid covered her mouth and chuckled. Li Bo was somewhat reserved. Are the clothes your young lady prepared for me decent?" Uft. Both women burst out laughing at Li Bo's antics. "What are you thinking, young master? Our young lady has prepared a proper suit for you." "Oh, a suit." Li Bo suddenly noticed a coat rack in front of him, where a luxurious black suit was neatly hanging. Although he hadn't put it on yet, Li Bo could clearly feel that the size of the suit would fit him perfectly. Lin Feier was quite attentive, knowing even her own clothing size perfectly. Sure enough, with the help of the maid, Li Bo put on the suit and spun around twice on the spot. It fit him perfectly, not too big or too small. Then Li Bo sat down, and another maid in charge of his appearance began to fuss over his head. Trimming, waxing, and shaping are all done in one go. The whole process lasted for more than 10 minutes. Li Bo stood up and looked at his face in the mirror, feeling somewhat dazed for a moment. The time travel was a disastrous start, and the only thing she had to offer was her face. However, because she had never paid much attention to her appearance, much of her good looks had been hidden away. After being groomed by 2 maids today, his appearance has been completely transformed. With a clean and neat slicked-back hairstyle, a chiseled face, and bright, sparkling eyes, he looks like a handsome young man. The high-quality suit accentuated his broad shoulders, giving him a powerful and masculine aura. Combined with his height of over 1.8 meters, his image was comparable to those of the famous beast-taming celebrities on TV. The 2 maids looked Li Bo over with satisfaction, their eyes gleaming with admiration. One of them clicked her tongue and said, "As expected, the young lady's taste never disappoints." "Can I leave now?" Li Bo asked. "Go ahead. The young lady is waiting for you on the 10th floor," the maid said with a smile. Before long, Li Bo took the elevator to the 10th floor. As the highest standard reception room in Shanghai Hotel, the entire 10th floor has no partitions and is made of transparent glass in a circular, purely scenic private room. Stepping into the room, Li Bo saw an exquisite table not far away, on which were several dishes that were carefully prepared like works of art. Several candles burned quietly in the middle of the table, accompanied by 2 stemmed glasses and a bottle of aged red wine. Beside the table, a beautiful figure in a burgundy dress stood blankly by the glass window, gazing at the shimmering night view of half the river and sea in a daze. Was reflected in the glass window, like a naturally beautiful painting, which also captured the figure of Li Bo who had intruded into it. The moment Lin Feier saw Li Bo's reflection, her eyes shone like a galaxy, and she turned her head in a daze, lifting her red dress. "You have arrived." Chapter 53 The Past. Lin Feier's face had lost its usual arrogance and haughtiness. Under the candlelight, the girl's face was rosy and she even had a bit of shyness. Seeing that Lin Feier also had such a touching side, Li Bo felt a little uncomfortable for a moment and swallowed back the words he was about to say. He took a few steps forward before speaking. I'm not late, am I? Lin Feier smiled, looked at the candle that was half burned, and said to herself, I thought you really weren't coming. I suddenly got a little hungry, and since there's free dinner here, I thought I'd come and mooch a meal. Li Bo said somewhat awkwardly, recalling how the two had fought fiercely in the ring like mortal enemies during the day, exchanging every harsh word. Li Bo couldn't help but feel uncomfortable at the thought of a candlelight dinner that evening. A lame excuse. Lin Feier, wearing red high heels, slowly walked up to Li Bo, gently straightened his collar with her delicate hand, and smiled charmingly. He's starting to look somewhat like a human being. The rich, intoxicating scent of Lin Feier's perfume wafted over him. Her red dress had a deep V-neck, and looking down at him, Li Bo was momentarily stunned by the sight of her pure white dress. With a figure like that, she must be a 30-60. I never expected Lin Feier to have such a deep cleavage. Is it pretty? Lin Feier's voice suddenly startled Li Bo awake. Li Bo chuckled and slowly shifted his gaze away. Having been bullied by Lin Feier for so long, it's no big deal for me to get some benefits back. Please sit down. Lin Feier, however, was not angry at all. Aren't you hungry? I'll have the waiter bring the food right away. Li Bo didn't stand on ceremony and pulled out a stool to sit down. Lin Feier skillfully opened the red wine and filled each of their wine glasses to about 7/10 full. She said in a languid tone, I never imagined we'd have the chance to sit down and have a proper, heart-to-heart talk. There's plenty of time. There's plenty of time. Li Bo chuckled, but what he was thinking about was how to make it seem less purposeful when he mentioned the level 3 Thunderpool. That Lin Feier. Let's eat first. Before he could finish speaking, Lin Feier suddenly interrupted him. Lin Feier raised her glass, making an invitation. Let's talk after we've had a good meal and some drinks. Looking into the other person's meaningful eyes, Li Bo knew that Lin Feier must have guessed that he needed her help. Unexpectedly, Lin Feier, who is usually domineering and unreasonable, did not make things difficult for her because of this. Despite his confusion, Li Bo raised his glass, clinked glasses with Lin Feier, downed the red wine in one gulp, and then forked a piece of steak into his mouth and began to chew. Hee, you've got a pretty good alcohol tolerance. Lin Feier chuckled, then suddenly said, no wonder you can hang out in bars. You're really hiding your true abilities. Upon hearing this, Li Bo abruptly stopped chewing and stared at Lin Feier in disbelief. You know that too? What don't you know? Lin Feier acted as if it were perfectly normal. Throughout Shanghai, all sorts of intelligence, both legitimate and illegitimate, have passed through my Lin family. Don't tell me you've been frequenting nightclubs and bars lately just to see Mu Aoshue's cat girl. Li Bo hissed. Good heavens, Lin Feier is not only watching him, but also tracking Mu Aoshue's pet beast. I'm curious, why do you keep picking a fight with Mu Aoshue? Li Bo asked in confusion. Logically speaking, Lin Feier and Mu Aoshue are not in the same class at all, and they have absolutely no connection. It's really hard to understand why she insists on competing with Mu Aoshue in every way. If it weren't for Mu Aoshue, Lin Feier wouldn't have targeted her like this. Make life difficult for? Lin Feier placed the wine glass on the table, looked at Li Bo, and slowly said, Li Bo, is it true that in your heart, I, Lin Feier, have always been the kind of unreasonable, domineering young lady? Li Bo remained silent, though he wanted to reply, isn't that so? But she still didn't say it. However, looking at the serious expression on Lin Feier's beautiful face, it seemed that there was another hidden story. Very well. It's rare to have this opportunity to sit down and have a proper talk today, so I'll tell you about the origin of this story. Lin Feier spoke up. Li Bo, my constant competition with Mu Aoshue isn't because I, Lin Feier, am vain, but because I want to stand up for my teacher. Lin Feier's tone was resolute, but her face showed an undisguised look of grievance. Li Bo had never seen her like this before. To prove your teacher right. Li Bo was completely bewildered, thinking to himself that he knew almost all the teachers at Shanghai University, and he hadn't seen any major conflicts between them. I think you've misunderstood. Lin Feier looked at Li Bo and shook her head. What do you mean? Lin Feier sighed deeply, looked out the window, and her thoughts drifted into the distance. Mu Aoshue and I have been tutored by a beast-taming teacher since childhood. Although we are not related, our teachers are from the same school. Both of us are exceptionally talented beast-taming experts and have an extremely close relationship. It would not be an exaggeration to say that we are like sisters. Is that so? Li Bo pondered for a moment. Although everyone awakens their beast-taming talent at the age of 18, children from wealthy families like Lin Feier and Mu Aoshue have excellent beast-taming teachers hired by their families from a young age to teach them beast-taming knowledge and combat skills, paving the way for their future development early on. This is why Lin Feier's performance in the ring is far more seasoned and experienced than her peers. Lin Feier continued, I lost my mother when I was young, and my father was busy with his career and rarely paid attention to my growth. To me, my teachers are both teachers and mothers, and their position in my heart is incomparable. So your teacher and Mu Aoshue's teacher later had a conflict? Li Bo guessed. Lin Feier gave a soft and then continued. My teacher is the junior sister of the two. Ever since she broke with teacher Mu Aoshue, she has become a different person. She is silent all day long. The only thing that remains unchanged is her extremely strict training. She repeatedly told me that I must surpass Mu Aoshue in everything. At this point, Lin Feier sighed. I was eliminated in the quarterfinals, while Mu Aoshue advanced to the semifinals. My teacher is so proud and arrogant. She'll be very disappointed if she knew I lost the match. Lin Feier's eyes were empty, and she said nothing more, and the atmosphere fell silent again. No way. Li Bo's voice broke the silence. Nobody cares whether you're in the top 8 or any other round in a martial arts competition. The only thing that will make people remember your name forever is the champion. Upon hearing this, Lin Feier raised her head, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she stared blankly at Li Bo. If I defeat Mu Aoshue and win the championship, you'll still be on the same starting line as her. There will be no question of winning or losing between you and Mu Aoshue. Li Bo said confidently. Are you sure you can defeat Mu Aoshue? Lin Feier said with some doubt. You've seen the power of her phantom moon cat. Ice-type pets can't harm her at all. Who said I was going to use an ice-type pet to deal with her? Li Bo smiled mysteriously. Chapter 54 Identity. Upon hearing this, Lin Feier looked at Li Bo with an incredulous expression. You have become a second-tier beast tamer. Li Bo nodded, directly admitting it. After all, they were going to enter the Thunder Pool, and Ziyun's matter could not be kept from Lin Feier. Lin Feier withdrew her gaze and said with a sigh, I was so naive to think I could compete with you even if I used all my talent. But I didn't expect you to have already contracted a second pet. Your growth rate is truly enviable. Lin Feier then realized that Li Bo had not used his full strength in the duel. If the Crimson Crystal Armor Dragon had managed to defeat his little white, it would have to face Li Bo's mysterious pet beast that had never been seen before. Judging from his experience raising the white spirit snake, this guy's second pet will probably be even more incredible. However, Lin Feier quickly let it go, and she smiled. Only a man like you is worthy of my admiration, Lin Feier. Li Bo smiled wryly. To be honest, Lin Feier, I still don't understand. Even though I broke up with Mu Aoshue before, you still keep picking on me. What? You think I'm pursuing you out of spite of Mu Aoshue? Lin Feier smiled slyly. Isn't that so? If I said I truly like you, would you believe me? Lin Feier looked up and stared intently into Li Bo's eyes, her gaze revealing an unprecedented seriousness. Li Bo felt a little uncomfortable under her gaze and quickly looked away. Stop joking. Hee. You really don't understand women. Lin Feier said lazily. Li Bo, women have always admired strength, but most women like to hide it. I, Lin Feier, dare to love and hate. Once I've set my mind on something, I'll get it no matter what it takes. Upon hearing this, Li Bo couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. You should know that forced relationships are never sweet. But it quenches thirst. Lin Feier smiled charmingly. What? Do you think I'm inferior to Mu Aoshue in some way? In terms of looks, we're evenly matched. She has a slim waist and a big bottom, and I'm not bad looking either. Although she has a powerful grandfather, her family background is nowhere near as wealthy as my Lin family. Li Bo broke out in a cold sweat. How did this guy end up comparing things again? Do you really like bringing up your love rival on dates? Li Bo asked speechlessly. Giggle. Lin Feier laughed so hard her body trembled. I love the word dating. After calming down, Lin Feier said with satisfaction. Dinner was very pleasant. Li Bo, didn't you want to see me about something? Now you can speak. She guessed right. Looking at Lin Feier's quirky and clever appearance, Li Bo felt a little guilty. After organizing his thoughts, he spoke earnestly. To be honest, Lin Feier, my second pet needs to evolve. Only you can help me with this. Lin Feier crossed her legs, picked up her wine glass, and said lazily. Oh, why don't you tell me? I want to enter the level 3 Thunder Pool. What? A level 3 Thunder Pool? Lin Feier put the wine back down after it was almost to her lips. Are you crazy? Your second pet beast should only be at the ordinary level. Entering the level 3 Thunder Pool will kill it. Li Bo smiled. I know the power of the level 3 Thunder Pool very well. It's a long story, but only by entering the level 3 Thunder Pool can Ziyun have any hope of evolving. Ziyun is your second pet beast. Lin Feier fell into deep thought, then said with disappointment, I'm afraid I don't have the authority to enter the level 3 Thunder Pool. What? Even you don't have the authority? Li Bo was somewhat surprised. Lin Feier shook her head. You don't understand. Although the Lin family operates the business of the level 3 Thunder Pool, the actual control lies with the Zhanghai Beast Tamer Association. The reason is that the level 3 Thunder Pool requires a large number of electric-type beast tamers for maintenance, and only the General Association can coordinate so many beast tamers. Therefore, I cannot make the decision to enter this restricted area. I must obtain their approval. We still need to go to the Beast Tamer Association. Li Bo sighed. How could a behemoth like the Zhanghai Beast Tamer Association possibly care about a greenhorn who hadn't even graduated yet? Seemingly sensing Li Bo's disappointment, Lin Feier suddenly smiled. But there's always a way. You still have connections? Li Bo's eyes gleamed with excitement. Lin Feier, if you can get me into the level 3 Thunder Pool, I will reward you handsomely. Li Bo knew very well that with Lin Feier's strength, ordinary treasures were simply not worth her attention. Fortunately, he still had a piece of dragon turtle blood, which could be used as a bargaining chip in critical moments. A generous reward? Upon hearing this, Lin Feier raised an eyebrow and smiled. Li Bo, you know that I'm not interested in anything but you. You? Li Bo was in a dilemma. It turned out this guy was waiting for him here. He gritted his teeth. Did he really have to sacrifice his looks to get into the forbidden zone? All right, I won't tease you anymore. Lin Feier put away her joke and said seriously, entering the level 3 Thunder Pool can be difficult or easy, but in short, as long as you find the Grand Master of the Zhanghai Beast Tamer Association, everything will be fine. Do you perhaps know the president of their association? Yes, I know him. He's my dad, Lin Feng. Holy crap. Li Bo almost spat out all the wine he had just drunk. Why didn't you say so earlier that your father is the president of the Beast Tamer Association? It's all just a matter of a word from you. Don't be too happy yet. Lin Feier smiled and said, although my dad is the president of the association is not a place where he can make decisions on his own. The Zhanghai Beast Tamer Association has set up a series of rules and imposed many restrictions on the conditions for entering the level 3 Thunder Pool. Don't think that my dad would let an outsider enter the Thunder Pool just because he dotes on me. Restrictions? Li Bo asked, puzzled. Are there any specific requirements? Why don't you tell me? I'm not too sure about that either. Lin Feier shook her head. I've never been particularly interested in association matters, but I can take you to see my dad for advice. Anyway, since you're determined to enter the level 3 restricted area, you'll have to get past my dad sooner or later. Shall we go see Lin Feng? Li Bo felt a little uneasy. He only knew bits and pieces about the legend of this important figure in Zhanghai from newspapers and news reports. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng is not only a business tycoon, but also the president of the Beast Tamer Association. No wonder the Lin family has connections in both the legal and illegal worlds. With such a powerful background, countless people would be willing to win over Lin Feng. Li Bo's eyes were resolute. All right, then I'll trouble you to take me to see your father. My father is probably too busy right now, Lin Feier said with a smile. No time. Li Bo stroked his chin. That makes sense. With the size of the Lin family, your father must be incredibly busy. That's not the reason, Lin Feier said with a smile. Judging by the time, the teacher should have returned to Zhanghai by now. At this time, Dad is probably still asking her for advice on important matters. Oh, Li Bo suddenly became interested. I'm curious who your teacher is, someone your father respects so much. Lin Feier smiled at Li Bo. It won't hurt to tell you. Lin Feier's eyes lit up as she said with reverence. My teacher is elusive and has many names circulating in the martial arts world, but there is one name that can strike fear into the hearts of many. What's her name? Night Rose. Chapter 55, Blazing Eagle. Lin Family Hall. A glamorous woman, completely clad in black leather, sat in the guest seat. The woman, looking relaxed, lifted the teacup on the table and took a small sip. Oh, you mean, Feier only made it to the quarterfinals in the martial arts competition. Lin Feng sat in the main seat, looking somewhat reserved. Yes, I watched the match. Feier really did her best. I hope you won't blame her too much. It's hard to imagine, especially for someone from the Lin family, that Lin Feng, the current head of the Lin family, would be so cautious in front of this woman in black. The woman in black put down her teacup, a cryptic smile playing on her lips. Let me guess, is it that girl from the Mu family? Lin Feng gently shook his head. No. Oh, a hint of surprise flashed in the black-clad woman's eyes. Feier has a talent for precision. And with the crimson crystal armored dragon enraged, I really can't think of anyone else who can defeat her besides that girl from the Mu family. This kid is indeed a dark horse. His performance in the entire martial arts competition was extremely outstanding. It's not unjust for Fair to lose to him. The woman looked at him. You don't seem to care that much about your daughter losing? Hee. Lin Feng laughed. There are always some geniuses in this world who are beyond our control. Fair's loss in this match will also make her realize that there are always people better than you, and there is always something beyond your reach. Besides, this kid is Fair's sweetheart, and he has already shown his talent at such a young age, so his future is probably limitless. Lin Feng looked calm, but his words revealed a hint of appreciation. Fair's sweetheart. The woman in black immediately became curious. I've watched Fair grow up. She's always been very ambitious. Anyone she takes a liking to must be extraordinary. However, the woman changed the subject. Since you're so indifferent to Fair's wins and losses, and you called me over so late, there must be something else going on. Huh. Lin Feng laughed twice and said, as expected of an S-rank hunter, not only are you decisive in killing, but you also have such a sharp eye for people. Night Rose. Fair is truly blessed to have you as her teacher. Night Rose smiled slightly. Lin Feng, we've known each other for so many years, there's no need to be so polite. I'm helping you take the dragon turtle bounty entirely out of my gratitude as Fair's teacher. Besides, the price you offered is very high, so I have no reason to refuse. I'll be leaving Jianghai soon. If you have any troublesome enemies lately, just tell me, and I can take care of them for you when I have time. Hee. Night Rose, you're a prominent figure among the hunters, and besides, your teacher Fair. How can I keep letting you do my dirty work forever? Sigh. Lin Feng sighed. If my pet beast could also break through to the leader level, then I could basically rest easy in Jianghai. But, seeing that the other party hesitated to speak, Night Rose glanced at Lin Feng with a sharp glint in her eyes. You've already used the dragon turtle's precious blood. Lin Feng chuckled and nodded in agreement. To be honest, the reason I asked you to come over so late is not to help me kill someone. I used some of the dragon turtle blood you brought last time, but a huge accident happened. So, the blazing eagle failed to evolve after using the precious blood? A look of shock appeared on Night Rose's calm face. Lin Feng remained silent, then sighed and made a summoning gesture. After a flash of blue light, a strangely shaped fire eagle suddenly appeared in the living room. Upon seeing this, even Night Rose couldn't help but widen her eyes. Lin Feng's blazing eagle was engulfed in flames on one side, while the other half was burned to the bone, as if it had survived a great catastrophe, and looked extremely terrifying. Gazing at the pile of white bones, Night Rose stammered. How could this be? Wasn't it said that the dragon turtle's blood could help pets break through their evolution limits? Lin Feng smiled wryly. I had always firmly believed that. He said slowly and wistfully. As my first pet beast, the flaming eagle holds a place in my heart, second only to Fair and her mother. However, the lifespan of a pet beast is ultimately limited. The flaming eagle has been stuck at the excellent rank 9 for many years, and if it doesn't evolve soon, it will only have 1 or 2 more years left. I couldn't bear to see it grow old and die, so I searched everywhere for ways to help my pet break through the evolutionary sequence. My efforts paid off, and after many years of searching, finally, a friend overseas told me about the dragon turtle's precious blood. It could allow my pet to take another leap forward. I invested a lot of money to track down any information about the dragon turtle. Perhaps it was heaven's mercy on my sincerity, but a peerless master appeared in my great Xia kingdom and managed to blow up the Baxia fortress of the Sakura kingdom. I spent a fortune hiring detectives to track down the direction the dragon turtle had disappeared, and then I officially placed a bounty on its head with the Hunter Association through you. The journey has been incredibly arduous. Lin Feng took a deep breath and continued. I thought everything was going in the right direction. After obtaining the dragon turtle blood, I immediately used it on the blazing flame eagle, but I never expected it to lead to this situation. Lin Feng turned his gaze to the ravaged flame eagle, his heart filled with heartache. I'm sorry to the blazing eagle. I was too eager for quick success. Night Rose paused for a moment, then said, although the blood of the dragon turtle has miraculous effects, I have heard that the dragon turtle contains the bloodline of a true dragon. Ordinary pets would probably find it difficult to withstand its pressure. Night Rose, Lin Feng suddenly pleaded. You've been a hunter for so long, your footprints have covered the world, you're quite knowledgeable. So do you have any solutions for the current situation with the blazing eagle? Night Rose shook her head. When it comes to killing and bloodshed, I'm quite skilled at that, but when it comes to the difficult problems encountered in pet breeding, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Then, Could I ask you to have the Hunter Association issue another bounty? Perhaps there's a master hunter among them who excels in breeding techniques. Lin Feng frowned, looking somewhat anxious. Night Rose looked at him, pondered for a moment, and then said, "That's possible. As an S rank, I have the authority to issue a bounty for the entire rank once a year. However, the problem caused by the dragon turtle's precious blood is too unique. Whether a solution can be found is another matter. The key issue is that the blazing eagle doesn't have much time to begin with, and now that it's in this state, it's unlikely to last until someone accepts the bounty. No matter what, as long as this problem can be solved, I'm willing to pay any amount of money." Lin Feng looked at her expectantly. Night Rose paused for a moment, then suddenly said, "For Feier's sake, I'll help you one more time." She said to Lin Feng, "How many beast coins can you offer? I'll immediately use my S-level full-level privileges, and once it's posted, this bounty will instantly appear in all hunters' chips." Lin Feng's expression turned serious, and then he uttered 3 words. 100 million. Chapter 56 Re-encounter with Night Rose. Several hours later, Li Bo was taken by Lin Feier to a huge manor. Although it was night, the manor was brightly lit, and the luxurious decorations shone with a mesmerizing glow under the lights. The entire manor was like a dazzling pearl set in the dark city. Although he had heard about Lin Feier's family's wealth before, Li Bo was still shocked by the luxurious scenes before him when he stepped into the palace-like building. Lin Feier smiled and looked at Li Bo. "What do you think of this place?" Li Bo gave a wry smile. "The place is quite nice, but the manor is far in the suburbs. Aren't you tired of running so far to school every day?" "I don't live here." Lin Feier sneered. "My dad likes to work here, but I usually live in the upper district." Li Bo paused for a moment, then thought it made sense. With the Lin family's enormous size, they must own properties all over the place, so Lin Feier could live wherever she wanted. Just as the two were talking, Li Bo's hunter chip suddenly popped up a message. "E-rank Hunter Li Bo, you have a new bounty for all ranks. Please check it promptly and don't miss the best opportunity to accept the bounty." "Huh? A bounty across all levels? What is this?" Li Bo was somewhat confused. Shouldn't the bounty information be released by the contact person? Why is the process a little different? Soon, Li Bo saw a line of small print below the message explaining the meaning of the bounty for all levels. All level bounties. These are directly posted by hunters of S rank or higher. After the Hunter Association reviews and approves them, the compiled information will be sent to each hunter's chip. Hunters can then decide whether to accept an all-level bounty based on their own circumstances. Note: all-level bounties are a special privilege of S-rank hunters and do not generate any contribution points. I never imagined that an S-rank hunter would have this kind of authority. I wonder which expert posted this bounty for all ranks. Li Bo pondered to himself, and with curiosity, he silently clicked on the bounty message. Bounty type: all levels bounty. Bounty hunter: Night Rose, one of the 3 S-rank hunters. Reward amount: 50 million. Reward location: Lin Family Manor, Jianghai City. Bounty target: heal the pet flame hawk, excellent level 9. Although it was only a few lines of text, the sheer amount of information contained within it caught Li Bo completely off guard. "It's her." Upon seeing the words Night Rose, Li Bo felt a sudden, sharp jolt. "It's actually at the Lin Family Manor." Li Bo recalled what Lin Feier had said earlier, that Night Rose was his teacher. In that case, the bounty must be closely related to Lin Feng. However, upon seeing such a huge reward, Li Bo couldn't help but gasp. 50 million is an astronomical sum for him. The Lin family really doesn't value money. However, Li Bo quickly calmed down and thought about it carefully. With such a generous reward, the mission must be extremely difficult. Even a lowly E-rank hunter like him would probably have to look on with envy. However, as he got closer to the Lin family's gate, Li Bo couldn't help but feel uneasy. Will I ever see her again? The enchanting sunset on the beach and the roses at night are still vivid in Li Bo's mind. He still remembers how she reached out to help him at the crucial moment and saved him from Bai Liang's clutches. Whenever he thinks of this mysterious older sister, a strange and complex emotion wells up in Li Bo's heart. Looking at Li Bo's constantly changing, complex expression, Lin Feier asked in confusion, "What's wrong with you?" "Oh, no, it's nothing." "Hee. You don't need to be too nervous. My father may seem a bit stern, but he's actually quite easy to talk to." Li Bo chuckled softly. "I hope so. I do hope you can put in a good word for me at the crucial moment." "Hee. I didn't expect you to become so reserved when asking for a favor." Lin Feier joked, then pushed open the living room door. "Arrive." As the door opened, they were greeted by Lin Feng sitting upright and talking with Night Rose. The terrifying appearance of the flaming eagle beside him, Li Bo's pupils constricted sharply. It really is Lin Feng's bounty. Oh, Feier is back, Lin Feng said with a smile, and Night Rose also glanced towards the door. Noticing Li Bo's familiar face next to Lin Feier, Night Rose trembled slightly. It's him, Night Rose. Li Bo's attention shifted from the blazing eagle. He never expected that his reunion with Night Rose would be in this way. Lin Feier led Li Bo to the front. Dad, let me introduce you. This is Li Bo, right? Huh. Before Lin Feier could finish speaking, Lin Feng looked at Li Bo with a glint in his eyes. How would Dad know him? This must be the first time you've met. Lin Feier asked, puzzled. Hee. Silly girl, this kid forced you into the top 8. How could your father forget him? He then turned his gaze to Li Bo, noticing that he was dressed in a suit and tie, and had the air of a noble young master after being dressed up. He nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. Excellent. Truly, heroes emerge from among the young. Hello, uncle. Li Bo nodded politely. Oh, you defeated Feier? You're quite capable, little brother. Night Rose smiled at Li Bo, the deep meaning of which only Li Bo could understand. He gave an awkward smile and didn't say anything more. Haha, it's this kid. Lin Feng laughed loudly. You didn't see how dazzling this kid's performance was in the martial arts arena. He's the center of attention every time he appears. It's a pity you didn't witness their fight, otherwise you would definitely find it incredible too. I have already witnessed his abilities, Night Rose said in a low voice. I'm sorry, teacher, I've embarrassed you. Lin Feier suddenly spoke, unconsciously lowering her head slightly, glancing at Yimegawa out of the corner of her eye with great apprehension, while mentally preparing herself for punishment. Unexpectedly, Night Rose replied with a sentence. It's not unfair that you lost to him. Huh. Lin Feier looked up at her teacher, whose face was filled with disbelief. Normally, I would get strict extra training from the teacher every time I didn't perform well. But this time, the teacher not only didn't criticize her, but also said that she hadn't lost unjustly. Seeing her beaming face today, a stark contrast to her usual serious demeanor, Lin Feier couldn't help but wonder if the teacher had recently fallen in love. Hee, let's not talk about that. Lin Feng changed the subject. Feier, it's so late. Why did you bring your boyfriend to see me? Is there something important? Upon hearing this, Li Bo staggered and almost lost his footing. Night Rose looked at Li Bo with suspicion, a strange look in her eyes. Dad. Lin Feier blushed and explained, it's not what you think. You two haven't officially confirmed your relationship yet. Lin Feng looked at the two of them with great confusion. Judging from your outfits, shouldn't you have just finished a date and gone home? Dad, I'll explain this to you later. Lin Feier suddenly said, her gaze shifting. Li Bo wants to enter the level 3 Thunder Pool. What? A level 3 Thunder Pool? Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He gave Li Bo a meaningful look, then pulled Lin Feier aside and whispered to her. Seeing Lin Feng and his daughter discussing important matters, Night Rose took 2 steps forward towards Li Bo and inadvertently gave his arm a sharp pinch. Little brother, you're quite charming. You've even managed to steal away my good apprentice. Chapter 57 Conditions. Ouch. It hurts. It hurts. Li Bo looked pained. Sister, be gentle. Night Rose glared at him and slowly released her hand. Li Bo rubbed his sore shoulders and said sullenly, Dear sister, I've missed you so much since we last met. Oh, you missed me? You missed me because you slept with my apprentice? Night Rose crossed her arms and snorted. I never expected Feier to have such high standards. You actually managed to fool her. Sister, you're mistaken. What do you mean I was tricked? Li Bo looked completely innocent. My relationship with your apprentice is completely innocent. We've never even held hands. It's nothing like my relationship with you. Oh, with me what? Night Rose's expression changed slightly. Recalling the time on the beach when she hid in this boy's arms to avoid being caught by the patrol team, a nameless shame welled up in Night Rose's heart. She looked at Li Bo with a smile, raised an eyebrow, and said, Tell me what you've got. Seeing the other person's ambiguous smile, Li Bo felt a chill run down his spine and quickly chuckled awkwardly. Hee, if I tell my sister, she'll get upset, so I'd better not. You smooth-talking brat. Night Rose spat lightly, then calmly asked Li Bo, You've become a hunter? Upon hearing this, Li Bo was taken aback for a moment. It wasn't surprising that hunters could sense each other's presence, so he nodded in agreement. Why? Hunters spend their days in mud and ditch. It's not a respectable profession. Night Rose asked curiously. Oh, Li Bo was somewhat surprised. Judging from this, it seems my sister doesn't really like being a hunter. You're an S rank. Saying something like that is really underestimating yourself. Night Rose smiled meaningfully, and instead of answering Li Bo directly, she asked him a question in return. I'd like to hear your reasons for becoming a hunter. Reason? Li Bo stroked his chin and continued. That's a long story. If you'd like to hear it, sister, we can arrange a time tonight for a late-night chat and have a good talk. A late-night conversation by candlelight. Night Rose glanced at Lin Feier and smiled teasingly. Little brother, Feier is still here. You're being a bit too bold by flirting with her teacher like this. Whether it's big or not, only I know. Li Bo smiled mischievously. Ouch, 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 ouch. Li Bo's expression changed. He turned his head and saw that Yi Megui's delicate hand had twisted his arm 180 degrees again. Li Bo said in a low voice, Sister, can't we talk this out properly? I can't take it anymore that you keep pinching me. Let's see if you'll still be so cheeky. Night Rose glared at Li Bo, then continued. Feier just said you want to enter the level 3 Thunder Pool. Yes. Li Bo nodded in agreement. Is it for Huan Minjian? Night Rose's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Li Bo was taken aback at first, then gave a wry smile. Sister, you're so clever. You guessed it all. Really? Night Rose analyzed. Back on Sunset Beach, your Mirage Cloud survived 2 thunderbolts from Zapdos and Scathed. I guessed then that your Mirage Cloud had the ability to absorb lightning. I suspect your visit to Fizz's father today is for the evolution of Mirage Cloud. As expected of an S rank, nothing can be hidden from you, sister. Li Bo said with a sour expression. That's a good idea. Night Rose chuckled. So far, apart from Dark Water and Pure Dark Sequence, no Beastmaster has managed to use the illusionary cloud in any other way. Trying to break through to evolution using the method of breeding electric-type pets might actually work. However, Night Rose changed the subject, looking at Lin Feng. This level 3 Thunder Pool isn't something you can just go to whenever you want. Li Bo sighed softly. He knew all too well how difficult it would be to enter the Thunder Pool, but for Ziyun's sake, he was unwilling to give up as long as there was even a sliver of hope. He couldn't help but look at Lin Feng and his daughter. Seeing that the two were still arguing fiercely, Li Bo unconsciously tensed up. The Blazing Eagle? Blazing Eagle not far from Lin Feng, and he said to Night Rose, Sister, you posted the full-level bounty for the Blazing Eagle, didn't you? Oh. Night Rose raised an eyebrow slightly. Judging from this, little brother, you're interested in the bounty? Feier's father offered 100 million to save this Blazing Eagle. What? 100 million? Li Bo stared at Night Rose with his mouth agape. The reward amount is clearly stated as 50 million. This profit margin is outrageous. Why are you looking at me like that? Night Rose glanced at Li Bo. The Hunter Association took the extra money. I was only responsible for releasing the information. Besides, Feier is my apprentice. Even if I were greedy for money, I wouldn't do something so dishonest. Damn it. No wonder it was so easy to get into the Hunter Association. Li Bo suddenly realized. The hunters do all the dirty and hard work, while the association makes money without lifting a finger. Little brother, aren't you very capable? Night Rose teased. I'm here to confirm that you've saved the Blazing Eagle, and the 50 million will be in your account immediately. Li Bo smirked. Good sister, you think too highly of me. With so many clever ideas, you even have a way to kill a leader-level ferocious beast. I believe that healing a mere 9th-level excellent flame eagle will be a piece of cake. Although it was a joke, Night Rose's tone carried an undisguised admiration. You're overthinking it. Li Bo smiled wryly, turned to look at the gleaming white bones of the Blazing Eagle, and began to observe it carefully. Name, Blazing Eagle. Gender, male. Attributes, fire, flying. Rank, excellent 9th Dan. Potential, excellent. Skills, Fire Blade, intermediate. Flame Slash, intermediate. Storm Wave, advanced. Feather Slayer, advanced. Status, hanging by a thread. Description, a rare and extremely ferocious pet beast. This flame eagle, after consuming the blood of a dragon turtle, experienced a dramatic increase in the intensity of its flames, causing attribute imbalance. Unable to control the raging flames on its body, half of its body was burned away. So it was the blood of the dragon turtle that was used. Li Bo glanced at Night Rose meaningfully. It turned out that the sugar daddy he had mentioned before must have been Lin Feng. Unexpectedly, the dragon turtle blood, which was considered capable of breaking through the evolution limit of pet beasts, was almost killed by the Blazing Eagle. Just as Li Bo was observing the state of the Blazing Eagle, Lin Feng and his companions slowly walked over. Lin Feng looked at Li Bo with a smile, and then spoke. Li Bo, Feier has explained the whole story to me. Using a level 3 lightning pool to temper an ordinary grade pet beast. Although the idea is crazy, from another perspective, I admire your courage. Upon hearing this, Li Bo's eyes lit up with joy, and he said excitedly, Then, Uncle, may I enter the Forbidden Zone? Lin Feng gently shook his head. As you probably know, the real control of Thunderpool lies with the Jianghai Beast Tamer Association. Although I really want to help you with this, the association has its own rules. As the president, I must set an example. There are some strict conditions for entering Thunderpool, which I need to explain to you. Hard requirements. Li Bo's expression changed slightly. Please speak plainly, uncle. Chapter 58 The Promised Marriage Scandal. Lin Feng smiled slightly and said, the Level 3 Thunderpool was jointly built by the Jianghai Beast Tamer Association. Electric beast tamers are responsible for its daily operation. Before I became the president, I personally swore to abide by the 3 ironclad rules for entering the Thunderpool. 3 ironclad rules. Li Bo looked puzzled. As long as you can meet one of the 3 ironclad rules, you can enter the Forbidden Zone. Lin Feng said slowly. First, those who have made outstanding contributions to the Beast Tamer Association can enter the Thunderpool. A person who made outstanding contributions? Li Bo stroked his chin, thinking to himself that he had never had any dealings with the Jianghai Beast Tamer Association. So how could he have made any contributions? He shook his head and said, and the second one? Secondly, items deemed valuable by the association are allowed entry. Something of value? Li Bo stroked his chin, thinking to himself, isn't this just indirectly asking for an admission fee? However, Lin Feng did not specify a standard for measurement. For a behemoth like the Jianghai Beast Tamer Association, what exactly constitutes a valuable item? Li Bo couldn't help but mutter to himself. This remaining bottle of dragon turtle blood on me must be quite valuable, right? However, he did not reveal this matter, but instead asked, what is the third point? Lin Feng looked at Li Bo with a sly smile. Thirdly, core members of the association have one opportunity each year to send their relatives directly into the restricted area. Core members of the association? Li Bo couldn't help but look at Lin Feng, thinking to himself, as the president of the association, you should be considered a core member, right? But given this family relationship, could it be that old fox Lin Feng is up to something? Thinking of this, Li Bo turned his gaze to Lin Fei, only to find that she was looking away and didn't dare to look him in the eye. Li Bo, Lin Feng suddenly said. Because of Fei, I've paid quite a bit of attention to you. You live alone in the lower city and rely on scholarships and grants to make a living, so you naturally don't have the essential items the association needs. Therefore, these 1 or 2 conditions can be directly ruled out. So what does uncle mean? Li Bo couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Lin Feng burst into laughter. Then I'll be frank. According to the association's 3rd ironclad rule, I can arrange for one relative to enter the Thunderpool directly each year. The condition is simple. As long as you marry Fei and become my son-in-law, entering the Thunderpool will be a matter of course, and the other members won't say anything. What? Upon hearing this, Li Bo nearly dropped his jaw in shock. Night Rose, standing to the side, had a very complicated expression. She hadn't expected Lin Feng to be so direct. She quietly focused her gaze on Li Bo, observing how he would react next. Dad. No. Lin Fei frowned and hurriedly tugged at the corner of Lin Feng's coat. Fei, don't you like this boy? Lin Feng smiled indulgently at her. After observing him for a while, we found that although he's a bit poor, his character and talent are quite good. He's a promising talent. Since your teacher and I are both here today, we'll take care of this important matter for you. Hey, how dare you make such a decision on your own? Shouldn't you be asking for my opinion? Li Bo was speechless. Oh, Lin Feng looked at Li Bo in surprise. Judging from this, you seem a little unwilling. This isn't a matter of willingness. Marriage is a serious matter, not something to be taken lightly. Uncle, Fei and I aren't even close to being engaged yet. Isn't it a bit too hasty of you to arrange an engagement right away? Li Bo tried his best to suppress his displeasure and explained. I understand that. Getting engaged first and then getting married after graduation is the same thing. Lin Feng chuckled and said, Li Bo, you should think this through. Fei is my only daughter. My Lin family's vast fortune will eventually belong to Fei. If you marry her, the entire Jianghai will submit to you. Hearing Lin Feng's empty promises, Li Bo was speechless for a moment. He forced a smile and said, Uncle, to be honest, I only have the matter of beast taming cultivation on my mind right now, and I have no intention of talking about marriage. I believe that not only me, but also Fei will feel resentful about your insistence on arranging this. After saying that, Li Bo turned his gaze to Lin Fei and hurriedly winked at her for help. That. Lin Fei was somewhat incoherent. Dad, it's just entering the level 3 Thunderpool. Why are you making things too difficult for Li Bo? She added. I admit I like Li Bo, but if I coerce him this way, he'll probably never give me a second thought again. I have to conquer him with my own strength. Conquer me? Did I hear that right? Although Li Bo felt a chill in his heart, he was still grateful that Lin Feier hadn't followed Lin Feng's lead and dismounted. Feier, you. Lin Feng looked at his daughter with some confusion, then pulled her aside again and whispered, Dad is doing this for your own good. I've watched every match this kid plays, and he's a once-in-a-century genius. A golden carp isn't meant to stay in a pond forever. If we don't keep him in check now, the gap between you two will only widen, and no matter how hard you try, you'll probably never catch his eye again. Lin Feier shook her head and said seriously, Dad, I understand everything you're saying. That's why I'm so persistent about Li Bo. Things you like, whether they're earned through hard work or effort, only have meaning if you get them through your own abilities. You know best that I enjoy challenges. At this moment, Night Rose, who had been silent all along, took 2 steps closer to Li Bo. What? You don't even want Feier? What's wrong with my disciple that makes her unworthy of you? Seeing that Night Rose was still making sarcastic remarks, Li Bo twitched the corner of his mouth and casually asked in return, Do you want me to marry Lin Feier? Night Rose wanted to refute something, but she didn't say it. Well, a long sigh came from the forest. He approached Li Bo and said, To be honest, Li Bo, the line of men who want to be my son-in-law could stretch all the way to the next city. I really can't understand why you can refuse such tempting offers. Besides, I'm not asking you to marry into my Lin family. Are you really not going to reconsider? Li Bo shook his head and said seriously, My mind is made up, uncle. I hope you will respect Feier's and my decision. All right, Lin Feng said disappointedly. Since that's the case, let's get back to the main point. If you want to enter the Thunder Pool, you must meet one of the conditions. Li Bo rolled his eyes and said, Uncle, could you please make an exception? Lin Feng glanced at him, his tone noticeably colder. How do you want to make an exception? Li Bo laughed. I can pretend to be your relative. Anyway, you're the president, and no one dares to investigate you. Oh, Lin Feng sneered. Do you think this association is my family's business? As the president, I should set an example. Besides, you wouldn't even be my son-in-law, so why should I ruin my reputation for you? What if I can save your blazing eagle? Li Bo smiled confidently. Chapter 59 Rescue. What? Lin Feng's expression changed, and he stared at Li Bo with wide eyes in disbelief. You said, you can cure the blazing eagle. Not only him, but even Night Rose, who was standing next to him, looked at Li Bo with disbelief. I was just saying it casually. I didn't expect this kid to take it seriously. Lin Feier tugged at Li Bo's arm and whispered something beside him. You idiot. You're being way too arrogant. My father's flaming eagle was beyond the ability of many top breeders to heal, and you think you can heal it just by taking a quick look. Li Bo remained unfazed by the group's questions, giving Lin Feng a faint smile. Uncle, what do you think of my offer? Stop joking around, you brat. Lin Feng looked suspicious. If you want to enter the Thunder Pool, why bother with sweet talk and deception? The Blazing Eagle Syndrome is extremely rare. It's not something you can cure so easily. You'd be better off just becoming my son-in-law. How do you know I can't do it without even trying? Li Bo continued. Uncle, just answer me. If I heal your Blazing Eagle, can you allow me into your life without forcing me into marriage? You. Lin Feng's eyes flickered as he looked at Li Bo and pondered for a while. Seeing that Li Bo's confident and composed expression did not seem to be lying, Lin Feng couldn't help but wonder. Could this kid really have some kind of folk remedy? He turned his back, cleared his throat, and said, If you can truly cure the Blazing Eagle, I will allow you to enter the Thunder Pool and will no longer force you to marry Feier. However, Lin Feng changed the subject. But if you can't cure me, you'll have to obediently become my son-in-law. Upon hearing this, Li Bo's expression changed slightly. That old fox, he cursed inwardly. Blazing Eagle again, a confident smile spreading across his face. Deal. I hope Uncle won't go back on his word. Li Bo turned his head and gave Night Rose a mysterious smile. Night Rose then noticed a message pop up rapidly in front of her retina. Your bounty for all levels has been taken over by Hunter 4210, Li Bo. Please track the bounty progress. Night Rose blinked her long eyelashes as she looked at Li Bo and muttered to herself. You really dare to promise that. Don't end up shooting yourself in the foot. In front of the group, Li Bo walked straight to the Blazing Eagle and then opened the Blazing Eagle's status information. After several experiments, Li Bo became certain that the panel system had a hidden function. When a pet's status fell into a negative state, the system would provide corresponding recovery suggestions. On the verge of death, although the Blazing Eagle's life is nearing its end, there is still a sliver of hope for recovery. Due to its paralysis and extremely chaotic state, excess flesh can be removed from its body to restore its condition. it is recommended to continue using the dragon turtle blood. Note: considering that the dragon turtle blood enhances the flame intensity of the blazing eagle's flames to an excessively high level, there is a certain risk of self-destruction. Please control the flame intensity to a level that it can absorb when using it. Remove excess flesh and blood. Li Bo stroked his chin and pondered. In summary, there are two key points to treating the blazing eagle. The first is the precious blood of the dragon turtle, and the second is to control the flames that will rage on its body later. Seeing Li Bo's furrowed brows, Night Rose asked curiously, "What's wrong? Is there something on your mind?" Li Bo took a deep breath and said to Lin Feng, "The blazing flame eagle became like this because it used the dragon turtle's precious blood." He then addressed the crowd. "To cure the blazing eagle, we must continue using the dragon turtle's precious blood." "What? We need to use the dragon turtle's precious blood again?" Lin Feng's eyes first showed shock. Then he looked at Li Bo with suspicion. "Wait a minute. How do you know that the blazing eagle used the dragon turtle's blood?" Logically speaking, whether it was offering a bounty on the dragon turtle or using the precious blood on the blazing eagle, he did it extremely discreetly. Only Night Rose knew about it, and even Feyre herself hadn't told her. Night Rose turned her head and glanced at Li Bo with surprise. Although she didn't know how this kid had figured it out, her confidence in Li Bo increased a bit. Dragon turtle blood. Lin Feyre's red lips parted slightly, clearly indicating that the conversation had touched upon a realm she could not comprehend. Unexpectedly, Li Bo was able to chat with his father and master to this extent, and a happy smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. Li Bo smiled faintly. "Since I can treat the blazing eagle, I am naturally very confident. If I couldn't even see the symptoms, how could my uncle trust me?" This. Lin Feng looked Li Bo up and down suspiciously. He recalled what Feyre had said before. This kid entered Zhanghai University as the top liberal arts student in the city. It was understandable that he would know about something as rare as dragon turtle blood. "You just said, we should continue using the dragon turtle's precious blood?" Lin Feng asked, somewhat puzzled. "As you probably know, the blazing eagle became like this because it couldn't withstand the pressure of the dragon turtle's precious blood and set itself on fire. Now it has lost half of its body. If it continues to use the precious blood, I'm afraid it will be nothing but bones left. Then it will all be lost." Li Bo said, "To restore the blazing eagle, we must completely remove the excess flesh and blood from its body and unify its condition." Remove all flesh and blood. Not only Lin Feng, but the other two also looked at Li Bo with shock. Clearly, this treatment method sounded too crazy. Could there be a mistake? Lin Feng's expression darkened slightly. "Li Bo, it's not that your uncle doesn't believe in your methods. It's just that this approach is far too radical. Is there a gentler way?" Li Bo shook his head. "Only by burning our boats can we have a glimmer of hope." "Burn one's boats." Lin Feng muttered a few words to himself, his face still showing some worry. "Uncle, please rest assured," Li Bo said. "Continuing to use the dragon turtle's blood will cause the flame eagle immense pain, but I will control the intensity of the flames, keeping it within an absorbable range." After hearing this, Lin Feng frowned and remained undecided for a long time. Finally, he turned his gaze to Night Rose. "Night Rose, you are teacher Feyre, and you are very knowledgeable. Do you think Li Bo's method will work?" Night Rose smiled slightly. "To be honest, I'm not sure either. But I think you can try to trust this kid. Maybe he can pull off a miracle at a crucial moment." Night Rose glanced at Li Bo meaningfully, the scene of him forcefully killing the leader, Dragon Turtle, in an ordinary manner reappearing in her mind, still feeling somewhat like a dream. Hearing Night Rose say this, Lin Feng pondered for a moment, then gritted his teeth. "All right, the blazing eagle can't hold out for long in this state. Rather than waiting to die, let's take a gamble. I'll let you try." Upon hearing Lin Feng's affirmative answer, Li Bo's face lit up with joy, and he continued, "Does Uncle still have any extra dragon turtle blood?" This. Lin Feng glanced at Night Rose, then said with some regret, "Ugh, I should have let you take more. I've already used up all the dragon turtle blood from before." It's all used up?" Li Bo was speechless for a moment, thinking to himself, "I'm here to heal your pet. I can't just give up my own bottle of dragon turtle blood." Li Bo began to consider what conditions he should offer to get Lin Feng to buy his precious blood. Snap! His hands excitedly. "I just remembered that there was a hunter who once used the blood of a dragon turtle to gain the right to enter the Thunder Pool." Chapter 60 Azure Devouring Bone Eagle. Someone else is also going to enter the Thunder Pool, and that person also has the precious blood of the dragon turtle. Li Bo's heart skipped a beat, and he began to think. In the battle at Sunset Beach, there were only 5 people in total, including him and Night Rose. I haven't seen Scarface and Huang Yin's other pets, but Bai Liang has a Zapdos. Could it be this guy? Recalling the humiliation of the past, Li Bo unconsciously clenched his fists. If it weren't for Night Rose's timely intervention, he and Xiao Baizun would probably have died on Sunset Beach. The dragon turtle blood is a valuable item that meets the second condition for entering the Thunder Pool, so the association approved this person's qualification at that time. But Lin Feng began to hesitate. This precious blood was given to the association, not my personal property. It would be inappropriate to use it without authorization. What's wrong with that? Li Bo said bluntly. Uncle, I believe that with the Lin family's wealth, it wouldn't be difficult for them to produce something of equal value to a bottle of dragon turtle blood. Since this precious blood is key to saving the Blazing Eagle, even if you use it, I believe the other members of the association will understand. You can then return the valuable blood to the association later, and no one will say anything. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng looked at Li Bo with a gleam in his eyes. You little rascal, you're pretty quick-witted. He suddenly burst into laughter. That's a compromise. I'll explain the situation to the association and then offer double the amount of the dragon turtle's precious blood. That would be fair to the association. That's settled then. Lin Feng's gaze shifted to Lin Feier. Feier, you handle this matter. Okay, Dad. I'll go to the association right away to retrieve the precious blood. Lin Feier's face lit up with joy, and she turned and hurried toward the Lin family's gate. About half an hour later, when Lin Feier returned home, she now held an exquisite blood vial in her hand. Lin Feng took the bottle, shook it, and said wistfully, I thought my intelligence network was good enough. But to my surprise, 3 more assassins showed up on Sunset Beach that day. I really don't know where they got their information. To be precise, there are 4. As Night Rose spoke, she glanced casually at Li Bo. The crisis involving the dragon turtle blood is bigger than I imagined. I've received news that the Sakura Kingdom has sent many experts to infiltrate Jianghai to investigate this matter. Night Rose, you must be careful. Lin Feng earnestly warned. You don't need to worry about me. There are other people to be careful of. Night Rose deliberately raised the pitch of her last sentence, as if intentionally reminding Li Bo. Cough, cough. Li Bo coughed twice and then said, Now that we have the precious blood, let's begin treating the Blazing Eagle. Lin Feng nodded. Li Bo, according to what you said before, we need to feed the precious blood to the Blazing Flame Eagle, right? The Blazing Eagle is violent and no one but me can get close, so I'll handle this. As he spoke, Lin Feng strode up to the Blazing Eagle, opened the blood vial, and spoke in a friendly tone. Old buddy, you've been with me for so many years, through countless battles, big and small, and I can't bear to see you leave in such a sorry state. Although I don't know what the outcome will be, rather than continuing to linger on like this, let's burn brightly one last time. Sensing the will of its beastmaster, the flaming eagle's gaze instantly became unwavering, its sharp eyes filled with determination. It struggled to its feet and slowly opened its mouth. Lin Feng brought the blood bottle closer, and the dragon turtle's precious blood flowed from the bottle's opening into the flaming eagle's mouth. Boom. In an instant, the dim flames on the intact right side of the blazing eagle's body suddenly intensified. The flames were like burning red lotuses, leaping and flickering, so enchanting that it was impossible to look away. The blazing eagle also began to tremble, constantly enduring the immense pain brought about by that trace of true dragon bloodline. As Li Bo had predicted, after using the dragon turtle's precious blood, the blazing inferno eagle was unable to withstand the almost violent flames. As its body temperature rapidly increased, the remaining half of its body began to be devoured by the flames. Splash! The fiery eagle's crimson feathers crackled and popped as they burned, and the stench of burning flesh filled the entire room. Tears welled in Lin Feier's eyes as she turned her head away, unable to bear witnessing such a cruel scene. To her, the blazing eagle had accompanied her as she grew up, and had long since transcended the realm of a pet. It was more like family. Lin Feng clenched his fists tightly. The suffering his pet had endured was also a great torment to the mental strength of the beast tamer. Lin Feng knew very well that no matter how painful it was, he had to remain calm. Can it really work? Night Rose's red lips parted slightly, and she glanced at Li Bo unconsciously, only to find that he was sweating profusely and his eyes were fixed on the movements of the blazing eagle. As the fiery flames on the blazing eagle grew stronger, its feathers and flesh were being rapidly devoured. Just like when Lin Feng first used the dragon turtle blood, soon, the other half of the flaming eagle's body was reduced to nothing but white bones. The flames don't seem to be stopping. Li Bo, isn't it time yet? Lin Feier stared at the flaming eagle's body, the flames clinging to its skeleton like maggots, their burning still relentless. Her face was filled with worry. Li Bo remained focused and resolutely said, "Wait a little longer. The condition is still unstable." Sudden, with a loud bang, the flames on the half-skeleton instantly ignited the entire body, including the head of the fiery eagle, and the fire soared into the sky, directly extinguishing several chandeliers in the Lin family's hall. It actually has life force. Sensing that the blazing eagle had not yet died, Lin Feng was surprised but also excited. The condition has stabilized. Seeing the flames on the blazing eagle burning brightly, Li Bo's eyes suddenly flashed with a sharp light. This also means that as long as the blazing eagle can control the high-intensity flames brought by the dragon turtle's blood, it will be considered a success. "Now!" Li Bo shouted loudly, then made a summoning gesture. Are we going to summon the frost dragon?" Lin Fei stared at this scene in astonishment. Lin Feng and Night Rose were also drawn to the scene, intently watching Li Bo's every move. However, to everyone's surprise, the color of the magic circle summoned by Li Bo was not the green unique to elite-level magic circles. Instead, it was a yellow magic circle. "Come out, Ziyun." A flash of light appeared, and a dark purple cloud floated in front of everyone. The moment Lin Fei first saw Ziyun's figure, she was stunned. "This is your second pet." Sensing the mystery and power emanating from Ziyun, Lin Fei's heart tightened immediately. Sure enough, this guy was hiding something much deeper than she had imagined. "Brother Li Bo, I'm ready," Ziyun whispered in her mind. Li Bo nodded. "Use the curse. Lower the temperature." Ziyun's eyes began to flicker with strange movements, and then everyone heard a wailing sound like the wailing of ghosts all around. Blazing eagle again. An incredible change occurred to him. The originally raging, crimson flames suddenly dimmed and then quickly turned blue-green. "Oh, a bluish-green flame." Night Rose looked surprised, then turned her gaze to Li Bo. Gazing at the resolute and earnest expression on his sharply defined profile, he was momentarily lost in thought, and in a daze, he seemed to understand why Lin Fei was so fascinated by him. "It's so cold." Lin Fei instinctively hugged her arms, then suddenly realized that the surrounding temperature had dropped drastically. Lin Feng, on the other hand, was filled with excitement, because as the crimson flames disappeared, he could clearly feel that the flaming eagle's injuries were gradually recovering. What surprised him even more was that the aura emanating from the blazing eagle was rising rapidly. Lin Feng's eyelids trembled incessantly, and a bold idea began to surface in his mind. Blazing eagle. Could it be? Seeing the fiery eagle's skeleton enveloped in shimmering blue-green flames, Night Rose's eyes widened in shock. This aura is leader level. At this moment, a relieved smile finally appeared on Li Bo's tense face. "I think you should call it the Azure Bone-Eating Eagle now." Chapter 61, Entering the Thunder Zone. "Is this evolution?" Lin Fei said somewhat uncertainly. "The strange pet beast in front of me is clearly the skeleton left after the flaming eagle burned." The chilling, bluish-green flames clinging to the skeleton exuded a terrifying aura that terrified the very soul. Lin Feng's eyes kept flashing. "I never expected this. Not only did you save my blazing eagle, but you also helped it break through its limits and evolve. Azure Devouring Bone Eagle. Who could have predicted that I, Lin Feng, would one day possess a leader-level pet?" Huh. Lin Feng's excitement was beyond words. Looking at the handsome young man in front of him, he felt a mix of emotions. On one hand, he was amazed by Li Bo's amazing talent, and on the other hand, he felt extremely regretful that he could not win the heart of this ideal son-in-law. "How exactly did you do that?" Night Rose looked at Li Bo with surprise. He was clearly only a second-tier beast tamer, but this kid kept redefining her understanding. As a beast tamer of a leader-level pet, she knew very well how difficult it was for a pet to break through from the excellent level to the leader level. This Azure Devouring Bone Eagle represents a qualitative leap in strength compared to the previous Blazing Burning Eagle. In Jianghai, possessing a leader-level pet beast undoubtedly places one among the top powerhouses. If there were a few forces in Jianghai that could restrain the Lin family before, after today, because of Lin Feng's Azure Devouring Bone Eagle, the power structure of Jianghai will be directly broken. "Li Bo, I never imagined you were also proficient in healing and nurturing techniques." Lin Fei exclaimed sincerely, her gaze towards Li Bo filled with both surprise and delight. "Li Bo, Fei was right about you." Lin Feng patted Li Bo on the shoulder heavily, finding the kid increasingly pleasing to the eye. "Hee, you don't need to flatter me like that. The flaming eagle was able to evolve mainly because of the dragon turtle's precious blood," Li Bo explained. I simply used appropriate methods to allow the flaming eagle to properly absorb the power of the precious blood. It seems that this azure-devouring bone eagle has acquired an additional evil attribute. At this moment, Night Rose frowned and said something. Libo nodded. You guessed right. The azure-devouring bone eagle is indeed a three-elemental pet beast that combines the attributes of evil, fire, and flight. Libo looked at the blue-green flames emanating from its body. Unlike the blazing, violent flames of the blazing inferno eagle, the flames of the azure-devouring bone eagle are extremely cold. Although they appear much more restrained, their power should not be underestimated. Flames of extreme cold. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Libo in confusion, clearly not understanding this seemingly contradictory term. Libo continued. This extremely cold flame can burn the soul of a pet beast. Combined with the bizarre power of the evil attribute, the potential of this azure-burning bone eagle is limitless. In time, its reputation will surely resound throughout the entire Jianghai. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng's hands trembled slightly with excitement, his eyes filled with anticipation. With the azure-devouring eagle, we won't need to trouble Teacher Fair anymore when we encounter difficult opponents. Night Rose smiled slightly, her gaze falling on Purple Cloud. Now I can be certain that your illusionary cloud possesses the ability to reverse and enhance. What? Inverted gain. Lin Feng was taken aback. I remember that only high-level pets with extremely high sequence levels can comprehend this kind of rule-based skill. This soon doesn't even look like it's at the elite level. He looked at Li Bo and clicked his tongue in amazement. I never expected that such a small place like Jianhai would produce a beast-taming genius like you. That old bastard Lu Jun must be laughing in his sleep. Just lucky. Li Bo smiled faintly and brushed it off. Uncle, as I said before, my purpose in entering the level 3 Thunderpool this time was for Ziyun's evolution. Now that I have successfully healed your pet beast, please do not go back on your word. What kind of person do you take me for, Lin Feng? Lin Feng said cheerfully. You saved the Flaming Eagle's life and even helped it break through its evolution limit. I'm determined to let you into this level 3 Thunderpool. Whenever you want to go, your uncle will arrange it for you right away. Li Bo's face lit up with joy. The sooner the better. Tonight would be ideal. Tonight? So soon? It's so late. Why not rest for a while and go to Leichi tomorrow? Lin Feng asked with a surprised look. Dad, you wouldn't believe it. Lin Feier smiled strangely. Mu Aoshue is currently enjoying great success in the martial arts competition, and Li Bo doesn't want to lose to his old flame at this crucial moment. The Mu family girl? I see. Lin Feng pondered for a moment, then continued. All right. Since you insist, I'll immediately notify the association to make arrangements for you. Thank you very much, Uncle. Li Bo breathed a sigh of relief. After all this trouble, he could finally enter the forbidden zone. At this moment, Lin Feier said, Li Bo, I'll take you to Leichi next. I can't help you much. The teacher is back, and I have some training questions to ask her. In that case, all right. Li Bo waved to the two of them and left, deliberately making a 5 shape with his hand and waving it twice at Night Rose. Knowing that Li Bo was reminding her not to forget about the bounty, Night Rose uttered a soft remark. You sneaky brat. Leichi is located in the core area of the central part of Jianhai. When Lin Feng brought Li Bo to the door, it was already late at night. Several well-equipped beast tamers guarded and patrolled outside the Thunderpool. Lin Feng nodded to them and then led Li Bo straight inside. Lin Feng stopped at an elevator entrance. Li Bo was surprised to observe that there was only one down button on the elevator ahead. He asked curiously, Is the Thunderpool underground? Lin Feng pressed the down arrow key and laughed. Jianhai's level 3 Thunderpool is built 10 kilometers underground. What? 10 kilometers down? Li Bo was stunned by the distance. Ding. At that moment, the elevator doors opened. Lin Feng extended an invitation. Let's go. I'll explain it to you slowly. Descended into the depths of the earth. Lin Feng spoke up. Li Bo, are you wondering why the Thunderpool was built so deep underground? Li Bo nodded thoughtfully. Logically speaking, shouldn't the cost of building Leichi, Thunderpool, above ground be lower? Building it underground would not only be inconvenient to travel to and from, but the operational difficulties would probably be much greater. Lin Feng chuckled. We know all too well how expensive it is to build the Thunderpool underground. Back then, Grandpa Feier insisted on investing in the construction of this level 3 Thunderpool, but it was met with opposition from many members of the Lin family. Judging from what Uncle said, this level 3 Thunderpool seems to have some secrets. Li Bo asked curiously. Unlike the first and second level Thunderpools, the construction structure of each Thunderpool of level 3 and above is different. Did you know that? Oh, Li Bo immediately became interested. Please explain, uncle. Lin Feng paused for a moment, and then said, for level 1 and 2 thunder pools, generally speaking, as long as there are enough excellent grade electric type pets, the thunder pool can continuously generate electricity and operate. However, for a level 3 lightning pool with its massive energy storage capacity, what's needed more is a stable and powerful power supply core. A stable and powerful power supply core? That's a substance that can continuously generate electric current. Li Bo stroked his chin and pondered. I've heard that in ancient times, after some high-level electric-type pets perished, parts of their bodies were buried deep underground in fossil form, storing extremely surging electric-type energy. Could it be? Li Bo suddenly widened his eyes and looked at Lin Feng. A clever kid. Lin Feng laughed heartily, his eyes filled with admiration. He continued. What was discovered underground back then were the 2 teeth bones of an ancient electric-type ferocious beast. At that time, Grandpa Fayer also thought of a way to move it to the ground. Unexpectedly, the lightning power contained in the tooth bone was extremely violent. Just getting close to it could take the lives of many beast tamers, let alone moving it. So they simply dug a tunnel, using the tooth bone as the power source, and built this level 3 lightning pool underground. 2 dental bones. Li Bo was very puzzled. I'm quite curious, what kind of ferocious beast's teeth and bones could have sustained the operation of a level 3 lightning pool for so many years? Lin Feng gave Li Bo a mysterious smile. Thunder Saber-Toothed Tiger. Chapter 62 Re-encounter with Bai Liang. Thunder Saber-Toothed Tiger? Li Bo stroked his chin and pondered. This ancient ferocious beast has been extinct for many years. According to records, the Thunder Saber-Toothed Tiger's lightning was so powerful that it could cleave the void and tear apart the sky. I never expected that the teeth and bones of a Thunder Saber-Toothed Tiger would be buried here. Lin Feng laughed. There are many legends about the Thunder Saber-Toothed Tiger, but no one has ever seen its divine power. However, judging from the lightning energy contained in these 2 teeth, the Thunder Saber-Toothed Tiger is definitely not just a name. According to my uncle's wishes, the teeth and bones of the Thunder Saber-Toothed Tiger have been used as the energy core to supply electricity to the entire Jianghai city all these years. Lin Feng nodded. When this level 3 thunder pool was originally built, its lifespan was estimated to be only about 20 years. But since the Lin family started operating the thunder pool, 50 years have passed, and the electricity supplied by the thunder pool remains as strong as ever, which has truly brought considerable benefits to my Lin family. I see. Just how powerful was this Thunder Saber-Toothed Tiger at its peak, when its 2 teeth alone contained such immense lightning power? Arrive. The elevator doors opened, and Lin Feng led Li Bo to a blue light barrier. 2 skilled beast tamers stood before the light barrier. They first greeted Lin Feng respectfully, then looked at Li Bo with a puzzled expression. President Lin? This is my son-in-law. Lin Feng replied casually. What? Upon hearing this, Li Bo nearly dropped his eyes. Uncle, didn't we agree on this? Before he could finish speaking, Li Bo saw Lin Feng wink at him, and he realized that this was an identity Lin Feng had fabricated to get him into the trap. Lin Feng could have easily fooled them by saying he was their nephew or grandnephew, but he insisted on saying he was their son-in-law. This made Li Bo curse Lin Feng's cunning and treacherous nature in his heart once again. Although he was helpless, Li Bo ultimately didn't say anything and stood aside with a forced smile, indicating his tacit agreement. Son-in-law? Isn't that the young ladies? The 2 guards looked at each other and couldn't help but sized up Li Bo, their faces showing a hint of undisguised jealousy amidst their envy. What makes this young man so special that he can become Chairman Lin's son-in-law? However, the 2 of them naturally did not dare to verify Li Bo and the chairman's identities in detail. After putting away the letter of authorization handed over by Lin Feng, they took the initiative to make way for each other. Lin Feng gave instructions to the 2 of them. Go and get Li Bo a set of insulating clothing. Yes, Chairman Lin. Every now and then, a guard would bring over a specially made white hooded cloak, which Lin Feng handed to Li Bo, giving him instructions. Although there are electric-type beast tamers stationed inside, this lightning pool can occasionally become unstable. Wearing this insulating suit will ensure absolute safety. Unstable. Li Bo was somewhat surprised, but he still obediently put on the insulating suit. Lin Feng looked at him with satisfaction. That's much safer. He then said earnestly, Li Bo, entering the level 3 thunder pool is no joke. If your pet shows any signs of discomfort, you must leave immediately. Lin Feng's tone was sincere, and sensing the concern in the other person's words, Li Bo nodded solemnly. I will be extra careful, uncle. All right. I have important matters to attend to, so I won't delay your training any longer. After Lin Feng left, the two guards blocked Li Bo's way again. What are you doing here? Li Bo couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Don't misunderstand. We're not trying to make things difficult for you, one of the guards said. Since this is your first time entering the Thunder Pool, there are some things I need to tell you in advance. Li Bo breathed a sigh of relief and said, please feel free to speak. First, there are electric-type beast tamers from the association working in the Thunder Pool, so try not to disturb them during your training. I understand that. Li Bo nodded. Secondly, there are other beast tamers also training in the Thunder Pool. Do not engage in conflict or fighting within the Thunder Pool. Is there anything else? Third, and most importantly, never summon any pets other than electric-type creatures in the Thunder Pool. Otherwise, you will be reduced to ashes, the guard solemnly declared. Upon hearing this, Li Bo's expression showed a hint of surprise. Huh? Is it that serious? There is an unknown red lightning in the tooth bone, which will attack other types of pets indiscriminately. Moreover, this lightning is very powerful and has seriously injured many excellent-level pets. The guard returned. Red lightning? Is that even possible? Li Bo gasped. To severely injure an excellent-level opponent, that must have been incredibly powerful. This lightning has existed since the Thunder Pool was first established. In short, as long as we follow the rules, there won't be any accidents. Li Bo looked at the blue barrier with a serious expression. After hesitating for a moment, he gritted his teeth and went inside. As soon as he stepped through the barrier, he was stunned by what he saw inside. It was a giant circular lightning pool about 50 meters in diameter, filled with constantly flashing and leaping blue electric currents. The currents were as thick as an infant's arm, like long snakes constantly coiling and colliding, with lightning crackling and making Li Bo feel dizzy. In the center of the Thunder Pool, 2-meter-long, white, sword-like teeth stand upright, isolated by a huge cylindrical glass dome. Upon first seeing this object, Li Bo felt a terrifying aura wash over him. So this is the teeth and bones of the Thunder saber-toothed tiger? Li Bo's eyes widened in surprise. If just 2 saber teeth reached such a height, how big must the Thunder saber-toothed tiger be? With such a terrifying size, this Thunder saber-toothed tiger must be at least a tyrant-level creature. What puzzled Li Bo even more was that the tooth bone inside the glass case on the right had faint red arcs of electricity flickering on its surface. Although not obvious, this splash of red was particularly eye-catching in the center of the pool of lightning filled with blue and white lightning. Red electricity? That's quite unusual. Li Bo looked up and saw 18 thick steel pillars of the same size, standing majestically around the Thunder Pool. Above each pillar is a separate space separated by glass, where a beast tamer and his pet stand. Arclight jellyfish, silver-horned thunder horse, electric kite, thunderbat. Upon closer inspection, all of these pets possess the electric attribute, so these people must be electric-type beast tamers in the Jianghai Beast Tamer Association who are specifically responsible for operating the Thunder Pool. At the same time, Li Bo was surprised to find that behind each pillar were countless cables of various sizes, and he finally understood the principle of the Thunder Pool power supply. 2 saber teeth continuously provide power to the Thunder Pool. Beastmasters use electric-type pets to continuously channel the current in the Thunder Pool into a special device in the cylinder. The lightning is then transmitted to various areas of the river and sea through these cables of different sizes, providing electricity to the city. Li Bo turned his gaze back to the Thunder Pool and found that, apart from him, there were several beast tamers scattered around it. They were focused and motionless, staring at the blurry bottom of the Thunder Pool, seemingly there to hone their pets. Upon seeing a second-tier beast tamer suddenly appear in the Thunder Pool, the group all cast surprised glances at Li Bo, who could only offer an awkward smile. However, just as he was looking around, he discovered that on the other side of the Thunder Pool, a familiar figure was grinning at him. Li Bo's expression froze, and his pupils suddenly contracted sharply. Bai Liang. Chapter 63, Absorbing Lightning. Heh, kid, I didn't expect to run into you here. Bai Liang's voice was still extremely high-pitched, and although it wasn't loud, it still reached Li Bo's ears clearly. Li Bo was still resentful about what happened at Sunset Beach, but he managed to suppress his anger and said with a half-smile, "It's just that I've been having bad luck lately." You. Seeing that Li Bo showed no fear of him, Bai Liang's face showed some annoyance. After sizing up Li Bo, a mocking smile appeared on his lips. "Oh, you've become a hunter? No wonder you're speaking with more confidence. Too bad, in my eyes, you're still just an insect I can crush at will." "Heh, what good are just sweet talk?" Li Bo sneered. "If you're so capable, Why don't you try attacking me like you did last time? Arrogant brat. Bai Liang sneered. You think I'd be stupid enough to fight you in this dangerous place? You're lucky, kid. I'm not playing with you today. Having said that, Bai Liang ignored Li Bo and focused his gaze on the thunder pool, muttering to himself. Damn it. Why am I so unlucky? It's been 3 days already, and I still haven't seen any red lightning. At this moment, Li Bo looked into the depths of the thunder pool, where a golden bird was constantly tempering its wings with lightning. Without a doubt, this was Bai Liang's lightning bird. However, in the thunder pool, Li Bo noticed that the lightning bird's golden wings were covered with dark mottled spots, and it seemed to be struggling in the thunder pool. Heh, still Elite 6th Dan, looks like you haven't improved much lately. Li Bo gave a cold laugh. Normally, for a monster like Zapdos, whose bloodline isn't considered high level, a level 2 Zapdos pool would be more suitable for training. A level 3 Zapdos pool would be too much of a stretch. Li Bo couldn't help but feel curious. Mingming Rose had taken most of the dragon turtle blood, and Bai Liang and the other two hadn't received much. Instead of saving it for the third stage Scarecrow to break through the evolution sequence, he took out a bottle to exchange for the qualification to enter the Thunder Pool. This was really illogical. Given that this Zapdos is clearly not at the level to break through to evolution, entering the level 3 Thunder Pool at this time seems far too extravagant. Hee. Little guy, ignore him. This guy's a weirdo. With a full beard, next to Li Bo spoke to him in a friendly manner. Uncle, what do you mean by that? I heard that this guy has been in this hellhole for 3 days and 3 nights. He stinks, and nobody wants to go near him. The man pinched his nose and said, What? 3 days and 3 nights? Li Bo was extremely surprised and unconsciously looked at Bai Liang. Seeing his focused gaze, he couldn't help but become curious about what this guy was up to. Never mind all that. The important thing is for Ziyun to evolve. After the summoning was made, Ziyun reappeared before him. Upon seeing the incredibly powerful electric current in the thunder pool, Ziyun's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, and she exclaimed excitedly, Brother Li Bo, is this the level 3 thunder pool? Yes. After countless hardships, we've finally arrived here, Li Bo said with a smile. Ziyun, you must now train in the thunder pool for 5 hours. Are you confident you can persevere? I can't wait. Brother Li Bo, Ziyun exclaimed excitedly. Li Bo nodded. Then go. The power of the level 3 thunder pool is extraordinary. If you feel unwell, turn back immediately. No problem, Brother Li Bo. With a whoosh, Ziyun plunged headfirst into the thunder pool. The man beside him stared at the scene in shock. Was that cloud you just summoned a common level pet? Li Bo smiled and nodded. To be precise, a regular 8th Dan. What? A regular 8th Dan? Kid, are you out of your mind? You dare to enter the forbidden zone without even a 9th Dan. Moreover, how could an ordinary level pet withstand such immense pressure from the thunder pool? Be careful, your dark-type pet might end up with its soul scattered inside. However, as soon as the man finished speaking, he discovered that the strange cloud that Li Bo had summoned was leisurely floating in the center of the thunder pool, showing no signs of the danger the man had described. The man rubbed his eyes, his face filled with disbelief. How is this possible? This is a level 3 thunder pool. Bai Liang also noticed the commotion. Seeing Ziyun's state in the thunder pool, his eyes were filled with shock and confusion. This phantom cloud is truly strange. Last time it absorbed Zapdos's thunder without a scratch, but this time it's so carefree in the thunder pool. Could it be that this kid wants to train it to be an electric type? Brother Li Bo, this lightning smells so good, can I eat it? Ziyun's voice reached Li Bo's mind. Eat. Li Bo looked at the 2 enormous dental bones, stroked his chin, and said, With so much battery life, it should be okay to eat a little, right? Then I won't be polite. Call. Ziyun siphoned. In an instant, the lightning in the thunder pool rapidly converged on her, centered on her body. Lightning bolts, like long, blue-white snakes, frantically converged into Ziyun's body from all directions. In an instant, Ziyun's body flickered between light and shadow, like dark clouds before a storm, accumulating immense lightning. Everyone present was stunned by what they saw, because they discovered that the lightning in the thunder pool was being forcibly pulled towards Ziyun as if by an invisible force. Most importantly, Ziyun's body was like a bottomless pit. These lightning bolts couldn't fill her stomach at all. The 10-meter-deep thunder pool almost reached its bottom in an instant, and the pets of several beast tamers on the field were all exposed and clearly visible in the thunder pool. Suck it all in. Bai Liang, sitting opposite him, stared wide-eyed, his expression shifting between light and dark. You should know that its Zapdos was completely unable to withstand the power of the lightning from this level 3 lightning pool and could only keep dodging. But when Li Bo's illusionary cloud came, it almost absorbed all of this lightning. The 18 beast tamers on the high platform noticed the commotion in the lightning pool and all cast incredulous glances at Ziyun. Li Bo glanced guiltily at Lei Qi, fearing that Ziyun would absorb all the lightning, which would be difficult to explain later. Fortunately, just as the thunder pool was about to dry up, the two huge tooth bones seemed to sense it and began to fill the thunder pool with lightning again. At that moment, a line of information that flashed before his eyes made Li Bo's face light up with joy. Phantom Cloud Upgrade, Normal Stage 9. Chapter 64 Red Lightning. It's been upgraded. Li Bo never expected that simply absorbing lightning would allow Ziyun to advance directly to the ordinary 9th level. If I continue to absorb the lightning from the thunder pool, I might actually be able to evolve directly. Li Bo was worried, however, that the system task required Ziyun to train in the thunder pool for 5 hours. At this rate of lightning absorption, the lightning in this toothbrush probably won't last until now. This kid's pet is really strange. It actually absorbed so much lightning from the thunder pool all at once. In response to this phenomenon, the electric-type beast tamers on the stage began a heated discussion. Judging from its appearance, it should be the rare pet beast Huanminjian. I didn't expect it to have gone to the thunder pool for training. Phantom Cloud? I remember this pet is a dark type, right? A non-electric type pet here could trigger the red lightning attack from the tooth bone. I don't think so. Although this Huanminjian is only of ordinary level, its ability to digest lightning far exceeds our imagination. It might actually be able to absorb this red lightning as well, restoring peace to our level 3 lightning pool. Sigh? It sounds simple, but this red lightning has existed for so many years. Not only is it incredibly powerful, but it's also extremely cunning. It seems to have its own consciousness. When it encounters a difficult opponent, it hides in its jawbone and refuses to come out. We've asked so many powerful grass-type beast tamers, but they still can't do anything about it. Given the terrifying speed at which this illusionary cloud absorbs lightning, could this kid have drained our entire lightning pool dry? What are you thinking? The ancient lightning contains such powerful lightning energy, and the two tooth bones have supplied the Jianghai with electricity for so many years and are still in perfect condition. How could this Huanminjian possibly swallow it all? How about we remind this kid? Although the tooth and bone energy provides a continuous supply of electricity, it was absorbed by the illusionary cloud shortly after entering the thunder pool. Now that the current flowing into the 18 electric pillars has decreased, it could affect the power supply of the entire city. Forget it. Let's pretend we didn't see anything. I heard from the security guards outside that this kid is Chairman Lin's son-in-law. This is the first time the chairman has used his authority to let a relative into the restricted area, so we should at least give him some face. What? The Lin family's daughter has been kidnapped by this brat. I was just about to introduce my son to Fayer, but this despicable kid beat me to it. You old man, just give up. Don't you know what kind of person your son is? How could he possibly catch Fayer's eye? I think this kid in front of me, although his level isn't high, exudes an indomitable spirit in every move he makes. Daring to venture into the level 3 thunder pool, he can be considered highly skilled and daring. Focus on supplying electricity. It's late at night now, a low time for electricity consumption. We only need to maintain the city's basic power needs. Li Bo kept his eyes glued to Ziyun's movements below the stage. Although the electric currents emanating from her surged one after another, fortunately, no abnormalities were displayed on Li Bo's control panel. Not only that, Li Bo discovered that Ziyun's appetite seemed to be getting better and better, and the speed at which she absorbed lightning was much faster than when she first entered the lightning pool. And then, a strange scene unfolded in the thunder pool. Whenever Ziyun was about to drain the thunder pool dry, the tooth bone seemed to be under stress, constantly absorbing lightning towards the bottom of the thunder pool. Before the emitted lightning could spread to the surrounding thunder pool, it was quickly absorbed into Ziyun's body. Beast tamers who came to train around the thunder pool were quite helpless when they saw this scene. Most of the electric current was destroyed by the illusionary cloud, and their pets did not get the opportunity to train at all. The leading electric-type beast tamer on the high pillars suddenly issued a command through the loudspeaker on the roof. Due to the current heavy load on the thunder pool, you may leave the thunder pool first, but your entry qualification will be retained. Once the thunder pool is fully charged again after the illusionary cloud has finished tempering it, you may enter the thunder pool again. Upon hearing this, the beast tamers exchanged bewildered glances, all casting incredulous expressions at Li Bo. Bai Liang looked suspicious. That's really strange. How did this kid get into the thunder pool? Even the Beast Tamers Association is willing to give him face. Could it be that he used the dragon turtle core from that day as a bargaining chip for entry? The middle-aged man next to Li Bo summoned back his pet beast, gave Li Bo a meaningful smile, and, "I didn't expect you to have such a powerful background." Li Bo scratched his head awkwardly. "Sorry, uncle. I've interrupted your training." The man shook his head and smiled. "No need to apologize, little guy. It's getting late, and I'm about to rest too. Anyway, since I've retained my Thunderpool qualification, it's like I can get it for free again." 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. As the beast tamers who came to train gradually left, the number of pets in the Thunderpool also decreased. Li Bo was surprised to find that Bai Liang's Zapdos was still in the Thunderpool. Seeing that the lightning had lessened, Zapdos quietly hid in a corner to recover. "Isn't this guy going to leave yet?" Li Bo narrowed his eyes, wondering to himself what Bai Liang's real purpose was in coming here. Driven by curiosity, he reopened Zapdos's control panel and began to examine it carefully. Name: Zapdos. Gender: male. Attributes: flight, electric. Rank: Elite 6. Potential: excellent. Status: injured. Skills: Wind Wings, beginner. Thunder Strike, intermediate. Slash, intermediate. Lightning Fusion, intermediate. Feather Whirlwind Strike, advanced. Description: although Zapdos have an average bloodline, some Zapdos with better aptitude can learn the skill Merge with Lightning, gaining the opportunity to fuse with lightning and increase their strength. Considering that lower-level pets have greater potential for development, Zapdos trainers often immediately seek out high-level lightning to fuse with upon learning Merge with Lightning. Lightning Fusion Technique. Upon seeing that Zapdos had an additional move compared to last time, Li Bo's pupils constricted slightly. It seems this guy is still staying in the Thunderpool and refusing to leave, probably because he wants to use the Thunder Fusion technique on his body. As an elite level 6 pet, Zapdos' evolution sequence is already determined, and its physical development has reached the semi-mature stage. If Lightning Fusion is not carried out now, the chances of success will be much lower once the system is fully developed. No wonder this guy was willing to spend a bottle of dragon turtle blood to enter the lightning pool. If Zapdos successfully fuses with lightning, Bai Liang's combat power will undoubtedly rise to another level. Li Bo was curious. What kind of person was Bai Liang, who had been willing to wait for 3 days and 3 nights of lightning in this Thunderpool? Li Bo's gaze fell upon the red arcs of electricity leaping fiercely on the 2 jawbones, recalling what the guards had said about the rampant red lightning before he entered. He couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Could it be that Bai Liang came here for the red lightning in the Thunderpool? Chapter 65: Crimson Thunder. Seemingly sensing Li Bo's wariness, Bai Liang gave him a smug smile. "Stop staring, kid. As a senior, I'm giving you a piece of advice. You'd better take your illusionary cloud and leave the Thunderpool as soon as possible. Otherwise, you'll be in for a world of hurt later." "Huh," Li Bo said coldly. "Bai Liang, I think you're worried that when that red lightning comes out, I'll snatch it away from you." "You?" Bai Liang's smile suddenly froze, and he looked at Li Bo with an uncertain expression. "Good lad. You guessed it. But so what if you know? That red lightning will attack non-electric type pets first. When it comes out, the first thing to die will be your illusionary cloud," Bai Liang said with a sinister look in his eyes. "That's none of your concern." Li Bo said, "I'm curious, what exactly is this red lightning? It's something that made you willing to wait for 3 days and 3 nights. Such patience isn't like you, Bai Liang. You smooth-talking brat. You think you can provoke me into telling you? Heh, if you know what's good for you, get out of here right now. You've ruined my plans, and I'll settle all the scores with you, old and new," Bai Liang said dismissively, then focused his gaze on the teeth and bones, ignoring Li Bo completely. Li Bo looked towards Lei Qi, gazing at the lightning flashing within the clouds surrounding Ziyun's body, and a hint of worry rose within him. Will this method really work? Li Bo carefully calculated the time. If Ziyun stayed in the Thunderpool for another half hour, she would be able to complete the Elite Evolution mission. Although he knew perfectly well that all he needed to do was wait patiently, Li Bo couldn't help but occasionally glance at the 2 thick teeth bones in the center of the Thunderpool. Suddenly, Li Bo frowned and muttered to himself, "Why does it feel like the red light is much stronger? If previously there were only faint arcs of electricity jumping on the 2 teeth, now, even through the glass cover, one could hear crackling sounds inside, and the thickness of the current was no different from the blue lightning in the Thunderpool." What alarmed Li Bo even more was that the red lightning was constantly converging towards the bottom of the right dental bone, emitting an extremely dazzling red light. "Ziyun, be careful." Li Bo frowned and hurriedly sent a warning to Ziyun. However, in the very next second, Li Bo suddenly noticed that the red lightning rapidly converged into a powerful current as thick as a pillar, which shot out from the bottom of the tooth bone and sped straight towards Ziyun's back. Finally out, Bai Liang's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Fortunately, Li Bo gave a timely warning. The moment Ziyun sensed the dangerous aura behind her, she reflexively dodged and narrowly avoided the red lightning. When her gaze locked onto the thick, red lightning bolt that resembled a giant serpent, Ziyun's eyes suddenly burned with intense heat. It smells delicious. As Ziyun spoke, a message flashed in Li Bo's eyes. Primal lightning detected. Crimson sky lightning. Crimson thunder, ranked 39th on the thunder ranking, forged from a dominant thunder saber-toothed tiger. This crimson thunder has slumbered for 10,000 years within fossilized teeth and bones underground, and has developed a sliver of self-awareness. It will indiscriminately attack non-electric type pets. Absorb crimson lightning. Permanently gain the power of primal lightning. Please, host, command illusionary cloud to tame crimson thunder as soon as possible. Primal lightning? That term sounds familiar. Li Bo's mind raced, and he suddenly remembered that he had read a very niche book about electric-type pets in the library before, which contained an introduction to primal lightning. Primal lightning, being an extremely rare form of lightning, possesses powerful and unique strength. Because this type of lightning has long transcended all the laws of the world and can exist eternally, it is named primal lightning. There are many types of primal thunder, some like crimson sky thunder, which are obtained through multiple evolutions and battles of electric-type pets. Some forms of lightning are naturally generated. Even more extreme, it could be artificially synthesized lightning. But regardless of the type of primordial lightning, it was all very far removed from Li Bo. Because these pets that possess primordial lightning are all tamed by top-tier experts renowned throughout the entire continent. In places like Jianghai, let alone recognizing the origin of lightning, there are very few beast tamers who have even heard of it. A powerful being compiled the primordial lightning into a list, categorizing them into different grades based on their strength and characteristics. No wonder Bai Liang was so fascinated by the red lightning. It turned out to be the Crimson Sky Thunder, ranked 39th. The Crimson Sky Thunder, such a primordial lightning, was hidden in the third-level thunder pool of Jianghai. Kit, be careful. This red lightning is incredibly powerful. Watch out. The loudspeaker above the roof blared a warning from the Beastmaster. Clearly, they were unaware that the strange lightning that had been bothering them for years was actually the legendary primordial lightning. Don't worry. Seniors, I know what I'm doing. Seeing that Li Bo still chose to stay in the forbidden zone, Bai Liang sneered. Oh, aren't you going to run? What an arrogant brat. He gazed at the crimson thunder still chasing after Ziyun, a glint of greed in Bai Liang's eyes. All right, let your illusionary cloud consume this crimson lightning for a while, and then Zapdos can take over the fusion when the time is right. Qi Xiaolei's figure resembled a giant red python, relentlessly biting Ziyun's body. After Ziyun dodged another ricochet attack, Qi Xiaolei used the terrain at the edge of the thunder pool to quickly deflect his body and relentlessly attacked Ziyun again. You really won't stop, Ziyun said angrily. If you keep this up, I'm really going to eat you up. Ziyun, don't be impulsive. The power of this crimson lightning is extraordinary. At your current level, you probably won't be able to absorb it. Li Bo hurriedly relayed the message. How will you know if you don't try, brother Li Bo? Ziyun said somewhat unconvinced. This time, she no longer dodged, but floated motionless in the air, directly facing the crimson lightning that was shooting wildly toward her. The next moment, the crimson lightning swiftly struck the purple clouds. Red light shot out from Ziyun's body as she tried her best to absorb the crimson lightning into her body. So spicy, so spicy. A moment later, Ziyun cried out pitifully. Brother Li Bo, this thunder, it's burning hot. Wow, what? Seeing Ziyun trembling and the crimson lightning reflecting red light within its body, Li Bo couldn't help but feel a pang of worry. As expected, it was still too much of a stretch. Seeing this scene, a ruthless glint flashed across Bai Liang's face. Trying to absorb the crimson lightning? Not so easy. Chapter 66 Teasing. Use a slash. Bai Liang decisively issued an attack command to Zapdos. The next moment, the Zapdos, which had been lurking in the corner, rapidly flapped its wings. Whoosh. A long, narrow, white, transparent wind blade slammed straight towards Ziyun's back. Upon seeing this, Li Bo's expression changed drastically. He hadn't expected Bai Liang to be so bold as to launch an attack openly in the middle of the danger. Ziyun, watch out. However, Ziyun was still struggling against the crimson lightning within her body, desperately trying to integrate it into her body, and had no time to worry about the attack from behind. Bang! Zapdos's crystal hit Ziyun's body with perfect accuracy, splashing out several cloud-like flowers. With a soft poof, Ziyun, severely injured, was forced to spit out the crimson lightning that it hadn't yet fully absorbed. It hurts. Ziyun lost her balance and crashed into the edge of the thunder pool. Ziyun, are you alright? Brotherly Bo, I'm alright, Ziyun said through gritted teeth. It's just, this red lightning doesn't taste as good as it used to. It's like it's expired. Expired. Li Bo was both amused and exasperated. Ziyun was injured, yet she was still concerned about whether lightning tasted good. He quickly checked her condition, and fortunately, because Ziyun was a spirit, the slash did not cause her fatal damage. He glared fiercely at Bai Liang. You bastard! How dare you lay a hand on me? Huh. Bai Liang chuckled darkly. Kid, looks like you haven't learned your lesson from last time. Don't try to touch things that don't belong to you without absolute strength. If you have anyone to blame, blame yourself for being too greedy. The beast tamers on the pillars looked at each other, observing this scene. Hey, this guy's made a move that crosses the line. Should we stop him? I think we shouldn't rush things. That guy is from the Hunter Association, and he seems to be an A-rank hunter. A third-tier beast tamer. We can't afford to offend him. But this kid is Chairman Lin's son-in-law after all. Are we just going to stand by and watch him get bullied by this hunter? It seems that Huan Minjian is not seriously injured. I think it's just a minor incident. Let's observe and see. After all, we should be cautious when dealing with a global behemoth like the Hunter Association. That makes sense. The Thunder Pool is currently unstable, and we need to focus our efforts on maintaining it. Let's turn a blind eye to what's going on below. Tamers above the Thunder Pool were completely unmoved by Bai Liang's blatant attack. At this moment, the coldness of human nature was fully revealed. A cold smile crept onto his lips. Since you've tacitly approved of his actions, don't blame me for breaking the rules next time. He stared at Bai Liang, a chilling, killing intent flashing in his eyes. Bai Liang was momentarily intimidated by Li Bo's fierce, wolf-like gaze, but he still managed to maintain his composure and said, Heh, kid, what's the use of glaring at me? You should be more concerned about how to deal with this crimson lightning. The crimson lightning that Ziyun had spat out turned around and once again eyed Ziyun's body menacingly. Almost swallowed up, the crimson lightning seemed somewhat annoyed, its red light surging, instantly transforming into a giant bolt of lightning as thick as a millstone. Everyone was terrified by the enormous commotion in the Thunder Pool. Since the Thunder Pool was established, they had never seen the red lightning radiate such power. Crimson Thunder. This is the true Crimson Thunder. The red light illuminated Bai Liang's face, revealing an almost twisted, crazed expression. The 39th ranked Origin Lightning truly lives up to its name. If I were to fuse with it, I wouldn't even need to upgrade Scarecrow to its 4th evolution. With Zapdos alone, I could become an S rank. He fixed his greedy gaze on Huan Mingyun. Good lad, I really have to thank you. If Zapdos had directly absorbed this lightning, it probably wouldn't have been able to withstand its pressure. But now you've successfully angered it. When Huan Minjian is buried in the lightning pool, that will be the time for Zapdos to transform. Heh, who said I was going to absorb the crimson lightning first? A smirk played on Li Bo's lips. Ziyun, use the illusionary color mimicry. Then, something unbelievable happened to Bai Liang. Just as the enormous crimson lightning was about to strike Huan Mingyun's body, the latter's body miraculously disappeared into the lightning pool. Bai Liang hurriedly rubbed his eyes. Gone. How is that possible? Suddenly, a terrifying thought arose in his mind. Could it be that this Huan Minjian has learned a skill like invisibility? However, the next second, he found that Huan Mingyun's body had reappeared in the thunder pool. Not good, he shouted, because the location where the phantom cloud appeared was right behind Zapdos. Following closely behind was the incredibly thick and long crimson lightning. Get out of the way, Zapdos. Bai Liang's expression changed drastically, and he had long lost his composure. However, Ziyun's move of causing trouble caught Zapdos completely off guard. After lingering behind Zapdos for less than a second, Ziyun once again used mimicry to disappear into thin air. Boom. The giant, crimson lightning bolt slammed into Zapdos, nearly engulfing its body. Although it possessed a natural resistance to electricity, the powerful impact of the crimson lightning still caused Zapdos to let out a painful scream. As expected, although the crimson lightning possesses a certain level of divine sense, it cannot detect the purple clouds hidden in the sky at all. Li Bo smiled calmly. There were only 10 minutes left before the Thunder Pool tempering mission. Ziyun only needed to lie in wait in the Thunder Pool. After evolving, he would find a way to subdue the Crimson Thunder. Looking at the badly injured Zapdos, Bai Liang roared at Li Bo. You wretched brat. I'm going to kill you. He had persevered for 3 days and 3 nights, finally witnessing the appearance of the Crimson Lightning. However, before he could even fuse with it, the Zapdos had already fallen into a negative state, which made him furious. Kill me. Li Bo sneered. What can you use to kill me? If you're so capable, bring out your level 3 Scarecrow. I think this Crimson Thunder wouldn't mind taking it with you, to be buried with your Zapdos. When Li Bo mentioned the words, to be buried with the dead, his tone carried a chilling sense of death. From the moment Bai Liang attacked Ziyun, he had made up his mind that he must make his Zapdos pay a heavy price. Crimson Thunder turned back to look at Thunderpool, searching for traces of Purple Cloud. However, Ziyun always appeared in the same spot as Zapdos, either in front of or behind it, or up or down. Its unpredictable movements made it impossible for Bai Liang to guess its location. Boom! The Crimson Lightning, guided by Purple Cloud, struck Zapdos without any deviation. This time, it directly injured Zapdos's lungs and internal organs, and a mouthful of blood spurted from its mouth. Chapter 67 Killing Zapdos. Don't want. Bai Liang looked terrified, because he could clearly feel that Zapdos's injuries were worsening rapidly. Defense was Zapdos's weakness, and it couldn't withstand these repeated attacks. You filthy bird. How dare you seriously injure Sister Little White back then? Today, I will avenge her. Ziyun's figure constantly changed, moving across the battlefield like a ghost. With effortless skill, he only intensified the rage of the Crimson Thunder. Having existed for over 10,000 years, it has followed the Thunder saber-toothed tiger in annihilating countless powerful and ferocious beasts. Unexpectedly, it is now being toyed with by a mere ordinary pet. After several failed attacks, Crimson Thunder had no choice but to vent all its anger on the Zapdos in its path. In an instant, the light on its body had reached its limit, like a crimson dragon coiled in the center of the Thunder Pool. This is the true divine power of the Crimson Heaven Thunder. Even Li Bo couldn't help but widen his eyes in astonishment. I really don't know just how powerful that Thunder saber-toothed tiger was back then. Suddenly, Li Bo's gaze shifted, and he focused his attention once again on the 2 enormous tooth bones in the Thunder Pool. Previously, every time the Crimson Lightning became stronger, the right tooth bone would emit a red light, as if supplying energy to the Crimson Lightning. This time, Li Bo discovered that the right tooth bone in the Thunder Pool had become extremely dull, while the left tooth bone, which had been motionless, was emitting a faint red light, and there were even red lightning bolts jumping on its surface. Strange, I think I saw a strange red arc of electricity flash across the tooth bone, Li Bo muttered suspiciously. Suddenly, as if a thought had crossed his mind, Li Bo continued to relay the message to Ziyun. Ziyun, you just said, this Crimson Thunder smells a bit like it's expired. What's going on? Crimson Lightning I just ate. Although it looked like a large portion, didn't taste or feel like real lightning at all, and it had no nutritional value whatsoever. It was even worse than the blue lightning from the Thunder Pool. No nutrition? Crimson Lightning in the Thunder Pool then focused his gaze on the tooth bone flashing red light within the pool, his brows furrowing into a deep frown. Could it be that the Crimson Lightning before us is fake? Is its true form hidden within that left jawbone? Compared to Li Bo's composure, Bai Liang's expression was not so pleasant. The Crimson Lightning in the Thunder Pool had become unprecedentedly huge. Bai Liang's eyes flashed rapidly. He thought to himself that even if a 3-turn Scarecrow came out, it might not be a match for this lightning. Bai Liang was torn between whether or not to summon the lightning bird back, while the Crimson Thunder was still focused on the illusionary cloud. On second thought, having paid such a high price to enter this dangerous place, wouldn't giving up now be like abandoning the project halfway? But when Bai Liang saw the Zapdos covered in blood and looking disheveled, struggling even to fly, he realized that he would not be able to use the fusion lightning technique to absorb the Crimson Lightning today. Despite his immense reluctance, he gritted his teeth and quickly performed the summoning action. However, before Bai Liang's green magic circle could be fully formed, it was discovered that the magic circle had mysteriously disappeared. What? Bai Liang looked up in horror, and the scene before him made his eyes nearly pop out of their sockets. Just now, Huan Minjian suddenly appeared behind Zapdos and unleashed 3 bizarre dark chains that pierced straight through Zapdos's chest. Heh, wanna leave? Did you ask for my permission? Li Bo stared indifferently at this scene. The dark noose struck his soul. Now that the lightning bird was firmly controlled by Ziyun, there was no way Bai Liang could summon it back. You dare, kid? Bai Liang roared almost frantically. Sunset Beach. I remember perfectly well how you, Zapdos, severely injured my little white. Li Bo's eyes turned icy. Today, I will use the death of Zapdos to wash away the injustice suffered by little white. You. Bai Liang was completely panicked. He never expected that not only would he fail to absorb the crimson lightning today, but he would also have to bury the lightning bird here. Moreover, the other party was actually a mere youth a whole level below him. Shame, resentment, fear, a complex mix of emotions swirled within him. Bai Liang's expression was extremely gloomy. Boy, release Zapdos. I'll forgive and forget what happened before. Let bygones be bygones. Huh, you really dare to treat me like a child. Li Bo sneered. Bai Liang, I think you still don't understand our relationship. What did you say? Upon hearing this, Bai Liang's eyes widened. Between us, it was destined long ago that we would fight to the death. Li Bo coldly uttered. As they spoke, the hidden purple cloud suddenly appeared in front of the Zapdos, which was firmly bound by the dark rope. Sensing that Ziyun's figure had reappeared in the thunder pool, the giant red lightning suddenly turned around, emanating an overwhelming aura of violence. Come and hit me, you idiot. Ziyun shook its head and stood in front of Zapdos, constantly provoking Crimson Thunder. The Crimson Thunder beat so humiliated, being mocked time and time again, its heart was already filled with rage. Boom! In an instant, the enormous red lightning body flashed with blinding light, and a frenzied aura permeated the entire lightning pool. On Bai Liang's face, the fear had reached its peak. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the crimson lightning suddenly crashed down towards Ziyun. Wherever it passed, space itself seemed to begin to distort. At this moment, Li Bo suddenly noticed that a bright red arc of electricity was secretly protruding from under the glass cover of the left tooth bone in the thunder pool. Li Bo couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Seeing that Qi Xiao Lei had fallen for the trap and was charging towards her without any reservation, Ziyun's lips curled into an extremely cunning smile. Perfect timing. Just as the crimson lightning was about to strike her, Purple Cloud once again used illusionary color mimicry to disappear. After the crimson lightning's attack missed, it went straight towards the lightning bird, which was trapped by the dark rope and unable to move. No! Bai Liang roared in despair. Boom! The crimson lightning struck Zapdos with perfect accuracy, completely engulfing it. In the hazy light, the Zapdos's figure was gradually annihilated, eventually turning into specks of starlight and disappearing completely. Zapdos. The death of a pet is undoubtedly a fatal blow to the mental strength of a beast tamer. With all his efforts now in vain, Bai Liang, who hadn't slept for 3 days, completely broke down. He collapsed to the ground in an instant, his eyes utterly empty. Ziyun. Now. Sneaky beneath the tooth bone. At this moment, Li Bo suddenly spoke to Ziyun. Below the dentary bone, hidden in the air, Ziyun looked at the 2 tooth bones in the center of the thunder pool with suspicion. Suddenly, a leaping bright red arc of electricity below the left tooth bone caught her eye. Ziyun licked her lips. So this is where the real deliciousness is. Chapter 68 Fusion with Crimson Thunder. The moment after killing Zapdos, the giant red thunderbolt hesitated for a moment in the center of the thunder pool. It knew very well that its fatal blow had once again been perfectly dodged by that strange purple cloud. The giant red lightning bolt looked around for Ziyun's location, and when Ziyun's figure reappeared, it panicked. Hee, got you. Ziyun appeared suddenly, like a ghost, in front of the scarlet arc of electricity beneath the teeth. A deep-seated fear suddenly rose from the bottom of that electric arc's heart, and as a conditioned reflex, the electric arc immediately turned around and began to desperately drill into the jawbone. At the same time, the giant red lightning used all its strength to surge towards the direction of the purple clouds. Trying to escape? Too late. Ziyun gave a wicked smile, and the dark rope around her body emerged again, binding the electric arc tightly and forcibly pulling out the half of her body that was buried in her teeth and bones. A giant red lightning bolt came from behind, and just as it was about to hit Ziyun's body, Ziyun did not hesitate to put the arc of electricity into her mouth. Glug! As the electric arc was swallowed by the purple cloud, the giant red lightning instantly disintegrated and then completely disappeared into the lightning pool. The giant red lightning bolt has vanished. The beast tamers on the stage stared wide-eyed in utter shock at the scene before them. The red lightning that had plagued them for so many years had been devoured so easily by this illusory nether cloud. Was it successful? Li Bo's palms were sweating as he stared intently at Ziyun's movements. As soon as the red arc of electricity was swallowed, Ziyun's body began to tremble violently. Red lightning flashed and changed continuously within Ziyun's body, reflecting the purple light on her body. Seemingly still struggling with the purple cloud, the red lightning desperately tried to break free from the purple cloud's body, constantly splashing its dazzling electric light on the surface of the purple cloud. However, its struggles seemed futile. Ziyun's body was like a bottomless pit. No matter how the lightning struck it, it was like punching cotton, causing no harm to Ziyun at all. Helpless, it could only watch as it was swallowed up by the purple clouds, its consciousness being constantly invaded by them. Finally, Ziyun's body calmed down. Congratulations, host. Huan Minjian has successfully fused with the primordial lightning, gaining the power to permanently wield the crimson sky lightning. That's fantastic, Ziyun. Upon seeing the information flashing through the system, Li Bo was overjoyed. Sure enough, he hadn't guessed wrong. The tiny arc of electricity hidden in his left jawbone was the true form of the crimson lightning. Unexpectedly, entering the thunder pool yielded such a surprising gain. You must know that what Ziyun absorbed was the 39th ranked primordial lightning, something that countless top electric beast tamers dream of. You actually dared to steal my crimson thunder. Not far away, Bai Liang's face was contorted with rage. He had already recovered from his grief and indignation. Seeing that Ziyun had fused with the crimson thunder, he looked at Li Bo with an extremely fierce expression. You killed my Zapdos. You stole my crimson thunder. You brat, you're asking for death. Bai Liang shouted hoarsely. Three-turn scarecrow. Kill him. The blue light reappeared, and the three-turn scarecrow floated in the thunder pool. Now that the giant red lightning has disappeared, Bai Liang has nothing left to worry about. You think I'm afraid of you? Li Bo stretched out one hand, and a green light flashed. A white dragon floated above the thunder pool, glaring fiercely at Bai Liang. After recuperating in the beast-taming space for most of the day, Xiaobai has fully recovered. Upon reuniting with his old foe, Xiaobai immediately exudes an overwhelming fighting spirit. Upon seeing Xiaobai's enormous figure, Bai Liang's expression shifted between anger and uncertainty. How is that possible? He stared at Li Bo in disbelief. You actually evolved an elite-level dragon-type pet. Sensing the familiar aura emanating from Xiaobai, a chilling thought flashed through Bai Liang's mind. This white ice dragon, it evolved from the ancient white spirit serpent. So what if I guessed it? Li Bo sneered. If you want to make a move here, today, I'll fight you to the bitter end. Good, good, good. Bai Liang gritted his teeth and said good 3 times in a row. You've got guts. Daring to challenge a 9th Dan master with your elite-level skills. Kid, I admire your courage. Today, I'll use your 2 pets to pay homage to my Zapdos. Little White flapped its wings and let out a deafening dragon roar. The tension was palpable, and the atmosphere reached its peak. Stop! Just as the two were preparing to engage in a fierce battle, the 18 beast tamers on the stage opened the glass covers one after another, and several electric-type pets jumped down and stood in unison between the 3rd-tier scarecrow and the frost ice dragon. What do you want? Bai Liang looked up, his gaze fixed on the figure of a frail, old man on the stage. Tang Hong, you old bastard, come down here and give me an explanation. The old man named Tang Hong was the leader of this group of electric-type beast tamers, and his level had also reached the 3rd rank. Although they were both wearing insulated clothing, it was easy to see that most of his hair had turned white. Tang Hong's pet beast was an excellent grade thunder crane. After he lightly stepped onto the thunder crane, the thunder crane carried him and swooped down towards the ground. A white thunder crane hovered above them. Suddenly, the old man spoke. This is a restricted area. Fighting is prohibited. Fighting is prohibited? Bai Liang laughed angrily. Tang Hong, you old bastard, you're really biased. When this kid killed my Zapdos just now, why didn't you guys come out to stop him? If I remember correctly, you were the one who attacked this young man first. Tang Hong remained expressionless, naturally not saying that he hadn't come down earlier because he wanted to see if the two of them could handle the red lightning. Now that the danger of the thunder pool has been eliminated, the two are still arguing. As the core of the Jianghai Beast Tamer Association, he naturally has to come down and stop them. You old bastard, Bai Liang said through gritted teeth. Don't forget, I spent a bottle of dragon turtle blood to enter the thunder pool. You'd better give me an explanation today. Entering the thunder pool, everyone is equal. What this young man has brought out may not be less valuable than your precious blood. Tang Hongi said righteously. Heh, so you're trying to favor this kid. Bai Liang looked at Lei He and sneered. Do you think this old and weak thunder crane can withstand my 3-turn scarecrow? You are an A-rank hunter, so you are naturally confident in dealing with this old man. However, this level 3 thunder pool is related to the stability of the entire city. Even if it costs me my life, I will stop you from having a major battle here. Since you know I'm a hunter, then get out of my way. A small-town beast tamers association dares to talk back to my hunter association? Bai Liang said smugly. Bai Liang, you've got quite the nerve. Anyone who didn't know better would think that we hunters could really control everything in Jianghai. A magnetic female voice rang out. Chapter 69 Evolution. Shadowy Thunderclouds. What? Bai Liang suddenly turned his head and saw a charming woman slowly walking towards him through the blue light screen at the entrance of the thunder pool. It's you again, Night Rose. Upon seeing Night Rose, Bai Liang's eyes narrowed to almost slits. Along with Night Rose, there were also Lin Feng and his daughter Lin Feier. Uncle, what brings you here? The moment Li Bo saw the group of people, his eyes lit up. Hee. I heard from the association that a fight broke out in Lei Qi. I was worried that something might happen to you, so I had no choice but to drop what I was doing and come here. Then Lin Feng turned his gaze to Bai Liang, a chilling aura flashing in his eyes. Judging from your tone just now, it seems like the destruction of my Jianghai Beast Tamer Association is just a matter of a word from you. Upon hearing this, Bai Liang tensed up. He had met Lin Feng a few times, but wasn't the president of the Jianghai Beast Tamer Association supposed to be only at the 3rd rank? Why is he now radiating such a powerful aura that even he can't understand? Could it be he's evolved into a leader-level being? A terrifying thought flashed through Bai Liang's mind. But he still forced himself to remain calm and said, President Lin, this is a personal matter between me and this kid. Please don't meddle in my business. Despite the vast difference in their ranks, Bai Liang, relying on his membership in the Hunter Association, still acted with complete confidence. Oh, a personal grudge. Lin Feng changed the subject. Li Bo is my future son-in-law. If you have a grudge against him, then you have a grudge against me, Lin Feng. At this point, Lin Feng's gaze turned extremely gloomy. What? This? Bai Liang seemed unable to believe his ears, looking at Li Bo in disbelief. How did this kid suddenly become Lin Feng's son-in-law? He muttered to himself, and couldn't help but feel troubled. Clearly, he is still very wary of Lin Feng's current strength. Furthermore, given that Rose Knights had some unknown connection with the Lin family and had openly shown her support, his A-rank hunter status suddenly became useless. What? You still want to make a move now? Lin Feng's tone suddenly turned cold, carrying an undeniable air of intimidation. Bai Liang's face turned pale and then red, and for a moment he was speechless. Get out of here now. Night Rose, standing to the side, uttered a cold remark, her tone carrying an undeniable air of command. This completely broke Bai Liang's defenses. He had always been the one to boss others around, but today, being publicly humiliated by Night Rose, Bai Liang couldn't save face at all. He clenched his fists, his face extremely grim. Although he wanted to lash out, he managed to suppress his inner urges. Bai Liang glared fiercely at Li Bo, but in the end, he turned and walked towards the exit of the thunder pool with great reluctance. After passing through the blue barrier, he suddenly stopped, turned around, and glared at the group with a vicious look. So what if you're S-rank? One day, I'll crush you all under my feet. Li Bo, how did you manage to offend such a troublesome person? After Bai Liang left, Lin Feier, who was standing to the side, suddenly asked a question. This matter is rather complicated. Li Bo scratched his head and gave Night Rose a meaningful look. No matter what, you shouldn't act impulsively and blindly fight him. After all, that guy's pet has reached the 9th level of the Excellent Realm, and it's an extremely troublesome psychic type. Psychic type. Li Bo's gaze followed the direction Bai Liang had left, a barely perceptible glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. Next time we meet, it won't be as simple as just one pet dying. Thanks to the president for coming to our rescue. At this moment, Tang Hong looked at Lin Feng and said with some lingering fear, Otherwise, with our strength, I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to stop this hunter. Humph, Lin Feng said angrily. Now that I've broken through to the excellent level, soon I will officially become a 4th-tier beast tamer. From now on, if I encounter anyone who comes to cause trouble in this dangerous place, I will not hesitate to attack them directly. Excellent level. 4th-tier beast tamer. Tang Hong exclaimed excitedly. That's wonderful. Under the leadership of the guild leader, our Jianghai Beast Tamer Association will surely reach the pinnacle. By the way, President, I have some good news to tell you. Tang Hong looked at Li Bo and said with a smile. This kid, he's finally subdued Red Lightning, who's been harassing Lei Qi for years. What? Lin Feng suddenly looked at Li Bo, his gaze flickering, then let out an incredibly hearty laugh. Good lad, you're really something. He continued. We've tried countless methods to drive this red lightning out of the thunder pool, but to no avail, and now you've subdued it. The thunder pool will be completely stable. I think not only the Beast Tamer Association, but the entire Zhonghai should be grateful to you. Since Li Bo came to the Lin family, good things have happened one after another, so how could Lin Feng not be satisfied with him? It was Huan Minjian who subdued it, wasn't it? Night Rose smiled alluringly, then turned her gaze to Lei Qi, and said in surprise, "It seems like it's starting to evolve." Evolved. Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to Ziyun in the thunder pool. Li Bo checked the time and realized that it had been exactly 5 hours since Ziyun entered the thunder pool for tempering. Li Bo didn't dare to breathe loudly, carefully observing the movements of Ziyun. Illusionary cloud in the thunder pool was surrounded by flashing red lightning, and the purple light on the surface of the cloud grew stronger and stronger, reflecting each other in an incomparably dazzling blue, illuminating the surrounding thunder pool in a magnificent light. Ziyun's body kept expanding and contracting. Its shape seemed to be undergoing a wonderful change, and with each cycle, Ziyun's cloud body continued to grow larger. It's 3 meters tall. Li Bo squinted, watching as Ziyun's body expanded from a single cloud into a cloud of mist, until crimson electric grid patterns appeared on its surface. Growth continues. Lin Feier stared at this scene in surprise. In the blink of an eye, the purple cloud had spread to a diameter of about 5 meters. The crimson lightning continuously spewed out bright bolts of electricity, crackling on the surface of Ziyun's body. As the lightning grew more intense, Ziyun's body was soon enveloped in an incomparably dazzling red light, so bright that everyone could not open their eyes. Li Bo endured the pain and watched every change in Ziyun through his fingers. As the light faded, everyone opened their eyes and were utterly stunned by what they saw. It was a dark purple cloud with a diameter of 10 meters. The cloud was thick and red arcs of electricity jumped inside it. In the distance, you could vaguely see the dark purple crystal core hidden deep in the cloud. Dark purple clouds shrouded the thunder pool, creating an oppressive force that seemed to blot out the sky. Everyone held their breath, completely stunned and speechless by the mysterious and powerful beast before them. Li Bo exclaimed excitedly, "It's a success. The Shadow Thundercloud." Name, Shadow Thundercloud. Gender, female. Attributes, dark electric. Rank, elite tier 1. Potential, dominant level. Skills, mimicry, talent, shadow ball, intermediate. Dark rope, intermediate. Thunderclap, intermediate. Thunder roar, intermediate. Curse, advanced. Arrow rain, advanced. Crimson thunder prison, advanced. Status, excited. Evolutionary sequence, 1. Description, the guardian of lightning in the clouds, a symbiotic entity of shadow and thunder. The day darkness completely engulfs the sky is the day it declares its dominance. Chapter 70-50 million. Shadow Thundercloud. Looking at the evolved Ziyun, Li Bo was so excited that he couldn't speak for a moment. "Brother Li Bo, why are you staring at me like that? Has Ziyun gotten uglier?" Ziyun muttered to Li Bo, seemingly quite dissatisfied with her current appearance. "How could this be, Ziyun?" Li Bo was both amused and exasperated. "You have no idea how strong you are now." Upon reaching the elite level, Ziyun surprisingly mastered 3 new electric-type skills at once. One of them is even high-end. Crimson Thunder Prison releases a lightning array to imprison the opponent. While trapped within the lightning array, the opponent will not only suffer lightning attacks, but will also be unable to use teleportation skills during this time. Would gain such a powerful control skill after absorbing the Crimson Lightning. Li Bo was overjoyed. Now that Xiao Bai and Ziyun had both reached the elite level, his overall combat strength had increased to another level. Even if we encounter Mu Aoshue's illusionary moon cat in the martial arts competition, we will have the ability to counter it. Seeing Li Bo's satisfied expression, Ziyun said with delight, "So that means Brother Li Bo doesn't mind that I'm ugly." Pa. Where is Ziyun ugly? I'm clearly ugly. I used to be so cute when I was small. Now I've become so terrifying. Look at the people next to me. They're all scared by my appearance. Their concerns are their business. In my heart, I will always love Ziyun. Hee. I'm relieved to hear Brother Li Bo say that. Ziyun cheered up and added, "However, there are some advantages to having a larger body." "Oh, what are the benefits?" Li Bo asked curiously. "Of course, my breasts will get bigger after I become a beast girl." "Is that so?" Li Bo's mouth almost dropped to the ground. "Yes. Doesn't Brother Li Bo like big breasts?" Ziyun asked in confusion. Cough. Li Bo was speechless. "Whether you like it or not is another matter. But how did you know about Ziyun?" Ziyun chuckled mischievously and said slyly, After Little White evolved, I secretly checked it out. At that moment, Night Rose walked over. I never expected that you would actually evolve the illusionary cloud into an electric attribute. She smiled at Li Bo. A completely new evolutionary path. You really surprise us time and time again. Good lad. Although I don't know the origin of your strange cloud of mist, it seems to be no weaker than the ice dragon next to you. Huh. Lin Feng, standing to the side, burst into hearty laughter, seemingly in a very pleasant mood. You helped the Beast Tamer Association get rid of this red lightning. I really don't know how to thank you. Upon hearing this, Tang Hong's eyes darted around, and a sudden idea struck him. President Lin, my son-in-law is a genius. I think it would be better to let him join our Jianghai Beast Tamer Association. With his help, our Beast Tamer Association will surely reach even greater heights. Oh, Tang Hong, after knowing you for so many years, this is the first time I've seen you praise a junior like this. Lin Feng was surprised, but also somewhat smug. He focused his gaze on Li Bo. Li Bo, what do you think? This is a great opportunity. Not just anyone can join the Jianghai Beast Tamer Association. Join the Beast Tamer Association. Li Bo pondered briefly, then shook his head and refused. I apologize to both of you seniors, but my current focus is solely on raising pets and becoming stronger. While the Jianghai Beast Tamer Association is certainly a good platform, I'm afraid I don't have the extra energy to help with its affairs. Upon hearing this, Lin Feng was somewhat surprised. Li Bo, you should think this through. Countless seniors from your school are desperate to join the Beast Tamer Association after graduation, and the benefits are quite substantial. Joining will definitely not be a bad deal for you. Li Bo chuckled, but still shook his head and declined Lin Feng's offer. In the past, he might have gone to work for the Beast Tamer Association without hesitation because he was destitute. Just now, his Hunter account suddenly received a notification that money had been deposited. E-rank Hunter Li Bo, congratulations on successfully completing all bounties. The 50 million bounty reward has been credited to your account. Please check it promptly. Chapter 71 Iron-Eating Ant Swarm. When I emerged from the level 3 Thunder Pool, dawn was breaking, and the sun was rising in the east. A whole night of commotion at the Lin family's house. Li Bo felt utterly exhausted, and a wave of drowsiness washed over him. After saying goodbye to Lin Feng and the others, he rode on Little White and flew nonstop towards the lower city, preparing to catch up on some sleep. Judging by the time, tomorrow is the day for the school's martial arts competition to advance from the top 4 to the top 2. I wonder who I'll be paired with. To ensure fairness, the semi-final matchups were drawn on the day of the competition. Although Li Bo had watched the other 3 matches, if we were to really compare their strengths, Muaoxue was undoubtedly the strongest among them. What intrigued him was that one of the top 4 contestants, a boy named Wang Linxian, had consistently delivered unremarkable performances. In terms of strength, let alone catching up with Muaoxue and Lin Feier, even Tao Jian, who was eliminated by Li Bo, is much stronger than him. I don't know if this guy got lucky, or if he had some other tricks up his sleeve to make it to the semifinals. However, Li Bo didn't want to think about that now. As a second-tier beast tamer with 2 elite-level pet beasts, no one of his peers at Jianghai University could put pressure on him anymore. After all, even some sophomores rarely manage to raise 2 elite-level pet beasts at the same time. Li Bo's strength is among the best in universities across the country. At the same time, Li Bo discovered that as his level increased, his dragon riding skills also became more refined. Simply put, in the past, when riding on Xiaobai, you might have had to hold on to the 2 dragon horns to keep stable. After numerous battles and adventures with Xiaobai, the 2 have reached a point of perfect understanding. Now, Li Bo is able to stand on the dragon's back without being blown away by the wind. Besides the reason of tacit understanding, it is more because after a beast tamer reaches a certain level, he and his beast will reach a state of oneness. In some top-level battles, it is very common for pets to unleash high-level skills such as the extraordinary or destruction level. These skills are extremely destructive, and even if a beast tamer is fully armed and standing on the outside, it is difficult for them to avoid being affected. Therefore, some beast tamers can cultivate their pets to have spatial abilities and fight as one with their pets. This space is similar to the pet space of a beast tamer, but for a pet to comprehend this ability, in addition to being exceptionally talented, it also places a great test on the beast tamer's mental strength and nurturing ability. Standing upright on Xiaobai, Li Bo crossed his arms and gazed at the sky ahead, his hair fluttering in the wind, exuding the aura of a master beast tamer. Ziyun was left in the beast taming space by Li Bo to carefully digest the new skills she had just learned. At first, Li Bo was worried that Ziyun's current size would make the beast-taming space a bit crowded. But when Ziyun evolved into an elite, Li Bo discovered that his beast-taming space had also increased significantly. The capacity has been expanded from the original 1,000 cubic meters to 5,000 cubic meters. Li Bo was very satisfied with the god-level spatial talent given to him by the system. Not only could it quickly restore the pet's state, but it also had such incredible growth potential. As Wu Gang previously stated, many beast tamers, like him, spend their entire lives without being able to expand their beast-taming space further, thus limiting the upper limit of their pets. But now that he has this god-level space that can grow, Li Bo no longer has to worry that when Xiaobai and Ziyun reach the overlord level, the beast-taming space will not be able to hold them. At Xiaobai's current flying speed, the journey from the upper city to the lower city takes only 40 minutes. Before long, Li Bo arrived at the boundary of the lower city. From the air, the dilapidated low-rise buildings in the lower district are crowded together, forming a dark and oppressive scene that contrasts sharply with the bustling and grand atmosphere of the upper district. Although Li Bo was already used to the environment here, he had vowed to take Xiaobai and Ziyun to move into a beautiful new house. With the 50 million yuan reward, buying a decent house in Shangqing district is no longer a problem. Before Li Bo could decide where to buy a house, Xiaobai suddenly let out a warning sound. Master! Enemies! Enemy! Li Bo squinted and saw a dark mass rushing towards them from directly in front of him. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the dark mass approached, Li Bo saw clearly who it was. A large swarm of flying ant-like pets. These black flying ants, their bodies radiating a metallic black color, gathered together, creating an imposing presence that blotted out the sky. Upon seeing these black mosquitoes that emitted a nauseating stench, Li Bo felt a chill run down his spine. This is an iron-eating ant. Li Bo's eyes widened suddenly. Jianghai, how could such a bizarre pet appear here? Iron-eating ant, a pet with dual attributes of insect and steel. Logically speaking, there are no pet beasts like the iron-eating ants in the Great Xia territory, so this huge swarm of iron-eating ants shouldn't be in a city like Jianghai. Iron-eating ants have extremely developed senses, not only with a keen sense of smell, but also with a very strong reproductive capacity, making them very difficult to eradicate once they appear. Although it is only a common-level pet, the iron-eating ant has extremely sharp mandibles that can even chew and devour iron. When it gathers together, it leaves nothing but barren land in its wake, making it a pet with extremely strong ecological destructive power. Upon realizing that the swarm of iron-devouring ants was targeting him, Li Bo instantly snapped out of his drowsiness. As the iron-eating ants approached, a task suddenly popped up in the system. Upgrade mission: eliminate the iron-eating ant swarm. Perfect timing. Seeing the overwhelming swarm of ants, Li Bo dared not be careless and immediately summoned Ziyun from his beast-taming space. These tens of thousands of iron-devouring ants, gathered together, already possessed combat power that surpassed even elite-level enemies. Li Bo had no intention of joking with his life. Xiaobai, use blizzard to suppress it. Little White roared to the sky, its wings rapidly unleashing a fierce blizzard as it swept towards the iron-eating ant swarm. The moment after the icy snowflakes froze the iron-eating ants, a sudden burst of red heat rose from their bodies, like a giant red-hot iron, which quickly melted the blizzard. Oh, the metal is heating up. A hint of surprise appeared in Li Bo's eyes. Although it didn't freeze the entire iron-eating ant swarm, the blizzard, being a high-level skill, still managed to forcefully suppress the speed of many of the iron-eating ants. The iron-eating ants on the edge scattered and broke apart in patches under the influence of the cold wind. Li Bo quickly seized the opportunity, shouting, Ziyun, now, use arrow rain. While Xiaobai was fighting, Ziyun had already floated above the swarm of iron-devouring ants. Whoosh whoosh, towards the iron-eating ant swarm like sharp arrows. To Li Bo's surprise, as Ziyun's size increased after its evolution, the range of the arrow rain also became much wider. The sharp rain of arrows swiftly pierced the wings of the lone iron-eating ants, and large numbers of them fell from the sky. Clustered army of iron-eating ants didn't look much better either. Under the suppression of the arrow rain, their formation nearly collapsed. As if they possessed intelligence, the iron-eating ants, seeing that both of Li Bo's pets had group attack skills, quickly assessed the situation and actually dispersed on their own. Then they spread in all directions, and in the blink of an eye, the iron-eating ants formed a huge sphere, completely surrounding Li Bo. Splash! These iron-eating ants rapidly flapped their wings, and then swarmed towards Li Bo and his group from all directions. A cunning insect. Li Bo's expression hardened. These iron-devouring ants clearly intended to break through from all corners. Once a prey was bitten by an iron-devouring ant, it would not let go even if it died. Left with no other choice, Li Bo crouched low on Xiao Bai's body, directing her to dodge while continuously unleashing his frost spikes to kill the iron-eating ants. Even with Xiao Bai's extraordinary combat power, he was somewhat flustered in the face of the constant harassment from these tiny insects. On the other hand, because Ziyun is a spirit, the iron-eating ants could not harm her at all when they rushed over. Instead, when they were trapped in the clouds, they were burned black by the crackling red lightning on Ziyun's body. Seeing this, Li Bo had a sudden inspiration. "Little White, use Dragon's Might," he commanded. Upon hearing this, Xiao Bai rapidly spun its body, forcefully breaking through the encirclement of the surrounding iron-eating ants, and let out a wild roar towards the battlefield. The dragon's roar was deafening, and the immense pressure emanating from Xiao Bai's bloodline instilled a fear in the iron-eating ants that came from their very souls. In an instant, all the iron-eating ants in the air froze. Purple cloud. Crimson thunder prison. "No problem, Brother Li Bo." As she spoke, red arcs of electricity leaped rapidly across Ziyun's body. Then, from beneath her dark body, pillars of crimson lightning fell continuously, their shapes identical to the crimson lightning raging in the thunder pool. Boom, boom. Thick bolts of crimson lightning continuously descended from around Ziyun's body, completely enveloping the iron-eating ants. Although Ziyun could only unleash 5 crimson lightning bolts at her current level, as all 5 bolts of lightning descended, they were instantly connected by crackling lightning, forming an impenetrable lightning field that surrounded all the iron-eating ants. When these iron-devouring ants awoke from the dragon's might, they found themselves in a thunder prison, with no way to escape. As ordinary pet beasts, it's an honor for you to die under the crimson lightning. Li Bo's face revealed murderous intent. The Crimson Thunder Prison was like a purgatory, constantly shooting out scarlet lightning to quickly kill the iron-eating ants trapped inside. The iron-eating ants were in complete chaos, desperately trying to squeeze out, but without exception, they were all wiped out by the electric grid connected to the lightning pillars. Standing on Xiao Bai, Li Bo was indifferent to this scene, but he was puzzled. How did these iron-eating ants come about, and what was their purpose in coming to Zhanghai? Congratulations, host. You have successfully eliminated the iron-eating ant swarm. Frost Dragon upgrade, Elite Stage 3. Shadow Thundercloud upgraded, Elite Stage 2. Chapter 72. Our home was raided. Oh, they were all taken down so quickly. Li Bo was somewhat surprised to see the upgrade message from the system. Sure enough, with the disappearance of the Crimson Thunder Prison, there was no trace of the iron-eating ants left in the sky. As expected of Primal Lightning, Ziyun is only an elite-level being. Yet she can display such powerful destructive force. Li Bo couldn't help but feel excited. Ziyun had absorbed the crimson lightning at such a low level. With its growth and evolution to the overlord level, it might be able to recreate the divine might of the thunder saber-toothed tiger of yesteryear. Eliminating the iron-eating ant swarm, Li Bo, along with his 2 pet beasts, swooped down towards home. To his surprise, the area where he was originally surrounded by dilapidated houses turned into a plain when viewed from the air. Li Bo looked around, but couldn't find his little house for a while. "No, where's my home?" Li Bo hurriedly rubbed his eyes, thinking to himself that he hadn't gone to the wrong place. He flew back to the ground, completely bewildered, but the scene before him made his heart sink instantly. The surrounding area was completely empty, except for one house that remained. The entire neighborhood had been reduced to ruins. All that remained of his little wooden house were a few lonely ruins on the ground. Could this be the work of the iron-eating ants? This terrifying thought immediately popped into Li Bo's mind. Looking around, I saw that a lot of men, women, and children had gathered there. They stood helplessly in front of the ruins of their houses, crying out as if they had experienced the end of the world. "My home, the house I worked my whole life to buy." A large man was wailing and crying, while 2 thin little girls stood beside him, wiping away tears. Li Bo was familiar with this man. He was a neighbor named Wang Yong, who supported his 2 daughters by doing odd jobs. Watching this scene, Li Bo felt a pang of sadness. "Brother Wang, what just happened?" Upon seeing Li Bo, the man wiped away his tears. "Li Bo, you didn't come back last night. Don't you know? A swarm of damned bugs destroyed our entire house." Upon hearing this, Li Bo's heart skipped a beat. "Just as I thought. Li Bo, thank goodness you didn't come back last night. You escaped this disaster." Wang Yong said, still somewhat shaken. "These bugs eat everything. Last night, They not only cleared out 4 or 5 floors of the streets in the lower city, but also injured a lot of people. Some elderly people died after being bitten a few times. Grandma Lu next door was bitten to death by one of these bugs. What? Granny Lu has been bitten to death. Li Bo felt a tug at his heart. Grandma Lu is her landlord. Because her son died young, she rented out her house. Li Bo has always received a lot of care from Granny Lu. The rent of 300 yuan a month has not increased for more than 10 years. Upon hearing the news of Granny Lu's death, Li Bo was immediately filled with remorse. If I had come back sooner, I might have been able to stop this catastrophe. Thinking of this, Li Bo couldn't help but clench his fist. Li Bo, you don't need to be too sad. Wang Yong comforted him. Grandma Lu was already old and wouldn't live much longer anyway. But you, I see you've actually become a dragon-type beast tamer. That's quite an achievement. With your abilities, you don't need to be hustling in our lower city. You've seen how bad the security is here. If you go out for a while, you won't even have a home to return to. Looking at Li Bo's frost dragon, Wang Yong couldn't help but feel envious. Master, what do we do? We have no home. There was an indescribable sadness in Xiao Bai's eyes. Looking at the ruins, Li Bo was filled with mixed emotions. This was the place where he struggled and grew up, and he remembered every brick and tile clearly. Now it had all disappeared, and he couldn't help but feel sad and heartbroken. After grieving for a long time, he finally turned his gaze to the upper city area and murmured, "Little White, maybe we should move to a different place." At this time, in a dilapidated house on the outskirts of Zhanghai, a middle-aged man dressed in a samurai-style hairstyle was sitting at the table, expressionlessly drinking tea. "Oh, Masako, you mean you found clues about the dragon turtle's death?" The man exuded an incredibly powerful aura, and his voice was authoritative even without anger. Reporting to Oda Shogun, the iron-eating ant's senses are infallible. The speaker was a charming woman in a red kimono opposite the man. A golden ant-like insect fluttered on her shoulder. Apart from the different color, the insect looked exactly like the iron-devouring insect that Li Bo had encountered. The woman said firmly, "According to the message that the iron-eating ants relayed to the mother gold-eating ants after their death, they sensed the aura of a dragon turtle's crystal core on an ice dragon." "What? An ice dragon?" The man slammed the teacup down on the table, his eyes filled with fury. These greedy Great Xia people. They actually devoured the dragon turtle's crystal core. "What level is this person?" the man asked. "Second-tier beast tamer." "A second-tier beast tamer? How is that possible?" A hint of surprise flashed in the man's eyes, and he fell into deep thought. Ice dragon. As if he had thought of something, the man suddenly widened his eyes. Could it be that brat who harmed Yamamoto and his companion? "That's possible," said the woman named Masako. "I can check it out." Oda angrily said, "Humph. Yamamoto and his gang of useless trash. They're more trouble than they're worth. We should have kept a low profile when we infiltrated Great Xia, but that idiot got caught by the patrol team. This has restricted our operations at every turn, forcing us to hide in these deep mountains and forests." He looked at Masako, a strange smile on his face. "I'm much more at ease with Masako's work. I will certainly not disappoint the general." Masako replied, "Hee. Masako will definitely not let me down. After all, if I fail to complete the mission, I won't be able to save Masako's seriously ill father." As he spoke, a sly smile appeared on Oda's face. He suddenly reached out to touch Masako's hand, but she deftly dodged it. "Please, General, show some respect," Masako said, somewhat annoyed. Oda paused for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter. "Very well. I'll reward you handsomely after this is done. Go, let Zhanghai's beast tamers see what a Zerg catastrophe is all about." Chapter 73. Buy a house and get a beast girl as a gift. Shanshui number 1. As a popular real estate project in Zhanghai City in recent years, it has attracted many Zhanghai elites to purchase properties here. Located on the lakeside, backed by mountains and facing the water, Shanshui number 1 boasts stunning scenery and a tranquil atmosphere amidst the bustling city. At that moment, a simply dressed young man walked into the sales office. Having researched many properties beforehand, Li Bo chose Shanshui number 1 because he heard that it had larger units for sale. At this moment, at the sales office reception area, a dozen or so beast girls, all dressed in black stockings and white shirts, stared at Li Bo with scrutinizing eyes. These beast girls come in various forms, including fox-eared girls, cat-eared girls, dog-eared girls, and rabbit-eared girls. They all had delicate faces, curvaceous figures, and large breasts that almost burst open their shirt buttons. When customers arrived at the sales office, these beast girls didn't greet them immediately. Instead, they started passing the buck to each other. "Hey, Foxy, it's your post. Why aren't you going to greet the guests? No way. Usually, people who come to the sales office alone are just browsing. Besides, this kid is dressed plainly and doesn't look like some rich young master. No wonder you're the top salesperson. You have a sharp eye? Speaking of Foxy, everyone who came at the same time as you has been taken away by the owners. You've sold so many houses. Haven't you found any big spenders who have your eye on you? Heh, a tycoon? You're kidding. Foxy, I've already earned so much commission. Why would I need to be with a tycoon? On the contrary, you guys are all doing terribly. Once you find a suitable client, hurry up and cling to them. After all, we beast girls have no fighting ability. Our own kind ostracizes us and looks down on us. All we have left are a pretty face, barely surviving in this materialistic society. Speaking of sales performance, I remember, Rabbit has been at the sales office for almost 3 months and hasn't made a single sale yet. After saying that, all the beast girls turned their gazes to a somewhat shy rabbit girl behind them. The rabbit girl had long pink ears and big, watery eyes with long, blinking eyelashes. She spoke timidly. Why are you all looking at me like that? Hey bunny, your 3-month probation period is almost over. If you still can't sell any houses, you'll really be fired. Exactly. You haven't closed a single deal. If I'm not mistaken, you probably got beaten up by Manager Ma again after yesterday's meeting, right? But I really don't know how to sell houses. I get nervous as soon as I introduce a project. Rabbit said somewhat timidly. You're not incapable of selling a house. You're just too hesitant. Foxy walked up to Rabbit and comforted her. Rabbit, in our line of work, you have to learn to let loose. You always wrap yourself up so tightly. How can customers feel comfortable listening to your introduction? Actually, the reason why our Shanshui #1 is so popular is that the customers come for that unspoken rule, right? Unspoken rules? What unspoken rules? Rabbit asked in confusion. Wow, you've been here for so long, and you didn't even know. Rabbit, you're so naive. Foxy was utterly shocked. Then can you tell me? Foxy, Rabbit blinked her big eyes and looked at her. Of course, it's buying a house and getting a beast girl as a free gift. Foxy said. At our Shanshui #1, on average, for every 2 houses sold, 1 beast girl will voluntarily resign and leave with the owner. This project is so expensive that most of the buyers come from families with some financial means. Any slightly smart beast girl knows how to seduce the owners and get them to take her away. Rabbit, I remember Horse Girl brought you back from the Misty Forest, right? If you don't close a deal soon, you'll be kicked out of the sales office and sent back to where you came from. Go back to where you came from. Seemingly thinking of something terrifying, Rabbit's expression changed, and she shook her head repeatedly. I don't want to go back to the Misty Forest. That's more like it. Foxy smiled alluringly, then used her hand to unbutton the top 2 buttons of the rabbit shirt, revealing a glimpse of snow-white skin. Go ahead. Use this kid to practice. Rabbit is so pretty, she's bound to attract a sugar daddy. Remember, even though this kid doesn't look like a rich kid, as a customer, you still have to call him young master. Rabbit was clearly a little uneasy, but in order not to be expelled, she gritted her teeth and mustered up her courage to walk towards Li Bo. Just then, as Li Bo was wondering why no one had introduced her, a tall and beautiful rabbit girl, wearing high heels, walked towards him with a slightly awkward cat-like gait and a smile. Oh, using animal girls as salespeople? That's quite interesting. Surprised, Li Bo curiously clicked on the rabbit girl's information. Name, Wood Spirit Rabbit. Gender, female. Attribute, grass. Level, common 9. Potential, average. Status, shy. Skill, fragrant grass, beginner. Description, a grass-type pet beast with its own natural fragrance. Because of its innate ability to transform into a beast girl, the wood spirit rabbit is widely found in various service industries. So its true form is a wood spirit rabbit. No wonder. Li Bo suddenly felt that it made sense. The wood spirit rabbit has inferior bloodline and is born unable to evolve. It will stagnate once it reaches the ordinary 9th level, making it a mere decorative pet. Because of their extremely weak combat abilities, the wood spirit rabbit often becomes prey for other pets in the wild. Only in human society can the wood spirit rabbit survive relatively safely. Greetings, young master. Welcome to Shanshui #1. At this moment, Rabbit, with project documents tucked under her arm, bowed warmly to Li Bo. I'm your personal real estate consultant, Rabbit. Young master. Li Bo felt a little uncomfortable. Having lived in the lower city for so many years, this was the first time someone had called him young master. As he looked down, Li Bo saw the deep cleavage between Rabbit's firm breasts without missing a single detail. Li Bo was caught off guard by the dazzling expanse of white. He coughed twice and then asked directly, "Hey, Bunny, what kinds of apartment sizes do you offer here?" "Apartment layout?" Rabbit asked somewhat awkwardly. "Right now, only 1,000 square meter single-level apartments are left. The smaller units are all sold out." 1,000 square meters? Li Bo stroked his chin. This size isn't bad either. Usually, Xiaobai and Ziyun interact at home in their beast girl form. If it's 1,000 square meters, even if they transform into their true forms, there's no need to worry about them destroying the house. "How much does it cost?" Li Bo asked again. As for the price, it varies between 20,000 and 30,000 depending on the floor and location. The price of the building in the very center facing the lake reaches 30,000 per square meter. 20,000 to 30,000? Li Bo did the math and figured the most expensive would be 30 million, which was within his budget. "Are there any existing buildings? Take me to see the one you mentioned in the middle of the lake," Li Bo said. Rabbit was taken aback for a moment. Young master, wouldn't you like to give me another introduction to the model project or something?" "No need." Li Bo shook his head and smiled. "I just flew over and surveyed the entire Shanshui, one from above, and I'm quite satisfied overall." "It flew over." Rabbit's red lips parted slightly. "Are you a beast tamer of flying pets? Is this something so strange?" Li Bo looked at her, puzzled. No, I just think that flying pets are amazing." Rabbit stammered a little, but couldn't help glancing at Li Bo out of the corner of her eye a couple more times. For some reason, after only a brief encounter with Li Bo, Rabbit felt an unprecedented panic, and her heart began to race uncontrollably. She felt there was a unique scent about the beast tamer in front of her that made her irresistibly drawn to him and want to get closer. Chapter 74 Rabbit's Request. Soon after, Rabbit brought Li Bo to the large flat on the 20th floor. "Young master, this is the king of the buildings in our mountain and water number 1. Facing the huge lake, it has a layout of 2 elevators and 2 units per floor, fully furnished with top-tier brand furniture, so you can move in right away." Rabbit gave a detailed introduction. 2 elevators serving 2 households per floor? So you have a neighbor?" "Yes." Rabbit nodded. "The family next door has been living here for 2 years." "I see." Li Bo smiled faintly. Having grown accustomed to living in the crowded downtown area, he was momentarily dazed standing in this luxurious, single-level apartment. Through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows, a mirror-like lake came into Li Bo's view, shimmering in the sunlight as if sprinkled with fine gold. So beautiful. Seeing this touching scene, Li Bo smiled, thinking that Xiaobai and Ziyun would definitely like it here too. "Great. This is the one," Li Bo said, looking at the rabbit. "Oh." Rabbit was stunned at first, then looked at Li Bo with disbelief, wondering if she had misheard. "Young master, you just said you wanted to buy this house." Rabbit said somewhat uncertainly. "Of course. Let's calculate the price, Bunny." Upon hearing Li Bo's affirmative reply, Rabbit's face lit up with joy. To everyone's surprise, this young customer, whom all the beast girls looked down upon, was not only powerful but also incredibly efficient. Judging from his college student appearance, the fact that he could buy a house worth tens of millions so easily it made Rabbit wonder which wealthy family's young master he was. However, Rabbit forcibly suppressed her excitement and began to quickly write on the price list. A moment later, she handed the calculated price list to Li Bo. "Young master, you bought the penthouse, which was originally priced at 30,000 per square meter, but seeing how decisive you were, I'll give you all the discounts. The total price is now 28.88 million. 28.88 million is still acceptable." Li Bo roughly calculated that buying this house only cost a little over half of his savings, which wasn't too extravagant. "Pay up." After saying that, he took out a bank card from his pocket and handed it to Rabbit. "Huh? This?" The rabbit seemed to be dreaming. "Is there a problem?" Li Bo asked. No, Rabbit said nervously. Rabbit is just marveling that it's only been half an hour since you entered the sales office, and you bought it without even considering it. It's quite surprising. Hee. When conditions permit, there's no need to consider what you like. Li Bo smiled faintly. "Young master, you are so magnanimous. I truly admire you." Rabbit's eyes sparkled as she looked at Li Bo, but when she swiped her card, her gaze turned resentful. I wonder what kind of pet is so lucky to be contracted by the young master. While Tutu was handling the house purchase procedures for him, Li Bo walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, quietly gazing at the scenery outside and enjoying this rare moment of peace. "Young master is ready." A dozen minutes later, Rabbit handed the key to Li Bo. "Congratulations, young master. This is your home from now on." Li Bo nodded. "I want to stay here a little longer, Rabbit. Now that the formalities are all done, you can go back." Rabbit wanted to say something, but seeing Li Bo turn his back and look back at the lake, she swallowed the words she was about to say. After saying, "Oh," Rabbit turned and walked towards the door. Strange? Why didn't I hear the door close? Li Bo couldn't help but feel puzzled. He recalled that when Tu went out earlier, the sound of her high heels stopped abruptly, and Li Bo guessed that she might not have left yet. He turned around in confusion, but the scene before him made Li Bo's blood boil instantly. All I saw was the bunny in front of me, her head bowed shyly, reaching out to unbutton her white shirt one button at a time. Then, Rabbit slowly placed her hand on the back of her bodycon skirt and slowly pulled the zipper. Li Bo then heard a thud as the black bodycon skirt fell to the ground. Seeing that Rabbit was about to bend over and pull off her black stockings, Li Bo hesitated and tried to stop her. "No, Rabbit, what are you doing? Sigh, what's that scar on your back?" As Rabbit bent over, Li Bo suddenly noticed that on her snow-white skin behind her, there were old scars of varying sizes intertwined together, as if she had been whipped, which looked extremely shocking. Upon seeing Li Bo's gaze, Tu paused, a hint of panic and sadness flashing in her eyes. She slowly straightened up, her hands instinctively trying to cover the scar. Suddenly, with a thump, Rabbit immediately knelt down in front of Li Bo, tears streaming down her face, and said, "My lord, please take me away from this misery. I, Rabbit, am willing to serve you for the rest of my life." "Huh? Serve me?" Li Bo was caught off guard by this sudden turn of events. So this is buying a house and getting a beast girl as a free gift. However, judging from the rabbit's aggrieved appearance, it seems there's some hidden story. "Hey, Bunny, look at you. We can just talk things out. There's no need to take off your clothes. The air conditioning in this room is so low, what if you get freezing?" Li Bo reached out to help Tu up, but the other stubbornly shook her head. "Young master, if you don't take me away, I'll stay kneeling and won't get up." "I'll take you away." Li Bo was completely bewildered. "Why are you following me? Just because I bought your house? Bunny, isn't that a bit too casual?" Bunny isn't a casual person. It seemed to have touched a nerve with Rabbit. She shook her head even more vigorously, crying incessantly. "I've been at the sales office for so long, and they all advise me to learn how to please customers, but I just can't charm strange men, which is why I can't sell any houses and I get beaten up every day. But young master is different." Rabbit changed the subject, becoming utterly fascinated. "The moment Rabbit came to your side today, she was attracted by the unique charm emanating from you, and Rabbit couldn't help but want to get closer to you. My intuition tells me that you are the destined beast tamer for me, and I must not let this opportunity slip by. So please, young master, you must take Rabbit with you. If you deem me unworthy to be your pet, then Rabbit is willing to become your servant, to be your slave for life." Chapter 75, The Third Pet Beast, the Wood Spirit Rabbit. Li Bo hesitated. Although it wouldn't be too difficult for him, who was born with full spiritual power, to form a contract with another pet beast. But the wood spirit rabbit in front of me has such poor aptitude. The ordinary ninth Dan is already the limit. You have to know that back then, before Xiaobai reverted to his ancestral form, he still had the potential to be an elite. Moreover, the wood spirit rabbit's combat talent is too weak. It only has one basic skill, wood fragrance, and no offensive attributes whatsoever. "Young master, please take me. I beg you." Rabbit looked up and pleaded, tears sliding down her white chest. Upon seeing this, Li Bo's breath hitched, and he felt a pang of sympathy. It's likely that pet animals like the wood spirit rabbit would be at the very bottom of the food chain in the wild. Having finally managed to infiltrate human society, they still have to rely on selling their bodies to make a living. The rabbit in front of Li Bo had an alluring figure, but her face was very pure and cute, unlike the vulgar women in the sales office. After a long pause, he sighed and said with concern, "Rabbit, it's not that I look down on your mediocre talent, but my two pet beasts are not only exceptionally gifted, but also incredibly proud and arrogant. If you join us, I'm afraid you won't get along with them." Exceptionally talented. Upon hearing this, Rabbit's eyes dimmed considerably. "Yes, I am just a wood spirit rabbit with inferior bloodline. Young master's pet beast can fly, and its combat power must be unparalleled. Compared with them, I am probably just a firefly and cannot compete with the brilliance of the sun and moon." But the thought that if she didn't seize this opportunity, she would be banished to the wild or go with some other old man, Rabbit mustered her courage and continued to plead. "Rabbit will get along well with the two older sisters. Please summon them, young master. If they both dislike Rabbit, Rabbit is willing to become their slave and serve you and the older sisters forever." "Well," Li Bo said helplessly, "since you insist on this, Xiaobai, Ziyun, both of you come out." Rabbit stared intently at the two shimmering green magic circles on the ground. When she saw Xiaobai and Ziyun, she was so shocked that she couldn't speak. On one side was a majestic, towering white ice dragon, emanating a chilling aura that made Rabbit shiver. More importantly, the dragon exuded an invisible pressure that constantly tugged at Rabbit's soul. On the other side was an incredibly mysterious purple cloud. When she appeared, the room suddenly became much darker, and a huge sense of oppression enveloped us. Are these the young master's two pet beasts? Indeed, they are no ordinary creatures. Although she was mentally prepared, the moment she actually saw Xiaobai and Ziyun, Rabbit's mental defenses crumbled, and a strong sense of inferiority welled up in her heart. If it weren't for the young master, I probably would never have had any interaction with these noble-blooded pets in my entire life. Oh, Li Bo, you actually cheated on me and Xiaobai by eating together. Get out of here. Ziyun, do you think I'm that kind of person? Hee, I was just kidding. If anyone's going to eat, it'll be the two of us first. Ziyun tugged at Li Bo's hand and said coquettishly, Xiaobai and I heard your conversation just now. Does brother Li Bo want to keep this wood spirit rabbit as a pet? Li Bo smiled faintly. Isn't this asking for your opinions? Ziyun, what do you think? As for me, I'm fine. Ziyun, with an indifferent attitude, crossed her arms and said, However, according to the rules, the first one to arrive becomes the older sister, and the later ones become the younger sister. Rabbit is quite pretty, and I find her pleasing to the eye, so I have no objection if brother Li Bo takes her in. You're never serious. Li Bo shook his head helplessly, then looked at Xiaobai. Xiaobai, what are your thoughts? Xiaobai stroked her chin and pondered. Compared to Ziyun, she was much more mature. When it came to newly joined pets, Xiaobai would consider whether they could bring greater benefits to the team. At this moment, Ziyun also stared wide-eyed at Xiaobai. As the first pet beast contracted by Li Bo and the eldest sister of all new pet beasts in the future, Xiaobai's words undoubtedly carried the most weight. Sensing the kingly aura emanating from Xiaobai, Tutu cast a helpless glance at her. Sister Xiaobai, please let the young master take me in. Although I can't fight, I can endure hardship and am willing to take on all the logistical work, cleaning up the battlefield, washing clothes, cooking, and all the dirty and tiring work. I'm willing to do it all. Xiaobai was taken aback at first, then sighed and said with some sympathy, Bunny, you've put it so clearly. What reason do I have to refuse? Oh, so Xiaobai, you agree? Li Bo was somewhat surprised. Logically speaking, Xiaobai was the most competitive member of the team. He thought she would look down on being associated with a low-quality pet like the wood spirit rabbit. He never expected that she would also have a compassionate heart. Xiaobai's gaze fell on the shocking whip marks on Rabbit's back, and she lowered her eyebrows as she spoke. Master, seeing Rabbit reminds me of the days I spent hiding and living in fear at the training base. If you hadn't forcibly taken me away, I'm afraid Little White would have disappeared silently from this world like the other rabbits, and no one would have cared. I think Rabbit must have suffered a lot to finally meet her owner, so please take her away. It doesn't matter if she can't fight. Ziyun and I will handle everything. Sister Xiaobai. Hearing Xiaobai's heartfelt confession, Tutu was moved to tears and couldn't help but throw herself into Xiaobai's arms, bursting into loud sobs. Xiaobai tenderly stroked the scar on the rabbit's back. Look at all these injuries on you. You must have suffered a lot. Since you were so eager to join, I won't refuse you. From now on, follow your master well. With me and Ziyun here, we won't let you be bullied anymore. A look of surprise and gratitude flashed in the rabbit's eyes, and it nodded quickly. I will never forget your great kindness. Xiaobai shook his head. You should be thanking someone else. Although I've agreed, whether or not the master chooses you is still up to him. After saying that, the three women simultaneously turned their gazes to Li Bo, with Rabbit's eyes filled with tension. Why are you all looking at me like that? Li Bo said with a wry smile. Since Xiaobai and Ziyun have no objections, let's make a contract then. Contract? Rabbit stared at Li Bo in disbelief, as if she had misheard. The young master actually said he wanted to form a contract with her, which meant that she could become his pet. The next second, before she could even react, she saw Li Bo reach out his hand to her, and then a gentle light flashed, forcibly establishing a contract ritual with her. Chapter 76 Activation Sequence. What happened? Li Bo Tutu stretched out her hands in disbelief, because she could clearly feel that she had developed a mental connection with Li Bo and could communicate silently across the distance. I have become the young master's pet beast. Rabbit suddenly realized that although she was very surprised by Li Bo's ability, she was now completely immersed in the joy of being contracted. At this moment, Li Bo said, Rabbit, since I've chosen you to be my pet, I will do my best to raise you just like I raised Little White and Purple Cloud. The relationship between a beast tamer and their pet is that of partners, family, and equals, so don't mention becoming a servant anymore. I don't like hearing that. Young master. Rabbit felt a surge of emotion as she experienced being valued for the first time. The rabbit nodded vigorously. Yes, Rabbit remembers. I will strive to become stronger to repay young master. But I hope young master won't despise Rabbit for being foolish. Rabbit may forever remain at the ordinary ninth dan. Rabbit's words carried a strong sense of inferiority. She knew better than anyone that the Wood Spirit Rabbit clan was destined to never break through to the elite level like Little White and Purple Cloud. Seeing Rabbit's humble demeanor, Ziyun's eyes darted around, and she suddenly said, Hey, brotherly Bo, don't you still have a bottle of dragon turtle blood? Dragon turtle blood? Li Bo was taken aback. Does Ziyun mean to use the dragon turtle blood on the rabbit? That's right. The dragon turtle's bloodline can break through the pet's limit. Even Lin Feng's blazing eagle can evolve further. Maybe using Rabbit can also help it evolve successfully. But Li Bo couldn't help but stroke his chin, lost in thought. What's wrong, brotherly Bo? Is Rabbit not worthy of using the dragon turtle's precious blood? Ziyun asked, puzzled. Purple Cloud. Xiao Bai, who was standing nearby, quickly pulled her back. Seeing Ziyun's unrestrained speech, Xiao Bai gently scolded her. The master has his own reasons. Don't speak nonsense. Although she didn't know what the dragon turtle blood the others were talking about was, Rabbit could tell from their words that it was extremely valuable. Seeing Li Bo's predicament, Rabbit quickly shook her head. Young master, Rabbit doesn't need any dragon turtle blood. As long as I can follow you, Rabbit will be content. Hearing the argument, Li Bo chuckled helplessly. What are you thinking? Rabbit is one of my pets, just like you two. How could I not give her some of the best treasures? He said with some concern. It's not that I'm reluctant to use the dragon turtle blood. It's just that the properties of this thing are extremely unstable. You all saw Lin Feng's blazing eagle. Blindly using the dragon turtle blood would only leave him half crippled. It took me a lot of effort to save it. I haven't let you two handle this hot potato before is not only because of the unstable factors, but also because your potential is currently at the overlord level, which has already surpassed the level of the dragon turtle's original body, so I simply don't want to take this risk. I just considered using it on Rabbit, but I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure of the dragon turtle's precious blood. Hearing Li Bo's earnest explanation, Ziyun and Xiao Bai both fell silent. Indeed, even a ferocious beast like the blazing flame eagle could not withstand the pressure of the dragon turtle's precious blood, let alone the wood spirit rabbit, which had no combat ability whatsoever. Overlord level. Rabbit murmured the words Li Bo had said. She had guessed that Xiao Bai and Ziyun could evolve to a higher level, but the weight of the overlord level was still too heavy for her at the moment. Thinking that many years later, Xiao Bai and Ziyun have become top-tier ferocious beasts renowned throughout the continent, while he himself remains mediocre and stagnant, a huge sense of disparity surged into his heart once again. She suddenly looked at Li Bo and said with a firm gaze, Young master, if possible, please allow me to use the dragon turtle's precious blood. No matter the cost, as long as I can become stronger, I, Rabbit, can endure any pain. Bunny you. Li Bo looked at her in disbelief, but seeing the resolute expression on Tutu's face, he was moved. After a moment's hesitation, Li Bo spoke earnestly. Rabbit, you'd better think this through. The dragon turtle's blood is extremely fierce. As a grass-type pet, the risk of using it will be greatly increased. If something goes wrong, I'm afraid I won't have many remedies. Upon hearing that Li Bo was willing to use the dragon turtle blood on her, Rabbit's face lit up with joy. Young master, Rabbit has made up her mind. I must catch up with my two older sisters. Rabbit doesn't want to be a burden to you, so please let Rabbit give it a try. Go, Rabbit. Your big sister will be here to protect you. Ziyun encouraged from the side. In that case, Li Bo took out the only bottle of dragon turtle blood from his storage ring. Rabbit, you must hold on. Rabbit nodded seriously. I'm ready, young master. Li Bo reached out his hand and transformed the rabbit into a pet. The wood spirit rabbit is entirely pink, with a pair of long, fluffy ears. A green clover adorns its left ear. The wood spirit rabbit exudes a natural fragrance. It is not large in size. Li Bo can hold it in both hands. As Li Bo opened the bottle of dragon turtle blood, a strong, pungent smell of blood instantly filled the air. Despite the discomfort, Rabbit bravely pushed herself forward and approached Li Bo with unwavering determination. Come on, young master. Rabbit relayed to Li Bo. Li Bo nodded, his expression very solemn. and carefully poured the dragon turtle's precious blood slowly into the rabbit's mouth. Body like scalding magma. The rabbit's expression changed, and its body trembled in pain. Xiaobai and Ziyun stood anxiously by her side, knowing that Rabbit would have to overcome the next hurdle on her own, and they couldn't help her at all. Suddenly, the group noticed that the rabbit's body began to emit a strange light, sometimes bright and sometimes dim. Li Bo stared intently at the rabbit's panel. Fortunately, the rabbit's status bar had not yet displayed any negative information, and the pain on its face was gradually fading. It's completely different from when the blazing eagle used its precious blood yesterday. About 10 minutes later, the rabbit fell into a strange stillness, without pain or any light. Li Bo watched this scene quietly, a smile appearing on his face. It seems that Rabbit has already absorbed the dragon turtle's precious blood. It absorbed it so quickly? Ziyun said, puzzled. This process, isn't it a bit too easy? After all, Rabbit is only at the ordinary level. Li Bo smiled faintly. I guess it's because the rabbit hasn't evolved yet, so it's more malleable, which is why the dragon turtle's blood could be quickly absorbed into her body. Congratulations, host. The wood spirit rabbit successfully absorbed the dragon turtle's precious blood. Evolutionary sequence now activated. Name, wood spirit rabbit. Gender, female. Attribute, grass. Level, common 9. Potential, excellent. Status, fatigue. Skills, grass fragrance, beginner, leaf blade, beginner, photosynthesis, intermediate. Evolutionary sequence, 1. Wood spirit rabbit, flower spirit rabbit, forest whisper rabbit. Chapter 77 Dragon Claw Split. Oh, you actually mastered both the flying leaf blade and photosynthesis at the same time. The updated panel of Rabbit, Li Bo was somewhat surprised. Unexpectedly, the dragon turtle's blood not only allows pets to break through the evolution sequence, but also has the miraculous effect of promoting pets' ability to learn skills. Li Bo continued to observe the rabbit with great interest. He noticed that the clover on its ear was glowing with a faint emerald green light, as if it could unleash a flying blade at any moment. However, the scars on Rabbit's back were still incredibly noticeable. Li Bo said to her, Bunny, try using photosynthesis. Photosynthesis? Rabbit winked at Li Bo, and just as she was about to say that she had never learned this skill, she suddenly realized that she seemed to already know it. Naturally, the rabbit began to radiate a warm, sun-like glow, and Li Bo then saw that the scars on its back were healing at a visible speed. The rabbit's condition changed from tired to full of energy. As expected, photosynthesis can not only provide basic treatment for oneself, but also restore the pet's energy. Li Bo's lips curled into a smile. However, he soon discovered that although some of the rabbit's injuries had healed, some of the deeper scars remained stubbornly on its body. It seems that photosynthesis is still not very effective. We still need to send the rabbit back to the pet space to recover. Li Bo was not discouraged. As an intermediate-level healing skill, photosynthesis was already quite good to have achieved this level. However, this also made him think that since the rabbit has this healing talent, there is a chance to upgrade photosynthesis to an advanced level in the future. After all, current photosynthesis is only used by the pet itself and cannot be used for group recovery and treatment. At this moment, the rabbit felt the wonderful changes that had occurred within itself and was extremely excited. Most obviously, she knew she now possessed the ability to fight, all thanks to Li Bo using the dragon turtle's precious blood on her. Rabbit leaped up and jumped onto Li Bo's chest, where he caught her, and she kept rubbing her head against his chest. Young master, thank you. From now on, I can fight for you too. Rabbit's tone was full of gratitude. Li Bo gently stroked the rabbit's fur and smiled. Bunny, after we finish the martial arts competition tomorrow, I'll figure out a way to evolve you. Evolution. Rabbit stared at Li Bo with wide, incredulous eyes. Can rabbits evolve into elite-level creatures? Of course, Li Bo smiled. Next, let's focus on the rabbit evolution quest. Wood Spirit Rabbit Evolution Quest. Withered trees come back to life. Please collect the following materials, beast tamers, to bring the withered tree back to life and make the wood spirit rabbit bloom. Part 1. Find the foundation of life. Fertile spring soil. Absorb spiritual energy for 10 minutes. Task progress. 0/10. Li Bo searched through the two materials in his mind. The first material wasn't too difficult. Gathering fertile soil is an extremely fertile soil. According to Li Bo's understanding, there is a very high probability of finding spring, gathering fertile soil under some lush spiritual plants. As for the second dew of life, Li Bo was completely baffled. He had read many books on beast taming and breeding, and considered himself to have a fairly broad knowledge of all kinds of rare materials. But this dew of life, was something he had never heard of before, leaving him completely baffled. Wait a minute. Given this system's usual eccentricities, this task is way too normal. Li Bo asked the system with some suspicion. No. What exactly is this dew of life? Return to host. The dew of life is simply the dew of life. The host can comprehend it through focused attention. Understand your mother's head. You're just spouting nonsense. Although he didn't know what it was up to, Li Bo had a feeling that this system was giving off a lewd vibe. Forget it. I'll just go back to school and consult with the teachers in charge of training. Li Bo simply ignored the system and focused his attention on the rabbit. Rabbit, your injuries haven't healed yet. Why don't you go back to my pet space and rest? Will returning to young master's pet space make things better? Rabbit was utterly shocked. Of course, all Rabbit needs to do is have a good sleep, and all the scars on her body will disappear. Very good. Naturally chose to believe everything Li Bo said. After the transformation she had just undergone, Rabbit was even more convinced that she had chosen the right beast tamer and was glad that she had fought so hard to obtain the contract. Taking off a few clothes is nothing. As long as the young master wants it, Rabbit will give him anything. Li Bo smiled slightly and summoned the rabbit back to the pet space. Only Xiaobai and Ziyun remained in the room. Ziyun looked around curiously at this completely new environment. Brother Li Bo, is this our new home? It's so big. Compared to the incredibly crowded houses in the lower city, Ziyun was very satisfied with the large apartment that Li Bo had bought. Master, isn't this a bit too extravagant? Xiaobai said somewhat awkwardly. How could that be? Little White. Li Bo placed both hands on Xiaobai's shoulders, comforting him. The master promised you that he would take you to live in a new, big house. We won't have to squeeze into a small room anymore. And the security here is good, so we don't have to worry about our homes being gone when we come back. Then, Little White will work even harder to earn money from master. Little White nestled its head happily in Li Bo's arms. Wow, what a huge bed. It could easily fit the three of us. No, four of us. Ziyun's excited shouts came from inside the room. Li Bo and Xiaobai exchanged a smile, then followed him inside. Ziyun stood in front of the brand new bathtub in the room, looking eager to get started. She filled the bathtub with water, then stripped off her clothes until she was completely naked. He extended an invitation to the two of them. I'm going to take a bubble bath. Do you guys want to come along? Xiaobai glanced at Li Bo, her face filled with anticipation and a touch of shyness. Li Bo smiled helplessly. Seeing Xiaobai and the other two having so much fun in their new home, Li Bo felt a warmth in his heart and immediately felt that all his efforts were worthwhile. Before he could even fully appreciate the two women's alluring figures, the system suddenly popped up a notification that the mission was complete. Congratulations, host. Frost Dragon completes Skill Evolution Quest, Capture. Dragon Claw, Beginner. Dragon Claw, Intermediate. Dragon Claw Split, Intermediate Dragon Type Skill. In addition to the Dragon Claw close-range grappling, the two Dragon Claws can unleash 3 intersecting claw winds to attack the opponent. Chapter 78, The Pretty Neighbor. No way. You should have said so earlier. Li Bo was both amused and exasperated. Dragon Claw, being Xiaobai's only basic skill, is no longer keeping pace with Xiaobai's growth. Unexpectedly, the Dragon Claw evolved in this way, which really caught Li Bo off guard. Dragon Claw? That makes up for the weakness of only being able to attack at close range. Li Bo revealed a satisfied look, and then let out a big yawn. Looking back, he realized that he hadn't closed his eyes since leaving the Lin family. Li Bo lay sprawled on the bed, his eyes involuntarily squinting, and soon drifted off to sleep. Several hours later, Li Bo was awakened by hunger pangs in his stomach. He groggily opened his eyes and looked out the window. The night was already pitch black, and it seemed to be late at night. She slept for so long. Just as he was about to get up, he found Xiaobai and Ziyun fast asleep, each with their arms around their long, white legs draped lazily over Li Bo. The two were only wearing thin nightgowns, their alluring white skin partially revealed, and the fragrance of their hair after their bath wafted into Li Bo's nostrils. It seems that Xiaobai and Ziyun saw that I was asleep and didn't want to disturb me, so they fell asleep next to me as well. The two beast girls were breathing evenly, and their delicate and beautiful faces formed a still and beautiful picture. Li Bo stared at them for a moment, and decided not to get up for fear of waking them up. Ding dong, ding dong. Suddenly, the doorbell rang repeatedly in the living room. Li Bo couldn't help but feel puzzled. Strange. It's this late. Who would be knocking on the door? Xiaobai's senses were very sharp. As soon as she heard the doorbell, she opened her sleepy eyes and looked at Li Bo with happiness in her eyes. Hee hee. Master, you're awake. Oh my. This bed is so soft, I love it. Zian also woke up. She sat up and stretched. The doorbell was still ringing intermittently. Li Bo smiled faintly. Go see who's here. He led the two beast girls out of the room and then opened the front door. But when he saw the pretty figure standing in front of him, Li Bo was stunned. How could it be her? Because the familiar figure in front of him was none other than Lu Wei, the patrol captain he had seen before. Hello, hey, it's you. When Lu Wei recognized Li Bo, she was clearly shocked. She looked at Li Bo in surprise. You moved here. Hee. Is there a problem, Captain Lu Wei? Li Bo smiled faintly. Without. Lu Wei shook her head, causing her nightgown to billow and ripple. I just think it's such a coincidence. Because I live right across the street. What? That means we're neighbors now. A strange feeling suddenly welled up in Li Bo's heart. Being neighbors with the cops made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. There are only 2 households on this floor, which means that every time I open the door, I might run into this decisive patrol captain. What's wrong? You don't seem very happy. Lu Wei chuckled, a charming smile blooming on her face, showing none of the airs she usually exudes at work. How could that be? Nobody would mind having a beautiful neighbor. Li Bo chuckled, then changed the subject. By the way, Captain Lu Wei, it's so late. You've come to see me. You're not here to check my water meter, are you? Hearing this, Lu Wei chuckled. You little rascal. What are you thinking? Are you that afraid I'll investigate you? She said. I just finished showering and hadn't even dried my hair when the power suddenly went out at home. But all the lights in the neighborhood are still on, so it doesn't seem like a power outage. That's why I saw that a new neighbor had moved in, and I was thinking of seeing if you had a screwdriver I could borrow to open the electrical panel and see if it was broken. Open the electrical panel? Li Bo looked at Lu Wei suspiciously. Do you know how to fix it? No, it's not like that. Lu Wei looked embarrassed. It's just that it's so late, and I can't find any repairman to come and fix it. Plus, I live alone, so I have to fix the electricity myself. Inspecting the electrical box is a technical job. Captain Lu Wei, you don't have practical experience, so it's very dangerous to repair it in a blind spot. Li Bo kindly reminded him that he had quite a bit of experience with basic electrical knowledge. After all, he had tinkered with his old appliances quite a bit when he lived in the lower city. Oh, from what I'm saying, you seem to know quite a bit. Lu Wei raised an eyebrow and smiled at Li Bo. How about you help me check it out, my good neighbor? I'll give you a kickback if you do it. Looking at the dark room behind Lu Wei, Li Bo said with some difficulty. Wouldn't it be inappropriate for word to get out that a man and a woman are alone together like this? You little rascal. Lu Wei rolled her eyes at him. First of all, there are only 2 of us on this floor, so no one will know. Besides, so what if it's just a man and a woman alone together? You think you can take advantage of me? Lu Wei raised her eyebrows and suddenly regained the imposing aura she used to have when apprehending criminals. No. Li Bo said sullenly. Since Captain Lu Wei doesn't care, I'll give it a try for now, just to be a good neighbor. But let me make it clear first, don't blame me if I can't fix it. Come on, follow me inside. Chapter 79 Lu Wei. After saying that, Lu Wei turned on her flashlight and walked ahead. However, just as she turned around, Li Bo noticed that Lu Wei's fair back was covered with red spots of varying sizes. Li Bo couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. This looks a bit like insect bites. Logically, in a high-end residential area like this, there should be property management to clean up mosquitoes, right? After muttering a few words to himself, he followed Lu Wei into the dark room, where a unique fragrance immediately filled the air. Although the view from inside the room was extremely poor, Li Bo could still vaguely make out the figures of various sizes of dolls scattered throughout the room. Who would have thought that the imposing Captain Lu Wei would have such a girlish heart? Li Bo joked. Lu Wei paused for a moment, then smiled faintly and said, Because living alone is quite lonely, I bought some plush toys. Talking to them helps to relieve my loneliness. Lonely? Li Bo pondered, stroking his chin. If I'm not mistaken, you should be a 3rd-tier beast tamer, so you must have a few pet beasts by your side. You're right, I do have 3 pet beasts. Lu Wei said meaningfully. However, for me, life is life and work is work. Pets are a powerful tool for catching criminals, and they generally only appear on the battlefield. I rarely summon them at home. I see. Li Bo did not refute Lu Wei's answer. After all, every beast tamer has a different attitude and concept towards their pets. Some people see their pets as ruthless fighting tools, some see them as money-making machines, and some, like him, see their pets as family. Given Lu Wei's high-pressure job, she must be used to fighting and killing, so it's understandable that she would prefer to enjoy the peace and quiet of being alone at home and would not want to see her pet, which symbolizes killing, anymore. Lu Wei led Li Bo to a room and stopped. Pointing to the box above the corner of the wall, she smiled brightly and said, This is my electrical box. Could you please take a look and see if there are any problems, my kind neighbor? The electrical box was installed very high up, so Li Bo had to use a stool to weigh it before he could begin to inspect it carefully. After fiddling around for a few minutes, Li Bo jumped down, shook his head at Lu Wei. The electrical box isn't broken. It's not broken? Lu Wei touched it, lost in thought. Strange. Then where could the problem be? It's possible there's a problem with the wiring. We should check the electrical wiring in the house again. Li Bo said thoughtfully. You can also check the circuits? Lu Wei looked at Li Bo with some surprise and exclaimed, these college students are really something else. It's just a matter of practice makes perfect. Li Bo smiled. A seasoned electrician like me can spot a leak with a single touch. Ah. Lu Wei opened her cherry-like mouth wide and cast a nervous glance at Li Bo. Hey, don't joke around like that. Touching electrical wires is very dangerous. I never said I was going to touch the wires myself. Li Bo grinned, then turned to Ziyun beside him and said, Ziyun, switch back to your original form and try connecting the power cord to see what's going on. You scared me to death. So you have an electric-type pet. Lu Wei breathed a sigh of relief, rolled her eyes at Li Bo, and said, Brother Li Bo, you don't need to turn back into your original form. I can generate electricity right now. Ziyun replied with a touch of arrogance. Can I use electric-type skills in Beast Girl form? Li Bo said with some curiosity. Then Ziyun should give it a try. Okay, Brother Li Bo. Ziyun smiled mischievously. Then she walked to the nearest switch and reached out her delicate hand to touch it. In an instant, tiny currents flowed from Ziyun's fingertips and spread along the wires. Li Bo's eyes showed surprise. Such precise control is in no way inferior to her original form. It seems that Ziyun, like Mu Aoshue's Meow Meow, can also possess considerable combat abilities after transforming into a beast girl. As the power was supplied by Ziyun, the originally dim light in the room changed slightly as the current flowed, and some of the light bulbs began to flicker. Ziyun was focused on controlling the electric current when suddenly her body trembled slightly. She withdrew her hand, frowned, and looked towards a room. Brother Li Bo, it seems like the power cord in the living room has been cut off somewhere, and the current can't pass through, Ziyun said, frowning. Lu Wei and Li Bo exchanged a glance, then walked over, holding up their flashlights. Following Ziyun's directions, sure enough, in a hidden corner of the living room, Li Bo discovered some old, short-circuited electrical wires. The outer sheath of the wire was damaged, exposing the copper wires inside, which were still emitting faint electric sparks. Looks like this is where the problem lies. Li Bo frowned, then instructed Ziyun to turn off the power switch. Then he cut off the damaged part with scissors, rewired it, and sealed it tightly with insulating tape. The whole set of actions was smooth and efficient. Lu Wei stared in disbelief at the scene, then her face lit up with joy. Well done. You're pretty professional, kid. Li Bo clapped his hands and laughed. That should solve everything, Ziyun. Open the floodgates. With a click, the lights in the living room and all the rooms instantly came on, and the power was working again. We've finally seen the light of day again. Lu Wei exclaimed with a hearty laugh. Wow, the renovation is pretty good. Wandered around Lu Wei's living room, noticing that the entire room was decorated in a very pink and girly style, with cute elements everywhere. Suddenly, Li Bo turned his gaze to the balcony and noticed that there were many clothes hanging there, most of which were underwear. Thongs, briefs, lace panties, and low-cut bras are all available. And all of these intimate garments, without exception, were bright red. Li Bo's face flushed instantly, and he quickly looked away, pretending he hadn't seen it. Noticing Li Bo's reaction, Lu Wei was first taken aback, then a hot blush spread across her face. She gave a wry smile, somewhat helplessly. Don't laugh at me. In our line of work, we all risk our lives. Life-threatening situations happen all the time. Buying these red underwear is just for peace and good luck. Lu Wei's words were sincere, which made Li Bo feel a little embarrassed. That makes sense. The main job of the guard team is to maintain the city's stability. They often deal with various criminals, and many guards die in the line of duty every year. Lu Wei must have dealt with the King of Hell countless times to become the patrol captain. Thinking of this, a sense of admiration rose from the bottom of Li Bo's heart. I'm sorry, it was my rudeness. Li Bo apologized sincerely. It's all right. Lu Wei smiled generously. I was lucky enough to catch a few hunters today, probably thanks to my lucky color. Chapter 80 Rove Moth. Huh? A hunter? Li Bo's smile vanished instantly. Captain Lu Wei, what laws have these hunters you arrested broken? Li Bo asked tentatively. Lu Wei shook her head. I haven't broken the law. Why are you arresting them if they haven't broken the law? Noticing a hint of excitement in Li Bo's words, Lu Wei looked at him suspiciously. Why are you asking so many questions? Could it be that you have some connection with the hunters? Oh no, I was careless. When Lu Wei stared at him like that, Li Bo felt a sudden tightness in his chest. He hadn't expected this guy to be so alert. No wonder he was able to become the patrol captain. Li Bo quickly composed himself and said with an innocent expression, "Hee, what could a college student like me have to do with hunters? I've just heard that the hunter organization often does good deeds like fighting evil and protecting the innocent, and has made a lot of contributions to society." Contribution? Lu Wei sneered. If it were a few years ago, what you said wouldn't have been a problem. Although the hunter organization operates on the fringes of the law, it has done a lot of good things overall, and the government has turned a blind eye to it. However, in recent years, with the sharp rise in the crime rate among members of the hunter organization, various incidents of indiscriminate killing of innocent people and looting of property have emerged one after another, which has seriously affected social stability. As a result, the government's attitude towards the hunter organization has completely changed. Therefore, now, once a hunter's trail is discovered, the patrol team will spare no effort to arrest him. Li Bo suddenly felt guilty. If Lu Wei discovers his identity as a hunter, she'll arrest him immediately. You don't look too good. Lu Wei looked at her with a smile, and Li Bo felt a chill run down his spine. His eyes darted away as he quickly racked his brains for a way to change the subject. Just as he inadvertently glanced at the clothes hanging on Lu Wei's balcony, in a daze, Li Bo suddenly saw a small white moth flutter its wings from a piece of underwear and quickly fly out onto the balcony. Although the moth was extremely inconspicuous, only the size of a grain of rice, it still could not escape the system's precise lock-on in Li Bo's eyes. Name: Rove Moth. Gender: female. Attributes: flight, poison. Level: common stage 1. Potential: elite. Status: newly hatched. Skill: rash powder, beginner. Description: a type of moth that can briefly hide in the air. Its wings contain dust that causes skin irritation and, over time, can lead to skin ulceration. This dust is extremely difficult to remove, and its structure only disintegrates in environments below 0 degrees Celsius. That's really strange. We don't have rove moths in our country. Why are there so many invasive species appearing lately? Recalling the iron-devouring ants he encountered in the lower city, Li Bo's eyes suddenly turned serious. Could it be? Suddenly remembering something, Li Bo turned his gaze to Lu Wei. Captain Lu Wei, what's with those red spots on your body? Erythema. Lu Wei couldn't help but gently pat her back, then lowered her gaze to her chest and sighed softly. Sigh? I don't know what disease I've caught. I've seen so many doctors and been prescribed all sorts of medicine, but nothing works. Have you ever encountered a rove moth before? Li Bo asked directly. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Wei's eyes widened, and she stared at Li Bo in shock. How do you know about rove moths? I think I just saw a creature that looks very much like a rove moth fly off your balcony. What? Lu Wei's pupils contracted sharply. Could it be? That woman's rove beetle lurked on me during that battle. Seeing Lu Wei's somewhat bewildered expression, Li Bo narrowed his eyes and said, A battle? So this rove moth wasn't ownerless after all. There's more than just this one. Lu Wei's face darkened, as if she had thought of something bad. Behind it is an extremely powerful insect-type beast tamer who can control hundreds of thousands of insect pets in battle at the same time. That day, I fought that woman for a long time, and these rove moths were the most troublesome. If the reinforcements hadn't arrived, I probably would have been worn down to death by these troublesome insects. Lu Wei said with a hint of lingering fear. An insect-type beast tamer? Li Bo stroked his chin. Could it be that she was also responsible for the destruction in the lower city today? Oh, you know about what happened in the lower city too? Lu Wei was somewhat surprised. How could I not know? These things have completely gnawed my house clean. Li Bo said angrily. All right, the iron-eating ants have wreaked havoc in the lower city, leaving so many people homeless. This matter is spreading rapidly, and the news probably can't be suppressed any longer. Lu Wei continued. Your judgment is correct. That iron-devouring ant is also that woman's pet. This person is extremely dangerous and has already attracted the attention of the higher-ups. They have issued a strict order to the patrol team to capture him immediately. What exactly is this guy's purpose in coming to Jianghai? Li Bo couldn't help but stroke his chin. No matter what her motives are, as long as she remains at large, she will continue to harm society. I will definitely catch her, Lu Wei said solemnly. At this point, her expression suddenly turned somber. But I never expected this woman to be so ruthless, causing me to get infected and unable to work for so long. But based on my observations during our fight, this rove moth, while possessing the ability to become invisible, cannot maintain it for very long. I wonder what method she used to allow this venomous creature to lurk on my body for so long without being detected. Upon hearing this, Li Bo paused in silence for a moment, then looked thoughtfully at the clothes on Lu Wei's balcony. Perhaps what's lurking on your clothes isn't a living rove moth. Then it's up to you. Lu Wei looked at Li Bo curiously. Under her gaze, Li Bo slowly walked towards the clothesline, casually picked up a red bra, and, noticing its astonishing size, jokingly remarked, "I didn't expect Captain Lu Wei to be so broad-minded." "What are you doing?" Lu Wei's neck flushed red, but judging from Li Bo's confident demeanor, he didn't seem to be deliberately making a fuss about her. Li Bo smiled without saying a word, but simply handed the underwear to Ziyun beside him and nodded in acknowledgement. "Understood, Brother Li Bo." Ziyun smiled mysteriously, and then lightning once again gathered in his hand. In an instant, crackling sounds and flashes of electricity could be heard from the underwear. Then Lu Wei was surprised to find that tiny, charred particles, about the size of sesame seeds, kept falling off her underwear. Lu Wei's eyes widened in surprise. "These are insect eggs." Chapter 81, Borrowing Clothes. If I'm not mistaken, when you fought that insect-type beast tamer that day, the rove moth secretly lurked on you and laid a lot of eggs. Rove moth eggs are not only extremely attached, but also very difficult to detect with the naked eye, so you haven't noticed them for so long. Li Bo said. "What?" Lu Wei's face turned extremely ugly, and a chill ran from the soles of her feet straight to her head. "That vicious woman," she said through gritted teeth. "If I hadn't met Li Bo today, I don't know how long I would have been lurking in the shadows by this rove moth." She angrily ripped all the clothes off the clothesline and said, "Looks like we'll have to burn all the clothes in the house. I suggest you take that one too," Li Bo said, looking at her sundress. This. Lu Wei was caught in a dilemma. If she burned all the clothes, she would really have nothing to wear. She said it with some difficulty. "Could you lend me a few clothes to wear?" "Clothing?" Li Bo looked at Ziyun and Xiaobai beside him. "How about you too?" "Don't want." Before Li Bo could finish speaking, Xiaobai decisively shook her head. "The clothes my master bought for me can't be touched by other women." Helpless, Li Bo could only turn his attention to Ziyun. Ziyun pouted and turned her head to the side. Beast tamers and their clothes are not to be lent out. This is a real headache," Li Bo said with a wry smile. Seeing that neither of Li Bo's two beast girls were willing to lend her clothes, Lu Wei bit her red lips and spoke again. "Li Bo, if you don't mind, could you lend me a couple of your clothes? I promise you, I'll return them to you tomorrow after I buy them." "Huh? Me?" Li Bo paused. However, considering Lu Wei's difficult situation and the fact that he was her only neighbor, and adhering to the principle that if I don't help her, who will? Li Bo nodded. "That works too. Then, could I borrow 2 pairs of underwear too?" Lu Wei's face turned so red it was almost dripping with water. "What?" Li Bo nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. This was the first time he had ever heard such an outrageous request. "Ahem, I can only lend you one," Li Bo said righteously. "My house was destroyed by the iron-eating ants, and all I had in my storage ring was a pair of underwear. Even one will do." Lu Wei's face lit up with joy. Then Li Bo handed Lu Wei a set of clothes that he had brought with him. "Here, these are my favorite sheep-themed underwear. You'd better keep them safe." Upon seeing the cartoon-themed underwear in front of her, Lu Wei was first taken aback, then burst out laughing. "You're quite an interesting lad." Seeing Li Bo standing there, unwilling to leave, Lu Wei bit her red lips and said, "Are you trying to watch me change clothes?" Well, I was just worried about bad guys. I'd feel really guilty if they hurt Captain Lu Wei." "You smooth talker." Lu Wei rolled her eyes at him. "I'm the patrol captain. Who do you think you are to protect me? But, since you're here, why don't you help me apply some medicine?" Lu Wei suddenly said. "Huh? Applying medicine?" Just as Li Bo was racking his brains trying to figure it out, Lu Wei suddenly turned her back to him, took out a bottle of ointment, handed it to Li Bo, and said somewhat shyly, "Don't look around like that." Li Bo then understood what Lu Wei meant. She wanted him to help apply the ointment to the skin infection caused by the rove moth. "But, is this thing even useful?" Li Bo asked curiously. "Sai, what can we do if it's no use? We can only try anything as a last resort." Lu Wei sighed deeply. She had seen so many doctors and tried so many treatments, but she still couldn't eradicate this sad infection. "Apply it." As she spoke, Lu Wei's pink halter top suddenly slipped off her smooth shoulders, leaving her upper body bare and her back to Li Bo. Li Bo was stunned by the perfect body in front of him. The slender waist and rounded shoulders made his heart pound wildly just by looking at her back. However, upon seeing the large area of bright red, almost ulcerated skin on Lu Wei's back. Li Bo's desires were immediately banished. I never imagined it had spread to this extent. Li Bo felt a chill run down his spine, wondering how much pain Lu Wei had endured these past few days. The thought that she had become like this to protect the city filled Li Bo with admiration once again. I'll paint the front myself, but I'll leave the rest to you, Lu Wei suddenly said. Huh? There were some up ahead too. Li Bo looked surprised and couldn't help but tilt his head slightly. Sure enough, on the sides of those two perfect, teardrop-shaped peaks, there were also red spots of varying sizes. What a waste, Li Bo thought to himself. This woman is way too ruthless. You're not allowed to look. Noticing Li Bo's gaze, Lu Wei felt a little embarrassed and annoyed. The infection has spread all over my body. Are you going to give me a full medical checkup? Hey. Li Bo's gaze softened slightly, and he continued. By the way, Captain Lu Wei, I have a folk remedy here that might be able to cure your infection. A complete cure? Upon hearing this, Lu Wei's face lit up with joy, and she reflexively turned to look at Li Bo. Is this really true? Unexpectedly, he was too excited, and the two large pears in front of him fell into Li Bo's eyes without missing a single one. Good heavens, these are truly a pair of murder weapons, Li Bo hissed. Seeing Li Bo's wide-eyed stare, Lu Wei immediately realized what was happening, cried out in surprise, and hurriedly crossed her arms to cover her two weak points. Since she'd already been seen, Lu Wei simply smiled and said to Li Bo, Kid, you weren't lying to me just now, were you? If it's true, then I'll let you have this advantage. If you're lying, I'll gouge your eyes out. Seeing Lu Wei's gaze, which seemed to want to tear him apart, a chill rose from the depths of Li Bo's heart. Hee, how could I dare to lie to you, Captain Lu Wei? Li Bo said sullenly. I've only heard that low temperatures can destroy the dust structure of rove moths. Your infection is probably caused by dust that can't be washed off. Perhaps my little white cat can help you. Noob. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei turned her gaze to the blue-haired, silver-horned beast girl beside Li Bo. An ice-type pet. Is that really going to work? If Captain Lu Wei doesn't mind, I can have Xiaobai use snow mist to freeze the infection on your body. It's just that the temperature is a bit low, and I'm afraid Captain Lu Wei might not be able to handle it, Li Bo said with some concern. Unexpectedly, Lu Wei smiled calmly. After graduating, I, Lu Wei, joined the patrol team. Over the past 10 years, I have experienced countless life and death situations, so how could I be afraid of a little snow fog? After saying that, she removed her hands from her face, pulled her sundress all the way down to the ground, revealing her incredibly alluring figure. Chapter 82 Helpful. This scene caught Li Bo off guard. He didn't expect that Captain Lu Wei was also a person of character, showing no hesitation in such a critical moment. Although she appeared completely at ease, it was the first time she had ever shown her body completely naked in front of a man, and Lu Wei still felt incredibly ashamed, her face burning hot. She bit her red lips so hard they almost bled. Li Bo, I've chosen to trust you completely. Don't let me down. Don't worry. I won't be watching you for nothing, Captain Lu Wei. Li Bo chuckled, immediately averting his lingering gaze, his expression suddenly turning serious. Little Bai, we're counting on you. Li Bo reached out and touched Xiaobai's head, transforming it into a frost dragon that appeared in Lu Wei's room. Although they knew that Xiaobai was a dragon-type pet, they couldn't help but be shocked when they saw her true form. I'm ready, master, Xiaobai relayed to Li Bo. Li Bo nodded and then gave further instructions. Little White, do you remember how to use snow mist? Don't use blizzard. Advanced skills are very dangerous. Little White, you've got it. Although the snow mist has undergone 2 evolutions, its power is already extraordinary. But Xiaobai still tried hard to recall the extent to which she used her skills when she made shaved ice with Li Bo. Her azure eyes sparkled, then she aimed at Lu Wei's body, exhaling a hazy, snow-white mist. It's so cold. Lu Wei's figure was quickly enveloped by the cold snow mist, and she couldn't help but shiver. But she still gritted her teeth, clenched her fists, and persevered earnestly. Soon, Lu Wei's short hair was covered with pure white snowflakes, and the temperature on her smooth skin began to drop sharply, with a barely perceptible chill rising up. It's so cold. Lu Wei's breath was instantly frozen by the cold air around her. Her face turned pale, and her body trembled. Li Bo stared intently at the red infected areas on Lu Wei's body, his heart filled with unease. Although snow mist is a basic skill, Lu Wei is still made of flesh and blood, and she cannot endure being naked in such a cold environment for long. As the snow fog continued to envelop her, Lu Wei's body began to be wrapped in a thin layer of ice. Lu Wei was so frozen that she had no feeling at all, with only a trace of consciousness remaining as she struggled against the cold. Captain Lu Wei. A hint of worry rose in Li Bo's eyes. Suddenly, Li Bo was surprised to find that the red infected substances on Lu Wei's body had begun to change. The infection, which had been deep in her skin, seemed to be stimulated by the snow fog, and slowly emerged from her skin, condensing into small red dots on the surface of her body, which was covered by a thin layer of ice. As the cold front disappeared, Lu Wei finally felt a little warmer around her. At this moment, her face, from her eyebrows to the tip of her nose, was covered with tiny, transparent white ice crystals, and her body was frozen solid and unable to move. She struggled to open her lips and said tremulously, hold me tight." Upon hearing this, Li Bo was taken aback, gazing at Lu Wei's fair and jade-like body, and hesitated before speaking. "This isn't a good idea." He looked at Ziyun. "Ziyun, why don't you go?" "No way. I'm not like Meow Meow, a pervert who likes to take advantage of people." Ziyun flatly refused. Ziyun is straight and doesn't hug any woman. Except, of course, Sister Xiaobai. After saying that, Ziyun mischievously turned around and hid behind Xiaobai. Helpless, Li Bo had no choice but to turn his attention to Xiaobai in front of him. Little White innocently said, "Master, you know my body temperature is low. Holding her won't help." "Brother Li Bo, Sister Xiaobai is lying to you. She's clearly cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. You can try it if you don't believe me." "Ziyun, what are you saying? You're so annoying." Looking at the two unreliable women, Li Bo sighed. "Fine, I'll just take the loss." After saying that, he approached Lu Wei with a righteous expression and hugged her frozen body tightly in his arms. So warm. Lu Wei was already out of her mind and leaned her head on Li Bo's shoulder. Seeing this ambiguous scene, Xiaobai and Ziyun, who were standing to the side, instantly became jealous. They snorted at the same time, crossed their arms, and turned their heads away to the left and right. Before the thin layer of ice on Lu Wei's body could melt, Li Bo quickly removed the red ice crystals from her body. Before long, Li Bo completely eradicated the infection on Lu Wei's back and arms, and her skin returned to its fair and smooth state. Before long, Li Bo had removed all the infected substances from Lu Wei's body. Lu Wei, still blushing, put on her clothes and solemnly said to Li Bo, "Thank you for treating me. If I hadn't met you, I don't know how long I would have been tormented by this rove moth." "Captain Lu Wei, let's talk money and not say thank you." Li Bo grinned. "You little rascal. All you do is talk a good game and try to take advantage of people. You already live in Shanshui number 1. Do you think you're short of money?" Chapter 83, The Final Two Battle. After a good night's sleep in his new home, Li Bo rode his dragon back to school early the next morning to begin today's semi-final competition. The stands were already packed with people, and because the finals were approaching, there were many more second and third-year beast tamers in the stands. After all, a freshman who can make it into the top 4 in the martial arts competition already has the strength to challenge senior beast tamers. Generally speaking, most second-year university students are at the second-tier beast tamer level, and a combination of an elite-level beast and a common-level beast is quite common. As for third-year students, although a small number of exceptionally talented students are able to successfully contract 3 pet beasts, those who can break through to the excellent level are extremely rare. By their senior year, students have mostly completed their major courses and are busy with internships and jobs, so they are rarely seen on campus. However, if a student can break through to the third-tier beast tamer within 4 years of university, they will undoubtedly be a hot commodity sought after by all parties during graduation season. In the stands, 2 elegantly dressed senior students were watching the dual ring with great interest. "Hey, Wang Chun, your brother Wang Linchuan's match is about to start. These top 4 guys are no pushovers." "Oh, Chen Hao, what do you mean by that? Are you looking down on my brother?" Wang Chen's expression revealed the arrogance of a rich second generation. He was dressed in an expensive beast tamer uniform with dazzling accessories, clearly indicating that he came from a wealthy family. He said, "Xiao Xian is now a second-tier beast tamer. He was able to make it into the top 4 in the fierce martial arts competition entirely through his own strength." "Strength? I doubt it," the man named Chun Hao chuckled. "I've been following this year's martial arts competition closely. Although your brother Wang Linxian won every match, his performance was rather ordinary. To be honest, your brother was just lucky. In terms of strength, I think Tao Jian, who was eliminated by Li Bo, is much stronger than him." Wang Chen didn't refute him, he just chuckled. "Luck is also a part of strength." Upon hearing this, Chen Hao gave a strange smile. "You bastard, the Wang and Chen families have been friends for generations. Tell me the truth, did you bribe the rookies who were fighting your brother?" Wang Chun smiled without saying a word, only giving Chun Hao a knowing look. Heh, just as I expected, Chun Hao said lazily. But Wang Chun, even though you've bribed your opponents, this Mu Aoshue might not be so easy to deal with. Although I don't know who she is, my dad has repeatedly warned me that no matter how lawless I am at school, I shouldn't be so blind as to mess with this woman. Mu Aoshue is incredibly strong. Xiao Xian is indeed no match for her, and I truly can't handle her. However, Wang Chun smiled slyly. If someone could keep her in check, things would be much easier from here on out. Press down, Erqiang? You mean Li Bo? Suddenly remembering something, Chun Hao's eyes widened, and he said, Wow, so you not only bribed the players, but also arranged for the school to do the lottery. Hee. Since we've started, we have to make sure there's no leaks. Wang Chun smiled smugly. Speaking of Li Bo, I really have to thank this guy. If he hadn't forcibly eliminated Lin Feier, my Wang family might have actually had to beg that old geezer Lin Feng. That makes sense. The Lin family is a power giant in Zhanghai, but your Wang family monopolizes the entire mining industry in Zhanghai. If it weren't for Lin Feng's position as the Beastmaster Guildmaster, which puts him in a superior position, he wouldn't be able to dictate the course of Zhanghai. Chun Hao said, Heh, if Xiao Xian can enter the national-level secret realm and obtain that treasure, the situation in Zhanghai will be completely rewritten. Wang Chun gritted his teeth fiercely. Baby. Chun Hao stroked his chin. Normally, although the martial arts champion enters a national-level secret realm, it is a mature secret realm that has already been developed. There are certainly many good things there, but with your family's wealth, they probably can't be called treasures. Hee. You don't understand. Some things money can't buy. Wang Chun smiled mysteriously. Teacher's viewing area at Gaotai. Principal Lu Jun still had a smiling face. President Lin, Feier's competition is over, yet you still took time out of your busy schedule to come over. To be honest, is it because of that kid Li Bo? Heh, you old codger. You never hold back with your words. Lin Feng said, looking towards the arena. Li Bo is my future son-in-law, so what's wrong with me paying more attention to him? If this kid can go head-to-head with the Mu family girl, that'll be quite an event. TSK. So you've already changed your tune to calling me son-in-law. Lu Jun chuckled. Ever since President Lin's Blazing Eagle evolved, he's been radiant every day, and his wrinkles have even diminished quite a bit. Hee. You're right. After the Blazing Eagle was reborn, my warlike genes from my youth started to stir again, but unfortunately, I haven't been able to find an opponent. Hey, old Lu, how about we find a place to spar after the martial arts competition? No. Lu Jun's face paled, and he hurriedly waved his hand. How could my old bones be a match for you? You're already a 4th-tier beast tamer. Not to mention me. In the entire Zhanghai region, I'm afraid you can't find many people who can even hold their own against you. Sigh. Lin Feng sighed, looking up at the sky. How lonely it is to be invincible. As the 4 finalists arrived one after another, the referees below the stage blew the microphone and began organizing today's semi-final round. Ladies and gentlemen, now, we will determine the order of the matches by drawing lots. The referee shouted. Then, the big screen in the audience started scrolling, with the names of Li Bo and the other 3 rapidly scrolling above them. As the speed at which names were scrolled slowed down, 2 lines of match lists appeared on the screen. Mu Aoshue versus Li Bo. Wang Linxian versus Lu Ming. Upon seeing this, Chun Hao on stage couldn't help but widen his eyes. Good heavens. You must have already decided this all along. Hee. This is going to be a good show. Wang Chun smiled smugly. The moment the match list was announced, the audience erupted in cheers. The most discussed topic was undoubtedly the battle between Li Bo and Mu Aoshue. The reunion of former lovers on the field was already generating a lot of buzz. Given that both players possessed the ability to win the championship, the fact that they met at this time makes one sigh at the cruelty of the competition. Now, we'll begin our first match of the day, with Mu Aoshue facing off against Li Bo. The referee's shout rang out again. Upon hearing her name called, Mu Aoshue was stunned for a moment. After glancing at Li Bo from afar, she focused her gaze and resolutely stepped onto the arena. They finally arrived. Casting aside all distracting thoughts, Li Bo took a deep breath and calmly stepped onto the arena. Chapter 84. Battle against Mu Aoshue. Mu Aoshue was dressed in an elegant white dress, her long hair cascading down her back like a waterfall. Her delicate face appeared exceptionally soft in the early morning light, like a white jasmine blooming in the dawn. Whether it was a coincidence or a deliberate choice to dress like this outfit was what Mu Aoshue wore on her first date with Li Bo. Li Bo clearly remembers the moment when he sat on a bench in that place full of cherry blossoms and mustered up the courage to hold Mu Aoshue's hand for the first time. That feeling of trepidation and nervousness is still deeply engraved in his mind. Do you remember this dress? Mu Aoshue smiled gently at Li Bo. Don't tell me you dressed up like this on purpose to distract me from reminiscing during the competition. Li Bo sneered. Of course not. Mu Aoshue shook her head slightly. I had a feeling before today's match that I would be paired with you as my opponent. Li Bo, since you left, I have woken up countless times in the dead of night, filled with guilt. Wearing this outfit today is simply to make a clean break with the past and put an end to my heartache. To put an end to your worries? Li Bo looked puzzled. I really don't understand your thought process. But Mu Aoshue, if you think that saying this will make me go easy on you in the competition, you're sorely mistaken. On the contrary, I hope you will give it your all. Mu Aoshue smiled and said, It's quite a story. From the time you awakened your beast-taming talent until now, it's only been a few short days, yet you've reached the same position as me. From the person who knows you best to the person who understands you the least, Li Bo, I'm really curious how high your potential is. I don't know how high the ceiling is, but I'm certain I'll eliminate you today. Li Bo looked at her with unwavering determination. Accept my challenge, Mu Aoshue. E-rank hunter Li Bo challenges you to a higher rank battle. If you succeed, your ranks will be swapped, and your opponent will inherit your D rank. What? A battle for the top ranks. Information transmitted from Li Bo's chip. She looked at Li Bo in disbelief. You've become a hunter? As you guessed, we're in the same department now, and Yang Fei is also my contact person. Li Bo said calmly. So, the new member of Unit 4210 is you. Mu Aoshue's eyes flickered, unable to accept the fact that Li Bo had become a hunter. Why? To become stronger. Li Bo's tone was resolute. Summon your pet beast, Mu Aoshue. Mu Aoshue took a deep breath, gradually emerging from her daze, and looked earnestly at Li Bo. All right, since you're so confident, then I won't hold back. As they were talking, a white figure suddenly darted out from below the arena and leaped onto the high arena platform. By the time everyone realized what was happening, a tall, white-eared cat girl was already standing on the field. She was none other than Li Bo's old acquaintance, Meow Meow. Hello, we meet again. Meow Meow wore a short skirt. Her figure was incredibly hot. Her eyes were squinted with laughter, and she waved enthusiastically at Li Bo, her two little tiger teeth looking very cute. Should we still choose Phantom Moon Cat for the field? Upon hearing the meowing sound, Li Bo's eyes narrowed slightly, because compared to last time, the meowing had become much stronger. Name, Phantom Moon Cat. Gender, female. Attribute, superpower. Rank, elite tier 2. Potential, leader level. Status, fangirl/girl. Skills, tear claw, intermediate. Psychic power, intermediate. Hypnosis, intermediate. Psychic mirror, intermediate. Soul stealing wave, intermediate. Mental arrow, intermediate. Spatial swap, advanced. Crescent/advanced. Description: evolved from the Moonlight Cat, the Phantom Moon Cat has gained the ability to materialize moonlight in combat due to absorbing a large amount of moonlight into its body. Meow Meow came on stage. She didn't forget to wink at Li Bo, looking like she wanted to seduce him. Recalling how this guy had exploited people to the point of exhaustion, a chill ran down Li Bo's spine. What? You're planning to use your beast girl form to deal with me? Li Bo spoke up at this moment. Hee. Meow Meow smiled charmingly. Compared to my beastly rudeness in my true form, I prefer to show this graceful figure to the world. That stinky cat, who only knows how to pose. Brother Li Bo, let me out here. I'm going to teach her a lesson. At this moment, Ziyun's angry voice came from Li Bo's beast, taming space. Very well. I suppose Ziyun hasn't officially appeared in the martial arts competition yet. Let them witness your might. Come forth, Ziyun. Li Bo made a summoning gesture. Whoosh. Ziyun's figure suddenly appeared from the green magic circle. Rumble. Along with Ziyun's 10-meter-wide body, there appeared also a red electric light wrapped around her body. What? Elite level. The moment Mu Aoshue saw Ziyun's figure, her eyes widened. She wasn't surprised that Li Bo had contracted a second pet. Unexpectedly, this strange cloud, which had never appeared in the martial arts arena before, had also reached the elite level. The moment the shadowy thundercloud appeared, discussions about its identity instantly erupted among the audience. This is Li Bo's second pet beast? It's also an elite-level beast. Such a strong sense of oppression. This is a dark-type pet. No, it has lightning on it. And it also has lightning attribute. Red lightning. I've never seen anything like it before. TSK. It seems it's no simpler than his frost dragon. This thundercloud has a peculiar appearance. I wonder what kind of pet it is. Li Bo has 2 rare pets. It's truly enviable. 2 elite-level beasts. Even among sophomores, that's top tier. Some seniors are already juniors and still can't raise 2 elite-level beasts. What's even more outrageous is that Li Bo only awakened his beast-taming talent shortly before the martial arts competition. By that logic, all the geniuses pale in comparison to him. Hearing the crackling of thunder, Lu Jun on the high platform jumped to his feet, his eyes fixed on the dark clouds above the arena, and excitedly said, Could this be an evolution of Huan Minjian? Hee. Principal Lu, calm down, calm down. Lin Feng explained with a smug look on his face. This is indeed an evolution of the illusionary cloud. It's called the Shadow Thundercloud. Shadow Thundercloud, a brand new evolution sequence. Lu Jun looked at Lin Feng in shock, and seeing the calm and collected expression on his face, Lu Jun seemed to suddenly realize something. Looks like you've struck gold, Mr. Lin. Compared to her own disbelief as a beast tamer, Meow Meow didn't seem so surprised. After all, she and Li Bo's pets were old acquaintances. Oh, Little Purple Cloud has actually evolved into an elite. Meow Meow looked up at Ziyun and smiled. You little slut. You're still laughing. You'll be crying soon enough. Ziyun said fiercely. Then she lowered her body close to Li Bo. Brother Li Bo, I want to fight as a beast girl too. Chapter 85 Beast Girl versus Beast Girl. Ziyun, are you sure you want to become a beast girl too? Li Bo said with some concern. Although pets possess certain combat abilities when they transform into human form, they cannot unleash the full power of their original form. Don't worry, Brother Li Bo. I'll make her lose fair and square. Ziyun said confidently. If that's the case, then so be it. Li Bo reached out and touched Ziyun's head, transforming her back into her mischievous and clever girl form. Be careful, Li Bo instructed. The purple-haired girl dressed in gorgeous Lolita fashion in front of her. Meow Meow's eyes flashed with surprise. Oh, you dare to fight me in your beast girl form? Little Purple Cloud, you're the first one. Meow Meow leisurely swayed its white cat tail behind it, showing no sign of tension on its face. Hee, you stinky cat. How dare you take advantage of my brother Li Bo? Today I'll teach you a lesson. Stealing from others comes at a price. Ziyun said viciously. Then let me witness your growth over this period of time, Little Purple Cloud. Unbeknownst to them, a ghostly green light had already risen in Meow Meow's pupils. Using that insidious hypnosis technique again. Too bad, it doesn't work on me. Ziyun showed disdain, and then her graceful figure disappeared from the arena in an instant. This is Mu Aoshu, and narrowed her eyes. Invisibility skill. Oh, it's gone. Seeing that hypnosis could not lock onto Ziyun, the light in Meow Meow's eyes gradually faded. She looked at the arena with a hint of confusion, her eyes revealing a sense of apprehension. The next second, with a loud bang, a crimson bolt of lightning descended from the sky, striking directly at Meow Meow's head. Meow, watch out. Mu Aoshua was startled, not expecting Ziyun's attack to be so sharp. She had just released her invisibility skill when thunder struck. Meow Meow instinctively dodged. Although she was agile, Ziyun's attack caught her off guard. As she jumped away from her spot, her tail was grazed by lightning, and she couldn't help but let out a scream. When the cat came to its senses and turned to look, it discovered that there was a charred mark on its white tail. How dare you dirty my tail? Meow Meow was immediately annoyed by Ziyun. At this moment, Ziyun's body once again materialized not far in front of Meow Meow, her arms crossed, and her expression nonchalant. This is just the beginning. Accept my punishment. After saying that, Ziyun's body transformed again and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Seeing that the situation was not good, Mu Aoshua quickly gave instructions. Meow, invisibility can hide your body, but it can't conceal your presence. Use soul-stealing wave to locate her. Suddenly, a bright green light shone in Meow Meow's eyes, and she let out a piercing meow. An invisible wave spread out from her. Boom. Ziyun unleashed another thunderclap, but this time Meow Meow cleverly dodged it. Suddenly, Meow Meow's gaze quickly locked onto a direction. Found you, Little Purple Cloud. Without hesitation, Meow Meow lunged forward in a flash. At the same time, sharp claws suddenly emerged from the fingertips of her hands, gleaming with an incomparably cold light in the sunlight. With a whoosh, Meow Meow brandished its sharp claws and arrived at Ziyun's location in the blink of an eye. Just when she thought she had it in the bag, a dark, spherical cloud hurtled straight toward her. Is that all you've got, Little Purple Cloud? Meow Meow sneered, then crossed its claws and decisively unleashed its skill, Tear Claw. Whoosh. Several flashes of cold light streaked past, and Meow Meow instantly shattered the shadow ball that Purple Cloud had thrown. Just when she was certain of success. Whoosh. Whoosh. Behind the destroyed shadow sphere, four incredibly strange black chains shot out. It's a dark-type skill, Dark Rope. After Ziyun evolved, the number of chains it produced also increased from 3 to 4. Oh no, we've fallen for their trap. With the black chains right in front of her, Meow Meow's expression changed. She quickly shifted her body and skillfully dodged the attack of the 4 chains. Seeing this, Li Bo was also somewhat surprised. Such a reaction speed. No wonder it is the Phantom Moon Spirit Cat. If it were an ordinary pet, it probably wouldn't even be able to get past the shadow ball. However, you have underestimated Ziyun. Li Bo smiled mysteriously. Sure enough, the dark noose did not disappear after missing its target repeatedly at the side of Meow Meow's body. Before Meow Meow could react, the 4 chains suddenly turned around and bound Meow Meow's limbs tightly with lightning speed. What? Mu Aoshue stared at this scene in disbelief. The level of control over the skills is so precise. We were too careless. After controlling Meow Meow's body, Ziyun's body reappeared. Only then did the audience realize that the 4 chains had actually been launched from both sides of Ziyun's waist. Hey. Slowly lifted Meow Meow up with chains in front of everyone. Little Purple Cloud. Let me go? You'll expose yourself like this. The cat looked annoyed and struggled incessantly. You're worried about flashing. Ziyun looked up and exclaimed, oh, she's even wearing safety shorts. When you were flaunting yourself in the bar, you never seemed this ashamed? Ziyun said sarcastically. Ziyun, if you do this, I'll really get angry. Meow Meow's lips and her usually captivating eyes became as deep as a still pool. Space exchange. Mu Aoshue uttered softly. Chapter 86 Thunder Whip versus Moonlight Sword. Then, something strange happened. Meow Meow was firmly bound in the air by chains, but now it was miraculously standing where Ziyun was. Meanwhile, Ziyun on the ground was instantly transported to the air, where she was bound by her own chains. Upon seeing this, the audience rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Wow, you can do that. Brilliant. The situation has been reversed in an instant. It actually has the effect of exchanging space. It must be an advanced skill. Damn, psychic-type pets are way too overpowered. It's making me want to buy one and form a contract with it. Come on, moonlight cats are rare pets. You can't just buy one whenever you want. You're still too green to fight me, little Purple Cloud. Meow Meow gazed triumphantly at the purple clouds in the sky, its offensive undiminished. Her eyes narrowed, and countless transparent light arrows instantly appeared around Meow Meow. Spirit arrow. Go. Whoosh whoosh. Countless spiritual arrows shot straight towards the purple clouds in the sky. The spirit arrow can directly reduce the fighting spirit of a pet, achieving the effect of defeating the enemy without a fight. Li Bo dared not be careless. Ziyun, use a rain of arrows to block them. Okay, I'm getting serious now, brotherly Bo. Ziyun frowned slightly and quickly retracted all the dark nooses on her body. As she landed rapidly, Ziyun spun around quickly, unleashing a barrage of elite arrows that met the spiritual arrow head-on. Advanced skill, Arrow Rain. How could this be? Mu Aoshue's expression changed slightly. After observing him just now, she was certain that Li Bo's purple cloud was a dual attribute of dark and electricity. She didn't expect him to suddenly unleash a high-level water-type skill. She stared blankly at Li Bo across the arena, her face filled with disbelief. Li Bo wore an indifferent expression. Why are you staring at me? Isn't it normal for clouds to bring rain? At this moment, the rain of arrows clashed rapidly with the spiritual arrows, producing a series of loud, crackling sounds. Arrow, an intermediate-level skill, quickly fell below. Suddenly, a thick, long arrow pierced through Meow Meow's arrow barrage and headed straight for her face. Oh! Meow Meow gasped in surprise and instinctively turned her face away, but the rain of arrows still left a scarlet mark on her face. At the same time, Ziyun landed gracefully, and the battlefield quickly returned to peace. As if in a dream, Meow Meow reached out in disbelief and gently stroked her beautiful face. Staring at the bright red bloodstains in her hand, Meow Meow's eyes widened in an instant, and her body began to tremble uncontrollably. Unforgivable. Unforgivable. She slowly raised her head, and in an instant, her eyes lost their previous composure, replaced by a fierce gaze like that of a wildcat. Ziyun, how dare you injure my face? I'm not finished with you. Whoosh. Instantly, a transparent, moonlit longsword materialized in Meow Meow's hand. The long sword gleamed with a ghostly light like the moonlight in the dead of night, and from afar, it sent chills down one's spine. This is the materialization of moonlight. Libo looked surprised. He hadn't expected that Meow Meow had already mastered the ability to shape moonlight. Ziyun, why don't you change back to your original form? Libo said to Ziyun with concern. Unexpectedly, Ziyun smiled calmly. Brother Libo, she has moonlight, but I have crimson thunder. As she spoke, Ziyun stretched out her right arm, on which red arcs of electricity crackled. Immediately afterwards, the red arc of electricity spread out and transformed into a crimson lightning whip. The whip was crackling with scarlet lightning, emanating a chilling aura. What? She has weapons too. Mu Aoshue's eyes flickered as she scrutinized Ziyun's thunder whip, her gaze filled with astonishment. Li Bo's purple cloud was already astonishing enough that it could maintain the Beast Girl's high-intensity battle, but she never expected that it could control the lightning to such an extent. Elemental transformation is an extremely difficult thing for pet beasts. Because Meow Meow is a psychic-type Pokemon, its mental strength is much stronger than that of other types of Pokemon, which is why it can materialize moonlight. Unexpectedly, Ziyun also has the ability to transform lightning into weapons, and for some reason, Mu Aoshue always felt that Ziyun's lightning was completely different from that of ordinary lightning-type pets. A bad feeling rose in her heart. Ziyun, holding the thunder whip, struck the ground twice, producing a series of cracking sounds. She smiled with satisfaction. It's quite handy. Oh, you have weapons too. Seeing this, Meow Meow's eyes sharpened. However, little purple cloud, I'm not afraid of you. Having said that, Meow Meow gripped the moonlit longsword tightly with both hands, and the blade shone with an even more dazzling light. She let out a low shout, her figure flashed, and she rushed towards Ziyun like a ghost. Her moon-colored longsword, carrying a sharp sword aura, was aimed straight at Ziyun's throat. Ziyun remained calm and unhurried, waving her thunder whip, the tip of which coiled around the moonlit longsword like a serpent. With a crack, the lightning whip collided with the longsword, sparks flying everywhere. Ziyun used the momentum to spin her body, and the lightning whip swept towards Meow Meow. Meow Meow cried out in surprise, reacted quickly by dodging to the side, and at the same time swung her sword at the thunder whip. Clang! As the two collided, the electric arcs on the lightning whip instantly spread to the sword, causing Meow Meow's arm to go numb. Hateful! Meow Meow took 2 steps back, realizing that she had underestimated Ziyun's abilities, but she still endured the numbness in her arm and launched another attack at Ziyun. The two exchanged blows, and the battle grew increasingly fierce. Arcs of electricity crackled and moonlight rippled across the arena as the battle between a dark electro dual, attribute pet, and a super powerful pet drew gasps of amazement from the audience. With both beast girls possessing extraordinary beauty and top-notch figures, their interactions, one offensive and one defensive, were filled with the aesthetic beauty of battle, making it a true visual feast that left everyone in awe. However, although Meow Meow's moonlight sword is very sharp, it cannot gain any advantage in front of the primal lightning Crimson Lightning. Each time the sword was handed over, Meow Meow felt a numbness in her arm, and her control over the moonlight sword weakened by 3 points. After several rounds, Ziyun quickly seized the opportunity, and, the instant Meow Meow thrust out her longsword, swiftly unleashed her lightning whip to firmly entangle it. Then, lightning crackled in her hand, and astonishing arcs of electricity erupted from the Crimson Lightning whip. The arcs leaped onto the moonlight sword and swiftly attacked Meow Meow's arm. Hiss! Struck by the Crimson Lightning, Meow Meow trembled and reflexively released the long sword in its hand. Ziyun flicked her thunder whip, and Meow Meow's moonlight sword was thrown out of the arena. Oh no! The cat, now without its weapon, sensed something was wrong. However, how could Ziyun let go of this golden opportunity to win? With a snap, a lightning whip struck Meow Meow mercilessly. Before it could react, Meow Meow shuddered and fell to the ground. Meow! Mu Aoshue watched this scene with heartache. Meow Meow gritted her teeth, trying to prop herself up and stand up. Snap! Another swift lightning whip lashed down, and Ziyun swung it heavily at Meow Meow's butt, knocking her to the ground once again. Ziyun, how dare you spank me? Meow Meow glared fiercely at Ziyun and let out a sharp meow. Today, I'm going to demand justice from Sister Xiaobai. Brotherly Bo hasn't even given us a chance yet, and you've already beaten us to it. Snap! Ziyun unleashed his thunder whip once more. You dare steal our master. Snap! You dare steal our master. One blow after another, Meow Meow lay on the ground, letting out pitiful screams, her short skirt already soaked in blood. Under the immense pain of the crimson thunder, she was unable to concentrate on using her skills and could only cling to the ground, enduring the relentless lashing of the purple cloud. Meow. Seeing this scene, Mu Aoshua felt as if her heart was being torn apart. To her, Meow Meow was not only a pet, but also a lover. Ziyun's lightning whip struck Meow Meow's body, but the pain was felt in Mu Aoshua's heart. Li Bo, for the sake of our past relationship, don't be so cruel to Meow Meow. Li Bo curled his lip. I can't help it. Ziyun doesn't like listening to me. If you don't want to, just admit defeat. Admit defeat. Mu Aoshua trembled, her expression becoming dazed. She never imagined that Li Bo would push her to such an extent. Li Bo, I never imagined you'd become so strong that even I can't compare. Mu Aoshua clenched her fists and said with a hint of self-deprecation. Suddenly, Mu Aoshua raised her head, her eyes revealing an unprecedented determination. However, if you think I would stop here, you'd be very wrong. Li Bo's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that I have to use my talent? It's finally here. Principal Lu Jun on the stage stood up excitedly, his eyes fixed on Mu Aoshua's figure. S-rank beast taming talent, Tide of Longing. Chapter 87 The Tide of Longing. Mu Aoshua's gaze suddenly became incredibly deep, with a sharpness that could see through everything, as she stared intently at Ziyun on the field. Is this activating a talent? Li Bo frowned. Li Bo was no stranger to Mu Aoshua's S-level talent, Tide of Longing, which was an extremely powerful talent in terms of mental strength. When Mu Aoshua's pet is a psychic type, she can use the Tide of Thought to forcibly invade and take over the consciousness of the opponent's pet. With this talent, Mu Aoshua would be able to fight even when facing opponents several times stronger than herself. However, Li Bo knew very well that Mu Aoshua had used her talent at this moment because she had been completely driven to the brink of despair by him. When they first started dating, Mu Aoshua had secretly told her that although her S-level talent was powerful, it had certain side effects. In the simplest terms, using this talent is like overdrawing the Beastmaster's future mental strength. After using it, the Beastmaster will fall into an unprecedented state of weakness, and their emotions will become unstable. However, if not properly managed during the recovery period, it can cause irreversible psychological trauma. If you encounter any more unpleasant things, there is a very high possibility that you will become depressed. The rest of the academy, including the teachers, were unaware of the side effects of Mu Aoshua's talent. After all, she was an extremely proud person, and she would never expose her weaknesses to others. That is, when Li Bo won Mu Aoshua's heart, he had no secrets from her, both psychologically and physically. Seeing Mu Aoshua unleash her longing, Li Bo felt a mix of emotions. He was both shocked by Mu Aoshua's resolute decision and vaguely worried about Ziyun. Suddenly, as if something had suddenly entered her brain, Ziyun's body froze. She stood there blankly, holding the thunder whip, her eyes vacant, as if her consciousness had already left her control. The audience below the stage stared at this scene in bewilderment, unaware that Mu Aoshua had already invaded Ziyun's consciousness. Sensing that Ziyun had suddenly stopped attacking, Meow Meow slowly removed the hand that was blocking her eyes and looked up in confusion. Seeing Ziyun standing still with a blank look in her eyes, Meow Meow instantly understood what was going on. Xiaoxua. Wah. Knowing the sacrifices Mu Aoshua made to help her win, Meow Meow was deeply moved. Meow Meow will never go out and mess around again. I will definitely train hard and not hold Little Snow back. Meow Meow's eyes were filled with tears, and a sense of guilt welled up in her heart. If it weren't for his overconfidence and lack of training, he wouldn't have suffered such a crushing defeat at Ziyun's hands today, forcing Mu Aoshua to use her beast-taming talent. Half Moon Slash, let's end the battle. Meow murmured softly, while trying her best to control Ziyun's consciousness and prevent her from moving around. With her current mental strength, she can only keep her pets still for a period of time and cannot directly control their behavior. Meow Meow nodded vigorously, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth, and then turned her gaze to Ziyun. Little Ziyun, I have to admit you're very strong. Although defeating you in this way is somewhat unfair, Xiaoxua and I absolutely must go to this secret realm. Blade of light radiating a sharp aura. Damn it. Half Moon Slash. Li Bo watched this scene with a tense expression. Half Moon Slash is an advanced skill with immense power. Although it requires a period of charging before it can be released, Ziyun is currently completely defenseless against it. If she were in her true form, Ziyun, as a spirit, could completely withstand this attack. However, in her beast girl form, if it hits her, Ziyun will definitely suffer severe damage. Ziyun, wake up. Li Bo hurriedly relayed a message to Ziyun. However, at this moment, Ziyun was completely unable to control her mind. In the dark and hazy depths of her subconscious, whenever she tried to regain control of her body, she found a figure radiating golden light constantly, driving her away from the center of her mind. Ouch, that hurts. This body, which resembled a holy spirit, caused Ziyun Zhao, who possessed the dark attribute, immense pain, preventing him from getting even a fraction closer. This is Mu Aoshua's consciousness. Only then did Ziyun realize that the figure in the ball of light was none other than Mu Aoshua's shadow. She invaded my consciousness. This is utterly despicable. Ziyun was completely baffled, but when she saw Miao Miao South rapidly forming crescent slash, she knew something was terribly wrong. No, I can't lose here. Brother Li Bo is still waiting for me to fight for him. Ziyun tried desperately to get closer to the ball of light, but no matter how hard she struggled, Mu Aoshua's holy light kept her out. Damn it, is there really no other way? A sense of helplessness, unable to exert any strength, welled up in Ziyun's heart. Huh? Mu Aoshua? No, isn't she Li Bo's ex-girlfriend? Suddenly, Ziyun had a flash of inspiration. Since you enjoy invading my mind so much, then let me show you what your pet beast did to Brother Li Bo. Although she couldn't regain control of her body, Ziyun was able to awaken past memories in her mind. Through her diligent planning, the experience at the backstreet bar that night was transformed into a slideshow, playing rapidly scene by scene around Mu Aoshua's radiant aura. This is Ziyun's experience? A bar? Li Bo, what's he doing here? Seeing Li Bo and Xiao by sitting intimately in the private room, for some reason, a sour feeling welled up in Mu Aoshua's heart. Although the two had long since broken up, Mu Aoshua still felt uneasy seeing Li Bo so intimate with other women. However, before she could quickly savor the moment, the scene shifted, and she saw Miao Miao make a sexy entrance from the dance floor. What? Meow. Chapter 88 Mu Aoshua's Collapse. Mu Aoshua's expression changed. Didn't you say you went to absorb moonlight that night? How could this be? The brief moment felt like the sky had fallen for Mu Aoshua. When she saw Miao Miao perform a pole dance in front of everyone, her face turned extremely ugly. Why? Mu Aoshua felt a chill run down her spine. She was so devoted to Miao Miao, yet Miao Miao went to a bar to flaunt her figure and get attention from others. However, when Mu Aoshua saw Miao Miao holding a wine glass and sitting on Li Bo's lap, her face turned deathly pale. How could you do this, Miao? He's my ex-boyfriend. Mu Aoshua felt a buzzing in her head, and her control over Ziyun's consciousness unconsciously weakened by 3 points. Next, we see Li Bo leading 2 beast girls to ambush and kill the night werewolves in the alley. Seeing that Li Bo already possessed the ability to fight elite-level opponents at that time, and that he was so ruthless in killing, Mu Aoshua's heart skipped a beat. She could no longer associate Li Bo with the gentle expression he had when they were dating. He took the drunk cat home. Seeing this scene, Mu Aoshua felt a mix of emotions, but a warm feeling welled up inside her. If Li Bo had ignored everything and left the drunk Miao Miao on the street that day, who knows what terrible things might have happened. Miao Miao for cheating on her, but also secretly helped her behind her back. Mu Aoshua felt a pang of regret for the first time. After bringing Miao Miao home, Li Bo carefully covered her with a blanket. This scene reminded Mu Aoshua of how Li Bo would thoughtfully prepare brown sugar water for her every time she had her period, rub her stomach with warm hands, and coax her to sleep before he would sleep himself. It's me. I'm sorry, Li Bo. I hurt him, the one who once cherished me like a treasure. Unbeknownst to her, 2 lines of clear tears slid down Mu Aoshua's exquisite face. However, before she could savor the beautiful memories, the images that flashed through Ziyun's mind made Mu Aoshua's face turn icy cold. Meow. Sensing that her fighting spirit as a beast tamer had plummeted to its lowest point, Miao Miao cast a puzzled look at Mu Aoshua. Although she didn't know what had happened, Miao Miao quickly condensed the crescent slash in her hand, ready to end the battle. It's over. Ziyun. With a whoosh. A crescent-shaped white light wave swiftly detached from Miao Miao's paws and struck Ziyun's chest with perfect accuracy. However, unexpectedly, Ziyun seemed to regain consciousness at this moment, suddenly opening her purple eyes and revealing a sly smile. Heh, dream on. With a loud bang, Ziyun quickly transformed into her true form, and her crescent slash pierced through the vast, dark cloud, disappearing silently into the air. How could this be? Miao Miao stared at Ziyun in disbelief. Wasn't your consciousness already controlled by Xiaoxue? Why can you revert to your original form? Xiaoxue? Heh, you've really ruined your master's life. Ziyun, seemingly enjoying the spectacle, exclaimed. Just now, she saw everything in my mind, things she should and shouldn't have seen. What? Miao Miao was stunned, as if struck by lightning. She naturally guessed that Mu Aoxue already knew about her affair in Ziyun's mind. She turned her head, somewhat at a loss, only to find Mu Aoxue already squatting on the spot, burying her head and sobbing. They were simply very curious about what could have caused the school beauty, Mu Aoxue, to break down like that. Heh, Mu Aoxue, you've finally met your match. Lin Feier revealed a mocking smile. The outcome was already decided, and she didn't want to look at Mu Aoxue again. She turned around and left the scene. Minor Snow. Miao Miao no longer cared about fighting. As if she had lost all feeling in her legs, she numbly walked slowly toward Mu Aoxue. Don't come any closer. Mu Aoxue looked up and shouted hysterically. At this moment, she was completely crying and her face no longer showed any trace of the aloofness of a cold and beautiful school beauty. Why? I believed I was devoted to you. Why did you betray me? She screamed at Miao Miao, her voice filled with pain and despair. Miao Miao knelt down with a thud, tears streaming down her face. I'm sorry, Xiaoxue, I was wrong, but I really couldn't control myself. His attraction was just too irresistible to me. But he was the person I loved most. Do you know how much this hurts me? Mu Aoxue cried out in near collapse. I'm sorry. I really know I was wrong. Xiaoxue, please forgive me. Miao Miao pleaded pitifully. I promise. I'll listen to you from now on and never do anything reckless again. There will be no more. Mu Aoxue took a deep breath. Then with a resolute expression, she turned and left towards the arena. Student Mu Aoxue. Leaving the arena is considered forfeiting the martial arts competition. Please take the competition seriously. At this moment, the referee's solemn voice rang in Mu Aoxue's ears. Contest. Even my beloved pet betrayed me. What's the point of the competition? Mu Aoxue sneered, caught the bag, and left the scene without looking back. Xiaoxue. In front of everyone, Miao Miao leaped off the stage and chased after Mu Aoxue. This sudden turn of events left everyone bewildered, even Principal Lu Jun, whose face was filled with question marks. What happened? Just as everyone was whispering among themselves, the referee suddenly blew the whistle. Mu Aoxue forfeits the match. Li Bo wins. Advances to the championship finals. My revenge is complete. Ziyun spoke with immense pride. Chapter 89 Steel Hammer Bowl. Advanced challenge successful. Hunter rank swap completed. Congratulations to Li Bo for successfully advancing to D rank Hunter. Looking at the notification from the Hunter chip, Li Bo finally snapped out of his daze. We won. At this moment, cheers rose and fell from the audience, but Li Bo showed no sign of joy on his face. I thought the battle with Mu Aoxue would be a fierce and bloody affair, but I never expected it to end so abruptly. Before the opponent's second pet even appeared, Mu Aoxue gave up the match and left the scene. Li Bo knew Mu Aoxue well. With her proud and arrogant nature, she would never give up on anything easily. It seems that after learning about what happened between Miao Miao and him, he was too shocked to bear it. However, Mu Aoxue used a talent with side effects this time, and it's unknown when she'll recover. Seeing Li Bo still gazing at Mu Aoxue's departing figure, Ziyun said with some dissatisfaction. Brother Li Bo, you don't seem very happy. Happy? Of course I'm happy. Li Bo transformed Ziyun back into a beast girl, smiling indulgently. Ziyun never disappoints me. Ziyun playfully stuck out her tongue. Brother Li Bo, you know what? If it weren't for what Miao Miao did to you and affected Mu Aoxue's condition, she would definitely have been defeated today. Ziyun, something sounds strange about what you're saying, Li Bo said, his face darkening. Ziyun continued. Mu Aoxue were the strongest in the martial arts competition. Now that you've defeated them one by one, the championship is probably in your pocket. I doubt it. Li Bo narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but focus his gaze on the stage. After the match ended, he did not leave, but found a spot to quietly watch the next match. Soon, after a short break, the school referees blew their whistles again to organize the next round of the semifinals. Next up, please welcome Wang Linxian and Lu Meng. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a haughty-looking young man confidently walked onto the stage. Wang Linxian was dressed in an elegant manner, with his hands in his pockets, as if he didn't take his opponent seriously at all. Li Bo narrowed his eyes, feeling suspicious. Wang Linxian's opponent, Lu Meng, is quite well known among the freshmen. Li Bo had also observed several of Lu Meng's previous matches. Although he couldn't compare to the likes of Mu Aoxue and Lin Fei, his strength was definitely on par with Tao Jian's. Having raised one of the 3 starter Pokemon, Lu Ming has now evolved it into an elite-level cactus and recently successfully contracted a second Pokemon. To underestimate a second-tier beast tamer like this is simply too arrogant. At this moment, Lu Ming stood opposite him. Although the girl looked gentle and weak, her eyes shone with a tenacious light. "Summon your pet beast, Lu Ming." Wang Linshuan's lips curled into a provocative smile as he spoke in a voice only Lu Ming could hear. "Don't forget, the black crystal ore needed for the evolution of that little stone monkey you just contracted can only be found in my Wang family's mines." Upon hearing this, Lu Ming paused, her eyes flickering as she looked at Wang Linxian, hesitant to summon her pet beast. "Heh, come out." Steel Hammer Bull. Wang Linxian was the first to make the summons. A green light flashed, and a minotaur pet wearing steel armor and wielding a huge warhammer suddenly appeared on the arena. Name: Steel Hammer Bull. Gender: male. Attribute: steel. Rank: elite tier 1. Potential: elite. Skills: roar, beginner. Fierce charge, beginner. Rampage, beginner. Ironclad protection, intermediate. Charged heavy hammer, intermediate. Li Bo casually glanced at the information on the Steel Hammer Bull. Although this guy looked intimidating, his combat attributes were actually not that great. Aside from being a bit thick-skinned, he only has 2 intermediate-level skills that he can actually use. It seems that the training time focused on leveling up the pets, neglecting the training and development of their skills. Li Bo stroked his chin thoughtfully. This Lu Ming cactus has good control and attack capabilities. It shouldn't have much of a problem against this clumsy ox. Psychologically speaking, Li Bo would prefer to meet Lu Ming in the finals, since he hasn't fought against a powerful grass-type pet in so long. Lu Ming took a deep breath and then began to summon her pet beast. To everyone's surprise, the magic circle Lu Ming summoned was not the elite-level green circle, but a yellow circle unique to the ordinary level. Something's not right. Li Bo stared intently at the commotion on the stage. As the magic array dimmed, a pet beast with a headband made of stones tied to its head suddenly came into everyone's view. Little stone monkey. Li Bo found it utterly unbelievable. Putting aside the fact that this little stone monkey is only at the ordinary level 7 or 8, and facing an elite steel-type pet, Lu Ming didn't summon the cactus to fight it, but instead sent out a stone-type pet that was perfectly countered by it, which is really puzzling. Hee. Lu Ming, where's your cactus? Using your little stone monkey against my Steel Hammer Bull is very dangerous. Wang Linshuan's voice was loud this time, reaching the ears of many nearby spectators, and many people strained their ears to hear how Lu Ming would respond. Lu Ming bit her lip, stammering as she spoke. The cactus was injured during its last training, so only the little stone monkey can fight you. Oh, in that case, then don't blame me for being impolite. Iron Bull. Use roar. Wang Linxian roared, and the steel bull roared to the sky, sending a sonic wave towards the little stone monkey. The little stone monkey was agile and quickly jumped to dodge, but the sound waves of the roar were too wide and it was still affected, causing its body to sway slightly. Steel Hammer Bull. Use the fierce charge. Wang Linxian pressed his advantage. The Steel Hammer Bull charged towards the little stone monkey like a steel chariot. Just when everyone thought the little stone monkey was about to be knocked away, it suddenly squatted down and swept its body horizontally, tripping the Steel Hammer Bull to the ground. Its clumsy body rolled several times on the ground before stopping. Although the damage was not significant, it was extremely insulting. The audience burst into laughter, and seeing this, Li Bo couldn't help but chuckle as well. This little stone monkey is quite intelligent. What? How dare you? Wang Linxian was a little embarrassed. How could he not be angry to be toyed with by an ordinary-level pet in front of so many people? He glared fiercely at Lu Ming, his eyes shifting between light and shadow. Good. Very good. Lu Ming, since your little stone monkey is so powerful, then you might as well not evolve it. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming's expression changed. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Not on purpose? Then don't dodge. Take this next move from Steel Hammer Bull. Wang Linxian said with a sinister expression. Chapter 90. Clues to Fertile Soil. This? Lu Ming hesitated. Although others couldn't understand what he meant, Lu Ming knew very well that Wang Linxian was giving him an ultimatum. Having just humiliated him, Wang Linxian is definitely going to get revenge. Little stone monkey. Lu Ming's eyes flickered as she recalled the promise Wang Linxian had made to her privately a few days earlier. If he wins the martial arts competition, I will not only receive a kickback, but also get the black crystal needed for the little stone monkey's evolution. This type of ore is extremely rare, and it is only produced by the mines owned by the Wang family. Not only is it very expensive, but it is also snapped up as soon as it enters the market. For Lu Meng, who comes from an ordinary family, the conditions offered by Wang Linxian were undeniably very tempting. After all, Li Bo's strength was simply too overwhelming. Even if I successfully advanced to the finals, I would still likely be eliminated by him. Rather than being a disappointing runner-up, why not help others achieve their goals and, incidentally, reap a high reward? Seeing Lu Meng hesitate, Wang Linxuan's lips curled into a sly smile. Steel Hammer Bull. Use Charged Hammer. Having said that, the Steel Hammer Bull swung its terrifyingly huge iron hammer, spinning it continuously. Seeing that his beast Tamer had not yet taken any action, the little stone monkey turned to look at Lu Meng in a panic. I'm sorry, little stone monkey. I was only doing this for your own good. Lu Meng's face hardened, and she shouted, Little stone monkey, use rocket headbutt. Upon hearing this, the little stone monkey's face immediately turned terrified. It looked at its beast Tamer with a puzzled expression. He could have used his speed advantage to wear down Steel Hammer Bull's stamina and then looked for an opportunity to win. Unexpectedly, his beast Tamer actually asked him to fight it head-on. After hesitating for a moment, the little stone monkey still chose to trust his beast Tamer. With a determined clench of its teeth, it strode forward and charged headlong into the Steel Hammer Bull's attack. Are you crazy? Using a rocket headbutt, Li Bo stared at this scene in disbelief. The Steel Hammer Bull's attack was a genuine intermediate-level skill, which a beginner-level rocket headbutt couldn't withstand at all. Soon, the giant iron hammer of the Steel Hammer Bull mercilessly smashed down on the little stone monkey's head. With a loud bang, the stone band on the little stone monkey's head was smashed open, and after letting out an extremely miserable scream, it was swung away and sent flying outside the arena. Little stone monkey. Lu Meng was heartbroken and rushed to check on the little stone monkey's injuries. Although it was already bleeding profusely from its head, it was still alive. After letting out a sigh of relief, I summoned it back to the beast taming space. Lu Meng, please return to the arena immediately. At this moment, the referee's authoritative voice rang out again. Lu Meng shook her head. I'm giving up the competition. Upon hearing this, a series of murmurs erupted from the audience, and the referee, even more bewildered, said, We're almost at the finals. How can you give up so easily? As a second-tier beast tamer, where's your other pet? The cactus is injured, and I need to take the little stone monkey to the veterinary hospital now. After saying that, Lu Meng left the scene without looking back. Lu Jun, standing on the stage, watched this scene with great confusion. Given Lu Meng's level, this shouldn't be the case. Don't you understand yet, Principal Lu? It must be Wang Yang's youngest son who put pressure on this girl in private. Otherwise, how could she make such a low-level mistake? Lin Feng sneered from the side. Does Mr. Lin mean they're fixing the match? Lu Jun's expression immediately turned serious. I didn't say that. Lin Feng acted as if it were none of his business. But given Wang Yang's penchant for underhanded tactics, he's certainly done quite a few of these kinds of things in secret. Wang Yang. Lu Jun frowned. Although this guy has monopolized all the mines in Shanghai, if his son is suspected of fraud, I will not tolerate it. Brother Lu Jun. I don't care about anyone else. Now that the Wang family brat has advanced to the finals, his battle with Li Bo must be fair and just. Lin Feng's tone suddenly turned stern. If I find out that Li Bo was tripped up by someone during the finals, I will not only personally send my regards to the Wang family, Shanghai University, but they can forget about receiving a single penny of sponsorship from my Lin family from now on. Upon hearing this, Lu Jun's expression changed, and he quickly put on a forced smile. Don't worry, Mr. Lin. I'll immediately send someone to investigate this matter thoroughly. I will absolutely not allow Li Bo to be treated unfairly. Ladies and gentlemen, after today's fierce competition, the top 2 contenders for the martial arts competition have been officially determined. The referee's loud voice once again drew the attention of all the spectators. They are Li Bo and Wang Linxian. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Linxian cast a meaningful glance at Li Bo from a distance. Li Bo frowned, and suddenly realized something. So, this guy put the bounty on the martial arts tournament champion. Li Bo was a little confused. It was just a qualification to enter the secret realm, yet Wang Linxian had manipulated things behind the scenes, making so many contestants give way to him, and even the Hunter organization had come to him. Even if he wins the martial arts competition and enters the national-level secret realm, he will still have to compete with the nation's top talents. The martial arts champions from other schools will not give way to others so easily. This made Li Bo curious, just how much temptation was hidden in the secret realm that made Wang Linxian put so much effort into organizing the entire martial arts competition. However, Li Bo didn't want to think about all that. He would just deal with whatever came his way. The martial arts competition finals will be held in 3 days, which will give me enough time to prepare for the rabbit's evolution. Although Li Bo did not leave the school immediately after the crowd dispersed, he went to the office and found his counselor, Wu Gang. Dew of life. Wu Gang looked at Li Bo with a puzzled expression. How strange. Teacher, I've been in the education industry for over a decade or two, and I know quite a few strange and unusual evolutionary materials, but I've never heard of this dew of life you're talking about. Could you be mistaken, Li Bo? Even the teacher doesn't know? Li Bo was somewhat surprised. Could it be that the system had drunk the wrong wine and produced a fake document for him? Helpless, Li Bo had no choice but to put it aside for now and asked Wu Gang. Does the teacher know where the fertile, spring-rich soil is found in the Jianghai region? Fertile soil nurturing spring? Wu Gang stroked his chin. Although it's a bit rare, it's still considered a normal evolution material overall. The fertile spring soil is generally only used for breeding grass-type pets. Your 2 pets are completely unrelated in type. Could it be? Seeing Li Bo smile without saying a word, Wu Gang slowly turned his gaze to him, his face filled with disbelief. You've already contracted a 3rd pet? Nothing can be hidden from the teacher. Li Bo could only manage a forced smile. Tsk tisk. Wu Gang exclaimed in admiration. You've only been awakening your beast-taming talent for a short time, and you already have 3 pet beasts. Your growth has truly amazed even your teacher. He patted Li Bo on the shoulder. Well done. Once you enter the national-level secret realm, show all the nation's top talents what a true genius is. Seeing Wu Gang engrossed in his excitement, Li Bo reminded him. Teacher, I haven't won the martial arts championship yet. Huh, that kid Wang Linxian is just a half-baked amateur. He got into the finals by luck. He can't possibly be your match. Wu Gang said nonchalantly. By the way, you said you were looking for the fertile land of Yinshan, right? Yes. Just as the teacher guessed, my 3rd pet is a grass-type pet. Evolution is imminent. Fertile spring is one of the keys. What? Another evolution? Although Wu Gang was shocked, his expression became reasonable again when he thought about Li Bo's incredible speed of cultivation. He pondered for a moment. There's a place called the Misty Forest north of the river and sea. A professor who went there to investigate said that it seems to contain fertile soil that can nurture springs. You could try your luck there. Chapter 91 Taking Them In. Clues about the fertile land of Yinshan from Wu Gang. Li Bo left the school and returned home. Misty Forest next. Xiaobai asked from the side. Yes, the fertile soil of spring is crucial for the rabbit's successful evolution. Let's rest for one night and set off first thing tomorrow morning. Brother Li Bo, didn't you just say that there's still a key material for the rabbit's evolution that we haven't found yet? Ziyan said at this moment. Li Bo nodded. Dew of life. It might be an extremely rare evolutionary material, one that even the teacher doesn't know about. Dew of life. Ziyan stood there, her big eyes darting around. Oh, is the bunny coming out too? Li Bo suddenly paused for a moment. Just now, he suddenly received a request from the rabbit in his beast-taming space. All right, by the way, let's see how your injury is healing. Li Bo made a summoning gesture, and the rabbit's figure immediately appeared before them. Being transformed into a beast girl, Rabbit looked at Li Bo with gratitude. Young master. Seeing that the rabbit's back was now as white as snow, without a single scar, Li Bo smiled with satisfaction. Bunny, congratulations on your full recovery. It's all thanks to you, young master. Rabbit is so lucky to be able to form a contract with you. It's a blessing she earned in her past life. The rabbit stands tall and graceful with straight legs, a rosy complexion, and long, pink ears that stand up high, giving it a rather ladylike demeanor. By the way, Rabbit, why do you speak so formally? Compared to the two of us, you definitely sound more human, Ziyan suddenly said. Rabbit glanced at Ziyun and Xiaobai and said, 2 older sisters, it's not that Rabbit is speaking like this on purpose, but ever since Manhwa caught me, I've been learning etiquette and manners every day and participating in all sorts of etiquette training. If I don't learn well, not only will I not be able to work, but I'll also have to endure corporal punishment. So over time, I've gotten used to speaking like this. Poor Bunny. Ziyun pouted and said, from now on, your older sister will protect you and won't let anyone bully you anymore. Sister Ziyun is so kind. Rabbit smiled gently, then turned to look at Li Bo. By the way, young master, I just heard you say you were going to the Misty Forest. Does Rabbit know about the Misty Forest? Li Bo asked curiously. Rabbit nodded, her expression turning tense. Young master, the Misty Forest is too dangerous. Rabbit doesn't want you to go there. Danger? Li Bo was quite puzzled. How did Rabbit know it was dangerous there? Because, Rabbit said solemnly, before coming to Mountain and Water number 1, Rabbit had been living in the misty forest. What? Libo never expected such a coincidence. The fertile soil needed for the rabbit's evolution was actually located in its former habitat. In that case, Rabbit should be very familiar with the misty forest. As long as we avoid dangerous places, there shouldn't be any accidents. Libo judged. To this, Rabbit shook her head. Young master, you are mistaken. The misty forest is shrouded in thick fog all year round and is rarely visited by humans. Although rabbits can use their sense of smell to find their way, very dangerous beasts often suddenly appear in the fog. Thinking of this, a look of fear appeared on Rabbit's face. Those beasts are extremely wild and very difficult to deal with. Once you get entangled with them, you will be caught in a life-or-death battle. Upon hearing this, Libo fell into deep thought. He had no doubt about whether what Rabbit said was true or false. However, the law of the world has always been that the strong prey on the weak. Whether it is the misty forest or other places, risk and reward always coexist. To obtain the fertile spring, he must inevitably face the dangers of the misty forest. What are you afraid of, Bunny? Ziyun spoke again. With the strength of me and Sister Xiaobai, would we be afraid of a mere misty forest? Yes, Bunny. To successfully evolve, you inevitably have to face some dangers. Little White said to her meaningfully. Ziyun and I were able to successfully evolve into elites. Every time because our master led us to risk our lives and snatched opportunities back from the brink of death. Sister Xiaobai. Rabbit's eyes sparkled as she looked at Little White's confident face, and a sense of admiration unconsciously rose in her heart. At this moment, Libo smiled and comforted the rabbit. Don't worry, Bunny. Although you might encounter high-level pets in the misty forest, don't forget we have Little White who can fly. If we can't beat them, we can just run away. Whoosh. Little White's sister is flying so fast. Ziyun laughed from the side. Everyone. Seeing her companions comfort her so warmly, Rabbit was moved to tears. She quickly shook off the shadow in her mind and said with a firm look in her eyes, All right, young master, let's go to the misty forest. Rabbit will lead the way. This is my good pet. Libo affectionately rubbed the rabbit's head. Could you take me with you? Amidst their laughter and banter, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Strange. Am I hard of hearing? I can hear meowing again. Ziyun scratched her head in confusion. Ziyun, you heard right, it's her. Xiaobai frowned slightly and looked out onto the balcony. Whoosh. Suddenly, a white figure leaped up from below the balcony. Meow. Libo looked over in surprise, and the newcomer was none other than Meow Meow, who had fought against Ziyun during the day. Unlike her previous cheerful and mischievous demeanor, Meow Meow now looked dejected, with tear stains still on her face, as if she had been crying for a long time. What are you doing here? Didn't you get enough of a beating this afternoon? Saw Meow Meow. She immediately rolled up her sleeves, walked angrily toward Meow Meow, and raised her fist as if she was about to punch her. However, the Meow did not flinch. Ziyun, if you're not satisfied, keep hitting me. Anyway, Xiaoxue doesn't want me anymore. Walla, just kill me already. Seeing Meow Meow suddenly burst into tears, Ziyun lowered her raised fist and said somewhat helplessly, Hey, what are you doing? I won't pity you. Meow Meow, what did you just say? Xiaoxue doesn't want you anymore. Libo said with some surprise. Meow Meow wiped away her tears and said, her voice choked with sobs. Xiaoxue said that my heart is too wild and she can't hold me back. She also said that since I like you so much, I might as well come to you. So you came here? Libo was speechless. But how did you know my home address? Libo asked curiously, because he flew home on Little White flying, and Meow Meow definitely couldn't follow him. Meow Meow's pretty face flushed red. When Xiaoxue entered Ziyun's consciousness just now, she knew that you had bought a new home here. So, she came looking for you. As they spoke, Meow Meow cast a pleading look at Libo. Take me in, considering I gave you my first time. Chapter 92, Clever Meow Meow. Absolutely not. Ziyun immediately blocked his way. Brother Libo already has the three of us. That's enough. We don't need you to join us. At this moment, Xiaobai calmly said, Meow, to be fair, you're far too willful. Even if your owner takes you in, you're bound to do even more outrageous things in the future. Little White, I promise you, I will behave myself and never misbehave again. Meow Meow swore. This? Xiaobai didn't know how to answer for a moment, and then turned her gaze to Libo. Meow Meow, I see that the contract on you is still there, so it seems that Xiaoxue didn't really want to abandon you. She was just saying it in anger. You should go back as soon as possible, Libo advised. No. Meow Meow shook her head frantically. Xiaoshua's mental strength is very weak right now, and she's also angry. If she sees me again, she'll definitely be agitated. So, I have to wait until Xiaoshua recovers before I can go back. That's true. Li Bo fell into deep thought. Mu Aoshua had already suffered a great loss of energy from using the tide of longing, and today she had suffered another blow. If Miao Miao went back now, it would definitely affect her mental state, and she might even go crazy. Although Li Bo harbored resentment towards her, she was, after all, a woman he had deeply loved, and he did not wish for anything to happen to Mu Aoshua. Seeing that Li Bo was wavering, Miao Miao pressed her advantage and said, Beastmasters, aren't you going to the Misty Forest? It's very dangerous there. Take me with you. It will increase our combat strength. Who would trust you? What if you don't listen to me? Ziyun was the first to stand up and object. I promise I'll be obedient. Miao Miao said with a serious expression. If you're not comfortable with that, you can have a beast tamer form a contract with me. That way they can control my actions. A contract? Ziyun scoffed. You have Mu Aoshua's contract with you. So how can brotherly Bo form a contract with you? Upon hearing this, Xiaobai covered her mouth and chuckled. Ziyun, perhaps Master really does have this ability. As the first pet beast to follow Li Bo, Xiaobai was well aware of its master's abnormal abilities and contracts. Even from a great distance, one can unilaterally contract wild pets into the beast taming space. Who knows, we might actually be able to forcibly contract someone else's pet. Hey, Sister Xiaobai, now that you mention it, I remember the day I was contracted by brotherly Bo. He didn't ask for my consent at all, and I was inexplicably contracted into his beast taming space. Ziyun suddenly realized. All right, when young master made a contract with me yesterday, it seemed to be mandatory. Rabbit added. After saying that, the beast girls all turned their gazes to Li Bo. No, why are you all staring at me? Li Bo looked speechless. The problem now isn't whether I can make a contract, okay? Although the system-given talent, Succubus Holy Body, grants him the ability to forcibly contract with other beast tamers' female pets, Li Bo has never tried to contract with other people's pets. After all, it just feels a little strange to take someone else's pet, with whom you've already developed a bond, under your own control. Seemingly guessing Li Bo's thoughts, Miao Miao's eyes darted around, and she said, Beastmaster, if you mind, you can form a short-term contract with me. A short-term contract? Li Bo looked at Miao Miao with a puzzled expression. Miao Miao nodded. While I'm serving you, I'll do whatever you tell me to do. You'll need manpower for the Misty Forest anyway, so why not have an extra fighter? You can terminate the contract once Xiaoshua has recovered from her grief. Hehe, aren't you afraid that doing this will damage your mental strength? Li Bo said. Will cause some psychological trauma to both the beast tamer and the beast, but it is not a problem for Li Bo, who is at full mental strength. Hearing this, Miao Miao smiled and said, Mental power? As a psychic-type pet, mental power is the last thing I lack. Even so, brotherly Bo has no reason to form a contract with you. Ziyun said. Ziyun, isn't it premature for you to say that? Miao Miao looked at Li Bo with a mysterious smile. What if I told you I knew the dew of life needed for rabbit evolution? What? You know about the dew of life? Miao Miao with a shocked expression. She didn't seem to be faking it, and then said, You're not kidding me, are you, Miao Miao? Why would I lie to you? Beastmaster, I heard your conversation just now. Even if you found the fertile spring in the Misty Forest, without the dew of life, you still can't evolve a rabbit. Miao Miao grinned mischievously. This, Li Bo hesitated. Although he didn't know if what Miao Miao said was true or false, she was right. The dew of life was one of the keys to evolution, and he still had no clue about it. So he didn't want to miss even the slightest chance of finding the dew of life. Miao, tell me first, what is the dew of life? Then I'll consider whether or not to take you with me. Li Bo said earnestly. Beast tamer, do you think I'm a 3-year-old child? Miao Miao snorted. If I tell you, you'll know how to get it. What if you don't take me with you? Upon hearing this, Li Bo couldn't help but feel curious. According to Miao Miao, this dew of life didn't seem to be anything rare. At this moment, Miao Miao spoke up again. It's very simple. You form a contract with me first. Then I'll tell you about the dew of life. Anyway, you won't lose out. Li Bo remained silent, turning his head to glance at his 3 pet beasts. If Miao Miao really has any clues, it wouldn't be a problem to keep her around for a while. After all, the Misty Forest is full of dangers, and Miao Miao's abilities can be of great help. Little White said calmly for the first time. Little White, you're so kind, Miao Miao said with a grateful expression. If it weren't for the rabbit's evolution, I wouldn't want her coming with us. Ziyun turned her head to the side, and although she was somewhat unwilling, she accepted the condition. Young master. Rabbit looked at Li Bo with a deeply moved expression, her eyes already brimming with tears. Seeing that none of the three pets objected, Li Bo was no longer worried that Meow Meow would start fighting if she joined the team. He said, "In that case, I'll give it a try? Meow, look into my eyes." Meow Meow paused for a moment, then said, "Oh," and stared intently into Li Bo's captivating eyes. Contract successful. Congratulations, host. You can now control the Phantom Moon Cat's actions. Holy crap, that's amazing. Directly contract his opponent's female pet during a battle. Wouldn't he be furious? I now have 2 beast tamers. Meow Meow looked at her hands in disbelief. Li Bo's contract and Xiao Shue's contract were not mutually exclusive. In other words, they could both command her to fight. This doesn't make sense. The contract is unique. Could it be because they've combined their powers? Thinking of this, a hint of excitement appeared on Meow Meow's face. All right, now, you should tell me what the dew of life is, right? Li Bo asked. Hey. Meow Meow gave a strange laugh. Beast Tamer, have you forgotten that you once used the dew of life on me? Chapter 93, Miasma Forest. What? I used it on you. Li Bo didn't react for a moment and wondered if Meow Meow was delirious due to a fever. Xiaobai and Tutu looked at each other with innocent expressions, but Ziyun suddenly showed a very strange expression. No way. Ziyun's mouth dropped open. How come I didn't think of that? Because I am a superhuman. I can clearly sense the vibrant life force within. Meow said with a touch of pride. Seeing that Ziyun and Meow Meow were talking in a confusing way, Tutu looked at Xiaobai with a puzzled expression. What are you two sisters discussing? At this moment, Xiaobai finally realized what was happening. After a moment of stunned silence, she sighed meaningfully. Rabbit, I didn't expect you to be so lucky. Neither Ziyun nor I have ever received such treatment. Lucky, Rabbit said innocently. Sister Xiaobai, you've confused me. Li Bo stroked his chin, looking at the wonderful expressions on the faces of the beast girls. Even if he was innocent, he could guess what the evolution material was. You system, you're really wicked. I knew you weren't anything legitimate. Li Bo was speechless, staring at the still bewildered, innocent Rabbit, and was at a loss for what to do. If the person he was talking to was Xiaobai or Ziyun, he wouldn't feel so awkward. After all, they've been together for so long, and they're just one step away from making their relationship official. But Rabbit had only been with him for less than 2 days, and he was already trying to lay his hands on her. Li Bo really couldn't bear it. Seeing Li Bo's embarrassment, Meow Meow and Ziyun exchanged a knowing glance, and then both of them revealed a strange smile. Ziyun walked to Rabbit's side and asked softly, Bunny, do you want to evolve and become stronger? Of course I want to. Sister Ziyun, Rabbit wants to become as amazing as you too. Rabbit said earnestly. That's right. Ziyun smiled mischievously, then whispered a few words in Rabbit's ear. Oh. Rabbit's face flushed bright red, almost dripping with embarrassment. She clenched her fists and bit her crystal-clear lips tightly, saying, Sister Ziyun, really do we have to do this? Doesn't the bunny want to become stronger? Of course I'd like to, but, Rabbit glanced shyly at Li Bo. I'm afraid you wouldn't agree, young master. At this moment, Meow Meow walked up to Li Bo and said with a smile, Beastmaster, what's wrong? You can't even afford to use these evolution materials on Rabbit? She's your precious pet. Do you even need to tell me? Li Bo's face darkened, then he sighed. I'm afraid. Rabbit isn't ready. Rabbit suddenly raised her head, mustered all her courage, and said, I'm ready, young master. No? Bunny, what are you doing? Li Bo was quite surprised. Don't let Ziyun lead you astray. As long as I can become stronger, I'll do anything. Rabbit looked at Li Bo with unwavering determination. Anyway, I will belong to you sooner or later, young master. After saying that, Rabbit lowered her head shyly, her face turning red. What are you waiting for? Let's take action. After saying that, Ziyun pushed the rabbit into the house. Now, all that's missing for the rabbit to evolve is the fertile spring soil in the misty forest. For safety's sake, Li Bo went to the equipment shop early the next morning and bought some basic protective gear. After dressing them properly, he led his 4 pets straight to the misty forest. The misty forest is located in the northernmost part of Shanghai City. The mountain roads are rugged, and it is secluded and deserted all year round. If you were to use conventional transportation, it would take a whole day and night to get there. However, because Li Bo had a dragon, his travel efficiency was much higher. Little White carried him, and they were almost at the top of the misty forest. The rabbit stood on Li Bo's shoulder in its pet form, its pink paws gripping Li Bo's clothes tightly, its ears blowing askew in the wind. Li Bo said to her, Rabbit, the fertile spring soil greatly benefits plant growth, So we need to change our approach and find the most lush area of vegetation in the misty forest to have a chance of discovering the fertile spring soil. An area with lush vegetation? Rabbit blinked her big eyes and said in a clear, crisp voice, "Young master, there is a spot in the misty forest where the trees grow very thick and strong, and many pet beasts live there. You might want to take a look." Upon hearing this, Li Bo's eyes lit up with joy. "That's great. Does Rabbit know where it is?" Rabbit lowered her eyes and looked at the thick fog shrouding the misty forest, saying somewhat dejectedly, "I know, but the fog is too thick, and the misty forest is too vast, so Rabbit can't determine the direction yet." "That's true." Li Bo nodded, noticing that visibility had decreased significantly since Xiaobai entered the misty forest. Misty forest below seemed shrouded in a thick gray veil, making it impossible to see the ground. Li Bo frowned and said, "Looks like we still have to go back to the surface." "Yes." Rabbit nodded. Rabbit is very familiar with the scent of the forest. "Once we're on the ground, I can use the scent to lead you to that place." "In that case," Little White, fly down into the forest. At Li Bo's command, Xiaobai carried him and plunged down. As they got closer to the ground, the fog in the misty forest became increasingly thick. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed through the mist. The dark figure stirred up a gust of wind, almost blowing Little White away. "Master, there are enemies," Xiaobai said in a serious tone. Li Bo frowned and quickly said, "We've been intercepted. Halt the dive." Little White quickly steadied itself, flapped its giant white wings, and carefully sensed its opponent's movements in the mist. "Little White's sister. She's up there," Rabbit hurriedly reminded her. The next second, there was a whoosh. A huge black vulture suddenly emerged from the thick fog above Xiaobai's head, its wingspan reaching a full 10 meters, and swooped down on Li Bo's back. This vulture had bloodshot eyes that gleamed with a bloodthirsty light, and its sharp claws were as large as scythes, making it look incredibly terrifying. "Man-eating vultures," Li Bo exclaimed in surprise. Chapter 94, Man-eating vultures. Name, Man-eating vulture. Gender, male. Attribute, flight. Rank, elite tier 3. Potential, elite. Skills, black feather arrow, intermediate. Claw strike, intermediate. Pounce, intermediate. Magical wind wall, advanced. Description: a ferocious beast that preys on humans. The man-eating vulture enjoys torturing its prey. Be careful not to get caught by it. In the instant the man-eating vulture suddenly attacked, Little White quickly flipped over. Dragon Claw Splitter. Swish. Little White quickly crossed its claws and unleashed 2 gusts of wind, heading straight for the man-eating vulture. Seeing Xiaobai react so quickly, the man-eating vulture was startled. Because it was diving too fast, it couldn't avoid Xiaobai's unexpected attack. Thud! Claw struck the man-eating vulture squarely, sending black feathers flying everywhere. The man-eating vulture let out a hoarse cry, then turned and disappeared into the thick fog. They ran away already? After regaining his balance, Xiaobai looked at the scene with some confusion. Li Bo, however, looked solemn, because he knew that a ferocious beast like the man-eating vulture would never give up its gift just because it was slightly injured. Magic wind wall. Suddenly realizing something, Li Bo's expression changed. "Oh no, there's one more. Xiaobai, use hailstorm immediately." "What?" Although it didn't understand why its master suddenly issued the attack command, Xiaobai still obediently flapped its wings and emitted hail. Sure enough, the next second, from the thick fog below, another elite level 2 man-eating vulture leaped out. However, what greeted it was a sky full of enormous hailstones of varying shapes. The man-eating vulture thought victory was assured, but it never expected such an unexpected turn of events. Before it could even react, whoosh. The merciless hailstones rained down, striking the featherless head of the man-eating vulture, causing it to scream in agony. Before long, the man-eating vulture was suppressed and disappeared into the thick fog. Taking advantage of this time, Li Bo simply summoned Ziyun and Miao Miao to his side. The purple cloud itself floated, appearing and disappearing among the clouds. Miao Miao stood beside Li Bo, saying, "I'll protect you, Beast Tamer." "Master, how did you know there was another man-eating vulture?" Little White asked. Li Bo narrowed his eyes. That man-eating vulture just now could use a magical wind wall, and this skill requires 2 flying pets to work together to unleash it. "No wonder. Master is truly a genius," Little White said admiringly. "Heh, if I'm not mistaken, those 2 man-eating vultures were a couple. We've fallen into their trap," Li Bo sneered. As he spoke, a whooshing sound suddenly filled the space around Li Bo. As the thick fog gradually dissipated, 2 pairs of scarlet eyes, one on the left and one on the right, were staring intently at Li Bo. They were the man-eating vultures from before. Both vultures were covered in blood and looked extremely angry. Just as Li Bo was carefully examining them, the system suddenly sent a notification. Upgrade quest. Kill the cannibalistic vulture couple. You've come at the perfect time. A murderous glint appeared in Li Bo's eyes. Swish, swish, swish. Suddenly, two man-eating vultures swiftly fired black, feathered arrows at Li Bo from the left and right, surrounding him with a dense barrage of black arrows. Meow Meow used the super mirror. Li Bo decisively gave instructions. Meow Meow licked her lips. I love your assertive side. Suddenly, her eyes emitted an eerie green light, and a series of transparent square mirrors quickly appeared around Xiaobai, forming a huge ring. The superpowered mirror was smooth and shiny, and the countless black feather arrows were quickly bounced back the moment they touched it. The two man-eating vultures had never seen such a bizarre skill before. When they saw all the arrows they had fired flying back, they were startled and quickly flapped their giant wings to fly away. However, their tails were still inevitably pierced by some black, feathered arrows, and blood spurted out and sprayed into the air. Disappeared again? Li Bo cursed the cunning of the two man-eating vultures in his heart. In a normal battle, he was confident that he could take them down in a few moves, but in this dense fog, they were much more difficult to deal with. With a whoosh, a vulture suddenly appeared from the clouds above and behind Little White, stretching out its long, thick talons to grab Little White. Brother Li Bo, be careful. Ziyun swiftly extended 4 dark nooses from the clouds, attempting to intercept the man-eating vulture. Unexpectedly, the vulture directly extended its scythe-shaped claws, forcefully shattering the dark nooses. And I'm here too. Meow Meow protected Li Bo from behind and quickly fired a spirit arrow, aiming it at the man-eating vulture. Sensing the powerful aura emanating from the meow, the man-eating vulture dared not be careless at all. It quickly flapped its wings and unleashed a gust of wind to dispel the mental arrow. Although the vulture's ambush failed, its mate cleverly stepped in from behind and was behind Little White in the blink of an eye. Enraged by the repeated attacks, Xiaobai, before Li Bo could even give a command, used its frostblade tail to slam the man-eating vulture squarely on the head. Thud! By Xiaobai's dragon tail, which was filled with solid ice, the man-eating vulture let out a mournful cry. Its head was instantly ripped open and blood flowed freely. It then plunged back into the thick fog. Still trying to hide. Li Bo let out a cold laugh and shouted, Little White, Blizzard, disperse the thick fog. Yes, master. Xiaobai's azure eyes suddenly flashed with a chilling light, and its huge dragon wings flapped wildly, instantly unleashing a fierce blizzard. The thick fog in the air quickly dissipated under the onslaught of the blizzard, and the surrounding scenery gradually became clear. The bodies of the two man-eating vultures were completely exposed to the air, their feathers ruffled by the blizzard and covered in frost. Seeing the growth, a look of fear flashed in the eyes of the two man-eating vultures, but after exchanging a glance, they did not intend to flee. Clearly, they didn't want to let go of Li Bo, this delicious treat that had been delivered right to their doorstep. Suddenly, the pair of vultures spread their wings violently and began to circle Little White rapidly from a distance. So they finally used the magic wind wall. Li Bo frowned, staring intently at the scene. The two man-eating vultures spun faster and faster, and a gale gathered around them, forming a huge, eerie wall of wind that enveloped Li Bo and his companions. The wind wall resembled an apocalyptic tornado, possessing a destructive force. Li Bo's hair was whipped around inside, and even Xiaobai almost lost his balance, hurriedly flapping his wings to try and maintain his equilibrium. This scene unfolded in the blink of an eye. The two man-eating vultures worked together perfectly, and the magical wind wall they unleashed was far more powerful than ordinary high-level skills. Swish, swish, swish. Before Li Bo could react, countless black-feathered arrows rapidly emerged from the massive wind wall and attacked him. With the added power of the wind wall, the black-feathered arrows blotted out the sky, not only increasing in number by more than tenfold, but also emitting a dark, cold light and moving at an incredibly fast speed. Meow Meow dared not be careless and once again gathered the super mirror to defend the surroundings. But this time the black feather arrow was incredibly powerful. Although the super mirror has the effect of reflecting the attack, it has a certain limit to what it can withstand. The relentless onslaught of black feathered arrows resembling locusts, Meow Meow, also seemed to be struggling to keep up. Click! Suddenly, the superpowered mirror showed signs of cracking. Chapter 95 Thunder Roar. Seeing this, Ziyun decisively unleashed a thunderbolt at the wind wall. But because the man-eating vulture couple moved too fast, all her thunderbolts missed. The icy spikes that Xiaobai fired were completely absorbed by the wind wall, just like a mud ox sinking into the sea. Large beads of sweat appeared on the cat's forehead. Beastmaster, I can't hold on much longer. Please think of something. Suddenly, a crisp bang. A hole exploded in the super-powered mirror in front of Li Bo. A black, feathered arrow flew straight at Li Bo's face. Rabbit reacted quickly, concentrating to summon flying leaf blades and blocking the black feather arrow. Li Bo calmly considered his options. Now that the wind wall has been erected, it will be very difficult to break through it by force. In addition, the two man-eating vultures are working together seamlessly. At this critical moment, the only way is to break their tacit understanding. That's it. We can use the interference skill. Li Bo, on a sudden inspiration, quickly said to Meow Meow. Meow, can you still unleash the soul-sealing wave? Meow replied with difficulty, gritting her teeth. I'm afraid it won't work, Beastmaster. If I get distracted by the soul-sealing wave, the super mirror will explode completely. That's true. Li Bo stroked his chin, then suddenly seemed to remember something and quickly turned his gaze to Ziyun. After Ziyun evolved, it learned a Thunder Roar skill, but it hasn't been used yet. I don't know if it will be effective. Li Bo quickly opened the Ziyun information panel. Thunder Roar. Inherited from the Thunder Saber-Toothed Tiger, this roar unleashes a ring-shaped sonic wave that temporarily deafens and confuses enemies. The power of a roar. Li Bo's face lit up with joy. Perhaps it can break through the wind barrier from the inside. Having made up his mind, Li Bo decisively issued the order. Ziyun, use Thunder Roar. No problem, Brother Li Bo, Ziyun said obediently, and then red lightning flowers kept flashing and jumping on her dark purple body. These lightning bolts, as if possessing a mind of their own, frantically converged above Ziyun's body. As the lightning gradually coalesced into a gigantic phantom of a pet beast, Li Bo's eyes widened in astonishment. This is a Thunder Saber-Toothed Tiger. Although it was formed by the convergence of electric light, the majestic and imposing figure of the Thunder Saber-Toothed Tiger was not hard to discern from its outline. The two saber teeth were terrifying, as if they could easily tear everything apart, and a powerful sense of oppression immediately came over us. Even a mere phantom has such a powerful aura. I really don't know how terrifying this Thunder Saber-Toothed Tiger must have been at its peak. Li Bo exclaimed in astonishment. As the phantom of the Thunder Saber-Toothed Tiger coalesced, a deafening roar suddenly erupted from its mouth. The howling sound, mixed with deafening thunder, transformed into a huge ring-shaped sound wave that swept towards the wind wall formed by the man-eating vulture couple. So powerful. This power, it's probably comparable to a high-level sonic skill. Li Bo exclaimed in surprise. Rumble. The wind wall began to tremble violently under the impact of the powerful sound waves, and in an instant, it was riddled with holes. At this moment, Li Bo could already spot the man-eating vulture couple with his naked eye. After being struck by the thunder, they were already in a state of confusion and their bodies were swaying precariously. Kill them. A cold glint flashed in Li Bo's eyes. Ziyun first targeted the trajectory of the pair of man-eating vultures, and then decisively launched two dark nooses. Whoosh! The throats of the two man-eating vultures were instantly pierced by sharp nooses, blood splattering everywhere, and they were fixed in the air by Ziyun. Seeing that it still had a breath of life, Meow Meow and Little White each finished it off. Meow Meow's crescent slash severed the head of one man-eating vulture, while another was riddled with holes by Little White's frost rifle. During this time, Ziyun once again extended two nooses and pulled out the crystal cores of the two man-eating vultures, then handed them to Li Bo. Great job, everyone, Li Bo said with delight. At this moment, 3 messages about pet upgrades also appeared on the system screen. Frosty Ice Dragon Upgrade. Elite Stage 4. Phantom Moon Cat Upgrade. Elite Stage 3. Shadow Thundercloud Upgrade. Elite Stage 3. That rabbit didn't get upgraded. After all, the ordinary 9th Dan had already reached the bottleneck of her current form. She would have to evolve to break through the level. As for Meow Meow's upgrade, that was something Li Bo hadn't expected. At this moment, feeling a sudden increase in her strength, Meow Meow stared at her hands in disbelief. What's going on? Didn't I just level up a few days ago? How did I break through again so quickly? Hehe. You've really hit the jackpot by following my brother Li Bo. Ziyun pouted and said something. I see. Meow Meow looked at Li Bo with a surprised expression. Thank you, Beast Tamer. Although he had won the battle against the man-eating vulture, Li Bo's eyes became even more vigilant. We encountered such a change before even entering the misty forest. It seems this place is indeed more dangerous than I imagined. Master, are we going to the forest now? Little White suddenly asked. Go, but be careful, Xiaobai. Li Bo earnestly instructed. Okay. Little White nodded and slowly descended into the forest. Soon, Li Bo and his companions arrived at the secluded interior of the misty forest. The place is still shrouded in mist. If an ordinary beast tamer came here, he would definitely get lost and be unable to find his way. Fortunately, Rabbit grew up in the misty forest and is quite familiar with the place. With her keen sense of smell, Rabbit led the way for Li Bo and the other 3 beast girls. Rabbit, are you sure you can find that place? Li Bo asked curiously. The rabbit sniffed the pink nose and nodded at Li Bo. Young master, although we landed quite far off course, with a few more tries, we should be able to find the rabbit. Rabbit, Li Bo and his group walked through the misty forest for a while. Surprisingly, the forest was unusually quiet. Along the way, there were no attacks from pets, and not even a single living creature could be seen. Suddenly, as if it had smelled something terrifying, the rabbit's fur stood on end, and it jumped onto Li Bo in a panic. What's wrong, Bunny? Young master, I'm scared. Rabbit's voice trembled slightly. Afraid? Did you encounter a pet in mortal danger? Li Bo stopped and asked. At this moment, Xiaobai frowned and said, Snake. Chapter 96 Colorful Scale Python. Snake. Li Bo was taken aback. No wonder the rabbit was scared. But if she knew that Xiaobai was also evolved from a snake, I wonder what her expression would be. Rustling. As they were speaking, a brightly colored snake head suddenly emerged from the bushes ahead, flicking its tongue and glaring menacingly at Li Bo and the others. A mantis snake. Name, Mandragora. Gender, female. Attribute, poison. Level, common rank 6. Potential, elite. Status, alert. Skills, entangling roots, beginner, venom, beginner. Description, a colorful snake-like pet. Don't be fooled by its beautiful appearance. It's highly venomous. At this moment, Mandragora snakes kept poking their heads out all around Li Bo. They were everywhere, on tree branches and on the grass. It seems we've trespassed into the territory of the man-man snake. Li Bo said somewhat dejectedly. Although he didn't know their purpose, the sheer number of manta rays, constantly flicking their tongues, still made Li Bo feel somewhat uneasy. By this time, the snakes had completely surrounded Li Bo and his companions, and the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Rabbit clung to Li Bo's sleeve in great fear, clearly harboring a genetic fear of snakes. Young master, don't be afraid, Bunny. Xiaobai took a step forward, coldly scanning the surrounding man-man snakes. An invisible pressure emanated from her, which was the skilled dragon's might. Sensing the incomparably noble bloodline power emanating from Xiaobai, these man-man snakes simultaneously stiffened, their eyes revealing fear. Some of the mantis snakes quickly lost their footing and fell off the branches, while the others shrank back but made no move to leave. Seeing this, Xiaobai's eyes flashed with coldness as he spoke. What should we do, master? Should we kill them? At this moment, Li Bo narrowed his eyes. These man-eating snakes don't seem to be planning to attack us. Just as the atmosphere reached a stalemate, an even more intense commotion came from the woods. Looking into the distance, Li Bo could see the grass and trees swaying constantly, as if a large beast was approaching. Master, an even more powerful snake. Xiaobai's gaze sharpened, and at the same time, Ziyu Miao Miao also assumed a fighting stance. As the commotion grew louder, a huge, multicolored python slowly slithered out of the forest. This colorful python was as thick as a bucket, with a body exceeding 10 meters in length. Its scales were multicolored and shimmered with a strange light, giving it an imposing presence. Name, colorful scale python. Gender, female. Attribute, poison. Rank, elite 5. Potential, elite. Status, mild. Skills, slap, beginner. Hiss, beginner. Death coil, intermediate. Rainbow venom, intermediate. Description, evolved from the Mandragora, this python has an extremely strong territorial instinct. Its fangs are coated with highly corrosive, iridescent venom. However, this colorful python seems to be showing you friendliness. A rainbow-scaled python. Li Bo quickly assessed the information about the giant python in front of him. Seeing that it did not show any malice, he gestured for Xiaobai and the others not to act rashly. The colorful python stopped not far in front of Li Bo, and its expression froze when it saw Xiaobai. She looked at Li Bo, constantly flicking her scarlet tongue, as if trying to convey some message. Li Bo stared at Xiaobai, completely bewildered. Little White, do you understand what it means? Master, different kinds of snake pets speak different languages, but from what I hear, it seems she needs our help. Little White replied. Do they need our help? Li Bo stroked his chin and examined the colorful python. Seeing that it was still struggling to flick its tongue at him, it did seem to be facing some kind of difficulty. So Li Bo beckoned to the colorful python. Come here. The colorful python was taken aback at first, then moved its body and slowly glided towards Li Bo. As he approached, Li Bo said, Lower your head. The colorful python obediently lowered its head. Li Bo placed his right hand on its head, and then a gentle light flashed, instantly transforming the colorful python into a beast girl. The python's hair was as colorful as its skin, like a magnificent rainbow. Its face was fair and delicate, and its eyes were long and bright, sparkling with a mysterious light. She had a stunning figure, and was draped in a thin gauze that looked like it had been shed from snakeskin, revealing glimpses of her alluring figure. The colorful python first looked at its own transformation in disbelief, feeling incredibly surprised by the abilities Li Bo possessed. The colorful python knelt gracefully on the ground, its voice soft yet tinged with urgency. Your Excellency, please save me and my people. Save you? Li Bo was still completely confused, then helped her up and said, Whatever you want to say, get up first. The colorful scaled python slowly stood up, its face pleading. My lord, Kai Lin has been waiting for you here for a long time. Only you can save my people. You've been waiting for me for a long time. Li Bo looked at her, puzzled. How did you know I would come here? To be honest, sir, I saw your entire battle in the air from the tree. Those man-eating vultures are incredibly powerful and often hunt mantis snakes for food. They are the biggest threat to our clan in the air. At this point, Kai Lin sighed. Now that the aerial threat has been resolved, there are still powerful enemies on the ground that prey on us. I rushed here because I saw how strong you are, hoping to seek your help. After listening to the colorful python's explanation, Li Bo finally understood its intentions. It had come to find him to be its henchman. Li Bo shook his head. I think you're overestimating my abilities. If even you, an elite level 5 fighter, can't handle this opponent, how can my pets, whose levels aren't even as high as yours, possibly help you eliminate the enemy? The opponent's level is only elite level 7. With your abilities, dealing with it is absolutely no problem for you. If Kai Lin's poison hadn't been ineffective against it, we wouldn't be here begging you. Even so, I don't want to risk the lives of my pets. After saying that, Li Bo nodded to Xiao Bai and the others, and prepared to turn and leave. Seeing Li Bo about to leave, Kai Lin gritted her teeth and resolutely said, If you, my lord, can help our race quell this crisis, Kai Lin is willing to offer you the most precious treasure, the snake breath grass, that I have nurtured for many years. Boom. Suddenly, during their conversation, a huge, earth-colored, bear-like pet suddenly burst out of the dense forest. It was imposing, standing 7 or 8 meters tall, with bloodshot eyes that exuded a violent and bloodthirsty aura. The moment it appeared, the huge brown bear casually ripped several datura snakes off a nearby tree. Then the brown bear, treating them like spicy snacks, stuffed them all into its mouth. Chapter 97 Killing the Earth-Splitting Bear. Name, Earth-Splitter Bear. Gender, male. Attributes, ground soil. Rank, Elite 7. Potential, Elite. Status, Hungry. Skills, Burst, Intermediate. Protection, Intermediate. Mighty Punch, Intermediate. Earthbind, Intermediate. Earth Shield, Advanced. Description: the Earthshaker has an astonishing appetite, capable of consuming up to 1 ton of food a day. Its thick layer of fat provides it with formidable defense. Furthermore, Earthshakers are extremely possessive of their food, so do not disturb them while they are eating. It's a rift bear. Li Bo's eyes narrowed. This earth-splitting bear was incredibly tall, with arms thicker than tree trunks. When it chewed on the man-man snake, greedy saliva flowed from the corners of its mouth like a jet of water. The earth-splitting bear saw the leader of the man-man snakes, the rainbow-scaled python. Its eyes nearly popped out of its head. You beast! How dare you harm my people? Seeing the earth-splitting bear devour the man-man snake, the rainbow-scaled python's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. It seems we have no choice but to fight. Li Bo looked at Kai Lin and said, Just now, do you still stand by your word? The rainbow-scaled python nodded, its expression earnest, and said, If you can kill this earth-splitting bear, rainbow-scaled python will offer the snake breath grass with both hands. Roar! At this moment, the earth-splitting bear pounded its chest with both fists and let out a terrifying roar. Then it unleashed a burst of speed, charging towards Li Bo and his group with its elbows pointed at it. Under the brute force of the earth-splitting bear, rows of giant trees, each as thick as an adult's embrace, were repeatedly smashed and snapped, producing loud, cracking sounds. Master, be careful. Xiaobai transformed into a giant dragon and quickly carried Li Bo away from the dangerous attack. Meow Meow remained motionless, facing the direction from which the Earthshaker turned, its eerie green eyes gleaming with an unsettling light. She decisively initiated the hypnosis. The Earth Bear was affected, and its movements slowed down immediately, looking drowsy. Meow Meow seized the opportunity, its sharp claws extended, and it moved nimbly between the trees. Approached the Earth Bear's body. She leaped up and unleashed the skill, Tear Claw. However, to its surprise, just as her claws were about to touch the face of the Earth Cutter, the bear suddenly regained its senses, and its eyes became incredibly sharp. How could that be? Clearly, Meow Meow didn't expect the Earth Bear to wake up from its hypnotic state. The next second, the Earth-splitting bear suddenly threw out a giant fist, sending Meow Meow flying into a tree 10 meters away. Meow, this guy will protect you. Hypnosis won't work on him, Li Bo said solemnly. The shelter grants it immunity to negative effects for a period of time, which allows it to recklessly devour highly venomous mandrills. Brother Li Bo, let me do it. At this moment, the purple cloud, which had been hidden in the air, suddenly made its move. 4 dark nooses, carrying a strong aura of death, stretched out towards the earth-splitting bear. Upon seeing this, the earth-splitting bear repeatedly used its powerful fists to quickly knock away the sharp nooses. But Xion, who had already mastered the dark ropes, was not so easily dealt with. After the 4 chains were knocked away, they immediately transformed into entanglements, flexibly and quickly binding the body of the earth-splitting bear tightly. Realizing it had been tricked, the earth-splitter bear roared and struggled wildly. Well done, little purple cloud. Meow Meow wiped the blood from the corner of its mouth, and the green light in its eyes reappeared. It concentrated on using its telekinesis to forcibly suspend the earth-splitter bear in the air. Xiaobai, use the cold lamp strike to kill him. A murderous intent surged in Li Bo's eyes. Understood, master. Xiaobai's gaze quickly locked onto the earth-splitting bear hovering in midair, and then a series of sharp, long, narrow eye spikes shot out in unison. Without exception, all of these icy spikes pierced the earthcrack bear's body with perfect precision, turning it into a hedgehog. However, to Li Bo's surprise, after being attacked by the combined forces of the 3 pet beasts, the earth-splitting bear showed no signs of dying, and its fighting spirit intensified. Roar! The earth-splittering bear let out a heart-wrenching howl that echoed through the forest. Then its eyes turned bloodshot, and the chains of the purple cloud showed signs of bursting as it struggled. Bang bang! With 4 crisp cracks in succession, the earth-splitting bear actually managed to break through the dark rope with brute force. Then, its body trembled violently, and the dense, cold spikes were shot out, with blood gushing out from its wounds. Damn, they're really tough. Li Bo cursed under his breath, seeing that the earth-splitting bear's eyes were bloodshot. It must have been completely enraged. Everyone be careful. Li Bo quickly warned the pet beasts. Unexpectedly, the next second, the earth-splitting bear quickly turned its gaze and stared intently at Li Bo on Little White's body. Immediately afterwards, huge, thick earth tentacles sprouted up from the ground where Xiaobai was standing, like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. Li Bo reacted quickly and noticed this scene. It's using Earthbind. Little White, fly away. Upon hearing this, Little White quickly spread its wings, trying to leave the ground. However, the forest was dense with vegetation and numerous obstacles, making it impossible for Xiaobai's massive body to maneuver freely. Before it could fly more than a few meters, its feet were quickly grabbed by the mud tentacles, which yanked Little White off the ground. Seeing that its wicked plan had succeeded, a cunning glint flashed in the earth-splitting bear's eyes, and then it used its explosive charge to ram into Little White again. Oomph, what a pipe dream. Li Bo sneered. The earth-splittering bear charged recklessly, and just as it ran to within 5 meters of Little White. Purple clouds. Crimson Thunder Prison. Li Bo shouted. A deafening roar. Suddenly, a huge circular lightning array descended from the sky above the earth-splitting bear, completely enveloping it. Splittering bear couldn't stop in time and crashed headfirst into the edge of the lightning array, trembling all over from the electric shock. Realizing something was wrong, it quickly retreated and hid in the center of the minefield. Looking up, he saw an eerie purple cloud looming menacingly over his head. Boom! Striking straight at the skull of the earth-splitting bear. Unexpectedly, the earth-splitting bear suddenly conjured an earth-colored shield in its hand, which it quickly held above its head, absorbing the lightning that Zi Yun had unleashed. Oh, Earth Shield. Li Bo narrowed his eyes and saw that this guy had blocked all the lightning in the lightning array. He thought to himself that this couldn't go on forever. After all, high-level skills are very energy-consuming. At Zi Yun's current level, he couldn't maintain the Crimson Thunder Prison for too long. At this moment, Meow Meow had already arrived at Little White's side and quickly used its sharp claws to forcibly sever the mud-shaped tentacles on her feet. Seeing that her thunderbolt had been blocked by this guy, Ziyun looked unconvinced and said, "Again." Another powerful bolt of lightning struck, but unsurprisingly, it was absorbed by the earth shield in the earth-splitting bear's hand. Ziyun, use arrow rain. Suddenly, Li Bo had a flash of inspiration and said, "Okay, brother Li Bo." Splash. Ziyun decisively changed her moves, and a dense rain of arrows quickly fell above the thunder array. The earth splitter bear continued to use its earth shield to defend itself. Seeing that its defense was still effective, it glanced at the purple clouds in the sky with a mocking expression. Once the effects of the lightning array dissipate, that will be its time to retaliate. What the earth-splitting bear didn't expect was that although the rain of arrows didn't hit it directly, it gathered into puddles of varying sizes in the center of the lightning array. As the soil gradually became moist and the water flowed continuously, the earth-splitter bear suddenly realized that something was wrong. Use lightning on the ground. Li Bo suddenly shouted. Chapter 98 Charm. With a loud bang, another bolt of red lightning struck. Although the earth-splitter bear can block the lightning above its head, it is completely defenseless against other parts of the lightning array. After the lightning struck the water, the current instantly spread along the puddle, enveloping the entire body of the earth-splitter bear. The earth-splitter bear let out a miserable howl, its body trembling uncontrollably, and its earth shield rapidly disintegrated under the impact of the electric current. Under the intense electric current, the earth bear's defenses dropped sharply, and its arms suddenly became weak and powerless. This flaw gave Li Bo the opportunity to strike a decisive blow. Little White, meow now, he said with a glint in his eyes. Little White and Meow Meow nodded to each other, then darted off to the left and right of the earth-splitting bear. Claw and the Tear Claw simultaneously clamped down on the earth bear's arms. Then, Xiaobai and Meow Meow each exerted force in opposite directions, and actually managed to forcibly remove the huge arms of the earth-splitting bear. Thick spurts of blood gushed from both sides of the earth-splitting bear, which let out an incredibly heart-wrenching scream. Roar. The earth bear, having lost both arms, was in great pain. However, reason ultimately prevailed over anger. It instantly realized that the human beast tamer in front of it was not someone it could afford to offend. Having made up its mind, the earth-splitter bear took heavy steps and ran wildly in the opposite direction. You killed so many of my people, and you think you can escape? Rainbow Scale was the first to react and quickly chased after the earth-splitting bear in its true form. Even when severely injured, the Earthshaker is no match for the enraged Rainbow Scale. She swiftly wrapped her arms around the mutilated body of the Earthshaker and decisively unleashed a death coil. The thick, long python body instantly enveloped the earth-splitting bear completely, and then Kai Lin decisively exerted force, quickly contracting his body. Click. From afar, Li Bo could only hear the sound of the earth-splitting bear's bones constantly breaking. Then, a bloody scene unfolded. A huge explosion. Rainbow Scales actually managed to forcefully burst open the body of the earth-splitting bear, causing blood to splatter everywhere. When she released her body, all that remained on the ground were some mangled remains. Upon seeing this, he stared in disbelief and said, "You're really ruthless." The brown, shiny crystal core of the earth-splitting bear from the corpse. Li Bo weighed the crystal core in his hand with satisfaction. Such a well-developed crystal core could fetch a good price. This beast has killed countless of my compatriots. It's too good for it to die like this. Kai Lin still looked somewhat unsatisfied. Hey, Kai Lin, now that we've helped you deal with the earth-splitting bear, don't forget your promise. Li Bo said at this moment. Kai Lin paused for a moment, then stuck her head out and had Li Bo turn her into a beast girl. She looked at Li Bo with gratitude. Our Lord has helped us eliminate our racial enemy. Kai Lin will certainly not go back on his word. Kai Lin laughed. My Lord, please follow me. The snake breath grass is in my cave. Inside the cave? Li Bo was taken aback for a moment. He figured that since the snake breath grass was nourished by the breath exhaled by python-like pets every day, it was reasonable for it to grow in caves. This medicinal herb has healing and detoxifying effects, making it a treasure with outstanding healing effects whether used to save people or treat pets. Very well, then I'll go with you, Li Bo said. Upon hearing this, Kai Lin's face lit up with joy, and she led the way. Winding their way through the dense forest, the group arrived at a very secluded giant cave entrance. The entrance was over 3 meters high, and the surrounding area was shrouded in mist, giving it a mysterious air. "We've arrived, sir." Kylan stopped and said. Li Bo hesitated for a moment. The colorful scales. I think I'll just skip going in. Could you pick them out for me?" Looking at the deep, bottomless cave, Li Bo still felt a little scared. "What? Is the master afraid that Kai Lin will harm you?" Kylan said. This snake breath grass is the result of Kai Lin's years of careful nurturing and cultivation. It is the culmination of Kai Lin's life's work. If I don't see you take it with my own eyes, I will feel extremely regretful. Besides, with so many powerful pets by your side, even if I had the intention to harm you, I would be no match for you. That makes some sense. Li Bo stroked his chin. Then let's go take a look. He thought for a moment, and if this colorful scale was disobedient, he would just form a contract with her, and she would behave. Kai Lin led the way, with Li Bo and several beast girls following closely behind. Li Bo had expected the cave to be pitch black, but to his surprise, the area above the entrance was covered with vines bearing green, glowing fruits. Li Bo knew this thing. It was called the firefly vine. Its fruit could emit a soft light, like a light bulb illuminating the surroundings. It could only grow in places with abundant spiritual energy. Snake breath grass might be growing here. Using the light from the glowing vines, they continued deeper into the cave. Before long, Kai Lin led them to the deepest part of the cave. At the end, Li Bo discovered a very flat open space surrounded by flowers and plants of various colors, which were beautiful and had a refreshing fragrance. This must be where the rainbow-scaled python sleeps. Li Bo glanced at the flowers and plants, and when he saw a particular scene, his eyes suddenly lit up. It was a green grass that emitted a faint glow. Its stem was slender, and its leaves were strangely diamond-shaped. Under the glow, it looked like it was carved from jade. It stood out from the crowd of flowers and plants, and Li Bo recognized it at a glance as the snake breath grass nurtured by the rainbow scales. Seeing that Li Bo's gaze was fixed on the ceiling, Kai Lin smiled gently. "My lord, if you think about it carefully, this snake breath grass has been with Kai Lin for over 100 years. Every morning, I nourish it with my breath for half an hour, so it can be considered Kai Lin's half-child." Sensing the reluctance in Kai Lin's words, Li Bo smiled wryly. "Kai Lin, just tell me your conditions. As long as you're willing to part with it, I'll consider any reasonable requests." Upon hearing this, Kai Lin paused for a moment, then said, "The master is so thoughtful, kind and generous. If only Kai Lin could be by his side like them." As she spoke, Kai Lin cast an envious glance at Xiao Bai and the others beside her. She looked at Li Bo with some embarrassment. "Kai Lin's request is very simple. Could you please summon my beloved pets back to the pet space?" Summon back to the pet space? A sense of unease rose in Li Bo's heart. Why would that be? "My lord, please don't misunderstand," Kai Lin hurriedly explained. "Kai Lin just wants to spend some time alone with you." Kai Lin bit her red lips as she spoke, a faint blush rising on her face. "Oh well, Brother Li Bo is going to benefit someone else again." Ziyun, who was standing to the side, had already seen through everything. Oh well. There were no other unfamiliar pets around except for Kai Lin. Li Bo remained silent for a while, but still chose to summon Xiao Bai and the others back to the pet space. Chapter 99, The Enchanting Snake Cave. Upon seeing this, Li Bo felt his mouth go dry and couldn't help but swallow. "Kai Lin, what's going on?" Kai Lin slowly raised her head, her pretty face flushed as she spoke. "My lord, our Man-Man Snake clan has thrived in this miasma forest for tens of thousands of years. Male Man-Man snakes are responsible for guarding the territory and defending against powerful enemies, while female Man-Man snakes bear the important responsibility of cultivating snake breath grass and bearing offspring. Under this clear division of labor, we have always continued a tradition." "Tradition? What tradition?" Li Bo couldn't help but ask curiously. At this moment, Kai Lin's face turned even redder, and she spoke in a voice barely audible. "The tradition is that when a female mandrill matures the snake-breathing plant, she will offer it to a member of her tribe whom she desires, and they will become mates." "Huh? This?" At this moment, Kai Lin sighed softly. "Hey Kaylin, since you've said that, why don't you just come with me? You've already seen Xiao Bai and the others. It's so lively with so many sisters together." Upon hearing this, Kai Lin shook her head sadly and helplessly. "My lord, your talent is extraordinary. How could Kai Lin not wish to become your pet beast, to travel the world with you, and to witness the vastness of this land? But Kai Lin can't do that. Kai Lin still has her people. The Misty Forest is a dog-eat-dog world, and none of the man-man snakes have evolved into elites yet. As their pillar, Kai Lin must shoulder the hope of revitalizing her race. I can't be so selfish and just leave. Why? Li Bo sighed softly. Kai Lin was bound by racial morality and could be considered a tragic figure. Kai Lin's righteousness makes me seem narrow-minded. If you can understand Kai Lin, then it is not in vain that Kai Lin has dedicated her life's love to you. Kai Lin's eyes were full of spring, and she accidentally met Li Bo's gaze. They could clearly feel each other's warm breath, and the atmosphere suddenly became enchanting. Colorful scales. Sir, please don't speak. With tender affection, Kai Lin gently silenced Li Bo's unspoken words with her soft lips. Kai Lin nestled tightly against his shoulder and suddenly began to sob. My lord, Kai Lin can't bear to part with you. 2 lines of cold tears slid down Li Bo's chest. Li Bo was momentarily at a loss, thinking to himself, why did she suddenly start crying? It seems that being too charming isn't a good thing after all. Li Bo wiped away Kai Lin's tears, hugged her, and said, Kailin, according to what you said before, if someone in the clan can take your place, you can get away and leave, right? Kai Lin nodded and said firmly, when Kai Lin has trained a man-man snake that can stand on its own, I will follow you to the ends of the earth. I just hope that you will not look down on Kai Lin for its low aptitude at that time. Seeing Kai Lin's deep affection, even Li Bo, with his heart of stone, couldn't help but be moved. He looked at Kai Lin and said earnestly, Kai Lin, no matter when you come to me, my beast-taming space will always have a place for you. If you don't believe me, I can form a contract with you right now. A contract ritual? Really, my lord? Kai Lin's expression shifted from excitement to worry as she spoke. But, my lord, I've heard that human beast tamers have limited mental power. Kai Lin is taking up one of your contract qualifications for no reason and can't fight for you. Won't that be a waste of your time? Li Bo smiled. That's true for ordinary people, but unfortunately, I'm not an ordinary person. As long as Kai Lin is willing. I do. Kai Lin looked at Li Bo with her beautiful eyes, her tone resolute. Looking into Kai Lin's eyes, Li Bo smiled gently. Since that's the case, then let's make a contract. A flash of light appeared, and Li Bo swiftly concluded the contract ceremony with Kai Lin. From this moment on, the two can sense each other's presence. Grown-ups. Kai Lin was so moved that she burst into tears and pushed Li Bo down again. After a good night's sleep in the Kailin cave, Li Bo didn't wake up until noon the next day. When he opened his eyes, he found Kai Lin resting her chin on her hand, staring at him. Kai Lin, why are you staring at me like that? Li Bo said somewhat embarrassedly. I don't know when we'll meet again. Kai Lin wants to see you more, sir. Kai Lin smiled, her eyes crinkling like crescent moons. You're so handsome, sir. Kai Lin likes you very much. Li Bo sat up, dragging his tired body, and looked at her with a doting expression. Silly Kailin, it's not like we'll never see each other again. But before that, Kailin must memorize the adult's appearance, every single hair on his head. Kai Lin giggled. My lord, this is for you. As they were talking, Kai Lin suddenly took out a bright green grass from behind her and handed it to Li Bo. It was the snake breath grass that she had picked after many years of nurturing. Colorful scales. After spending the night together, Li Bo had become much closer to Kai Lin, and now he felt a little embarrassed to take the snake breath grass away. Seemingly aware of Li Bo's thoughts, Kai Lin smiled. My lord, there's no need to feel guilty. This snake breath herb was originally prepared by the female mandarin snake for her husband. If you take it away, Kai Lin will only be happy. After saying that, Kai Lin lowered her head with utmost restraint. Is that so, haha? Li Bo chuckled dryly, but still put the snake breath grass into his pocket. At this moment, Kai Lin added, My lord, snake breath grass has miraculous effects in detoxifying and relieving pain. Although it is a good medicine, Kai Lin hopes that you will never have to use it. Hearing Kai Lin's heartfelt words, Li Bo felt a warmth in his heart. Then there's no need. I'll keep it by my side and take it out to look at it whenever I miss Kai Lin. Grown-ups. Kai Lin let out a coquettish cry, her eyes becoming hazy with desire as Li Bo coaxed her. Seeing that her eyes were glazed over and she seemed about to push him over again, Li Bo realized he couldn't possibly handle it, so he quickly waved his hand. Kai Lin, you mustn't. You mustn't. Your body won't be able to take this. Oh well. Kai Lin lifted her clothes with a hint of disappointment. At this moment, Li Bo said again, Kai Lin, I have important matters to attend to in this misty forest, so I cannot linger with you for long. I will come back to take you back when I become stronger. Rainbow scales will also strive to become stronger, just like the other pets of adults. Chapter 100, Beginner Magic Mushroom. After bidding farewell to Kai Lin, Li Bo, led by Tu, continued his search for the fertile land of Yinshan. The dense forest was damp and cold, and the abundance of mosquitoes made the already rugged journey even more difficult and dangerous. Before we knew it, it was sunset again. Li Bo stopped and spoke to the beast girls. It's getting late. Why don't we find a place to rest for the night and continue our search tomorrow? Humph, Ziyun muttered at this moment. It's all because Brother Li Bo insisted on getting entangled with that giant python. Otherwise, we might have already found the fertile soil of spring to help the rabbit evolve. Exactly. The master is far too biased. Xiaobai was also a little dissatisfied. Ziyun and I have been with our master the longest, and we have never been treated like this before. As for the rabbit, it is necessary for its evolution, and Ziyun and I have no objection. But this colorful, scaled python had only just been contracted, and the master already favored her. Could it be that he thinks Ziyun and I aren't good enough for him? Upon hearing this, Meow Meow shrank to the side, afraid that Xiaobai and the other two would turn their anger on her again. Xiaobai chuckled and said to Ziyun, Ziyun, that's not right of you. As the saying goes, slow and steady wins the race. If you keep going like this, your master will be unable to support his back in just 3 days. However, she changed the subject. Our master personally said that we would be rewarded after winning the martial arts competition. That's right. Ziyun's eyes lit up. That's easy. Beating that big dummy Wang Linxian will be as easy as drinking water. Brother Li Bo, don't go back on your word then. Hearing the two beast girls bring up the matter again, Li Bo's forehead creased with a few black lines. He coughed twice and pretended not to hear. He looked at the rabbit and suddenly asked, By the way, rabbit, how far is it from that dense jungle you mentioned? The rabbit stared straight ahead, constantly using its nose to sense the faint breath in the air. It's not far, young master, she said solemnly. Not far away. Upon hearing this, Li Bo quickly abandoned his idea of camping on the spot and said to the beast girls, Although it's getting a bit dark, Rabbit says there might be clues to the fertile land ahead. Let's all keep going, and after Rabbit evolves, we'll go home. I will obey my master. Xiaobai was the first to respond, and the other 3 beast girls nodded in unison. The rabbit transformed back into its wood spirit rabbit form and continued to explore the path ahead. After passing through one forest after another, and with the night being too dark, Li Bo's pace was clearly not keeping up. Bunny, slow down, don't rush. Seeing that the rabbit was running faster and faster, Li Bo said with some difficulty. Young master, the rabbit smells something good. Rabbit excitedly relayed the message to Li Bo. Nice one. Although Li Bo looked puzzled, he still took a step and chased after Rabbit. Upon reaching a wide open, flat area, the rabbit suddenly stopped and stared intently ahead. This is... Li Bo's eyes flickered, and following Rabbit's gaze, a towering, incredibly lush tree suddenly came into view. Li Bo looked up in surprise and saw that the tree was dozens of feet tall, and its trunk was so thick that it would take several people to hug it. The tree bark was rough with deep veins, and the branches and leaves were lush. The emerald green leaves shimmered in the hazy moonlight, giving Li Bo a wonderful illusion. What surprised Li Bo even more was that beneath this big tree, a palm-sized spotted mushroom was emitting a strange light. This is a magic mushroom. Li Bo rubbed his eyes in disbelief and discovered that the shape of this mushroom was indeed exactly the same as the magic mushroom described in the book. At the same time, the system also sent a notification. Basic magic mushroom. After consumption, it can randomly upgrade one of your pet's basic skills to intermediate level. So it's a beginner-level magic mushroom. Upon seeing this message, the excitement in Li Bo's eyes dimmed considerably. Magic mushrooms are a type of natural spiritual plant that grows in places with abundant spiritual energy. Magic mushrooms are also divided into many grades, such as beginner, intermediate, and advanced, based on their size and maturity. The higher the level, the stronger the skills that can be evolved. Generally speaking, the more abundant the spiritual energy, the higher the upper limit of the growth level of the magic mushroom. The palm-sized, basic magic mushroom not far in front of us can only evolve to basic skills. As for Li Bo's pets, only the rabbits are useful now, since even the lowest skill level of Xiaobai and the others has reached intermediate. But no matter what, there's no need to be so picky about a treasure you've found. Li Bo didn't rush to pick the magic mushrooms, but asked curiously, Rabbit, is this the place you were talking about? Yes, young master. After all the twists and turns along the way, Rabbit has finally found this place. At this moment, Xiaobai looked around carefully, examining its surroundings, and said, Master, the trees around here are indeed much denser than those in other parts of the misty forest. It's just that they're so noticeable at night. Brother Li Bo, The fertile soil that the rabbit needs might be right under the giant tree. Ziyan guessed. Meow? What do you mean? Li Bo focused his gaze on Meow, who had the strongest mental power. Meow frowned, carefully sensed the surroundings, and then slowly spoke. Beastmaster, I can sense, deep underground, there is indeed an incredibly abundant spiritual energy. Really? Upon learning that the fertile land of Yinshan was below, Li Bo was overjoyed. After all the twists and turns, he could finally evolve the rabbit. He stroked his chin and looked at the giant tree in front of him, feeling a strange sense of unease about it. Because apart from this magic mushroom, almost nothing grows within 10 meters of the giant tree. If the giant tree has absorbed all the spiritual energy from the soil below, then the appearance of a magic mushroom out of nowhere is truly strange. Moreover, the misty forest is teeming with wild beasts, and once the magic mushroom grows, it will surely be picked by some highly intelligent pets. From any angle, Li Bo's intuition told him that this seemingly easy-to-obtain magic mushroom must be hiding in imperceptible danger. Chapter 101 The Giant Locust Tree Demon. Seeing that Li Bo remained silent, Xiao Bai asked from the side. Master, what should we do? Should we take this mushroom? Take it. Of course we'll take it. But we have to be careful about how we do it. Li Bo said mysteriously. Method. Little White was a little confused. Can't I just fly over and bring it to my master? Of course not. What if my little white rabbit gets into danger? Li Bo said with a smile. Only Ziyun can handle this matter. Ziyun pointed to herself. Then Li Bo quietly passed on a plan to Ziyun. After hearing this, Ziyun gave a mischievous smile. Leave it to me, brother Li Bo. In the darkness, Ziyun silently retreated behind Li Bo, then vanished into thin air as a phantom. At this moment, Ziyun had transformed into her true form and used her illusionary mimicry to silently lurk in the air towards the direction of the magic mushroom. Seeing that Ziyun had already located the magic mushroom, Li Bo decisively transmitted the message to her. Soon. Now. Dark rope. 2 black chains suddenly emerged from the silent air, and Ziyun swiftly bound the magic mushroom, then lifted it up from the ground. The next second, with a whoosh, below the magic mushroom, a giant tree net woven from giant tree trunks suddenly appeared, quickly closing in from bottom to top to form a huge tree cage. Upon seeing this, Li Bo's lips curled into a cold smile. It was definitely a trap. However, Ziyun was far above the tree trunk, and with her extremely fast movement speed, the giant tree cage not only failed to trap Ziyun, but also failed to catch the magic mushroom. Hee, I stole it. Ziyun smiled slyly, slowly returned to Li Bo's side, and handed him the magic mushroom. Well done, Ziyun. Li Bo weighed the magic mushroom in his hand, then looked at the giant tree and said jokingly, You think you can lure me in with just a mere beginner-level magic mushroom? Your bait is far too stingy. The next moment, the giant tree suddenly let out a deep roar. Its trunk shook violently, and then on the ancient trunk, a pair of blood-red eyes slowly opened, staring intently at Li Bo, their eyes filled with rage. A giant locust tree demon. Li Bo couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Although he had already guessed that the giant tree was a pet in disguise, Li Bo's heart still stirred when he saw it reveal its true form. Because this giant locust tree demon has already reached the excellent level. Name, Giant Locust Tree Demon. Gender, female. Attribute, grass. Rank, excellent, tier 1. Potential, excellent. Status, angry. Skills, Vine Ball Cage, intermediate. Anesthetic Mist, intermediate. Vine Whip, intermediate. Whirlwind Leaf Sweep, advanced. Enchantment, advanced. Description: having absorbed the spiritual energy of the fertile soil for many years, this giant locust tree demon is far thicker than its kind, its branches already extending hundreds of meters underground. The giant locust tree demon has developed a high level of intelligence and can create traps to lure and prey on other beasts. An excellent grade female pet. It seems it's not advisable to directly form a contract with her. Li Bo stroked his chin. The contract talent is only effective for pets within his own level. As a second-tier beast tamer, he definitely cannot directly contract the giant locust tree demon in front of him. After quickly abandoning the idea of winning without a fight, Li Bo began to think about how to obtain the fertile land of Yinshan. As he guessed, this place not only contained fertile soil, but the spiritual energy of the surrounding soil had been completely absorbed by the tree demon, which is why nothing grew nearby. If you really want the rabbit to absorb the spiritual energy of the fertile spring soil, you have to dig up the soil from a depth of 100 meters underground. 100 meters. How long will it take to dig this out? Li Bo immediately felt a headache coming on. Seeing the giant locust tree demon staring at him menacingly, it was clear that it was still brooding over the magic mushroom that had been stolen from it earlier. After all, this guy had hunted down countless pets using this method. At this moment, a gentle breeze blew by, and Li Bo keenly noticed that a faint mist was rapidly emanating from the tree demon and enveloping their group. Suddenly remembering something, Li Bo's expression changed. It's an anesthetic fog. The giant locust tree demon secretly used a numbing mist when the evening breeze blew, making Li Bo curse the creature's cunning in his heart. In the pitch-black night, the visibility of the anesthetic mist is extremely low. If several pets accidentally inhale this mist, they will definitely become paralyzed and lose their ability to fight, and then they will only become lambs to the slaughter. Judging from this, we'll have to resort to violence to obtain the fertile land of Yinshan. A murderous glint appeared on Li Bo's face. Little white blizzard. Upon receiving Li Bo's command, Xiao Bai's azure dragon eyes suddenly shone brightly in the night. She suddenly flapped her wings, and a white blizzard swept towards the giant locust tree demon. The numbing mist that had been quietly creeping in was easily dispersed by the blizzard. Sensing the sudden drop in temperature, the giant locust tree demon's blood-red eyes flashed with terror, clearly not expecting Li Bo to have seen through it. The blizzard continued to engulf the giant locust tree spirit, quickly covering its body with a thick layer of snow mist. Master, why doesn't it run away? Xiao Bai watched this scene with curiosity, thinking it was far too simple. It's not that it doesn't try to escape, it's that it's unable to move. Li Bo frowned and said, "This giant locust tree demon's roots extend hundreds of meters into the ground. How could it be moved so easily?" However, the other party was still an excellent level pet beast, and to have it frozen into an ice sculpture like that made Li Bo feel that things were not so simple. Forget all that. Meow meow half moon slash. Leave it to me, beast tamer. Meow meow gathered a crescent-shaped long wave in her hand again, and with a whoosh, the crescent slash pierced through the night, heading straight for the thick trunk of the giant locust tree demon. Bang! Unsurprisingly, the crescent slash struck the trunk of the giant locust tree demon directly, and a dark green sap began to ooze out. However, because the trunk was so thick, Meow Meow's crescent slash only left a deep gash on the giant locust tree spirit, far from cutting it in half. Seeing this, Meow Meow decisively extended its sharp claws and launched them forward, preparing to finish off the giant tree spirit with its tearing claws. Li Bo stared intently at the scene, feeling that everything was going too smoothly. "Don't worry, beast tamer. Let's finish this quickly and call it a day." Meow Meow turned around and smiled at him. Unexpectedly, the giant locust tree demon, which was covered by the blizzard, suddenly opened its blood-red eyes and revealed a cunning look. Its body trembled rapidly, and the blizzard covering it scattered in all directions. What Li Bo found even more incredible was that the wound left on the tree trunk by the half-moon slash was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Li Bo's pupils constricted sharply. "It has regenerative abilities. Meow, be careful." Chapter 102 Summoning Spell. What? Upon hearing this, Meow Meow's expression changed. Sure enough, when they turned around, the giant locust tree demon appeared to have regained its fighting ability. At the same time, several thick, long green vines swept towards Meow Meow from all directions. But with the arrow already on the bowstring, it had to be released. Meow Meow gritted its teeth and quickly swung its sharp claws to counter the giant locust tree demon's vine whip attack. Although Meow Meow managed to cut the vines one after another with the sharpness of its tearing claws, it quickly became overwhelmed by the sheer number of giant vines unleashed by the giant locust tree spirit, and its feet were soon entangled. The giant locust tree demon quickly used its vines to suspend Meow Meow upside down in the air. Then, a huge, ferocious black maw suddenly opened below its blood-red eyes, ready to devour Meow Meow. Meow Meow's expression changed, just when she thought she was about to die. Swish! Two white claw-like gusts of wind swiftly struck, quickly severing the vines that were binding her. It was Xiao Bai's dragon claw attack. Meow Meow quickly retreated from the spot and returned to Li Bo's side. She then cast a grateful glance at Little White. "Thanks, Xiao Bai. No need to thank me. You should thank your master. He's the one who told me to save you." Little White smiled. "Beast tamer." Meow Meow looked at Li Bo, a blush rising on her cheeks. "I knew you wouldn't abandon me. This tree demon is not easy to deal with. From now on, listen to my instructions and do not act rashly," Li Bo said with a solemn expression. Meow Meow nodded seriously. Li Bo turned his gaze back to the giant locust tree demon, which was now in full condition and had no injuries whatsoever. After checking the giant tree spirit stats again and confirming that it did not have the regeneration skill, Li Bo looked at the ground suspiciously. Could it be that this guy fights using the spiritual energy provided by the fertile spring soil? No wonder it's as solid as a mountain and isn't even afraid of ice-type skills that counter it. Thinking of this, Li Bo suddenly realized that things had become more complicated. This guy was rooted 100 meters down, and his roots must be intertwined and intertwined. Relying on the continuous energy from the fertile soil of spring, he could constantly recover from his injured body. Whoosh! Just as Li Bo was thinking quickly, a strong wind suddenly blew up on the battlefield. Brother Li Bo, the wind is picking up again. Has this guy secretly used the tranquilizing fog to ambush us again? Ziyun said, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. This isn't a tranquilizing mist. This cunning thing, it started using whirlwind. Li Bo smiled coldly, because he keenly realized that the wind was not a natural wind blowing from the forest, but a gust of wind stirred up by the giant locust tree demon. If one did not observe carefully, it would be easy to be fooled by this guy. Meow meow, super mirror defense. Li Bo decisively issued the order. Meow meow didn't dare to be careless and quickly summoned the super mirror. This time, the super mirror formed an airtight hemisphere, enveloping the entire team inside. The next moment, a strong wind suddenly arose, and leaves on the ground within dozens of meters were swept up and gathered in all directions to form dozens of thick leaf tornadoes, which suddenly crashed towards Li Bo and the others. From the moment the waves surged up to the moment the tornado attacked them, it only took a second or two. Fortunately, thanks to the super-powered mirror, the leaf tornado, though raging, was quickly bounced back. You really are incredibly insightful. Meow Meow watched this scene with lingering fear and felt even more admiration for Li Bo's quick judgment of the situation. Seeing that Yi Longjuan's attack had dissipated, Ziyun quickly unleashed a crimson thunderbolt at the giant locust tree demon from afar. With a loud bang, lightning struck several thick, long branches off the giant locust tree demon, leaving behind black, charred marks. But just as Li Bo had predicted, the giant locust tree demon, supported by the fertile spring soil, possessed the ability to regenerate continuously. The broken branches that had been cleaved by the purple clouds on its body sprouted new branches as quickly as bamboo shoots after a spring rain, making it look brand new again. What? It's grown again? Ziyun stared at the scene in disbelief and said angrily, Brother Li Bo, why don't I just summon the Crimson Thunder Prison and kill this guy instantly? It might not be easy to kill her in one hit, Ziyun. Li Bo frowned and said, although the Crimson Lightning is powerful, grass-type pets have considerable resistance to electric-type moves. In addition, this tree's spirit has a continuous regeneration ability. Blindly using its ultimate move will only waste its stamina. Then what should we do? Li Bo stroked his chin. The only one on the scene who can restrain this guy is the ice-type Little White. After saying that, he looked at Xiaobai and said, Xiaobai, go into the air and use hail to fight this guy. Being effective against the giant tree demon, the hail also has the effect of reducing resistance. Li Bo didn't expect the hail to kill this excellent, level tree demon instantly. His plan was to reduce its status and then have several pet beasts use damage to force it to die. With that, Little White quickly flapped its wings and leaped into the sky. However, just as Li Bo looked up, he discovered that the once empty sky near the giant locust tree demon was now filled with dense trees, completely blocking out the moonlight streaming down from the sky. Blocked by the crisscrossing branches, Little White's enormous body was unable to fly into the sky. What's going on? Li Bo was puzzled, because he clearly remembered that there was no vegetation in the area near the giant locust tree demon. These trees that suddenly appeared out of nowhere, could it be? Li Bo's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly commanded, Ice Armor. Without hesitation, Xiao Bai quickly summoned an ice armor to cover his body. Sure enough, the moment the ice armor appeared, the trees next to it suddenly seemed to awaken, growing thick wooden arms that slammed down on the flying Little White. Those wooden arms were incredibly powerful, slamming into the ice armor with a dull thud. Fortunately, the ice armor was sturdy enough to protect Little White for the time being. But Xiaobai lost his balance and fell to the ground. Are you alright, Xiaobai? Li Bo, looking worried, hurriedly checked Xiaobai's injuries, thankfully finding that she hadn't suffered any serious harm. I'm fine, master. It's just that these trees seem to have come to life, Little White said, looking somewhat unwell. It's a summoning spell. Li Bo stared intently at the giant locust tree demon not far away. This guy used a spirit summoning spell to control these trees that originally had no sentience. This is troublesome. At this moment, the giant locust tree demon's eyes were incredibly strange, and the dense leaves on its body were emitting a faint spiritual energy that was constantly spreading to the surrounding trees. Boom, boom. As the surrounding trees absorbed the spiritual energy of the giant locust tree demon, thick, long arms resembling withered would continuously materialize on both sides of the tree trunks. Pairs of bloodshot eyes silently opened in the darkness. Chapter 103 Yishianblade. Tree Spirit. Because these ordinary trees were forcibly infused with spiritual energy by the giant locust tree demon, they have developed an aggressive mind and can move their bodies. Their overall combat strength has reached the elite level, so be careful of their wooden limbs. Seeing the tree spirits around him constantly awakening, Li Bo couldn't help but gasp. To be able to summon so many tree spirits at the same time, I wonder how much spiritual power from the fertile spring is stored within this giant locust tree demon. My lord, the enemy is coming. As the large tree continued to approach them, Rabbit's expression tightened. Because these creatures had withered, aged arms, coupled with their strange eyes, they looked rather eerie. If it weren't for the young master's insistence, Rabbit really wouldn't have wanted to bring him into such a dangerous situation. Don't be afraid, Bunny. Li Bo gently stroked her bunny ears and said, as the saying goes, when soldiers come, generals will block them. When water comes, earth will dam it. These tree spirits are just intimidating. They are still quite different from true elite-level pet beasts. It's Bunny. With the older sisters here, we're going to evolve you into an elite no matter what. A fighting spirit surged in Ziyun's eyes. At this moment, the dense swarm of tree spirits had completely surrounded Li Bo's group. Several pet beasts had solemn expressions and were all ready for battle. Xiaobai's eyes were incredibly cold as she watched the two huge tree branches crashing down. She leaped forward to meet them head-on. The two dragon claws gripped the tree branch tightly. A cracking sound was heard. The thick tree arm was snapped off by Xiaobai, and then she swept her tail with a cold blade, instantly cutting the tree spirit in half. Not to be outdone, Ziyun continued to thunder, splitting the approaching tree branches one after another. Meanwhile, Meow Meow worked in perfect harmony with Ziyun. Once Ziyun chopped off the tree arm, she would seize the opportunity and use her tearing claws to kill the tree spirit instantly. As more and more tree spirits were awakened by the giant locust tree demon, the battle became increasingly fierce. Xiaobai, Ziyun, and Meow Meow stood scattered around, constantly killing the tree spirits that approached. In an instant, the battlefield was filled with a chilling atmosphere, flashes of lightning, and phantoms darting about. All three of you are amazing. This scene completely stunned Rabbit. This level of combat was simply beyond her reach. Rabbit couldn't help but wonder if she could become as powerful as her sisters after evolving. Bunny, I'm entrusting my master to you. After killing several attacking tree spirits, Xiaobai quickly turned to the rabbit on Li Bo's shoulder and gave him some instructions. Rabbit quickly snapped out of her daze, her eyes immediately becoming serious and determined. Sister Xiaobai, I will protect the young master. After saying that, Rabbit jumped off Li Bo's shoulder and looked around warily, not missing any movement that might pose a threat to Li Bo. Upon hearing this, Xiaobai was relieved. After letting out a deafening dragon roar, it threw itself back into the battle. Suddenly, a large tree next to Li Bo suddenly opened its eyes. After being awakened by the giant locust tree demon, it quickly stretched out its huge wooden arm and smashed it towards Li Bo. Young master, be careful. Rabbit was startled and quickly stood in front of the newly awakened tree spirit. As if by reflex, Rabbit unleashed its only offensive skill, the flying leaf blade. Swish! Several emerald green leaves emerged from the four-leaf clover on the rabbit's ears and rushed towards the falling wooden arm. However, to Rabbit's surprise, her flying leaf blades only left a few shallow marks on the thick wooden arm and were completely unable to stop its fierce attack. Just as the wooden arm was about to hit the rabbit, Li Bo reacted quickly. He lunged forward, shielding the rabbit in front of him, and then rolled 2.5 times on the ground to dodge the tree spirit's attack. Looking at the large crater that the tree spirit's wooden limbs had smashed into the ground, Li Bo felt a lingering fear. That was close. Just as the tree spirit swung its wooden arm to attack again, whoosh! A white wave of light swiftly pierced through the air. Meow Meow unleashed a crescent slash, shattering the wood spirit to pieces. Seeing this scene, Rabbit felt a mix of emotions. The sisters are all capable of standing up to and defeating powerful enemies, while she can only hide in the young master's arms. I'm sorry, young master. The rabbit said dejectedly. I can't even beat a tree spirit. Rabbit, it's not your fault. Li Bo comforted her. This tree spirit is naturally thick-skinned and tough, and since the flying leaf blade is a basic skill, it's normal that it's not powerful enough to break through its defenses. Not powerful enough. Rabbit blinked her big, watery eyes at Li Bo. Young master, is there any way to increase the power of the flying leaf blade? For becoming stronger welled up in Rabbit's eyes like never before. Increase power? Li Bo paused for a moment, then stroked his chin and pondered. The flying leaf blade skill does indeed have a relatively mature evolutionary path. With sufficient training, it can be upgraded to an intermediate skill, the leaf whirlwind blade. Once the pet has fully mastered the leaf whirlwind blade, it can take it a step further and eventually upgrade it to the advanced skill, Leaf Storm. With Nightshade Rose on Sunset Beach, where she unleashed Leaf Storm, is the final form of the evolved leaf blade. Leaf Storm can gather thousands of leaves and turn them into a hurricane to sweep away and crush enemies. It is a grass-type move with extremely strong destructive power. The Night Rose once used her Leaf Storm move to successfully neutralize all the arrows fired by the dragon turtle. However, these are still far from the current rabbit. If she wants to evolve the flying leaf blade into a higher-level leaf whirl blade, the most urgent task is to let her eat the newly obtained elementary magic mushroom. Magic mushroom's skills is random. Since rabbit has two basic skills, grass fragrance and leaf blade, whether it can evolve into leaf blade depends on luck. At this point, Li Bo couldn't care less about anything else. Evolving any skill wouldn't be a loss, so he suddenly grabbed the magic mushroom from his body. Bunny, here, eat this. Have eaten. Rabbit looked at the strangely spotted mushroom in front of her. Although it smelled quite fragrant, she felt that it was somewhat like a poisonous mushroom. However, since the young master had said so, he certainly wouldn't harm her. So, Rabbit lowered her head and chewed the magic mushroom bit by bit. The magic mushrooms in Li Bo's hand were completely wiped out by the rabbit, and a message popped up from the system. Flying Leaf Blade, Beginner, Leaf Spin Blade, Intermediate, Leaf Whirlwind Blade. Based on summoning flying leaves, the leaves automatically converge into a cross-shaped spiral, slicing through opponents in its path. Chapter 1. Oh, for the day of the full moon. It actually worked. Li Bo's face lit up with joy. Although both Grass Fragrance and Leaf Blade can improve Bunny's overall combat power after evolution, in the current situation, Bunny urgently needs a skill with strong attack power. The Leaf Whirlwind Blade is the perfect choice to deal with these tree spirits. At this moment, as the number of tree spirits from the giant locust tree demon increased, Xiaobai and her friends were also caught in a fierce battle. A tree spirit bypassed the gap between the group and attacked Li Bo. Upon noticing this, Li Bo didn't panic but instead laughed. Perfect timing. Time to test the power of this new skill. The tree spirit charged into the attack range. Boom. Without hesitation, it swung out its two wooden arms, attacking Li Bo from the left and right. Rabbit, Leaf Whirlwind Blade. Li Bo shouted. Understood, young master. Upon receiving the command, the rabbit activated its skill without hesitation. Suddenly, the four-leaf clover on its ear emitted a dazzling light, followed by countless sharp leaves bursting forth. Without a doubt, the number of blades summoned by the Leaf Whirl Blade is far greater than that of the Flying Leaf Blade. Countless leaves burst forth, quickly converging into a giant cross-shaped blade. The blade's edge emitted a chilling green light, exuding a sharp, all-encompassing aura. In an instant, the giant leaf blade that had been formed began to spin rapidly, and then flew away to meet the tree spirit's long and thick arms that were swinging. Swish! The spinning blades collided violently with the tree spirit's arms, producing a piercing scraping sound. The seemingly sturdy wooden arm was sliced off cleanly in an instant, as if made of paper, by the whirling blade. The tree spirit, having lost both arms, writhed in agony, green sap spurting from the severed wounds. The enormous cross-shaped blade did not stop. Using its remaining momentum, it embedded itself directly into the tree spirit's branch. Boom! The tree spirit's enormous body suddenly collapsed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Well done, Bunny. Li Bo smiled. I killed the tree spirit. Rabbit stared at the scene in disbelief. She couldn't believe that she, who once had no fighting ability whatsoever, had acquired such powerful combat strength under the young master's tutelage in such a short time. In an instant, her admiration for Li Bo reached its peak. Brother Li Bo, there are just too many tree spirits. We can't possibly kill them all. After a loud clap of thunder, Ziyun relayed a message to Li Bo with some difficulty. Li Bo squinted and looked around. Although the ground was littered with the corpses of tree spirits, every time Xiao Bai and the others killed a wave of tree spirits, the giant locust tree demon would awaken more giant trees and surround them. Li Bo peered through the gaps and stared intently at the giant locust tree demon, which was hidden by the giant tree not far away. This guy has stored too much spiritual energy from the fertile spring soil. If we don't kill it quickly, the pets will eventually be worn down by this ever-awakening tree spirit. Knowing the cunning of the giant locust tree demon, Li Bo understood that he absolutely could not delay any longer. His gaze sharpened, and he made a decisive decision. Work together to break through. Create a winning opportunity for Xiaobai. Understood, the four pets said in unison. Li Bo, his eyes glued to the battlefield, suddenly spoke. Ziyun, retreat to the center of the battlefield. Meow, cover Ziyun. Little purple cloud, go. Leave everything here to me. Meow Meow nodded and took a few steps towards Ziyun, using its tear claws to continuously kill the tree spirits that were charging at it. At the same time, Ziyun rushed towards the center of the battlefield. Seeing that the position was almost right, Li Bo quickly issued another command. Ziyun, use Thunder Roar immediately. Ziyun nodded, and red lightning rapidly leaped and converged around his body, reappearing in the air as the phantom of the Thunder's saber-toothed tiger. Roar. A tiger's roar, accompanied by a deafening thunderclap, resounded, and an invisible wave spread outwards towards the surrounding tree spirits. For a moment, the tree spirits froze. Then, as if they had lost their way, they began to collide with each other. Seeing that his opponents were in disarray, Li Bo shouted again. Clear away the obstacles in the sky. Let Little White fly. Leave it to us. Ziyun unleashed a thunderclap, forcefully striking down the nearest tree spirits. Rabbit then unleashed a leaf-whirling blade, quickly sweeping away the branches blocking the air. Finally, Meow Meow unleashed a powerful crescent slash, forcefully creating a large hole in the air, giving Little White enough space to escape. Li Bo leaped onto Little White's back, shouting, Little White, now's the time, dragon dance. Woohoo! A dragon's roar echoed through the forest, and Little White flapped its wings rapidly, its pure white body spinning continuously, breaking through the tree spirit's encirclement and soaring into the sky. As the dragon dance was activated, a dazzling white light surrounded Xiaobai, and all of his attributes were doubled. After riding on Little White and ascending into the sky, Li Bo coldly looked down at the enormous body of the giant locust tree demon. It's time to end this, Frost Thorn. With the blessing of the dragon dance, every icy spike that Xiaobai fired was incredibly thick and long, reaching a length of over a meter. Whoosh whoosh. The dense, icy thorns, like giant white cannonballs, hurtled towards the giant locust tree demon. Seemingly sensing the imminent threat of death in the air, the giant locust tree demon's expression changed drastically. Then, giant vines surged out of its body one after another, quickly wrapping around the tree spirit's trunk. Then it continuously lifted these tree spirits, forming a dense protective barrier in an attempt to block Little White's attack. The frost thorns enhanced by the dragon dance. The icy thorns pierced the tree spirit as easily as piercing thin paper and fiercely stabbed towards the giant locust tree demon. Boom boom boom. Before long, the giant locust tree demon's lush branches were blasted to pieces by Xiaobai. The ice crystals exploded, scattering the green sap from the giant locust tree demon everywhere. Under the moonlight, it looked like a magnificent fireworks display. Is the knot tied yet? Rabbit was amazed by Little White's destructive power. A sense of worry also arose in her heart, because she could still feel the active life force deep in the soil. A piercing blast of cold steel, the giant locust tree demon's enormous body was pulverized and covered by a blanket of pure white ice and snow. But Li Bo showed no joy on his face, because according to common sense, killing an excellent-level pet beast would definitely raise Xiaobai and the others' levels. The fact that the system hasn't popped up a kill notification yet means that the giant locust tree demon isn't truly dead. Suddenly, the ice and snow covering the ground moved slightly, and Li Bo's expression changed drastically upon noticing this. Swoosh. At this moment, the commotion on the ice and snow grew louder and louder. Li Bo frowned deeply, staring intently at the scene. Could it be that he's been resurrected? This terrifying thought flashed through Li Bo's mind. Sure enough, the next moment, countless green vines burst forth from the snow-covered area, and the giant locust tree demon was reborn in an even more terrifying form. Its trunk became thicker, and its branches were covered with lush green leaves, giving it an imposing, all-encompassing presence. The vines on its body grew wildly, dancing wildly in the air like pythons, creating gusts of wind. Whoosh! A huge vine suddenly stabbed towards Little White. Dragon Claw Splitter. Li Bo quickly recovered from his shock and began to seriously direct the battle. Little White unleashed 2 powerful claw strikes, severing the attacking vines, and then carried Li Bo high into the air to a safe zone. Seeing that its attack had missed, the giant locust tree demon was furious and transferred all its anger to its pet below. In an instant, its thick vines surged out rapidly, attacking Ziyun and the other 2. Had stopped attacking because the giant locust tree demon had fallen, also woke up again and surrounded Ziyun and the others with great momentum. Protect the rabbits. Ziyun and Meow Meow flanked the lowest level rabbit, surrounding it in the center, and fought fiercely against the giant locust tree demon. Master, Ziyun and the others are in danger. What should we do? Xiaobai said anxiously. Li Bo did not rush to respond, but squinted his eyes and carefully analyzed the situation. The battle could not end unless the giant locust tree demon was completely eradicated. However, this creature's roots were hundreds of meters underground, possessing extremely strong regenerative abilities, which immediately put Li Bo in a difficult situation. How can we get rid of this guy completely? Of all the pets present, only Meow Meow's telekinesis had the ability to keep pets suspended in the air. However, telekinesis is only an intermediate skill. With Meow Meow's current mental strength, it is simply impossible for it to pull this excellent level giant locust tree demon out of the mud hundreds of meters deep. At this moment, the battle below became extremely fierce. Under the bright moonlight, Li Bo could clearly see that Ziyun and the other 2 were showing signs of weakness as they faced the tree demon's frenzied attacks. Moonlight. I remember. Today's the 15th. Suddenly remembering something, Li Bo looked up abruptly. High in the sky, the half-moon that had been obscured by dark clouds was now fully revealed. The day of the full moon. Li Bo's pupils suddenly dilated. Chapter 105 Moontide Form. The cat below, and he suddenly remembered the system's previous description of the Moonlight Cat. Moonlight Cat grows by absorbing moonlight, and its combat power is greatly enhanced during a full moon. This is truly a stroke of luck. A look of joy immediately appeared on Li Bo's face, and he quickly gave instructions to Xiaobai. Little White, charge back to the team. Understood, Master. Aiming at the direction of Ziyun and the others, Xiaobai swooped down at high speed. At this moment, the giant locust tree demon had completely gone mad. Li Bo could clearly see from the air that all the trees within a mile radius had been resurrected into tree spirits and were constantly attacking Ziyun and the others. Boom, boom. As if an earthquake had struck, the tree spirits, with their fierce momentum, quickly surrounded Ziyun and the others once again. Hail! Li Bo's voice rang out again, and then Xiaobai's eyes narrowed, and its wings immediately unleashed a hailstorm the size of fists, mercilessly smashing down on the tree spirit below. Under the immense pressure of the hail, Li Bo quickly blasted a large hole in the swarm of tree spirits. Xiaobai seized the opportunity and quickly flew back to Ziyun's side. Upon seeing Li Bo again, Ziyun said nervously, Brother Li Bo, why did you come back? It's too dangerous down there. Li Bo looked at Ziyun with a doting expression. Silly Ziyun, how could I abandon you all? Besides, I already know how to deal with this giant locust tree demon. Upon hearing this, the beast girls turned to look at Li Bo, their expressions incredulous. Really? Brother Li Bo, we can finally kill this wretched tree demon. Ziyun exclaimed maliciously. Young master, but this giant locust tree demon, relying on the spiritual power of the fertile spring soil, has an inexhaustible regenerative ability. I'm afraid that even if we kill it with all our might, it will revive. Rabbit was still somewhat worried. As long as we uproot it, sever its connection with the fertile spring soil, and then kill it, we won't have to worry about it reviving. Li Bo laughed. Pull it out? How do I pull it out? Rabbit was completely baffled. Li Bo did not answer, but instead focused his gaze on Meow Meow, who was engaged in a fierce battle to the side. Sensing Li Bo's gaze, Meow Meow quickly responded, Beast Tamer, what do you want to do? Li Bo looked up and gestured towards Meow Meow towards the full moon hanging in the sky. Meow, with this moonlight, if you were in your true form, you could use your telekinesis to forcibly suspend this giant locust tree demon in mid-air. Psychic power. Meow Meow glanced at the moonlight in the sky, hesitated for a moment, and then said seriously, It's worth a try. You guys help me clear the obstacles. No problem. Li Bo smiled faintly. You can absorb the moonlight without worry. We'll take care of these tree spirits. As he spoke, Li Bo turned his gaze to Xiaobai. The dragon dance buff still has some time left, so use Blizzard now. Roar. Little White roared to the sky, its wings flapping rapidly. In an instant, a biting wind swept through, and large snowflakes shot towards the surrounding tree spirits like sharp blades. The tree spirits around them swayed violently under the onslaught of the blizzard, their branches cracking from the cold and rendering them unable to move. Taking advantage of this brief moment, Meow Meow quickly looked up, stared at the full moon in the sky, and let out a sharp, piercing howl. Then her pure white tail grew longer and longer, and her body changed from standing to crawling on all fours. Under the moonlight, the true form of the phantom moon cat gradually became apparent. Meow has a slender body and is not very big. Its fur is pure white, and its body seems to be bathed in moonlight, shimmering with a holy glow. Meow has a distinct crescent-shaped mark on its forehead, and its eyes are like a pair of dazzling emeralds, radiating a mysterious light. Of the phantom moon cat before him, Li Bo was momentarily stunned, as this was the first time he had ever seen the cat in its true form. At this moment, Meow Meow remained motionless, seemingly entering a state of emptiness. She stared intently at the bright moon in the sky, her blue and white eyes seeming to be able to communicate directly with the moonlight, becoming incredibly deep in an instant. As the moonlight continued to pour in, Meow Meow's body began to emit a soft blue light, and its aura became increasingly powerful. The status information of Meow Meow suddenly updated on the panel in Li Bo's eyes. Phantom Moon Cat, Moontide form. During the full moon effect, the following skills will receive a temporary and significant power boost. Psychic Power, Intermediate. Super Psychic Power, Advanced. Half Moon / Advanced. Full Moon / Transcendent. What? This is already extraordinary. Li Bo was not surprised that Meow Meow's telekinesis had been upgraded to super telekinesis. After all, Meow Meow already had advanced skills, and it was only natural that her telekinesis would be enhanced under the blessing of moonlight. But seeing that the crescent / had also been upgraded, Li Bo immediately lost his composure. You have to understand, Meow Meow is only an elite-level pet, yet it can already unleash extraordinary skills, which makes Li Bo's heart quite uneasy. Although this ability was only possessed for a short period of time, it was enough to demonstrate the extraordinary nature of the Meow Meow race's innate talents. With proper training, mastering the full moon / is only a matter of time. For some reason, Li Bo thought of Mu Aoshue again. When they were deeply in love, she always answered his questions without reservation. But whenever Li Bo asked about Meow Meow's origins, Mu Aoshue would stammer and refuse to tell him. Recalling what Lin Feier had said before, that Mu Aoshue's teacher and Lin Feier's teacher, Night Rose, were from the same school, Li Bo couldn't help but wonder if Mu Aoshue's identity was far more complex than it appeared. However, the battle was not over yet, and Li Bo quickly cleared his mind and focused his attention on the battlefield. Meow, super telekinesis. He shouted loudly. Meow. After a howl, green light burst from Meow Meow's eyes, and an invisible wave of psychic energy swept towards the giant locust tree demon. The giant locust tree spirit seemed to sense the danger and frantically twisted its body, trying to break free from the binding force of this mental power. At the same time, the tangled roots beneath its body desperately burrowed deeper, trying to stabilize itself. But with the blessing of the full moon, Meow Meow's psychic power was exceptionally strong, and the giant tree spirit's struggles gradually became somewhat futile. Pulled by that enormous, mysterious force, the giant locust tree demon's body was completely out of its control and was forcibly torn off the ground. Before long, its trunk was completely detached from the ground and suspended in the air. Fear finally appeared on the face of the giant locust tree demon, and it struggled desperately. At this moment, Li Bo saw that beneath the tree trunk, countless roots were still firmly embedded in the fertile soil of Yunchun, so he called out to Meow Meow. Meow, keep pushing. We have to uproot it. Meow Meow's expression became even more focused, its green eyes shining brightly as it concentrated all its mental energy, and its super psychic power surged wildly. Whoosh! The giant locust tree demon was propelled by Meow Meow to a height of 100 meters, as if it were riding a rocket. Chapter 106 Evolution. Flower Spirit Rabbit. When Li Bo saw that a pile of fresh, moist, and glossy soil had been turned up when its roots were pulled out, his face lit up with joy. Fertile soil and spring. Success. However, the giant locust tree demon was only lifted up and did not truly die. If it were to return to the ground, it would surely take root in the soil again. Meow Meow full moon / Li Bo issued another order. Meow Meow was surrounded by a burst of moonlight. She spun around rapidly and unleashed a white, circular beam of light the size of a millstone, accompanied by a sharp sonic boom, which hurtled towards the giant locust tree demon. The full moon slash may not look big, but the power it contains is terrifying. Wherever it passes, it leaves behind an aura of death. The giant locust tree demon twisted its branches frantically, trying to withstand this terrifying attack. But its struggles seemed so pale and powerless in the face of the extraordinary full moon slash. The light wave struck the middle trunk of the giant locust tree demon and exploded instantly, producing a deafening roar. Wood chips flew everywhere, and the broken branches fell to the ground like shooting stars. Congratulations, host. You have successfully defeated the giant tree demon. Frost Dragon Upgrade, Elite Tier 5. Phantom Mooncat Upgrade, Elite Rank 4. Shadow Thundercloud Upgrade, Elite Stage 4. Finally got them. Seeing the system notification, Li Bo immediately breathed a sigh of relief. However, seeing that all the pets had leveled up except for the rabbit, Li Bo said with a sigh, "Bunny, it's such a waste that you didn't evolve." As the giant locust tree demon perished, the spiritual energy of the surrounding tree spirits also dissipated. They closed their blood-red eyes, ceased their movements, and transformed back into ordinary trees, silently merging into the night. "Master, look, what's that?" Suddenly, Xiaobai looked at a green explosive device rapidly falling from the sky and said, "Huh? Could it be the crystal core of the giant locust tree demon? It doesn't seem like it." Li Bo observed the green object from afar. It did not have the shape a crystal core should have, but it exuded the aura of a crystal core, which made him extremely puzzled. "Ziyun, stop it." Li Bo spoke quickly. "All right, brother Li Bo." Ziyun swiftly unleashed her dark ropes, which simultaneously wrapped around the green object. After this upgrade, the number of black chains that Ziyun unleashed increased from 4 to 6, further enhancing their power. 6 chains swiftly swept away the green debris layer by layer, and then Ziyun manipulated it to place it on the ground in front of Li Bo. When the object came into full view of Li Bo, he was immediately stunned by its strange appearance. This is a heart-shaped object, entirely green, that keeps pulsating on the ground. Inside my heart, it felt as if an immense spiritual energy was constantly flowing. Through its dark, green outer skin, Li Bo seemed to vaguely see the core of the heart, the superior-grade crystal core emitting a shimmering green light. This was the first time Li Bo had ever witnessed such a bizarre scene, and he couldn't help but feel very puzzled. What is this? The crystal core has mutated into a heart. Onto the strange heart, 2 lines of information suddenly popped up from the system. Wood heart. The heart formed from the mutated crystal core of the giant locust tree demon, compressing all the spiritual energy absorbed by the fertile spring soil over hundreds of years. The wood heart can be activated and detonated by grass-type pets. Its power is equivalent to a superhuman strike. Yes, an extraordinary strike. Upon seeing these words, Li Bo gasped in shock. No wonder this giant locust tree demon can regenerate continuously and summon tree spirits as if they were free. It turns out it has stored all the spiritual energy it absorbs in the heart of the wood. In a way, it can be considered a result of years of hard work and accumulated experience. It has to be said that this giant locust tree demon is quite intelligent. If the conditions weren't so restrictive, Li Bo would have definitely made a contract with it. However, now that he had obtained the heart of wood, Li Bo felt he had nothing to complain about. After all, a superhuman strike is incredibly valuable. Aside from pets like Meow Meow, which possess an innate, overpowered mechanism that can unleash extraordinary power, generally speaking, pets can only learn extraordinary skills when they reach the leader level. With this thing by your side, you have another trump card. Li Bo believed that even if he encountered another superior-level pet beast, the heart of wood could blast it to smithereens. After all, the scene of Meow Meow killing the giant locust tree demon with extraordinary skill was still fresh in everyone's mind. "Master, Meow Meow has fainted." At this moment, Xiaobai suddenly shouted. "What? She fainted?" Li Bo rushed over to check and found Meow Meow lying motionless on the ground. Status: exhausted. It seems that the continuous use of high-level skills has taken a toll on Meow Meow's body. Meow Meow's body with complicated emotions. If she hadn't insisted on coming to the Misty Forest, today's battle would probably not have gone so smoothly. As an elite-level creature, it's really a stretch to expect Meow Meow to unleash its extraordinary skills. "Thanks a lot." Li Bo gently stroked the cat's fur, then summoned it back to the beast-taming space to rest. "Brother Li Bo, can we evolve into a bunny now?" At this moment, Ziyun said with a grin. "Certainly." Li Bo smiled, put the heart of wood back into his pouch, and then walked towards the place where the giant locust tree demon's roots had been uprooted. He crouched down, grabbed a handful of the turned-up, damp soil, squeezed it, and then sniffed it. The humidity is suitable, the color is consistent, and it has a fragrance, just like the characteristics of the fertile soil described in the records. Master, it seems Meow Meow really did a great job. If it hadn't forcibly lifted the giant locust tree demon into the air and turned over the soil, we don't know how long we would have had to dig this fertile spring soil. Little White said at this moment. Oh, judging from what Xiaobai is saying, it seems she approves of Meow Meow. Li Bo said in surprise. Master, I'm not a stingy dragon. Everyone has seen how much effort Meow Meow put in today. It would be unreasonable to ostracize her now. Upon hearing this, Li Bo smiled with relief. Xiaobai is really starting to look like a big sister. Then he turned his gaze to the bunny. Bunny, are you ready? It's time to evolve. Rabbit can't wait, young master. Rabbit said with anticipation. Li Bo nodded, then gestured for Xiaobai and Ziyun to step back a few steps so that the rabbit could absorb the nutrients quietly. The rabbit lay obediently on the fertile soil, and as it inhaled the spiritual energy emanating from the soil through its nose, a soft glow began to emanate from its body. As time passed, the light grew brighter and brighter, completely enveloping the rabbit. Li Bo watched intently, his heart filled with anticipation. 10 minutes later, a notification popped up in Li Bo's eyes that the evolution mission was complete. Part 1. Find the foundation of life, fertile spring soil, absorb spiritual energy for 10 minutes. Task progress, October 10th. Second, infuse with the essence of growth, dew of life, 3 drops. Task progress, March 3rd. Congratulations, host. You have completed the revival of the dead tree, evolution mission. Wooden rabbit, common. Flower spirit rabbit, elite. As the light on the rabbit quickly faded, its evolved form suddenly came into everyone's view. Unlike Xiaobai and Ziyun, whose size increased significantly after evolution, Tutu did not grow much bigger after evolution and remained small and cute. The emerald green 4-leaf clover hanging from the long ears has now turned into a pretty pink flower. She was surrounded by a faint spiritual aura, and compared to the ordinary wood spirit rabbit, the rabbit now had a divine charm. Name, flower spirit rabbit. Gender, female. Attribute, grass. Rank, elite tier 1. Potential, excellent. Status, happy. Skills, floral fragrance, intermediate. Leaf whirlwind blade, intermediate. Photosynthesis, intermediate. Parasitic seed, intermediate. Flash shield, intermediate. Vine strangulation, advanced. Description: as a pet beast that breaks through the racial hierarchy, the flower spirit rabbit not only combines control and healing, but also possesses considerable damage. Chapter 107 Parasitic Seed. Congratulations, host. You have successfully evolved your 3rd elite level pet. Beast Taming Space upgraded. Current Beast Taming Space volume, 50,000 cubic meters. The Beast Taming Space has broken through again. Li Bo looked surprised. He hadn't expected the Beast Taming Space to expand so much this time. 50,000 cubic meters, such a terrifying volume. If word got out, it would make countless high-level beast tamers green with envy. Young master. At this moment, the rabbit kept rubbing its head against Li Bo's knee, feeling extremely grateful to Li Bo for evolving it. From this moment on, she finally had the ability to fight alongside Ziyun and the others. Li Bo gently stroked the rabbit's incredibly soft fur, then carefully examined its interface. After evolving, the rabbit's skills increased from 3 to 6, resulting in a significant boost in its strength. To Li Bo's surprise, the original skill, Grass Fragrance, was upgraded to Floral Fragrance, as the rabbit evolved into the Flower Spirit Rabbit. Floral Fragrance. The Flower Spirit Rabbit releases a brief fragrance that paralyzes the opponent upon hit. Under anesthesia, Li Bo stroked his chin. Although anesthesia wasn't a particularly severe negative effect, overall, the fragrance of flowers, as a control skill, was already much more effective than the fragrance of grass, so he had nothing to complain about. The Flower Rabbit's skill, Floral Fragrance, intermediate, has been detected and can be upgraded to Fragrant Petals, advanced. Do you wish to accept the skill upgrade quest? Fragrant Flower Petals. Upon seeing the new task suddenly released by the system, Li Bo's eyes lit up with joy. He knew very well that Fragrant Petals, as an advanced skill, was far more powerful than Floral Fragrance. While the floral scent can paralyze opponents, its drawback is its extremely slow diffusion rate. In a rapidly changing battlefield, enemies won't be foolish enough to stand still and smell your scent. But Fragrant Petals is different. The most obvious difference is that it releases not fragrance, but several petals. Not only does it spread extremely quickly, but its petals are also as sharp as blades, allowing it to control enemies while also dealing considerable physical damage. Secondly, the fragrance of fragrant petals is so concentrated that it can cause pets to hallucinate. Once an opponent is hit, it's not just a matter of being paralyzed. Pets with weak willpower will become lost in its fragrance and completely lose their ability to fight. Receive. Li Bo accepted the skill evolution task issued by the system without hesitation. Task accepted successfully. Task requirements. Collect the body scents from 5 different women, excluding beast girls. Current progress, 0/5. Holy crap, what kind of bizarre mission is this? Upon seeing the task requirements, Li Bo was immediately speechless. No way. How did you even come up with the idea of collecting body odor? People will think I'm a pervert. This damn system is treating me like a piece of cake. Host, please believe in your own charm. Good luck. Moi. I believe you, my foot. You bad guy. 1,000 galloping horses raced through Li Bo's mind. The key was that the mission required a human of the opposite sex and did not allow the use of beast girls. Otherwise, completing it would be an easy task. Collecting body odor. Li Bo felt incredibly embarrassed. He couldn't very well go up to a girl and say, "Let me smell your fragrance," or he'd be seen as a lecherous lecher. You collected the right ones. Li Bo suddenly thought of something and hurriedly started rummaging through his storage ring. Collect body odor, +1. Floral fragrance evolution quest, 1 of 5. Really? Seeing the latest progress bar pop up by the system, Li Bo suddenly realized that as long as he collected the medium that still had the scent of the opposite sex, it would meet the requirements. So, the task isn't that difficult after all. Li Bo first racked his brains to think of the women he was familiar with, but after studying them for a long time, he still couldn't find the right words to say to them. Forget it. Let's put it aside for now. If all else fails, we'll just buy some round dumplings from the yellow croaker shop. Li Bo quickly put the task out of his mind. Now that the rabbit had successfully evolved, the most urgent task was to level up quickly and catch up with Xiao Bai and the others. We can put the skill enhancement on hold for now. Now that the giant locust tree spirit is dead, it's time to set off home. So many mishaps have occurred in just the first 2 days of exploring this misty forest. If we linger any longer, there might be even bigger trouble. Young master. Seeing that Li Bo was about to leave, Tutu suddenly called out to him. What's wrong, Rabbit? Li Bo asked curiously. Rabbit glanced at the dense forest around it. These tree spirits? Should we just ignore them? Tree spirit. Li Bo chuckled. Rabbit, the giant locust tree demon is dead, so there's no tree spirit left. They're just ordinary trees now. But Rabbit can sense that there seems to be a sealed power on them. Rabbit said uncertainly. The sealed power? Li Bo's expression suddenly turned serious, and he couldn't help but look around once. Although these trees had just been resurrected by the spirits using a summoning spell, they now possessed elite-level destructive capabilities. But with the death of the giant locust tree spirit, the tree spirits had long been cut off from their connection and turned back into ordinary trees. Rabbit, can you sense the presence of the giant locust tree demon on them? Li Bo suddenly asked. The rabbit shook its head vigorously. Young master, these tree spirits have become independent individuals after breaking free from the control of the giant locust tree spirit. But strangely, their spiritual power did not disappear with the death of the giant locust tree spirit. As fellow grass-type beings, I can clearly sense the dormant power within them. What? There's still spiritual energy within him. Li Bo's eyes widened in disbelief. Then he stroked his chin and began to think seriously. According to Rabbit, these giant trees also possess the combat abilities bestowed upon them by the giant locust tree spirit. However, since the giant locust tree spirit is dead and cannot be controlled using the summoning spell, the tree spirits have fallen into a deep sleep. Thinking of this, a bold idea suddenly came to Li Bo's mind. There are at least 300 or 400 of these tree spirits. If I can revive and control them, they will become another powerful weapon in my hands. But how can we revive them? Li Bo's gaze fell upon the 3 pet beasts beside him. The only one whose attributes matched those of the tree spirit was the grass-type rabbit. If the rabbits can successfully control them, then Li Bo can summon them back to the beast-taming space. After all, a beast-taming space of 50,000 cubic meters is enough to store and accommodate all the tree spirits. Control. Suddenly remembering something, Li Bo's eyes lit up. That's it. Parasitic Seeds. Chapter 108 Subduing the Tran Army. Li Bo suddenly looked at the rabbit, remembering that after evolving, the rabbit had learned an additional intermediate skill. Parasitic Seed. The skill Parasitic Seed allows you to absorb an opponent's energy and use it for your own benefit after it hits them. Combined with the inherent control skills of grass-type pets, it can drag the opponent down to their death, making it a common combo for most grass-type beastmasters. But what many people don't know is that besides this old trick, Parasite Seed has another little-known function. That is, after using Parasitic Seed, the spellcasting pet can use the Parasitic Seed to influence and control the pet's actions. However, since pets are all self-aware, to achieve this level, one must densely plant parasitic seeds all over their bodies and forcibly control their bodies. In actual combat, it is obviously difficult to achieve this level, so this tactic has been basically abandoned. But it was a completely different story with these tree spirits in front of them. They have no independent consciousness at all. They are just empty shells with power. With just a little guidance, their actions can be completely controlled. Thinking of this, Li Bo couldn't help but smile. This skill was practically tailor-made for controlling tree spirits. He excitedly said to Rabbit, "Rabbit, try using the parasitic seed skill to control these tree spirits." The rabbit nodded, and with a flash of light, green seeds flew out from its body and shot towards the surrounding trees. The seeds attached themselves accurately to the tree and quickly penetrated the trunk. Soon after, the previously still tree began to sway. Pairs of scarlet eyes slowly opened once again from the darkness. The branches twisted and deformed, and the trunk transformed into arms, gradually evolving into the appearance of a tree spirit. The method worked. Li Bo stared intently at the scene, his palms unconsciously sweating. After all, the rabbit has only just evolved into an elite and is not yet proficient in manipulating parasitic seeds. If these tree spirits get out of control, I will have to spend a lot of time dealing with them. Soon, all the tree spirits in the vicinity awoke, and Ziyun counted their numbers in the air. A total of 380. Brother Li Bo, with so many, are you sure you can handle it, Rabbit? Li Bo asked with some concern. Of course, it's a piece of cake, young master. The bunny smiled confidently. Under the rabbit's precise guidance, the parasitic seeds on each tree spirit began to sprout inside its body. The aura left by the giant locust tree spirit on them was gradually replaced by the rabbit. Sensing the rabbit's call, the tree spirits turned their heads and looked at her with empty eyes. Everyone line up properly. From now on, you must obey the young master's orders. Rabbit gave commands to the tree spirits. Rumble. Under Rabbit's command, the tree spirits lined up in dozens of neat rows, just like well-trained soldiers. Looking at the dark, imposing army of tree spirits, Li Bo was filled with joy. He hadn't expected that Rabbit had actually managed to control them all. Hee, young master, how did I do? Rabbit tilted its head back, expectantly waiting for Li Bo's praise. Li Bo, of course, was not stingy with his words, stroking Rabbit's head as he spoke. You re the best, bunny. I'll buy you some delicious carrots when we get home. However, the rabbit shook its head like a rattle drum. Bunny doesn't want to eat carrots. Bunny wants to eat the young master's big carrot. Upon hearing this, Li Bo nearly collapsed to the ground. Corrupted my bunny like this. Li Bo unconsciously turned his gaze to Ziyun. Ziyun was unconvinced and pouted defiantly. Brother Li Bo, look at you. You're framing me again. Rabbit is already a real woman. These things are not taught properly. At this point, Ziyun's tone became resentful. It's pitiful for me and Sister Xiaobai, still living like widows as always. Cough, cough. Faced with Ziyun's complaints, Li Bo simply pretended not to hear them and said seriously to Tutu. Hey bunny, you can't do that again. When we're out and about, we have to be more proper. Rabbit said, oh, and then said dejectedly. Rabbit understands. Rabbit will stop being indecent with young master when we get home. Li Bo once again focused his gaze on the group of tree spirits who were on high alert. They had now officially become his death servants. As long as I give the order, these tree spirits will pounce on their opponent like hungry wolves. The tree spirits may have slightly clumsy fighting skills, but each of them possesses elite-level strength. When they surge forward, even a third-tier beast tamer will perish on the spot. Li Bo thought to himself, with this tree spirit army and that would heart with extraordinary power, he could practically roam freely in this river and sea. After calming himself down, Li Bo made a summoning motion, attempting to bring these tree spirits into his beast-taming space. Because these tree spirits were directly under Rabbit's control, the recall process went more smoothly than expected. With Li Bo's summons, these tree spirits transformed into streaks of green light and entered the beast-taming space. In the vast beast-taming space, the tree spirits lined up neatly and then fell asleep again. It's getting late. It's time for us to go home. Swirling forest below recede into the distance. a hint of lingering reluctance in his eyes. Although he only spent 2 short days there, the experiences were deeply etched into Li Bo's mind like a brand. What he found most unforgettable was undoubtedly his acquaintance and friendship with Kai Lin. Whenever Li Bo recalls the scene of parting with Kai Lin in the Snake Cave, his heart feels as if it has been suddenly ripped apart. Master, do you think Kai Lin can escape the Misty Forest? Xiaobai suddenly asked a meaningful question. Who can say for sure? Li Bo smiled faintly. Who knows? When we meet again next time, Kai Lin will have become even stronger than us, Xiaobai. Then Xiaobai needs to train even harder. I can't let the girls surpass me, Xiaobai said earnestly. Xiaobai is still so competitive. Li Bo laughed. But speaking of which, Xiaobai has already reached elite level 5. Among you ladies, you should be the first to reach the excellent level. Excellent level. A complex longing flashed in Xiaobai's eyes. The scene of struggling for survival as a lowly white spirit snake was still vivid in her mind. The term excellent used to be so unattainable, but now it seems almost within reach. For Xiaobai, being contracted by Li Bo was like experiencing a beautiful dream, and every day was filled with joy. Even if it's a dream, I hope I never wake up and stay by my master's side forever. Xiaobai said something to himself. Chapter 109 Yang Fei's Advice. After returning home from the Misty Forest, Li Bo took a bath and then fell asleep immediately. He didn't know how long he had slept when he was suddenly woken up by the doorbell. Who is it? Li Bo rubbed his sleepy eyes and saw a few rays of sunlight shining through the curtains into the room, realizing that it was already dawn. Could it be Lu Wei again? Li Bo muttered a couple of things to himself, then casually opened the door. Really? What came into Li Bo's view was Lu Wei's smiling face with her eyes narrowed. Good morning, my dear neighbor. Still sleeping in? Lu Wei greeted Li Bo warmly, seemingly in a very good mood. Unlike her disheveled appearance that night, Lu Wei was now wearing a blue uniform and the distinctive hat of the guard team, looking incredibly heroic. Seeing her radiant complexion, Li Bo asked, judging from this, Captain Lu Wei is getting ready to go to work, right? Thanks to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to get back to work so quickly, Lu Wei said with a smile. Li Bo yawned. No need to be so polite, we're all neighbors. By the way, Captain Lu Wei, is there something you need that woke me up so early? I'm here to return your things. Lu Wei blushed slightly, and then, in front of Li Bo, she took out a pair of cartoon underwear from her bag, which was the one that Li Bo had given to her to use temporarily that day. I was just saying, but Captain Lu Wei is really something. Li Bo said magnanimously. If you like these underwear, feel free to take them. Consider it a gift for Captain Lu Wei. Puff. Lu Wei laughed. Who wants to keep it with them forever? I've already worn yours. Lu Wei stammered twice, her neck turning bright red, and said, crotch choke. That makes sense. After all, men and women have different physical structures. Li Bo grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. Just one more question, Captain Lu Wei, did she get it washed? Upon hearing this, Lu Wei's face immediately turned angry. No way. What kind of person do you think I am, Lu Wei? She said with a very serious expression. I, Lu Wei, am a very hygienic person. I've hand-washed these underwear of yours several times. Li Bo simply responded with an oh. Seeing that he seemed somewhat disappointed, Lu Wei looked at Li Bo with great suspicion. What do you mean, kid? Do you have that kind of fetish? At this point, Lu Wei's gaze suddenly sharpened, and she looked at Li Bo as if she were scrutinizing a pervert. Of course not. Noticing the doubt in Lu Wei's eyes, Li Bo spoke sternly and firmly. I just lament that it's such a waste of talent for a pillar of the nation like Captain Lu Wei to be washing my underwear by hand. Pa, you're such a smooth talker. Lu Wei, looking annoyed, shoved the underwear into Li Bo's arms. Collect body odor, +1. Floral fragrance evolution quest, 2 of 5. Upon seeing the system notification, Li Bo's eyes widened in surprise. Huh, this works. Thanks, Li Bo. At this moment, Lu Wei said something very sincerely. Li Bo chuckled. If Captain Lu Wei needs anything else, she can come to me anytime. I won't mind at all. You cheeky brat. Lu Wei scolded playfully, then suddenly asked, by the way, where have you been these past 2 days? I couldn't find you anywhere. I went on an adventure in the Misty Forest, so I wasn't home. Li Bo didn't hide this fact. The Misty Forest? That's a very dangerous place. Lu Wei glanced at Li Bo with a shocked look in her eyes, then said with a serious expression. Speaking of danger, I must remind you that insect-type beast Tamer has started causing trouble again these past 2 days. Be careful when you go out. It's shown up again. Li Bo looked surprised, but after thinking for a moment, he realized that although he didn't know the other party's purpose in coming to Shanghai, it definitely had nothing to do with him. Let the guards worry about things like punishing the wicked and upholding justice. Captain Lu Wei, you'd better hurry up and bring her to justice. Otherwise, we ordinary folks will live in constant fear. Li Bo sighed. I'll catch her even without you telling me. Lu Wei gritted her teeth, a resolute look on her face. All right, I'm not talking to you anymore. I need to get back to work. Hee. Captain Lu Wei, see you tonight. Li Bo waved to Lu Wei and watched her enter the elevator before closing the door. So sleepy. Li Bo couldn't stop yawning and prepared to go back to his room for another nap. Anyway, the martial arts competition finals are scheduled for tomorrow. Currently, all 3 of my pets are elite level, so this championship is a sure thing. Message has been sent by contact person Yang Fei. Li Bo took 2 steps, then stopped abruptly upon hearing a notification from the hunter chip. Huh? Minister Yang is looking for me. Li Bo immediately opened the message. Li Bo, new bounty. Come see me in the lower city. A new bounty? Finally, a mission. Upon seeing these words, a glint of light flashed in Li Bo's eyes, and he was instantly wide awake. Having a task means more contribution points. Currently, raising 3 pets at the same time requires too many strange and unusual materials. The hunter's market can alleviate some of the pressure. After getting dressed, Li Bo hurried to the place where Yang Fei had arranged to meet him. This was an abandoned factory. Li Bo was very puzzled. In the past, he would assign tasks in the upper city, so why did he come to such a remote place this time? Pushing open the dilapidated gate, one sees Yang Fei standing with his hands behind his back in the middle of the field. Li Bo, we meet again. Yang Fei revealed a warm smile. Hee. Minister Yang has become even more handsome. Li Bo walked over with a grin. Unexpectedly, Yang Fei's expression changed, and he quickly grabbed Li Bo's ear, causing Li Bo to stop laughing immediately. Well, you've really gotten bold, haven't you? You've actually started a power struggle with Xiaoxue. Brother Fei. Ouch. Ouch. Be gentle. Let's talk this out. Li Bo begged for mercy. Yang Fei's strength remained undiminished. Xiaoxue, as a member of our 4210 department, instead of challenging others, you're fighting amongst yourselves. You called her your ex-girlfriend? How could you be so cruel? Now that Xiaoxue is like this, you bear an undeniable responsibility. Upon hearing this, Li Bo's eyes flickered, and he tentatively asked, how is Xiaoxue now? What else can you do? Yang Fei released his grip. Xiaoxue stays indoors all day now, doesn't reply to messages, and won't accept any tasks. I'm really worried that she might do something rash because of what happened between you and her cat girl. Huh? You knew all along. Li Bo broke out in a cold sweat. Damn it. Bad news really does travel 1,000 miles. Brother Fei, you can't blame me entirely for this. Li Bo said innocently. If you hadn't arranged for me to kill the night werewolf last time, I wouldn't have been caught by Meow Meow. You're blaming me now? You're such a blockhead. Yang Fei said with a mixture of disappointment and frustration. Since you have complicated relationships with both Xiaoxue and Meow Meow, why not just take them all in and make them a family? Then there won't be any question of who has wronged whom. Holy crap. How come I didn't think of that? Li Bo looked at Yang Fei with a strange expression, but an expression of admiration unconsciously appeared on his face. It all comes down to Fei Ji's unique thinking and rich experience. Chapter 110, A New Bounty. Go away. Don't try to get close to me. Yang Fei rolled his eyes at Li Bo. Let's get down to business. Is it serious business? Li Bo asked curiously. Speaking of which, Brother Fei, why are you issuing me this bounty so mysteriously? It's not like you're trying to get me to give up the martial arts championship again. Of course not. Neither you nor Xiaoxue accepted the bounty, so I had to turn it down. I even got my salary docked because of it. Yang Fei looked distressed. No, Li Bo said, stroking his chin. To choose a godforsaken place like the lower city for a meeting, I'm curious what kind of mysterious bounty could be involved. I didn't come to the lower city because of the bounty. Yang Fei sighed. The guards have been cracking down on us hunters lately, so we had no choice but to come here. That's true, Li Bo said, stroking his chin, recalling Lu Wei telling him that the government's attitude towards hunters was very unfriendly. Speaking of which, Li Bo, you'd better keep your hunter identity a secret. If the guards catch you, it'll be a lot of work to get you out. Yang Fei added. So it turns out Brother Fei has the ability to bail people out. It's really an injustice to have you as a department head, given you're just a bunch of nobodies. Li Bo chuckled. You cheeky brat. Yang Fei looked at Li Bo seriously and said, I'm not joking with you anymore. The bounty I'm having you take this time is a C-level bounty. A Class C bounty. Li Bo blinked. But I'm only a D rank. There's nothing we can do about it. Right now, you're the only D-level member in our department. All the other members are E-level. It's your fault for changing Xiaoshua's level. Yang Fei said. No way. You're kidding me. Li Bo exclaimed in disbelief. So our department is full of greenhorns. 2,000 contribution points. So tell me if you'll accept or not. Yang Fei said something. 2,000. Li Bo immediately perked up, but then he thought again and felt something was amiss. This mission must be very dangerous, right? He asked. Not dangerous at all. Yang Fei smiled. The other party is just a second-tier beast tamer. The reason he was rated C-level is because you are required to kill him. Kill. Li Bo's expression changed, thinking to himself that he was asked to kill someone after only accepting the second bounty. Wasn't that a bit too much of a leap? Li Bo looked at Yang Fei intently. Whom do you want me to kill? Hunter. Yang Fei smiled mysteriously, then handed a photo to Li Bo. Li Bo took the photo and saw a middle-aged man with a crew cut, whose code name was listed next to him. Sea-level hunter, Qianlong. Hidden dragon? Could he be a dragon-type beast tamer? Li Bo muttered to himself, then asked, what did he do wrong? Why kill him? You embezzled the reward money. Yang Fei uttered 5 words. Poaching the reward money. Li Bo said, puzzled. This crime doesn't warrant death. Heh, that might have been the case before. If a hunter embezzled a bounty, at most the item would be recovered, and he would be expelled from the guild and never be rehired. But things are different now. Yang Fei's expression was icy cold. The hunter's higher-ups are conducting a large-scale purge. Operation Cleanup. Li Bo was startled, recalling what Yang Fei had said before. Many hunters were now semi-detached from the organization, frequently committing crimes, forcing the government to launch a full-scale manhunt for them. This purge operation was likely a large-scale reshuffle within the hunters' organization against this backdrop. No, don't be too surprised. There will only be more and more bounties like this in the future. Yang Fei continued. Moreover, the bounty stolen by this Qianlong is worth 500 million. He deserved to die. This mission, you not only have to kill this hunter, but also recover the bounty he embezzled. So what exactly is this bounty? A pair of ivory. Yang Fei said. Ivory. Li Bo looked puzzled again. Yes. Yang Fei nodded. To be precise, it's a pair of ancient ivory tusks, originally housed in the British Museum, and of extremely high artistic value. What? The British Museum? Li Bo, a burly man, retorted. Wasn't that stolen? How could you say that? Yang Fei said without changing his expression. How can you use the word steal to describe a hunter? It's called taking. This ancient ivory originally belonged to the Great Xia Kingdom. It is considered a return to its rightful owner that the Great Xia Kingdom's benefactor offered a reward for its return. The wealthy backer went to great lengths to get Qianlong into the museum, but this guy actually took things away without permission. He even removed the hunter chip and completely disappeared. There's no hunter chip. How am I supposed to find this guy? Li Bo secretly thought that things were not as simple as he had imagined. Well, Yang Fei smiled faintly. According to reliable sources, this guy is currently hiding in Jianghai. Moreover, this kind of ancient ivory is extremely sensitive and won't be easy to sell. You can keep an eye on various underground auctions. Maybe you'll find some clues. I'll try my best. Li Bo sighed. That's true, but how easy is it to find a hunter who deliberately hides in such a vast ocean? Don't try your best. Yang Fei said with a pained expression. If you still can't complete the mission, I might have to go back to farming. Brother Fei, you must be joking. Li Bo pursed his lips, sized Yang Fei up, and seeing that he possessed an extraordinary bearing and dressed simply yet elegantly, he said, I knew it all along. Even if you didn't work for the Hunter Association, you'd still inherit a fortune. Huh. Yang Fei chuckled dryly. As a person, you have to have dreams. Otherwise, what's the difference between you and a salted fish? All right, kid. I'm not talking to you anymore. Finish the mission quickly. It'll make me look good at headquarters. Last time you completed all the bounties for Night Rose, quite a few high-ranking hunters remembered you. After giving Li Bo a meaningful pat twice, Yang Fei walked towards the factory exit. After pushing open the weathered door, Yang Fei suddenly stopped, turned back, and gave a word of advice. You'd better handle Xiaoshua's matter properly. Otherwise, if her grandfather comes knocking on your door, don't say, I didn't warn you. Xiaoshua's grandfather? Li Bo's heart skipped a beat. He had spent so much time with her, and he had never heard her mention her grandfather. However, judging from Yang Fei's wary tone, he must be a person of importance. This is such a headache. Li Bo rubbed his head. Chapter 111 Li Bo's Conditions. After Yang Fei left, Li Bo's stomach suddenly rumbled. I'm so hungry. I haven't had breakfast yet. Li Bo walked out of the factory gate, intending to find something to eat in the lower city. What the reward is doesn't matter. Filling our stomachs is the most important thing. However, before Li Bo could take a few steps, he was blocked by a strange figure in front of him. This was a man who looked to be in his early 20s. He was tall and thin, wearing a yellow trench coat, and his handsome face revealed a cold and sinister look. "Good lad. I've been looking for you for the past 2 days." The man looked at Li Bo and sneered, then casually dialed a number on his phone. "Jinhao, come quick. I found that wretched brat." "I'll be there right away," came a cold voice from the other end of the phone. "Looking for me?" Li Bo narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself that he hadn't offended anyone recently, but the face in front of him seemed vaguely familiar. He then said, "Sir, are you mistaken? We don't think we've met before." "Hee. You haven't seen me, but I've seen you many times." Seeing that the person opposite him was hostile, Li Bo began to think seriously. Suddenly, looking at the man's face, a glint of light flashed in his eyes. Because this guy's appearance is extremely similar to that of Wang Linxian. I've heard that Wang Linxian has an older brother who's a junior in college and often bullies others at school. Considering that tomorrow is the final against Wang Linxian, even if Li Bo is slow-witted, he can guess that this guy is here to smooth things over for Wang Linxian's victory tomorrow. Li Bo smiled calmly and said unhurriedly, "Your Wang family is quite capable, managing to get the Hunter organization involved. Sending your good-for-nothing brother to the finals must have cost you a lot of money." Upon hearing Li Bo immediately reveal his identity, Wang Linxuan's expression changed, then darkened again. "Good lad. You guessed it." Wang Chen continued, "That's right. I am Wang Linxuan's brother, Wang Chen. Li Bo, the reason I've come to see you today is simple. To give up tomorrow's martial arts competition championship so that Xiao Xian can win." "Give up the championship?" Li Bo wondered if he had misheard. "You really dare to ask for that much? Anyone who didn't know better would think Jianghai University was your family's property." "Huh." Wang Linxian sneered. "Although Jianghai University is not owned by my family, in Jianghai, my Wang family is still considered quite influential." "Li Bo, you're a smart man. Rather than offending the Wang family, you'd better do me a favor and obediently hand over the martial arts championship." Li Bo sized up Wang Chen with his eyes. "I'm curious, what exactly is hidden in this secret realm that would make you go to such great lengths to manage this martial arts competition?" "You brat, trying to trick me into revealing information?" Wang Chen sneered. "There are some things you can't control even if I tell you. The treasures in this secret realm are of paramount importance to my Wang family. As long as you can help Xiao Xian achieve victory, my Wang family will reward you handsomely." "Oh." Upon hearing this, Li Bo immediately became interested. "I'm curious what this generous reward you're talking about is." "Heh, he really is a pragmatic person." Wang Chen smiled smugly, seeing that Li Bo was interested. "Okay, name your price. If it's reasonable, I might consider it." "You said it yourself." Li Bo smiled, then slowly raised his right hand and made a 5 gesture. "Oh, 5 million. Wang Linxian raised an eyebrow and smiled, not expecting things to go so smoothly. This number is nothing to him. He couldn't help but sneer inwardly, thinking, he's just a country bumpkin from the lower city. 5 million is all he needs to settle things. However, Li Bo shook his head. "Huh." Wang Linxian was taken aback, then looked at Li Bo with surprise and asked, "You want 50 million? Although 50 million was a bit painful, after thinking about it, as long as it could help Xiao Xian win the championship, it wasn't unacceptable. Unexpectedly, Li Bo still shook his head with a smile, looking as if he couldn't understand him. "What? You want 500 million? That's a ridiculously outrageous demand, Li Bo." Wang Chen immediately became uneasy. 50 million was within his authority, but if it reached 500 million, he would have to ask his father for a decision. He began to make plans in his mind. However, as long as Xiao Xian enters the secret realm, he will have a chance to obtain the Sunstone. At that time, he can regenerate all the depleted rare minds of my Wang family, and the status of my Wang family will definitely increase day by day. Then, it will not be a problem to overthrow that old bastard Lin Feng. In this regard, I think father will agree. Wang Chen gritted his teeth, and just as he was about to agree to Li Bo's request, the other party suddenly spoke. "Not 500 million, it's 5 billion. Li Bo revealed 2 rows of large, white teeth. "Fuck your mother." Wang Chen immediately swore, his face so dark it was almost dripping with water. "Li Bo, don't be so stubborn. You're never satisfied. 50 billion, you really dare to take it? Even if it were given to you, would you dare to accept it? What's there to be afraid to take?" Li Bo spread his hands and gestured with his lips. "Since this national-level secret realm qualification is so important to your Wang family, offering 5 billion in exchange is well worth it. Transfer the money now, and I will immediately forfeit the championship." "I'll beat your mother." Wang Chen was completely enraged by Li Bo. He never expected that the other party would be so greedy. 50 billion is no small sum anywhere. How many mines does the Wang family have to mine in a year to make 5 billion in sales? A college student, huh? So rude. Li Bo was speechless at how the other person always talked about their family, but fortunately, he didn't have a mother and couldn't be chosen. Good, good, good. Wang Chun gritted his teeth. Since that's the case, then I'll make sure you can't participate in the competition. His expression was icy cold, and without saying a word, he immediately made a summoning gesture. Swish, swish, swish. 3 green lights flashed in succession, and several pets of different appearances appeared between the two. 3 elite level. Li Bo squinted and quickly examined the information of the 3 pet beasts. Firefang Boar, Steel type, elite rank 7. Soul-crossing Raven, Dark element, elite rank 4. Stray Wolf, Earth element, elite tier 3. Of the 3 pet beasts, the largest is the fire-toothed wild boar, which is 2 meters tall and 5 meters long. Its sharp, thick tusks are wrapped with red fire teeth, and its short, dense black hair covers its rough skin, with several narrow scars faintly visible on its skin. The soul-crossing raven, on the other hand, is entirely black and fluid-like. Except for its strange head, the rest of its body is composed of dark matter, making it look like a ghost floating in the air. The wasteland wolf has a yellowish-brown coat. Although it is the lowest level, its eyes reveal a murderous aura. This pet beast from the alien desert is extremely bloodthirsty. Chapter 112 War King Chun. Without a doubt, Wang Chen's pets are all rare and expensive. No matter which one it is, if it were put on the market, it would be highly sought after. Only a rich young master like him could afford to have such high-end pets. The 3 pet beasts appeared. Wang Chun was filled with confidence and gave Li Bo a provocative smile. How was it, Li Bo? However, he did not elicit shock or fear from Li Bo. Not very good. Li Bo just shook his head in disappointment. Wang Chun, you're already a junior in college, and you still haven't broken through to the excellent level with your pet beast. It's really a failure. What did you say? How could Wang Chun possibly save face after being ridiculed like that by a mere freshman? He was so excited that his face turned red. Do you really think breaking through to the excellence level is as easy as drinking water? For pet beasts, reaching the elite level is extremely difficult with each level up. Reaching my level in your 3rd year is already quite remarkable. Wang Chun snorted coldly, then changed the subject. Li Bo, I have to admit, you are indeed qualified to be the #1 freshman this year. But your 2 pets have only just broken through to elite level, and their levels and numbers are not as good as mine. I advise you to obediently give up the championship. If I cripple your pets, it will be a loss for you. Heh, it's not certain who will cripple whom yet. Without wasting any words, Li Bo summoned Xiaobai, Ziyun, Miao Miao, and Tutu. Wang Chun was dumbfounded when he saw the 4 green magic circles that suddenly flashed across the ground. What? 4 elite-level creatures? This is impossible. He rubbed his eyes hard, finding it hard to accept what he was seeing. In the previous martial arts competition, Li Bo only had the Ice Dragon and Ziyun as his pets. How come he has 2 more now? What's with that rabbit with flowers on its ears? It's another brand new pet I've never seen before. And the only cat girl standing on the field in beast girl form is clearly the pet beast of that person named Muaoshua. How did I end up being bound to a contract by this kid? Wang Chun was speechless for a moment. His lips twitched, and his expression was extremely complicated. What surprised him even more was that Li Bo's Ice Dragon had only evolved into an elite just 2 days ago. So how come it was now exuding the aura of an elite level 4 or 5? Such an incredible leveling speed. Even taking drugs wouldn't be this fast. The situation suddenly became evenly matched, and Wang Chun immediately lost his confidence. He had witnessed Li Bo's incredible fighting abilities with his Ice Dragon and Purple Cloud. If they really fought, he might not be able to gain the upper hand. Chen Hao, why isn't he here yet? Wang Chun was extremely anxious. Upgrade quest: defeat Firefang Boar, Soul-crossing Raven, and Steppe Wolf. Suddenly, an upgrade task popped up in front of Li Bo's eyes. Li Bo paused for a moment, then looked up at Wang Chun. I've changed my mind. I won't cripple your 3 pets. What? Wang Chun asked, looking puzzled. Because I'm not eating beef anymore. A chilling smile appeared on Li Bo's lips. You're asking for it. Wang Chun was furious. Did they really think they could defeat me just because they outnumbered me? Piggy, use the tusk cannonball. He shouted loudly. Whoosh whoosh. One after another, enormous cannonballs, wreathed in flames, detached from the fire-toothed boar's fangs and hurtled towards Li Bo's pet beasts. Bunny, flash shield. Understood, young master. Rabbit's eyes narrowed. and then the pink petal on its ear began to shine brightly. The pets, including Li Bo, were quickly enveloped by a semicircular golden light shield, which swiftly blocked the incoming fang-shaped projectiles. The fang-shaped shells struck the shield, sending up intense sparks. Each explosion caused the shield to shudder. Li Bo knew that this passive approach was not a sustainable solution. The fang-shaped shells are too powerful. The rabbits won't last long. Let's split up. Master, this firefang boar is the highest level. I'll deal with it. The rest are for the sisters. Xiaobai said very responsibly. Brother Li Bo, leave the soul-crossing raven to me. Ziyan also spoke up. Then I'll deal with this wasteland wolf. Rabbit quickly added. All right. Meow Meow will assist everyone. Let's divide the tasks. After saying that, Li Bo decisively mounted Little White and flew out of the light shield. Seeing that the flash shield was about to be blasted apart, Wang Qin's eyes revealed a hint of pride. The firefang boar was his most prized pet, and he was very confident in the power of the tusk cannonballs. Heh, let's see how long you can hide. Steppenwolves, once they show themselves, charge in and tear them to shreds. Wang Qin said grimly. Whoa! The Steppenwolf responded with a sharp howl. Unexpectedly, the next second, a huge ice dragon suddenly shot out from the light shield. Wang Qin's expression changed drastically, and he had no time to react. Ice armor, dragon claw. Li Bo issued the order. Steppenwolf, use tear claws to stop it. Wang Qin's expression changed, and he shouted. But he didn't expect that Li Bo's ice dragon had no intention of dodging at all. What? Wang Qin witnessed Xiao Bai's body being rapidly encased in a thick layer of ice during flight. When the wasteland wolf leaped up and attacked her, it was like a tickle, leaving only a scratch on the ice armor. Little White had no intention of wasting time with the steppe wolf. Its objective was clear, to take down Wang Qin's main fighting force, the firefang boar. Taking a hit from a steppenwolf, Little White instantly appeared in front of the firefang boar. Claw activated. Little White swiftly extended its incredibly powerful dragon claw, quickly and accurately grasped the long-tusked wild boar's fiery red tusks, and then without hesitation carried it into the air. Dragon Dance. Boost your attributes. Li Bo gave another command, and after Xiao Bai let out a huge dragon roar, it spun and flew around, its combat power suddenly soaring. Piggy. Seeing the ice dragon getting further and further away from the ground, Wang Qin panicked and hurriedly issued commands. Flame Jet. The long, fanged wild boar, a surging fire poised to erupt. Throw it down, Little White. Li Bo was not greedy. When the boar was dozens of meters above the ground, Xiao Bai quickly swung its body and then threw it down without hesitation. Boom. The blow created a deep, scorching crater in the ground, but the tusked boar, with its thick hide, did not die from the impact. But how could Li Bo let such a great opportunity slip by? Cold Blade Thorn. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, the giant ice spike, enhanced by the dragon dance, mercilessly blasted towards the firefang boar trapped in the deep pit. Thick icy fog filled the huge pit, and soon Wang Qin discovered in despair that the firefang boar had completely lost its life. What? As the icy mist dissipated, the gruesome sight of the firefang boar riddled with bullet holes immediately came into Wang Qin's view. Blood mixed with snow water, making it look extremely tragic, like a massacre. Chapter 113, Overwhelming Strength. My piggy. Wang Qin roared to the sky, and when he realized what had happened, he was heartbroken. He never expected that Li Bo's fighting methods would be so swift and decisive, and that he would be so ruthless. In less than a minute, he completely finished off his firefang boar. I'm going to kill you, you bastard. Wang Qin's eyes were bloodshot, and his grief and indignation were almost overflowing from them. He turned his attention to the other two pets, preparing to have them avenge the firefang boar. Unexpectedly, the situation of the Soul Raven and the Steppenwolf was also far from optimistic. While Xiao Bai was battling the firefang boar, Ziyun was also locked in a fierce battle with the soul-crossing crow. Quack quack. At this moment, the soul-crossing crow continuously emitted extremely hoarse and piercing cries, which gathered into ripples and struck towards Ziyun. Its cry can directly disturb the mind of pets. It is a kind of innate sonic attack. However, this posed no threat to Ziyun, because she also possessed a sonic attack skill, Thunder Roar. Roar. The fierce tiger roar, accompanied by thunder and lightning, instantly crushed the momentum of the soul-crossing raven. Seeing that its voice was ineffective, the soul-crossing raven decisively unleashed a dark attack. With a whoosh, the soul-crossing crow transformed itself into a sharp blade, creating a black whirlwind that swept towards the purple cloud dreamland. Dark elements are mutually restraining, so it's not worried about missing Ziyun. The soul-crossing raven charged at a very fast speed, and in no time it was in front of Ziyun's huge body. Just when it thought it could split the strange cloud in front of it in two, suddenly, its body was blocked by a giant net. Hee, you fell for it. Ziyun floated inside the Crimson Thunder prison, watching the soul-crossing crow stuck on the outer electric fence like a spectator. The Crimson Thunder prison can not only trap enemies inside, but also be summoned to protect oneself in critical moments. It is particularly effective against pets like the soul-crossing crow, which only know how to charge recklessly. Under the powerful electric current, the body of the soul-crossing raven crackled and trembled in pain. Before long, it drooped its wings in despair and gave up struggling completely. Meanwhile, the battle between the rabbit and the Steppenwolf is also coming to an end. At first, Steppenwolf was extremely proud when he saw that his opponent was the lowest level rabbit, thinking that after quickly killing it, I could have a good meal. But after a few rounds, it felt more and more that something was wrong. Because this rabbit is a grass type, its type perfectly counters its earth type. Before long, its body was covered with wounds of all sizes inflicted by the leaf blades. What's even more terrifying is that the cat girl next to him has been watching him intently for a long time. Although he doesn't know why she doesn't transform back into her pet to join the battle, Steppenwolf still felt an unknown fear emanating from Meow Meow. Curiously staring at Meow Meow for a while, Steppenwolf suddenly felt something was wrong. He felt his head was heavy, and he wanted to fall asleep. Oh well. The Steppenwolf hurriedly howled to the sky, quickly shifting its attention away from Meow Meow's eerie green eyes. Unexpectedly, during this brief moment of distraction, Meow Meow decisively used her telekinesis to lift Steppenwolf into the air. Rabbit, it's all yours now. Meow Meow smiled at Rabbit. Although she could easily kill the Steppenwolf by herself, Rabbit had only recently learned to fight. Using the Steppenwolf to practice would give her a lot of practical experience. Rabbit nodded. Thank you, Sister Meow Meow. Suddenly, the rabbit's eyes emitted a strange red light, and then several thick, long green vines sprouted from the ground like bamboo shoots after a rain. It's the rabbit's advanced skill, vine strangulation. Whoosh. These vines, sharp at the top and thick at the bottom, all exude a sharp, cold glint. As Wang Chen witnessed it, vines mercilessly pierced through the body of the wasteland wolf, creating an extremely tragic scene. No! Wang Chen screamed in despair. In a short period of time, 3 pet beasts perished one after another. Wang Chen never dreamed that the defeat would come so quickly. He was a third-year beast tamer, a well-known figure among his peers, yet he was utterly humiliated by this freshman kid in front of him. Although you can buy another pet if you lose your pet, it's still heartbreaking to see your pet, which you've painstakingly raised for 3 years, reduced to ashes in an instant. Congratulations, host. You have successfully defeated your opponent and completed the upgrade mission. Frosty Ice Dragon upgrade, Elite Tier 6. Shadow Thundercloud upgrade, Elite Tier 5. Phantom Moon Cat upgrade, Elite Rank 5. Flower Rabbit upgrade, Elite Tier 2. It's upgraded again. At this rate, it'll be close to evolving Little White into an excellent being. Li Bo thought to himself with delight. Li Bo, how dare you kill my pet beast? Wang Chen's eyes were bloodshot as he pointed at Li Bo and cursed. So what if I kill your pet beast? Li Bo laughed instead of getting angry. This isn't a school martial arts competition. It's not uncommon for pets to get injured or killed in battles. If I hadn't been a step ahead, it would probably be my pet lying on the ground today. You. Hearing the phrase, a cut above the rest, Wang Chun felt even more agitated. Logically speaking, since he was the one who initiated the challenge, he should indeed pay the price for his impulsiveness. Unfortunately, Wang Chun is not a reasonable person. Well, Wang Chun gritted his teeth and said, Li Bo, since you dare to do the first thing, then I dare to do the 15th. From now on, my Wang family will never be at odds with you. What happened? Just then, a young master's figure suddenly appeared in the alley in the distance. Upon seeing this person, Wang Chen's eyes lit up. Chen Hao. Li Bo squinted and sized up Chen Hao. Seeing that he was about the same age as Wang Chun, he guessed that he was probably also a junior in college. Wang Chen's eyes lit up, and he quickly beckoned Chen Hao over. Chen Hao, haven't you always been arguing with me about who's stronger between us? He pointed at Li Bo with a vicious look in his eyes and said, if you can take down this kid, I'll admit you're better than me. Chen Hao pointed to himself, his eyes involuntarily glancing in Li Bo's direction. Upon seeing the horrific battlefield on the ground, Chen Hao's face immediately darkened. No way. You're fucking kidding me. This kid killed all your pets. Oops. I was careless. Wang Chun added fuel to the fire, saying, all his pets are severely injured. If you just lift a finger, you can avenge me. Hearing this, Chun Hao's face showed a hint of suspicion. This kid's pet beast looked perfectly fine, but it didn't seem injured at all. Most importantly, Li Bo possessed 4 elite-level pet beasts. He believed his strength was similar to Wang Chen's, and since Wang Chun was in such a sorry state, he wasn't foolish enough to keep throwing his life away. What? You don't dare. Seeing Chun Hao hesitate, Wang Chen's face turned cold. If you don't make a move, your father can forget about taking over any more of the Wang family's projects. No, Wang Chun. Chun Hao immediately explained. It's not that I won't take action, but rather that I will act cautiously, scientifically, and step by step. Shut up. Summon your pet beast now. Wang Chun looked impatient, then suddenly glanced at the back of Chun Hao's head and asked in confusion. Hey, Chun Hao, what's that moth on your neck? Chapter 114 Insect Type Beast Tamer. A moth. Chun Hao was stunned for a moment, and indeed felt a slight itch on the back of his head. He slowly raised his hand, then without hesitation, slapped it towards his neck. Snap! A red mark was left on Chun Hao's neck by his palm. He opened his hand, but there was no moth as Wang Chun had described. Where is it? I can't see it. There it is, it flew away, Wang Chun said, pointing in a direction. The two slowly raised their heads, their gazes following the direction the moth had flown, but unexpectedly, a huge moth-like pet appeared in the air, with a voluptuous woman standing below, looking down at the battlefield. Searched for so long? Finally found you. Beast Tamer of the Great Xia Kingdom, the woman said with a charming smile. Who are you looking for? Are you looking for me? Wang Chun looked puzzled. Although he had many girlfriends, judging from her accent, she seemed to be a foreign girl. He hadn't been learning any foreign languages recently. Hey, do you know him? Chun Hao. Wang Chun couldn't help but ask. I don't know them. What are they babbling about? Chun Hao scratched the back of his head. He's probably a beast tamer who mainly plays with insect-type beasts. In contrast to the relaxed and content expressions of the two men, Li Bo's face was ashen, because the woman on that strange moth was staring at him with great interest. Name, Queen of the Veil Moth. Gender, female. Attributes, insect, poison. Rank, excellent 7. Potential, excellent. Skills, poison wing powder, intermediate. Tracking, intermediate. Winged whistling, intermediate. Nerve phosphorus mist, advanced. Gauze wing binding, advanced. 1,000 insect wings, advanced. Description, the final form of the rove moth. The rove moth can quickly produce and hatch large numbers of rove moths from its rear sac, creating an insect plague. The hidden veil moth is pale yellow all over and has a pair of transparent wings that look like scissors. Its wingspan can reach 6 meters, which is quite large for an insect-type pet. Most importantly, the veil moth has a swollen sac at the tail end, as if it is about to lay eggs. After reviewing the information about this unfamiliar pet, Li Bo was startled. The hidden veil moth queen. Could it be? He couldn't help but scrutinize the beast tamer behind the hidden gauze moth. The woman was about 27 or 28 years old. Her upper body was covered by a tight, white dress that accentuated her shapely figure. The dress was tucked into a black horse-face skirt, making her look very capable. Although the woman's face was alluring, her skin was a cold white, and she exuded an aura of coldness that made her unapproachable. She is the insect-type beast tamer that Lu Wei was talking about. A myriad of thoughts raced through Li Bo's mind. How could this guy suddenly appear here? The iron-eating ants that wreaked havoc in the lower city were probably released by this woman. Hey, what are you doing? Can't you see we're teaching this kid a lesson? Mind your own business. At this moment, Wang Chun scolded the woman, clearly believing that she had come to help Li Bo. Unexpectedly, the other party merely glanced at him coldly, completely disregarding him. The woman turned her gaze back to Li Bo and slowly began to speak in broken Daxiao language. You killed the dragon turtle. Upon hearing this, Li Bo's heart skipped a beat. The other party had actually come to investigate the dragon turtle. However, he was puzzled, because there were only 4 hunters besides him on Sunset Beach at the time. How could the matter have been leaked to this foreign woman? It's easy to tell from her accent that this woman is from Japan, the land of cherry blossoms. Based on the conversation between Huang Yin and Scarface and the others at Sunset Beach that day, the dragon turtle was released by a master from the Great Xia dynasty after he destroyed the Baxiao fortress of the Sakura Kingdom. Connecting all these dots, and considering the hostile expression on the other party's face, this woman must have come to avenge the dragon turtle. A third-tier beast tamer possesses the powerful ability to create insect plagues. Run. The idea immediately flashed into Li Bo's mind, and he quickly thought of how to climb onto Xiaobai's body to break through and escape. Great Xia Beast Tamer, don't even think about running away. Seemingly sensing Li Bo's restless footsteps, the woman said in a teasing tone. We now have air superiority. If your ice dragon takes off rashly, the consequences could be severe. Upon hearing this, Li Bo froze for a moment. Even such a subtle movement had not escaped the woman's notice, indicating that her strength was indeed far superior to his own. He squinted at the rove moth hovering in the air and found that its eerie, lantern-like eyes were fixed on him. It seemed that avoiding a fight was no longer an option. Li Bo quickly considered countermeasures, thinking to himself that if a major battle were to break out, he would probably have no choice but to use the heart of wood. A single, extraordinary strike, even a high-level expert couldn't withstand it. Now that he had the confidence, Li Bo finally spoke. I have no grudge against you, so I am completely baffled by your unprovoked interception today. Giggle. Upon hearing this, the woman burst into laughter, her body trembling with mirth. You cunning beast tamer of the great Xia dynasty, still playing dumb with me even at a time like this. When you killed so many of my iron-eating ants, I already sensed the aura of the dragon turtle on your ice dragon. The dragon turtle, you're the one who killed it. The woman's tone suddenly turned icy cold. Really? They even found this out. Li Bo looked utterly shocked. Seeing that his scheme had been exposed, he simply stopped hiding it and grinned, speaking in a consultative tone. As you can see, I am merely a second-tier beast tamer. Although I was present when the dragon turtle was killed, the main fighting force came from several other experts. If you seek revenge, you've come to the wrong person. You should look for a kid named Bailiang. He was the most ruthless when fighting the dragon turtle. Heh, you really want to wash your hands of this completely. The woman embraced her arms and smiled seductively. You weren't the only one involved in the siege of the dragon turtle, but the most important crystal core of the dragon turtle was devoured by you, Ice Dragon. So naturally, I've come to find you. Grasp. Seeing that the other party remained unmoved, Li Bo cursed inwardly. Everyone else has shared the spoils, but I'm the only one left to take the blame. What exactly do you want? Li Bo looked at the woman and asked. It's simple. Bring your ice dragon and come with me, the woman said. Go on a trip? Li Bo's lips curled into a cold smile. Going with you? That would be like a lamb entering a tiger's den. Hey, don't even think about messing with this kid. He has to give me an explanation today. Suddenly, Wang Chen's voice rang out. Seeing that the other party wanted to take Li Bo away, he could no longer stand still. He had finally managed to stall until Chun Hao arrived. So how could he let Li Bo leave so easily? Chun Hao stood beside him, supporting him with a fierce and menacing look on his face. How noisy! A chill flashed in the woman's eyes, and then she waved her delicate hand, and a golden ant suddenly appeared in the air. Gold-eating ant. Excellent, great. Sensing the powerful aura emanating from the little ant, Li Bo's expression darkened. However, Wang Chun, relying on his status as the eldest son of the Wang family, showed no fear whatsoever. You woman, if you know what's good for you, get out of my way right now, or else. Before he could finish speaking, whoosh, the golden ant instantly transformed into a golden meteor, hurtling towards Wang Chun. In the blink of an eye, it pierced his throat, splattering a bloody spray. Chapter 115: The Power of the Insect System. Da-da. As blood dripped continuously from Wang Chen's neck, Chun Hao's expression changed from arrogance to terror. He stared incredulously at the bloody hole in Wang Chen's neck, where a forceful piercing had occurred, and let out a hollow shout. Wang Chun. With a snap, Wang Chun fell to the ground mechanically, a sight that utterly terrified Chun Hao. Murder, murder! Chun Hao shouted suddenly. He never expected that the other party would be so vicious, taking Wang Chen's life without saying a word. You should know that Wang Chun is the eldest son of the Wang family, the second largest family in Shanghai. This woman is completely insane. She even dared to kill him. Madman. Madman. Chun Hao seemed to have lost his mind completely shrouded in a dark shadow. He gritted his teeth and quickly summoned his two pet beasts. Swift Leopard, normal type, elite rank 6. Large Steel Gate, Steel Series, elite level 5. The Gale Leopard is entirely greenish-blue, and its streamlined body minimizes drag, making it an extremely fast-moving pet. As for the large steel door, that's right, it's just a simple door. As a pet specially bred for defense, the Great Steel Gate can freely extend and retract its body to form shields of various sizes and shapes to block enemy attacks. Chun Hao summoned these two pet beasts for a simple purpose: to escape. He wouldn't be foolish enough to say anything about avenging his brothers. This woman's terrifying strength was something he couldn't possibly risk. As long as the Green Hills remain, there will always be firewood to burn. I will take care of your wife and children. Without hesitation, Chun-Hao leaped and immediately mounted his Gale Leopard. Run! The large steel door is used as a cushion. Chun-Hao issued 2 commands in succession. With a whoosh, the swift leopard instantly transformed into a streak of blue light, speeding through the alleys of the lower city. The large steel gate followed closely behind, protecting the man and the leopard. The woman standing behind the hidden moth watched this scene with a mocking gaze. Heh, trying to escape? She naturally wouldn't let Chun-Hao, who had witnessed her committing the crime, leave the scene, so she suddenly waved her hand. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, a dense swarm of black flying ants appeared in front of the woman, their dense clusters sending a chill down Li Bo's spine. Iron-eating ants. The swarm of flying ants that appeared before him was exactly the same as the iron-devouring ant swarms he had killed in the past. The difference is that there are 3 silver ants in front of this group of iron-eating ants. It is the elite-level evolved form of the iron-eating ant, the silver-eating ant. 2 exceptional ones, 3 elite ones, and tens of thousands of ordinary insect-type pets. This guy, his strength has far surpassed that of an ordinary 3rd-tier beast tamer. Li Bo's heart tightened. Must have used some special manipulation technique to be able to control so many insect-type pets at such a level. Otherwise, with her mental strength, she would have collapsed and died long ago if she had contracted thousands of pet beasts at the same time. I was originally going to leave you with a whole corpse. Since you want to run away, then don't blame me for showing no mercy. The swarm of iron-devouring ants appeared. The woman coldly uttered, "Kill." Buzz, buzz, buzz. 3 silver-devouring ants led the way, followed by countless iron-devouring ants, and swarmed towards Chun-Hao. Taking advantage of the walls and narrow terrain, Chun-Hao weaved through the alleys. With the Gale Leopard's lightning speed, Chun-Hao thought to himself that these insects probably couldn't catch up with him, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. However, he did not expect that these iron-eating ants would not follow his route at all, but instead charged away in a straight line. If they encounter obstacles such as walls on the way, the iron-eating ants will simply bite them open and devour them. Like a locust swarm passing through, wherever these iron-devouring ants went, nothing was left but ruin and nothingness. What? They've caught up with us. Sensing the increasingly violent flapping of wings behind him, Chun-Hao immediately turned around and saw the flying ants swooping down on him. His expression changed drastically, and in a panic, he hastily gave orders. Big steel gate. Stop it. Once we get to the upper district, I'll be safe. Upon receiving the command from its beastmaster, the large steel gate behind it abruptly stopped, and then its body continuously transformed and reorganized, forming a huge shield 10 meters high, blocking the path of the iron-eating ants. Big steel door. I'm so sorry. I'll burn more paper money for you when I get back. Chun-Hao was in tears. He knew very well that the steel door couldn't hold this woman off for long and would soon be breached. Leaving her here was basically the same as sending her to her death. However, Chun-Hao firmly believed that with the sturdy body of the large steel door, it would be no problem to hold back the swarm of flying ants for a period of time. A mere trick. The woman in the air remained expressionless and immediately issued a command to the iron-eating ant swarm to change formation. In an instant, the originally irregular swarm of iron-devouring ants quickly transformed into a black spear. 3 elite-level silver-eating ants formed the sharpest spear tip in a triangle, radiating a gleaming, cold light, and charged straight toward the large steel door. Clang! The spear and the giant shield clashed violently, creating circular waves that stirred up sand and gravel. This attack was far more powerful than any ordinary high-level skill. Even with the Great Steel Gate's high defensive talent, it was still an elite-level pet. Under such powerful spear force, it couldn't help but feel pain in its heart. The large steel door trembled, but it still gritted its teeth and withstood the damage from the black spear. Because it knew very well that it was the last line of defense behind its master, and even if it died, it would never retreat even half a step. Buzz! A dazzling blue light suddenly burst forth from the large steel door as it exerted all its strength to resist the erosion of the silver-devouring ants. Oh! The hidden moth revealed a sickly look of surprise. To struggle so desperately, the will of living beings is truly admirable. Seeing that the woman's attention was completely focused on dealing with Chun-Hao, Li Bo suddenly had the idea of ambushing her. But seeing that the gold-eating ant was still on her shoulder, she immediately gave up the idea. Li Bo couldn't help but curse the woman's caution. Keeping her two strongest, superior-level pet beasts by her side meant that his chances of successfully launching a sneak attack were almost zero. We'll have to find another way. Li Bo knew that once he dealt with Chun Hao, the woman would turn her attention to him, so he had to find a way to escape before that happened. Purple cloud. Li Bo subtly gestured to Ziyun behind him, and Ziyun immediately understood his meaning. She then used her illusionary color mimicry technique and vanished silently into the air. Click! The spear formed by the swarm of iron-eating ants was incredibly powerful, and soon a crack appeared on the large steel door. Immediately following was a loud explosion. The large steel door was pierced through and torn to pieces. A massive steel door. Sensing the death of his pet, Chun Hao let out a desperate scream. He never expected that the steel door would be destroyed in less than 10 seconds. A beast tamer who abandons his pet deserves to die. A woman's words are like a death knell. At her command, the iron-eating ants broke through to Chun Hao's side, tightly binding him and the leopard together in a chilling black smear. Amidst a series of piercing screams, Chun Hao and his Gale leopard were devoured until not even bones remained. Chapter 116 The Chase. After dealing with Chun Hao, the woman's face remained calm and composed, as if the death of someone was nothing out of the ordinary for her. She slowly turned her head, fixing her gaze on Li Bo, and said with a smile, "So, are you going to obediently come with me? Or will you, like them, let my beloved insects have a good meal first?" The gold-eating ants on her shoulder obediently flew to her slender index finger and settled down. A vicious woman. Li Bo gritted his teeth. Although he didn't have any good feelings towards Wang Chun and Chun Hao, he felt a strange sense of anger seeing them die at the hands of a beast tamer from another region. Vicious? Huh. Weren't you vicious when you killed the dragon turtle to extract its core and bleed it? The woman showed no anger whatsoever. Instead, she smiled charmingly at Li Bo. Pets are just like people. They have feelings and feel pain. So, killing them is essentially no different from your killing of the 3 pets you just did. You've been committing such rampant murder and destruction within the borders of my great Xia kingdom. Aren't you afraid of getting burned? Although you are stronger than an average third-tier beast tamer, my Zhonghai is not without its experts. Li Bo sneered. An expert? Ha ha ha, the woman scoffed. As far as I know, there aren't any resident 4th-tier beast tamers in Zhonghai, are there? Besides, if I take you away from Great Xia now, even if some experts come to investigate, it will be useless. Take me away? Li Bo narrowed his eyes. With your strength, it's truly baffling that you would go to such lengths for a single leader-level crystal core. All I can say is that the value of the dragon turtle crystal core is far beyond your imagination. And you've wasted it like this. It's such a waste. But thankfully, it's not too late to take this ice dragon back. The woman suddenly turned her gaze to Xiaobai, her eyes gleaming with greed. Xiaobai glared back fiercely, and the atmosphere instantly became tense. Seeing that there was no room for retreat, Li Bo coldly asked, "Tell me your name. It's all right if you know, Masako." The woman uttered this calmly. "Masako." Li Bo sneered, his expression suddenly turning gloomy. "Then you can go die, Masako." "What?" Masako's expression changed. Crimson Thunder Prison. With a loud bang, thick, blood-red lightning bolts descended from the sky, forming a circular lightning prison that quickly enveloped Masako, her gold-eating ants, and her hidden moths. Masako squinted as she looked around, then looked up and saw a huge purple cloud that had somehow disappeared into the sky above her. Her expression quickly returned to calm. "Oh, you managed to find an opening. Hee, you cunning beast tamer of the great Xia dynasty. Once I catch you, I'll play with you slowly. I'm not interested in Japanese girls." Li Bo spat and said without hesitation, "Soon. Retreat." "Understood, brother Li Bo," Ziyun replied, and quickly turned back to Li Bo's side. Li Bo immediately mounted Xiaobai, with Meow Meow and Tutu following closely behind. After a deafening dragon roar, Little White flapped its wings and flew wildly into the distance. "Master, are we just going to let her go like this?" Xiaobai asked, puzzled. Upon hearing this, Li Bo nearly fell off the dragon's back. "My little Bai, what nonsense are you talking about? Do you really think we can beat this woman?" Li Bo sighed. "You saw those gold-devouring ants just now. Killing someone is just a matter of a thought for her. This Yako is a master who specializes in insect-type attacks. If we blindly fight her, we won't gain any advantage." At this point, Li Bo looked back worriedly. I wonder how long the Crimson Thunder Prison can hold her off. He wasn't naive enough to think that Ziyun's Crimson Thunder Prison could kill a third-tier beast tamer while being protected by 2 excellent-level pet beasts. Li Bo kept his gaze fixed ahead and said firmly, Fly to the upper city district and find Captain Lu Wei. Understood, master. Sensing the seriousness in Li Bo's words, Xiaobai flapped its wings with all its might, swept through the vortex, and transformed into a white light, speeding towards the upper city. Oh, judging from his appearance, he seems like an interesting kid from the source of lightning. Masako calmly surveyed the crimson lightning prison surrounding her, showing no fear whatsoever at the lightning that automatically descended from within. The Crimson Thunder prison had already taken full shape, with irregular lightning bolts randomly striking out from the surrounding lightning net. Faced with the rapidly approaching lightning, Masako merely let out a faint smile. Gold-devouring ants, you've been in the Great Xia for so long. It's time to treat you to a good meal. After saying that, the gold-eating ant quickly flapped its wings and flew up, transforming into a golden streak of light, continuously welcoming the descending blood-red lightning within the Crimson Thunder prison. Strangely, the crimson lightning struck it but caused no damage whatsoever. Upon closer inspection, it turned out that the lightning was completely absorbed by its golden jaws. Whoosh whoosh. The gold-eating ant moved with ease through the Crimson Thunder prison, accurately catching each lightning bolt aimed at Masako. Before long, Masako noticed that the power in the Thunder prison had diminished considerably. She caught a faint spark of electricity with her bare hands. Although it's a high-level skill enhanced by primordial lightning, unfortunately, the pet's level is too low to unleash its true power, so it's not worth fearing. At this point, her voice suddenly turned cold. The gold-devouring ants suddenly rushed towards the electric grid, rapidly devouring it circle by circle until they opened a huge hole in the Crimson Thunder prison. As Masako watched Li Bo dash away, a mocking smile played on her lips. You cunning brat, you can't escape my grasp. Hidden Veil Moth, use tracking. At her command, the lantern-sized eyes behind the hidden moth beneath her began to flash intensely, sometimes bright and sometimes dim. It seems that it can sense even the slightest fluctuation in the air. Suddenly, the veiled moth fixed its gaze in one direction, its eyes no longer flickering, but becoming as bright as a light bulb. Hee. Found you. A glint of light flashed in Masako's eyes. Chapter 117 Trapped. After quickly locking onto Li Bo's location, Masako swiftly ordered the shadow moth to give chase. The veiled moth are as thin as cicada wings. Its flight speed is incredibly fast, no less than that of the white moth. From afar, Li Bo saw it transform into a yellow meteor, hurtling toward him. Flying so fast, Li Bo's heart sank. He knew that if he didn't take the initiative, Yako would definitely catch up with him. As the figure behind the hidden moth became clearer, Yako's cold and aloof face gradually came into Li Bo's view. She looked at Li Bo and said with a teasing smile, I told you, you can't escape my grasp. Hey, I'm telling you, are you interested in me because you're so persistent in pursuing me? Li Bo said angrily. Hee, I admit you do have some good looks. After I capture your ice dragon and give it to Oda-sama, I'll play with you slowly. The veiled moth beneath Masako. The moment the eggs appeared, they immediately hatched into rove moths the size of a little finger in the air. These rove moths quickly gathered together, forming a giant hand in the sky in an instant, and without hesitation, they rushed towards Li Bo to capture him. Seeing that the other party was using these low-level insects instead of the gold-eating ants, Li Bo understood that Yako was determined to capture him alive. Faced with the swarm of rove moths filling the sky, Li Bo was first startled, then shouted angrily. Purple clouds, thunder roar. Roar. A fierce roar resounded through the sky, and the thunderous roar unleashed by the purple clouds converged into an arc of light, striking straight towards the giant hand in the sky. The rove moths were thrown off balance by the violent tremor and scattered in an instant. Seeing that Masako did not continue to gather the rove moths into shape to launch an attack, Li Bo couldn't help but feel puzzled. Suddenly remembering something, Li Bo's expression changed, and he hurriedly called out, Bunny, flash shield. Whoosh, a golden circular barrier instantly enveloped Li Bo's team. Sure enough, the moment the bunny's flash shield was formed, dust rained down on it, but was completely blocked by the golden round shield. Li Bo watched this scene with lingering fear. Luckily, I treated Captain Lu Wei's skin disease caused by the rove moth last time and remembered the rove moth's extremely strong adhesion of dust, otherwise this woman might have succeeded. When Masako realized that Li Bo had seen through her plan, a look of surprise appeared in her eyes. Oh, you actually predicted my poisonous wing powder. You've got some skills. Heh, great Xia beast tamer. I'm becoming more and more interested in you. I'm determined to capture you today. With that, her eyes narrowed, and the gold-devouring ants on her shoulder shot out like arrows, heading straight for Li Bo. So fast. Li Bo's pupils shrank sharply, and in the blink of an eye, the gold-devouring ants had already broken through to the front of the group. With a bang, the gold-eating ant destroyed Rabbit's flash shield. Meow, Li Bo suddenly shouted. Understood. Beast Tamer. Meow Meow immediately used quick movement and stood in front of the gold-eating ant in an instant. As her eerie green eyes flashed with an unusual light, the hypnosis was activated. The gold-eating ant's charge stopped for a moment, hovering in the air in front of Meow Meow. Only then did Li Bo see the true appearance of this tiny insect. The gold-eating ant is only an inch long, not much larger than the silver-eating ant before its evolution, but its entire body seems to be plated with gold, making it look indestructible, especially its pair of ferocious and sharp mandibles, which exude an extremely eerie aura of death. A mere hypnosis trick. You think you can stop the gold-devouring ants? How utterly laughable. A cold smile crept across Masako's lips. Golden flash. The next moment, Li Bo was surprised to find that the gold-devouring ant suddenly shone with a bright golden light. Like a miniature sun, it's so bright you can't open your eyes. Oh. Meow Meow, who was concentrating on hypnotizing the gold-eating ants, was suddenly struck by a blinding light and felt excruciating pain. After letting out a cry, Meow Meow had no choice but to abandon the hypnosis and summon the moonlight sword in her hand at the same time. Bang! Meow Meow swung the moonlight sword with all her might, slashing fiercely at the gold-eating ant. However, she ultimately underestimated the physical strength of the gold-eating ant. Although the moonlight sword hit the gold-eating ant very accurately, it only sent it flying more than 10 meters away. The other bird quickly regained its balance in the air by flapping its wings. Upon closer inspection, it did not cause any fundamental damage to the gold-eating ant. Such strong defense. Li Bo's expression darkened further. Although the gold-eating ant was small, its oppressive power was no less than that of those giant pet beasts. Have you made enough trouble? If you have, then come with me obediently. Masako's expression turned grim. Silver-eating ants. It's your turn to perform. What? Li Bo's expression changed. Buzz, buzz, buzz. In an instant, Yako's 3 silver-eating ants, along with tens of thousands of iron-eating ants, suddenly appeared in the air below Li Bo. The ant swarm surged in from all directions, instantly surrounding Li Bo's team completely. Li Bo suddenly realized why Yazi hadn't used the iron-eating ants earlier. It turned out that after killing Chun Hao, they weren't summoned back by Yazi immediately, but were ordered by Yazi to lie in wait in the low sky and surround him when the opportunity arose. As expected, experience is the best teacher. Li Bo squinted as he surveyed the dense swarm of iron-devouring ants. Although he had previously killed the iron-eating ant swarm, the sheer solidity of their combined formation still left Li Bo feeling somewhat apprehensive. This time, Masako released far more iron-eating ants than she had encountered before, and with 3 elite silver-eating ants leading the way, it would be quite difficult to force a breakthrough. What should we do, Master? Should we use Dragon's Might? Seeing that the group was trapped in the black cage, Xiaobai relayed a message to Li Bo. She clearly remembered that she had used Dragon's Might to break through the iron-eating ant swarm last time. I'm afraid that won't work, Xiaobai, Li Bo said thoughtfully. Dragon's might have a miraculous effect on low-level pets, but this woman has 2 exceptional high-level ones, which probably won't be able to intimidate them. Young Master, what should we do next? Do I need to activate the Heart of Wood to force a breakthrough? Rabbit said solemnly. As they spoke, she and Miao Miao Zun tacitly surrounded Li Bo in the center of the dragon's back. No rush, Bunny, Li Bo frowned and said. If she wanted to use a deadly move, she would have done it already. Let's wait and see. Li Bo did not want to use the trump card, would heart, so easily. He was certain that Yako wanted to capture him alive. As long as he was alive, there was still hope. We'll do as you say, young master. Rabbit nodded. At this moment, Masako, riding behind the hidden silk moth, calmly approached Li Bo. What? Not running anymore. Standing outside the ant colony, Masako scrutinized Li Bo with satisfaction, as if examining prey. Look at you. You're being so serious again. Chapter 118 Escape. Li Bo said with a serious expression. I just wanted to have a little sparring with you. I didn't say I wasn't going with you. Oh, suddenly so sensible? I'm a little unaccustomed to it. Masako said teasingly. Hey, it's just going back to the country with you, right? Since Yako is so eager to introduce me to her parents, I can't be too forward. Let me get back and get dressed up, put on a suit and tie, and make myself look more formal before we set off. Li Bo chuckled. Hearing Li Bo's rambling words, Yako immediately scoffed. You little rascal, you're about to die. and you still dare to play jokes on me like this? My parent is sick and doesn't have time to see you. The person who needs to see you is another adult. Grown-ups. Li Bo feigned surprise. I didn't expect to be so popular. In that case, I'll fly with you to meet this important person. But could you please remove these iron-eating ants? I have trypophobia, and they give me the creeps. Withdrawn. Masako chuckled. You wish. Hidden moth, veil wing binding. At Masako's command, the shadow moth flapped its wings violently, and countless transparent threads shot out from its wings. The silk threads passed through the gaps between the iron-eating ants. They quickly intertwined and entangled, forming a large net in no time. The net contracted from bottom to top, tightly trapping Li Bo and his pet beasts. Immediately afterwards, the swarm of iron-eating ants gathered at the top of the large net, forming the shape of a giant flying bird, which held the large net firmly in the air. Little White tried to spread her wings and break free from the large net, but the net was incredibly resilient, and no matter how much she struggled, she couldn't break free of its restraints. Masako looked at Shiro, a cold smile playing on her lips. Stop struggling. There's a price to pay for devouring the dragon turtle's crystal core. Come back with me obediently and face your judgment. Trial? Huh. You're not qualified to judge my little white rabbit. At this moment, Li Bo's gaze sharpened. You're already trapped in the net, and you still dare to be so stubborn. Great Xia Beast Tamer, should I praise your optimism or call you naive? Yako said, crossing her arms. Oh, naive. Li Bo suddenly revealed a smile that was hard for Masako to decipher. I'm afraid I'm not the one trapped in the net. Space exchange. What? Masako's expression changed drastically. Upon closer inspection, the cat girl beside Li Bo's eyes flashed with an eerie green light once again. Before Yako could react, she found herself in a large net woven by the hidden veil moth. Li Bo, who should have been tightly bound, stood outside looking completely unharmed. You've been tricked. You cunning brat. Masako gritted her teeth. It was the first time she had been tricked like this, and her expression immediately turned cold. Say it. Li Bo waved his hand and rode Little White towards the upper city without hesitation. Seeing the iron-eating ants still obediently carrying their nets, Yako angrily cursed. What are you waiting for? Go after them. The iron-eating ants then realized they had put the wrong person in their pocket, and hurriedly put Yako down and chased after Li Bo. However, Li Bo was prepared this time. Facing the onslaught of the iron-eating ant army, he decisively said to Rabbit, Bunny, use the floral scent. Understood, young master. The rabbit's eyes narrowed, and a red light shone forth. As a few beautiful petals drifted down, a rich and exotic floral fragrance instantly filled the air. The fragrance of flowers has a numbing effect. When the iron-eating ants are enveloped in the fragrance, they become so intoxicated that they lose their senses for a moment, and the frequency of their wing vibrations unconsciously decreases. Useless thing. After Masako led the row of moths to break free from the giant web, she saw the group of iron-eating ants who had lost their way and was instantly filled with rage. Just then, a beautiful petal drifted down from the sky. Yazichian reached out and took it in her hand. It smells so good. What kind of flower is this? For some unknown reason, Masako stared at the flower petals in a daze for a moment. After a long pause, Yako carefully placed the petal into her storage ring. Then she looked up and stared ahead, locking onto Li Bo's location once more, and chased after him. Strange, given the speed of the rove moth. It shouldn't have taken this long to catch up with me. Li Bo was completely baffled. Could it be that Masako was so angry with him that she fell down? If that's the case, then that would be wonderful. However, when Li Bo turned around again, a pale yellow streak of light was flying rapidly toward him from afar. Damn it, this is never going to end. Li Bo cursed under his breath, then immediately ordered Xiao Bai to advance at full speed. At the same time, he handed the heart of wood to Rabbit, ready to detonate it at any moment. Using the heart of wood in this place is a bit wasteful, but the upper city is right in front of us, and Li Bo doesn't want to give up halfway and be caught by Yako again. Just as Xiao Bai was rushing forward with all his might, Li Bo, who was standing above, suddenly noticed that a green dragon was carrying his beast Tamer and flying towards him from afar. Li Bo recognized that the green dragon beast opposite him was an excellent high-level grass-type dragon beast. Huh? Willow Leaf Dragon. Li Bo looked surprised. Name, Willow Leaf Dragon. Gender, female. Type, Grass Dragon. Rank, Excellent 8th Dan. Potential, Leader level. Skills, Willow Vine Entanglement, Intermediate. Willow Leaf Blade, Intermediate. Swiftness, Advanced. Dragon Dance, Advanced. Azure Wave Break, Advanced. Description, Although the willow leaf dragon prefers a vegetarian diet, it is a pure-blooded dragon beast with a streamlined body and impressive flight speed. From a distance, the willow leaf dragon is entirely green and, like Little White, resembles a pterosaur, but its wings are much thinner than Little White's. At the tip of each wing, 3 slender willow leaves flutter, creating a beautiful sight as the willow leaves sway in flight. As an extremely rare combination of grass and dragon attributes, the willow leaf dragon has always commanded a high price in the pet market, and any beast tamer who can form a contract with it is undoubtedly a person of noble status. Strange? How did a willow leaf dragon end up here? Could it be that Masako has accomplices? Li Bo's heart skipped a beat, and he involuntarily turned his gaze to the beast tamer standing on the back of the willow leaf dragon. As he drew closer, Li Bo was able to see the beast tamer's figure clearly. This is a woman with an incredibly hot body, a stunning face, and long black hair that flows in the wind. Most importantly, the woman is completely covered by a black, tight-fitting leather outfit. When Li Bo finally saw his face clearly, he couldn't help but be delighted. Good sister. Chapter 119: The Battle Between Grass and Insects. Standing on the back of the willow leaf dragon is none other than Lin Feier's teacher, Night Rose. Li Bo never expected that Night Rose would also have a dragon-type pet. No wonder it arrived at the beach earlier than him. This willow leaf dragon is known for its speed. If it were to actually fly, Little White might not be as fast as it. Oh, little brother. Upon seeing that the visitor was Li Bo, Night Rose stopped and asked him curiously, "How did you get here?" "Oh my God, dear sister, I can't believe I ran into you here. It's like heaven hasn't forsaken me." Li Bo was excited and immediately directed Xiao Bai to hide behind Lu Yellow. "Judging from this, someone's chasing you. Little brother, you've got quite a few enemies," Night Rose teased. As she spoke, Night Rose suddenly sensed a powerful aura approaching her, causing her eyebrows to furrow in alarm. A master of insect-type attacks. As Masako rode her rove moth at breakneck speed, she saw Li Bo hiding behind a strange woman and immediately stopped in midair. She sized up Night Rose with her eyes, noticing that she was also a third-tier beast tamer, and then said rudely, "Get out of the way." Judging from the other person's accent, they seemed to be from Japan. Night Rose's eyes turned slightly cold. "Heh, what a big mouth. What if I don't move aside?" "Aren't you going to move aside?" Masako glanced at the willow leaf dragon beneath Night Rose and sneered. "Judging from your appearance, you must be a grass-type beastmaster. How long do you think you can withstand my insect swarm?" "Heh, an insect plague." Swarm of iron-devouring ants behind Masako, a mocking smile appearing on her face. "I think a mob would be a more fitting description for them." Arrogant. The anger in Masako's chest was instantly ignited by Night Rose. With a whoosh, the gold-eating ant on her shoulders suddenly flew out without warning, transforming into a golden arrow that shot straight at Wild Rose's brow. "Go to hell." Masako's eyes suddenly turned cold. She was already extremely displeased after being repeatedly tricked by Li Bo and then suddenly being blocked on the road. However, facing this deadly attack, Night Rose remained completely unfazed. Just as the gold-devouring worm was about to strike its brow, suddenly, a black shadow appeared. Night Shadow Rose. Li Bo's gaze quickly locked onto the dark figure, which was none other than Night Rose's main pet beast, Night Shadow Rose. As expected of an S-rank hunter, he upgraded Nightshade Rose to Boss Stage 3 in such a short time. Upon seeing Nightshade Rose again, Li Bo was utterly astonished. It's important to know that once a pet reaches the leader level, each subsequent level becomes extremely difficult to upgrade. Up Night Shadow Rose so quickly, which is truly astonishing. What? A leader level? Upon seeing the suddenly appearing black rose, Masako's expression was incredibly complex, and a sense of danger welled up inside her. She never expected that the woman in front of her would possess a powerful leader-level pet. However, even a leader-level beast cannot change the ironclad rule that insect-type beasts are super effective against grass-type beasts, and Yako's confidence was rekindled. At that moment, Nightshade Rose's eyes flashed like lightning as she swiftly locked onto the rapidly approaching golden insect. Its black leaf hand gently extended, and it performed a series of graceful movements towards the gold devourer. In an instant, the whistling impact of the gold-eating insect seemed to be instantly neutralized, and it trembled and stopped in front of the Night Shadow Rose. Nightshade Rose's movements were slow. They contained an incredibly powerful force. Between its two leaves, it was as if an invisible hurricane was pulling the gold-eating ant inside, preventing it from moving any further no matter how much it struggled. What? Yako's expression was extremely ugly. She never expected that the gold-eating ant, which was always invincible, would be so tightly restrained by a grass-type pet. Here you go. Night Rose spat out a soft breath. Then Night Shadow Rose flung the gold-eating ant towards Yako with both hands. With a whoosh, the gold-devouring insects shot straight toward Masako's face like bullets. Masako was horrified and instinctively turned her face away, but a sharp pain still quickly entered her mind. Her pupils contracted sharply, and she reached out incredulously to touch her face, only to find her fingertips covered in blood. It turned out that a deep wound had been scratched on her flawless cheek by gold-eating ants, and blood was gushing out. Hateful. Yako was both shocked and furious. She hadn't expected that her gold-eating ants would be so easily countered by Night Rose, and that she would even be injured. It seems your prized insect-type pet is nothing special after all. Night Rose made no attempt to hide her sarcasm. Sister is amazing. No wonder you're Feyer's teacher. Li Bo showered him with compliments from behind. Little brother, you're really good with women, aren't you? You can even attract women from Japan. I'm really worried about my Feyer, Night Rose said in a magnetic voice. Hearing the hidden meaning in the other person's words, Li Bo immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Good sister, you've misunderstood something so serious. He quickly explained. This woman came to investigate the death of the dragon turtle. Oh, tracking down the dragon turtle. Night Rose's eyes flickered. She suddenly laughed. Little brother, now you finally understand why I have so many lives on my hands, right? In our line of work, if you want to excel, you have to learn to be ruthless and merciless. After saying that, Night Rose locked her gaze on Yako, her expression turning icy cold. We've been targeted. Masako's heart sank. From the brief exchange just now, she could personally experience the terrifying strength of Night Rose. Although she believed she could easily defeat most third-tier beast tamers, she felt uncertain for the first time when faced with Night Rose, who possessed a leader-level pet. Especially considering how easily Nightshade Rose dealt with the gold-eating ants. Even if he used his trump card, he might not be able to defeat the woman on the willow leaf dragon. She glanced silently at Li Bo, who was hiding behind Night Rose, and knew in her heart that she probably couldn't forcibly take this boy away today. He then laughed and said, You cunning lad. You've got a lucky day. See you next time. I'm afraid you won't have a next time. Night Rose's expression was indifferent. The next moment, Nightshade Rose transformed its twin leaves into blades and decisively used the advanced skill, Instant Flash, instantly appearing above Yako. Wow, that's fast. This is a leader level. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Nightshade Rose truly lived up to its reputation as an assassin-type pet. Its outstanding burst of power left Li Bo speechless. At this moment, the black leaf blade emitted a sharp, cold light and slashed mercilessly toward Masako's head. I admit you're strong, but want to kill me? You're dreaming. A cold smile crept across Masako's lips. With a loud bang, a thick cloud of gray dust instantly engulfed Yako and the hidden moth, and then Li Bo discovered that Nightshade Rose's attack had missed its mark. By the time their vision was completely clear, Masako and all her pets had vanished without a trace. Chapter 1:20 Farewell to Night Rose. Oh, escape technique? Night Rose looked into the distance and discovered that Masako's aura was now 1,000 meters away. Sister, be careful. This dust is the neurophosphorus mist from the shadow moth. Inhaling it will cause nerve damage to your pet. Li Bo glanced at the dust that Nightshade Rose was stuck in and promptly reminded her. Come back, Nightshade Rose. Night Rose spoke softly, and Night Shadow Rose quickly summoned a storm of leaves, dispelling the thick fog completely. Then, stepping on fallen leaves, it returned to Night Rose's side. Night Rose turned her head and smiled slightly at Li Bo. Little brother, I'm afraid you won't be able to catch her. If you meet her again in the future, you'll just have to pray for good luck. Li Bo looked puzzled. From what you're saying, it seems like you're planning to leave Zhanghai. Yes. Night Rose's expression lingered for a moment. I came to Zhanghai this time for 2 reasons. First, to help Lin Feng obtain the dragon turtle blood. Second, to see Fei and help her contract her second pet beast. Now that everything is done, I should leave. I see. A hint of disappointment, which even he himself didn't realize, flickered in Li Bo's eyes, and an indescribable feeling welled up in his heart. Everyone inevitably feels admiration for the strong. Moreover, Night Rose is a top-tier beauty who helped Li Bo when he was at his weakest, so her position in his heart is naturally unparalleled. Li Bo had always kept this subtle feeling deep in his heart, because Night Rose is not only his savior, but also Lin Feyer's teacher. Most importantly, Night Rose and he belong to the same hunter organization and are S rank, which is unattainable. Seeing Li Bo lost in thought, Night Rose raised an eyebrow and teased. What? You're reluctant to part with your sister? Hey. Li Bo grinned, calmed himself down, and said, Excuse me, sister, where are you going this time? Where? Night Rose gazed wistfully into the distance. The Hunter Association has arranged for me to go to the southwest for a new mission. Southwest? That's so far. Li Bo looked surprised. Night Rose laughed. As the saying goes, people die for money and birds die for food. Since the association is willing to provide funds, I naturally have no reason to refuse. Little brother, next time you encounter danger, you can always ask Lin Feng for help. He possesses the corrupting bone-burning eagle and is considered a top expert in Jianghai. He probably won't stand idly by. After all, he is very satisfied with you as his son-in-law. Night Rose suddenly blurted out this passage. This? Li Bo chuckled awkwardly and said, Sister, you know that my relationship with your good apprentice hasn't reached that point yet. So you don't want to acknowledge Fair anymore? Night Rose warned with her eyes. Little brother, let me warn you. Fair is devoted to you. You must not let her down. I, Night Rose, have only ever taken in one student. If I find out you've hurt her, humph, I'll come back from the ends of the earth to avenge her. No, I wouldn't dare. Li Bo quickly chuckled and said, It's just that Fair has a strong personality. She once made a bet with me, saying that she would beat me with her strength and make me her boyfriend. Night Rose chuckled. Perhaps when Fair goes for further studies, you really won't be a match for her. Further education? Where to further education? Li Bo asked, looking puzzled. Oh, it seems Fair hasn't told you about this yet. Night Rose said, Fine, let her tell you herself. Although he was completely confused, seeing the other party's mysterious manner, Li Bo didn't ask any further questions. Little brother, since we're so destined to meet, I'll give you a chance. Would you like it? Night Rose suddenly said. Opportunity. Li Bo's eyes darted around, and he looked at Night Rose with suspicion. Sister, I understand the saying that there's no such thing as a free lunch. What you're giving me might just be something that will get me burned. Giggle. Night Rose smiled alluringly. Little brother, you're certainly quite wary. She sighed softly again and said, It's not like I gave it to you for no reason. It's just that you defeated that bitch's disciple in the martial arts arena, which helped me vent my anger. This thing is of no use to me now. I really can't find anyone else suitable to entrust it to accept you. The apprentice of a slut. Li Bo paused for a moment, his mind racing. He suddenly remembered what Lin Feier had said before. Night Rose had a fellow disciple who was once very close to her, but later broke off their relationship for some reason. The reason Lin Feier constantly competed with Mu Aoshue at school was to prove her teacher right. They thought the two would meet in the martial arts competition, but unexpectedly Li Bo appeared and defeated both Lin Feier and Mu Aoshue, dramatically preventing this fateful duel. Li Bo tentatively asked, Is the person you're referring to Mu Aoshue? Night Rose smiled without saying a word, which was taken as tacit agreement with Li Bo's conjecture. Then she took out a small black object from her person and threw it directly to Li Bo. This is... Li Bo's eyes gleamed as he carefully examined the item in his hand. This is an exquisitely crafted black pendant, shaped like a curved fish, as if half of a yin-yang symbol is missing. The pendant is about the size of an index finger, with a faint spiritual energy emanating from its surface, revealing a mysterious aura. This is half of the yin-yang fish pendant. Collect both, and you'll have a chance to contract the ancient divine beast, the yin-yang fish. Little brother. Night Rose said seductively. Yin-yang symbol? Li Bo racked his brains, but couldn't recall any records of such a pet. There are countless mysterious beasts in the world, so it's normal that he hasn't heard of some of their names. Since Night Rose claims it's an ancient mythical beast, it must be extraordinary. Then, sister, where's the other half of the pendant? Li Bo asked. The other half? Night Rose smiled mysteriously. Naturally, it's in the hands of my wicked senior sister. Huh? This? Li Bo's expression became complicated. Night Rose spoke slowly. Little brother, this yin-yang fish pendant was given to us by our master when we first became beast tamers. I hold the black fish, and my senior sister holds the white fish. Our master instructed us that when our pet beasts break through to the leader level, we can put the pendants together, break the seal, and summon the ancient divine beast, the yin-yang fish. As for what happened after that, Feier has probably told you the gist of it. My senior sister betrayed me, which is why I focused all my efforts on nurturing Feier, hoping she could surpass Mu Aoshue. Now that the black fish pendant is in my hands, I'm afraid I'll never be able to complete it. If you ever have the chance to meet my senior sister in the future, please take back the white fish pendant from her, which will fulfill my master's wish. Night Rose spoke with deep affection, but then her tone shifted abruptly. Of course, it would be even better to teach her a good lesson. Sister, I have high hopes for you. Night Rose smiled alluringly, her eyes sparkling, and for a moment, Li Bo couldn't tell whether she was happy or sad. He gripped the pendant tightly in his hand and solemnly promised, "If I have the chance, I will bring the Yin-Yang symbol back to life." Night Rose nodded in satisfaction. "That's enough. It's getting late, I should go. I've talked to you for the past 6 months today." Li Bo was silent for a moment, then smiled and said, "See you again someday, sister. I hope that when we meet again, you'll have become a capable and excellent hunter, little brother." After bidding farewell to Li Bo, Lu Yelong transformed into a shooting star, carrying Night Rose as it sped away into the distance. Chapter 121: The Aftermath of Death. After the Night Roses had gone, Li Bo stared at the black fish pendant in his hand for a long time, unable to forget it. Yin-Yang fish. Li Bo muttered to himself, wondering what exactly caused Night Rose to part ways with her fellow disciple. To become Night Rose's senior sister, her strength must be considerable. Taking back the other half of the white fish pendant from her will be no easy task. It seems I still need to work harder to improve my strength. Collect body odor, +1. Floral fragrance evolution quest, 3 out of 5. The mission completion progress has been updated. Li Bo paused for a moment, picked up the black fish pendant and sniffed it. A faint fragrance immediately filled his nostrils, which must be because Night Rose wore it close to her body. Since your sister hates her senior sister so much, why does she always keep half of each of their pendants with her? Just as Li Bo was racking his brains trying to figure it out, Little White beneath him said something sourly. "Master, you seem very reluctant to part with her." "Parting is always sad, Xiaobai," Li Bo said wistfully. "Master, should we go find Captain Lu Wei next?" Li Bo looked towards the upper city area. "Let's go home first. Yazi shouldn't be chasing us again today. Let's talk about it when Captain Lu Wei gets off work tonight." Jianghai Police Station Morgue. "Chenner, my Chenner." Wang Yong, the patriarch of the Wang family, roared to the sky, his face filled with unbearable grief. The moment he received the news of Wang Linshuan's death, he still couldn't believe that someone would dare to openly kill his son, Wang Yong's son, in the upper district. When the guards notified him to come over and he saw Wang Chen's body, he was like a lost soul, constantly muttering that he had failed to protect his son. Wang Linxian, tears still wet on his face, spoke in a hoarse voice. "Father, I think it must have been Li Bo who did it. When my elder brother left today, he said he would bribe Li Bo to give up tomorrow's martial arts competition championship." Li Bo. Wang Yong's face showed disbelief amidst his grief and indignation. "This kid is just a freshman. How could Chunner have fallen into his hands?" "Father, you are unaware of this," Wang Linxian said from the side. "Li Bo is a meticulous and ruthless man, and his methods are very unorthodox. During the martial arts competition, my son saw him turn the tide in critical moments many times. Elder brother, he must have been defeated by his unorthodox methods." "Strange and unorthodox methods." Wang Yong's gaze wandered, a sinister glint in his eyes. "At such a young age, he is so ruthless. In the entire Jianghai region, apart from the Lin family, no one dares to disregard the Wang family like this. In the end, my elder brother sacrificed himself so that I could enter the secret realm and obtain the Sunstone. He did it all to revitalize the family. Father, no matter what, you must seek justice for my elder brother." Wang Linxian roared. "Xian'er, father understands your grief. How I wish I could avenge your elder brother immediately. However, Xian'er's death report hasn't come out yet, and that brat Shunhao is nowhere to be found. Let's wait for the guard team's notification first." Wang Yong said somewhat unwillingly. "Father, what are we waiting for?" Wang Linxian roared. "Isn't that obvious enough? Brother, it was Li Bo who killed him. Don't you have connections in the Hunter Association? Just hire an assassin to finish this kid off, and my winning the martial arts competition and entering the secret realm will be a piece of cake." Wang Yong sighed. "Xian'er, you are still too young. Our family has come this far only because your father has been cautious and prudent. Now, countless eyes in the entire Jianghai are watching us. Standing in this position of fatherhood, every step is fraught with danger, especially now that we're at a crucial stage in the martial arts competition. Blindly attacking the boy might only invite unnecessary trouble. Caution, caution again. My elder brother is already dead. Father is still so worried." Wang Linxian could no longer hold back and blurted out. "If it weren't for father's excessive caution, would our Wang family have been suppressed by the Lin family everywhere in Jianghai?" "Xian'er, you." Wang Yong was so angry, he almost coughed up blood. Seeing Wang Linxian about to leave, he hurriedly called out to him. "Your elder brother's body is barely cold. Where are you going?" "Black market." What are you doing at the black market? Father is hesitant and unwilling to cause trouble. Then I'll do the dirty work. Wang Linxian forcefully flung his hand away, angrily pushed open the morgue door, and stormed off. You unfilial son. You stop right there. Wang Yong shouted loudly, but his son was nowhere to be seen outside the door. You're a family member of the deceased, right? After Wang Linxian left, a sharp-haired patrol captain in uniform walked into the morgue. It was Lu Wei. Seeing the other party's cold tone, Wang Yong narrowed his eyes and said in a low voice, Captain Lu Wei, my Wang family has a lot of connections with the guard team. Most of the guards respectfully address me as President Wang. So why do I seem so unfamiliar to you? Upon hearing this, Lu Wei frowned slightly. Family of the deceased, please watch your words. In my eyes, there are only two identities, perpetrator and victim. I don't know how much you bribe the higher-ups in the security detail, but every penny I receive is from the state and has nothing to do with your Wang family. Haha, what a righteous and awe-inspiring patrol captain. Wang Yong sneered. Then may I ask, has the cause of my son Wang Chen's death been investigated? Judging from the hole that pierced the victim's neck, the initial assessment is that it was caused by a powerful insect-type pet. This characteristic is extremely consistent with the pet skill of an insect-type beast tamer I am currently investigating. Once the evidence is conclusive, we can merge the cases. Lu Wei replied solemnly. An insect-type beast tamer? Wang Yong looked skeptical. Didn't I tell you that my son went to see a kid named Li Bo? What? Did you fail to investigate? Or are you biased towards this kid and shifting the blame to some unknown insect-type beast tamer? Hee, Captain Lu Wei, as far as I know, this kid seems to live at Shanshui No. 1, just like you. Wang Yong's words turned cold. You investigated me? Lu Wei scrutinized Wang Yong with eyes as sharp as lightning. Heh, it's hardly an investigation. Wang Chen chuckled. Everyone in the entire guard team knows that Captain Lu Wei is the descendant of a martyr. After your parents died, the country compensated you by placing you in Shanshui No. 1. Coincidentally, the Shanshui No. 1 project was developed with funds raised by my Wang family, so it's only natural that they would know that you and Li Bo live in the same community. Snort. Although Lu Wei was unhappy, out of professional ethics, she patiently explained to Wang Yong. Whether Li Bo was present at the scene is unknown, but what is certain is that he did not possess such a highly lethal insect-type pet. Upon hearing this, Wang Yong's face darkened. So Captain Lu Wei is determined to favor this kid. When I, Lu Wei, handle cases, I have never shown any favoritism. I would not easily arrest an innocent college student without sufficient evidence. Lu Wei said with a serious expression. What an innocent college student. Captain Lu Wei, since you keep avoiding the issue, then I, Wang, will have to solve it my own way. Wang Yong glared angrily at Lu Wei before storming off. Chapter 122 The Wrong Masako. In a treehouse in a dense forest on the outskirts of Jianghai, Oda swirled the antique teacup in his hand, his sharp eyes scrutinizing the scars on Masako's face. Oh, Masako means you encountered the ice dragon and its master, but let it escape. General, please forgive me. Masako knelt down with a thud, gritting her teeth and explaining with some resentment. We were almost there, but then a powerful beast tamer from the great Xia dynasty suddenly appeared, ruining our plan. A powerful beast tamer from the great Xia dynasty? According to our intelligence department's investigation, there are no fourth-tier beast tamers in Jianghai. Yazi's defeat seems a bit unreasonable. Although there was no trace of anger in Oda's voice, Masako knew very well that the more he acted this way, the angrier he was. Reporting to the general, Masako buried her head firmly in the ground, her voice trembling involuntarily. Although this person is only a third-tier beast tamer, she has evolved a leader-level pet beast. My beloved insects can't gain any advantage against her. Oh, leader level, Oda said with some surprise. TSK. I never expected Jianghai to produce such a master. It seems I'll have to take matters into my own hands. After all, we've been in Daxiao for quite some time now. It's time to return to our homeland. Oda said wistfully, then looked at Masako, hooked her chin with his finger, and said lecherously, What a pity. Such a beautiful face, and it's been slashed. Masako, you've made such a fuss. You've almost enraged our plans. This general is furious right now. Oda's hand suddenly slid onto Masako's shoulder and forcefully pulled down her loose robe. Oh. Masako gasped in surprise, her expression changing drastically. She clearly hadn't expected Oda to be so audacious this time. Gazing at Masako's fair and delicate shoulders, Oda swallowed hard, his mouth watering greedily. Masako, she's a true beauty. Masako quickly looked away, took 2 steps back, and stood up, covering her body with her clothes in a bit of fear. Please, General, show some respect. Masako bit her red lips tightly, looking at Oda with great fear. You. After being rejected by Masako time and again, Oda's patience had long since worn thin, and he sneered. Masako, have you forgotten that your father is suffering from a miasma and is bedridden, requiring a rare fragrance to cure him? Now that you've failed your mission, you're not even willing to offer your body? I truly have serious doubts about Masako's loyalty. General, Masako's loyalty to you is as clear as day. Too clear, cold tears slid down Masako's cheeks. But, please give me another chance, General. If it doesn't work out, I will dedicate everything to you. I only hope that you will keep your promise and reward me with a few fragrant flower petals. Oh, I'll give you another chance. Although Oda expressed doubt, a lewd smile immediately appeared on his face after Masako's promise. These are Masako's own words. I hope that next time, Masako won't so rashly ruin my mood. Ha ha. Farewell, General. Masako was unwilling to stay in the cabin any longer, so she gritted her teeth and turned to leave. After Masako left, Oda's smile suddenly froze. It's time for this general to properly test the skills of the beast tamers of Jianghai. Leaving Oda's cabin, Masako rode her stunt moth away at full speed. Only after confirming that she was far out of Oda's sight did she breathe a sigh of relief. Looking out into the distance, she had no idea where to go. Because Masako knew very well that she had been listed as the #1 wanted criminal by that woman in the guard team, and given her wanton killing in the upper city, she had probably already increased her manpower and was searching for her everywhere. More importantly, after the battle just now, that cunning kid will definitely be more vigilant. In addition, with such a master by his side, it will be even more difficult to trap him again. Feeling lost and helpless, a sudden wave of sadness washed over Masako. She crouched behind the invisible moth and began to sob uncontrollably. Father. The reason why he went to a distant place to work for Oda was because his father, who was farming in the countryside, was poisoned by miasma while chopping wood. The doctor instructed that he could only be cured by boiling flower petals with the ultimate fragrance into a medicine. Oda happens to have a phantom beast that has mastered the extremely rare grass-type skill, fragrant petals, and the concentration of its fragrance has reached the level required to cure her father. In order to win Oda's favor and have her father healed by the phantom beast, Masako had no choice but to obey his orders and follow him across rivers and seas, causing chaos everywhere and chasing down the murderer who killed the dragon turtle. However, so much time has passed, and the capture plan has not gone smoothly. He has even been listed as Jianghai's #1 wanted criminal. Even though he failed his mission and was injured, Oda still took advantage of him when he came back. The more Masako thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. In an instant, her longing for home reached its peak. She looked up, picked up the beautiful flower petal she had captured during her battle with Li Bo, stared at it absent-mindedly, and said helplessly, "If only you smelled a little sweeter." That night, Lu Wei knocked on Li Bo's door again. Seeing that she was still in her uniform, Li Bo said, "Captain Lu Wei, you're back? Perfect timing, I have some." Before she could finish speaking, Lu Wei suddenly asked a question. "Li Bo, tell me the truth, did you see Wang Yang's son today?" "Wang Yang's son?" Li Bo asked tentatively. "You mean Wang Chen?" As expected, Lu Wei frowned and asked again. "You fought with him?" Li Bo chuckled softly. "It seems Captain Lu Wei knows about this. Wang Chen's death must have already reached the guard team, and I certainly can't escape suspicion. At this juncture, I can only tell Lu Wei the whole story." So, Li Bo calmly recounted his encounters with Wang Chun and Chen Hao, and then told Lu Wei in detail about Yazi's appearance and the murder. It really was her. Lu Wei gritted her teeth. Only her gold-devouring ants could pierce Wang Chen's neck so cleanly and efficiently. She looked at Li Bo again. "Get up early tomorrow. Come with me to the police station to give a statement." Tomorrow morning? I'm afraid that won't work, Captain Lu Wei. Li Bo hesitated. "Why?" Lu Wei asked, her eyes filled with confusion. "Because tomorrow is the school's martial arts competition finals. Chapter 123, the final battle, is imminent." The following day, the martial arts competition venue at Jianghai University was already packed with people. The final martial arts champion will be decided today. This also marks the end of the freshman year for this year's Beast Tamers. According to the Great Xi'an National Education System, the champion of the martial arts competition will represent their university in the annual national-level Secret Realm trial during the summer vacation. The Secret Realm is home to countless rare and precious natural treasures, as well as rare beasts, making it a training ground that countless beast tamers dream of. At this moment, Li Bo and Wang Linxian were sitting upright in the preparation area, waiting for the referee to blow the signal for the final battle. At the beginning of the martial arts competition, no one expected that the two of them would be the final two. As former favorites to win the championship, Mu Aoxue and Lin Feier could not help but fade into obscurity under the absolute dominance of Li Bo. However, everyone was convinced that Li Bo had made it to the finals, as his outstanding performance in every match was evident to all. There are many different opinions about how Wang Linxian was able to advance to the final two. The audience isn't stupid. Wang Linxuan's performance in the martial arts competition was mediocre, yet he was able to defeat his opponents repeatedly. The reason for this is self-evident. After all, as the second largest family in Zhanghai, it wouldn't be difficult for the Wang family to use their financial power to bribe contestants. For some contestants, although there are many rare opportunities in the national-level secret realm, they are well aware that even if they are lucky enough to win the martial arts championship, they will face competition from geniuses from universities all over the country. Unremarkable compared to other prestigious universities in the country. Even if a tempting treasure appears in the secret realm, the chances of competing with the martial arts champions from top universities are naturally much slimmer. In addition, the conditions offered by the Wang family to these bribed contestants were very targeted. They would give money if they needed it, and they would give evolution materials if they needed them. Therefore, they were all willing to give way to Wang Linxian. After a few rounds, Wang Linxian successfully entered the finals. On the day of the final, the martial arts arena was packed to capacity, and even the stands were filled with teachers from various departments of Zhanghai University. Of course, Lin Feng, who had been eagerly following Li Bo, would not miss this match. Seeing Wang Linxian arrive at the competition venue so easily, Lin Feng squinted at Lu Jun. Principal Lu, has the investigation into Wang Linxian uncovered anything suspicious? Faced with Lin Feng's questioning, Lu Jun dared not be negligent and hurriedly explained. To be honest, Mr. Lin, in the past 3 days, the school has established a special committee to investigate Wang Linxuan's entry into the finals. The committee interviewed all the players who had fought against him, but all of them denied that the Wang family had bribed them. Therefore, we cannot confirm at this time whether Wang Linxian has engaged in any cheating. Snort. Lin Feng seemed unsurprised and sneered coldly. Principal Lu, you don't really think this kid can make it to the finals on his own merit, do you? The reason you didn't find out is because that old bastard Wang Yong paid them all hush money. That's true, but without evidence, we can't just accuse someone unjustly, Lu Jun said with a bitter expression. Wang Yong had expressed his dissatisfaction with Lin Feng several times while investigating Wang Linxuan's affairs, but in order to save face for Lin Feng, he gritted his teeth and went through the necessary investigation procedures. On one side is Zhanghai's power giant, and on the other side is the Wang family, who monopolized Zhanghai's mines. Lu Jun is stuck in the middle, pleasing neither side. Forget it. That old bastard Wang Yong is so meticulous in his work, it's normal that you can't find any loopholes in his methods. Lin Feng said angrily. Anyway, everyone knows what Wang Linxian is capable of. If he wants to defeat Li Bo, it's just wishful thinking. At this moment, Li Bo, who was sitting below, also began to make battle plans. He asked the several pet beasts in the space. Wang Linxuan's main pet is the steel hammer bull, and it should be the first to go on stage. Does anyone want to battle it? Master, I'm going. Xiaobai volunteered and spoke first. Brother Li Bo, let me go? I only got to participate once in the martial arts competition. I haven't had enough yet. Ziyin quickly added, then pleaded with Xiaobai. Little white sister, please give me this chance to perform. I promise I'll take down that big, clumsy bull in 3 minutes. Absolutely not. Ziyun, Xiaobai said firmly. Master said that the winner of the competition would be rewarded, and I cannot give you that opportunity. But I want to be rewarded too. Xiaobai is the older sister. She should let her younger sister have her way. Precisely because I am the older sister, Ziyun should listen to me even more. Xiaobai and Ziyun argued heatedly, both wanting to win this final battle for Li Bo. Meanwhile, the cat in the beast taming space remained silent, appearing much quieter. Because she wasn't sure if Mu Aoxue was observing the match, and if Mu Aoxue saw her next to Li Bo, she would definitely be quite upset. Just as the two women were arguing, Rabbit suddenly spoke up. How about I go? Huh? You go. The two looked at Rabbit in surprise at the same time, and then Ziyun advised. Rabbit, let your older sister handle this dangerous task. Your level isn't high enough yet. I'm afraid you won't be able to control it. But Rabbit also wants to do her part for young master, Rabbit replied sweetly. Ziyun, you're mistaken. At this moment, Li Bo laughed and said, It's precisely because Rabbit's level is low that she needs to get more playing time to train. I think it would be great to start Rabbit. Oh well. Since Li Bo had said so, Xiaobai and Ziyan stopped arguing and obediently gave their chance to play to 2-2. Now, I declare the 125th Jianghai University Martial Arts Competition Finals officially open. As the referee's whistle blew, the atmosphere in the stadium became lively once again. Now, please welcome our two finalists, Li Bo and Wang Linxian, to the stage. As soon as he finished speaking, a chorus of intense shouts erupted from the crowd. Amidst the intense anticipation of everyone, Wang Linxian was the first to step onto the stage. Li Bo couldn't help but look towards the arena, only to find Wang Linxian staring at him with a gloomy expression, his eyes filled with resentment and hatred. Li Bo remained calm, ignoring the other person's gaze. After taking a deep breath, he prepared to step onto the stage. He had only taken half a step when a clear, cold female voice suddenly called out to him. Wait a minute. Li Bo. Li Bo turned his head curiously and suddenly noticed a tall, slender, red-haired girl with a face as white as the moon running towards him, panting heavily. Lin Feier. Chapter 124 The Red Bracelet. The red-haired beauty rushing towards Li Bo was none other than Lin Feier. Li Bo stopped, and when Lin Feier walked up to him, he asked curiously, Is there something you need, Lin Feier? Call. Lin Feier took a deep breath and calmed herself down. Li Bo, I have something to give you. As she spoke, a blush silently rose on Lin Feier's cheeks, imprinting on her exquisite face like the sunset glow. Lin Feier, who was usually proud and aloof, was acting this way for the first time, which made Li Bo even more curious. Things? What things? This. Lin Feier suddenly reached out and handed Li Bo a red bracelet with a special clasp. This is a bracelet? Li Bo looked somewhat surprised. To be precise, this is a bracelet tied with a Wenchang knot. It symbolizes success and victory. Lin Feier smiled brightly, her eyes curving into crescents, and added, I made it up. You made this up? Li Bo couldn't help but look at Lin Feier and saw that she had 2 dark circles under her eyes. She must have stayed up all night weaving the red rope last night. Thinking of this, a warm feeling welled up in Li Bo's heart. She was a rich young lady who never lifted a finger, yet she stayed up all night making bracelets for him. Even though Li Bo had been prejudiced against her before, he couldn't help but feel a bit of goodwill towards Lin Feier at this moment. This scene was witnessed by everyone in the audience, and immediately sparked a flurry of discussion. Lin Feier, is this considered a confession to Li Bo? Heh, a red bracelet, isn't that obvious enough? TSK. To be fair, although Lin Feier has a fiery temper, she is undeniably devoted in love. That Li Bo has won the heart of another school beauty. It's infuriating. Do you think Li Bo will accept Lin Feier's confession in public? If it were me, I would have said yes. With so many people watching, it would be so hurtful to Lin Feier if I refused. The audience couldn't hear Li Bo and Lin Feier's conversation, so they naturally assumed that Lin Feier was confessing her feelings to Li in public, and they started to cheer. Together. Say yes. And so, the martial arts finals venue instantly turned into a massive confession scene. In an inconspicuous corner, another campus belle from Jianghai University was quietly watching this scene from the crowd. Mu Aoshue's face was pale and her complexion was very bad. It was obvious that she had not fully recovered from the backlash she suffered after using the tide of longing last time. She bit her thin red lips tightly, her eyes fixed on Li Bo's every move in the audience. At this moment, the shouts from the audience grew louder and louder, and the audience seemed to enjoy the drama and kept jeering at the two of them. President Lin, it seems everyone mistakenly thinks that Feier is confessing her feelings to Li Bo. From the stands, Lu Jun said with a smile. Hee, let the kids play house. Lin Feng said with a fatherly smile. At the moment of parting, Feier probably also wanted an answer from this boy to put an end to the regret in her heart. A young girl's emotions are passionate yet cautious. It's a pity we old bones can't experience them. Oh, that's right. Lu Jun then changed the subject and asked. By the way, the enrollment procedures for Holy Dragon University should be completed, right? Lin Feng nodded. Everything is arranged. Thanks to Principal Lu's help, the transfer procedures went so smoothly. Feier's plane ticket has been booked, and she will officially fly to the United States in a few days. Hearing Lin Feng's praise, Lu Jun felt a little smug, and then smiled and said, Hee, not bad, not bad. As one of the world's top dragon-related universities, the United States Holy Dragon University has been developing rapidly in recent years. It has hired many top dragon-related beast tamers from around the world as visiting professors with high salaries. Whether it is academic research or practical teaching, it is of world-class standard. However, although Western schools use an application system, St. Dragon University is known for its rigorous standards. Feier must have put in a lot of unseen effort to get there. That's quite true, Lin Feng said with a smile. Feier has a strong personality. After being defeated by Li Bo, she devoted herself to training hard to catch up with him. Just a couple of days ago, with the help of her teacher whom she had studied under since childhood, she finally managed to contract her second dragon-type pet, which just barely met the requirements for transferring to Holy Dragon University. Hopefully, after studying there, she can at least catch up with this kid. Thinking of Li Bo's monstrous talent for taming beasts, Lin Feng's tone became melancholy again. Looking down at the audience, a sense of unease rose in his heart. He recalled how this kid had previously used the excuse of saving the flaming eagle to politely decline his marriage proposal. Now that Feier had taken the initiative, he wondered how the kid would react. At this moment, feeling the almost boiling shouts around her, Lin Feier's cheeks suddenly burned. Oh no, they seem to think I'm confessing my feelings. Lin Feier's heart was pounding. It was her first time handling such a task, and she felt a surge of nervousness. In fact, before Li Bo awakened his talent for beast taming, Lin Feier had tried to befriend him more than once or twice, but she either blocked his way or blocked his path. The method, naturally, seemed rather crude. This time, for some reason, Lin Feier, who was always extremely confident, felt uncertain for the first time. Perhaps she simply wanted to give Li Bo a red string with a profound meaning and did not expect things to develop to this point. Seeing that she was in a bit of a dilemma, Lin Feier's expression became somewhat awkward. I, Lin Feier, am an upright and honest person. What am I afraid of? After reassuring herself, Lin Feier hurriedly explained. Li Bo, that's not actually what I meant. Thank you, Lin Feier. Li Bo smiled slightly and naturally took Lin Feier's bracelet. Oh. Seeing Li Bo accept the red rope so gracefully, Lin Feier was stunned and stood there dumbfounded. She never expected that Li Bo would accept her kindness so readily. Lin Feier's joy was palpable, and her face lit up with a radiant smile. Can I just wear this red string directly? Li Bo asked at this moment. Lin Feier nodded seriously. Wear it. I believe you will be invincible. Li Bo, then I'll take your good wishes. I will win this match. Li Bo smiled and, in front of everyone, put the red string given to him by Lin Feier on his right hand. It's done. Roar. Let's congratulate this person. Whistles erupted continuously from the audience, who all thought Lin Feier had successfully confessed her feelings. This scene naturally did not escape Mu Aoshua's notice. For some reason, seeing Li Bo and Lin Feier so intimate, a strange pang of jealousy welled up in her heart. She unconsciously clenched her fists, and her glistening lips were bitten until they bled slightly. Snort. After glancing at Li Bo with a flickering look, Mu Aoshua forcefully flung her hand away and left the scene without looking back. What belongs to me, Mu Aoshua, cannot be taken away by anyone. Chapter 125 The Final. After putting the red string on his wrist, Li Bo smelled a unique fragrance that belonged only to Lin Feier. Collect body odor, +1. Floral fragrance evolution quest, 4 of 5. Upon seeing the system notification, Li Bo was overjoyed. We only need one more person sent to complete the fragrant petal evolution quest. Li Bo, please come up on stage as soon as possible. Just then, the referee's voice suddenly rang out behind Li Bo. He looked at Lin Feier. I have to go to the competition. Go quickly. I'll be waiting for your good news. Lin Feier winked at Li Bo, then quickly returned to her seat. As soon as he stepped onto the arena, Wang Linxian looked at Li Bo with a half-smile and said, You killed someone, and you're still so calm and collected. You have quite the composure, Li Bo. Do you dare to look me in the eye? Li Bo calmly raised his head to look at Wang Linxian, then helplessly shrugged. What are you babbling about? I don't understand a word you're saying. Don't understand? Huh, still pretending? Yesterday my older brother went to negotiate with you, and when he came back, all that was left was a cold corpse. Who would believe it if you didn't do it? Wang Linxian sneered. Li Bo sighed. Sigh? Although I really want to teach your older brother a lesson, unfortunately, I didn't kill him. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here unharmed, having the final match with you. Arrogant. Wang Linxian pointed at Li Bo and said angrily, My elder brother possesses 3 elite-level pet beasts, yet he was defeated by you for no reason. You must have used some dirty tricks to assassinate my elder brother, you despicable villain. You despicable motherfucker. Wang Linxian, has your mouth been eating shit? It stinks. Li Bo was too lazy to speak to him politely anymore. 3 elite-level creatures are nothing special. With your older brother's mediocre skills, I've never even considered him a threat. You. Wang Linxian was so angry that his hands were trembling. Fine. Very well. Today, I will prove to everyone that there is not a single coward in my Wang family. Come out, Steel Hammer Bull. A green light flashed, and Wang Linxian's Steel Hammer Bull reappeared in the arena. Still clad in armor, the steel-hammered bull wields a heavy hammer, standing a full 2.5 meters tall, a true bull warrior. Strange. Why does it feel like its aura has become much stronger? Li Bo squinted at the steel hammer bull and could clearly sense that its strength had far surpassed the level it had reached when it fought the little stone monkey that day. Based on Li Bo's frequent experience fighting wild beasts, the aura emanating from this steel hammer bull is extremely similar to that he felt when fighting the man-eating vulture. In other words, his level is around the elite 5th Dan. But what's really strange is that the Steel Hammer Bull's level displayed on the panel is still Elite 1. Name, Steel Hammer Bull. Gender, male. Attribute, Steel. Rank, Elite Tier 1. Potential, Elite. Skills, Roar, Beginner. Fierce Charge, Beginner. Rampage, Beginner. Ironclad Protection, Intermediate. Charged Hammer, Intermediate. Bull's Gaze, Advanced. What? You've already learned to stare like a cow. Li Bo was extremely shocked. Bull Stare is a control skill that can intimidate opponents. Although its momentum is not as strong as Little White's Dragon Might, it has enough suppressive power against pets with ordinary bloodlines. Skill can generally only be learned by superior-level bull-type pets. This Steel Hammer Bull was only Elite Level 1, yet it suddenly comprehended a high-level skill in such a short time, which made Li Bo quite suspicious. Bunny, the situation has changed. The opponent might be a bit too strong. We might have to switch to Little White. Li Bo addressed the women in the beast-taming space. After all, Rabbit doesn't really have any skills to counter this bull's glare. Only Little White's dragons might can contend with it. Master, summon me. Xiaobai is already quite impatient. Young master, please let me try first. Rabbit said firmly. No matter how strong the opponent is, Rabbit will do her best. Rabbit. Li Bo stroked his chin thoughtfully for a moment, then said, since you insist on this, then we should be careful. After saying that, he summoned the rabbit. Even if we can't win, we still have Xiaobai and Ziyun to back us up. This battle is mainly to train Rabbit's combat skills. A flash of light, and a tiny flower spirit rabbit suddenly appeared opposite the Steel Hammer Bull, the 3rd elite class. Upon seeing this, Wang Linxian was the first to lose his footing. It seemed that Li Bo's claim of not taking his elder brother's 3 elite-level beasts seriously was not an overstatement. He truly did have 3 elite-level beasts. Wang Linxian stared at Li Bo in disbelief. You, when did you contract a 3rd pet? Just a couple of days ago. Li Bo said it casually. The appearance of the rabbit sparked a heated discussion among the audience. Holy crap, another elite level. Li Bo's mental strength is terrifying. 3 elite-level pets are extremely taxing on a beast tamer, and Li Bo is currently only a 2nd-tier beast tamer. It's more than just terrifying mental strength. Being able to possess 3 elite-level pet beasts simultaneously is extremely rare, even among 2nd-year students. Li Bo is already far ahead of us. The key question is, what kind of rabbit is this? Could it be a new evolutionary direction developed by the bouncy rabbit? I don't think so. This rabbit doesn't have any of the characteristics of a bouncy rabbit. It looks more like a wood spirit rabbit. What? A wood spirit rabbit? That's not even as good as a bouncy rabbit. Isn't the wood spirit rabbit a low-level pet? Many of the waitresses in the restaurant are wood spirit rabbit girls. I remember that wood spirit rabbits can evolve, right? Hey, anything's impossible with this kid. Maybe he's caught a genetically mutated one. About the rabbits continued to circulate, but what shocked everyone the most was that Li Bo had already contracted 3 elite-level rabbits by the end of his freshman year. This level of skill is already comparable to the top beast-taming geniuses in the country. Li Bo was already used to everyone's surprise. If they knew that he had also contracted a colorful scaled python in the misty forest, and that there was an elite army of tree spirits in his beast-taming space, he wondered what their reaction would be. TSK. Li Bo, although you are very powerful, you are looking down on me by not using your ice dragon and purple cloud, but instead using a rabbit of the lowest level to deal with my Steel Hammer Bull. Wang Linxian sneered. Think what you want. I'm determined to win this championship today. A fighting spirit surged in Li Bo's eyes. Now that he had come this far, nothing could stop him. Heh, the martial arts championship. I can't have it, but you won't get it either. Wang Linxian said in a gloomy tone. Chapter 126, War, King Linxian. Steel Hammer Bull, Bull's eyes wide. Wang Linxian suddenly shouted. The next moment, The steel hammer bull's round eyes, as big as copper bells, suddenly turned fierce and quickly locked onto the rabbit's body. Really? Li Bo frowned. This kid still used this trick. He knew very well that if he didn't have any countermeasures, once he was frozen in place by the bull's glare, he would have to take a full hit of his opponent's next combo. Fortunately, Li Bo had already anticipated that Wang Linxian would take the initiative and control the situation first. So, almost the instant the bunny appeared, he decisively had the bunny use the flash shield. At this moment, with the activation of the bull's glare, the rabbit's movements were immediately restricted. Heh, I froze you, didn't I? Serves you right for trying to show off without using a high-level pet. Wang Linxian, as if he had just vented his anger, then commanded, Steel Hammer Bull, charge up with your heavy hammer and charge in to destroy it. Boom, boom. Having said that, the Steel Hammer Bull charged towards Rabbit with steady steps and fierce momentum. At the same time, it raised its huge iron hammer high, gleaming with a cold, iron-like light, exuding immense power. Although the charged hammer is an intermediate skill, its power increases with the charging time of the Steel Hammer Bull. The opponent's Flower Spirit Rabbit was perfectly immobilized, giving Wang Linxian enough time to deliver a powerful and effective hammer blow. Before long, the Steel Hammer Bull suddenly attacked Rabbit's side. Boom. Without hesitation, it smashed down on the rabbit. However, just when he thought he could win with this heavy hammer blow, unexpectedly, a pale yellow light shield blocked the Steel Hammer Bull's heavy hammer. What? A shield? Wang Linxian exclaimed that he had been careless. He then realized that Li Bo had already anticipated his use of this combo and had activated his flash shield in advance. Bathed in the morning sunlight, the shimmering shield seemed to blend into the surroundings, becoming almost invisible. It wasn't until the heavy hammer of the steel sledgehammer bull struck the surface with a dull thud that Wang Linxian finally understood what had happened. This scene did not escape the sharp eyes of Lu Jun on stage. He was not so surprised that Li Bo had contracted a third pet beast, but the flash shield that Rabbit created stirred up his emotions. Oh, it's a bit like a light-based skill. Light-type skills. Principal Lu, are you kidding me? This rabbit looks like a grass-type pet. Light-type pets are even rarer than dragon-type pets. Lin Feng was puzzled. There's no mistake, Lu Jun said with certainty. Although we can't find any clues from this pet's form, which looks just like a wood spirit rabbit, this shield is a genuine light-type skill. So, this rabbit has the potential to evolve into a light-type pet? TSK, a light-type pet that can dispel all darkness, a symbol of nobility and status, truly enviable. Lin Feng said, his eyes gleaming. Hehe, whether he can evolve or not, I can't say for sure, Lu Jun said with a smile. This kid, even I'm starting to lose sight of him. Click. At this moment, a crack had appeared on the rabbit's flash shield. It didn't last long under the charged hammer blows of the Steel Hammer Bull. Although this flash shield is a light-type skill, Rabbit doesn't have the light attribute, and still doesn't know how to evolve it to a higher level. If only the flash shield were a bit stronger, Li Bo thought to himself. Fortunately, the Steel Hammer Bull's attacks were slow, which successfully bought enough time for Rabbit to wake up. Bang! Rabbit's flash shield shattered completely, and at that moment, her bewitching red eyes quickly became bright and alert. Damn it! It's out of control. Wang Linxian looked unwilling. He was so close to succeeding. Smash it to death. He continued to give commands to the steel-hammered bull. However, after waking up, the rabbit became incredibly agile, and with a turn, it jumped out of the hammer's attack range. You've used up your bullish stare ability. Now let's see what you do next, Li Bo sneered. Advanced skills consume a lot of a pet's energy, let alone a skill like bull stare that consumes mental energy. As an elite-level steel hammer bull, it will be a while before it can use bull stare again. The rabbit dodged. Li Bo decisively had him use the flower fragrance skill. As a rich floral fragrance filled the arena, Steel Hammer Bull's movements suddenly slowed down considerably, and his already clumsy body became even more sluggish. It was the numbing effect of the fragrance that made the Steel Hammer Bull a sitting duck. Bunny, Leaf Whirlblade. Li Bo launched a decisive attack. The leaves poured out of the rabbit's body and gathered in the air to form a sharp cross-shaped leaf blade. Swish, swish, swish. Yi Dao showed no mercy, smashing it towards the chest of the Steel Hammer Bull. With a bang, the leaf whirlblade shattered the armor on the front of the Steel Hammer Bull, exposing its skin. Steel Hammer Bull fell to the ground. Li Bo followed the gaze, and what he saw next made his pupils dilate suddenly. Because the exposed part of Steel Hammer Bull's chest wasn't its usual red skin, but a dark black one. However, the leaf whirlblade was quite powerful. After breaking through the steel hammer bull armor, it left many wounds on its body, and the blood quickly covered its black skin. Strange? Why is it black? Li Bo was completely baffled. Before he could think further, the steel hammer bull, who had been lying on the ground, suddenly stood up, patted his chest, and showed no sign of pain, as if nothing had happened. How could that be? Li Bo was very surprised because Rabbit's attack was clearly very sharp. Steel Hammer Bull didn't even have time to use his defensive skills. How could he have suffered such damage but not feel any pain? Seeing that the other party was unharmed, Rabbit gritted her teeth and released the fragrance of flowers again, enveloping the Steel Hammer Bull. But this time Wang Linxian was prepared. He ordered the Steel Hammer Bull to hold the heavy hammer in both hands and spin it rapidly, creating a whirlwind that blocked all the fragrance of the flowers from the outside. With a whoosh, suddenly, the iron hammer in the spinning bull's hand was violently knocked off and flew off, smashing into the rabbit. Flower Spirit Rabbit, injured. The information on the panel in front of Li Bo changed rapidly. After a change in expression, he quickly calmed down. Photosynthesis. Funny. In an instant, a bright light burst forth from the rabbit's head, and its physical condition began to recover at a visible speed. It even has a recovery skill. Steel Hammer Bull, Fierce Charge. Wang Linxian hurriedly gave the order, and Steel Hammer Bull kicked off with one leg and charged fiercely at Rabbit. Rabbit unleashed a leaf whirlwind blade, but Steel Hammer Bull did not dodge at all. After taking the hit, it charged at Rabbit with even greater ferocity. Rabbit's expression changed, and she quickly turned around, narrowly avoiding the attack. At the Steel Hammer Bull with lingering fear, not understanding why its skills had not caused any damage to it. Li Bo frowned deeply. Without a doubt, the Steel Hammer Bull was acting extremely strangely today. Not only has my strength increased significantly, but I can no longer feel pain. This guy's tough skin and thick flesh, we need to think of another way. Li Bo stroked his chin and pondered. Suddenly, his gaze fell again on the wound on the exposed skin of Steel Hammer Bull's chest. A thought struck him, and he relayed a message to Rabbit. Rabbit, find a way to put the parasitic seed into its wound. Chapter 127, The Strange Steel Hammer Bull. After receiving Li Bo's instructions, Rabbit quickly changed its battle strategy. She switched from offense to defense, and every time the Steel Hammer Bull charged at her, she deliberately avoided it. Although the Steel Hammer Bull was incredibly strong, the rabbit was simply too small, and it nimbly dodged both his fierce charges and wild hammer blows. Li Bo had been observing the Steel Hammer Bull's aura from beginning to end. Logically speaking, after fighting for so long, the Steel Hammer Bull's stamina should have been affected to some extent. However, the opponent had been injured by Rabbit during the battle and clearly did not have any sustained skills. Yet, his condition was not affected at all, and his offensive became even more fierce, which made Li Bo feel even more strange. In other words, the rabbit has the support of photosynthesis, which allows it to continuously wear down the Steel Hammer Bull. At this moment, after several exchanges, Steel Hammer Bull's attacks all missed, and Wang Linxian was starting to lose face. He cursed at Li Bo. Coward! Li Bo, where did your glory go? Do you dare to fight me head-on? Heh, a head-on battle? Li Bo sneered. Wang Linxian, your Steel Hammer Bull is amazing. You've been fighting for so long and using skills so frequently, and you haven't even had to breathe. Your endurance is something that would make even a superior-level pet feel ashamed. How did you do that? Teach me. After Li Bo said that, Wang Linxian seemed a little guilty. He simply ignored Li Bo and just kept letting the Steel Hammer Bull attack. Unexpectedly, after several rounds of attack and defense, Rabbit had become intimately familiar with every move of Steel Hammer Bull. She discovered that every time the Steel Hammer Bull used its hammer-swinging motion, there was a period of wind-up animation, which gave the bunny the opportunity to activate its parasitic seed. At this moment, Rabbit suddenly stopped in her tracks as Steel Hammer Bull unleashed his charged hammer attack. Whoosh whoosh. All 10 parasitic seeds flew towards the wound on his chest, and every single one of them seeped into the skin of the Steel Hammer Bull. You despicable bastard. Seeing that Steel Hammer Bull had been ambushed, Wang Linxian gritted his teeth and said fiercely, So what if you got hit? Li Bo, don't think that just because you can use photosynthesis, you're a perpetual motion machine. Frequent use of intermediate skills will eventually wear you down. Let's see who can outlast whom. The parasitic seed struck the Steel Hammer Bull's wound, but the Steel Hammer Bull didn't even utter a sound. Judging from Steel Hammer Bull's black skin, Li Bo is now certain that Wang Linxian must have given Steel Hammer Bull some kind of banned drug, which is why it has become so difficult to deal with. However, these drugs that temporarily enhance the strength of pets will more or less have some side effects. Wang Linxian is willing to sacrifice the foundation of his painstakingly cultivated pet to fight against me. Even if he wins the championship, how long can he last after entering the secret realm? Thinking of this, Li Bo narrowed his eyes, feeling that things were not so simple. However, now is not the time to consider these things. Now that the parasitic seed has entered the steel hammer bull's body, it will absorb the steel hammer bull's energy and continuously nourish the rabbit. It's laughable that Wang Linxian has absolutely no concept of the terror of 10 parasitic seeds. He thinks it's insignificant because he believes his steel hammer bull can't feel pain. Little did they know, the situation on the battlefield was quietly turning around. After a few more rounds, Wang Linxian was surprised to find that steel hammer bull's pace had suddenly slowed down a lot, and the heavy hammer he swung was far less powerful than before. On the other hand, Li Bo's rabbit still looked energetic and would occasionally use its flower fragrance to distract the steel hammer bull. Over time, the steel hammer bull showed signs of exhaustion. What exactly was that seed that rabbit just released? How could it deplete steel hammer bull's energy so quickly? Wang Linxian was filled with shock and anger, veins bulging on his forehead as he glared fiercely at Li Bo. Don't think that you've got the victory in the bag. Steel hammer bull, use roar. He shouted loudly. The steel hammer bull on the battlefield suddenly stopped and let out a deafening bellow, which emanated from its body, creating an invisible energy that reverberated outwards. Under the force of the violent wave, the armor of the steel hammer bull rattled loudly, and there were faint signs that it was about to detach from its body. That the rabbit had injected into its wound was forcibly shaken open. A trivial skill, Wang Linxian said dismissively. Looking at Li Bo, they found a strange smile on his face. Wang Linxuan's expression changed drastically. Oh no! At the feet of the steel hammer bull, thick, long, sharp vines appeared out of nowhere. These vines burrowed into the gaps in the armor when the steel hammer bull used its roar. It's the rabbit's advanced skill, vine strangulation. Whoosh! Whoosh! The vines grew wildly along the gaps in the steel hammer bull's armor, forcibly lifting it off the ground in an instant. Li Bo did not let rabbit directly pierce through the steel hammer bull's body. After all, the vine strangulation power was considerable, and piercing through it could very likely kill the steel hammer bull. Having finally made it to the finals, Li Bo didn't want to break the rules and lose his right to compete by accidentally killing a pet. At this moment, the steel hammer bull struggled desperately above, but the sharp vines had already pierced through its armor and were fixed above. No matter how hard the steel hammer bull tried, it could not break free at all. A chorus of sighs and murmurs rose from the audience. Another advanced skill, Li Bo's pets are all extraordinary. It's lifted. It seems the outcome is already decided. After all, Wang Linxuan's other pet beast hasn't even reached the elite level. Wang Linxian did a good job today. He managed to hold out against Li Bo for so long. I noticed it too. This guy's fighting ability today is a leap forward compared to his performance a few days ago. It took Li Bo a lot of effort to hold him down. The discussion was heated and ongoing. The audience had already made their decision about the winner. If nothing unexpected happened, Li Bo would be the unworthy champion of this martial arts competition. This guy, something's not right. Lin Feier stood not far away, her eyes fixed on Wang Linxuan's movements. Despite the critical situation, Wang Linxian showed no sign of tension. Instead, he revealed a chilling smile that was difficult to detect. A sense of unease rose in Lin Feier's heart. She looked at Li Bo, clutching the hem of her clothes, and felt a pang of worry for him. Li Bo, rabbit, throw it out of the ring, Li Bo declared. He understood that if Steel Hammer Bull continued to stay in the arena, the opponent would only relentlessly attack Rabbit, and kicking it out of the ring was the best way to win. Understood, young master. Rabbit nodded, commanding the tree roots and vines that grew from the ground, and suddenly flung the Steel Hammer Bull out. With a muffled thud, the massive body of the Steel Hammer Bull landed on the ground, just when everyone thought the competition was about to come to an end. With a loud bang, the steel-hammered bull's body on the ground suddenly exploded, instantly covering the ground with horrific, bloody pieces of its corpse. Chapter 128: The Death Incident. Dead. Dead. This sudden turn of events caught everyone present off guard. Silence. A deathly silence enveloped the stands. Steel Hammer Bull's blood splattered everywhere, and a foul, fishy smell lingered in the arena. The beast tamers watching from the stage all stared in horror at what was happening below. After they came to their senses, the arena erupted in noise again. Li Bo, you've gone a bit too far. Even if you're strong, there's no need to be so cruel as to kill Steel Hammer Bull to prove yourself. Tell me, does this count as maliciously killing a pet? Whether it's malicious or not. The purpose of the martial arts competition is to exchange skills, Killing a pet beast has very serious consequences. Yes, in the early stages of this martial arts competition, there were 1 or 2 incidents of pets dying. Although the investigation later revealed that it was due to accidental killing, the beast tamers who killed the pets were still disqualified from the competition. In other words, even if Li Bo wins, the martial arts competition champion will still be. I doubt it. Steel Hammer Bull death. Congratulations, host. You have successfully defeated the Steel Hammer Bull. Flower Rabbit Upgrade. Elite Stage 3. What? Upon seeing the death information of Steel Hammer Bull transmitted through the system, Li Bo's expression turned very unpleasant, his brows furrowing tightly into a Chan shape. He was very puzzled. He hadn't used any lethal force at all, so why did the Steel Hammer Bull suddenly explode? Young master, it wasn't me. Rabbit hurriedly explained that seeing Li Bo being pointed at by thousands of people in the audience, she couldn't help but feel a strong sense of worry. Rabbit, of course I know you didn't do this. Li Bo's voice turned serious. Someone is trying to frame us. He suddenly turned his head, his eyes quickly locking onto Wang Linxian opposite him. Wang Linxuan's eyes were dark and menacing, staring intently at Li Bo like a vicious wolf. He spoke in a voice only Li Bo could hear. Li Bo, I've said it before, if I don't win the martial arts competition, neither will you. You're really ruthless to sacrifice your pet beast just to drag me down with you. Li Bo clenched his fists, clearly not expecting Wang Linxian to be so ruthless. Heh, those who achieve great things don't concern themselves with trifles. A mere elite-level creature, its death is nothing. At least it can hold you back, which is a way of venting my brother's anger. Wang Linxian sneered. At this moment, after carefully verifying the information about Steel Hammer Bull's death, the referee questioned Li Bo in a rather unfriendly tone. What's going on? Li Bo, I didn't kill him. Li Bo explained without changing his expression. My Flower Spirit Rabbit didn't use any killing moves just now. No killer move was used. The referee snorted. You just used an advanced skill, didn't you? Although my Vine Strangulation is a high-level skill, it didn't penetrate the Steel Hammer Bull's body. Everyone saw when Rabbit lifted it up just now. It was still alive. Li Bo spoke neither humbly nor arrogantly. Referee, don't listen to his nonsense. At this moment, Wang Linxian walked over, looking utterly grief-stricken. Hammer Bull was still alive on the ring, but when he threw Steel Hammer Bull out, he must have used some kind of vicious move to make Steel Hammer Bull explode. Wang Linxian began to wail. Steel Hammer Bull. It was Li Bo who killed him. You must seek justice for me. Referee. As he spoke, Wang Linxian winked at the referee from an inconspicuous angle. He had already bribed this referee beforehand. The reason he was able to bypass all the strong opponents in the draw and enter the finals was because the Wang family had already given this referee considerable benefits. Therefore, Wang Linxian informed the referee of this plan well in advance. Referee, please don't listen to his one-sided story. During the fight, I noticed that Steel Hammer Bull was acting strangely. Please investigate Steel Hammer Bull's death thoroughly and clear my name. Li Bo tried his best to explain. Innocent. The referee, with an air of righteous indignation, said, this Steel Hammer Bull was thrown off the ring and exploded to his death, a fact witnessed by tens of thousands of people in the audience. How do you expect me to clear your name? Li Bo hesitated, recalling the flirtatious exchange between Wang Linxian and the referee earlier. He suddenly realized that the kid's entry into the finals must be due to something fishy going on with the referee. Li Bo immediately called for his counselor, Wu Gang, and resolutely addressed the referee. I remained silent until my counselor, Mr. Wu Gang, arrived. The referee has the final say in the martial arts competition. Going to the counselor won't help. The referee snorted coldly. And, your teacher Wu Gang has been seconded to another university to teach in a rural area, and he won't be coming back this semester. What? Li Bo's expression changed, and he suddenly looked at Wang Linxian, only to find that the other party was looking at him with a half-smile. He wasn't foolish enough to think that Wu Gang's departure at this crucial moment was a coincidence. It must all have been arranged by Wang Linxian. After all, Wu Gang had personally come to watch every one of his previous matches, and as Wu Gang's most outstanding student, he certainly wouldn't miss this martial arts competition final. If Mr. Wu Gang were present, he would definitely make a big fuss and clear his name. But Wu Gang, the only teacher who took care of him, was no longer at school. Li Bo had 1,000 explanations in his mind, but he was speechless in front of the dog referee who was closely colluding with Wang Linxian. Li Bo gritted his teeth. He hadn't expected Wang Linxian to have infiltrated Jianghai University so deeply. It seemed he had underestimated the Wang family's power in Jianghai. At this point, the referee spoke again. Li Bo, If you admit now that you maliciously killed the pet and are disqualified from the competition, I might be lenient and not pursue any other responsibilities against you. Otherwise, you will face even harsher penalties under school regulations. After all, maliciously killing a pet can result in expulsion from the school. Impossible. Li Bo flatly refused, glaring at Wang Linxian and the referee. Since Mr. Wu Gang is not here, I request that the school's senior leadership intervene in this investigation. As he spoke, Li Bo turned to look at the high platform where the leadership was located in the distance, casting a pleading glance his way. Heh, high-ranking school leaders. Wang Linxian sneered. The facts are clear, what are you still struggling for? Besides, you, a lowly commoner born in the lower city, dare to dream that school leaders will stand up for you at a time like this? Li Bo, you are far too naive. Seeing that Li Bo remained stubborn, the referee blew the whistle. Because Li Bo maliciously killed another player's pet during the martial arts competition, according to the National Martial Arts Competition rules, I hereby announce that Li Bo is eliminated. Wait a moment. At this moment, a majestic voice rang out. The once bustling martial arts arena suddenly fell silent. Wang Linxian and the others turned their heads and suddenly realized that two extremely imposing figures were walking towards the arena. Headmaster? Wang Linxuan's pupils widened in surprise. Walking towards him was none other than Principal Lu Jun. Beside him was a tall, middle-aged man. The man had a cold and stern face, eyes like an eagle, and an aura of power that no one on the field could match. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that Lu Jun stood slightly behind the man, half a step behind him, showing great respect. Upon seeing this figure, Wang Linxuan's face turned extremely ugly, and his teeth clenched so tightly they made a grinding sound. Lin Feng. Li Bo, on the other hand, was overjoyed. Uncle. Chapter 129. Lin Feng lends his support. As the two slowly stepped onto the ring, whispers began to circulate among the crowd. Hiss. It's Principal Lu Jun. My God. This is the first time Principal Lu has stepped into the arena since the start of the martial arts competition. That guy next to me looks familiar. Isn't he Lin Feng, the head of the Lin family? I've seen him on TV. Hee. Look how polite Principal Lu is to him. Who else could it be but Lin Feng? The Lin family sponsors Shanghai University with over $1 billion yuan every year. It's not excessive for Principal Lu to kowtow to him. Look at what you're saying. The funding that President Lin gave us has all been put to good use. Without the training base he sponsored, we'd probably be out there fighting wild animals all day long. Judging from their expressions, they don't seem too satisfied with the referee's decision. Hee. Can't you see? Even President Lin has personally stepped down. It's obvious he's backing Li Bo up. Upon seeing Lu Jun approach, the referee's expression immediately turned tense. Principal, what brings you here? He said this with a slightly trembling voice. Lu Jun's eyes flashed like lightning as he sharply scanned the referee. Professor Feng, I remember you've been presiding over the martial arts competition at Shanghai University for several years now, right? How come you haven't even investigated properly this time? You've already eliminated Li Bo, isn't that a bit too hasty? Faced with Lu Jun's questioning, the referee surnamed Feng forced himself to remain calm and said, reporting to the principal, everyone witnessed Li Bo killing Wang Linxuan's steel hammer bowl, and I think there's no room for debate about that result. There's nothing to argue about. Lin Feng immediately stood up and questioned the referee, pointing at him and rebuking him. Anyone with eyes can see that Li Bo's rabbit didn't go all out, and it clearly used a high-level grass-type skill, vine strangulation. How could it possibly have blown the steel hammer bull's body apart? I think you're just blowing the whistle unfairly. Upon hearing Lin Feng hurl insults at him, the referee's face immediately turned green, and his forehead was instantly covered in beads of sweat. Although he really wanted to argue back, Lin Feng was the financial backer of Shanghai University, and even the president had to treat him with deference. How could he, a mere karami, dare to act presumptuously in front of Lin Feng? No matter how unhappy he was, he had to put up with it. President Lin, I wouldn't dare. The referee hurriedly apologized, swallowing hard. I was just strictly following the rules of the National Martial Arts Competition. Don't try to intimidate me with the rules, Lin Feng said, waving his sleeve. If we don't get to the bottom of this today, Shanghai University will never receive a single penny of funding from the Lin family again. Uncle. Seeing Lin Feng stand firmly in his defense, Li Bo was deeply moved. Hee. Li Bo, don't worry. Lin Feng turned his head, looked at him with a kind smile. With your uncle here, I will make sure you don't suffer the slightest injustice today. Upon hearing that Lin Feng wanted to withdraw the funding, Lu Jun's expression immediately changed, and he quickly put on a fawning smile and tried to appease him. Oh, Mr. Lin, let's talk this out. That's why I came down here, isn't it? He cleared his throat and addressed the referee. President Lin's analysis just now makes a lot of sense. His pet beast doesn't have the skill to smash the steel hammer bull's body. Moreover, given Li Bo's strength, there's no need for him to risk killing someone else's pet beast to win. I think we should investigate more thoroughly first. But the principal. Things have come to this. Principal Liu, are you perhaps planning to protect Li Bo? A shout rang out, and Wang Linxian stepped forward, his face filled with grief and indignation. The principal was initially startled, then looked at Wang Linxian and said with some annoyance, Wang Linxian, watch your tone. Attitude. My pet is dead. What attitude do I need? Wang Linxian retorted with a laugh. Principal Liu, don't forget that according to the laws of the Great Xia dynasty, protecting cheaters in a martial arts competition is the same crime as cheating. You. Seeing that this brat spoke without any sense of propriety, Lu Jun's anger was almost written all over his face. If it weren't for the fact that his father was Wang Yong, he would have had the school security arrest him long ago. Heh, young Master Wang, why are you in such a hurry to get Principal Liu to give you the results? Do you have something to hide? At this moment, Lin Feng sneered from the side. Upon seeing the cold glint in Lin Feng's sharp eyes, Wang Linxuan's momentum immediately faltered. Arrogantly in front of the principal, but he has no temper at all in front of Lin Feng. After all, as the head of the Lin family and the president of the Beast Tamer Association, Lin Feng would have to give his father some face even if his father came. However, he couldn't understand why Lin Feng was stirring up trouble. Could it be because Lin Feier liked Li Bo? The matter is not even settled yet, and Lin Feng is already treating Li Bo as a son-in-law who has not yet moved in? Wang Linxian quickly concealed the guilt on his face and said respectfully, President Lin, my father and you have been friends for many years. I hope you will not interfere in such trivial matters. It is a small matter to damage the friendship between our two families, but it is a big matter to damage President Lin's prestige. Wang Linxuan's words served two purposes. First, to establish a connection with Lin Feng, and second, to subtly remind Lin Feng not to meddle in other people's business, as the Wang family was neither afraid of trouble nor of causing trouble. Stop trying to curry favor with me. Lin Feng completely ignored him and said indifferently, I have always been ashamed to associate with your father's despicable behavior. Seeing that Lin Feng showed him no respect whatsoever, Wang Linxuan's face darkened to the point of almost dripping water. He gritted his teeth. Since President Lin insists on helping Li Bo, then please provide concrete evidence to prove that he did not use any underhanded means to assassinate my steel hammer bull. Assassination? Huh. Wang Linxian, you really know how to use a switcheroo. At this moment, Li Bo spoke up. You're the one who tampered with your own steel hammer bull, and now you're trying to pin the blame on me and make me prove my innocence. It's utterly ridiculous. I tampered with steel hammer bull. Wang Linxian pointed to himself and suddenly burst into laughter. Haha, how ridiculous. Li Bo, have you ever seen a beast tamer who would kill his own pet beast with his own hands? But you, relying on your strength, you wantonly kill other people's pets. Such disregard for life will surely be punished. Principal Liu, since the two sides are still arguing, I think we should just hand Li Bo over to the guards for questioning and investigation. Let's hold off on the martial arts competition for now. At this moment, the referee, surnamed Wang, spoke. No. Lu Jun immediately refused. The national-level hidden gem is about to open for summer vacation. Jianghai University must send a representative to participate, as this concerns the honor of Jianghai University. He looked at Li Bo and asked, Li Bo, since you just said that Wang Linxian tampered with steel hammer bull, do you have any concrete evidence? After calming his thoughts, Li Bo slowly spoke. Principal Liu, I noticed a lot of things were wrong when I was fighting steel hammer bull. I won't go into the fact that steel hammer bull's strength has increased, but the most important thing is that I noticed that steel hammer bull's skin has turned from red to black. I suspect that this is caused by Wang Linxian giving him banned drugs. You're talking nonsense. Wang Linxian immediately jumped up to refute. The steel hammer bull skin color change is just a normal phenomenon caused by intense fighting, not the use of banned substances. If you can't provide evidence, don't slander me. What? Banned drugs? Lu Jun's expression suddenly turned extremely stern. Taking banned drugs is strictly prohibited in the Great Xia martial arts competition. If it is found, the punishment will be expulsion at the very least, and detention by the guard team at worst. He picked up a black piece of corpse, frowned as he examined it for a long time, and finally sighed. Judging solely by skin color doesn't really tell you anything. Upon hearing this, a smug smile appeared on Wang Linxuan's face. Even if Li Bo knew he had used banned drugs, so what? His plan was foolproof. Now that Steel Hammer Bull was dead, the possibility of Li Bo clearing himself of being the murderer was almost zero. Lin Feier, watching everything unfold on the arena from a short distance away, stared at a black piece of corpse scattered at her feet, lost in thought. Banned drugs. Suddenly remembering something, Lin Feier stepped forward. I have proof that Wang Linxian purchased banned drugs. Chapter 130 Forbidden Drugs. These words were like a thunderclap from a clear sky, suddenly exploding around everyone. Lin Feier. Under Li Bo's watchful gaze, Lin Feier strode her long legs and slowly walked onto the arena. She stood next to Li Bo and winked at him. Don't worry. I'm here. Feier. Lin Feng looked at her, puzzled. Do you know the truth? Dad, I wasn't sure before, but after Li Bo's analysis just now, it's basically confirmed that Wang Linxuan's Steel Hammer Bull has taken banned substances. Hey, Lin Feier, don't you dare make false accusations. Wang Linxian immediately became restless and said angrily. Giving false testimony. That's against the law. Breaking the law? Heh. Lin Feier looked at him, a cold smile playing on her lips. What? Wang Linxian, are you afraid to admit your mistakes? I'll just ask you one question. Did you go to the Nine Gates black market yesterday? Upon hearing this, Wang Linxuan's expression changed drastically, and he looked at Lin Feier with an uncertain expression. Damn it. Could it be? She was there yesterday too? Wang Linxian muttered to himself, a bad feeling welling up inside him. The Nine Gates black market? Li Bo was taken aback. He had heard of this Nine Gates black market before. Located on the eastern coast of Daxia, Shanghai has several large ports, making its foreign trade relatively prosperous. However, due to its long coastline and numerous shipping routes, Shanghai City is also a major area for smuggling of beast tamers from other regions. Therefore, black market trading is rampant in Shanghai City. Among them, the Nine Gates black market is the most mysterious and chaotic underground black market in the area, where all sorts of people mingle and all kinds of contraband are sold. If Wang Linxian really went to the Nine Gates black market to buy banned drugs, then everything makes sense. Seeing Wang Linxian remain silent, as if frantically searching for an excuse, Lin Feier gave a sharp rebuke. Answer me. Wang Linxuan's eyes flickered, but he forced himself to remain calm and said, What's wrong with me going to the black market? I'm just going to buy some ordinary pet supplies. Miss Lin, is that something you have to interfere with? Heh, ordinary items. Lin Feier sneered. Even now, you still dare to be stubborn. Yesterday, I saw you buying banned drugs on the black market with my own eyes. Lin Feier, you're spouting nonsense. Wang Linxian was enraged. You say you saw it, and that's it? You dare to conclude I bought banned drugs based solely on your word? I just want to ask, is there no law anymore? Feier, do you have any evidence? At this moment, Principal Lu Jun asked softly from the side. Of course I have evidence. Lin Feier smiled mysteriously, then suddenly extended her right hand in a summoning gesture. Come forth, Shadow Lantern Dragon. A flash of yellow light appeared, and a pale blue dragon suddenly appeared on the ground. Shadow Lantern Dragon. Li Bo immediately recognized the pet beast, and his face lit up with joy. The Shadow Lantern Dragon is shaped like a dinosaur and is no more than 1 meter tall. Its tail and spine are covered with spikes of different sizes. In addition to its light blue body, the Shadow Lantern Dragon has 2 large, round eyes that look like luminous pearls embedded in its face, which adds a touch of mystery to its cuteness. Unexpectedly, Lin Feier still chose the dragon type as her second pet. However, in addition to the dragon type, the Shadow Lantern Dragon also has a rare super attribute. Name, Shadow Lantern Dragon. Gender, female. Type, dragon, psychic. Level, common rank 5. Potential, leader level. Skills, Dragon Claw, beginner. Dragon Tail, beginner. Shining Gaze, intermediate. Description, the Shadow Lantern Dragon possesses the ability to remember everything it sees. It stores what it has seen in its brain as videos. As the Shadow Lantern Dragon's level increases, its brain storage capacity also increases, earning it the nickname, Walking Mobile Cloud Storage. I never expected you to even get your hands on such a rare pet as the Shadow Lantern Dragon. That thing consumes an extreme amount of mental energy. Li Bo exclaimed in admiration as he looked at Lin Feier. Lin Feier smiled faintly. Yes, it's all thanks to the teacher's help. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have been able to successfully form a contract with this little guy. Night Rose. Li Bo was in a daze for a moment, and the scene of saying goodbye to Night Rose came to mind again. It turns out that the second pet she mentioned that helped Lin Feier form a contract was actually this Shadow Lantern Dragon. As a dual-type pet with both dragon and super abilities, the Shadow Lantern Dragon has considerable potential. Its only drawback might be that it cannot fly. This is when Wang Linxian saw the Shadow Lantern Dragon, his expression darkened. So, you're the one who won the final prize at yesterday's auction. 10 billion. You're really generous. Heh, Wang Linxian, now that you know everything, why don't you admit that you bought the banned drugs? Admit it? Enough nonsense. If you can't produce evidence, don't waste your breath. Wang Linxian vehemently retorted, attempting to conceal his guilty conscience. Seeing that he was still being stubborn, Lin Feier ignored him and nodded to the Shadow Lantern Dragon. Shadow Lantern Dragon, let's see what he did. The next moment, the Shadow Dragon's eyes suddenly lit up with a bright red light. Then, something amazing happened. From the bulb-sized eyes of the Shadow Dragon, a beam of light was projected, illuminating the air and instantly forming a virtual screen. The images projected onto the screen clearly showed Wang Linxian buying banned drugs at the Nine Gates black market yesterday. In the scene, Wang Linxian is furtively trading with a black market merchant at a stall. After handing him several stacks of banknotes, the merchant carefully takes out a jet black fruit from his pocket and hands it to Wang Linxian. Upon seeing this scene, Principal Lu Jun's face turned icy cold. This is a forbidden Western medicine, the blood-exploding fruit. Chapter 131, Earth-Splitting Tiger. Blood-burst fruit. Upon hearing Lu Jun's words, Li Bo stroked his chin and fell into deep thought. I knew the Steel Hammer Bull's aura was so strange during the fight. This blood-burst fruit grows in the West and is a veritable forbidden drug. This forbidden drug was listed on the Great Xia Kingdom's list of prohibited imports many years ago, and the only place it can appear is in shady places like the black market. The blood-burst fruit works by stimulating a pet's blood, temporarily increasing its combat power while significantly reducing its pain. The most noticeable change is that the pet's skin turns black. However, this blood explosion fruit has extremely serious side effects. If a pet is forced to engage in high-intensity combat for an extended period without suppressing its violent blood flow in time, the pet will explode and die. The blood explosion fruit is a banned substance. Quite a few people have heard of it. After all, this kind of drug is strictly prohibited in pet competitions in any country. Lu Jun pointed out that the item Wang Linxian purchased in the Shadow Lantern Dragon scene was the blood-burst fruit. The audience erupted in an uproar. TSK. That's incredibly underhanded. They actually used something like the blood explosion fruit. I knew it. Wang Linxian's skill level is so low, he could barely beat me, but he's managed to hold his own against Li Bo for so long. There must be something fishy going on. He's ruthless. He'd even risk blowing up his own pet beast. What grudge does Wang Linxian hold against Li Bo? Heh, haven't you figured it out yet? This kid is determined to enter the secret realm. I wonder what's inside that would make him willing to take such a big risk. Sigh? The location of the national-level secret realm that opens every year is different. With the Wang family's connections, they must have gotten wind of it. After all, secret realms always have some rare treasures that appear only once in 1,000 years. This kid's a hothead. Even if he gets into the secret realm, with his skill level, it's no wonder he'll get utterly crushed by the experts from other prestigious schools. Who knows? Maybe his father thinks that money can solve everything. Then you're wrong. I've heard that Wang Linxian has a distant cousin who's about his age and got into the prestigious Dingyuan University. If she also wins the martial arts competition, she can protect Wang Linxian in the secret realm. What? Dingyuan University? That university that combines modern and classical beast-taming philosophies. TSK. People who can get into Dingyuan University are no ordinary people. Of course, Dingyuan University has developed rapidly in recent years. In the latest ranking of beast-taming universities this year, Dingyuan University has officially entered the top 20 in the country. TSK. Top 20? Unbelievable. Our Zhanghai University has always been outside the top 100. Every year, the martial arts champions who enter the secret realm always come back with a disappointing result. The beast tamers trained by these prestigious universities have once made it hard for the martial arts champions from ordinary universities like ours to breathe. Yes, so-called geniuses are just people who can meet the basic requirements. So what if they win the martial arts competition? They are the real, chosen ones. Heh, I think you guys really enjoy boosting others' morale while belittling your own. So what if you're from a prestigious university? Zhanghai University is so ordinary, yet it still produced 2 S-level students this year, didn't it? Anyway, I have high hopes for Li Bo. If he enters the national-level secret realm, he will definitely bring glory to our Zhanghai University. Watching the footage played by Deng Yinglong, Wang Linxuan's face turned ashen. This is impossible. He screamed in terror, his legs buckling, and he nearly collapsed to the ground. Lu Jun's expression was extremely ugly. During his tenure, a scandal had occurred in which a martial arts contestant used banned drugs. Even with his good temper, he couldn't help but be furious at this moment. Lu Jun stared sternly at Wang Linxian and shouted loudly. Wang Linxian, the evidence is conclusive. What do you have to say now? Me. Wang Linxian was sweating profusely with anxiety. He desperately argued. Even if I bought banned drugs, who can prove that I gave them to Steelhammer Bull? This is the Lin family framing me. As he spoke, Wang Linxian glared fiercely at Lin Feier. If it weren't for her meddling, his plan to drag Li Bo into the mess would have succeeded. Even now, you're still trying to deny it. Lu Jun said angrily. Steelhammer Bull's characteristics just now are exactly the same as the effects of using the blood explosion fruit. He actually used a banned drug openly in the Great Siam martial arts competition, which has violated the law. Security, take this kid down and hand him over to the guard team immediately. Yes, Principal. After saying that, the two security guards responsible for maintaining order during the martial arts competition firmly restrained Wang Linxuan's hands from the left and right. Innocent. Wang Linxian shouted to the sky. You're wronging an innocent person. My father will not let you get away with this. Wrongfully accusing an innocent person. Lu Jun's face turned ashen. Go and talk to the guards yourself. He waved to the two security guards, not wanting to look at Wang Linxian even once, and said, Take him away. No, don't grab me. Wang Linxian looked dejected. He never expected things to develop to this point. His perfectly planned scheme was ruined by Lin Feier's newly contracted pet beast, and he now faces the risk of being imprisoned. Dad, save me. Wang Linxian struggled and shouted desperately. Who dares to harm my son? At that moment, an old, angry voice rang out. Roar. Then a heart-stirring tiger's roar resounded throughout the entire martial arts arena. In an instant, a gigantic, earth-yellow tiger leaped out from above the funnel-shaped arena. The giant tiger was 10 meters long, exuding a powerful aura. Its body was covered with yellow and white stripes, and every hair stood upright like a steel needle. This is the earth-splitting tiger. Li Bo frowned deeply because this earth-splitting tiger was at the excellent 9th stage, which was the highest level in its evolutionary sequence. Judging from the development of its massive body, this earth-splitting tiger must have reached the excellent 9th stage for quite some time. It is in its prime, and its oppressive power is undeniable. On the back of the giant tiger stood a middle-aged man with a crew cut and a round belly, who was Wang Linxuan's father, Wang Yong. Wang Yong glared angrily at the crowd and said in a booming voice, How could my son do something like using banned drugs? Someone must have framed him. He patted the giant tiger, and the tiger pounced on the arena like a yellow lightning bolt. Roar. Splitting Tiger roared at the two security guards who were controlling Wang Linxian. The two security guards stared in fear at the gaping maw above them, their legs trembling uncontrollably. In a flash, Wang Linxian seized the opportunity to break free from their grasp and ran to Wang Yong's side. Father, they've wronged me. You must stand up for your son. Chapter 132 Standoff. Shinner, don't worry. With your father here today, no one can take you away. Wang Yong reassured them, then glared angrily at everyone in the arena. When Wang Yong saw Lin Feng's face, which was as calm as still water, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He simply ignored Lin Feng and questioned Lu Jun directly. Principal Lu, do you really think the Wang family has no one to rely on? May I ask what law Shinner has broken that you're going to send him to the police station? Lu Jun's face darkened, and he shouted, Wang Yong, the evidence of Wang Linxuan's cheating is irrefutable. Are you still trying to protect him? Using banned substances in a martial arts competition is intolerable under the law. Father, that's not true. Wang Linxian insisted that he had not used any banned drugs and embellished the story he had just told Wang Yong. After listening, Wang Yong looked at Lu Jun and snorted coldly. Evidence. Based on the footage of the Shadow Dragon and the performance of the Steelhammer Bull, how can that prove that my son did it? You convict Shinner just because he bought banned drugs? Could it be that any one of you personally witnessed Shinner feeding his pet blood explosion fruit? You. Seeing Wang Yong's large belly and his roguish appearance, Lu Jun was furious, feeling a sense of helplessness. Wang Yong, Lin Feng spoke up at this moment. You're supposed to be a respectable person, so why are you talking like a child? So unreasonable. Anyone with eyes can see that your son cheated. Why do you have to make such a scene? Who do we have here? It's President Lin. Wang Yong looked at Lin Feng, as if he had just recognized him, and said, "Although I don't know why President Lin is getting involved in this matter, you won't be taking my son away until you have solid evidence." "Isn't all you want evidence?" Lu Jun sneered, then said righteously, "Next, I will send the body parts of Steel Hammer Bull to a professional institution in the capital for testing. Before the official results are available, Wang Linxian must be detained." After that, all the teachers from Jianghai University came down from the stage and surrounded the martial arts arena. Blue light appeared repeatedly on the field, and the surroundings were suddenly filled with excellent-level pets. All their main pet beasts, and the atmosphere in the audience suddenly became tense. "What? Planning to use force?" Wang Yong glanced coldly around, then a mocking smile appeared on his face. Although it's an exceptional grade pet, no one in the entire Jianghai region dares to act arrogantly in front of my earth-splitting tiger. Today, I'll show you what the roar of the War King truly means. Roar. The earth-splitting tiger beneath Wang Yong roared, unleashing an aura of kingly dominance. The surrounding superior-level pets were so overwhelmed by this domineering aura that they all involuntarily took 2 steps back. Wang Yong was right. His earth-splitting tiger was a tiger beast with a noble bloodline. In addition, it was in its prime and had a huge size. Among the excellent-level pet beasts, it could be said to be an existence that crushed its peers. Wang Yong's ability to monopolize the mineral resources in Jianghai was achieved through hardship and struggle. In his youth, he was nicknamed Tiger King. These college teachers, who lacked practical experience, could hardly withstand his invincible aura. Even if they attacked together, they would only become food for his earth-splitting tiger. The only ones on the field who could pose a threat to him were Lu Jun and Lin Feng next to him. Although Lu Jun was a renowned third-tier beast tamer in his youth, he is now old and frail, and has devoted himself to education. How could he possibly be a match for him? As for Lin Feng, needless to say, his flaming eagle's days are numbered, a well-known secret among the powerful and influential in Jianghai. The Beast Tamer Association behind him. Wang Yong's original plan was to wait until Lin Feng's blazing eagle had completely perished before finding an opportunity to control the Lin family's third-tier thunder pool. He already owns all the mines in Jianghai. If he can also monopolize the power system, not only the Beast Tamer Association, but the entire Jianghai will have to follow his Wang family name. Wang Yong had originally intended to give Lin Feng and Lu Jun some face today, but how could he remain indifferent when they wanted to take away his only remaining son? "Wang Yong, how dare you?" At this moment, Lu Jun angrily rebuked. "This is a university campus. It's not your Wang family's mine. Your rampage here constitutes serious, organized crime behavior. Aren't you afraid that the capital will send in law enforcement to arrest you?" "The capital city? Ha ha ha." Wang Yong laughed. "Principal Lu, you've taught so many books. Don't you understand the principle that even a powerful dragon can't suppress a local snake? I didn't kill anyone, and the capital is thousands of miles away. Do you think the celestial dragons would make a big fuss about such a trivial matter? So, you're determined to take Wang Linxian away?" Lu Jun narrowed his eyes, his hand ready to summon his pet beast to stop him at any moment. "Hee, I'm not just going to take Xian'er away." Wang Yong abruptly changed the subject, looking at Li Bo with eyes wide with fury. "I also want to arrest the murderer who killed Xian'er." "What?" Li Bo's expression changed slightly. It turned out that this guy was after him. He never expected that Wang Yong would dare to openly arrest a college student in broad daylight. He was puzzled. According to common sense, if such an accident happened during a school martial arts competition, a teacher would have already called the police, and the security team should have arrived and arrested Wang Linxian by now. However, Li Bo has not seen any guards yet, which makes him wonder if even government agencies have been bribed by the Wang family. "You dare!" A loud shout rang out. Immediately afterward, Lin Feng stepped forward and shielded Li Bo behind him. Upon seeing this, a cold glint appeared in Wang Yong's eyes. "Oh, Mr. Lin, it seems you're determined to protect this kid. Wang Yong, you have neither the right nor the ability to take Li Bo away." Lin Feng said it casually. "No ability? Ha ha ha." Wang Yong burst into laughter again, staring at Lin Feng as he spoke. "Lin Feng, I respect you as the president of the Beast Tamer Association and address you as President Lin, so I tolerated your repeated attacks on my son. But don't think that I, Wang Yong, am a coward just because of that. If you insist on standing up for this kid, then don't blame me for being impolite. You're welcome? So you're planning to fight me?" Lin Feng sneered. "Hee. Lin Feng, since things have come to this point, I'll just say it bluntly. You're blazing eagle. Perhaps I was wary of you when you were young, but now it's nearing its end, and I have nothing to fear," Wang Yong said fiercely. "Oh, nearing the end? Huh." Lin Feng burst into laughter instead. Wang Yong, oh Wang Yong. I, Lin Feng, dominated you when you were young, and now that we're both old, I can still dominate you so much you can't even lift your head. Having said that, Lin Feng's eyes blazed with intense fighting spirit, and he let out a loud shout. Come forth, Azure Bone-Eating Eagle. Chapter 133 Martial Arts Championship. What? Wang Yong's expression changed drastically. As Lin Feng summoned, a cyan summoning array suddenly appeared in the air. A cyan magic array. Wang Yong's face twitched. Chief level. This is fucking impossible. Wang Yong's despair was practically written all over his face. Sure enough, the next moment, a giant eagle-like pet beast with blue flames on its skeleton suddenly sprang out from the blue magic array. Strangely, the moment the blue flame appeared, the surrounding temperature did not rise with the flames burning on its body. Instead, an extremely chilling atmosphere filled the entire martial arts arena. The azure devouring bone eagle appeared. Everyone's attention was drawn to it. Whether they were teachers or students, they all gasped and stared at the scene in the sky in disbelief. Leader level, Jiang Hai, a leader level being has actually appeared. All the exceptional grade pets present trembled with fear, their eyes gleaming as they stared at the azure bone-eating eagle. Even Wang Yong's earth-splitting tiger let out a low growl and took 2 steps back in fear, putting distance between itself and the incredibly strange giant eagle in the air. That can unlock the leader-level evolution sequence already possess the ability to suppress lower-level pets in terms of bloodline. Below the leader, all are ants. The reason why leader-level pets have such a strong presence is not only due to their level, but also because they have a very high probability of being able to comprehend extraordinary abilities. In this world of beast taming where firearms are not well developed, mastering extraordinary skills means possessing the destructive power of a small nuclear bomb. Throughout history, in the wars large and small of the beast-taming world, leader-level pet beasts have been the key force in turning the tide of battle. Wang Yong was trembling all over, his eyes darting around as he looked at Lin Feng. The blazing flame eagle has evolved. How did you do that? A sense of despair welled up in Wang Yong's heart. He had thought that with the power of the earth-splitting tiger, he could intimidate everyone in the martial arts arena, take Wang Linxian back, and then talk to the guards to make an exception, and this cheating incident would be over. Unexpectedly, after he revealed his trump card, Lin Feng summoned a leader-level creature whose strength absolutely overwhelmed the earth-splitting tiger. Beastmaster of the leader level has ever appeared in the entire Jianghai region. He knows Lin Feng very well. This old man, the blazing flame eagle, was almost dead, but suddenly evolved at this time of year. He absolutely does not believe that he did not cheat. The situation suddenly reversed, and Wang Yong was furious. He had tried to show off, but ended up getting humiliated instead. Hee, don't worry about how I did it. Lin Feng stood with his hands behind his back, adopting the air of a master. Wang Yong, it's been so many years since we've fought. Today we're at the martial arts arena. Why not have a good fight? How about this? You still have 2 pet beasts. Why don't you just take them out and bring them on? After saying that, the azure bone-eating eagle in the air let out a sharp cry. Before it evolved, it was already extremely violent, and now it has an additional evil attribute. The killing intent on the azure bone-eating eagle has become extremely strong. The cries echoed through the arena, like the roars of demons from hell, stirring the hearts of everyone present. The earth-splitting tiger didn't dare to meet the azure bone-eating eagle's domineering gaze at all, so it had to shrink its head back a bit to show weakness, and immediately shrunk down. Hearing Lin Feng's words, Wang Yong cursed inwardly. Who the hell wants to fight you? An excellent level versus a leader level? How dare you fight like that? He wouldn't be so foolish as to send all 3 of his pet beasts to their deaths. But having already uttered those harsh words, it wouldn't be right to act petty now. He snorted coldly. It won't be too late to discuss war again when my earth-splitting tiger breaks through the sequence. Security team on duty. Get out of the way. At that moment, a sharp female voice suddenly rang out. Captain Lu Wei? Li Bo's ears perked up. He naturally recognized Lu Wei's familiar voice. Looking closely, Lu Wei was riding on a large black dog, leading 2 groups of people as she rushed into the martial arts competition venue from the passage. This is the black dog, Lu Wei's main pet beast, the Black Rock Spirit Dog, an excellent 9th Dan. Black Rock Spirit Dog is a rock-type pet, and it runs extremely fast on this concrete surface. With a whoosh, the Black Rock Spirit Dog transformed into a black streak of light, carrying Lu Wei, and arrived at the martial arts arena in the blink of an eye. The guards that followed were all Lu Wei's elite troops. They worked together seamlessly. One team of patrol members surrounded the arena, while the other team quickly began collecting the pieces of the steel hammer bull's carcass from the ground. Way from a distance, and Lu Wei's expression froze for a moment before she hurriedly avoided Li Bo's gaze. "Oh, Captain Lu Wei, are you going to get involved in this too?" Wang Yong said somewhat angrily that he had already bribed the higher-ups in the security team, who promised not to call any officers to Shanghai University today. Unfortunately, Lu Wei was completely unyielding. Not only did she refuse his favors, but she also liked to do things her own way. She was a stubborn woman. Lu Wei's expression was cold and stern. She immediately took out an arrest warrant from her bosom and coldly uttered, "Wang Linxian is suspected of rigging a martial arts competition and using banned substances. In accordance with the laws of the Great Xia dynasty, he has been arrested." After saying that, Lu Wei ignored everyone's reaction and immediately waved her hand. 4 or 5 patrol team members walked towards Wang Linxian, who was standing next to the earth-splitting tiger. Wang Linxian gripped the earth-splitting tiger's leg tightly, trembling so much he was almost crying. "Father, father, save me." He knew very well that once he was captured by this short-haired woman, even his own father wouldn't be able to get him out of prison. He had heard that there were many perverts in prison, and he, with his delicate skin, didn't want to have his anus ruined at such a young age. Roar. Splitting Tiger glared fiercely at the patrol team members, determined to protect its young master. Unexpectedly, these patrol team members were well-trained and not at all like the university security guards who were easily intimidated. With firm eyes and unwavering expressions, they walked towards the huge tiger's body. Seeing this, Lu Wei patted the Black Rock spirit dog beside her. Then, the Black Rock spirit dog quickly leaped in front of the earth-splitting tiger, bared its teeth, and let out a low growl as it confronted the tiger, its eyes showing no fear. In that brief moment, the guards quickly handcuffed Wang Linxian. "Father, Dad, save me. Please do something." Wang Linxian was being dragged along, constantly turning back to cry and shout, but his father gritted his teeth, watching this scene without saying a word. Wang Yong desperately wanted to save his son, but he couldn't win a fight or reason with him. No matter how unwilling he was, he could only watch as his son was taken away. Wang Yong looked at Lu Wei and said very sincerely, "Captain Lu Wei, is there really no room for maneuver?" "Sorry, but the law is impartial." Lu Wei waved her hand. "Return to the team." As Lu Wei passed by Li Bo, she lowered her voice and said something. "Now that you've won the championship, it's time to come over and give me a statement." Li Bo chuckled. "Can I record it at home? It's dark in the police station. I'm scared. Besides, the electrical wiring at home has been fixed, hasn't it?" Upon hearing this, a faint blush rose on Lu Wei's cheeks. "You're so cheeky. If I don't see you when we get home, I'll teach you a lesson." After Lu Wei took Wang Linxian away, Wang Yong glared fiercely at Li Bo before leaving Shanghai University unwillingly. With this, Wang Linxian's farce has come to a complete end. After the arena was cleared, Principal Lu Jun personally went up onto the stage, grabbed Li Bo's right hand, and raised it high. "Now I announce, Li Bo has won the championship of this year's Shanghai University martial arts competition. Next, he will represent the university in the national-level secret realm." As soon as he finished speaking, thunderous applause and whistles erupted from the audience. Li Bo's championship win was truly well-deserved. Lin Feier gazed at the red rope on Li Bo's right hand, which shone brightly alongside him in the center of the arena. A surge of pride welled up within her, and a pretty blush appeared on her face. Chapter 134 Invitation of the martial arts competition marks the end of the first year of life for the Beast Tamers. Next, they will enjoy their long summer vacation. As the champion, Li Bo will have the opportunity to participate in a national-level secret realm trial and engage in fierce competition with the top students from universities across the country. Principal Lu Jun handed Li Bo a fine badge. "Li Bo, this is the champion's badge, uniformly made and distributed by the Ministry of Education, and then given to the martial arts champion by the principals of each university. In 10 days, you will wear it and set off for Xinglua City to meet up. Someone will be there to pick you up." Champion's school badge. Li Bo solemnly accepted the badge, stroking it in his hands. Although its shape was no different from the ordinary school badge issued by Shanghai University, this champion school badge had an extremely delicate texture and a shimmering light flowing on it, presumably made of some special and precious material. Holding the school badge, a symbol of honor, tightly in his hand, Li Bo felt a surge of sense of mission. He knew that once he went out, his every move would represent the image of Shanghai University. Li Bo, you don't need to be so nervous. The secret realm training is, in the end, a welfare policy launched by the country to cultivate talents like you. It's just that in recent years, it has become a bit distorted. At this point, Lu Jun sighed. It's gone wrong. Hearing the deeper meaning in Lu Jun's words, Li Bo looked at him curiously. Lu Jun nodded. Now, training in secret realms has become a way for major universities to secretly compete. Whoever ranks higher in the martial arts competition has more influence with the Ministry of Education and will naturally receive more resources and support. Of the martial arts champions from Shanghai University over the years have been able to last more than a week in the secret realm. As a result, our school has received very little attention from the higher-ups. Fortunately, with President Lin's continued support, our teaching resources are not so backward. I hope you can bring honor to the academy this time you go to the secret realm, Lu Jun said earnestly. I see. Li Bo hadn't expected the secret realm training to have this hidden aspect. He looked at Lu Jun, his expression becoming serious. I will do my best, principal. Lu Jun patted Li Bo on the shoulder with a smile. There's still some time before the training begins, so take advantage of the summer vacation to relax and have some fun. It's clear you've put in a lot of effort during the martial arts competition. At this moment, Lin Feng, who was standing to the side, also started to laugh. Li Bo, now that you've won the martial arts competition, how about your uncle throws you a celebration banquet tonight? Consider it a pre-competition training trip for you. A victory celebration banquet. Li Bo hurriedly waved his hand. No, uncle. You know I've never liked crowds, and you're always so busy. It's really too much for me to take the time to host this banquet. It's not just a farewell party for you. Lin Feng smiled knowingly and looked at Lin Feier beside him. Lin Feier. Seeing Lin Feier staring at him with hopeful eyes, Li Bo recalled what Yi Meigui had said. Lin Feier seemed to be leaving Shanghai as well. What's going on? He asked. Lin Feier bit her red lips and hesitated. Li Bo, I'm transferring to Shanglong University. Holy Dragon University. Li Bo was somewhat surprised. That's the beautiful country in the far west. Why did you think of going there? Upon hearing this, Lin Feier smiled brightly. As you can see, I'm focused on developing dragon-type pets. Becoming a top-tier dragon-type beast tamer has been my dream since I was a child. Currently, I'll grow faster studying at Shanglong University than I did at Shanghai University. Besides, how can I catch up with you if I don't work hard? So, looking at Lin Feier's sincere smile, and recalling how she and her father stood up for him against all odds today, he realized that without their help, he probably wouldn't have won the martial arts championship so easily. After careful consideration, Li Bo smiled and said, In that case, I'll accept the invitation to the banquet. Consider it a farewell dinner for you, Lin Feier. Really? Lin Feier's beautiful eyes sparkled, and her expression suddenly turned to one of immense surprise. She hadn't expected Li Bo to accept her invitation so readily this time. But it might be a bit later. Li Bo explained, I still need to go to the guard unit to cooperate with the investigation. The guard. Lin Feier looked puzzled. What did you do wrong? She said nervously. If you can't handle it, Dad can use his connections to help you. Actually, it's nothing serious. It's just going to give a statement. Li Bo chuckled, inwardly feeling melancholy. If I don't go soon, my good neighbor is really going to come and check my water meter tonight. Shanghai Police Station, interrogation room. All right, you two can leave now. I need to talk to Li Bo alone for a while. Although Lu Wei spoke in a calm tone, she exuded an invisible authority. The two guards taking notes nodded, took their notebooks filled with handwriting, and left the interrogation room, closing the door tightly behind them. The dim light illuminated Lu Wei's cold and stern face. Her short, sharp hair clung to her cheeks as she stared intently at Li Bo. At this moment, Captain Lu Wei has an image of being stern and impartial, which is hard to associate with the gentle and sexy neighbor at home. Seeing her icy expression and her silence, Li Bo couldn't help but grunt. No, why are you staring at me like that? Haven't I already confessed everything I needed to? Li Bo couldn't help but feel nervous. Lu Wei had summoned him here to record in detail the circumstances of Wang Chen's death and the clues about tracking Yizi. Aside from concealing the fact that Yako was deliberately targeting him, Li Bo told Lu Wei the whole story of the battle. Now that she still wants to keep me here, could it be that she knows I'm a hunter? Even with Li Bo's strong mental fortitude, he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat in this confined space. Lu Wei slowly stood up, turned off the recording camera next to her, then placed her hands on the table, looked down at Li Bo, and said seriously, Want to go home together later? What? Li Bo nearly collapsed to the ground. So all that planning was just to get me to go home with you. What? You don't want to? Lu Wei asked, her brows furrowing slightly. I'm about to get off work. I can give you a ride on my motorcycle. Of course not. Li Bo's gaze lingered on Lu Wei's magnificent chest for 2 seconds before he chuckled. But I have a dinner party to attend tonight, so I can't go back with you. A dinner party? Are you going on a date? Lu Wei looked at him suspiciously. You have a girlfriend? Girlfriend? Li Bo paused for a moment, then looked at Lu Wei, raising an eyebrow at her. I'm single right now, Captain Lu Wei. How about you consider it? Pa, you're just a kid who hasn't even grown his first hair. A blush rose to Lu Wei's cheeks, and she continued to scold. If you won't even take me home, then you can get lost. Damn, how ruthless. Captain Lu Wei, why don't you escort me out? What if Wang Linxian has connections within your organization and gets out to retaliate against me? Li Bo feigned fear. Actually, he wasn't very confident. He didn't believe that the Wang family had no connections in the guard team. Now that Wang Linxian had been arrested by Lu Wei, his father, Wang Yong, would definitely not let it go. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei's eyes turned icy cold as she stared directly at Li Bo. Are you looking down on me? Lu Wei stood up and said seriously. Li Bo, I can assure you that as long as I, Lu Wei, am in the guard team, no one can get Wang Linxian out of prison, not even his father. Chapter 135, He no longer belongs to you. That's awesome. Li Bo hissed. He couldn't help but wonder if Lu Wei, who was just a patrol captain and didn't hold a very high rank in the guard team, could really withstand the pressure from above. However, seeing her resolute expression, Li Bo didn't say anything more. In that case, I have nothing to worry about. After saying that, Li Bo prepared to leave the interrogation room. Wait a moment. As he pushed open the door, Lu Wei suddenly called out to him. Li Bo turned his head curiously, only to see Lu Wei take out a bunch of keys from her pocket and toss them to him. It might rain today. If you go home first, remember to bring in the laundry from the balcony. Aren't you about to get off work? I need to work overtime. Li Bo paused for a moment, then saw Lu Wei bury herself in her work. I don't understand. He shook his head, took Lu Wei's keys, and turned to leave. After leaving the guard post, it was already evening. Li Bo glanced at the time and realized he had to hurry to the Lin family's house. This time, Lin Feng hosted a banquet not at a hotel, but at a residence of the Lin family in the upper city district, so it was not far from the guard team. Li Bo found a temporary hotel, changed into better clothes, and then headed towards the Lin family's location. As the saying goes, clothes make the man and a saddle makes the horse. Li Bo was already good-looking, and with the suit that Lin Feier had tailored for him, his whole demeanor was greatly enhanced. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him the handsome Jiang Hai. After all, given Lin Feng's status, the guests he invited were likely to be prominent figures from Jianghai. If he didn't dress them up properly, he might seem out of place. Because he was afraid that riding the dragon would mess up his hairstyle, Li Bo chose to go on foot. After arriving at a villa area, Li Bo began looking for the house number that Lin Feier had told him before. Number 001. Turn this corner, and you should be there. By this time, the moon was already high in the sky, and Li Bo quickened his pace. However, before he could take more than a few steps, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared from the corner of the wall in front of him. Li Bo was taken aback for a moment, then narrowed his eyes. Mu Aoshue. The figure standing 5 meters away was none other than Mu Aoshue. She wore a white dress, her long hair cascading over her shoulders. Her stunningly beautiful face was deathly pale, and under the moonlight, her figure appeared somewhat forlorn. Li Bo. Mu Aoshue called out to Li Bo in a somewhat weak voice. After calming his complex emotions, Li Bo looked at her indifferently and said after a long while, Is there something you need, Mu Aoshue? You used to call me Xiaoxue. Mu Aoshue's tone was somewhat unwilling. You said it's all in the past. Let bygones be bygones. Li Bo sighed deeply. Seeing that Li Bo had already let go of his resentment, for some reason, a look of desolation flashed across Mu Aoshue's face. Seeing him again in his formal attire, looking so radiant, a pang of jealousy quietly welled up in her heart. Where are you going, dressed so nicely? She asked. Where am I going? Shouldn't you know perfectly well? Li Bo sneered. The Lin family is just ahead. You just happened to appear here. To call it a chance encounter is a bit of a stretch, isn't it? The Lin family, Mu Aoshue murmured, then looked at Li Bo with a glint in her eyes. Do you like the powerful and wealthy? The powerful and wealthy. Li Bo was stunned, finding Mu Aoshue's sudden question utterly illogical. At this moment, Mu Aoshue spoke again. If you like, You're wrong, Mu Aoshue. Li Bo suddenly said. I came to the Lin family's banquet not because I, Li Bo, like to curry favor with the powerful, but because Lin Feng has been kind to me, and Lin Feier has been sincere to me. I, Li Bo, am a man of integrity. They treat me like a guest, and I will treat them with sincerity in return. Treat each other with sincerity. A self-deprecating smile appeared on Mu Aoshua's lips. Then, her gaze fell on the red string on Li Bo's right wrist, as if a needle were piercing her heart. Could you please take off that red string? It looks awful on you. Li Bo raised his right hand, recalling Lin Feier's cautious yet bold actions in the martial arts arena, and a smile unconsciously appeared on his lips. On the contrary, I think it fits perfectly. Mu Aoshua froze, feeling a tightness in her chest. Her voice trembled slightly. Are you doing this to get revenge on me? You know perfectly well that Lin Feier and I don't get along. To get revenge on you? Li Bo's face showed an expression of disbelief. Mu Aoshua, I have no interest in your sex conflicts, nor do I have any intention of getting close to Lin Feier just to get revenge on you. He continued. In the past, I did have a lot of prejudice against Lin Feier. I thought she was domineering, unreasonable, and unreasonable. But after getting to know her, I found that Lin Feier is open and honest, and dares to love and hate. Unlike you, who only does shameful things behind people's backs and hurts the person who once loved you the most. In a flash, Mu Aoshua's face turned deathly pale. She clutched her chest, her whole body trembling uncontrollably. Clearly, she had not fully recovered from the backlash of her longing, and Li Bo's words further provoked her, causing her to become so angry that she coughed up a mouthful of hot blood. Mu Aoshua leaned weakly against the wall beside her. Seeing how weak she was, Li Bo's heart skipped a beat, but he refrained from helping her up. He remembered what Yang Fei had said before, that he should handle Mu Aoshua's matter properly. But whenever he thought of Mu Aoshua's betrayal, Li Bo still felt that he could not look at her the same way, and that it was unforgivable. After a moment's internal struggle, Li Bo said aloud, "What's done is done, and nothing we say now can change anything. Mu Aoshua, we each have our own paths to follow, so let's just wish each other well from now on. Can you please stop giving me the silent treatment? I'm scared." Li Bo. Mu Aoshua looked at him pleadingly, sobbing, her voice weak and breathless. "You can hit me. You can scold me. It's all up to you. I already know I was wrong. I just wish I could go back to the way things were." "We can't go back anymore, Mu Aoshua." Li Bo's tone was utterly indifferent. "Right now, all I want is to become stronger. I have no time to think about romance." After saying that, Li Bo prepared to take a step and walk towards the Lin family's house. "No, you're not allowed to go." Despite her weakened state, Mu Aoshua stretched out her hands to block the road. She panicked and screamed hysterically. "You belong to me, not to Lin Feier. Mu Aoshua, have some dignity. He no longer belongs to you." At this moment, a clear, cold female voice rang out from behind Li Bo. "Lin Feier." Li Bo turned his head suddenly, and in the darkness, he saw Lin Feier with a smile on her lips, lifting her wine-red dress at her waist, walking slowly towards the two of them with an elegant demeanor. Chapter 136 Farewell. "It's you." Upon seeing Lin Feier, Mu Aoshua's brows furrowed immediately. Lin Feier calmly walked to Li Bo's side. "I was wondering why you hadn't arrived by the time the banquet was about to start. Turns out you were being stopped." Lin Feier glanced at Mu Aoshua, her tone full of hostility, and said, "Please move aside." Mu Aoshua looked coldly at Lin Feier. "I'm talking to him. It's none of your business." "Heh, it has nothing to do with me." Lin Feier laughed. "He's a guest of the Lin family. But what do you have to do with him now? He's my boyfriend." Although Mu Aoshua was weak, her momentum was not diminished at all. "Boyfriend?" Lin Feier sneered. "Mu Aoshua, you really are just like your teacher, shameless." Lin Feier, "What did you say?" Mu Aoshua's face turned deathly pale instantly, anger burning in her eyes like flames, her teeth grinding together. "I've been tolerating you all this time because your teacher is my teacher's junior sister. My teacher even taught me to always be courteous to you, but I've let you provoke me several times. Do you really think I wouldn't dare to teach you a lesson for being so rude this time? Being modest with you? Huh." Seeing this, Lin Feier laughed even more triumphantly. "I'm afraid it's just that your teacher feels indebted to my teacher and is feeling guilty. You two are the same, heartless and ungrateful. If you want to teach me a lesson, come on, do it. Like your teacher bullied my teacher. But seeing that you can't even stand up straight, you might as well go home, wash up, and go to bed." Lin Feier provoked him mercilessly. "You stole my boyfriend, and you're still so self-righteous, Lin Feier. You've gone too far." Mu Aoshua was so angry that her chest heaved and her breathing became heavy. "I stole your boyfriend," Lin Feier retorted with a laugh. "When Li Bo was with you, you didn't cherish him. Now that you've broken up, you're still clinging to him like this. Mu Aoshua, can't you be reasonable? No matter what, I won't allow any woman other than me to get close to her. She's mine," Mu Aoshua said almost frantically. "You're really sick." Lin Feier shook her head and said to Li Bo, "Ignore her, let's go. Dad's about to start yelling at us." "You dare." Mu Aoshua once again braced herself to block the way, her eyes blazing with fighting spirit, her fierce figure radiating an indomitable stubbornness. "Oh, judging from your expression, you're really going to make a move." Lin Feier gave a cold laugh and retorted sharply, "Fine, I'll settle the score with my teacher today, for all the humiliation she suffered back then." "Hey, what are you doing?" Sensing the strong smell of gunpowder in the air, Li Bo immediately stepped in front of him. "We're from the same sect, so let it go." He didn't want to cause a big fuss here because of the two women or because of himself. Li Bo sighed softly, turned to look at Lin Feier, and comforted her. "Please wait 2 minutes, okay? I'll handle it." Lin Feier paused for a moment, glancing at Mu Aoshua. "Fine, I'll do it for your sake." After saying that, she crossed her arms and turned away, unwilling to look at Mu Aoshua again. Li Bo stepped forward 2 steps and looked at Mu Aoshua. "What exactly do you want?" welled up in Mu Aoshua's eyes, and she shook her head. "I don't want anything, Li Bo. I just want to know, what am I to you now?" It's not hard to see that there was still a hint of expectation in her eyes. Upon hearing this, Lin Feier also subtly shifted her gaze to Li Bo. "Identity." Li Bo pondered for a moment, then a relieved smile appeared on his lips. "I think colleague would be a more appropriate description." Colleague. With a sudden buzz, Mu Aoshua's mind went blank, and her heart shattered into pieces. She thought of many words, but she never expected Li Bo to use colleagues to describe their relationship. Could it be that, in Li Bo's eyes, aside from their relationship as hunters, he sees him as nothing at all? She looked at Li Bo with sincere eyes. "Is there really no way to salvage this situation?" Li Bo shook his head. "Mu Aoshua, there are so many things about you that I don't understand, but I don't want to understand anymore. I have a group of loving pets and loyal, reliable friends. I never want to go back to those days of anxiety and uncertainty." Li Bo's words were like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Mu Aoshua leaned against the wall in despair, her eyes becoming dull and lifeless. Li Bo sighed and said softly to Lin Feier, "Let's go." "Oh." Lin Feier feigned composure, but inwardly she was overjoyed. So she reached out her delicate hand, took Li Bo's arm, and walked towards home, facing Mu Aoshua. Upon seeing this scene, Mu Aoshua felt as if she had been pierced by 1,000 arrows, and she bit her pale lips until they bled. As the two men passed by her, Mu Aoshua suddenly called out to them, "Wait a moment." The two stopped abruptly. Just as Lin Feier was about to speak, Mu Aoshua's voice rang out again. "I know you're in his beast-taming space. Come out and meet him. You'll have to face him sooner or later." Lin Feier looked puzzled, not understanding what Mu Aoshua meant. Li Bo, however, knew very well that Mu Aoshua had sensed Meow Meow as presence. So he asked Meow Meow, "Do you want to come out?" "Beastmaster, aye. Meow Meow said in a voice that sounded almost like a wail. "Xiaoxua is not in good condition. I can't just sit idly by." Li Bo didn't say much, and then summoned Meow Meow. "Huh." Lin Feier was immediately stunned. "How did you manage to take her away?" "Well, that's a long story. I only took her in for a short period of time." Li Bo chuckled and said, "I never imagined you'd grow so much while following him." Mu Aoshua looked at Meow Meow and smiled gently. "Xiaoxua." Meow Meow knelt before her, crying, "I'm sorry. It's my fault that you broke up with Li Bo. It's all my fault. I deserve to die." "It's okay, Meow." Mu Aoshua comforted her. "During your absence, I've been reflecting on myself. As a beast tamer, I haven't been able to set a good example for you. So how can I be too demanding of you? After all, you're just a little mischievous and somewhat unruly kitten." Minor Snow. Seeing that Mu Aoshua not only did not blame her, but also took all the responsibility upon herself, Meow Meow burst into tears and almost choked up. "I didn't ask you to come out for any other reason, nor was it to vent your frustrations." Mu Aoshua glanced at Li Bo and said sadly, "Now that he doesn't want me anymore, since you can have a better future with him, you can choose to stay by Li Bo's side. I won't say anything more. The choice to stay or leave is yours. I am Xiaoxua." Seeing Mu Aoshua's leniency, Meow Meow was so moved that she couldn't speak for a moment. Meow Meow was caught in a dilemma, staring blankly at Li Bo, as if seeking his opinion. "Beastmaster." Li Bo smiled faintly. "No need to worry about it, Meow Meow. I'm very grateful for your help during this time, so I respect whoever you choose to follow." Li Bo's words immediately relieved a lot of the pressure on Meow Meow. She took a deep breath. "I'm sorry, Beast Tamer. Xiaoxua is very weak right now and needs me very much." "I see." Seemingly having received the answer he expected, Li Bo said softly, "Go." Meow Meow whimpered silently, wiped away her tears, and ran to Mu Aoshua's side. Let's go home. Meow. Mu Aoshua forced a weak smile. Xiaoxue, let me help you. With Meow Meow's help, the two slowly left in the opposite direction, their figures utterly forlorn. Let's go. Dinner is about to begin. Lin Feier gently tugged at Li Bo, who hummed in response. The two then walked together toward the Lin family, gradually distancing themselves from Mu Aoshue and Meow Meow. Beastmaster, please don't break my contract. After walking a short distance, Meow Meow suddenly sent a message to Li Bo in her mind. Xiaoxue, and I will always wait for you. Chapter 137, A Life of Extravagance and Debauchery. It seems you've truly let go completely. Lin Feier pressed her body tightly against Li Bo. It was hard to imagine that the domineering and arrogant eldest daughter of the Lin family could become so petite and dependent. Feeling a soft touch on his arm, Li Bo paused for a moment, but didn't resist Lin Feier. He smiled. What else can we do if we don't let go? The past is like smoke, and we must always look forward. Oh. Lin Feier looked at Li Bo curiously. Actually, if I were a man, I don't think what Mu Aoshua did was unforgivable. When she asked you to stay just now, didn't you feel any temptation? Li Bo smiled. He could easily sense the test in Lin Feier's words. Do you think it's forgivable? Li Bo asked rhetorically. Lin Feier replied. Actually, it's not uncommon for beast tamers to be with their pets. Ethically speaking, it's only natural for beast tamers to favor their beast girls. Besides, she and the cat girl are both women. If you turn back, you might even get a buy one get one free deal. Hee hee. Lin Feier laughed so hard her body trembled. Li Bo stopped and looked at Lin Feier earnestly, asking, Do you want me to turn back? Lin Feier paused, her smile instantly freezing on her face. She turned her head away. Of course I don't want that. Lin Feier's voice was much lower. Li Bo, whether you accept me or not, I, Lin Feier, have no objection to you going to find other women. After all, a charming man will have butterflies offering themselves to him wherever he goes, and it's normal to lose control for a while. But if you dare to go back to Mu Aoshua, I will be the first to object. This is not an ethical issue, but a matter of principle. Li Bo sighed. I'm not a closed-minded person. I just find it hard to accept deception. Mu Aoshua kept this from me, so how could I dare to entrust my heart to her again? A broken mirror can never be mended. Upon hearing this, Lin Feier smiled and tightened her grip on Li Bo's arm. I will never lie to you. Hee hee. You finally arrived. At the magnificent gate of the Lin family mansion, Lin Feng was surrounded by several distinguished guests. Holding a glass of red wine, he looked at the two people walking hand in hand with a beaming smile. Wow, that outfit is really stylish, Li Bo. Lin Feng, beaming with satisfaction, looked at Li Bo and said. Seeing that the two had grown closer, he started calculating in his mind, finally thinking that he would soon be able to bring this kid back to the Lin family. Hello, uncle. Upon reaching him, Li Bo nodded politely. Come here. Let me introduce you. Lin Feng warmly invited Li Bo to stand aside and introduced him to the surrounding elders one by one. This is Feng Shan, the vice president of the Beast Tamer Association. Li Bo smiled and nodded politely. Hello, Uncle Feng. Principal Lu Jun needs no introduction. Hee hee, Principal. Li Bo grinned at Lu Jun. Lu Jun patted Li Bo on the shoulder. Good lad. Looks all smug. Even I would have to give him a wide berth when I was young. Huh. Jiang Rui, the director of Zhanghai's #1 pet hospital. Zhu Kong, the fire-type gym leader of Zhanghai. After introducing the main important figures, Lin Feng pointed to the last white-haired elder beside him and solemnly said, Li Bo, this is Zhou Ping, Mayor Zhou. Upon hearing this, Li Bo's expression froze, and he quickly became serious. Unexpectedly, Lin Feng went to such lengths for him, even inviting the mayor. This important figure, who only appeared on television, walked up to him with such a radiant appearance. Li Bo nodded slightly and said, Hello, Mayor Zhou. Not bad. Zhou Ping looked Li Bo up and down with a smile. He and Feier are truly a perfect match. A perfect couple. Uncle Zhou, how annoying. Lin Feier's cheeks flushed red instantly. Zhou Ping looked at Lin Feier and teased her. Feier, she is the undisputed champion of the martial arts competition in Zhanghai. If she achieves good results in the secret realm, my old face will be filled with pride. Huh. All right. Now that we're here, let's go in and have the feast. The banquet hosted by Lin Feng was neither too big nor too small. The Lin family hall was filled with many prominent figures from Zhanghai. Li Bo originally thought he would receive a lot of strange looks in such a high-class setting, since many powerful and wealthy people have a natural sense of superiority in front of people in the lower city. To my surprise, The guests at the banquet were all exceptionally friendly and spoke so kindly that I didn't hear a single harsh word. Thus, Li Bo unknowingly became immersed in this decadent atmosphere, and after drinking glass after glass of red wine, a blush gradually rose on his cheeks. Seeing the constant stream of people toasting Li Bo, Lin Feier angrily said to Lin Feng, "Hey, Dad, make him drink less. No matter how good his alcohol tolerance is, you can't force him to drink like this." Lin Feng, his cheeks flushed, moved closer to the two of them and said, "Hey, Feier, look at you, being willful again. All the elders and relatives present today are important connections in my Lin family business. The sooner Li Bo gets to know them, the sooner I can hand over the family business to you. Besides, Li Bo, isn't he quite happy?" "What are you talking about?" Lin Feier looked angry. "He doesn't care about these things. I don't care anymore. You guys drink if you want. I'm going to help him inside to rest." With that, Lin Feier disregarded everyone's enthusiastic invitations and helped Li Bo walk towards her room. At this moment, not far in the sky, Mu Aoshue and Miao Miao stood on a blue bird, quietly looking down in the direction of the Lin family. Seeing the Lin family's house still brightly lit in the darkness, with laughter and cheerful voices coming from time to time, Mu Aoshue's expression was filled with mixed feelings, and she felt very uncomfortable. Miao Miao felt extremely sorry for her and tugged at her hand. "Xiaoxue, stop looking, let's go back." She sighed inwardly, wondering how Li Bo could be so heartless as to hurt Mu Aoshue like this. "I'm not going home, Miao," Mu Aoshue murmured. "Not going home." Miao Miao looked puzzled. "Then where are we going?" "Let's go to the capital," Mu Aoshue said through gritted teeth. The capital? What are we going there for?" "Find the teacher. I need to become stronger and take him back." A resolute look appeared on Mu Aoshue's pale face, and her empty eyes suddenly became incredibly deep. Chapter 138, The Boudoir. "Where am I?" Li Bo opened his eyes groggily, only to see the incredibly soft light on the ceiling. "So, I was drunk." Li Bo rubbed his temples. Finding himself lying in bed, Li Bo curiously turned his head to look around at his surroundings. The luxurious decorations in the room made it clear that I was still at the Lin family's house. As Li Bo's gaze wandered, his attention shifted to the surrounding walls, which were covered with all sorts of posters. National Dragon Series Competition Champion, Fang Miao Miao. Zhang Shi, the pioneer of the Dragon's Journey Secret Realm. The Swedish Dragon God Envoy, Lars. 7-time champion of the Dragon Cup, Risa Sakura. And the world's greatest dragon tamer, Macbeth. They are all famous dragon-type beast tamers. Li Bo clicked his tongue in amazement, recalling what Lin Feier had said. Her dream was to become a top-tier dragon beast tamer. These dragon masters must be the role models she was striving to emulate. Could this be Lin Feier's room? As a faint fragrance wafted over, Li Bo realized that he had mistakenly entered her boudoir. Creak. At this moment, the room door was opened, and Lin Feier's charming face appeared in Li Bo's eyes. Lin Feier held a glass of red wine. Li Bo noticed that her face was still flushed, so she must have drunk quite a bit. "You're awake. The guests have all been sent away." Lin Feier blushed and spoke with slightly unsteady breath. "Oh, they're all gone. Where's Uncle?" As he spoke, Li Bo braced himself on the bed, preparing to get up. "Do not be nervous." Lin Feier slowly placed the wine glass on the table, walked to Li Bo's side, pushed him back down, and smiled charmingly. "Something came up at the Beast Tamer Association, so Dad's not home yet." "Oh, he's not home." Li Bo was at a loss, because as he spoke, Lin Feier had already bent down and pressed her hands tightly against his arms. "Now, finally, it's time for just the two of us." Lin Feier's eyes were alluring, and her warm breath brushed against Li Bo's face. Gazing at Lin Feier's flawless white neck, her magnificent cleavage subtly revealed against the backdrop of her burgundy dress, he couldn't help but swallow hard. "How do I look?" Lin Feier was like a seductive little enchantress, and every move she made tugged at Li Bo's heart. Who would have thought that just a few days ago the two were locked in a fierce duel on the martial arts stage, but now they are so ambiguous. "It's so beautiful," Li Bo said somewhat absent-mindedly, his gaze still unable to leave the vast expanse of dazzling white. "Is she prettier than Mu Aoshue?" Lin Feier asked again with a charming smile. "Of course you're much prettier." Li Bo answered without hesitation. "When a girl asks you who is better looking than you, don't hesitate, just answer yes. A man's mouth is a lying devil." Lin Feier laughed so hard her breasts jiggled, and her eyes practically squinted. "But if you're willing to say nice things to me, I'll accept it even if you're lying." Bathed in the dim light, Lin Feier's face drew ever closer, meeting Li Bo's gaze, creating an atmosphere of unparalleled romance. This is terrible, Li Bo thought to himself. Under the influence of alcohol, Li Bo was already distracted. He was a normal man, and with the atmosphere so heated, there was no reason for him to back down. Huh? This? Li Bo's clouded mind cleared up a bit, and he looked at Lin Feier with confusion. Why are you crying? Lin Feier shook her head, a happy smile appearing on her face. It's all right, Li Bo, come on. I'm ready. Li Bo stopped what he was doing and sat down beside him. No. How can I take any further if you don't explain clearly? Did I scare you just now? Li Bo said in a low voice. No. Lin Feier hurriedly explained. I'm afraid that once you get me, you won't cherish me anymore. After saying that, Lin Feier bit her lip tightly and slowly lowered her head. Li Bo was taken aback. So that's what Lin Feier was worried about. It was hard to imagine that she, who acted so decisively, had such a girlish side. Li Bo did not blame him, but instead comforted him. I'm sorry. I was too hasty. Li Bo. Lin Feier suddenly raised her head, looking at him with eyes full of light. Will you miss me after I leave? Yes, it will. Then, can you come visit me at Shanglong University in the future? I'll miss you. Wah. Lin Feier hugged Li Bo tightly and began to sob on his shoulder. St. Dragon University. Do I really have to transfer schools? Li Bo murmured to himself. Lin Feier gently shook her head, her gaze fixed on the posters around her, and said firmly, I vowed since I was a child to become a dragon tamer at the top of the world. Besides, you've improved so fast. If I don't pursue further studies, I'll never be able to keep up with you. I also want to become stronger. Lin Feier cast a pleading look at Li Bo. So, can you understand me? Li Bo, become stronger? A slight smile played on Li Bo's lips. I think I understand better than anyone else. Very good. Lin Feier hugged Li Bo tighter, crying as she spoke. Li Bo, you know I'm a competitive person. In my eyes, you are someone I admire, and even more so, someone I strive to surpass. If I fall too far behind you, I'll feel unworthy to stand beside you. I understand. Li Bo gently brushed away the tears from Lin Feier's eyes. After all, love is a two-way street. Since you're so eager to pursue further studies, let's make a promise to meet at the top, Feier. Li Bo said with a smile. Feier, you called me Feier. Lin Feier's eyebrows lifted with delight, and she looked at Li Bo with excitement. Soon, she noticed something amiss in Li Bo's words. If we meet at the summit, does that mean we can't meet if we're not at the summit? She stared at Li Bo like a child and said expectantly, Li Bo, will you come to Shanglong University to see me? I'm afraid I'll miss you terribly. St. Dragon University is 1,000,000 kilometers away across the ocean. It's quite far, Li Bo said wistfully, gazing into the distance. Upon hearing this, Lin Feier's heart skipped a beat, and a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. However, no matter how difficult the journey, I will go. Li Bo said another thing. Really? Lin Feier cried, her face streaked with tears, and punched Li Bo's chest. You bad guy? You just like to bully me now. You've bullied me for so long. What's wrong with letting me bully you a little? Despite saying that, Li Bo still held Lin Feier tightly in his arms. You're so good at sweet-talking people. Lin Feier scratched Li Bo's chest with her hand. Li Bo, if you're willing to come see me at Shanglong University, I will give you the most important thing in my life. What is the most important thing? Li Bo looked at her with a puzzled expression. You're annoying. Noticing the strange smile on Li Bo's face, Lin Feier spat. You were so anxious just now, and you were pretending not to understand. That. Li Bo coughed twice. You know I'm a gentleman, but since you insist on giving it to me, I don't mind doing you a favor. Uft. Li Bo's teasing remark instantly brightened Lin Feier's face, and a beautiful smile blossomed on her cheeks. Did you always coax Muaoxue like this before? She said something sourly. Why are you bringing her up again? Li Bo's forehead creased with annoyance. He sighed. I can't warm her heart. I'm warm from being covered up. Lin Feier immediately spoke. Then she lifted Li Bo's hand and placed it delicately on her chest. How are you feeling? Hot, huh? Lin Feier raised her head and said. Chapter 139 Black Market Pass. Hiss dash. Li Bo took a deep breath, his eyes flickering as he looked at Lin Feier. She looked at Li Bo with her big, bright eyes and asked, Li Bo, will you think of me every day? Every moment, every second. Li Bo blurted out. You're so bad. Lin Feier let out a soft moan and collapsed weakly into Li Bo's arms, saying something incredibly seductive. Why don't you stay here tonight? Overnight. Li Bo looked at her with a mischievous smile. This is like inviting a wolf into the house. What if I can't control myself? Can we just sleep together? Lin Feier looked at him. I want you to hold me as I fall asleep. Lin Feier looked pitiful, a stark contrast to her usual fiery demeanor. Li Bo was inwardly cursing that he could only sleep in a daze. Wasn't this making things difficult for his younger brother? Li Bo coughed twice and quickly changed the subject. Hey Feier, by the way, did you buy that shadow lantern dragon on the black market? It must have been expensive, right? The Nine Gates black market. Lin Feier nodded. To be precise, it was obtained at an auction in the Nine Gates black market. It was about $1 billion. What? $1 billion? Li Bo's face twitched. He shouldn't have been so cheeky as to ask so many questions. Huh? You just mentioned an auction? I don't think there are any auctions in the Nine Gates black market. Li Bo looked puzzled. Some. Lin Feier smiled and said. Unlike auctions in other venues, the auctions at the Nine Gates black market are set up in an extremely secretive manner, and participation is by invitation only. Those who attend are basically high-ranking officials and dignitaries from Jianghai and the surrounding areas. Therefore, ordinary people do not know that the Nine Gates black market has such an underground auction. Were all the people who went celebrities? Oh, I see. Li Bo stroked his chin. Given the size of the Lin family, it wasn't surprising that they had the qualifications to be invited to this underground auction. Judging from the fact that Lin Feier photographed the shadow lantern dragon inside, the auction items inside should all be quite expensive. Suddenly remembering something, Li Bo asked, Feier, have you received any news? Is there any information about a pair of ancient ivory tusks being auctioned? Now that the martial arts competition is over, Li Bo can focus on the new bounty mission given to him by Yang Fei. According to his description, the bounty item taken by the hunter named Qianlong was a pair of valuable ancient ivory tusks. Perhaps some clues could be found at such a high-level auction. If I can complete this task and get those 2,000 contribution points, I can not only exchange them for more evolution materials, but I should also be able to upgrade to a C-rank hunter. Ancient ivory. Lin Feier fell into deep thought and began to try to recall. After a long while, she gently shook her head. To stake out the shadow dragon, my teacher and I went to this auction for several days in a row, and we saw a lot of strange auction items, but we didn't see the ivory you mentioned. I see. A hint of disappointment flashed in Li Bo's eyes. Li Bo, are you interested in this auction? Lin Feier suddenly asked. I suppose so. I need to find the owner of this ivory. Li Bo nodded, but did not tell Lin Feier about the need to kill the hunter Qianlong. Here, this is for you. As she spoke, Lin Feier took out a black token from her person and handed it to Li Bo. This is... Li Bo examined the token for a moment. It was entirely black, no bigger than the palm of his hand, and had the 3 large characters, pass, gilded on it. This is a pass to the underground auction. Only members have it. Lin Feier said. Tomorrow night is the last auction held by the Nine Gates black market this year. Every auction has a highlight item, so you can try your luck. Tomorrow night? Yes. The Nine Gates black market has 9 entrances. After you enter through Gate Ding, there's a small alley on your right. Go in, and someone will be there to meet you. Lin Feier explained to Li Bo in detail how to get into the auction. Li Bo didn't refuse any further, put the token away, and said gratefully, Thanks Feier. Why are you thanking me? Lin Feier said with a smile, feigning reproach. If you really want to thank me, stay with me tonight. Looking into her expectant eyes, Li Bo felt a pang of inner turmoil. But upon seeing Lin Feier's alluring face and seductive figure, Li Bo knew he would definitely lose control. Boom! At that moment, a clap of thunder suddenly sounded in the sky. Li Bo looked out the window and saw that the sky was covered with dark clouds, looking like it was about to rain. Li Bo touched the keys in his pocket. Oh no, I almost forgot about that. So he gritted his teeth, stood up, and said, Feier, I'm so sorry. I really have something to do at home today and can't stay with you. It's so late. What could possibly be wrong? Lin Feier asked, puzzled. Li Bo gave an awkward smile. I haven't put my clothes away yet. Chapter 140 The Gecko Man. In the early hours of the morning, after exiting the elevator, Lu Wei walked alone down the quiet corridor, leaving a long trail of wet footprints. Reaching the front door, Lu Wei curiously turned her head and glanced at Li Bo's front door across the street. It's so late, I wonder if that guy is back yet. After muttering a couple of words, she activated the smart lock panel on the door. Since she had given the key to Li Bo, she could only unlock her house by looking at her face. Facial recognition successful. Click. After the lock opened automatically, Lu Wei pushed open the door and turned on the switch on the wall. Lu Wei placed the items on the cabinet and immediately headed towards the spacious balcony. By this time, the row of clothes hanging on the balcony was completely soaked by the rain. Lu Wei looked out the window angrily, her teeth grinding together. What time is it? Still fooling around outside. TSK. Captain Lu Wei, you actually live in such a nice house. I missed you so much while I was in prison. At this moment, a sinister and sharp voice rang out from Lu Wei's room. Who? Lu Wei turned her head sharply, and at the same time, she immediately made a summoning gesture with her hand. Unexpectedly, a brown mist quickly enveloped Lu Wei from above. Cough, cough. The smell of the mist was extremely unpleasant, and Lu Wei coughed violently. At the same time, her body was strangely losing strength, and a feeling of powerlessness and limpness surged into her heart. Oh no! Lu Wei was startled, because she realized that she had failed to summon her pet. The summoning failed. A bolt from the blue struck Lu Wei. She could sense that her beast-taming space was blocked, and no matter how she summoned, the Black Rock Spirit Dog could not come out. Hee. Don't struggle, Captain Lu Wei. My illusionary spray can temporarily seal the beast-taming space. Putting everything else aside, controlling you for half an hour is more than enough. That piercing sound rang out again. Phantom spray. Lu Wei's expression changed. You are the Gecko Man. She looked up abruptly, and sure enough, a half-human, half-beast gecko monster was perched on the ceiling above the house. The Gecko Man let out a strange laugh, then leaped down and stood in front of Lu Wei. The Gecko Man stands upright in a human shape. Its entire body is brown and covered with black spots. It was hunched over, dragging a long, rough tail, with incredibly strong legs, and its toenails looked like they hadn't been cut for years, gleaming with a dark bluish-black sheen, and emitting a nauseating odor. The Gecko Man's head was incredibly ugly. When he saw Lu Wei, he stuck out his sticky tongue and licked his lips. Oh dear. Captain Lu Wei, weren't you so powerful when you arrested me and threw me in jail back then? Well, you finally met your match. Ha ha ha. Faced with this critical situation, Lu Wei showed no fear. She sneered. You have committed numerous evils and devoured the citizens of Jianghai. It would be an injustice if I didn't arrest you, but I never expected that you, a half-orc about to be executed, would appear before me unharmed. I'm curious, who has such power to get you out of this mess? Hee. Captain Lu Wei, you don't need to try to trick me like that. The gecko said. The law of the jungle, where the strong prey on the weak, has been an unchanging law of nature for millennia. You can't expect me, a carnivorous pet, to be a vegetarian, can you? So this is your reason for eating people? The city is not your home. You are a lowly beast who indiscriminately kills innocent people and disrupts society. You deserve to die, Lu Wei said through gritted teeth. What did you say? Inferior pet. The Gecko Man's expression changed drastically. He was instantly enraged. It stretched out its powerful claws and grabbed Lu Wei's chin, saying viciously, Captain Lu Wei, don't forget, I'm an exceptional level pet. Your life is in my hands now, so you'd better watch your words. The Gecko Man possessed immense strength. A trickle of blood escaped from Lu Wei's lips. Ignoring the pain, she continued to mock the Gecko Man mercilessly. If you really have the strength, why would you resort to such a despicable method to ambush me? Moreover, the security at Shanshui No. 1 property is extremely tight, and the security captain is a third-tier beast tamer. Your smooth entry suggests you were acting under someone else's orders. Let me guess, it was Wang Yong. Lu Wei gave a cold smile. Ha ha ha. The Gecko Man laughed loudly, looking up at the sky. As expected of the patrol captain, he is impartial and discerning. However, you've already realized it too late. So it's him, Lu Wei said, her eyes gleaming. Heh, I didn't say that. The Gecko Man smiled slyly. You can only blame Captain Lu Wei. She's too upright and angered the wrong person. Someone you shouldn't mess with? What a joke. Despite the pain, Lu Wei remained unfazed. I, Lu Wei, am backed by the Jianghai Guard team and supported by the nation. Tell me, what does it mean to be someone you shouldn't mess with? Criminals like you should stay in the dark and shadowy prison forever, to face the punishment of the law. TSK. Captain Lu Wei, you call yourself the top detective in Jianghai, but do you even know how rotten your guard team is? Don't you have any self-awareness? The Gecko Man sneered. You're stubborn and inflexible. If it weren't for the fact that you're the child of a martyr and have a military background, you would have died countless times for offending so many people. Heh, now that you know who I am, why don't you release me and surrender? Lu Wei glared at the Gecko Man. How naive you are, Captain Lu Wei. The Gecko Man clicked his tongue, a greedy glint in his eyes. Do you think I'll easily let this opportunity to get revenge on you now that I've finally found it? What do you want? Lu Wei glared at him intently. What do I want? The Gecko Man licked his lips. Oh my, Captain Lu Wei has such delicate skin. She must taste delicious. But only now that I'm this close do I realize that Captain Lu Wei is quite the beauty. Seeing the ugly smile on the other person's face, a chill ran down Lu Wei's spine. You bastard. I'll kill you. Kill me? Do you have the ability? The gecko man grabbed Lu Wei's chin and threw her roughly onto the living room sofa. A fool's dream. Even if I die, I will not grant your wish. Captain Lu Wei, isn't it too early to say that? The gecko man laughed wildly. You seem to have forgotten that my illusionary spray has more than just the function of incapacitating beast tamers in battle. He stared at Lu Wei, his eyes filled with undisguised greed. Captain Lu Wei, can you feel yourself getting warm now? Ha ha ha. Chapter 141 Revenge. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei's head buzzed, and her mind went completely blank. A strange heat surged through her body, making her feel incredibly hot and soaked in sweat. At that moment, she even had an urge to take off her clothes. She suddenly remembered that the gecko man's illusion spray, besides temporarily preventing beast tamers from summoning their pets, also had the effect of greatly stimulating female hormones. The thought of those indescribable things filled Lu Wei with shame and anger. She had lived alone for over 30 years, remaining chaste until that last time when that brat Li Bo took advantage of her. Looking at the disgusting and ugly gecko-like creature in front of her, Lu Wei gritted her teeth fiercely. You despicable beast. Despicable? Ha ha ha. The gecko man laughed loudly, looking up at the sky. Captain Lu Wei, you should be thanking me. I bet you're 30 years old and haven't experienced the sweetness of love yet. Today, beg me, and I might reluctantly grant your wish. Even if I die, I won't let you succeed. You bastard. Lu Wei's anger reached its peak. If she had the ability to fight, she would have loved to tear the gecko man in front of her to pieces. Captain Lu Wei, isn't it premature to say that? The gecko man looked at Lu Wei and smiled greedily. As he spoke, he slowly approached Lu Wei on the sofa. You stay away. Lu Wei's expression changed, and she curled up and retreated, throwing pillows and toys from the sofa at the gecko man. However, this kind of harmless damage is completely painless to the gecko man. On the contrary, the excitement in his eyes grew even stronger. Finished throwing them all, Captain Lu Wei. Lu Wei reached for the sofa, only to find it completely empty. She had thrown away everything she could. At this moment, she had been forced into a corner of the sofa, and a sense of despair welled up in her heart. Two clear, cold tears slid down Lu Wei's cheeks. She wasn't afraid of death, but she simply couldn't accept dying in this way. She dedicated her most precious youth to the Jianghai Guard team because Lu Wei's dream was to die for her country and be heroic on the battlefield, just like her father. The gecko man licked its ugly, scaly mouth with its long tongue, then stretched out its evil hands and approached Lu Wei. The more you struggle, the more excited I get. Whoosh. The gecko man ruthlessly ripped off Lu Wei's blue uniform jacket, gazed at her bulging white shirt. TSK. She's wrapped up so tightly. I never would have guessed that Captain Lu Wei had such a large physique. But Captain Lu Wei seems really hot. Her clothes are soaked with sweat. Captain Lu Wei, I think you're already impatient, aren't you? Ha ha ha. The gecko man laughed greedily. Lu Wei was now his prey, to be toyed with and slaughtered at his mercy. Help! Help! Lu Wei used all her strength to shout at the top of her lungs, hoping to alert the neighbors. Don't bother. Captain Lu Wei, you can shout until you're hoarse, it won't do any good. This kind of high-end residential building, Shanshui No. 1, has top-notch soundproofing, to say the least. As he spoke, the gecko man gave a thumbs up in a gesture of praise. Don't expect anyone else to come to your rescue. With your cold and unsympathetic nature, you probably don't have any real friends, the gecko man mocked again. His words were like a bucket of cold water poured mercilessly over Lu Wei's head. As if remembering something, Lu Wei stopped crying out. Li Bo, where have you been? I'd even give you a cheap price. Lu Wei murmured to herself, her eyes dimming. Looking up at the gecko man's utterly repulsive face, Lu Wei steeled her heart and rammed herself against the corner of the table next to the sofa. Wanna die? How naive. Captain Lu Wei. The gecko man shook its head helplessly, then suddenly opened its mouth wide, and a sticky tongue shot out towards Lu Wei. Just as Lu Wei was about to hit the corner of the table, the gecko man's long tongue suddenly wrapped around her body, binding Lu Wei high in the air. Let me go, you beast. Lu Wei struggled desperately in the air, but to no avail. At this moment, her face was as red as an apple. The effects of the illusion spray had reached their peak. Lu Wei's eyes were glazed over. Even if her willpower was strong, it had reached its limit. If she didn't release it soon, the intense heat would kill her. Even so, Lu Wei's eyes were still filled with unbearable hatred and malice as she looked at the gecko man. Oh dear, it seems it's time. Li Bo. Lu Wei murmured Li Bo's name, closed her eyes in despair, and two crystal tears fell to the ground. Click. At that moment, the The sound of a key unlocking the door of Lu Wei's house suddenly rang out. Although the sound wasn't loud, the Gecko Man still noticed it thanks to its keen senses. Although he hadn't seen the person, for some reason, a sense of oppression instantly overwhelmed the Gecko Man's heart. Noble bloodline. His movements stopped abruptly, and he looked towards the door with great vigilance. At the same time, the sharp claws on his hands suddenly extended and became extremely shiny. Hopefully my clothes aren't too wet, Li Bo said to Xiao Bai beside him. When the two of us were flying home, a torrential downpour suddenly started, and he was already soaked to the bone. Just as Li Bo pushed the door open, Xiao Bai suddenly grabbed his arm and stopped him. Wait, master, there's the scent of an unfamiliar pet. The aura of an unfamiliar pet. Li Bo asked Yawuda, is it Captain Lu Wei's? It's not the Blackrock spirit dog. Xiao Bai frowned and said, it's a type of pet beast with a very thin bloodline, not even qualifying as a subdragon. A distant relative of the dragon lineage? Li Bo immediately became alert. According to Xiao Bai, the pet beast in the house might have a subtle relationship with the dragon beast, but as far as he knew, Captain Lu Wei didn't seem to have ever contracted such a pet beast. I hope nothing bad has happened to Captain Lu Wei. A bad thought flashed through Li Bo's mind. So, Li Bo quietly summoned Ziyun and Tutu to his side. Because the passageway was too small, Ziyun, like Xiao Bai, existed in the form of a beast girl. He nodded to his three pet beasts, and everything was understood without saying a word. With a loud bang, Li Bo kicked the door open. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, two sharp, black, claw-like gusts of wind came hurtling towards his face without any hesitation. Chapter 142 Battle Against the Gecko Man. With a flash of pale golden light, Rabbit's flash shield suddenly enveloped Li Bo and the others. The Gecko Man's claws struck the shield, producing two crisp sounds before merely causing it to vibrate. Captain Lu Wei. Upon pushing open the door and seeing the scene before him, Li Bo's expression changed drastically. Lu Wei was seen hanging in midair by a tongue, her face flushed, and she was almost unconscious. The ugly Gecko Man below was staring at him with hostility, emanating a nauseating stench. Name, Gecko Man. Gender, male. Attributes, earth, poison. Rank, excellent tier 2. Potential, excellent. Skills, wall climbing, beginner. Black wind claw, intermediate. Tail attack, intermediate. Tongue entanglement, intermediate. Illusionary spray, advanced. Talent, tail cutting survival. The Gecko Man sacrifices his tail in exchange for the ability to burrow underground once. The tail's growth rate is directly proportional to his level. Description, as one of the most crime-ridden pets, the Gecko Man lives in the sewers year-round, thus emitting a foul stench. A Gecko Man of the excellent second stage. Li Bo frowned, thinking that Lu Wei had punished so many criminals, and this Gecko Man must have come to take revenge on her. Upgrade quest, slay the Gecko Man. At this moment, another message popped up on the system panel. As Li Bo appeared, the Gecko Man quickly began to examine its three pet beasts. That rabbit and the purple-haired beast girl are nothing to fear. They're just elite-level creatures, easily dealt with. However, the silver-haired dragon girl next to this beast Tamer sent a chill down the Gecko Man's spine. Especially those deep blue eyes, which exuded a chilling pressure that made him tremble. He knew very well that this kind of intimidation belonged only to purebred dragon beasts with noble bloodlines. However, no matter how noble her bloodline is, this dragon girl is currently only at the level of elite level 5 or 6. As an excellent Gecko Man, there is no need to be too afraid of her. He glared at Li Bo and said darkly, "You brat, you dare to ruin my good deed? I think you're really tired of living. Let her go." Li Bo said coldly. "Let her go? Ha ha ha." The Gecko Man suddenly burst into laughter. "Kid, I think you don't know your own limitations. 3 elite-level creatures, and you dare to be arrogant in front of me." He looked up at Lu Wei. "Today, I'm not only going to heal her. Neither of the 2 beast girls beside you will escape." The Gecko Man's gaze turned incredibly gloomy, but unexpectedly. With a whoosh, suddenly, a huge spinning blade slashed towards the Gecko Man's tongue with lightning speed. The Gecko Man's expression changed. He hadn't expected this kid to be so uncivilized, starting a fight without saying a word. Rabbit through emitted a cold, eerie green light. Seeing it whistling towards them, the Gecko Man didn't care about Lu Wei in the air above and quickly retracted his tongue. Unexpectedly, the speed of the leaf-spinning blade was too fast, and it still managed to cut off a section of its long tongue. The sticky tongue fell to the ground with a thud, still wriggling. "It hurts. It hurts. It hurts." The Gecko Man hissed, unable to speak coherently, and kept covering his bleeding mouth. At that moment, Ziyun swiftly unleashed a dark noose from her waist, binding the falling Lu Wei and pulling her back to Li Bo's side. Uuve finally arrived. Lu Wei spoke in an extremely weak voice, her gaze towards Li Bo almost as if it were drawn out with silk. Li Bo touched her forehead. It's so hot. We need to finish this battle as soon as possible and rescue Captain Lu Wei. Little White, Purple Cloud, Rabbit, quickly eliminate the opponent. Li Bo's gaze was sharp as he spoke. Clear, the three women said in unison. Arrogant brat. Upon hearing this, the Gecko Man was completely enraged. Whoosh, at this moment, he quickly unleashed a maximum amount of illusory spray, instantly filling the entire spacious living room and rapidly enveloping Li Bo. In this enclosed terrain, no one could escape the full force of his illusionary spray. Just as the Gecko Man was about to make his move, whoosh, a deafening dragon's roar resounded. Immediately afterwards, he keenly noticed that on the other side of the black mist, the figure of a huge white dragon was faintly visible, exuding an aura that chilled him to the bone. Xiaobai reverted to its original form, and although it inevitably damaged a lot of Lu Wei's furniture, this was not the time to think about that. Call. A thick, white cold front swept in, and in an instant, the blizzard completely dispelled the brown mist. What? The Gecko Man's expression changed drastically. Just as he was about to change his battle strategy, he discovered that the huge ice dragon opposite him was staring straight at him from its deep blue pupils. This is the might of the dragon. The Gecko Man said tremblingly, his legs suddenly going weak, he said. As a gecko pet with a thin bloodline and a rarity compared to dragons, the dragon's might is fatal to it. The Gecko Man immediately realized the seriousness of the problem and changed direction. Whoosh! The sticky tongue shot out directly towards the balcony, quickly wrapped around the railing, and then the Gecko Man prepared to use the pulling force of its tongue to launch itself out of the window. If he can break through to the wall outside the house, he will have a way to escape. Just as he was flying towards the balcony like an arrow, he found himself entangled by a fiery whip. What? The Gecko Man panicked completely, because the red whip was electrified. It turned around in terror and saw the purple-haired beast woman staring menacingly at it. You like binding people, don't you? Today, I'll show you what real bondage is like. With a little more effort from Ziyun, the power of the Crimson Thunder continuously amplified the Gecko Man's body, producing a crackling sound, and the Gecko Man screamed in agony from the electric shock. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Rabbit once again unleashed the Leaf Whirlblade, completely severing the Gecko Man's long tongue. The Gecko Man lost its balance and lay helplessly on the ground, completely losing its ability to speak. Clap, 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 clap. Ziyun unleashed a lightning-fast 5-hit whip strike, mercilessly lashing the Gecko Man. The Gecko Man was whipped until his skin was torn and bleeding, and he struggled incessantly. At this moment, he was filled with regret. If he had known that Li Bo's 3 pet beasts were so powerful, he should have run away decisively. The Gecko Man gritted his teeth, used all his strength, and immediately activated his innate skill, cutting off his tail to survive. With a snap, its tail was as if it had been taken away by a magical force, and after being severed from its body, it merged into the ground as if it had been sacrificed. Where its tail disappeared, a pale yellow vortex slowly formed, and the Gecko Man's body disappeared along the vortex at a speed visible to the naked eye. Sister Ziyun. Noticing this, Rabbit said nervously, "Don't worry, Brother Li Bo already told me." Ziyun smiled mischievously, then waved her hand. Boom. A crimson lightning bolt instantly enveloped the Gecko Man. The vortex beneath it seemed to be bound by some kind of restriction, and it suddenly froze. Chapter 143, A Tribute to Lu Wei. And then, a bizarre scene unfolded. In Ziyun's Crimson Thunder prison, half of the gecko's body had sunk into the ground, while its upper body was still exposed above the ground. Because he lost his tongue and became mute, the Gecko Man couldn't say the name of a plant that was right in front of him. His face was filled with fear, and he couldn't understand what was happening in front of him at all. He sacrificed his tail to gain the ability of Earth Release. Why did this passage suddenly shut down all of a sudden? Could it be related to this lightning formation? The Gecko Man's expression changed drastically. He looked up at the red lightning array that enveloped him and saw the dense electric net crackling around him. A terrifying thought flashed through his mind. No way to escape, are you kidding me? The Gecko Man never dreamed that this purple-haired beast girl would possess such a monstrous ability. Li Bo held Lu Wei in his arms, coldly observing the scene. Ziyun's Crimson Thunder prison has the ability to seal space. As long as a pet is trapped inside the Thunder Array, it will have nowhere to hide, whether it is in the sky or on the ground. Unless it's something like Masako's gold-eating ants that can forcibly break the lightning array. Otherwise, they'll just have to endure being struck by lightning inside. Of course, the abilities of a low-blooded pet like the Gecko Man are far less monstrous than those of the gold-devouring ant. With a loud bang, a thick, red lightning bolt struck down from above, heading straight for the Gecko Man's crown. The Gecko Man felt stars appear before his eyes. The second lightning bolt struck immediately, and the Gecko Man let out a hoarse cry, as if he were dreaming of his great-grandmother. Boom! As the third bolt of lightning struck, the Gecko Man's rough head was smashed to pieces, blood splattering everywhere, and he completely lost his life. Congratulations, host. You have successfully killed the Gecko Man. Frosty Ice Dragon Upgrade, Elite Rank 7. Shadow Thundercloud Upgrade, Elite Rank 6. Flower Rabbit Upgrade, Elite Rank 4. Frost Dragon has reached Elite Rank 7. Unlocking the Excellent Level Evolution Quest. Host, please accept the mission as soon as possible and evolve into the Zhui Xian Song Ice Dragon. Little White's evolution quest has been updated. Li Bo was stunned for a moment. He was surprised. When Xiao Bai Ziyun evolved into an elite, the evolution mission only appeared at the ordinary level 8, but this excellent level evolution mission was updated at the elite level 7. Li Bo guessed that the difficulty of evolving to the excellent level had probably increased to another level, which was why the system asked him to prepare in advance. Li Bo. Lu Wei forced her eyelids open and gently stroked Li Bo's face. Help me. Captain Lu Wei. Li Bo shifted his attention from the system information to Lu Wei, only to find her neck flushed and covered with beads of sweat, indicating she was in very poor condition. Because of the heat, her clothes were completely soaked with sweat and clung stickily to her skin. Li Bo knew that if he took a little more initiative, he could share a romantic encounter with Lu Wei. But he quickly shook his head, banishing the distracting thoughts from his mind. Although he didn't consider himself a saint, Li Bo simply couldn't bring himself to take advantage of someone in distress. I'll take you to the hospital, Captain Lu Wei. Li Bo's expression was firm as he picked up Lu Wei. Wei in disbelief. Captain Lu Wei. And who are you? Lu Wei remained silent, a happy smile appearing on her lips. You're getting the benefit and then acting innocent. Lu Wei drew circles on Li Bo's body and smiled charmingly at him. Since it's all yours now, why don't you move in and we live together? Upon hearing this, Li Bo's expression changed, and he hurriedly waved his hand. No. I'm still growing. I'm afraid I won't get enough nutrition. I bet you are. You have other women outside. Lu Wei said jealously. Tell me, which girl did you go on a date with today? You're home so late. Li Bo was about to explain when he saw the tears glistening in Lu Wei's eyes. He knew she must have suffered a lot of injustice just now, and all his words turned into a sigh. Sorry I'm late. Upon hearing this, Lu Wei could no longer hold back. The humiliation she had just felt turned into tears that welled up in her eyes. She hugged Li Bo tightly, her nails digging into his skin, and she sobbed, trembling all over. Wah, I was so scared. Li Bo, I don't know what I would have done without you. It's all right. Li Bo gently stroked Lu Wei's short hair, saying, I'm here. Be good. Hearing Li Bo's reassuring voice, Lu Wei's fear subsided somewhat. If an ordinary man had said those words to her, she would have found it cheesy, but coming from Li Bo, she only felt incredibly sweet. Huh? What's this? At this moment, Li Bo's gaze fell on the camera on the opposite wall. Seeing it flashing red, he asked, Is it recording video? Lu Wei nodded and said viciously, That damned Gecko Man was faking it. So, everything that just happened was recorded? Li Bo opened his mouth wide and said. Lu Wei remained silent, lowered her head in embarrassment, and murmured a barely audible Then I'll go destroy it. Li Bo was about to stand up when Lu Wei grabbed him. Captain Lu Wei, what's going on? Li Bo looked at her in confusion. I want to keep it as a memento. Lu Wei bit her red lips tightly, her face blushing shyly, like a young girl experiencing her first love, yet also like a charming and sophisticated woman. Chapter 144 Heartwarming. Upon hearing this, Li Bo quickly chuckled twice to cover up his embarrassment. Who would have thought that the imposing Captain Lu Wei, who seemed so aloof, would be so unrestrained in this regard? What? Is that not allowed? Lu Wei lay in Li Bo's arms and tapped his nose. You scoundrel, this is all evidence of your crimes. Keep it. Of course keep it. Li Bo grinned. Remember to make a copy for me too. Seeing his lewd appearance, Lu Wei burst out laughing. You little thief. You've stolen my heart. Hee. I'm not only going to steal your heart, I'm going to keep it forever. Li Bo, with a cheesy, gossipy look, said, After all, I'll be leaving Shanghai in 10 days to participate in the Secret Realm training. When I miss you, I'll often take this out to admire Captain Lu Wei's magnificent figure. How annoying. Lu Wei playfully punched Li Bo's chest, then sighed. Oh, you're leaving so soon. I wish you could stay with me longer. You're so busy. Even when I'm in Shanghai, I only see you a few times a day. Li Bo gently stroked Lu Wei's short hair to comfort her. That's true, but I'm afraid I won't be able to stop thinking about you. Lu Wei scratched Li Bo's heart and said coquettishly, You're not allowed to have too many women outside, or I'll get jealous. Li Bo coughed twice, then grasped Lu Weishio's hand and said, No matter how many there are, my one and only love will always be Captain Lu Wei. You little thief. You're just trying to fool me. Lu Wei snorted, but her heart was still pounding with happiness. By the way, what's the name of the secret realm you participated in this time? Lu Wei suddenly asked. I'm not entirely sure which secret realm it is. Li Bo stroked his chin. Anyway, we received a notice to gather in Starfall City. Xinglua City? We're almost at the northwest border. That's too far. A look of surprise flashed in Lu Wei's eyes. Yes, it's in the northwest. What's wrong? Li Bo asked curiously. It's nothing. Lu Wei smiled. If you encounter trouble at the border, you can go to the military base and find an old man named Su Haifeng. The army? Su Haifeng. Li Bo looked at Lu Wei in surprise. What's his relationship with you? He was my father's comrade in arms. Lu Wei said. Oh, I see. What if he won't help me? Li Bo jokingly remarked. No way. Lu Wei smiled mischievously. As long as you tell him, I am your wife. He will help you with anything, no matter how difficult it is. Huh? This? Li Bo felt that Lu Wei had completely changed. She was no longer the decisive and efficient case-handling team leader, but more like a newlywed wife. Perhaps this is what a woman nourished by love looks like. By the way, your father? Suddenly remembering something, Li Bo looked at Lu Wei. Upon meeting Li Bo's gaze, Lu Wei's eyes dimmed slightly. You guessed right, my father was also a military officer. Before he died, Li Bo immediately realized he had misspoke. Sorry, I don't know. It's all right. Lu Wei smiled gently at him and said slowly. My father was a general who guarded the frontier for over 30 years. He was about to retire and go home when the Northwest was suddenly invaded by a large number of demons. Helpless, he turned back and led the border troops in a desperate battle against the demons. It was there that my father sacrificed his life. Monster invasion. Li Bo suddenly realized something. His expression changed slightly, and he looked at Lu Wei in shock. You mean, the war to quell the demons in the Northwest 15 years ago? Lu Wei nodded slightly, tacitly agreeing. 15 years ago, an entrance to an alien passage suddenly appeared on the northwestern border of the Great Xia dynasty. A large number of demons from other dimensions invaded and committed all sorts of atrocities, burning, killing, and looting in the northwestern region of the Great Xia dynasty. In order to resist the demons, the entire army of the northwest border garrison of the Great Xia dynasty was mobilized to fight an earth-shattering war against the demons. The war against the demons lasted for a full 6 months. The Great Xia kingdom won the battle at an extremely heavy cost and closed the passage to the other world. During the battle, the loyal bones of countless outstanding young beast tamers were buried in the northwest, and dozens of high-ranking officers were killed or wounded. The sacrifices were truly tragic. Unexpectedly, Lu Wei's father also participated in this war and sacrificed his life. Sorry, I brought back some bad memories for you, Li Bo said. Yes. At this moment, Lu Wei let out a long sigh. After my father died, I devoted myself to applying to the Military Beast Taming Academy, hoping to grow up to be like my father, protecting my country and defending the border. But after graduation, Uncle Su tried every means to stop me, saying that I was my father's only daughter and that he would never let me join the army. After several stalemates, he had no choice but to compromise and let me join the less dangerous guard team. I see. Li Bo was utterly shocked to learn that Lu Wei had such a complicated past. He looked at the mangled corpse of the gecko man on the ground and said, That beast is blind, daring to mess with you. Isn't it afraid that your Uncle Su will skin it alive when he comes back from the army? Lu Wei shook her head. You're wrong, Li Bo. Although the gecko man has a grudge against me, the real mastermind behind it all is probably someone else. Someone else? You mean, Wang Yong? Li Bo's eyes suddenly widened. I'd say it's probably true. Lu Wei frowned. He wanted to bail Wang Linxian out, but I refused, and Wang Yong held a grudge. But because of my status, he didn't dare to take direct action, so this gecko man became his tool for killing someone else. As she spoke, Lu Wei's gaze fell on the ground. What a pity. This guy is as dead as can be. We can't extract any evidence from him. Otherwise, I would have personally sent Wang Yong in. I'm sorry. I didn't consider that. If I had acted earlier. Before she could finish speaking, Lu Wei placed her slender index finger on Li Bo's lips and smiled happily. It's all right. I'm already very grateful that you came. Lu Wei continued. Tomorrow at work, I will do my best to investigate Wang Yong's crimes. It seems that since the Gecko Man was able to be released on bail, it's time for the guard team to be cleaned up. In that case, let's get some rest. Li Bo said, gazing at the dawn breaking outside the window. It's almost daylight. That won't do. Lu Wei shifted her body closer to Li Bo, her face flushed, and said, You haven't cured the other person's fever yet. Sensing the provocative tone in Lu Wei's words, Li Bo's eyes widened in surprise. No way, Captain Lu Wei, that's not how you use a bull. Unexpectedly, he was knocked down by Lu Wei again in the next second. The morning sunlight stung Li Bo's eyes. He struggled to open his eyes and woke up from his drowsiness. He checked the time, and it was already 9 o'clock in the morning. He looked around, but there was no one there. Lu Wei was nowhere to be seen. The traces of the battle on the ground had been completely cleaned up, and the cameras on the walls had long been removed. Lying on the sofa, I was covered with a blanket that exuded a faint fragrance. Li Bo then realized that Lu Wei had gone to work after cleaning the house. Just as he stood up, whoosh. Suddenly, a bunch of keys fell from his body. Li Bo picked them up and examined them. Hanging on them were not only the keys to Lu Wei's front door, but also the keys to all her rooms. The fact that it was deliberately placed on him was clearly a way of telling Li Bo that he could enter his room at any time. Food. After Li Bo got up and dressed, he found the table piled high with steaming hot breakfast. He paused for a moment, then felt a warmth in his heart. There was a small note left on the table. Going to work now. You stay home and be good. Remember to eat breakfast. Love your wife. Smiley face. Li Bo smiled slightly and carefully put the note away. I'm actually a little hungry. Sitting on the stool, Li Bo summoned the 3 beast girls at the same time. Breakfast time, everyone. Wow. Soy milk. Bunny loves it the most. Rabbit's eyes lit up. Then I won't be polite, young master. After saying that, Rabbit buried her head and began to enjoy her delicious breakfast. Xiaobai and Ziyun, however, sat motionless to the side, seemingly oblivious to the food on the table. Li Bo put down his chopsticks and looked at the two of them with a puzzled expression. Why aren't you eating? Snort. Xiaobai and Ziyun hugged themselves to the sides and turned their heads to the left and right respectively. Chapter 145 Superior Grade Materials. Seeing the displeasure on the 2 beast girls' faces, Li Bo coughed twice and comforted them. Hey Xiaobai Ziyun, you saw the situation too. Captain Lu Wei looked like that. If I don't save her, who will? I had no choice but to do this. My master was so kind, warm-hearted, and helpful. It's always something they have no choice about. Ziyun pouted and said, There are countless women in this world waiting for brother Li Bo to save them. Sister Xiaobai and I are just destined to be neglected. Ziyun, look at you. Li Bo took Ziyun's hand, gave her a large steamed bun, and comforted her. When have I ever neglected you? Master, I've just been too busy all day long. Little Ziyun is the most sensible. She'll understand me, won't she? Li Bo secretly tickled Ziyun's little hand again, and Ziyun blushed. After being coaxed like that, Ziyun almost succumbed to his charms. She couldn't be willful anymore, so she swallowed back the words she was about to say and turned her gaze to Xiaobai beside her. Li Bo spoke again. Xiaobai. Owner. However, Xiaobai didn't give him a chance to try and sweet-talk her. She sighed and muttered to herself in a self-pitying tone. Have you forgotten the agreement you made with us before? Agreement? What agreement? Li Bo said with a puzzled look. Seeing Li Bo's shameless attitude, Ziyun tugged at Xiaobai's arm. Looking so aggrieved, she was about to cry. Sister Xiaobai, look at him. Look at him. Only the rabbit, oblivious to everything, continued diligently eating. Master, you're trying to deny it again. Xiaobai said stubbornly. What happened to the promise that we'd be rewarded if we won the martial arts competition? Master said so himself. Oh, so that's what Xiaobai meant. Li Bo looked like he'd just realized something. I did promise. But the championship, wasn't it Rabbit who won it? Me. Rabbit raised her head and looked at the group with an innocent expression. It's all right, Bunny. You can keep eating. Li Bo waved, and Rabbit said, Oh, before lowering her head again. Little White trembled with anger, her eyes misting over. Master, all you do is bully me. I figured it out. You don't love me anymore. Oh my goodness. Why are you crying? If I don't love you, who else would I love? Li Bo was startled and quickly moved closer to Xiaobai. Just as Li Bo reached out to hug her and comfort her, Xiaobai, like a slippery eel, twisted, and broke free from him. She said, feeling wronged. I was clearly the first pet to follow my master, but in the end, I'm treated worse than Rabbit and Rainbow Scale. It's one thing for Rabbit, but my master only met Rainbow Scale once before giving her to me. How can Ziyun and I accept this? Xiao Bai's words made perfect sense, and Ziyun nodded secretly. Sister Xiao Bai was indeed good at speaking and wouldn't let brother Li Bo get confused. That's right. She stood with her hands on her hips and said, I don't accept this either. Hey, why did you bring up Kai Lin again? Li Bo was also having a bit of a headache, but in order to take care of the two beast girls' feelings, he patiently comforted them. Little white, purple cloud. It's not that master is biased. He held Xiao Bai's hand with his right hand and Ziyun's hand with his left, and said, As you have all seen, since the official martial arts competition, our master has been busy evolving and upgrading your skills day and night. In the past month or so, he hasn't had a proper rest once. Be intimate with you, but every time there is a different trouble coming my way. The worst part is that there is a strange Japanese girl chasing me all day long. The master also wants to pamper you too, but right now, he simply doesn't have the energy. Li Bo's words were sincere, revealing a sense of helplessness and exhaustion. Xiao Bai and Ziyun listened in silence, their expressions softening considerably. Looking at Li Bo's haggard face, the pain he suffered at the hands of Lu Wei was still fresh in his mind. The two women looked at Li Bo with a hint of pity in their eyes. Ziyun gripped Li Bo's hand tightly and said earnestly, Brother Li Bo, no rush. Let's go buy some oysters to nourish ourselves. We can talk about this again when you're feeling better. What? Li Bo almost collapsed to the ground. It turned out that all his words had been ignored by Ziyun. At this moment, Xiao Bai also spoke up. Master, although you sound pitiful, the martial arts competition is over now. The three of us are still far from evolving, so we have plenty of time. It's a good opportunity to spend more time with me and Ziyun. Hey, little Bai, you're wrong about that. Li Bo said, now that you're an elite 7th Dan, I need to start preparing for your evolution to the superior Dan. Superior level? Little white sister is about to evolve into superior level. Ziyun looked at Xiao Bai and cast an envious glance at her. Upon hearing about evolution, a glimmer of anticipation appeared in Xiao Bai's eyes. Master, is there anything we need to prepare? Li Bo smiled mysteriously. Let me see. As he spoke, Li Bo opened the panel and accepted Xiao Bai's evolution task from the system. Conditions for the evolution of the Mystic Ice Dragon. 1. Frost Dragon reached Elite Rank 9, not achieved. 2. Consumed 1,000-year Ice Soul. Progress, 0/1. 3. Sacrifice 1 Dragon Corpse. Progress, 0/1. 4. Evolution must be completed in an environment below 0 degrees Celsius. Upon seeing the information required for evolution, Li Bo's expression froze. Just as I expected. No wonder the evolution quest is unlocked at Elite Rank 7. The evolution requirements for excellent rank are not only one more than those for elite rank, but the difficulty is also much higher. Li Bo stroked his chin and analyzed the situation. The first and fourth conditions were relatively easy, so he could postpone them for now. However, obtaining the 1,000-year Ice Soul and Dragon Corpse, which require conditions 2 or 3, will take some effort. Millennial Ice Soul. Li Bo stroked his chin, then opened the Hunter Chip Contribution Value shop and began searching among the thousands of materials available. Evolution materials. Ice type. Items, sorted by price. 10-year Ice Essence. 100-year Ice Essence. 1,000-year Ice Essence. Found it. Li Bo's eyes lit up. There were quite a few rare treasures in the market with these contribution points. No wonder so many hunters were willing to risk their lives for the association. Millennial Ice Soul. Requires 1,500 contribution points. So expensive. Li Bo hissed, because he only had 50 contribution points left, which was far from enough to exchange for the 1,000-year Ice Soul. Soon, he remembered the sea-level bounty Yang Fei had given him, eliminating the rogue hunter Qianlong, which would earn him a full 2,000 contribution points. Lin Feier had said that today was the last day of the 9 Gates Black Market Underground auction. Li Bo's expression turned serious as he addressed the 3 beast girls. Little White, Purple Cloud, Rabbit, after we finish eating and rest for a while, we're heading to the 9 Gates Black Market. Now, young master? Rabbit looked up at him. Didn't you say the 9 Gates Black Market was far away? By the time we get there, it'll be night. That's exactly what I wanted, nighttime. Li Bo smiled mysteriously. Why? The 3 beast girls all stared at him. Because a dark and windy night is the perfect time for murder and arson. Chapter 146, The 9 Gates Black Market. The 9 Gates Black Market is located in the southwest of Jianghai City, in a very remote location. Because it is located at the junction of several cities and counties near the river and sea, the officials of these areas have been passing the buck, and their jurisdiction over this place has naturally become much lax. In addition, many high-ranking officials and wealthy people have a certain demand for the black market, so this gray area was born with them turning a blind eye. After traveling for a whole day, Li Bo finally arrived above a dense forest. The area is surrounded by several low hills. Li Bo stood on Dragon Back Mountain and counted them. There were 9 hills in total. Looks like this is the 9 Gates black market. Oh, Xiaobai asked in a puzzled tone. Master, are you sure? It's pitch black down here, not a single light. It doesn't look like a market at all. The black market. Of course it has to be black. Li Bo joked. Feier said that the 9 Gates black market is hidden in the dense forest, and these 9 hills correspond to the 9 entrances, namely A, B, C, and R. The underground auction we will enter through the D gate. 9 entrances? But, which one is Ding gate? Xiaobai was completely lost. Hee. Simple, Li Bo laughed. According to the directions, the heavenly stem Ding belongs to the southern fire position, and with the 9 hills arranged in a circle, the one due south must be the Ding gate. Without hesitation, he flew straight south with Little White towards the hill whose outline was most prominent in the night. After walking for about half an hour in the hills, Li Bo glanced ahead and saw a faint light emanating from under a rocky cliff on the slope ahead. Although the light was somewhat dim due to the dense forest, it was still particularly conspicuous in the pitch-black night. Li Bo smiled slightly and walked towards the cliff. Sure enough, after walking uphill, Li Bo saw that below the cliff, a stone staircase about 1 meter wide was leading down into the ground. Li Bo looked up and saw a large Ding character written on the cliff wall. It seems this must be the entrance to the Ding clan. Li Bo gripped the token that read Pass, recalling what Lin Feier had said. After entering through Ding Gate, walk to the end of the first alley on the right, and you can enter the underground auction of the 9 Gates black market. To avoid attracting attention, Li Bo put Xiaobai back into his beast-taming space. His attire today was also an inconspicuous black outfit. Li Bo took a step and slowly walked towards the stone steps of Ding Gate. After winding and turning, a blinding light shone from the cave entrance, making him unable to open his eyes. It's huge. Li Bo was astonished by the scene before him. Unlike the narrow entrance, the black market was incredibly spacious and brightly lit. The main road was bustling with people, extremely prosperous. If you don't look up and look carefully at the sky, it's hard to imagine that you're inside a cave. Li Bo couldn't help but gasp in amazement. The person who built this 9-gate black market was truly generous. Its scale was in no way inferior to the largest legitimate commercial market in Shanghai City. Li Bo walked along the main road, where people were constantly coming and going. In addition to the 2 rows of fixed shops, the roadside was also filled with densely packed street stalls. The beast tamers stopped at different stalls, constantly searching for the treasures they wanted. However, what surprised Li Bo the most was the many foreign faces here. Blonde, blue-eyed, busted girls, Japanese girls with pillows and overalls, guys with lizards wrapped in millstones. Although Shanghai is not a large city, it is quite developed in foreign trade, so people from all over the world come to the black market to do business. Li Bo walked and looked around. After walking for more than 10 minutes, there were rows of shops and stalls on both sides of the road. He did not find the alley that Lin Feier had mentioned. However, the shouts of the merchants next to him were incessant. So, with the idea of strolling around, Li Bo slowly walked and observed the black market. Take a look. Shanghai's signature grilled oysters, 3 yuan each, or 3 for 10 yuan. Upon hearing this sound, Ziyun in the beast-taming space became excited. Brother Li Bo, go buy it quickly. By my foot. We haven't even gotten to the important business yet. Li Bo said, exasperated. Come on, take a look. These little steel shells were just dredged from the sea. They can be used for defense and food. If they can't evolve, you can still make soup with them. Sima Ho, just stolen from Mauname. Handsome. Wanna buy one get one free? Midnight Flower Stall, specializing in exotic flowers and herbs from southwest China. As Li Bo passed by this stall, he was instantly attracted by the various aromas. He stopped in his tracks, his gaze fixed curiously on the dazzling array of exotic flowers and plants, momentarily lost in thought. Southwest. Li Bo's gaze lingered on a striking black rose amidst the flowers. In a daze, I seemed to see the rose transform into a charming woman dressed in black leather, playfully calling out to her little brother. Seeing that Li Bo was interested, the boss's eyes lit up. Handsome? Wanna buy some flowers? They're picked from the southwest and shipped over. They smell amazing. Perfect for your girlfriend. Li Bo smiled and shook his head. No need. I just remembered an old friend. Cut. Seeing Li Bo turn and leave, the boss cast a disdainful glance at him. After taking a few more steps forward, Li Bo suddenly stopped and his gaze sharpened. He slowly turned his head to the right and saw a deep alleyway between two shops 10 meters away, stretching into the darkness. Found you. Li Bo's eyebrows lifted in delight. This must be the entrance to the underground auction. Just as he was about to step forward, a shout caught his attention. High prices for crystal cores. High prices for beast claws and hides. Li Bo looked at the stall and noticed that many beast tamers were gathered around it, trading items with the stall owner. He immediately became interested. He checked the time. It was still early before the auction started. He had accumulated quite a few crystal cores recently, so he could just sell them all at once. Li Bo took out crystal cores of various sizes, all of which were proof of his past battles. Man-eating vultures, earth-splitting bears, steppe wolves. Most of them are elite-grade crystal cores, and there are exactly 10 left. I wonder what price this boss will offer. After some of the people around the stall dispersed, Li Bo walked over. Oh, young man, want to sell something? Crystal cores, pet organs, I buy them all. The boss was a middle-aged man who looked fairly honest. Li Bo smiled and placed 10 elite-grade crystal cores on the table in front of him. Boss, do you accept these? The boss paused for a moment, then didn't say anything, but simply lowered his head and began to count carefully. To Li Bo's surprise, the boss could accurately name each pet just by looking at the crystal core. Chapter 147, The 1,000 Transformations of the Fox Fur. Hiss. They're all elite level. After the count was finished, the shopkeeper looked up and stared at Li Bo with some surprise. Seeing that he had killed so many ferocious beasts at such a young age, he exclaimed in admiration. This young man is impressive. He can pull out 10 elite-level crystal cores at once. I've been saving these for a long time. Li Bo said modestly. Boss, what price do you think I can offer for these? The boss nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Most of them are wild pet beast cores, and the market demand is huge. How about this? I won't calculate the grade for you. Just 18,000 each. I'll take them all. Huh? 18,000 each. A hint of surprise flashed in Li Bo's eyes. Clearly, this number has far exceeded his expectations. You should know that before, after killing Yamamoto's poison shadow python in the lower city, the elite-level crystal cores sold for only 5,000. The key point is that poison-type crystal cores are generally worth much more than other types. Unexpectedly, the shop owner quoted 18,000 right away. I wonder how much the unscrupulous pet shop owners had previously undercut me. Seeing Li Bo hesitate, the stall owner began to explain. Young man, this is the best I can offer. You can compare it with other pet stores outside. Because of rent costs, they offer lower prices. I've been doing this for decades, relying entirely on small profits and quick turnover. How about this? I see your crystal cores are of decent quality. I'll buy them for 20,000 each. What do you think? Li Bo was stunned for a moment, feeling both amused and exasperated. It turned out that the boss thought he had asked for too low a price. Seeing that he was an honest man, Li Bo didn't bother to haggle anymore. It was only 200,000 in total, which was not a lot of money for him now. However, even mosquito meat is meat, and since keeping it on his person wouldn't do him any good, Li Bo happily traded away the batch of crystal cores. Just as Li Bo was counting the banknotes his boss handed him, a cute little girl suddenly popped up next to him. She wasn't even as tall as the stall, and her clothes were covered in patches. The little girl was carrying a tattered little bag. Although her face was a bit dirty, it was easy to tell from her big, watery eyes that she would definitely grow up to be a beauty. Because she was so small that she was not easily noticed, the little girl was inevitably jostled by the people next to her and bumped into Li Bo. She gasped in surprise, her expression flustered as she hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, big brother. It's all right. Li Bo smiled gently. I've finished the transaction, little sister. Just tell the boss what you need to sell. As he spoke, Li Bo consciously stepped back to the side. Thank you, big brother. The little girl smiled politely at Li Bo, then took out a small, glistening animal hide from her tattered little bag and placed it on the vendor's stall. Boss, I want to sell animal hides. An animal hide. The stall owner picked up the hide and examined it closely, then frowned. Strange, what kind of pet is this? The scent of its fur is unfamiliar, and its shape somewhat resembles a fox pelt. Yes, it's a fox fur. The little girl looked at the stall owner with anticipation, her big, round eyes shining brightly. So, boss, will you accept it? This. The shopkeeper examined the animal hide again, then sighed. Little sister, this fox pelt of yours is really too small. It's only about the size of an A4 sheet of paper. If you had more, I would have bought them all for you. The problem is that you only have this one. It would be a lot of trouble to even make a pair of leather gloves. It would be really useless to you." Upon hearing this, the little girl's eyes dimmed considerably, and she stood there, unsure of what to do. "Hey, little sister, the boss said he's not taking any more. Could you please move aside? I need to sell my horns urgently." At this moment, a dissatisfied, urging voice came from behind the little sister. The little girl said, "Oh," and walked out of the crowd dejectedly. The conversation did not escape Li Bo's ears, and he curiously turned to look at the little girl. Just as his gaze lingered on the animal hide in her hand, a message suddenly popped up in the system. Thousand-faced fox skin retains the thousand-faced fox's ability to change form. When applied to the face, it allows the user to transform their appearance based on the image of someone else in their mind. Note, this pelt is from a common grade thousand-faced fox. Its durability is not high. After 2 transformations, the pelt will completely lose its ability to change appearance. What? A thousand-fold fox fur. Li Bo's heart surged with excitement. He never expected that he would encounter such a treasure while selling crystal cores. The thousand-change fox lives in the desolate mountains and wilderness year-round. Because it can transform into a pet that is similar in size to itself, it is difficult to recognize it as a thousand-change fox even if you encounter it. Therefore, over time, not many people know what the thousand-faced fox looks like. It's normal that the shop owner only knows it's a fox, but not that it's the thousand-faced fox. Although the thousand-change fox has average combat power, it is bloodthirsty by nature. When mature, the thousand-change fox will transform into a beast girl and then into a beautiful woman to seduce and harm older single men in the village. Therefore, it has been officially classified as an extremely dangerous pet. Although it's unknown how this little girl obtained the thousand-change fox pelt, judging from its size, its grade isn't high, so it's not surprising. At this moment, the little girl walked down the road with a dejected look on her face and her eyes filled with tears. "We've been walking for so long and still haven't been able to sell any fox pelts. Sister won't be able to eat porridge tomorrow either." Just as she was about to walk toward the exit of the black market, a tall figure stood in front of her. She looked up, and, upon seeing Li Bo, a hint of confusion flashed in her clear eyes. "Big brother." Li Bo bent down and smiled gently at her. "Little sister, you're selling this animal hide, right?" "Yes." The little girl nodded vigorously. "Sell it. Buy rice for the family." Buying rice to eat. Li Bo was taken aback. "Your family is starving?" Upon hearing this, the little girl could no longer hold back. She said, her voice choked with emotion. "My sister was injured while hunting and has been bedridden for several days. We have no money at home, so I can only skin the foxes she hunts and sell them." "What? This fox? Did your sister shoot it?" "In the way I understand it." Li Bo asked curiously. "Yes, big brother." The little girl looked at Li Bo with eyes full of tears. "We live in a village. Our parents died early, and my older sister has always made a living by hunting. This little fox was shot to death by my sister with an arrow a few days ago when she wasn't injured." Wow. Li Bo was very surprised. Surprisingly, in this era where beast tamers are prevalent, there are still people who use such a simple method as bows and arrows to kill their prey. Chapter 148 Re-encounter with Masako. He sighed, looking at the little girl dressed plainly, guessing she must also come from a poor family. So he smiled and said, "Little sister, how about you sell this animal hide to your big brother?" Oh. When the little girl heard that Li Bo wanted to buy her animal hide, disbelief filled her eyes. "Really? Big brother? I'll offer 10,000 yuan. How about that?" Li Bo made a gesture. 10,000 yuan. The little girl's mouth was wide open, as if she couldn't believe her ears, and she looked at Li Bo as if she were seeing a saint. "Shoo." Li Bo gestured for her to keep her voice down, since the black market was a mixed bag, and it would be troublesome if the little girl were targeted by someone with ill intentions. 10,000 yuan. I've never seen so much money before. The little girl lowered her voice and gave Li Bo a grateful look. "Great. Sister, we can finally have some hot rice." As she spoke, the little girl choked up with emotion. "Big brother, you are such a kind person." Li Bo patted her head, turned to look around, and seeing that no one was paying attention to them, quietly took out 10,000 yuan from his pocket, quickly stuffed it into the little girl's pocket, and instructed her. "Put it on carefully, don't drop it." The little girl nodded solemnly, then handed the fox fur to Li Bo, saying, "Here you go, big brother." Li Bo took the fox pelt and looked at her with a smile. "By the way, little sister, where do you live?" "My home." The little girl paused for a moment, then said, "My home is in Tianji village, west of this black market, about 10 kilometers away." 10 kilometers? Li Bo asked in surprise, his gaze then falling on the little girl's almost worn-out shoe soles. Did you walk here? The little girl shrank back a bit shyly, then grinned at Li Bo. I'm used to walking mountain roads. 10 kilometers is nothing to me. By the way, big brother, would you like to come to my house as a guest? If there's a chance. Li Bo smiled. Okay. The little girl smiled brightly. My home is on the westernmost hillside of Tianji village. If you come, big brother, I'll cook for you. Remember, my name is Man-Man. Man-Man waved goodbye to Li Bo and walked towards the exit. What a simple and good child. After watching her leave, Li Bo gently stroked the fox fur in his hand, then put it back into his storage ring with satisfaction. Just as Li Bo was about to turn around and head towards the auction venue, a familiar voice rang out from a stall not far behind him. Excuse me, boss? Are all the flowers here? The speaker was a woman with a thick Japanese accent. No way. Li Bo was startled, and when he glanced at the figure out of the corner of his eye, his heart sank. Because standing in front of that flower stall was none other than Masako, who had been relentlessly pursuing him. Grass. Li Bo cursed under his breath and quickly turned around. To get to the alley entrance to the auction, this flower stall is the only way. What a coincidence that Masako ended up in the black market. He guessed that Masako must have come in from another entrance. If she had come in through the ding gate, she would have seen him immediately. Li Bo was standing only 5 or 6 meters away from the flower stall. He had his back to Yazi but dared not make any rash moves, because given the woman's alertness, if he ran away blindly, she would definitely chase after him. He had witnessed the power of those gold-devouring ants. They could pierce a person's throat without a word. Li Bo had no desire to fight them in a place like this. Beautiful lady, all the flowers are here. In the entire 9 Gates black market, I have the most complete selection. Take a look and see if there's anything you like. At that moment, the flower stall owner was warmly welcoming Masako. He had served many foreign guests before, so he wasn't surprised. However, the boss obviously didn't know that the woman standing in front of him was a ruthless killer. Boss, maybe I didn't express myself clearly. Masako patiently explained, her demeanor completely different from the cold-blooded and ruthless person Li Bo had previously encountered. What I wanted to ask is, are there any flowers that smell even better? The really fragrant kind. It smells especially good. After thinking for a moment, the shop owner took out a white flower that resembled an orchid and exuded a faint, ethereal aura from his stall and handed it to Yako. This fragrant orchid was harvested from deep in the mountains, embodying the essence of heaven and earth. Among tens of thousands of flower varieties, it is considered one of the most fragrant. It should meet your requirements. Heavenly fragrance orchid? Masako held it to her nose and smelled it, then quickly shook her head in great disappointment. Far from enough. While Yako was talking to the stall owner, Li Bo quietly took a step and naturally walked in the opposite direction. He had no interest in why this woman was buying flowers here. Escaping and saving his life was the most important thing. This subtle scene did not escape Masako's vigilant gaze. She suddenly turned her head and stared straight at Li Bo's back, a hint of suspicion flashing in her eyes. Take a look at this one, Dream Jasmine, the raw material for top-grade perfumes. If you think this isn't fragrant enough, you probably won't find the flower you want anywhere else in the world. At this moment, the shopkeeper handed another purple bouquet to Yako. Yako took the flowers, but still looked absent-mindedly in Li Bo's direction. Strange, that back view looked so familiar. Could it be that kid? Although he didn't know what was happening behind him, Li Bo felt a cold sweat break out on his back, as if he were being stared at by a pair of eyes. You leggy idiot. Hurry up. Masako placed the bouquet on the stall, indicating that she was about to leave. The shop owner immediately panicked. Hey, where are you going? Are you going to buy it or not? Let's go find an old friend. A slight smile curved Masako's lips, and then she strode slowly toward Li Bo. Seeing that business had failed again, the flower stall owner angrily threw the jasmine flowers he was holding on the ground. Another old acquaintance. Damn it, where do so many old acquaintances come from in a black market? Bah, damn it, we've been targeted. Hearing the footsteps behind him getting closer and closer, accompanied by a dangerous aura, Li Bo knew that Yako must have noticed him. He forced himself to calm his panicked emotions, tried his best to steady his steps, and thought about how to avoid Masako's suspicion. We'll have to use the 1,000 fox fur. Li Bo gritted his teeth, never expecting that the treasure he had just acquired would have to be put to use before he could even warm it up. However, as long as I can get rid of this woman, I can consider it a good use of her. Without hesitation, he took out the 1,000 transformation fox pelt from his storage ring and then naturally stuck it to his face. According to the system's instructions, after this 1,000 change fox pelt changes its appearance twice, its shape will be completely fixed and cannot be changed again. Although the opportunity was precious, Li Bo couldn't care less about anything else at the moment. He quickly started thinking about whose appearance would be most suitable for him to take. Fine, let's go with Yang Fei. Chapter 149, Infiltrating the Venue. Therefore, based on Yang Fei's face in Li Bo's mind, the thousand-change fox skin drastically contracted and changed on Li Bo's face. In the blink of an eye, his face was exactly the same as Yang Fei's. If there were a mirror, Li Bo would definitely be shocked. The appearance created by the thousand transformations fox skin is simply perfect, without a trace of clumsiness. The effect is comparable to the three great evil arts of Asia in his previous life. Snap! At this moment, Li Bo suddenly felt someone grab his shoulder from behind. He turned his head and, sure enough, saw Masako's exquisite yet dangerous face. Li Bo feigned a look of confusion and anger and said in a deep voice, "Is there something you need?" Upon seeing that it wasn't Li Bo's face, Yako paused for a moment, then composed herself and said, "No, it's nothing." Baffling. Li Bo muttered a couple of things to himself, gave Yako a look, and then strode away with an air of nonchalance. Seeing her completely bewildered expression, Li Bo was already overjoyed. After circling the black market a few times and confirming that Yako was no longer following him, Li Bo headed towards the dark alley leading to the auction. Unlike the brightly lit scene outside the black market, the alleyway and the houses on both sides were dilapidated and extremely dark, as if few people lived there. Going through many twists and turns, Li Bo still couldn't find any contact person. How strange. This road feels so eerie to walk on. Just when Li Bo thought he had gone to the wrong place, he turned a corner and found that both sides of the alley were full of beautiful young ladies. "Hey handsome, come and play. Little brother, come in quickly, let me help you detox, okay? Brother, want some extra fuel? I have 92, 95, 98, you name it. Little brother, come here, I can do the splits for you. Good little brother, come into my room. Your big sister will teach you how to do a human pyramid." These young ladies were all beautiful and charming, dressed in short skirts or black stockings, and all of them were dressed in a very sexy way. The large expanse of snow-white skin almost made Li Bo dizzy. Upon seeing Li Bo, they immediately became incredibly enthusiastic and all wanted to invite him in for a seat. Holy crap, where have I ended up? Li Bo was sweating profusely. This wasn't the entrance to the auction at all. It was like he'd stumbled upon a den of bastards. It was like being transported back to Dongguan. However, seeing that the alley was not yet at the end, Li Bo still gritted his teeth and walked through the colorful crowd. "Give it a try, handsome. It's nothing serious. Warts are a big deal. The odds of winning are low. What's there to worry about?" During this time, many young women reached out and flirted with Li Bo, but he rejected them all. After passing through these dozens of young women, Li Bo noticed that at the end of the alley, there were several women dressed as madams. Li Bo narrowed his eyes. At this moment, he guessed that the person in charge of the auction should be one of the madams. He stepped forward and deliberately hung the black access token on his waist. Sure enough, the moment the token appeared, a short-haired madam stepped forward from the crowd and smiled seductively at Li Bo. "Handsome, didn't you like any of the beauties earlier? Then please, come with me." As she spoke, the madam gestured and invited Li Bo into one of the rooms. Li Bo remained silent, and with a skeptical attitude, followed the madam over. After several twists and turns, the madam led Li Bo to a house. Then she walked to the center of the room, opened up a large floorboard, and a wooden staircase leading down appeared in Li Bo's eyes. "Please come in, distinguished guest." The madam bowed to Li Bo and politely extended her hand again in invitation. Li Bo paused for a moment. Although he had many questions, in order not to arouse suspicion, he condensed them into a single sentence. "The auction is inside, right?" "Yes. Judging by the time, it will start in half an hour," the madam said with a smile. "Call." Just as the two were talking, a long exhale came from under the wooden ladder, and then a young man emerged from below. Seeing this, the madam looked at him with a puzzled expression. "Zhang Zhe, it's not time to get off work yet. Why are you out here already?" The young man named Zhang Zhe replied. "The auction is almost ready, so I'm planning to slip away early. Anyway, no one will notice if I'm not here." "Leaving so early?" the madam asked in surprise. "Today is the last day of the auction. Aren't you supposed to be working overtime to clean up the venue?" "Work overtime?" Zhang Zhe scoffed. "I make 3,000 a month. What's the point of working overtime? Let whoever wants to work overtime do it." He dusted off his hands. "Instead of wasting time on this, I'd rather go detox." With that, he darted out of the room and disappeared in a flash. "Who is he?" Watching Zhang Zhe's departing figure, Li Bo asked curiously. "Sigh." The madam sighed. This kid is a backstage staff member at the auction, responsible for moving and arranging the auction items and other miscellaneous things. He's so young, but he has no sense of responsibility, able to access the auction items. Li Bo stroked his chin and started fiddling with things. Up to now, he still doesn't know if the auction contains the ivory that Yang Fei asked him to track. Even if it does, it would be very difficult to track down the original owner of the ivory directly at the auction venue. After all, the transaction between the auction organizer and the seller must be conducted in secrecy. Perhaps the only chance to find Qianlong's shadow is backstage at the auction. With that thought in mind, Li Bo walked down the stairs. As his figure completely disappeared from the madam's sight, Li Bo once again changed the shape of the thousand-fold fox fur, finally taking on the appearance of Zhang Zhe. From this moment on, I am Zhang Zhe. After giving himself a mental pep talk, Li Bo walked down the brightly lit corridor and headed straight for the backstage area of the auction hall. Li Bo thought it would take a long time to find the place because he was unfamiliar with the terrain, but fortunately, signs had been set up everywhere for this high-profile auction. Before long, Li Bo followed the clues and arrived at the room where the auction items were stored. At this point, it was only 10 minutes before the auction was to begin. The auction items were neatly arranged in a long row and displayed on the ground with their numbers. Without exception, all the auction items were completely covered by red cloth. Li Bo knew that they would be transported onto the stage one by the staff, following the auction orders set by the host. Hey, Zhang Zhe, did you fucking fall into the latrine just now? At that moment, a reprimanding voice rang out from not far behind Li Bo. Li Bo turned his head and saw a young man of similar age complaining to him with great dissatisfaction. The auction was about to start, and I just got back. My bladder was about to burst. Hey, why did you change your clothes? Li Bo scratched his head and gave the young man an awkward smile. Sorry, I've been a bit constipated lately. Fine, you keep an eye on things. I'm going to pee. I'll be right back. As he spoke, the young man covered his crotch and ran quickly toward the toilet. Now that he was alone in the room, Li Bo immediately had the idea of checking out the auction items. However, there are more than 30 items to be auctioned, and time is limited. In addition, other staff members may come in later, so we must check them quickly. Li Bo stroked his chin. Rare treasures like ancient ivory, if they exist, should be auctioned off as the grand finale. So he focused his attention on the last item, number 33, noticing that it was much larger than the other items. He then approached it and carefully pulled back the red cloth. For some reason, Li Bo's heart began to race. As the red cloth was pulled back, Li Bo discovered that inside was a transparent glass cabinet. Through the glass case, a pair of large, antique-looking elephant tusks instantly caught Li Bo's eye. It really is true. Li Bo took a deep breath, his eyelids trembled, and his heart surged with emotion. The fact that ancient ivory is being auctioned is enough to prove that the seller must be at this venue. What are you doing? Before Li Bo could get a good look around, a furious shout suddenly rang out. Immediately afterwards, a rough, large hand gripped Li Bo's arm tightly. Li Bo turned his head and his pupils shrank instantly, because the face that came into view was exactly the same as the target photo Yang Fei had given him. It was none other than the defector C-rank hunter, Qianlong. Chapter 150 News about Bai Liang. Qianlong appeared to be around 34 or 35 years old, looking even more weathered than in the photos. He was tall, with a buzz cut and a full beard, and was glaring angrily at Li Bo. Just as Yang Fei said, Qianlong removed the hunter chip implanted in his body, which is why Li Bo did not sense his presence just now. Although he had spotted his target, Li Bo had no intention of taking action at the moment. He wasn't so arrogant as to rashly start a fight backstage at the auction. The Nine Gates black market of such a scale must be backed by forces that Li Bo could not afford to provoke. However, now that the hidden dragon has revealed himself, Li Bo has a way to keep an eye on him. All he needs to do now is wait for the right opportunity to act. Big brother, be gentle. Li Bo cried out. I just want to check one last time to make sure the auctioned item is still there. Relying on his identity as Zhang Zhe, Li Bo was not worried that Qianlong would notice anything amiss. Are you there? Qianlong flung Li Bo's hand away and sneered. I personally watched the auction items being loaded in. Did they fly away? I think you've got other ideas. I wouldn't dare, brother. Li Bo deliberately feigned fear. I'm just trying to make sure everything goes perfectly. If anything goes wrong, I'll get my salary docked. What happened? As they were speaking, another, more composed voice rang out. Li Bo turned his head and saw a man in a Western-style uniform and leather shoes walking over. At this moment, Qianlong spoke again. Heh, Manager Han, your staff aren't exactly clean. If I hadn't discovered it in time, This kid would definitely have tampered with the ivory. I'm very worried about the reputation of your auction house. What? Upon hearing this, Manager Han's face showed a hint of surprise. Distinguished guest, is there some mistake? I know Zhang Zhe well. Although he sometimes likes to slack off, he is definitely not the kind of person who would steal from someone else's work. I think there must be some misunderstanding. No matter what, my demand is that he be immediately removed from the backstage area of the auction, or I will take this ivory and entrust it to another auction house. Qianlong said angrily. Seeing the pressure being put on him, Manager Qian hesitated for a moment before speaking to Li Bo. Zhang Zhe, here's what we'll do. We have enough people backstage anyway. Why don't you go and help maintain order at the venue? Keep an eye out for any guests who need assistance. Upon hearing this, Li Bo thought to himself that Manager Qian was indeed good at managing people. No wonder he was able to become a leader. Since he had given him a way out, he had no reason to refuse. He scratched his head, revealing a hint of naivety, and said, Okay, Manager Qian, I'll go right away. With that, Li Bo drew back the curtain and walked out into the noisy meeting hall. That's more like it. Only after Li Bo left the backstage area did Qianlong's face show a hint of satisfaction. Unbeknownst to them, in a corner backstage, Ziyun had already compressed her body into a small cloud, lurking and watching Qianlong's every move. At this moment, with only 3 minutes left before the auction was to begin, staff members on stage had already started adjusting the loudspeaker equipment. Of course, the venue was already isolated from the internet, and all external electronic devices were prohibited from entering, so there was no need to worry about leaks. The guests in the venue were already seated in neat rows according to their seat numbers. It must be said that this auction was indeed very popular, with every seat filled and many of the guests being people who frequently appear on television and in newspapers. Li Bo's gaze wandered around the meeting room, appearing to be inspecting order and working diligently. Suddenly, a familiar figure in the center of the hall made Li Bo freeze in shock. Li Bo narrowed his eyes. Wang Yong. Wang Yong sat with his legs crossed, smoking a cigar, looking quite extravagant. Sitting next to Wang Yong was a middle-aged man of similar age. Judging from his appearance, he bore a striking resemblance to Chun Hao, the junior college student who was killed by Yako. Li Bo guessed that this must be Chun Hao's father. What are those two old foxes whispering about? Seeing the two whispering to each other, Li Bo had a bad feeling. So, taking advantage of his status as a staff member, Li Bo picked up the trash on the ground and naturally moved closer to Wang Yong. Seeing the cigarette butts scattered all over the ground next to Wang Yong, Li Bo cursed under his breath. Damn it. So rude. He crouched down, picking up cigarette butts while listening intently to their conversation. Regarding the deaths of your Chun'er and my Hauer, the latest investigation results from the guard team indicate that it was committed by a Japanese insect-type beast tamer. The wound on his neck is extremely similar in shape to a pet beast like the iron-eating ant, and it seems to have nothing to do with that Li Bo. At this moment, the man who appeared to be Chun Hao's father spoke. Nothing to do with it. Wang Yong sneered. Chen Bin, aren't you being a bit biased in saying that? If Chun'er and the others hadn't gone to the lower city to stop Li Bo, would they have suffered that woman's wrath? Li Bo not only indirectly caused their deaths, but that kid also got Xian'er thrown in jail. Right now, I just want to skin him alive. So what do you plan to do? Kill him? Chen Bin asked. Wang Yong took a deep drag on his cigar and said angrily, I would like to kill him, but now that this kid has climbed up to the Lin family and is also the champion of this year's martial arts competition in Jianhai, a lot of people are watching him. Taking direct action against him would be a bit difficult. They came for me. Li Bo's heart skipped a beat. He thought the two old men were plotting something, openly discussing how to get rid of him. Fortunately, the two of them didn't take him, the cleaning boy Karami, seriously. At this moment, Chen Bin said, Don't you have the Hunter Association's contact information? Hire a hunter to take care of him, and no one will suspect you. A hunter? Wang Yong sneered. Chen Bin, you probably don't know, but this kid is also a hunter. What? He's a hunter. Chen Bin's expression changed slightly. No wonder this kid is so ruthless. He's a hunter after all. Chen Bin then said, So, according to you, there's really nothing we can do about him. Sigh. I just can't swallow this insult. Hee. Don't worry, brother Chen Bin. Wang Yong laughed. Don't forget, some hunters are willing to skip the contact person and go straight for assassin missions. And coincidentally, there's an assassin in the Hunter Association who'd love to take this kid's life. Assassin? Who? An A-rank hunter named Bai Liang. A-rank hunter. At least a third-tier beast tamer with considerable strength. A glint flashed in Chen Bin's eyes. That's not all. Wang Yong said coldly. As far as I know, Bai Liang's master and pet seem to have broken through to the leader level. Taking this kid's head will be a piece of cake. Let's just wait quietly for his good news. Leader level. Upon hearing this, Li Bo couldn't help but frown. That Bai Liang wanted to hunt him down. Even if Bai Liang didn't come looking for him, he would settle accounts with him sooner or later. Li Bo was highly skeptical about the fact that this guy's third-stage scarecrow had broken through to the leader level. Even if Bai Ling possesses the essence blood of the dragon turtle, if a high-level pet blindly uses this thing, it will only end up like Lin Feng's flaming eagle, half dead. Could it be that this guy really turned into a level 4 scarecrow? Chapter 151 Water Prison Falcon Egg. The auction had officially begun, and the host started speaking into the microphone about the rules and rambling polite greetings. Wang Yong and Chunbin both turned their attention to the auction stage. Hee, the show is finally about to begin. Wang Yong had a confident look on his face. Mr. Wang, is your information accurate? Will that ancient ivory really appear at this auction? Chunbin asked tentatively. Hee, don't worry. I've been a VIP at the Nine Gates Black Market Underground auction for over a decade. They always notify me immediately if there's anything of great value. The grand finale of this last auction is the pair of ancient ivory tusks stolen from the British Museum. Judging from Mr. Wang's determined look, he seems very confident in getting Shienna released. I must say, the officials in the province will be very happy to receive this valuable gift from you. At that time, even if Lu Wei tries to stop him, it will be too late. Lu Wei, that wretched woman. Wang Yong sneered. If it weren't for the fact that she has a high-ranking military figure protecting her, we would have kicked her out of the guard long ago. Speaking of Lu Wei, I wonder if the Gecko Man plan has succeeded or not. There's still no news. Plan? What plan? Hee. In a couple of days, you'll find out when you visit the latest Juyao website. A lewd glint appeared on Wang Yong's face. Chunbin was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Ha ha. Clearly, Wang Yong had no idea that the Gecko Man he had painstakingly rescued had already been smashed to pieces by Zi Yun's Crimson Lightning. His meticulously designed plan not only failed to capture Lu Wei, but also inadvertently benefited Li Bo. Now, we will begin the auction for our first item today. At this moment, the female host's loud voice echoed throughout the venue. Oh, the auction has started. Wang Yong and his companion were drawn to the host's voice and immediately focused their attention on the stage. What will be the first item up for auction? Chunbin stroked his chin with great interest. There is a kind of bird beast that resembles an eagle, with a body covered in water ripple scales and a single prominent horn on its head. It soars above the sea and possesses the power to control water prisons, instantly trapping its opponents in an invisible water dungeon. Can you guess what this pet beast is? After the host gave his introduction, he began to keep the audience in suspense. Li Bo stroked his chin, carefully recalling the host's description. Its shape resembles an eagle, and its body is covered in water-like scales. Judging from this description, it's definitely the water prison falcon. Upon hearing those three words, Wang Yong's gaze fell excitedly on Li Bo. You mean, the first item to be auctioned is the water prison falcon? Then he saw Li Bo had cleaned up all the trash next to his seat, and a look of satisfaction flashed in his eyes as he looked at the waiter. I was just guessing. Li Bo replied casually. At this moment, the host's voice rang out again. Since no one guessed correctly, I'll tell you all. The answer is Mizugoku Falcon. As soon as he finished speaking, the audience gasped in disbelief. The water prison falcon was known for its ferocity and incredible speed. It was extremely difficult to catch because it spent most of its time soaring over the deep sea. It was a very powerful pet with both water and flight attributes. The very first item in the auction was the water prison falcon. That's truly a very sincere offer. At this moment, Wang Yong once again cast an approving glance at Li Bo. Not bad. Young man, you're quite impressive. By the way, do you know a lot about the items up for auction here? Old fox, Li Bo cursed inwardly, but still feigned humility. I know a little bit about it. Since there's nothing else to do right now, why don't you explain it to me from the side? Wang Yong raised an eyebrow at Li Bo, then quietly reached out and slipped a wad of banknotes into Li Bo's hand. Li Bo naturally saw through Wang Yong's intentions, but he didn't stand on ceremony and very sensibly took back the stack of money. After all, it would be a fool not to take advantage of a bargain. If Wang Yong knew that the person he had always wanted to kill was standing right next to him, and that he had even offered to give him money, I wonder if he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. At this moment, as the host finished speaking, Staff pushed in an object covered with a red curtain. She grabbed a corner of the curtain and excitedly introduced it. That's right. Our first item for auction today is the water prison falcon egg. Whoosh, the red curtain was pulled back, and a large, oval-shaped blue and white bird egg came into view from the glass container. The cheers from the audience instantly turned into shouts and curses. What? Egg? You're kidding me. TCH. It's just an egg. I thought it was a real water prison falcon. I thought I was holding in a big one, but I ended up taking a huge one. As everyone knows, there are two different things, the water prison falcon and the water prison falcon egg. That's right. The success rate of artificially hatching the water prison falcon eggs is less than 10%. Buying one of these is like buying a lottery ticket. Oh, a water prison falcon egg. Upon seeing the blue and white bird eggs in the glass cabinet, Libo immediately became interested. So he opened the system panel, and lines of information flashed before his eyes. Pet egg found. The system is scanning. Scan successful. This egg has been identified as a water falcon egg. Checking the condition of the chicks in the eggs. Inspection complete. Birth chick status, dead. The probability of this Hellfire Falcon egg successfully hatching is 0. 0. Libo was both amused and exasperated. No wonder it's a pet with a hatching probability of less than 10%. It's really outrageous of them to put a dead egg up for auction. Despite the constant complaints from the audience, the female host remained unfazed and continued the auction. Water prison falcon egg. Starting bid 1 million. Bidding increments of 100,000. Bang. As the hammer fell, whispers began to circulate below. Although no one was very confident about the water prison falcon egg, some people still wanted to gamble on that 1 in 10 chance. There are legitimate cases of people raising the powerful water prison falcon to the level of a leader. If the hatching is successful, it's basically a guaranteed profit. I'll offer 1.1 million, someone started bidding. 1.2 million. 1.3 million. Bidding continued incessantly. Wang Yong, who was standing next to him, immediately became interested as well. That old bastard Lin Feng, now that he has a fire-type leader-level eagle, he can practically do whatever he wants in Jianghai. If I can successfully hatch a water prison falcon and then spend a high price to buy its evolutionary sequence, after nurturing it for a period of time, I will definitely be able to surpass that bastard Lin Feng. Mr. Wang, that's true, but the hatching rate of the water prison falcon is really quite low. Chen Bin advised from the side. Wang Yong stroked his chin, then a sudden inspiration struck him, and he turned his gaze to Libo. Hey, young man, tell me, is this water prison falcon egg worth buying? Chapter 152, I wish to become your godfather. Libo pointed to himself, surprised that the old man was actually asking for his opinion. It was quite dramatic. Wang Yong grinned at him, revealing a mouthful of gold teeth. Young man, I can see you know a lot about this auction item. Do you have any inside information to share about this water prison falcon egg? As they were talking, Wang Yong secretly slipped another wad of money into Libo's hand. It was even thicker than the previous one, and it was all in 1,000 yuan bills, probably worth a little over 100,000 yuan. Libo was taken aback at first, then a smile appeared on his lips. I thought to myself, since you've asked me so sincerely, how could I not give you some big news? He quickly took the money back, then lowered his voice and whispered in Wang Yong's ear. Mr. Wang, I'm going to tell you the truth, but you mustn't tell anyone else. Upon hearing that there was hope, Wang Yong's eyes lit up, and he nodded twice. Young man, don't worry, after all these years in the business, the most important thing to me is loyalty. I promise I'll keep everything you said to me to myself and won't cause you any trouble. Excellent. Libo looked around cautiously, then said to Wang Yong, Mr. Wang, to be honest, this water prison falcon egg was stolen from the Imperial Capital Chief Breeder Association. The Capital Chief Instructor Association. Wang Yong gasped. It was rumored that the pets and pet eggs bred by the Imperial Capital Breeding Association were of the highest quality in the country. If this egg really came from the Imperial Capital Breeders Association, then the probability of it hatching successfully is far more than 1 in 10. Seeing Wang Yong roll his eyes and look deep in thought after hearing his fabricated lie, Libo almost burst out laughing. He suppressed a laugh and continued. President Wang, you should understand the prestige of the Capital Instructor Association, so I don't need to tell you what to do next. Understand. Understand. Wang Yong nodded repeatedly, laughing heartily. At this point, after several rounds of bidding, the water prison falcon egg on the field had been driven up to a high price of 5 million. Although 5 million is not a lot of money for the big shots in the audience. But considering the extremely low probability of this bird egg hatching, it has indeed reached an astronomical price. 5.5 million for the first time. 5.5 million the second time. 500. I'll offer 6 million. At that moment, Wang Yong suddenly raised his sign. Seeing that someone else was bidding higher, The female host's lips practically curled into a wide smile, and her voice grew even louder. This gentleman has offered 6 million. 6 million in one bid. 6,500,000. The bidding started again. It was the same seller who had just offered 5.5 million. 7 million. Wang Yong didn't hesitate to bid. With Li Bo's inside information, he was determined to get this water prison falcon egg. 8 million. The seller seemed to be determined to challenge Wang Yong, raising the price by a whopping 1 million. Wang Yong sneered, "You're still too green to compete with me, Wang Yong, in terms of wealth." He raised his sign again, shouting, "I bid 10 million." These words caused an uproar in the audience. Everyone turned to look at Wang Yong in disbelief. Many people in the audience recognized Wang Yong and secretly thought that this construction worker was really rich and powerful. Buying this thing for 10 million was something even a dog would shake its head at. The host on stage was grinning from ear to ear. This one auction alone would have earned her a substantial prize. However, Wang Yong acted as if he were the only one sober in the world, and even imagined himself evolving the water prison falcon to the leader level and then crushing Lin Feng's azure-devouring bone eagle. Unsurprisingly, after Wang Yong offered 10 million, the buyer stopped bidding, clearly indicating that it had exceeded his budget. Wang Yong probably never dreamed that after his death, the most talked about topic would be his ridiculous spending of 10 million yuan at an auction to buy a dead egg. Photographing the water prison falcon egg, Wang Yong found Li Bo, who was standing next to him, increasingly pleasing to the eye. He chuckled and asked, "Young man, what's your name?" Reporting to President Wang, "My name is Zhang Ze," Li Bo said with a smile. "Zhang Ze." Wang Yong sized up Li Bo. "Not bad. I feel like there's something about you that I've met before." "We probably haven't met before, have we?" Li Bo remained completely calm. "Yes, Mr. Wang. I came to this Nine Gates black market to make a living before I even finished elementary school. Mr. Wang must have been a frequent visitor to the auction, so he should remember me. It is truly an honor for me to be remembered by Mr. Wang." "Heh, you're quite the smooth talker." Wang Yong laughed and said, "You're about the same age as my youngest son, yet you have to make a living in a place like this. It's not easy. Zhang Ze, how much do you earn a month?" 3,000. 3,000. Wang Yong was somewhat surprised. "Is 3,000 enough to live on?" "Life is something only the rich can enjoy," Li Bo said wistfully. "For a poor person like me, just surviving is difficult enough." Li Bo's words revealed a sense of bitterness. It wasn't that he was too immersed in the role. Before obtaining the system, his life in the lower city was only worse than Zhang Ze's, so he had a deep empathy for people at the bottom of society. Upon hearing this, Wang Yong sighed somewhat. He looked at Li Bo and said, "Zhang Ze, anyway, this auction is on its last day, and you won't have anything to do after it's over. I think we have some kind of connection, so why don't you come work for me? Putting aside everything else, the salary and benefits will definitely be better than doing odd jobs here." "Huh? This?" Li Bo clearly hadn't expected that Wang Yong would invite him to work for him. Although this old man is cunning, cunning is also a way of survival. It must be said that he is very kind to his employees. "What? You don't want to?" Wang Yong smiled. "You can ask around and find out about the influence of my Wang group in Shanghai. Putting everything else aside, which mine in Shanghai isn't owned by the Wang family. If it weren't for the recent accidents involving my two sons, I really wouldn't be so proactive in recruiting you." A faint sadness flashed across Wang Yong's expression. Clearly, the lively young man in front of him reminded him of his two sons. Seeing Wang Yong's sincere gaze, Li Bo put on a thoughtful expression, secretly thinking that he had overacted. His eyes darted around, his mind racing as he tried to come up with an excuse to refuse the old man. The auction was in full swing, and VIPs who arrived late were arriving one after another at the venue entrance. Among the newly arrived guests, a graceful figure appeared, which made Li Bo tremble. "Masako." Li Bo gritted his teeth in anger, wondering how this woman had managed to sneak into the auction. After arriving at the venue, Masako's gaze wandered around for a while before finally settling on Li Bo, who had transformed into Zhang Ze. A hint of doubt appeared on Masako's face. "Strange. Am I really bewitched? Everyone looks like that kid to me." At this moment, Li Bo just wanted to curse. He had finally gotten rid of this woman, and now he had run into her again at the auction. Being in the same room with her, Li Bo instinctively wanted to slip away, but then he realized something was wrong. "That's right. I'm Zhang Ze now, why would I run away?" And so, meeting Yako's gaze, Li Bo stared straight at her proud figure and revealed a lewd smile. Masako's expression immediately turned furious, as if she was thinking of Oda's ugly face. After glaring at Li Bo, Masako snorted and looked away. Masako gripped the black pass she had snatched on the road, her face filled with melancholy. Sigh, I still can't catch this kid. I hope I can find what I want at this auction. At this moment, Wang Yong noticed that Li Bo seemed somewhat distracted and said, Zhangze, if you're having second thoughts about my invitation, I can give you some time to consider it. You can give me your answer after the auction. No need to think about it. Li Bo looked at Wang Yong with an innocent expression. If you do not reject me, I am willing to become your godfather. Chapter 153 Star Pattern Silkworm Armor. Godfather. Wang Yong was taken aback at first, then suddenly burst into hearty laughter. Ha! Good, good, good. Wang Yong said good 3 times in a row, clearly very satisfied with Li Bo's answer. Adopted son. Not bad, not bad. Heaven took away 2 sons from me, but gave me an adopted son. Zhangze, from today onwards, you will follow me. If you are willing to call me godfather, I will treat you as my own son. Li Bo grinned. I'd serve my godfather faithfully, even unto death. Oh, I wouldn't go through fire and water for that. Wang Yong waved his hand, his face beaming with a bright smile. He never expected that coming to this auction today would not only bring him a high-quality water prison falcon egg, but also a loyal adopted son. It was definitely worth the trip. Meanwhile, the auction continued in full swing. The water prison falcon incident. The host auctioned off 2 or 3 rare pets and several kinds of precious materials. Now, we will proceed with the auction of today's only Beastmaster equipment item. The female host's loud voice rang out again. Beastmaster equipment. At this moment, Li Bo also cast an interested glance at the stage. Beastmaster equipment, as the name suggests, is equipment used by Beastmasters and worn directly on their bodies. Different Beast Tamers' equipment has different effects. Some can indirectly enhance the strength of their pets. For example, Beast Tamers who have awakened the Fire Attribute Pet Enhancement talent often wear items, such as the Sun Bracelet, to enhance the attack power of their Fire-type pets. There are also Beast Tamer equipment that can indirectly improve the Beast Tamer's mental strength and enhance the synergy between the Beast Tamer and the Beast. However, the most common items are defensive equipment. After all, in some outdoor combat scenarios, Beast Tamers often face some unknown dangers, and equipment that can save their lives is extremely important at this time. The staff behind the female host slowly pushed out an exquisite glass case. She lifted the red cloth, and a light blue dress as thin as a cicada's wing immediately came into everyone's view. The clothes emitted tiny fluorescent lights, as if stars were imprinted on them, mysterious and beautiful. That's right. Today we're auctioning off a defensive Beast Tamer's equipment, the Star Pattern Silkworm Armor. The Star Pattern Silkworm Armor appeared. It immediately drew the attention of everyone in the audience. There are many Beast Tamers off the field who enjoy training, and an excellent defensive equipment is undoubtedly a fatal attraction for them. Just by looking at this Star Pattern Silkworm Armor, you can tell it's an extremely rare and precious personal item. For the first time, Li Bo was considering auctioning off his items, since he was about to embark on a national-level secret realm training mission and was just missing a piece of defensive equipment. However, Li Bo put aside this idea, since he was now a staff member and would definitely be suspected if he rashly participated in the auction. He suppressed these thoughts and quietly observed the actions on the field. The host slowly introduced. The Star Pattern Silkworm Armor is woven from the silk of the rare Star Pattern Spirit Silkworm. As we all know, the Star Pattern Spirit Silkworm can only spin a 1 centimeter long piece of silk every 7 days. Although the yield is low, the silk is known as the steel amongst silks. This Star Pattern Silkworm Armor used countless silk threads and was hand-woven by the nation's top silk weaving artisans with immense dedication. It is impervious to blades and spears and can withstand both extremely high and low temperatures, providing perfect protection for beast tamers during their training. Furthermore, the Star Pattern Silkworm Armor not only boasts astonishing defensive capabilities, but is also incredibly lightweight, weighing no more than 500 grams, making it practically imperceptible when worn. After the introduction, the host glanced at the audience and noticed that many VIPs were whispering among themselves about the Star Pattern Silkworm Armor, clearly showing great interest in it. Seeing that the atmosphere was quite right, she shouted loudly into the microphone. Star Pattern Silkworm Armor. Starting bid, 8 million. The audience immediately buzzed with discussion. A starting bid of 8 million was no small sum. Li Bo was also surprised. He didn't expect the defensive equipment to be so expensive. His entire fortune was only a little over 20 million. Even if he participated in the auction, he would be penniless in just a few rounds. Seemingly noticing the strange change in Li Bo's expression, Wang Yong, standing beside him, spoke up with a smile. What? Zhangze, Do you like this star-patterned silkworm armor? Li Bo was somewhat surprised, clearly not expecting Wang Yong to suddenly ask this question. Father, of course I like it, but the star-patterned silkworm armor is too expensive. A poor man like me can only look up to it in envy. At this moment, the bidding in the arena was in full swing. 9 million. 10 million. As the crowd continued to bid, the price of the star-patterned silkworm armor soared, quickly reaching a high of 20 million. What discouraging things are you saying? Wang Yong comforted Li Bo, saying, Zhangze, as the saying goes, poverty shouldn't diminish one's ambition. It's just a star-patterned silkworm armor. If you like it, your godfather will buy it for you. Huh? Godfather? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Li Bo's face was full of embarrassment, but he was secretly overjoyed. He didn't expect that the old man would actually produce gold coins. What's wrong with that? Wang Yong laughed heartily. You call me godfather. I won't let you call me that for nothing. At this point, the price of the star-patterned silkworm armor had reached 32 million, and Wang Yong raised his bidding paddle without hesitation. 3,500. The host's face was filled with excitement. It's that same wealthy, influential boss again. He offered 35 million. 40 million. Someone else has started raising the price, and this time it's 5 million more. Wang Yong remained completely calm. 50 million. Everyone on the field gasped in shock. Li Bo looked at Wang Yong and found that he actually found the guy somewhat more pleasing to the eye. Wow, is this the allure of money? I hate rich people. After Wang Yong asked for 50 million, no one else followed suit. It's not that other people don't have the ability, but in such high-end venues, the VIPs all know each other to some extent and will give each other some face. Since Wang Yong was willing to raise the price by 10 million at once, it undoubtedly demonstrated his determination to auction this item. If you continue to bid against him, it's tantamount to deliberately making things difficult for him. As far as defensive equipment is concerned, it's not worth offending this well-known mining tycoon in Shanghai for it. Zhangze, after the auction, you're coming with me to get your star-patterned silkworm armor. I'm still waiting for that treasure to appear. No problem, Godfather. Li Bo smiled brightly, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Chapter 154, Provoking Trouble. Several hours have passed, and 32 of the 33 items have been successfully auctioned off. Without a doubt, the auction will now feature the most important item of the day, an ancient ivory piece. Li Bo's gaze fell on Yako in the corner, and he couldn't help but feel very confused. Since she came in, she has been staring at the items being auctioned, but has not raised a paddle even once. What exactly does this Japanese girl want? Li Bo wondered to himself. From the black market to the auction house, the only place that caught Masako's eye was an inconspicuous flower stall outside. Recalling her conversation with the flower stall owner, Li Bo was very puzzled. Could it be that this woman was looking for an extremely fragrant substance? At this moment, after a grand introduction by the female host, the last item was pushed onto the stage as expected. Next, we will proceed with the final item of today's auction, which is also the most anticipated treasure of this auction. Without further ado, please take a look at the display case. Whoosh! The host ripped open the huge curtain, and the enormous glass case containing the ancient ivory immediately came into view. With its antique shape and beautiful design, ivory exudes a mysterious luster under the light. As a precious natural work of art, ancient ivory always draws gasps of amazement from the crowd. Without a doubt, many powerful VIPs came here after hearing the rumors, all for this treasure. The female host smiled sweetly. I believe that all of you distinguished guests will find this ivory piece quite familiar. You guessed it right. This pair of ancient ivory tusks is the same one in the British Museum. Thousands of years ago, a beast tamer thief from another land took advantage of the weakness of the great Xia royal family and stole these 2 precious ivory tusks overseas. This treasure was lost for 1,000 years and finally returned to its homeland a few days ago. The value of this ivory needs no introduction. As a rare antique, it's practically priceless on the international market. The starting bid is 100 million Xia coins, with each bid increasing by at least 10 million. As the auction began, bids rose and fell in waves. Although the ancient ivory had no practical use, it was a symbol of status and prestige for the wealthy people present. Wang Yong naturally participated in the auction as well, and soon he raised the price to 1 billion, but the shouting continued. However, the VIPs present seemed to underestimate Wang Yong's obsession with the ivory. Every time the price was raised, he was the one who raised it the most. Unbeknownst to them, these ivory tusks were crucial for Wang Yong to save his son, Wang Linxian. If the Gecko Man's plan failed, these ancient ivory tusks would naturally become his stepping stone to smooth things over with his superiors. So no matter how much others offer, Wang Yong will only continue to raise the price without hesitation. The final auction result was no surprise. Wang Yong acquired the precious ivory for a staggering 1.8 billion yuan. After the auction, Wang Yong breathed a sigh of relief. 18 billion is no small sum, but it's all worth it to save Xin'er. He looked at Li Bo with a meaningful smile and said, Zhang Zhe, soon you will be able to see your sworn brother. Brother, Li Bo said with an honest and simple expression, I can't wait to see him. By the way, where is he? You'll see when we get back. All right, let's go backstage. Wang Yong stood up, patted Li Bo on the shoulder, and then led Chen Bin to the backstage to retrieve their respective auction items. I'll lead the way for my godfather. When they reached the door curtain, Li Bo thoughtfully pulled it open for Wang Yong, then bent down and gestured for him and Chen Bin to go in first. Li Bo stood outside the curtain, not in a hurry to enter, but instead turned his gaze to Yako, who was preparing to leave with the others. In less than 2 seconds, Masako keenly noticed Li Bo's gaze. She stopped and looked into Li Bo's eyes, only to find an indescribable smile on the waiter's face. Unlike his previous lewd appearance, this time Masako sensed a strong provocation on the waiter's face. This smile was reminiscent of that hateful brat from before. Could it be? Masako narrowed her eyes, and the next moment, something surprising happened. The waiter reached up to his face and tore off a human skin mask, revealing a face that felt both familiar and infuriating to her. It really was you. Masako's eyes blazed with fury as she glared at Li Bo, her teeth grinding together. I never expected that I would be tricked by this kid again. From a distance, Li Bo stretched out 2 fingers, pointed at Yazi, and then pointed to his own eyes, clearly declaring war on her. Good. Very good. We found another powerful backer. Masako's face suddenly cooled. Great Xia beast Tamer. Today, you will not escape my grasp no matter what. Li Bo smiled, turned around and left, completely ignoring the hostility on Yako's face. As he turned and pulled back the curtain, he put the 1,000 transformations fox skin back on his face and walked towards Wang Yong as Zhang Zhe. At this point, Wang Yong had already completed the handover procedures with the auctioneer. He carefully pocketed both the water-prisoned falcon egg and the ancient ivory, and then handed the star-patterned silkworm armor to Li Bo. Take this. It's a gift from your godfather. With an excited heart and trembling hands, Li Bo looked at Wang Yong with tears of gratitude in his eyes. My godfather is like my second parents. I have no way to repay him, so I wish to stay by his side forever, take care of him, and see him off in his old age. Haha, great. Wang Yong laughed heartily. I haven't been this happy in a long time. Come on, come home with me. I'll arrange some college students for you, so you can really experience the joys of being a man. Thank you, godfather. After thanking him, Li Bo put the star-patterned silkworm armor back into his storage ring. Today's freebie was really too good to be true. With this star-patterned silkworm armor by my side, I'll have an extra layer of protection when venturing into national-level secret realms. Because they were carrying valuable treasures, Wang Yong and his group did not leave through the Ding Gate exit, which was closest to the auction site. Instead, they took a longer route to Jingmen, which was the furthest away. However, all 9 exits lead to the same lush forest environment. Wang Yong stopped and looked into the deep darkness before him, saying, It's getting late. I'll summon the earth-splitting tiger to carry everyone back. After saying that, Wang Yong made a summoning gesture, and the giant, yellow tiger, which was over 10 meters long, reappeared in front of Li Bo and Chen Bin. Just as the group was about to get up and leave, a cold laugh suddenly came from the direction of a giant tree ahead. Hee. Great Xia beast Tamer. Why are you in such a hurry to leave? The moonlight is so beautiful. Why not stay and chat? As soon as he finished speaking, a beautiful woman slowly emerged from behind the tree. On her shoulder, a golden ant was buzzing with its wings flapping. The visitor was none other than Masako. Upon seeing this, Wang Yong couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Heh, in all my years, this is the first time someone has dared to block my path, Wang Yong's path. Clearly, Wang Yong was unaware that the great Xia beast tamer that Yako mentioned was specifically referring to Li Bo, who was standing next to him. Suddenly, his gaze fell on the gold-devouring ants on Masako's body, and his expression changed drastically. Gold-eating ant. You are the murderer who killed Xin'er. However, Masako replied without any apparent concern. I've killed countless people. I don't know who you're talking about. Arrogant. Wang Yong roared, his eyes blazing with fury. With the opportunity to avenge his son right in front of him, he didn't hesitate and summoned his other 2 elite-level pet beasts. Not to be outdone, Shunbin next to him also summoned all his pets. With the same configuration of 1 excellent and 2 elite, Wang Yang's 3 pets completely surrounded Yazi. Heh, this is your backer. Masako looked at Li Bo and his group with a cold smile. Perhaps I would be somewhat wary if that woman were here, but this rabble in front of me is simply no match for them. 2 massive insectoid armies suddenly appeared in the sky above Yako's head. The hidden veil moth led its army of hidden wing moths to the left, while 3 silver devouring ants had already led their army of iron devouring ants to form a chilling spear, floating above Yako's right. Gold-eating ants, exuding a terrifying aura, had already aimed at Wang Yang's earth-splitting tiger and were poised to attack. Brotherly Bo, Qianlong has headed towards Bingmin. At this moment, news of Ziyun also appeared in Li Bo's mind. A barely perceptible arc in the darkness. Godfather, I'm scared. As they spoke, Li Bo shifted his feet and quietly retreated behind the 2 men. Chapter 155 Interception. After receiving the money from the auction, Qianlong quickened his pace and hurried towards the exit of the black market. Of the 9 directions, he chose the most rugged and narrow Bingmin. Although the auction was over, there was still some time before the black market closed, so at this time, almost no one else was taking this route except for him. Before long, Qianlong emerged from the black market and began to traverse the deep valley. Perhaps because he held a large sum of money, Qianlong couldn't help but turn around and look back whenever he was on his way. Although he didn't see anyone else on the road, Qianlong always felt that there was a pair of eyes watching him from behind. Just to be on the safe side, Qianlong stopped and squinted to carefully observe the path behind him, but apart from the rustling wind, there was no one else around. Being a hunter for a long time really gives you a lot of occupational hazards. Qianlong let out a self-deprecating laugh. After taking this money, I can retire from this life of crime and live a peaceful old age with the cuckoo birds. He glanced behind him again and saw that the light emanating from the Bingmin gate had dimmed and was no longer visible. He figured that he was already some distance from the black market and that no one should be following him anymore. Therefore, Qianlong swiftly issued a summons. In the darkness, a long, slender blue dragon suddenly burst forth from the green magic array. The dragon was covered in emerald green scales, and its horns were ferocious and 10 meters long. It is none other than Qianlong's main pet beast, the blue water dragon. Although the blue water dragon is only a subdragon in terms of attributes and cannot be considered a pure-blooded dragon beast, it is indeed capable of flying. Without hesitation, Qianlong leaped onto Lan Shujiu's body. He gazed at the sparse moonlight filtering through the leaves and said wistfully, "With this money, from now on, we'll never have to live on the edge again." The blue water dragon remained silent, simply raising its head high and aiming at a blank spot high above the forest. Then, carrying the hidden dragon, it suddenly flew upwards. The moment the blue water dragon's head burst out of the dense jungle, Qianlong suddenly noticed that on the top of a large tree not far away, a strange rabbit with pink flowers hanging from its ears and bloodshot eyes was staring straight in his direction as if it were radiating a strange magic. A bad feeling rose in Qianlong's heart. As expected, something unexpected happened. The surrounding trees seemed to come back to life, and pairs of scarlet eyes rapidly opened in the darkness. Then, something strange happened. These trees with eyes suddenly stretched out their strong branches and attacked the blue water dragon's tail. Oh no, it's a trap. Qianlong's expression changed drastically after he realized what was happening. Although he didn't know the origins of these strange trees and the rabbit, there was no doubt that he had fallen into an ambush set up by someone else. Because the blue water dragon's body was too long, its tail was held tightly by these large trees with wooden arms. The blue water dragon, who had finally managed to peek its head out of the forest, was forcibly dragged back down. A blue water dragon fell to the ground with a scream. Qianlong squinted, surveying the approaching trees all around him, a murderous glint flashing in his eyes. A mere group of elite tree spirits dares to block my path. Blue water dragon, a dragon emerging from the sea. Qianlong roared. Moo. A powerful dragon roar resounded, followed by a surge of waves that swept around the blue water dragon, shattering all the wooden limbs that reached out from the surrounding area. Immediately afterwards, the water waves tightly enveloped the blue water dragon, merging with it to form a blue tornado, carrying the dragon as it once again surged upwards. Let's see how you stop me this time. Qianlong had no desire to fight. He knew very well that in this grassy environment, his water attribute blue water dragon would not be able to exert any advantage. Under the powerful breakthrough of the water spout, the blue water dragon's head once again emerged from the dense forest, just as it thought it had returned to the embrace of the sky. Boom. A crimson bolt of lightning struck the blue water dragon mercilessly on the head. The intense electric current, along with the water waves covering the blue water dragon's body, seeped into every inch of its skin, constantly crackling and hissing. And it roared in pain in the air. How could this be? Qianlong immediately realized that the situation was not good. This opponent hiding in the dark was far more powerful than he had imagined. Although the electric current emanating from the blue water dragon spread to the hidden dragon's brown leather armor seemed to have a defensive function, and it was not directly harmed by the electric current. However, under the sudden attack of lightning, the blue water dragon was already overwhelmed and lost its balance, falling to the ground again with the hidden dragon. Qianlong scrambled to his feet, his sharp eyes scanning his surroundings. Who are you? Why don't you come out and show yourself? What kind of skill is it to use a sneak attack? Haha, I've finally found you. Hidden dragon. As a laugh rang out, a familiar young figure came into Qianlong's view in the darkness. The strange pink rabbit from before had somehow ended up on his shoulder. Following closely beside the boy was a silver-haired dragon girl. Judging from the pressure emanating from her, she must be a pure dragon-type pet. It's you? Qianlong's eyes flashed, because the young man in front of him was the same kid he had caught red-handed sneaking around backstage at the auction. At this moment, the purple clouds in the sky had fully materialized, transforming into a huge dark purple cloud with crackling red arcs of electricity, obscuring the bright moon in the sky and making it dim and without light. Qianlong looked up in surprise, a wave of fear washing over him. He realized that the thundercloud in the sky had the ability to become invisible and had probably been watching him ever since he left the venue. In the darkness, Qianlong frowned, sized up Li Bo opposite him, and then uttered, "Since you were able to infiltrate the auction's backstage area, you must not be after money. However, I recall that we haven't had any dealings before. Why did you suddenly stop me here and cause such a commotion? Is there some misunderstanding?" "No misunderstanding." Li Bo smiled. "But Qianlong, you've been away from the organization for so long. Have you even lost the most basic professional ethics? Don't you even think about what kind of person would call you Qianlong by name?" Upon hearing this, Qianlong's expression froze, his face instantly turning extremely cold. He narrowed his eyes and said, "You are a hunter." "You guessed right, but there's no prize." "Huh." Qianlong chuckled coldly. "I guess this would happen the day I removed my hunter chip. But I didn't expect the organization to have fallen so low, only sending a second-tier beastmaster to capture me. I guess you must be a new hunter. Tell me, A rank or D rank?" "My rank doesn't matter. What matters is that after I take you out, I can rightfully replace you and become a true C rank." A cold glint flashed in Li Bo's eyes. "Kill me? Ha ha." Qianlong laughed loudly, looking up at the sky. "Kid, if I weren't in such a hurry today, I would have shown you what a real C rank hunter is like. Unfortunately, I don't have the time to play with you." As they spoke, the blue water dragon's eyes suddenly flashed with a deep blue light, and the scales on its body instantly became brand new and shiny, with water ripples on the scales, just like a blue water-patterned armor. Meanwhile, the injuries on Lan Shuijiao's body were healing rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Water scale armor, advanced skill. When used, it temporarily suppresses injuries and increases the pet's defense by 100%. Li Bo said leisurely. Chapter 156, The Clay Pot Man. Upon hearing this, a hint of surprise appeared in Qianlong's eyes. "You junior, you do have some knowledge." He glanced around and sneered. "Given the current physical strength of the blue water dragon, if I want to leave, you clumsy tree spirits probably can't stop me." Having said that, he grabbed the blue water dragon's horn with one hand, and the two of them charged upwards without hesitation. It would be a lie to say I'm not afraid, and saying I don't have time to fight is just empty talk. Since this kid dared to ambush him here, he must have come prepared. Having been a hunter for so many years, he has seen too many cases of people being caught off guard and losing their lives. Qianlong knew better than anyone that, when unaware of the other party's true strength, the wisest choice was to escape quickly. Hee, is that so? Looking in the direction where the blue water dragon had fled, Li Bo smiled coldly. Purple cloud. Curse. The next moment, the dark purple cloud suddenly emitted a strange light, and its gaze quickly locked onto the blue water dragon that was rushing towards the sky regardless of everything. Qianlong glared at Ziyun and said fiercely, "Trying to unleash thunder again? So what if I take your attack head on? Once I'm in the sky, I'll make sure your soul is annihilated." However, to Qianlong's surprise, the dark cloud in the sky just stared at them without moving and did not unleash any thunder attacks. Looking at the eerie light emanating from it, A bad feeling welled up in Qianlong's heart. Because at this moment, he could clearly feel that the defensive buffs on the blue water dragon were rapidly disappearing. The luster on the water scales is also visibly dimming. How could this be? The boost is not working. Qianlong felt a sense of foreboding. This kid's pets were all more wicked than the last, even having skills that could reduce buffs to 0. The most critical thing is that after the blue water dragon's defense was reduced to its original level, it is still declining rapidly. What? It's still dropping. Qianlong immediately realized that what Ziyun had used was a negative buff skill that was even more terrifying than reducing the buff to 0. At this moment, the blue water dragon's defense had been reduced to -half by the purple cloud, and Qianlong immediately regretted using the water scale armor. Didn't you want to eat my thunderbolt? Here you go, Ziyun said ruthlessly, then gathered all her strength and unleashed a thick, red lightning bolt that struck the blue water dragon directly. Wah! Struck by lightning, the blue water dragon's miserable screams echoed through the forest as it plummeted from the sky for the 3rd time, and the hidden dragon was also thrown off its body. A murderous glint suddenly appeared in Li Bo's eyes. The dragon corpse is a key material for Xiaobai's evolution into a superior being. How could we let go of such a dragon that has come to our doorstep? Bunny. Understood, young master. Rabbit's enchanting eyes shone with an unusual light once more. The moment the blue water dragon fell into the forest, hundreds of tree spirits suddenly stretched out their thick, long wooden limbs and attacked the blue water dragon's slender body. Don't want. The dragon falling from the sky changed its expression drastically. It knew very well that even if the blue water dragon was of the excellent grade, with its current defensive power, being surrounded by so many tree spirits would definitely mean a near-death experience. But at this moment, the blue water dragon was already dazed by the electricity. Even if it heard the Qianlong shout, it could only sit and wait for its death, having completely lost the ability to resist. Damn it, Qianlong cursed under his breath, then quickly stretched out his right hand to summon the blue water dragon back into his beast-taming space when he was far enough away. However, Li Bo didn't give him a chance at all. Whoosh whoosh. The next second, countless sharp tree limbs pierced through the blue water dragon's body, suspending it in mid-air. Qianlong, on the other hand, fell to the ground with a thud. Blood rained down from the sky. From a distance, the blue water dragon, which was being carried by Li Bo's tree spirits, looked like a centipede with 100 legs. It looked extremely tragic. With a series of painful howls, the blue water dragon closed its eyes unwillingly, completely losing its life force. Blue water dragon. The dragon let out an utterly desperate cry. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared at Li Bo. How dare you kill my blue water dragon? Your crime is unforgivable. Li Bo's expression was indifferent. Since you chose to defect from the organization, you should be prepared to be punished. I think you should know that better than I do. You ruthless brat. Qianlong stared at Li Bo, his eyes fierce, and said, You've only been a hunter for a few days, yet you already show such disregard for life. It seems I was right to leave the organization. The Hunter Association has now completely degenerated into a terrifying assassin organization. I don't know if it's an assassin organization. I only know that taking money to solve problems is an age-old principle, Li Bo said without changing his expression. But you, Qianlong, the association has invested so many resources in training you, yet you betrayed the organization without hesitation. What right do you have to criticize me? What a convenient way to take someone's money and then do their bidding. A pallor crept across Qianlong's face. I never expected that someone so young would become such a loyal lackey of the organization. Junior, let me give you a friendly reminder. The Hunter organization is far more complex than you imagine. You're still young. You still have a chance to turn back. But once you reach my level, it will be too late for regrets. Regret? Heh, Qianlong, you don't need to use your seniority to intimidate me. Li Bo said self-deprecatingly. I once had a brief connection with S rank, and I also had a significant falling out with A rank. I don't care how deep the Hunter Association's waters are, but through them, I only believe one thing. That is, serving the organization can make me stronger. Become stronger? Qianlong paused for a moment, then squinted and said, So, you also want to become a cold-blooded, ruthless killing machine like those high-level hunters? I don't think there's a necessary connection between the two. Humph, Qianlong shouted sharply. Since you are so stubborn, I have no choice but to nip you in the bud. It's a way of eliminating a scourge that hasn't even grown up yet for this beautiful world. I do admire you, though. Even your main pet beast has perished in battle, yet you still dare to spout such boastful words. Li Bo sneered. I don't have time to waste with you. After all, there's still a mess to clean up. A cold glint flashed in Li Bo's eyes, followed by a loud bang. Ziyun unleashed another crimson lightning pillar, mercilessly smashing it towards Qianlong's head. Heh, Junior, I admit you are very strong, even far surpassing my strength at your age. However, if you want to kill me, you're still too green. As they were speaking, another green magic circle flashed beside Qianlong, and then a round pottery jar pet with arms and legs suddenly appeared beside him. Name, pottery jar figure. Gender, male. Attribute, demon. Rank, excellent, tier 1. Potential, excellent. Skill, sky stealing and sun changing, extraordinary. Description, although the clay potter can only learn one skill in their lifetime, they are highly sought after pets by many notorious bandits. Oh, a clay pot person. A look of surprise flashed in Li Bo's eyes. Good heavens. Now I understand how you stole the ivory from the museum. Stealing the sky and changing the sun, extraordinary skill. The clay figure selects a target present and replicates their appearance one-to-one with clay. If the target is a pet, it can be infused with magic to replicate an even more powerful dark entity. Note 1. When the target is a pet, Steal the Sky only works on pets of a lower level than yourself. The survival time of the dark entity is directly proportional to the level of the pottery man. The current survival time of the dark entity is 5 minutes. Note 2. Those with the highest bloodline cannot be replicated. Chapter 157 Stealing the Sky and Changing the Sun. The pottery figure has a very simple and rustic shape, and its whole body is covered with gray glaze, as if it has been covered in dust for a long time. If you put it in a room, it would be hard to believe that it is a pet animal and not a piece of pottery. The pottery figure was no more than a meter tall and was extremely inconspicuous standing next to Qianlong. If viewed from above, the pot was a deep, bottomless darkness. The moment the purple clouds and lightning struck, the pottery man's eyes locked onto the rabbit on Li Bo's shoulder, and then he quickly pulled out a lump of wet clay from the mouth of the pot on his head. In the hands of the potter, the clay is constantly transformed into different shapes, and before long, a clay rabbit that looks exactly like a rabbit appears in his hand. Once the shape was complete, the terracotta figure quickly threw it out, casting a stream of black magic into the clay rabbit. Then, something magical happened. The clay rabbit suddenly came back to life and transformed into a flower spirit rabbit that was exactly the same size and shape as the original rabbit. The only difference is that, unlike the rabbit's fur, this replica rabbit is entirely dark black, with eyes that exude an evil aura. The clay figure's movements may seem complex, but they are actually quite skillful. From taking out the clay to resurrecting the dark entity, it only takes the blink of an eye. The dark flower rabbit appeared. It immediately unleashed a black leaf-shaped blade, aiming at the lightning resistance on Qianlong's head and saving Qianlong from the lightning strike. This is... Rabbit stared at the scene, her eyes filled with disbelief. Young master, how can it look exactly like me? It seems that the stealing the sky and changing the sun technique can not only replicate other people's pets, but also their combat skills. Li Bo said with a frown. What? Seeing that her attack had been blocked, Ziyun stared at the replica of the rabbit, her eyes filled with uncertain emotions. Brother Li Bo, didn't you say that extraordinary skills are hard to comprehend? This guy, how can he have such a monstrous skill? This guy sacrificed his ability to learn other skills, and has been learning to steal and change the world since birth, so it's normal that he's extraordinary. Damn it, how dare they copy me? Unforgivable. At this moment, the rabbit was furious. Just as it was about to control the tree spirits to attack its opponent, it suddenly sensed that the parasitic seeds inside the tree spirits were also being controlled by the dark flower spirit rabbit. The two commands were directed at different opponents, and the tree spirits' minds were thrown into chaos. They didn't know what to do and could only stand there in place. Your Highness's tree spirit, how dare you control it? The rabbit's eyes were practically blazing with anger. After receiving Li Bo's permission, it leaped forward, summoning countless vines to fight the dark flower spirit rabbit. Seeing that he had successfully held back one of Li Bo's pet beasts, Qianlong smiled coldly and gave another command to the pottery jar man. Keep it up, replicate that cloud too. The clay figure looked a little strained, but still nodded and took out another lump of clay from the jar. With its phantom-like hands at its disposal, it quickly molded a cloud into shape. The clay figure tossed the cloud of clay into the air with both hands, infusing it with black magic once more. Boom! A dark cloud, stretching 10 meters in length and identical in shape to the purple cloud, confronted the purple cloud in the sky. Pa, you fake. You're absolutely hideous. As they spoke, Ziyun unhesitatingly fired a shadow ball at her opponent, while Dark Ziyun retaliated with an even larger shadow ball. The two shadowy orbs collided and devoured each other, ultimately resulting in the shadowy orb of the dark purple cloud surviving. Ziyun's expression changed, and she quickly used crimson lightning to shatter it in time. Her gaze shifted to her opponent, now tinged with caution. Is this the power of the extraordinary? Ziyun could clearly sense that this dark replica was much stronger than herself. Seeing that her two younger sisters were locked in a fierce battle, Xiaobai, standing next to Li Bo, frowned slightly. Why don't I go, master? All right, better safe than sorry. Li Bo nodded. Although he didn't know why Qianlong hadn't summoned the third pet beast yet, only Xiaobai could deal with this troublesome pottery man at the moment. Seeing the silver-haired dragon girl take a step forward and walk towards him from afar, Qianlong earnestly instructed the pottery figure. The dragon girl has finally arrived. She'll definitely transform into her true form soon. Once we successfully replicate her, we can carry the dark entity away. Replica he created could only last for 5 minutes at most. Blue Water Dragon was ambushed and killed, and he was definitely no match for this kid. Therefore, he had to use the dragon girl's replica to escape. By this time, the pottery man was already out of breath from using the extraordinary technique twice in a row. As an exceptional level pet beast, 2 transcendent transformations were already his limit, but now his master's safety was in imminent danger, and his companion, the Blue Water Dragon, had also perished. Even if it cost him all his energy, the pottery jar man had to sculpt the dragon girl's true form. Xiaobai moved slowly, her azure eyes radiating coldness. Each step she took on the fallen leaves exuded an oppressive aura. Qianlong and the clay figure were both on tenterhooks, watching Xiaobai's every move intently. When they were less than 10 meters away from the two of them, woohoo! A deafening dragon roar resounded, and Xiaobai swiftly transformed into its frost dragon form and soared into the sky. The battlefield was instantly enveloped by a bone-chillingly cold aura. Without hesitation, Little White flapped its giant wings, unleashing a blizzard that swept towards the direction of the hidden dragon. Now, Claypot Man. With a loud shout, Qianlong's hands, which had been moving rapidly, resumed their rapid movements. Taking the clay and shaping it, the whole process is done in one smooth motion. In the blink of an eye, a clay sculpture in the shape of a pterosaur appeared in his hand. The terracotta figure, panting heavily, quickly tossed the clay sculpture into the air, infusing it with black magic. However, to the surprise of both Qianlong and the potter, the pterosaur clay sculpture did not react at all the moment the magic was poured into it. Clatter! The clay sculpture fell straight to the ground with a dull thud. How could this be? Qianlong's heart sank. At this moment, a huge cold wave swept in, and the clay figure was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. Qianlong's feet were also frozen solid to the ground. Whoosh! Whoosh! Immediately afterwards, Xiaobai unleashed a powerful dragon claw attack, instantly shattering the frozen clay figure into countless pieces. The replicas of Rabbit and Ziyun it created also vanished without a trace in an instant. Claypot Man! Qianlong screamed hoarsely, his voice filled with despair and resentment. He stared incredulously at the enormous ice dragon in the sky, unable to understand why the pottery man hadn't been able to replicate it successfully. A trick that can't work on those with the highest bloodline. Could it be? Suddenly remembering something, Qianlong slowly raised his head, gazing into Xiaobai's deep blue dragon eyes. Then, his pupils suddenly contracted. King. Chapter 158 Killing the Hidden Dragon. Frosty Ice Dragon Upgrade. Elite Rank 8. Shadow Thundercloud Upgrade. Elite Rank 7. Flower Rabbit Upgrade. Elite Rank 5. The Shadow Thundercloud Superior Level Evolution Quest is now activated. Host, please accept the mission as soon as possible and evolve your superior grade pet beast, Storm Thundercloud. Skill quests updated. A shadowy thundercloud has been detected, indicating the potential to learn the advanced skill, Soul Guidance. Host, please accept the mission as soon as possible and complete the learning of Soul Guidance technique. Another mission. Li Bo sighed softly. He still had 2 tasks to complete, and now 2 more had come up. He temporarily turned off the panel in his eyes and slowly walked up to Qianlong. Qianlong's expression was still filled with terror. Clearly, Xiaobai's appearance had been a great blow to him. He lowered his head. After all these years of struggle, I've only managed to contract a subdragon. I never imagined. Your ice dragon possessed royal blood. It's truly enviable. Losing to you is no injustice. At this moment, Rabbit and Ziyun returned to Li Bo's side, and the surrounding tree spirit troops were also eyeing Qianlong covetously. Now, he could hardly escape. Li Bo looked at Qianlong and said calmly, "Do you have any last words?" Sensing the coldness in his words, Qianlong's lips curled into a self-deprecating smile. Speaking of which, I've served the Hunter Association for so many years, and yet I've ended up like this. It's really hard to accept. If only I had known this would happen. It's too late for regrets now. He. Qianlong raised his head, his gaze fixed on Li Bo. Junior, aren't you worried that one day you'll end up like me, facing purging from the organization? I have acted uprightly, and honestly. Why should I worry about being purged? Li Bo said dismissively. I used to be just like you, full of fighting spirit and ideals, Qianlong said meaningfully. But I've been in darkness for too long, and I can no longer see the path I came from. Suddenly, Qianlong stared into Li Bo's eyes and said, Have mercy on me. I have a total of 1.6 billion on me, including the money I got from the auction. I can give you it all. Li Bo sneered. Even if I don't let you go, isn't the money on you mine too? Qianlong was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly burst into laughter. Good lad. Ruthless enough. He's got the makings of something great. He then changed the subject and said, However, what you didn't expect is that my storage bag has a special restriction. If I die, the storage ring will explode, and then you won't get a single penny. The offer is tempting, but I'm sorry, contribution points are more important to me. I must complete this mission. Li Bo coldly replied. Nodding to the rabbit beside him, Li Bo turned around and went over. Rabbit immediately understood Li Bo's meaning, and a dark green cross-shaped leaf blade condensed and floated above its head. Seeing that Li Bo was about to make a move, Qianlong hurriedly shouted, Wait a moment. Li Bo stopped in his tracks, his face as cold as iron. Stop begging for mercy, Qianlong. Even if you beg me, I won't let you go. I'm not begging for mercy, Qianlong suddenly said. I have a pet animal that is dying. I hope you can be merciful and spare its life. I am willing to give you all my money to save it. Pet. Li Bo narrowed his eyes. As a third-tier beast tamer, Qianlong undoubtedly had a pet beast with him. The reason why he was unwilling to summon his third pet beast when the situation was so critical was something that Li Bo couldn't quite figure out. Seeing that Li Bo had given him a chance, Qianlong laboriously made the summons. A flash of yellow light appeared, and a small bird with bluish-green feathers suddenly appeared next to Qianlong, making continuous coo-coo sounds. A cuckoo bird. Li Bo narrowed his eyes. The cuckoo bird in front of him was only a common 7th or 8th stage bird. Its wingspan was smaller than a rabbit's. Given its ordinary species, it really didn't have any fighting ability. Now you understand why I didn't summon it just now, right? A bitter smile appeared on Qianlong's face. Then he said seriously, Junior, the conditions remain the same. You may kill or torture me as you please, but if you spare the life of the cuckoo bird, I will give you all the money I have. Upon hearing this condition, Li Bo stroked his chin and pondered. 16 billion was indeed not a small sum, and Qianlong's condition was not something that could be ignored. Upon hearing this, the cuckoo bird next to it immediately panicked. Whoosh! A flash of light appeared, and the cuckoo bird instantly transformed into a beast girl, squatting down beside the hidden dragon. The cuckoo bird wore a long blue dress, had a beautiful face, and a small blue feather tied in her hair. She wept, tears streaming down her face, and clutched Qianlong's hand, saying, Master, no. If you're going to die, I'll die with you. Silly girl. Qianlong looked at her with heartache. Forgive me for breaking my promise, Master. I cannot lead you to a peaceful life in seclusion. Promise me, Master, that you will live well. He spoke again to Li Bo. How about it, Junior? Considering we're both hunters, please take my offer into consideration. It's 1.6 billion. Just think how much dirty work you'd have to do for the Hunter Association to earn that much. That may be true, Li Bo's face darkened. But what if I let you go, cuckoo bird, and then it retaliates against me? No, don't worry about that. Qianlong spoke earnestly, and then, in front of Li Bo, he took out a brown pill from his storage pouch at his waist. This is a spirit-dissolving pill. As you probably know, if a pet takes a spirit-dissolving pill, all its evolutionary sequences will be dissolved, and it will never be able to evolve again. The cuckoo bird wasn't a powerful pet to begin with, and after taking the spirit-melting pill, it wouldn't pose the slightest threat to you. Looking at the pill that emitted a strong medicinal fragrance, a look of astonishment flashed across Li Bo's face. So you were prepared all along. Hee. Those of us in this line of work are always risking our lives, so we have to prepare a way out for ourselves. I, Qianlong, have no worries. I just hope that the cuckoo bird can live a peaceful and happy life in this world. As he spoke, Qianlong handed the spirit-melting pill to the cuckoo bird. Eat it, cluck cluck. Only by becoming mediocre can you survive. No, Master. The cuckoo bird shook its head desperately, its face covered in tears. Without a master, There's no point in cuckoo living. If you disobey, even in death your master will not rest in peace. Qianlong said in an almost commanding tone. Listen to me. Eat it. Gugu kept sobbing, looking at its master's resolute eyes. After hesitating for a moment, it reached out, gritted its teeth, and took the spirit-melting pill, putting it in its mouth. Qianlong breathed a sigh of relief after seeing him swallow the samling pill. Then he stretched out his hand and made a gesture to break the contract with the cuckoo bird. Owner. Although the cuckoo was very unwilling, it could only close its eyes and accept it helplessly. After the contract was completely dissolved, Qianlong was extremely pale. He smiled gently at the cuckoo bird. Fly, cuckoo, fly as far as you can. Because of the effects of taking the soul-dissolving pill and the damage to its mental energy, the cuckoo bird was already extremely weak. But since things had come to this, she gritted her teeth and transformed back into her original form as a cuckoo bird. She glanced at Qianlong reluctantly, then flapped her wings and flew into the sky, disappearing into a small blue dot in no time. From afar, the cuckoo turned back again, firmly imprinting Li Bo's appearance in its heart. But this subtle movement did not escape Xiaobai's sharp eyes. The cuckoo bird is gone. Now, it's time to fulfill your promise. Li Bo said, squinting at Qianlong. Qianlong remained silent, took off his storage bag, and after chanting a few incantations, a pile of large banknotes appeared in front of Li Bo, forming a small mountain. It's all cash, Li Bo exclaimed in surprise. Heh, only cash makes me feel safe. Qianlong laughed. All 16 billion is here. Make your move, Junior, and give me a quick death. Qianlong's expression was no longer fearful, but rather showed a willingness to die. With the cuckoo bird safe and sound, he had no more worries in his heart. Li Bo retrieved all 1.6 billion in cash into his storage ring, gave Qianlong a meaningful look, and then turned and walked towards the direction of the blue water dragon's corpse. Bunny, leave him a whole corpse. Understood, young master. Whoosh. A beautiful leaf, gleaming with a chilling light, swept past, and a line of blood spurted from Qianlong's neck. With a blissful smile, he closed his eyes completely. Brother Li Bo, are we going to collect the blue water dragon's corpse? Seeing Li Bo walk away into the distance without turning back, Ziyun looked puzzled. Why didn't you call us? Young master, wait for me. After dealing with the hidden dragon, Rabbit took a step and quickly ran towards Li Bo. Sister Xiaobai, let's go too. After saying that, Ziyun followed closely behind Tutu and walked over. After taking a few steps, she stopped and turned around. Little White was still standing motionless in the same spot, while Ziyun looked at her curiously. What's wrong, Sister Xiaobai? Aren't you leaving? Xiaobai forced a smile at Ziyun. You go first. Ziyun, I still have something to take care of. What's going on? Ziyun scratched her head. Has Brother Li Bo assigned you a new task? Ziyun, some things don't need to be arranged by the master, Xiaobai said meaningfully. Ziyun didn't grasp the deeper meaning behind Xiaobai's words. She scratched her head and said, All right then. You and Rabbit go help Master get the blue water dragon's corpse down. I'll be there in a bit. Seeing her sister acting somewhat mysteriously, Ziyun didn't press the matter further. After saying, Oh, she turned and chased after Li Bo. Brother Li Bo, stay away, let me and Rabbit handle this. What if you get hit? Seeing Ziyun's figure disappear into the distance, Xiaobai's smile froze instantly, and a chilling glint appeared in her azure eyes as she gazed at the distant sky. Master, since you can't bear to be the bad guy, then let Little White do these shady things for you. Chapter 159 Eliminate the weeds at the root. At this moment, the cuckoo bird was using the bright moonlight to run as fast as it could towards the distance. The wind was strong, and tears kept falling from the cuckoo bird's eyes. Although she was almost at her physical limit, she still flapped her wings desperately. The cuckoo bird's eyes were filled with unwavering determination. Master, no matter the cost, Cuckoo will avenge you. Just as she was soaring rapidly, suddenly, the cuckoo bird felt a huge shadow loom over its head, and the bright moonlight suddenly became extremely dim. Looking down, I saw a huge dragon's shadow cast on the ground. What? In her panic, the cuckoo bird looked up and saw an enormous white dragon had somehow appeared on her head. From the aura emanating from her, the cuckoo bird immediately recognized her as the silver-haired dragon girl from the battlefield. It's you. You damned beast tamer. You broke your promise. The cuckoo bird's expression changed drastically. Even though it was simple-minded, it guessed that the white dragon had come to ambush and kill it. However, before the cuckoo could even retaliate, a sharp, cold, icy spike pierced its body mercilessly, leaving only a huge hole. You're so cruel. The cuckoo bird looked at Little White with despair in its eyes. She fell to the ground with her eyes wide open in death. The cuckoo bird never dreamed that its revenge plan would be nipped in the bud before it could even begin. Watching this scene, Xiaobai said coldly, "A pet should always stay by its owner's side." After killing the cuckoo bird, Little White quietly returned to the group. The master and his two sisters had already cleaned up the battlefield. Li Bo took both the corpses of the blue water dragon and the hidden dragon, while the crystal core that had been blasted away after the pottery jar man's body exploded was found by Tutu in the grass and handed over to Li Bo. Upon seeing Xiaobai's figure, Ziyun smiled with delight. "Hey, Sister Xiaobai, you're back. Where did you go just now, Sister Little White?" Rabbit asked curiously. Xiaobai hesitated, glancing furtively at Li Bo, feeling a little nervous. She knew very well that her master could clearly sense her past battle. Unexpectedly, Li Bo didn't even bother with the matter. He gazed in the direction of Gung Gate and leisurely stretched. Well, it seems that Wang Yong and Yazi's battle should be almost over. Seeing that its master didn't blame it, Xiaobai quickly changed the subject, grinning as it said, "Master, shall we go over there now?" "Of course I'm going. Little White, how can I not go for such a good thing as licking corpses?" Li Bo revealed a sly smile. "Huh? Licking corpses?" Xiaobai pouted and said with some dissatisfaction, "Corpses are so filthy. Master, you might as well lick me. Little White smells so good." Clearly, Xiaobai ignored Li Bo's implication of licking corpses. "Fool." Li Bo ruffled Xiaobai's hair and said affectionately, "Thank you for your hard work, Xiaobai." Xiaobai was stunned for a moment, but naturally understood the deeper meaning in Li Bo's words. It seemed that her master was very satisfied with her actions of intercepting and killing the cuckoo bird. She couldn't help but feel a sweet warmth in her heart, and she tightly held Li Bo's arm, resting her head happily on his shoulder. Upon seeing this, Ziyun immediately became jealous. She grabbed Li Bo's other arm and leaned over seeking his affection, saying, Me too, brother Li Bo, my head is so nice to touch." All right, let me pat Ziyun too." Li Bo smiled and patted her head. "I hope my Ziyun will become smarter and smarter." Ziyun is already very smart. Since there was no other place, the rabbit could only lie quietly on Li Bo's head in its original form. The moonlight shone down, making the figures of the group look especially warm and cozy. Rabbit looked up at the round moon in the sky and suddenly said, "I wonder how Meow Meow is doing now." Upon hearing this, Xiaobai and Ziyun fell silent, and the lively atmosphere suddenly turned much sadder. Although she only spent a short time with Meow Meow, her role in the team during that time was significant. The moonlight is so beautiful tonight. If she were here, the battle would probably have ended much faster. All right, let's get going. Li Bo smiled slightly and quickly changed the subject. As he spoke, he transformed Little White back into his true form, with Rabbit and Purple Cloud standing on her back, and sped off towards the Gung Gate. Under the moonlight, Li Bo's hair fluttered wildly in the wind, and a mysterious smile played at the corners of his lips. "I wonder whose corpse I'll get to lick. I'm really looking forward to it." Chapter 160 The Endgame. Chun Bin. Wang Yong was covered in blood and gore, his body riddled with bite marks from insects. He crawled with difficulty on the ground, approaching the motionless Chun Bin. "Chun Bin, wake up, you old fool, don't scare me like that." He forcefully turned Chun Bin's body over and suddenly discovered that there was a horrifying bloody hole in his neck. His eyes were wide open like copper bells, and there was no trace of life on his body. Wang Yong let out a hoarse, aged roar. "You despicable woman from Japan. I will tear you to pieces." Wang Yong's face was a mixture of blood and tears. He never expected that the insect plague created by this woman would be so powerful. Even he and Chun Bin, 2 excellent-level insects and 4 elite-level insects combined, were no match for it. Looking at the pile of white bones on the ground, a sense of despair welled up in Wang Yong's heart. If it weren't for his own earth-splitting tiger self-destructing at the crucial moment, severely injuring the woman and forcing her to retreat, his fate would probably be similar to Chun Bin's. "Godson, where are you? Godfather needs your help." Had disappeared during the battle and hadn't returned yet. Could they have escaped? A bad thought welled up in Wang Yong's mind. Probably not. Wang Yong shook his head. Although Zhang Zhe is young, he is honest and upright and loyal to me. He shouldn't be the kind of person who deserts his post. Yes, he must have gone to get reinforcements. Wang Yong gritted his teeth. "I'll stay here and wait for my adopted son to come back." Wang Yong struggled to lie face down on the ground, maintaining the same posture as he tried to suppress the pain from his injuries. Shoo. Suddenly, the rustling sound of footsteps on fallen leaves reached Wang Yong's ears. After struggling to lift himself up, Wang Yong vaguely saw a familiar figure. A look of surprise appeared on his face, and he excitedly exclaimed, "My sworn brother!" Approaching him was his adopted son, Zhang Zhe, but strangely, he was accompanied by 3 beast girls with different hair colors. Even though he had never seen Zhang Zhe's pet beasts, why did he feel an incredibly familiar aura from these beast girls? But he couldn't care less about that now. He weakly cried out for help to Zhang Zhe, who was walking towards him. "Zhang Zhe, you've come at the right time. Quick, help your godfather." However, to his surprise, Zhang Zhe didn't even glance at him, but instead looked around at the battlefield. Li Bo frowned. The battlefield was filled with a pungent, bloody smell. The forest within a radius of 500 meters around Wang Yong had become completely barren, littered with the corpses of iron-eating ants and rove moths. Judging from the scattered bones on the ground, it is likely that Wang Yong and Qin Bin's pet beasts were slaughtered and devoured by Yazi's iron-eating ant army. From the already dead Qin Bin and the mangled remains of Wang Yong, it's easy to guess how fierce the battle had just taken place. "Looks like the Japanese girl is still alive." Li Bo sighed, extremely disappointed that Masako was still alive. Seeing that his adopted son remained unmoved, Wang Yong said with some annoyance, "Why do you care about that cherry blossom woman? She's already been seriously injured by my godfather. Help me up quickly." Qin Bin reported the incident before he died, and the guards will be here soon. "Help me up first." "Oh, is that so?" Li Bo squatted down, looked at the disheveled Wang Yong, and a mocking smile appeared on his lips. "So, you old man are quite capable, managing to seriously injure that woman. I'm truly gratified. You bastard. What are you saying?" Seeing Li Bo's rude remarks, Wang Yong became angry. "Zhang Zhe, you've already acknowledged me as your godfather, practically my son. How dare you speak so disrespectfully? Outrageous." "Ha ha ha." Li Bo burst into laughter. Then his gaze swept over Wang Yong, instantly turning extremely gloomy. "Wang Yong, you old bastard. Open your dog eyes and see clearly who I really am." Whoosh. Li Bo peeled off the 1,000-fold fox skin from his face, revealing his true appearance. In an instant, Wang Yong's eyes widened in horror, his face filled with disbelief. You. Wang Yong was out of breath. You're Li Bo. How is that possible?" His voice trembled, and his body shook uncontrollably from fear and injury. Cough. Cough. Wang Yong was pale, coughing violently and spitting out blood. Recalling how the woman with the cherry blossoms seemed distracted during the battle, constantly searching for Zhang Zhe on the battlefield, it's possible she already knew his true identity was Li Bo. He suddenly realized that all these disasters were caused by Li Bo. He had even tried his best to stop Yako from chasing Li Bo, but he didn't even know that he had been used as a tool by others. "This kid approached me and became my godfather only to carry out his plan to use someone else to do his dirty work." Wang Yong felt increasingly uneasy. The water prison falcon egg that this kid had been hyping up at the auction was probably not a good item at all. Most importantly, he even paid out of his own pocket to buy him a piece of defensive equipment. Thinking of this, Wang Yong was so anxious that he coughed up another mouthful of blood. "You treacherous and cunning brat. I really misjudged you." Wang Yong stared at Li Bo, his eyes almost bloodshot with rage. If he could stand up, he would personally chop this despicable brat into mincemeat. "You misjudged me? Heh." Li Bo sneered. "Wang Yong, in the eyes of you 3, haven't I always been nothing more than a fish on a chopping board waiting to be slaughtered?" "You." Wang Yong was speechless, unable to utter a word after being rebuked by Li Bo. Li Bo was right. He had underestimated him. He should have used swift and decisive measures to eliminate him after the martial arts competition. The revenge plan for his 2 sons is not yet complete, and this kid has taken the initiative and succeeded. This is truly a case of being caught off guard and losing his life. However, Wang Yong was a man who had seen his share of storms. Although he wanted nothing more than to tear Li Bo to pieces, he quickly composed himself and said with a forced smile, "Li Bo, although my Wang family has some past grievances with you, it all stems from a misunderstanding. I know you didn't kill Chenner, and there is no deep-seated hatred between us. If you can forgive and forget, you can still be my adopted son. Let us join forces and make the Wang family bigger and stronger." A misunderstanding? Li Bo said coldly. "Wang Chun and his men ambushed me in the lower city, threatening me and demanding that I hand over the martial arts championship. Is this a misunderstanding? Wang Linxian revealed his pet animal during the competition and then slandered me on the spot. Is this a misunderstanding? You sent the Gecko Man to infiltrate my woman's house, and that's a misunderstanding? Huh, Wang Yong, there are quite a few misunderstandings between us. You actually want me to be your adopted son? Do you even deserve it? Your woman? Wang Yong was stunned for a moment, but he quickly realized that Li Bo was referring to Lu Wei. He thought to himself, isn't this kid flirting with that girl from the Lin family? How come he's also having an affair with Lu Wei? These are all minor matters. You're a magnanimous person, so I'll apologize to you, okay? Wang Yong, feigning righteousness, continued to offer his terms. How about this? You let me go, and I'll give you half of the Wang family's shares. Wang Yong, stop making empty promises to me. I'm afraid, even if I took your company's shares, I wouldn't be able to enjoy them. I only want things that I can see and touch. Li Bo said with a forced smile. You old man, stop talking nonsense and be smart enough to hand over all your money and the treasures you won at the auction. Li Bo remained unmoved by reason, while Wang Yong dared not speak out against his anger. His eyes darted around. I'll give you all my money. Can you let me go? Cannot. Li Bo smiled and said. However, I can leave you with a whole corpse. Upon hearing this, Wang Yong snorted coldly. You're going to die anyway. Why should I give it to you? Why should I give it to you? Li Bo looked down at Wang Yong, hooking his chin with his shoe, a smirk playing on his lips. Wang Yong, you wouldn't want your son, Wang Linxian, to be tortured in prison after you die, would you? Chapter 161 Evacuation. Upon hearing this, Wang Yong suddenly raised his head, his expression changing drastically. His eyes were filled with fury as he stared at Li Bo, and he gritted his teeth fiercely, saying, You dare. Seeing his fierce and menacing appearance, Li Bo sneered. Heh, you old fox. You've shown your true colors, haven't you? I think you haven't figured out the situation yet. What right do you have to threaten me now? Li Bo's words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Wang Yong's head, instantly sobering him up. Indeed, given his current situation, he had absolutely no right to challenge Li Bo. Trapped in this desolate place, with all his pets dead, he struggled to even get up. He was no longer the powerful business tycoon who commanded the winds and waves in Jianghai. In front of Li Bo, he was just an ant that could be easily crushed. Wang Yong lowered his head, his face devoid of any spirit, and pleaded, Spare Xianer, and leave an heir for my Wang family. Okay. Although Wang Linxian was imprisoned and heavily guarded by the security team, it was difficult for outsiders to approach him. But this kid is now having an affair with Lu Wei, and with the Gecko Man's mission failing, Lu Wei already harbors a grudge against him. If Li Bo wants to go to prison to take revenge on Wang Linxian, it will be a piece of cake for him. As the saying goes, when the wall falls, the monkeys scatter, and Wang Yong understood this very well. He knew that his so-called connections in the guard team would soon be severed from the Wang family after his death. Li Bo scrutinized Wang Yong. Whether or not you let Wang Linxian go depends on your behavior as his father. Wang Yong remained silent for a moment, then laboriously extended his right hand. As he activated his mental power, the storage ring on his right thumb began to emit a faint light. Immediately afterwards, all the items in the storage ring appeared on the ground. Falcon eggs that Wang Yong bought at the auction were also among them. This is all the money we have. You know, most of the money we brought was spent on this ancient ivory, Wang Yong said helplessly. Upon seeing the shadow of ancient ivory, Li Bo smiled with satisfaction. At least you're sensible. In front of Wang Yong, he unceremoniously pocketed all the items on the ground, including the dead egg. If I had known it would end like this, I would never have provoked you. At this moment, Wang Yong said something self-deprecating. Li Bo looked at him calmly, his expression expressionless, and said, Wang Yong, you don't need to pretend to regret it in front of me. You and your father are used to bullying others by relying on your power. If you were given another chance, you would still choose to force me to hand over the martial arts championship without hesitation. So I have no sympathy for someone like you. Alas, Wang Yong sighed deeply. If it weren't for that sunstone, why would I have gone to such lengths to manipulate this championship? In the end, it was because I was too greedy. The glory of the Wang family has been completely ruined by my hands. Sunstone. Li Bo narrowed his eyes slightly. Although he didn't know what the sunstone was, judging from the information revealed by Wang Yong and Wang Chun, it wasn't hard to guess that the sunstone was hidden in this national-level secret realm, and that it was of great importance to the Wang family. How much do you know about this secret realm? Li Bo asked Wang Yong. At that moment, the rabbit suddenly turned its head and looked in one direction of the forest, its eyes extremely alert. Young master, someone's coming. Someone's here. Li Bo's heart skipped a beat. He remembered what Wang Yong had just said. Chen Bin had reported the incident before he died. Presumably, the guards had arrived here. He wasn't afraid of anyone else, but he was worried that if Lu Wei came, his identity as a hunter might be exposed. Withdraw. Li Bo made a decisive decision to withdraw from the battlefield. Out of caution, he did not let Little White fly in the air, but instead led the three beast girls in the opposite direction from the route the guard team had taken. They've left. Seeing that Li Bo quickly disappeared into the depths of the forest, Wang Yong assumed that he had a change of heart and had let him go, and an old smile appeared on his face. But unexpectedly, the next second, whoosh, a sharp blade of leaf shot out from the darkness, swiftly slicing across his throat. Wang Yong's eyes gleamed with resentment as he died with bitterness in his heart. Arrived at the scene with a large black dog and a group of people. It was Lu Wei and her black rock spirit dog. Upon witnessing the horrific scene on the battlefield, Lu Wei's expression turned extremely grave. Her gaze immediately locked onto Wang Yong, who lay in a pool of blood, her eyes flashing with uncertain emotions. Dead. Lu Wei was surprised that before she could use legal means to punish Wang Yong, he died here so mysteriously. She couldn't help but wonder who did it. Her gaze swept across the battlefield, and soon she noticed the dead insects on the ground. She crouched down, picked up a dead moth, and her delicate brows furrowed slightly. A woman from Japan. Could it be that she murdered Wang Yong? Woof, woof. At this moment, the black rockhound suddenly barked at Lu Wei. Lu Wei turned around and looked at it curiously. What's wrong, Xiaohei? Have you noticed anything unusual? Woof, woof. What? You mean, there's my scent here. After understanding what the black rockhound was trying to convey, Lu Wei was both amused and exasperated. Xiaohei, are you sick? We just got here. After saying that, Lu Wei suddenly felt something was wrong. The aura emanating from me. Suddenly remembering something, Lu Wei's eyes widened, her face filled with disbelief. How could he be here? Chapter 162 Codename, Scarlet. Because it was getting late, Li Bo did not go home immediately after leaving the Nine Gates Black Market. Instead, he found a hotel in the neighboring Lindong city to stay at. Had embezzled from Qianlong and Wang Yong. He already had over 2 billion yuan in his hands, which was quite a lot of money. So Li Bo directly booked a presidential suite to reward himself. The suite was very large, and after entering the room, Ziyun and the other two started to play around happily. Li Bo sat alone by the window and opened Yang Fei's chat window in the hunter system. Brother Fei, Qianlong has been killed. When are you free to come and submit the bounty? The next moment, Li Bo received Yang Fei's reply almost instantly. Heh, I've already seen it on the news. I've had it verified. It really is the defector hunter Qianlong. That brat, causing such a commotion in the black market. But, well done, mission accomplished. Upon seeing this, Li Bo's face lit up with joy, and he quickly typed in the chat box. Brother Fei, what about my 2,000 contribution points? You brat, you think you can get away with anything? A series of messages quickly popped up in Li Bo's hunter system. 2,000 contribution points have been credited to the hunter's account. Current contribution value balance, 2050. Hunter rank up. Your new title, C-Rank Hunter. A name change card has been issued to the hunter's account. Finally, I've become a C-Rank Hunter. Li Bo smiled, thinking that he could take on missions with higher bounties in the future. He quickly turned his attention to the name change card in the hunter's account. Huh? A name change card? What's that for? Just as Li Bo was feeling very confused, Yang Fei sent another message. Kit, after becoming a C-Rank Hunter, you can change your code name within the guild. Many hunters use code names when accepting bounties to conceal their identities. You can use this name change card to give yourself a more impressive name. After changing it, the hunter system will automatically update your identity. So, this name change card is used to modify the association's code name. Li Bo suddenly realized, and he stroked his chin thoughtfully. No wonder those high-level hunters have such strange names. They're not their real names after all. Li Bo thought the association was quite humane in this regard. After all, becoming a high-level hunter inevitably attracts attention, and using one's real name is always somewhat unsafe. This is where the role of a code name comes in. He turned his attention back to Yang Fei's message and pondered seriously. What would be a good name to change to? He couldn't help but recall the code names and traits of several hunters he knew. The code name used by Night Rose is undoubtedly taken directly from her main pet, Night Shadow Rose. The name, Hidden Dragon, is probably inspired by the water attribute of the blue water dragon. Huang Yan's main pet is a giant armored stone golem, which is a fitting name. Scar's nickname was taken from his own physical characteristics. As for Bai Liang, well, maybe this kid also feels he's done too many heinous things. What code name sounds both sophisticated and mysterious? Li Bo rested his chin on his hand, lost in thought. Just as he lowered his head, Li Bo suddenly noticed the red string with small knots woven on his wrist. The image of a proud, red-haired girl with pigtails slowly appeared in Li Bo's mind. Feier. Every time Li Bo looked at this red rope, he couldn't help but recall Lin Feier standing with one hand on her hip, pointing at him and saying fiercely, "Li Bo, you can't escape my grasp." Recalling their past love-hate relationship, a sweet smile appeared on Li Bo's lips. "Then let's call her Scarlet." The name change card in his account and entered the character Faye. Edited successfully. Your new title, C-Rank Hunter, Scarlet. Changing his name, Li Bo opened the Hunter's Contribution Points shop again. My focus is now on the Millennium Ice Soul material. Hunter Scarlet, would you like to exchange 1,500 contribution points for 1 Millennium Ice Soul? Li Bo clicked confirm without hesitation. With the 1,000-year Ice Soul and the corpse of the Blue Water Dragon, Little White has finally gathered the most crucial materials for evolving into an excellent grade creature. Next, all we need to do is wait for Xiaobai to reach Elite Rank 9, then find a large enough cold place to start the evolution. Upon receiving Li Bo's request for materials, Yang Fei sent the following message. "Oh, another evolution is about to begin? You're pretty impressive. Hehe, nothing can be hidden from Brother Fei. Brother Fei, when will I be able to obtain the Millennium Ice Soul? It will take 2 days. The preservation conditions for the Millennium Ice Essence are quite special, so we need to coordinate its transport from headquarters. I will arrange to meet you once it arrives." "Okay, just wondering, where is the Hunter Association headquarters located?" "Hehe, once you reach a high enough level, you'll naturally have the opportunity to go to headquarters." Seeing that Yang Fei was deliberately trying to evade him, Li Bo didn't ask any more questions. Just as he was about to close the chat window, Yang Fei sent another message. "By the way, do you have those ancient ivory tusks?" When Yang Fei suddenly pressed him about the ancient ivory, Li Bo was taken aback. He didn't rush to reply to Yang Fei, but instead fell into a brief moment of thought. Logically speaking, Yang Fei only knew about his killing of Qianlong, and should not have known that he later went to see Wang Yang. Judging from the content of the conversation sent by Yang Fei, it is highly likely that Yang Fei did not know that the ivory was in his possession. In other words, even if he kept the ivory for himself, it probably wouldn't matter. After all, Yang Fei's bounty only required killing Qianlong, not retrieving the ivory. Li Bo had witnessed the value of this ancient ivory firsthand. The billions he'd sold for are still sitting warmly in his pocket. If we sell it again, wouldn't we be able to get another billion or more? But after weighing the options, Li Bo quickly shook his head and abandoned this crazy idea. If I were to auction off this bounty myself, wouldn't I become the second hidden dragon? After much deliberation, Li Bo took the thick, long, ancient ivory tusk out of his storage ring. After placing it on the ground, Li Bo examined it closely. Apart from its slightly finer texture, the ancient ivory didn't seem to have anything particularly special about it. They buy things for billions of dollars without hesitation. I really don't understand the thinking of these rich people. You don't have any real function, so how come so many people are crazy about you? Out of caution, Li Bo suppressed his greed and decided to return the ancient ivory to the association. He replied to Yang Fei, "The ancient ivory is in my hands." "Great. Bring it to me next time we meet." Upon receiving Yang Fei's reply, Li Bo breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, he couldn't earn money that was done against his conscience. He closed the hunter system, and just as he was about to put the ancient ivory away, he suddenly saw a notification message from the Beast Girl system floating in the area that had been blocked by the hunter system. Re-illuminated mammoth ivory contains the power of light. Skills can be enhanced using this ivory. You can choose a suitable pet to absorb the power of ivory. Light-type pets are the best. Please choose one of the following contracted beasts to absorb. 1. Frost Dragon. 2. Shadowy Thunderclouds. 3. Flower Spirit Rabbit. 4. Colorful Scale Python. 5. Phantom Mooncat. Chapter 163 Sunshine Shines Brightly. The Rejuvenated Mammoth? Li Bo looked somewhat surprised. It's actually the ivory of a mammoth. I really didn't expect that. The light-type mammoth is a rare pet beast found in the ancient Great Xia Kingdom, and its attribute is light. According to ancient records, mature mammoths could reach a height of 100 meters, and every step they took was like an earthquake. Although they were powerful, they were extremely docile animals. The Chongguang mammoth helped the ancient beast tamers defend against foreign enemies on several occasions and was revered by the ancient people of Daxia as a symbol of light and hope. There are differing opinions regarding whether the mammoth with bright light still exists. Most people believe that the mammoth is extinct. After all, the last recorded sighting of the mammoth was more than 3,000 years ago. A small number of scholars believe that the Chongguang mammoth is still alive, but has simply gone into hiding. Based on the 100,000-year history of beast taming, the Chongguang mammoth would disappear intermittently for a period of time. Each time it appears in the world, it is at a critical moment when the Great Xia Kingdom is facing invasion, so it is almost never seen in peacetime. It seems that these ancient ivory tusks are remnants of a mammoth that was sacrificed during an ancient war. Li Bo pulled his thoughts away from the ivory and refocused on the two messages that popped up from the system. Light-type pets are the best. Li Bo rubbed his temples. None of the 5 pet beasts he had contracted had the light attribute. He turned his head and focused his gaze on the rabbit not far away. The rabbit does have a light-type skill called Flash Shield, but unfortunately, it's not a light attribute pet. Li Bo fell into deep thought. If he didn't absorb the power of the ivory now, he would never have another chance after handing it over to Yang Fei in a couple of days. At present, the only one most suitable to absorb the power of this ancient ivory is the rabbit. Whether it works or not, we have to give it a try. With the idea that he wouldn't lose out either way, Li Bo decisively clicked on 3, Flower Spirit Rabbit, in the pet options below. You're about to choose the Flower Spirit Rabbit for skill upgrades. The Flower Spirit Rabbit has been detected as not being a light-type pet. It needs to chant to absorb the power of the ivory. Matching suitable tracks. Chanting? There's such a ritual. Li Bo was stunned for a moment. This system really had a lot of tricks up its sleeve. But if Rabbit could absorb it successfully, singing a song wouldn't be a big deal. Track match successful. Please instruct the Flower Spirit Rabbit to sing the song Little Rabbit, Be Good. What? A nursery rhyme? Little Bunny, Be Good. Li Bo was both amused and exasperated. This task was far too abstract. He was already used to the system's unserious behavior, and he quickly calmed down and called the rabbit to his side. What's wrong, young master? Rabbit looked at him with a curious expression. Xiao Bai and Ziyun also came over, afraid that they would miss the chance to be favored again. Nothing much. I just came to teach Rabbit a nursery rhyme and teach her a new skill. Li Bo said. A nursery rhyme? Rabbit blinked her big eyes and said, What song should we sing, young master? Little Bunny, do you know how to sing? Rabbit shook her head. Never heard of it. Li Bo paused for a moment before realizing that the entertainment industry in this world wasn't as developed, and some famous songs from his previous life didn't exist here. It's all right. I'll teach you. Li Bo smiled. Rabbit, just sing along with me. Rabbit said, Okay, with a serious expression. So Li Bo cleared his throat and began to sing. Little Bunny, open the door. Rabbit also started singing along. Under Li Bo's instruction, Rabbit soon finished singing Little Rabbit, Be Good very skillfully. To Li Bo's surprise, neither he nor the rabbit sang, and the ancient ivory on the ground did anything. That shouldn't be the case. Li Bo looked at this scene with a puzzled expression, thinking to himself that the song was so simple and he hadn't sung it wrong. Master, it sounds nice, but could it not be the right song? Xiaobai said from the side. Impossible, Xiaobai. Li Bo shook his head and said, There's only one song called Little Rabbit, Be Good. There can't be any other song with the same name. At this moment, Ziyun rolled her eyes. Could it be that the singing styles are different? Different singing styles? After Ziyun's reminder, Li Bo began to ponder. You know what? This song actually has another cute version. Huh? A cute version? Rabbit looked at Li Bo innocently. Young master, how about we sing another version? Rabbit asked tentatively. There's no other way. Li Bo looked at the 3 women with a serious expression. Wait, don't laugh later. The 3 beast girls nodded in unison, their expressions serious. Puff. Ziyun was the first to almost burst out laughing, and quickly covered her mouth. A blush quietly crept onto Xiao Baiyu's neck. Rabbit looked very shy. She still imitated Li Bo's tone and sang in a very proper manner. Suddenly, with a whoosh, a single ivory tusk suddenly gleamed with a dazzling light and rushed rapidly toward the rabbit's body. The next moment, a message appeared on Li Bo's panel indicating that Rabbit's skills had been upgraded. Flash Shield, Intermediate, Radiant Radiance, Advanced. Radiant Radiance, Advanced Light Type Skill, releases a defensive light shield, enveloping every ally, including the Beastmaster, in a shield that moves with the target. Then, another skill upgrade notification appeared. Photosynthesis, Intermediate, Sunshine, Advanced. Sunshine, a high-level grass-type move that provides group healing to allies on the field and restores their stamina. Chapter 164 Soul Guidance Technique. Phew, finally finished singing. Seeing that all the energy of the ancient ivory had been absorbed, Li Bo breathed a sigh of relief. Unexpectedly, after absorbing the light energy of the ancient ivory, even photosynthesis was upgraded. Rabbit's upgraded skills this time are team buffs, and its own strength has seen another surge. At this moment, Rabbit lowered her head, her face so red it was almost dripping with moisture. She said shyly, Stop, stop, stop. Bunny, what are you saying? Hearing that something was off about Rabbit's voice, Ziyun was the first to step forward and stop her. You've already eaten the meat, but the older sisters haven't even had a sip of soup. He looked at Li Bo and asked, Brother Li Bo, haven't I also upgraded to Elite Rank 7? What materials are needed to evolve into Excellent? Upon hearing Ziyun's words, Li Bo slapped his forehead, realizing something. I almost forgot about that. Then he opened the purple cloud panel and decisively accepted her evolution quest. The Shadow Thundercloud Superior Evolution Quest has been successfully claimed. Evolution requirements. Fuse with one source of primal lightning to complete the excellent level Storm Thundercloud evolution. What? Primal lightning? Li Bo's eyes widened in surprise. Although there is only one condition for Ziyun's evolution each time, it is extremely difficult. The effort I spent entering the level 3 Thunder Pool last time is still fresh in my mind, so this time I'll just directly request the Primordial Lightning. The key issue is that this Primordial Lightning is extremely rare and most of it already has an owner. Where are you going to get it yourself? The Crimson Lightning last time was entirely due to good luck. Primal Lightning is extremely rare and can only be encountered by chance. We'll have to put it aside for now. Li Bo sighed softly. What's wrong, Brother Li Bo? Is the mission too difficult? Ziyun asked, sounding a little downcast. Seeing the expectant look in her eyes, Li Bo couldn't bear to disappoint Ziyun, so he patted her head and smiled gently. No matter how difficult it is, I will help Ziyun evolve successfully. Oh, and Ziyun has a new skill to learn. Oh, I have a new skill to learn too. Ziyun looked up at Li Bo, her disappointment vanishing instantly. Brother Li Bo, tell me quickly, what do you want? Do you need me to sing? Ziyun has already memorized that nursery rhyme perfectly. Let me see. Li Bo smiled slightly. Then with a thought, he accepted the Soul Guidance Technique, quest from the system, and then recited. Soul Guidance Technique, a high-level dark elemental skill that allows you to summon the ghostly spirits of dead beasts to fight on the battlefield. The ghost's combat power is directly proportional to the intensity of the dead beast's resentment. Soul Guidance Technique. That sounds pretty powerful, Xiaobai said, frowning. Certainly, Li Bo said. In large-scale battles, the Soul Guidance Technique is almost unbeatable. After all, the more pets that die, the more ghosts are summoned. Upon hearing Li Bo's description, Ziyun's eyes immediately lit up. I want to learn. I want to learn. Brother Li Bo, please tell me quickly, how can I comprehend the Soul Guidance Technique? Don't rush, Ziyun. Let me see the requirements. Chapter 165 Ziyun's Thoughts. Seeing Ziyun suddenly become so excited, Xiaobai said in confusion. What are you talking about, Ziyun? Ziyun didn't answer Xiaobai directly, but instead asked with genuine concern. Little white sister, you must be very tired from flying for so long during the day. Hurry up and go back to Brother Li Bo's beast-taming space to rest. She then looked at Rabbit. Rabbit, didn't you just upgrade to advanced skills? Come back to the beast-taming space with Sister Little White, digest your skills, and hurry up and catch up with the older sisters. Seeing Ziyun's urging, Tutu and Xiaobai both looked at her with suspicion and said in unison. And you, Ziyun's sister? I. Ziyun gave Li Bo a strange smile. Brother Li Bo, you're going to teach me new skills. Seeing that Ziyun's eyes looked like she wanted to devour him, Li Bo couldn't help but shudder. Ziyun, you can do your own thing then. Rabbit and I won't bother you. Little White said. I also want to spend more time with my master. Cough cough. At this moment, Li Bo spoke. Hey Xiaobai Rabbit, Ziyun is right. You two are a bit tired too. Go and rest in the beast-taming space for a while. We're going to Tianji Village tomorrow. Tianji Village? Xiaobai was taken aback. The village where that little girl from the black market lives. Li Bo nodded and said. So you two need to replenish your energy. After all, you might encounter a battle. Does Master mean we're going to find the 1,000-faced fox tomorrow? Little White is so smart. Li Bo explained. The 1,000-change fox pelt we bought last time was too small, and it only lasted 2 uses before it became ineffective. I think if it were a mature 1,000-change fox pelt, it would be much more durable. Oh well, Xiaobai said with a hint of disappointment. I thought I could finally sleep next to my owner today. It's been so long since I've slept next to him. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future, Little White, be good. Rabbit too. After saying that, Li Bo summoned Rabbit and Little White back to the beast-taming space. Before long, Li Bo received news that Ziyun had comprehended the Soul Guidance Technique. The next day, Li Bo woke up Ziyun, who was fast asleep next to him. I've only slept for less than an hour since last night. Ziyun rubbed her sleepy eyes, her languid tone tinged with a hint of coquetry. Brother Li Bo, please sleep a little longer with me. You little glutton. You're so greedy. Li Bo smiled indulgently. We should get going. Little White and Rabbit might have something to say later. Sister Xiaobai, Ziyun said with a hint of guilt. All right then. After tidying up, Li Bo followed the directions Man had given him and headed straight for Tianji village with the three beast girls. Tianji village is located 10 kilometers west of German Black Market. It is also nestled deep in the mountains and forests, giving it a secluded, idyllic feel. Looking down from the sky, you can still vaguely see the silhouettes of a few houses, but the village is scattered with mud brick houses of varying sizes, which look very rustic. To avoid attracting attention, Li Bo found a spacious and secluded spot, let Xiaobai land, and then transformed her into a beast girl. Xiaobai held tightly to Li Bo's arm as the two walked along a village path. Seeing her beaming smile, Li Bo felt a little guilty, because yesterday, her and Ziyun's actions had not escaped Xiaobai and Tutu's ears. He thought Xiaobai would be upset about this, but to his surprise, Xiaobai didn't complain at all and didn't even mention it. Hey, Xiaobai, did you guys get a good rest yesterday? Li Bo asked tentatively. Great. Master, why did you ask that? Little White said with a playful smile. That purple cloud. Of course Xiaobai knows. Xiaobai interrupted Li Bo. Judging from Ziyun's mysterious behavior last night, I already guessed what was going to happen. Xiaobai spoke as if he were recounting something very ordinary, without any hesitation or awkwardness in his words. Li Bo was stunned, not expecting Xiaobai to be so magnanimous this time. It wasn't that Li Bo didn't want to include Xiaobai in the three-person group, but he knew very well that if the author dared to write it that way, he would definitely complain. At this moment, Xiaobai looked at Li Bo seriously and said, I treat Ziyun like my own sister. Of course I want Ziyun to be happy. Although she is sometimes a little willful and naughty, as her older sister, shouldn't I be more tolerant of her? Ziyun was very happy yesterday, and I was happy too. Xiaobai's sudden display of maturity caused Li Bo a pang of sadness, leaving him speechless for a moment. All his excuses ultimately boiled down to one sentence. Sorry, Xiaobai. Before he could finish speaking, Xiaobai put a finger to Li Bo's lips and made a shu gesture. Master, you don't need to apologize. Little White understands. Xiaobai said with heartache. Master is already very tired from taking care of everyone's feelings. Xiaobai doesn't want Master to be so tired. She nestled close to Li Bo and said sweetly, Little White can be here anytime. Little White, just being able to stay by your master's side should be enough for you. Noob. Li Bo was startled and looked down at Xiaobai's fair face. Looking into her deep blue eyes, for some reason, he suddenly felt that Xiaobai had grown up a lot. Strange, Master, why are all the doors in this village closed? At this moment, Xiaobai said something in confusion. Li Bo looked around and found that the village was indeed quiet, and the doors of several houses nearby were closed. He couldn't help but feel strange. It would make sense if it were at night, but the key was that it was broad daylight, so why were all the households staying indoors? What on earth happened? Li Bo stroked his chin and pondered for a moment, then said to Xiaobai, Never mind, let's go find Man first. Since Sister Man has shot and killed the thousand-faced fox, she should know the areas where it frequently appears. Going to find her should yield some clues. Chapter 166 Do You Want a Wife? According to the information that Man told Li Bo in the black market, her home was on the westernmost hillside of Tianji village. Li Bo then took Xiaobai and headed straight for the westernmost part. They passed by many houses along the way, but just like the scene Li Bo had seen on the road, every house was tightly shut and no one came out. There was not a trace of smoke or fire in the villages. Just when Li Bo thought that everyone in the village had moved away, suddenly, the door of a house on the road ahead creaked open. An elderly man peeked out, looked around, quickly poured out a basin of water, and then hurried to the gate. Wait a minute, old man. Having finally spotted someone, how could Li Bo miss this golden opportunity to gather information? He jogged over, reached the old man, and took his doorknob. The old man, unable to close the door, noticed someone blocking his way and curiously looked Li Bo up and sized him up. Young man, which family are you from? You look unfamiliar. You'd better go home. It's dangerous to wander around outside. Danger? Li Bo was completely confused by the old man's words, and he asked, Excuse me, sir, why are all the houses in Tianji village locked up in broad daylight? Huh? You didn't know? The old man's face showed a hint of surprise, and then he said, You just got back from working away from home, right? Recently, wild animals have been frequently coming down from the mountains and harming villagers. Staying at home is the safest place. Take this old man's advice and go home quickly. Are wild animals frequently coming down from the mountain? Li Bo asked in bewilderment. Logically speaking, wild pets are very wary, and forest pets rarely trespass into human habitats to cause trouble. What on earth happened? Ugh, it's such a bad omen. The old man sighed and slowly said, You don't know. A while ago, a person who seemed to be a hunter came to Tianji village saying that he wanted to capture a contracted thousand-change fox in the mountains. That thousand-change fox is incredibly cunning, often transforming into other pets to confuse its identity. How could it be so easy to find? So, this hunter accidentally killed quite a few pet animals in the woods. And sure enough, some of these vengeful animals came to the village to take their anger out on us old, weak, and disabled folks. Hunter. Upon hearing this, Li Bo immediately became alert. It turned out that there were hunters around who were searching for the thousand-faced fox with him. How dare a hunter make a contract with a thousand-faced fox, a beast that enjoys killing? I wonder which hunter has such a big heart. After all, there have been quite a few cases of this thing devouring its master. How long has this guy been here? Do you know his name? We've been here for almost half a month. We've been staying in the mountains searching for the thousand-faced fox, and we've killed at least several thousand, if not tens of thousands, of pet beasts. The old man recalled. As for his name, I don't quite know. According to the young man who went into the mountains to gather firewood, he looked to be in his early 30s, tall and thin. Although he was quite fair-skinned, he had a sinister look on his face and didn't seem like a good person. Judging by his appearance, he must be quite strong. Without a hunter's code name, Li Bo couldn't determine which hunter it was based solely on the old man's fragmented words. However, he was certain that this person was extremely ruthless in his actions, having found a thousand-faced fox to slaughter so many pet beasts. No wonder a pet beast would come down the mountain to seek revenge. For these innocent villagers in Tianji village, this was truly an undeserved disaster. Old man, aren't there any beast tamers in the village? The pet beast is harming the villagers, and no one comes out to stop it or protect the village, and no one stops this hunter either? Li Bo asked in confusion. Beastmaster. The old man froze, his gaze towards Li Bo filled with astonishment, as if he thought the other man was talking about something crazy. He chuckled. Hee hee. Young man, you're not from our village, are you? I'm definitely not from Tianji village. Li Bo scratched his head. Well. The old man's tone became melancholy. Young man, you don't know this. Our Tianji village is a cursed village. Anyone who has the blood of Tianji village flowing in their veins is destined to never awaken their beast-taming talent. A cursed village. Li Bo became increasingly confused as he listened. It was too strange that no one in the entire village could awaken their beast-taming talent. Hee hee. By the way, young man, I haven't asked you where you're going yet. The old man said earnestly. Let me give you a piece of advice. If you happen to be passing through Tianji village, you'd better avoid our village. It's just too dangerous here. Li Bo smiled and said, To tell you the truth, old man, I've come to Tianji village to visit an old friend who lives on the western hillside not far ahead. On the western hillside? The old man's expression immediately changed, and he widened his eyes, pointing at Li Bo. You're here to see that witch? Huh? A shrine maiden? Li Bo wondered if he had misheard. You mean? Full. At this moment, the old man's gaze was no longer friendly. His face was filled with a fierce and menacing expression. Why didn't you say you were that witch's friend sooner? Bah, you've brought bad luck to my house. Get out of here. The old man made a gesture to shoo the guests away, and then slammed the door shut without hesitation. Is there some misunderstanding? Li Bo stood outside the door, still in a daze. After pausing for a moment, Li Bo sighed softly and turned to leave. Never mind that. Let's find Man first. After walking west along the village road for about half an hour, Li Bo finally saw a small wooden house on a distant hillside. This must be Man's home. Strangely, houses in other places, as if deliberately isolated from it, were all built several hundred meters away. The wooden house is surrounded by a bamboo forest, and although the road is rugged, it offers a panoramic view of the entire Tianji village. Li Bo thought to himself, if there were a sniper rifle, no target could hide from this position. After climbing the mountain path for a while, Li Bo saw a cute little girl with rosy cheeks carefully washing a basin of vegetables outside the house. Full. Li Bo called out from afar. Big brother. The little girl looked up, and, upon seeing Li Bo, her face lit up with joy. She quickly put down the things she was holding and went to greet him. Standing beside Li Bo, I was filled with indescribable joy. Big brother. I didn't expect you to actually come. Li Bo patted her head. Of course. I promised to come see Man. Hee hee. Big brother is such a nice guy. Man tugged at Li Bo's hand, her round eyes darting around, and suddenly said, By the way, Big brother, do you want a wife? Chapter 167, The Never-Ending Black Flame. What? Li Bo wondered if he had misheard. He looked into those clear, bright eyes and said, Man, you just said, should I or shouldn't I? My wife. Without hesitation, Man said, My sister is already 24 years old and still not married. Big brother is such a good person. I hope you can be my brother-in-law. 24. Li Bo was both amused and exasperated. He bent down and patted Man-Man's head, smiling as he said, "But I'm only 18 years old." "So what?" With a precocious air, he said, "They say a woman 3 years older than her is like holding a gold brick. So if my older brother marries my sister, he can hold 2 gold bricks." "You're actually pretty good at math." Li Bo smiled and said, "Wasn't your sister sick? Is she feeling better now?" "My sister has woken up, but she's still lying down." Man-Man sighed. "The situation is getting worse." "Man-Man, don't talk to strangers. Have you forgotten what your sister taught you?" At that moment, a soft female voice suddenly came from inside the room. Although the voice was as beautiful as heavenly music, it carried a sense of weakness and powerlessness. Attracted by the gentle voice, Li Bo turned his head curiously to look into the room, thinking to himself that a girl with such a beautiful voice must be very pretty too. Unfortunately, he didn't see his sister Man-Man inside the house, but Li Bo caught a glimpse of a wooden bow hanging inside the open door. This wooden bow looks to be a full 2 meters long, and it appears to be made of bamboo. It has an extremely rustic appearance and a strong sense of antiquity. I remembered Man-Man saying that her sister killed her pet beasts with a bow and arrow. Could it be that she used this bamboo bow? But could this thing kill a pet? Li Bo couldn't help but wonder. Man-Man turned her head and called out into the house, "Sister, this is the big brother who sold us the fox fur yesterday. He's such a nice guy." "You silly girl." The woman's voice rang out again. "The thing you took to sell was a 1,000-fold fox pelt, and this person only offered you 10,000 yuan to get rid of you. You were sold out, and you're still counting the money for them." "But sister, without big brother to buy fox fur, Man-Man won't be able to cook you a hot meal," Man-Man said, sounding a little aggrieved. "Never mind." A long sigh came from inside the house. "Send this man away. Bounty hunters are not welcome here." Upon hearing this, Li Bo was startled. How did she know his identity as a hunter? He thought he had kept this a secret very well, and even Lu Wei hadn't discovered his hunter identity. How come he was recognized at a glance by the mysterious girl in this house as soon as he arrived? The hunter chip is deeply implanted in the body, and only hunters can sense each other's presence. Others cannot detect it. It's quite obvious that Sister Man-Man is not a hunter. At this moment, Li Bo cleared his throat and said, "Hey, Sister Man-Man, is there some misunderstanding between us? We haven't met before, have we?" A misunderstanding?" A cold laugh came from inside the room. "Your accomplices have been indiscriminately slaughtering wild animals in the mountains, causing these animals to target the villagers for revenge. Tianji village has been in turmoil these past few days. If I'm not mistaken, you're also here to find the 1,000-faced fox, aren't you?" This. After hearing her words, Li Bo was unable to refute them for a moment, because he had indeed come to Tianji village to find the 1,000-faced fox. Although he didn't know how Sister Man-Man knew about his hunter identity, Li Bo patiently explained. "You've misunderstood, young lady. I have my own methods for identifying the 1,000-faced fox. I don't need to indiscriminately kill innocent creatures to force it to reveal its true form. Furthermore, I have no connection whatsoever with that hunter in the mountains. If you don't welcome me, I'll simply leave." "Big brother, no." Seeing Li Bo about to leave, Man-Man hurriedly grabbed his hand to stop him, and she called out again, "Sister, big brother is kind-hearted, not the kind of person you think he is. Even if he is a bounty hunter, I believe he is a kind hunter. You can know a person's face, but not their heart. Man-Man, you're still young and don't understand the cruelty of these bounty hunters. They'll do anything for profit." "But sister," just as Man-Man was about to explain, Li Bo stopped her. "It's all right, Man-Man. It seems your sister has a lot of prejudice against me. Big brother is going into the mountains now. I'll come to see you again when I have time. Let's go, little white." He spoke to Xiao Bai, who was standing guard not far away. But then they noticed that Xiao Bai's brows were furrowed, and his gaze was fixed on a certain point in the sky. "Master, an elite-level pet beast." "Elite level?" Li Bo followed Xiao Bai's gaze, and, sure enough, a bird-like pet, about a meter tall, with blue fur and white circular spots on its feathers, was rapidly flying towards the village. Li Bo narrowed his eyes. The spotted rainbird can release highly corrosive sulfuric acid rain. Upon seeing the spotted rainbird, Man-Man's face immediately turned terrified, and she hurriedly shouted into the house, "Sister, wild beasts have attacked the village again." "What?" With a violent cough, a weak-looking girl staggered out of the quiet wooden house. It was Man-Man's older sister. Her face was as bright as the moon, and her skin as smooth as jade. Although she looked sick, it could not hide her unparalleled beauty. Sister Man-Man wore a white top tightly tucked into a red long skirt. Her long black hair was tied up with a pure white ribbon, and her long sideburns were also tied together with her ponytail. She exuded a holy and aloof temperament. What a nice view. The moment Li Bo saw Sister Man, he was stunned. This kind of girl must be from heaven. This isn't a witch, she's clearly a fairy. Although Sister Man was extremely unsteady on her feet, she still managed to grab the bamboo bough hanging in the living room, slung the quiver over her shoulder, and quickly walked outside. Her gaze quickly locked onto the spotted rainbird in the sky. She skillfully took out a long arrow from the quiver and laboriously drew the bamboo bough to its fullest extent. Seeing her biting her red lips and beads of sweat on her forehead, Li Bo was still somewhat skeptical that she could kill an elite-level pet beast with just this wooden bough. So he said to Xiaobai, "Why don't you go, Xiaobai? Call out." Before Li Bo could finish speaking, suddenly, the long arrow shot out like a meteor, carrying a sharp momentum as it rushed straight at the spotted rain sparrow. Li Bo was stunned. It was hard to imagine that such a powerful arrow could be shot from the hand of such a thin girl. He asked himself honestly, even if it were him, he might not be able to draw such a powerful arrow. Before Li Bo could recover from his surprise, something even more outrageous happened. When the arrow was halfway through its flight, it suddenly burst into black flames, completely enveloping the arrow, and continued to shoot towards the spotted rainbird with raging black flames. No, is that right? Li Bo rubbed his eyes hard, wondering if he had traveled to the wrong dimension. Wasn't this the beast-taming world? How could he use superpowers? Once ignited by the black flames, the long arrow cut through everything in its path, piercing through the spotted rain sparrow's body before it could even react. Its body was instantly covered by this black flame. The spotted rainbirds cried out desperately in the air, but no matter how much they struggled, the black flames were like maggots clinging to bones, impossible to extinguish in the slightest. The most deadly thing is that even when it summons water-based skills to cleanse itself, it can't do anything to the black flames. Despair filled its heart, and the spotted rainbird could only watch helplessly as its body was burned away bit by bit, eventually turning into a ball of black flames and falling downwards. As it fell, information about the flames suddenly popped up in Li Bo's system. Black flame, never extinguished until the target is burned to ashes. What? The legendary flame, black flame. Li Bo stared wide-eyed, turning incredulously to look at his sister Man, only to find that she had already fallen into a coma due to weakness and was losing her balance and collapsing towards him. Chapter 168, The Witch, Ji Xian. Sister, Man cried out in panic. At this moment, Li Bo didn't have time to think too much about the black flames. He instinctively reached out his hands and caught his sister Man, who had fallen asleep as soon as she lay down. The girl's body was very light and soft to the touch, and Li Bo couldn't resist squeezing her a couple more times. Holding her in his arms, a delicate fragrance wafted into Li Bo's nostrils. Collect body odor, +1. Collecting body odor progress, May 5th. Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the fragrance upgrade task. Floral fragrance, intermediate, abundant petals, advanced. Fragrant petals, the intensely concentrated fragrance of petals, when summoned, can both slash sharply and hallucinate opponents. Those with weak wills will become so engrossed in the scent that they lose their fighting spirit. You've completed the flower fragrance mission. Li Bo was stunned. He never expected that the last spot for body fragrance would be collected from a girl whose name he didn't even know. In any case, there's no reason for me to steal underwear from the girl's dormitory. Seeing her sister lying safely in Li Bo's arms, she looked at him with gratitude. Thank you, big brother. Your sister is very weak. Man, you lead the way, and I'll carry her inside to rest. Li Bo said. Master, enemies have appeared in the sky again. Little White warned at this moment. Upon hearing this, Li Bo and Man looked up simultaneously. Sure enough, several more spotted rainbirds of varying sizes appeared in the sky, converging on Tianji village from different directions. Oh no, it's happening again. Man's expression tensed up again. These rain sparrows are definitely here to destroy the village. My sister is unconscious. What are we going to do? Don't be nervous. Man, Li Bo comforted her. Don't forget, Big Brother is a beast tamer. Big Brother. Looking at Li Bo, hope rekindled in her eyes. Then I'll leave it to you. Although I really don't want to care about the lives of these villagers, my sister will be very sad if she finds out. Don't worry. Leave it to your big brother. Li Bo turned his gaze to Xiaobai. Xiaobai, go and take care of them all. Brother Li Bo, let me go. At this moment, Ziyun from the beast taming space volunteered. I can take care of these water sparrows with a few thunderbolts, so I won't bother Sister Xiaobai. I had a good meal last night, and have plenty of energy to spare. I just can't do anything with you. Li Bo chuckled. All right then. Let Ziyun go. Xiaobai, you stay by my side. Yes, master. Soon, Li Bo summoned Ziyun. Ziyun smiled brightly at the two of them, and then whooshed as she floated into the sky. Seeing the extraordinary power of the cloud formation summoned by Li Bo, Man finally felt relieved and walked ahead, saying, Big brother, please follow me. Upon entering the house, Li Bo found that although Man's home was extremely simple, it was spotless. Most of the furniture inside was handmade from bamboo, and the room was filled with an elegant atmosphere. Li Bo carefully placed Man on the bed. Seeing that Man's eyes were filled with tears, he asked, Man, what exactly is going on? Unexpectedly, Man knelt down in front of Li Bo with a thud. Big brother, please, marry my sister and fulfill her greatest wish before she died. What? His greatest wish before he died? Li Bo was completely bewildered by this turn of events. He hurriedly helped Man up and said, utterly confused, Man, what are you talking about? Your sister's biggest wish is to get married? That sounds absurd. Your sister is so beautiful. Why would she worry about not getting married? Big brother, you don't understand. Her head vigorously, like a rattle drum, and said, sounding aggrieved, everyone in the village is afraid of my sister. They say she's an unlucky person and that you'll be cursed if you mess with her. Everyone avoids us sisters and goes out of their way to pass by our house. But my sister is clearly the best sister in the world. Only a gentle person like my older brother is worthy of her. Li Bo became increasingly confused as he listened. Man, you've confused me. Cough, cough. Just as Li Bo was puzzled, his older sister Man, who was lying on the bed, suddenly started coughing violently. Man, don't talk nonsense, she murmured weakly. I'm not lying, sister. After helping her sit up with her small frame, Man carefully poured her a glass of water. Big brother is such a good person, he will definitely help you. Boom. As they were talking, a sudden, violent clap of thunder came from outside. Sister Man's expression changed. What's going on? Man, has another wild animal attacked the village? As she spoke, she forced herself to get up again. Don't be nervous, sister. Man held her hand and looked at Li Bo, saying, it's Big Brother's pet beast, fighting against these wild animals that are attacking the village. What? A strange light flashed in Sister Man's eyes. She hadn't expected that this young hunter would actually be helping her guard the village. Thinking of this, the disgust on her face vanished instantly, replaced by a deep sense of apology. She still spoke weakly. I'm sorry. I misunderstood you. My attitude was bad before. Please don't mind. By the way, my name is Ji Xian, and my younger sister is Ji Man. You've already met her, so I won't introduce her further. It's all right. I also feel a little bad about the trouble the hunters have caused your village. Li Bo smiled faintly and let the matter drop. At this moment, he had a lot of questions to ask Ji Xian. By the way, Ji Xian, how did you know I was a hunter? Also, when I passed through your village earlier, why did the old man say it was a cursed village, and why did he say that whenever you were mentioned? Bad luck, isn't it? Seeing that Ji Xian had hit the nail on the head, Li Bo stared at her in silence for a moment. Ji Xian smiled helplessly at Li Bo. It's all right. My sister and I are used to the prejudices of the villagers. After all, I'm a witch. I'm not used to it. Man, standing to the side, was quite dissatisfied. My Ji family has protected Tianji village for 1,000 years. In the past, everyone revered us as gods. Now, they treat my sister and me as bad luck. They've forgotten that the ancestors of the entire Tianji village were all sorcerers. Wizard. Li Bo had heard of this ancient and mysterious term before. During times of war, shamans, as beings who could discern deeper meanings and predict the future, could change the course of battle to some extent, and were therefore objects of contention among various forces in ancient times. Perhaps due to the lack of war, the profession of wizard has gradually declined since the Great Xia Kingdom unified China. Unexpectedly, there is a lineage of wizards in this secluded village, and she is even the elder sister of many. So now you know why I knew you were a hunter. Ji Xian said to him with a smile. Don't tell me it's divination? Li Bo was still somewhat skeptical. Don't believe me? Ji Xian smiled at him, then turned her gaze to Xiaobai. When you two came to my house just now, in addition to performing divination on you, I also deduced the identity of this dragon maiden. If I'm not mistaken, she has some kind of ancient bloodline from the frozen era flowing through her veins. Upon hearing this, Li Bo was startled, his eyes flickering. He hadn't expected that Ji Xian could even deduce Xiao Bai's bloodline. The absurdity of acquiring this identity is comparable to the holographic eye talent bestowed upon him by the system. Furthermore, I have also deduced that in the near future, You and your dragon maiden may face a great calamity. At this moment, Ji Xian said something else. Chapter 169, The Seal Within the Body. Nonsense. Upon hearing this, Xiaobai immediately became unhappy and retorted, Master will be fine. I am merely presenting the divination results objectively. Whether you believe them or not is up to you. Ji Xian smiled, her face pale. Seeing this, Xiaobai stopped arguing and fell silent. A massive catastrophe. Li Bo's gaze was skeptical. Perhaps Ji Xian possessed the ability to divine, but he remained somewhat doubtful about her ability to predict uncertainties in the future. So he suddenly asked, Ji Xian, what did you see in the future? Can you tell me more? Xiaobai, will everything be alright? Ji Xian shook her head slightly. Foretelling the future is like trying to see flowers through a fog. You can only see the outline, but not the whole picture. The will of the gods is very difficult to fathom. But you, the beast tamer. Ji Xian turned her gaze to Li Bo again. I noticed that your forehead looks somewhat dark today, as if you have some ominous presence on you. What? Your forehead is dark. Li Bo reached out and touched his forehead, thinking that apart from being a little tired, he felt fine. Could it be that he and Ziyun had been too unrestrained last night and stayed up all night? An ominous object. Suddenly, Xiaobai had a thought. Could Master be the egg you took from the black market? Water prison falcon egg. Li Bo realized what was happening and quickly took the bird eggs out of his storage ring and placed them on the table next to him. Ji Xian, is this the thing you're talking about? This is a dead egg. Upon seeing the water prison falcon egg, Ji Xian's expression instantly darkened. Strange, why does it harbor such deep resentment? She closed her eyes, placed her hand on the egg, and murmured as she divined its meaning. This water prison falcon egg didn't die at birth. It was abandoned by its parents. Abandoned by your parents? What do you mean? Li Bo asked. Ji Xian slowly opened her eyes and whispered. The blood flowing through the veins of this baby water falcon inside the egg is not that of its father. Upon discovering this, its father, in a fit of rage, threw it into the icy sea. Deprived of parental love, this water falcon egg drifted alone in the ocean, dying a cold death, during which time it accumulated countless resentments. Not father's bloodline. Little White was completely confused after hearing Ji Xian's explanation. If he is its father, how can it not be its father's bloodline? Master, I'm so confused. Oh, that's easy to understand. Li Bo laughed. To put it simply, the water prison falcon's nominal father was cheated on by its biological mother, and this egg wasn't even conceived by its biological father. Wow, I see. Little White suddenly understood, looking at Li Bo with admiration. Master is so amazing. You even know this. Ji Xian, who was standing to the side, was already blushing after listening to Li Bo's explanation. He thought to himself, how can he speak so crudely? This explanation is far too blunt. Ji Xian, you just said that this egg is full of resentment. Li Bo suddenly asked. Ji Xian nodded solemnly. This egg is very ominous. I advise you to. That's great. Li Bo said something with a glint in his eyes. Huh. Ji Xian raised her head and looked at Li Bo with a puzzled expression. She suspected that this guy might have been infected by the resentment, because he didn't seem afraid at all when he heard that the egg was ominous, but instead looked excited, devising a plan in his mind to use this dead egg to enhance his strength. After all, the skill Soul Guidance that Ziyun just mastered has an effect. The combat power of the summoned ghosts is directly proportional to the resentment of the dead pet's corpse. If we break this egg and then use Soul Guidance technique, how powerful would that ghost be? Thinking of this, Li Bo felt a surge of excitement. I originally planned to resell this egg and make a fortune, but I never expected it to be a hidden killer. This isn't a dead egg, it's a bombshell. Poor little bird, since you're already dead, you might as well use your last bit of energy in my hands, Li Bo said with a strange smile. Bomb! He stared at the water prison falcon egg, then suddenly an idea struck him. How about you call yourself little boy from now on? Under Ji Xian's puzzled gaze, Li Bo carefully put the egg back into his storage ring. Li Bo said with a smile. Speaking of which, Ji Xian, since you possess such powerful witchcraft, you could easily work at a breeding center in the city. With your ability to see through the past of pets, countless pet breeding institutions would be willing to pay a high price to hire you. Why bother living such a poor life in this small mountain village? A life of hardship. Ji Xian gazed out the wooden window, a bitter smile on her face. I'm destined to never leave these mountains in my lifetime. Why? Didn't Man just say that all the ancestors of your Tianji village were shamans? It shouldn't matter if one of you is missing or one more is missing, Li Bo asked, puzzled. Big brother, actually, right now, my sister is the only witch left in the village. Man said, her face full of indignation. Umph. They don't thank my sister for risking her life to protect the village, and they talk bad about her all day long. Man, Ji Xian scolded. Don't talk nonsense. She looked at Li Bo and asked earnestly. Beastmaster, you think wizards are very powerful, right? Li Bo nodded. Yes, you can predict the future and see the past of your pets. That's a very powerful ability. It's very impressive. Ji Xian smiled. But there is a price to pay for trying to understand the will of the gods. This world is fair. Wizards can divine the unknown, but it is also destined that those who have wizard blood flowing through their veins cannot awaken their beast-taming talent. Unable to awaken the beast-taming talent, Li Bo suddenly realized why the old man had said this was a cursed village, and why the villagers' ancestors were all sorcerers. No wonder there wasn't a single beast tamer in Tianji village now. Equivalent exchange. When the term came to mind, Li Bo couldn't help but think that he would definitely not be willing to give up his ability to control beasts and fight in exchange for the talent of a wizard. During times of war, wizards were sought after by various forces because of their unique ability to see through the information of pets. At that time, the ancestors of Tianji village were all important figures who influenced the course of the war. Ji Xian recounted. Then why did the villagers stop learning witchcraft? Li Bo asked curiously. Later, Ji Xian sighed and reminisced. After the ancient Xia dynasty first unified the country, shamans were regarded as the source of war and were purged by the rulers. Our ancestors were forced to move to Tianji village, and since then, shamanism has declined to this day. But Ji Xian, you also inherited the abilities of a wizard. And what was that black flame just now? It seems that using this kind of flame has a great backlash on your body, right? Li Bo looked at Ji Xian, hoping to get an answer from her, but to his surprise, Ji Xian clenched her teeth and remained silent. Black flames. Ji Xian's face was filled with sorrow, as if she were lost in painful memories. Big brother. At this moment, Man spoke up from the side. That's because a powerful nine-tailed fox from 1,000 years ago is sealed inside my sister's body. Chapter 170, The Sealed Nine-Tailed Fox. What? A nine-tailed fox? Li Bo wondered if he had misheard, staring incredulously at Ji Xian on the bed. Could it be that the black flames you just manipulated are related to the nine-tailed fox that Man mentioned? Sister, please tell Big Brother. The Ji family's mission has been passed down for thousands of years, and it cannot be broken in our generation. At this moment, Man said somewhat anxiously. Mission? What mission? Li Bo was increasingly confused. Man, can you explain it more clearly? Big Brother. At this moment, Man suddenly turned her head, her big eyes fixed on Li Bo, and asked abruptly, Do you think my sister is pretty? What? Li Bo was utterly confused. Man, why are you suddenly asking this question? Oh, Big Brother, just tell me if my sister is pretty or not. That's all. This? Li Bo glanced at Ji Xian lying down out of the corner of his eye. At this moment, she lowered her head slightly, a faint blush on her face, adding a touch of shyness to her already exquisite and ethereal beauty. Beautiful. Your sister is naturally extremely beautiful. Li Bo told the truth. Good. Ji Man sat down next to her sister and took her sister's hand. Sister, what do you think of Big Brother? For a moment, Ji Xian didn't know how to answer. Oh, sister, just answer me. Is Big Brother a good person? Is he good-looking? Ji Xian bit her lip and said shyly. Well, he's good-looking, but as for whether he's good-looking or not. Ji Xian hesitated for a moment. Then her voice became much softer. He seems a bit cunning, but for now he's all right. In an instant, Ji Xian's cheeks burned, and she didn't know how she managed to utter those shameful words so easily. Although Ji Xian's voice was barely audible, it did not escape Li Bo's ears. What? Cunning. Upon hearing her description, Li Bo immediately became agitated. No, Ji Xian, how am I cunning? That's exactly right. Ji Xian raised her head, suddenly becoming alert. My 1,000-change fox pelt may be a bit small, but it can still sell for at least 50,000. You're only offering 10,000 for it. Isn't that just being cunning? Well, I don't know the exact value of this thing either. If you feel like I've ripped her off, you can just compensate her. All right, stop arguing. At this moment, Man stood in the middle and sternly stopped the two of them. Since you both think the other is a good match, then go to your parents' memorial tablet, kowtow, and get married, and then enter the bridal chamber. What? Fool. What did you say? Startled by her horrifying words, Li Bo's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. They've only known each other for a short time, and they're already getting married? He considered himself to be fairly open-minded, but in front of this precocious little man, he was still far too conservative. Man, you're being silly again. What nonsense are you talking about? Ji Xian scolded him gently, then sighed at Li Bo. Man is too young and doesn't know any better. Please don't take offense. Sister, you're talking about me again, she said, full of grievance. Your time is running out. Heaven has blessed my Ji family, sending my eldest brother to continue the family line, but you're not seizing this opportunity. I'm ignoring you. Ji Man wiped away her tears and stormed out the door. Man, where are you going? There are wild animals and danger outside. Come back right now. Cough, cough. Ji Xian looked anxious and tried to get up from the bed to chase after Man. But before she could move, she started coughing violently again and almost fell to the ground. Li Bo quickly supported her, saying, You're in such a state, don't move around. He said to Xiaobai, go and keep an eye on Man. Don't let her run too far. Yes, master. After giving Ji Xian a meaningful look, Xiaobai turned around and went to find Ji Man. At this moment, only Ji Xian and Li Bo remained in the room, and the atmosphere became much quieter. Ji Xian sighed softly. Man is such a willful child. Sometimes I can't control her. I think Man is quite sensible. At such a young age, she has already taken on the responsibility of supporting this family, Li Bo said with a hint of heartache in his eyes. Yes. Ji Xian became melancholy. Man is only 8 years old. Her mother died in childbirth, and her father also passed away not long after because of the nine-tailed fox. A nine-tailed fox. Upon hearing the term again, Li Bo couldn't help but become curious. Wasn't it said that the nine-tailed fox was sealed inside you? Does it have anything to do with your father? Ji Xian smiled and said softly, The seal of the nine-tailed fox is passed down from generation to generation. This seal will be transferred to the first newborn of each generation of the Ji family upon birth. It is an ancient witchcraft. Ancient witchcraft. Hearing this, Li Bo felt a surge of respect, passed down through generations, simply to seal away this nine-tailed fox. Not only that, Ji Xian said earnestly, looking at him. The reason the seal has been maintained for over 1,000 years is mainly to weaken the power of the nine-tailed fox. So, that's why Man is in such a hurry for me to get married? Is it to prolong the seal? Li Bo suddenly realized. Ji Xian hummed in agreement, a bitter smile appearing on her face. I only have 1 year left. The power of the nine-tailed fox has not completely dissipated. If I die and no one inherits the seal of the nine-tailed fox, I'm afraid it will continue to wreak havoc on the world. What? It's only been a year, but you're only 24. Li Bo said incredulously. Even if sealing the nine-tailed fox affected your lifespans, your father should have lived to at least 30 or 40 years old. Ji Xian simply smiled at this. Sealing that demon fox will have some impact on the body, but what truly affects lifespan is the frequent use of its abilities. Ability. Li Bo's pupils contracted slightly. You mean, that black flame? You guessed it too. Ji Xian said. That nine-tailed fox demon was sealed by my Ji family for 1,000 years. Although her power is not as great as before, her accompanying black flames have always been exceptionally effective against wild beasts. Once prey is tainted, these black flames cannot be extinguished until they completely devour it. So all these years, you've been using black flames to kill monsters and protect Tianji village, Li Bo said with admiration in his eyes. There's always someone watching over the village. Ji Xian smiled gently at him. Of course, I won't use black flame casually. I can kill ordinary beasts with arrows, but only the power of black flame can destroy elite beasts, she added. No wonder that thousand-change fox pelt is so small. If it were an elite-level thousand-change fox, it would have been burned to ashes by Ji Xian's black flames long ago. Thinking of this, Li Bo felt even more admiration for Ji Xian. Despite the people of Tianji village ostracizing her, she was still willing to risk her life to protect them. If it were him, he certainly wouldn't have been able to be so selfless. Li Bo was speechless, thinking that if it weren't for that hunter's misdeeds in the mountains, Ji Xian might have lived longer. Chapter 171 Flame Poison. After a long pause, Li Bo spoke again. So, just what is the origin of this nine-tailed fox? Ji Xian remained silent for a moment, then pondered. That was a giant black fox with 9 tails. According to our ancestors, when that fox appeared, its body was as large as a mountain. When it looked down on the village, its golden eyes were larger than the moon in the sky. Its 9 tails were covered with towering black flames. When its tails were raised high, the black flames distorted the air, even surpassing the sun in intensity. This is far too terrifying. How could your ancestors have provoked such a ferocious creature? Just from the description, Li Bo could clearly feel the immense pressure of the 9-tailed fox appearing in Tianji village for the first time. This story begins 1,000 years ago when our ancestors migrated to Tianji village. Ji Xian gazed into the distance and spoke in a drawn-out tone. After that great purge, many wizards were wiped out. In order to prevent this tragedy, my Ji family ancestors took the lead and promised to lead the survivors to live in seclusion. They also swore never to use witchcraft again. This gave them a chance to save their lives. So the ancestors led the remaining shamans to this remote Tianji village to reclaim wasteland and settle down. Just as their ancestors had promised, from that time onward, they burned all books recording witchcraft, and no one taught divination to their descendants. Although the younger generation could not awaken their beast-taming talent, they lived relatively peacefully. So, then the nine-tailed fox attacked the village? Li Bo asked. Ji Xian nodded. If it were just a regular beast attacking a village, our ancestors could have dealt with it using simple hunting methods. But they never expected that the nine-tailed fox would be the master of this area. All the beasts in the mountains had to bow down to it. According to modern ranking systems, it should have reached the Overlord level. Overlord level. Li Bo clicked his tongue in amazement. Without a high-level beast tamer, it would be impossible to deal with a ferocious beast of this level. Ji Xian continued. The peaceful days did not last for more than a few years. Since Tianji village belonged to the territory of that demon fox, after learning the news, it launched a sneak attack on the village one night. A great battle broke out, and the village suffered heavy casualties. Under its black flames, the ancestors were powerless to resist. Seeing that the annihilation of our clan was about to happen, my Ji family ancestor decisively stepped forward and used the most powerful forbidden witchcraft to forcibly seal the nine-tailed fox into the body of a newborn descendant. From then on, the first host to seal the demon fox was born. However, because the Ji family ancestor broke his oath and used witchcraft again, in order to gain the respect of the people, after sealing the nine-tailed fox, he promised that the descendants of the Ji family would use this power to protect Tianji village for generations. That's why only I know witchcraft. After listening, Li Bo sighed deeply. According to what you said before, the seal on this nine-tailed fox has been weakened over the past 1,000 years since your Ji family was founded. Even if it were released, with so many powerful beast tamers in the Great Xia dynasty, it should be able to suppress it, right? That being said, Ji Xian sighed deeply. You don't know? This witchcraft, though capable of sealing away great evil, has no way to unseal it, which is why it's called a forbidden art. What? Li Bo said in surprise. Does that mean that as long as it's uncertain whether the nine-tailed fox's power has been completely weakened, this thing must be passed down from generation to generation? Not entirely. Ji Xian smiled and said, the ancestor who sealed the nine-tailed fox cast a divination. He predicted that 1,000 years later, a beast tamer with exceptional talent would break the seal, subdue the nine-tailed fox, and save my Ji family from disaster. A beast tamer with exceptional talent. Li Bo stroked his chin, wondering if this was referring to himself. He looked at Ji Xian curiously. 1,000 years later? Have you figured out exactly when this beast tamer will arrive? Ji Xian shook her head. As I said before, divination is an art of seeking out the will of heaven. To be able to predict this much in 1,000 years is already a great disrespect to the gods. After my ancestor finished divining this, he soon passed away. It's fate again, Li Bo said with a helpless tone. According to you, the only way to solve this age-old problem is to wait for the right person to arrive. Ji Xian smiled again. Man was so eager for us to get married just now. Also so that this mission could be continued, so that the descendants of the Ji family could wait for the arrival of that destined person in the long years. After saying that, she quietly turned her gaze to Li Bo, a hint of anticipation appearing on her face. Li Bo felt uneasy being stared at like that. No, why are you looking at me like that? Actually, what Man said just now wasn't entirely unreasonable, Ji Xian said, blushing. The seal is now on my body, but I only have 1 year left to live. Considering the 10 months of pregnancy, I must find someone as soon as possible to continue the family line. Ji Xian bit her red lips tightly and said with a serious expression. So, for the peace of humanity, for the future of Tianji village, and for the continuation of the Ji family's mission, are you willing to become my husband? No. This. Ji Xian slammed several accusations down on Li Bo, leaving him speechless. Well, with such a beautiful woman by your side, who can say they wouldn't have thoughts? After all, why wouldn't you take advantage of a free lunch? It's not a good thing, but after all, this child is his own flesh and blood. Li Bo can't bear to see his offspring like Ji Xian, spending their days guarding a bunch of ungrateful wretches. The key point is that this child will probably not live much longer, just like Ji Xian. You don't want to. Seeing Li Bo remain silent, Ji Xian's eyes dimmed instantly. It seems you, like the rest of the village, think I'm an unlucky, short-lived ghost. That's not how it is, Ji Xian. Li Bo hurriedly explained. I just feel that doing this is somewhat like taking advantage of someone in distress. It was a matter of mutual consent. There's no such thing as taking advantage of someone in a vulnerable state. Ji Xian stared directly into Li Bo's eyes. If you agree, you can push me down to the altar now, but we can do that later. Isn't this a bit much? Li Bo looked at Ji Xian. You're so weak. How can you endure this kind of torment? He continued. Ji Xian, to be honest, I have a healing pet that might be able to slow down your injuries. It's no use. Li Bo. Ji Xian shook her head. I've tried every method you can think of. My Ji family has been around for 1,000 years and has used countless secret formulas, but no one has been able to stop the spread of the flame poison. Flame poison, what is that? Li Bo asked curiously. Every time the nine-tailed fox's black flame ability is used, it will suffer a backlash from the flame poison. Ji Xian replied. The inflammatory toxin will grow and spread throughout the body, and when it covers the entire body, it signifies that death is imminent. After saying that, Ji Xian lifted the hem of her red skirt up to her thigh. On the inner thigh of her snow-white skin, a patch of skin was an eerie, charred black, exuding a chilling aura. This is... Upon seeing that black mass, Li Bo's pupils instantly contracted sharply. No way. Seeing that he was staring intently at her thighs, even Ji Xian, with her good temper, couldn't help but feel annoyed. You're such a hypocrite. You refuse to marry me, but now your eyes are wide open. If you like, marry me and I'll take off my clothes so you can have a good look at me. No, Li Bo suddenly realized. I think I've found a way to treat your inflammation. Actually, his attention wasn't on Ji Xian's thighs, but rather on a message that popped up from the system when the black flames caught his eye. Inflame poison, caused by the black flame fox's flame backlash. Treatment method. You can use your mouth to forcefully suck out the inflammation and toxins from the cracks in the wound. Note, after the flame poison completely disappeared, the black flame fox's seal was fully broken. Chapter 172 Amidst Fire and Water. Methods for treating inflammation. A flicker of surprise crossed Ji Xian's face, but it quickly faded. Stop joking. If you really want to coax me, then just take me. If you really don't want to marry me, I won't ask you to take responsibility. Ji Xian spoke pitifully, tears welling up in her eyes. No, why are you acting all wrong? Li Bo was speechless, as if he owed her something. He said seriously, I'm not joking. I really do have a way to treat your inflammation poison. Maybe it can even break the curse that your Ji family descendants won't live long. Break the curse. Ji Xian slowly raised her head, blinking her long eyelashes as she looked at Li Bo. Seeing that the other party looked serious and didn't seem to be teasing her, she wondered to herself, could the beast tamer that her ancestors had mentioned who saved the Ji family from dire straits be this cunning man in front of her? Does your method really work? Ji Xian's eyes lit up with anticipation once again. I haven't tried it either, but based on my previous experience, it should be effective. Li Bo pondered. Although the advice the system has given me has always been bizarre, it hasn't caused a single accident so far. Since that's the case, then tell me, what method do you have? Ji Xian said. Let Gray Fish tell you the story in detail. No, what are you doing? Li Bo quickly stopped her. I believe what you're saying. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. How did things suddenly turn into taking off his clothes? Ji Xian gave a soft, oh, and stopped what she was doing. Since there isn't one, could it be that there's a mistake? Li Bo stared at Ji Xian and said seriously, there's no mistake. Think about it carefully again. But a sigh escaped his lips. You bullied me. Wah! Ji Xian could no longer hold back, and 2 streams of cold tears flowed down her cheeks. In a fit of anger, she grabbed the pillow next to her and threw it at Li Bo's face. She never expected that even though she was so sick, Li Bo would still harass and humiliate her like this. Thinking of this, a deep sense of grievance welled up in my heart. If you are unwilling to marry me, why humiliate me in such a crude way? If removing the poison were so simple, why would it take you 1,000 years to cure it? Perhaps my ancestors could have done it. Ji Xian's face was already burning hot, and no matter how grief-stricken she was, she couldn't bring herself to say the next shameful words. That just means your ancestors were too naive. Li Bo's words struck Ji Xian like a thunderbolt, leaving her completely stunned. Too naive. Ji Xian's eyes flickered as she stared intently at Li Bo. Why was his thought process always so peculiar? However, upon closer examination, Li Bo's words are not without merit. The wizarding clan has always been traditional and conservative. They would never do such a shameful thing. Only a guy with such unrestrained thinking and no bottom line could come up with such a miraculous detoxification method. Ji Xian's cheeks flushed red as she struggled internally. On one hand, she felt that this method was extremely shameful, while on the other hand, she felt that it made no sense. The saying goes that the greatest truths are the simplest. As a successor of the wizarding lineage, Ji Xian knew very well that the more complex the seal, the simpler the method to break it. However, Li Bo's mind was not on whether or not he should get married. He stared at the pool of flaming poison on the ground, puzzled. Wasn't it supposed to break the black flame fox's seal after the flaming poison was expelled? Why is there no sign of it? What's that noise? Listening to his babbling, Ji Xian was completely confused. Li Bo looked at Ji Xian, wondering if some step was missing. At this moment, Man, who had been found by Xiao Bai, was secretly observing everything happening in the room through the crack in the door. Suddenly, her expression changed and she turned her head away. Well, Xiao Bai sighed, pulled Man away, and said something meaningful. Man, when you grow up, don't date a bad guy like your older brother. Chapter 173 The Fox Appears. At this moment, Ji Xian nestled affectionately in Li Bo's arms, drawing a circle on his chest. Wait a minute, you have to come with me to the wedding ceremony. Li Bo gently stroked Ji Xian's soft, delicate hand. Our relationship has progressed to this point. I think we should skip these formalities. How can that be? Ji Xian retorted. Get on the bus first, then buy the ticket. She looked at Li Bo with a mischievous smile on her face. Sir, you don't want your daughter to take my surname in the future, do you? Li Bo's mind went blank for a moment. Daughter? No way. I won the lottery, Li Bo said incredulously. Seeing his stunned expression, Ji Xian burst out laughing. Just kidding. After Ji Xian recovered her complexion, she smiled like a blooming cherry blossom, looking incredibly beautiful. Is it true or not? Li Bo looked at her seriously. This is not something to joke about. I won't tell you. Ji Xian smiled mischievously. If you really care, come back to see me often. I want you to always think about me. Aren't you coming with me? Li Bo looked at Ji Xian in surprise. I have a place in Zhonghai. If you're willing, I can take you there. No, that won't work, Ji Xian sighed. The Ji family's mission is not only to seal the nine-tailed fox, but also to protect Tianji village. Besides, Man is still young, and I need to stay here to take care of her. In that case, all right then. Li Bo murmured, his gaze fixed on Ji Xian's body. Logically, now that the fire poison was completely neutralized and the passage was open, the black flame fox should be coming out soon, right? Seeing his indifferent reaction, Ji Xian immediately became unhappy. You don't care about me at all. Stunned by her words. You don't want to take me with you at all. You were just saying that casually. Ji Xian said angrily. Grandma, didn't you say you wanted to stay in the village? Li Bo asked innocently. Couldn't you have invited me more often? What if I got touched and went with you? Tell me the truth. Do you have another mistress at home? Ji Xian stared intently into Li Bo's eyes, giving him no chance to lie. No way. I live alone. Li Bo held Ji Xian's small hand and gently comforted her. To be honest, I'm still in school. I have to go on a training trip in a few days. I suppose there's no one to take care of you at home. Really? It's absolutely true. I swear to God. Li Bo immediately raised his hand, but Ji Xian stopped him, smiling gently. I'm glad you didn't lie to me. Actually, I already knew about your studying at Zhonghai University through divination. I said that on purpose just to see if you were truly sincere towards me. You can even calculate that? Li Bo was sweating profusely, relieved that he hadn't lied. Marrying a witch is no easy task. It's true that there's no mistress hidden inside the house. It's just that there's one hidden next door. No wonder you're a college student. You know a lot. You even came up with a method for detoxifying wounds. You're really wicked. Ji Xian let out a soft moan, recalling her incredibly shameful behavior just now. And for a moment, she was overwhelmed with a sense of guilt for failing the wizard profession. Li Bo could only chuckle silently at this, inwardly criticizing the system for its constant bizarre actions and for taking all the blame upon itself. Judging from how skilled you were just now, you're quite the smooth talker. You must have taken care of a lot of other girls, right? Ji Xian suddenly said. I'm innocent, Li Bo said solemnly. Try casting a divination on me again. I don't want to watch anything that's inappropriate for children. A blush crept across Ji Xian's face. Don't blame me for secretly investigating you. After all, it's about choosing a husband, so of course I have to be careful. Although I know you're popular with women. Here, you belong only to me. Ji Xian's words were sincere, and Li Bo was deeply moved. He hugged Ji Xian tightly and said, Of course. You have to believe me. The only one I care about most is you. Liar. Ji Xian gave a coquettish laugh, but she couldn't hide the joy on her face. She wrapped her arms around Li Bo's neck, her eyes sparkling, and said, "My dear husband, you seemed to last a little too short just now. Was it not quite right? How about I brew some medicine for you using a witch doctor's remedy?" "What? It won't work." Li Bo widened his eyes, feigning anger, and said, "I was just trying to take care of your health." Usually. Before he could finish speaking, Li Bo immediately realized he had said the wrong thing and quickly shut his mouth. "You've been exposed." Ji Xian looked at him coldly. "What do you usually say? Go on and on." He, Li Bo grinned. "I don't usually get close to women." Although Li Bo was smiling broadly, he was already drenched in sweat. "Fortunately, I reacted quickly." "Pa, you're such a smooth talker." Ji Xian scolded, then lowered her eyes and whispered, "If you want to prove yourself, I can give you another chance." Li Bo raised his head and looked at Ji Xian, seeing her face flushed with spring-like joy, filled with the shyness unique to young girls. Li Bo's blood surged instantly. This kind of teasing is fatal to any man. However, a black vortex appeared on Ji Xian's flat abdomen. "This is..." Li Bo stared at the scene with a grave expression. Could this be a sign that the black flame fox has appeared? When his gaze fell on Ji Xian again, he found that she was pale and had suddenly fainted. "Ji Xian." Li Bo shook her body worriedly, but she still didn't react. A sense of worry rose in Li Bo's heart, and he was momentarily at a loss for what to do. He stared intently at the black vortex, praying that Ji Xian would not be harmed again. "Ha ha ha." Suddenly, an extremely arrogant laugh emanated from Ji Xian's body. "Sealed for 1,000 years, I can finally see the light of day again." With a domineering, cold female voice, a powerful surge of black energy erupted from the black vortex. The next moment, a golden-eyed fox with a wolf-like body and covered in black fur slowly appeared in front of Li Bo. Chapter 174 Forced Contract. The voice seemed to have traveled through 1,000 years, accompanied by an aura of rebirth from the ashes, almost piercing Li Bo's eardrums. "Sun, shine once more for my arrival. Humans, tremble." Black Flame Fox's face was filled with excitement, as if the next second she would once again become the powerful nine-tailed fox that terrified the world. To Black Flame Fox's surprise, what awaited her was not the dazzling sunlight, but the burst of yellow light emanating from Li Bo's hand. "What?" Black Flame Fox's pupils widened suddenly as it instantly realized that this was the light of establishing a contract. "How dare you?" She was furious. She never dreamed that a beast tamer would dare to try to contract her. This was the first time in thousands of years. "You wretched brat. I won't let you get away with this. When I get out, I'll skewer your penis and roast it over a fire." Black Flame Fox glared fiercely at Li Bo with her golden eyes, desperately trying to resist his contract. But no matter how she struggled, the contract ritual was like a divine command, allowing her no room for resistance. "This is unreasonable." Black Flame Fox's expression changed drastically. How could a forced contract be formed? Having been sealed away for 1,000 years, has the world evolved to this extent? Could it be that he opened it? "I am not reconciled." The Black Flame Fox let out a desperate scream. "What are you babbling about? Get inside." Without saying a word, the moment the Black Flame Fox made eye contact with it, Li Bo immediately forced a contract ceremony with it and brought it to the beast taming space. Contract successful. Name, Black Flame Fox. Gender, female. Attribute, fire. Rank, Elite 5. Potential, Lord level. Status, confused. Skills, Fire Tail, intermediate. Flame Claw, intermediate. Flame Strike, intermediate. Flame Barrier, advanced. Ignite, advanced. Evolutionary sequence, unique. Black Flame Fox, Scorching 3-tailed Fox, Calamity Fire 6-tailed Fox, Annihilation 9-tailed Fox, Purgatory 10-tailed Fox, World Burning Celestial Demon Fox. Description: the elite form of the 9-tailed fox after its regression, possessing the power of black flames. Due to being sealed by the G family for 1,000 years, its power is far less than before. Its true power will gradually awaken as the number of tails increases after evolution. He actually has the potential to reach the venerable Lord level. Li Bo's gaze lingered on the Black Flame Fox panel, his emotions unable to settle for a long time. Judging from the appearance, when the 9-tailed fox wreaked havoc on the village, it was probably the dominant 9-tailed fox, not its final evolved form. Is an unattainable term, both for Li Bo and in the world of beast tamers. Among the world's most powerful figures, none have ever been known to possess a Lord-level pet. Even a top-tier bloodline like Xiaobai can only evolve to the Overlord level so far. This Black Flame Fox possessed such potential, which truly surprised Li Bo. However, Li Bo didn't have time to think about these distant matters right now. After successfully contracting the black flame fox, Li Bo first left it in the beast taming space, then quickly reached out to check on Ji Xian's condition. Seeing that her breathing was even and her heartbeat was steady, it seemed as if she had fallen into a deep sleep. After confirming that Ji Xian was all right, Li Bo breathed a sigh of relief, then thoughtfully dressed her and covered her with a blanket. Where am I, Venerable One? At this moment, inside the beast taming space, the black flame fox looked around in confusion, only to discover that not far away, a pink rabbit was curiously observing her. Why is this 1,000-year-old fox so black? Rabbit muttered softly. Little rabbit, what are you looking at? Look again, and I'll eat you up. Ouch! Black flame fox said fiercely. Umph. If you dare to bully me, Sister Little White will make you regret it. Rabbit said sternly. Although she knew it was a 1,000-year-old fox demon, Rabbit knew very well that it couldn't do anything reckless inside the young master's body. Little White, the black flame fox asked curiously. So, this kid has more than just one pet beast. Hey, black flame fox, watch your words. Rabbit said. Now, including you, young master has a total of 6 pet beasts. What? 6? Black flame fox's eyes widened. According to the levels of human beast tamers, he's only a second-tier beast tamer. How can he contract so many pets? There's nothing strange about it. Rabbit said proudly. Young master has many more skills than you can imagine. It's your honor to be able to follow him. Black flame fox remained silent, recalling the strange scene from earlier. Li Bo had forcibly contracted her into the beast taming space without her consent. The key point is that he didn't even have a chance to resist. Such power, could he really be the legendary god-level beast tamer? This age doesn't seem like it, Black Flame Fox pondered. You have a lot of questions to ask, right? At this moment, Li Bo spoke to the Black Flame Fox in the beast taming space. The victor is king, the loser is villain. There's nothing to ask. Kill me or torture me. It's up to you. Black Flame Fox spoke lazily, but his face was full of resentment. As a fox that has lived for over 1,000 years, Black Flame Fox knows very well that no matter how unwilling it is, after being contracted, it can only obediently obey orders. You're quite open-minded, but I can't bring myself to kill you. We've already fallen into your trap, so there's no need for these polite words. Black Flame Fox said in a magnetic voice. However, kid, I advise you to release me obediently. You can't control my abilities. If you accidentally set yourself on fire and get burned one day, don't blame me for not warning you. Playing with fire? Heh, Li Bo said indifferently. Black Flame Fox, I think you haven't grasped the current situation. With your current elite level abilities, even if we let you out, do you think you can still wreak havoc on the world like you did 1,000 years ago? Is that possible? Li Bo interrupted her, speaking calmly. With the power of black flames, you certainly have enough reason to be proud. But have you ever thought that this is no longer the world of 1,000 years ago? Now there are powerful beast tamers everywhere, and with modern technology, your rare species will soon be discovered by the world. A beast tamer like me, that's fine. But if you're captured by some unscrupulous research institution, do you think, with your strength, you can still save your life and that black flame within you? Startled by Li Bo's words, the black flame fox trembled as if electrocuted, and its expression finally lost its composure. Upon closer reflection, what he said made sense. At present, his strength was only at the elite level, and he knew nothing about the current world. Without protection, he would be unable to cope with all kinds of unknown dangers. Her foxy eyes darted around as she spoke. So, according to you, following you, I can become even stronger. Seeing that she was somewhat moved, Li Bo revealed a knowing smile. I'll only say 3 words, Lord Level. What did you say? The black flame fox's eyes widened instantly, and it immediately became agitated. Lord Level? You know about the Lord Level. Li Bo said casually. Black Flame Fox, although you keep calling yourself the original, I guess that at your peak, you were probably only at the Overlord level, and you are probably quite far from the true Lord level, right? Upon hearing this, the Black Flame Fox fell silent, a strange light flashing in its golden pupils. Li Bo was right. At its peak, its true form was the 9-tailed fox of annihilation, a true Overlord-level pet beast. Although it could be called a regional Overlord, it was still far inferior to the world's top ferocious beasts. She spent hundreds of years and tried countless methods to reach the next level, but in the end, she couldn't even break through to the Monarch level, let alone the Venerable Lord level. Now that Li Bo mentioned the Venerable Lord level, how could Black Flame Fox not be excited? She couldn't help but wonder if this kid really had a way to help her break through her limits. Recalling what Li Bo had just said, he realized that he did indeed need a stable environment to recover his strength. Growing under this kid's command would be a prudent approach. After a long silence, the black flame fox spoke with a resolute look in its eyes. All right, I agree to serve you, but I hope you won't lie to me. Otherwise, I'll definitely skewer your penis and roast it. Seeing her serious expression, Li Bo didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What happened to the 1,000-year-old fox spirit? Why was she talking like a child? He smiled and said, all right, I promise I'll help you evolve into a lord in the future. If I can't do that, I'll roast you. That's more like it. Black Flame Fox muttered something arrogantly, which meant it completely agreed with Li Bo. Then welcome to the team, Black Flame Fox. Li Bo's eyes lit up with joy. Next, it's time to name you. Let me think, what should I call you? Name. Black Flame Fox lifted his eyelids and said leisurely, at my age, I could be your great-grandmother. But calling me grandma makes me sound too old. Black Flame Fox pondered briefly, then a glint of light appeared in its eyes. Why don't you just call me Mom? Chapter 175, The Uninvited Guest. What did you say? Li Bo's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Mom? What? Black Flame Fox readily agreed. Li Bo nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. You've gone too far. I think you can't tell who's the king and who's the king. If Ji Xian hadn't been there, Li Bo would have loved to drag the Black Flame Fox out right now, turn her into a beast girl, and give her a good beating. Hee. The Black Flame Fox grinned. You're my beast tamer, so of course you're the boss. From now on, I'll call you king. But why does this sound so strange? What's so strange about that? If this were ancient times, you'd be the emperor, no doubt about it. Black Flame Fox chuckled. Then, Your Majesty, have you decided what name to give me? As for her name, she definitely can't call me Mom. After thinking for a moment, Li Bo said, since you are a 1,000-year-old fox spirit, then I'll call you Yao Yao. Yao Yao. Black Flame Fox chuckled. A lovely name. Cough cough. At this moment, Ji Xian, who was lying on the bed, suddenly started coughing. Seeing that she had reacted, Li Bo quickly went over to support her hand and asked with concern, are you all right? I'm fine, I just suddenly felt very sleepy. Ji Xian looked at Li Bo weakly. What just happened? That fox demon seems to have left my body. Are you all right? A hint of worry flashed across Ji Xian's face. Don't worry. Li Bo smiled gently at her. I've already tamed it. You tamed it? You formed a contract with it. Ji Xian stared at Li Bo with a flicker in her eyes and said incredulously, how did you do this? Although this fox demon is not as strong as before, it was once a local overlord. How could it be willing to submit to you? Li Bo smiled and said, I can handle even you. So a little fox demon is a piece of cake. Hearing this, Ji Xian blushed slightly and scolded playfully. You're never serious. You're so naughty. She buried her face in Li Bo's chest, saying, I'm completely bewitched by you. Li Bo remained silent, simply holding Ji Xian tightly, enjoying the rare tranquility and comfort of the countryside. At this moment, in the living room outside, Sister Xiaobai, come and chase me. Man was playing Eagle Catches Chicks with Xiaobai. She knew that her older sister and older brother were being affectionate, so she didn't disturb them at all. You promised. If you have fun, you're not allowed to run away from home. If Sister Xiaobai catches me, I'll agree to your request. Little girl, I'll catch you. Little White pretended to pounce fiercely, but instead of attacking, it chuckled and dodged nimbly. Seeing Xiaobai chasing after her, Man hurriedly ran towards the gate. Before she had even run halfway, suddenly, a beautiful purple-haired woman, just like Xiaobai, stood outside the door, smiling at her. Little sister, come to Sister Ziyun. Sister Ziyun? Man stopped and scratched her head. Are you the cloud sister who just flew up into the sky? Ziyun. At this moment, Xiaobai looked at Ziyun standing outside the door with some suspicion. For some reason, she felt that there was something strange about Ziyun. Little sister is so clever. Sister Ziyun just wiped out all the enemies. You can come and play with her now. Ziyun's eyes curved like crescent moons as she extended her hand to invite Man. Man hesitated for a moment. Then a smile bloomed on her face. Okay, Sister Ziyun. Just as Man was about to step forward, Xiaobai suddenly stopped her sharply. Man, you're not allowed to go. Sister Xiaobai? Full of confusion, he turned to look at Xiaobai, only to find her walking over with a cold expression and pulling him behind her. Upon seeing this, a barely perceptible malice flashed across Ziyun's face. She looked innocent and said, Sister Xiaobai, what's wrong? It's me, Ziyun. Purple Cloud? Little White squinted and said, didn't Master just tell you to go up in the sky and guard the village? Why did you suddenly come back? Ziyun hesitated for a moment, then hurriedly explained. I've already wiped out all the spotted rainbirds that attacked the village, so I wanted to come back and see my master. By the way, Sister Xiaobai, where is my master? Tell me, who are you looking for? In an instant, Xiaobai's eyes suddenly turned cold, and a chill emanated from the corners of his eyes. Ziyun's expression froze, and she said with some uncertainty, Master. You are not Ziyun. Xiaobai coldly retorted. Whoosh. Her azure dragon eyes suddenly shone brightly, and an invisible pressure rushed straight towards the purple clouds in front of her. Dragon's might activated. An immense sense of oppression enveloped Ziyun, causing her body to tremble uncontrollably. Then, a strange thing happened. Under the influence of the dragon's might, a ferocious crimson fox face rapidly alternated with Ziyun's originally panicked face. The thousand-faced fox. Behind her, Man shouted in a panic, then covered her mouth in fear. Unexpectedly, the Ziyun sister in front of me was actually the thousand transformations fox in disguise. She was still terrified. If Sister Xiaobai hadn't noticed something was wrong in time, she probably would have been taken away by this fake Ziyun. Ha! The thousand-faced fox suddenly burst into laughter, no longer bothering to conceal its true form. In an instant, it transformed back into a 2-meter-long fox with crimson fur. Its eyes gleamed with cunning and ferocity, and its tail danced like a burning flame. I didn't expect to be found out so quickly, but none of you are getting away today. With a sharp screech, it revealed its sharp and terrifying fangs and was about to pounce on Little White. However, just as she finally managed to break free from the dragon's might and was about to leap up, phew, a cold hurricane suddenly swept in from both sides of Xiaobai. The hurricane, carrying thick, cold snow, blew it out of the house in an instant. Although Xiaobai, in her beast girl form, cannot freely unleash her true power like Ziyun, even a blizzard attack that isn't at full power is enough to prevent this elite level 1000 change fox from gaining any advantage. At this moment, the door to the room creaked open, and Li Bo and Ji Xian, having heard the noise, immediately came out to check the situation. Xiaobai, what happened? Master, enemies are coming. Little White looked outside warily. Man walked over to the two of them and said nervously, Sister, big brother, it's the thousand-faced fox. A thousand-faced fox. Could it be from the mountains? That shouldn't be possible. Li Bo couldn't help but feel something was wrong. Logically speaking, with Xiaobai in charge, these wild pets should have avoided him. Why would they be so foolish as to attack him? Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, a familiar, chilling laugh echoed from the sky outside. You little rascal. I finally caught you. Chapter 176, The Headless Scarecrow. That voice belongs to Bai Liang. Li Bo's pupils suddenly dilated. Although he never saw the person, he would never forget that voice until his death. In the battle at Sunset Beach, the A-rank hunter who nearly wiped out his entire army, Bai Liang. It turns out that the hunter hiding in the mountains to hunt wild animals was actually this guy. That thousand-faced fox from earlier was probably one he had contracted. However, before Li Bo could even think about it, splash. Suddenly, the walls around them were propelled by a powerful psychic force and slowly rose from the ground. Sister, our home. Seeing this, Man was so anxious she almost cried. The ground shook violently. With a loud bang, the entire wooden house suddenly rose from the ground. At the critical moment, Li Bo transformed Xiaobai back into its giant frost dragon form, protecting Ji Xian and her sister beneath its massive wings. As the house rose, a familiar, tall, thin man's face slowly appeared in Li Bo's eyes in the air. Li Bo gritted his teeth, his anger almost overflowing from the corners of his eyes. Bai Liang. In the distance, Bai Liang could be seen sitting on the shoulder of a giant headless scarecrow pet. The headless scarecrow was 10 meters tall, floating in the air using telekinesis, with a thick, long cross behind it, looking indescribably eerie. Kit, what a coincidence. Bai Liang looked at Li Bo with a mocking expression. Then, with a strange wave of his huge scarecrow's hand, the wooden house that he had forcibly lifted into the air flew into the forest 100 meters away, making a loud noise and crushing countless trees. Home is gone. Seeing their perfectly good home suddenly turned into ruins, their eyes were filled with despair, and large tears immediately fell down their cheeks. Don't be afraid. Big brother is here. You'll be safe and sound. Ji Xian comforted Man, but looked at Li Bo with worry in her eyes, her hands sweating for him. Because she knew very well that the person sitting on that headless scarecrow in the air was a genuine third-tier beast tamer. The scarecrow beneath it already possessed an aura far surpassing that of an exceptional grade pet. This is... Li Bo's gaze fell on the scarecrow beneath Bai Liang. Name, Headless Scarecrow. Gender, male. Attribute, superpower. Rank, excellent 9th Dan. Potential, excellent. Skills, strange laughter, intermediate. Mental arrow, advanced. Mental barrier, advanced. Telekinesis, advanced. Shadow clone, advanced. Puppet technique, advanced. Fire meteor, transcendent. Description, a failed evolution of a 4th-tier scarecrow. Although its level is only excellent 9th stage, its overall strength is already infinitely close to the leader level. Above the 9th Dan of excellence, below the leader, Libo narrowed his eyes, thinking that this 3-turn scarecrow must have been transformed into this grotesque form after being fed with the essence of the dragon turtle. However, it must be said that this headless scarecrow is indeed far stronger than the previous 3rd-tier scarecrow. Not only is it much larger, but its skills have also been upgraded a lot. Most importantly, this guy actually comprehended a transcendent skill, which is what makes Li Bo feel troubled. Seeing that Li Bo's gaze was fixed on his scarecrow, Bai Liang's pale face revealed a mocking smile. Heh, kid, scared yet? This scarecrow, am now a leader-level force. Soon, I too will become a fearsome S-rank hunter. Too bad, you won't live to see that day. S-rank? TSK. Li Bo seemed to be watching a joke. Bai Liang, what? You used a dragon turtle's blood essence, and even managed to destroy the scarecrow's head? I bet your scarecrow is only at the 3.5 level at most. You can't even break through to the leader level, yet you dare to dream of becoming an S-rank hunter. It's laughable. You. Li Bo's words struck a nerve with Bai Liang, and his face darkened. If I hadn't given that old bastard Lin Feng a bottle of dragon turtle blood as a condition for entering the level 3 thunder pool, this scarecrow, would have already successfully reached the 4th stage. Thinking of this, Bai Liang's gaze towards Li Bo turned incredibly sinister. I finally made it into the level 3 thunder pool. I thought I could evolve Zapdos using Crimson Thunder, but you bastard intercepted me and cruelly killed my Zapdos. Heaven has eyes, allowing me to form a contract with Ditto in this forest, and then I ran into you, kid. Today, I will avenge my Zapdos no matter what. Seeking revenge. Li Bo stared intently at him with eyes like an eagle, and said coldly, Bai Liang, perfect. Today, let's settle both old and new scores. The battle for the top rank has been successfully initiated. C-rank hunter Fei, you are about to challenge A-rank hunter Bai Liang. Successfully defeated the hunter whose rank can be inherited. High-level battles are primarily for friendly sparring. Do not take lives. If any deaths or injuries occur, the association will investigate. Oh, a battle for higher ranks. Upon seeing the notification pop up from his hunter chip, Bai Liang's face first showed a strange expression. Then he suddenly clapped his hands and burst into laughter. Interesting. You brat. You don't actually think that just because you've become a C-rank hunter, you're qualified to challenge me, do you? Bai Liang made no attempt to hide his sarcasm, saying, Today, without that woman helping you, and without Lin Feng backing you up, I'll make you understand. The gap between C-rank and A-rank is like a chasm. Heh, is that so? Li Bo gave a cold laugh. Then a murderous glint appeared in his eyes. Ziyun. Boom. With a deafening roar, a bolt of crimson lightning, as thick as a pillar, mercilessly struck down towards Bai Liang's head. However, the headless scarecrow seemed to have sensed it all along. Its form was like a ghost. With just a short sideways movement, it skillfully dodged Ziyun's thunderbolt. The lightning struck a giant tree, as thick as a person's embrace, and instantly split it in two. Don't embarrass yourself by using intermediate-level skills in a battle of this level. Bai Liang sneered. He glanced at the charred trees and sighed softly. This crimson lightning should rightfully belong to my Zapdos. However, it's not too late. Scarecrow, tear this weird cloud down from me. With a loud shout, Bai Liang quickly locked onto Ziyun's figure and stretched out his large hand. Whoosh! An invisible force of thought pulled Ziyun's body straight down from the sky. Feeling her body uncontrollably plummeting towards the headless scarecrow, Ziyun's expression changed. Such powerful telekinesis. In her panic, Ziyun quickly thought of what had happened and remembered how Xiao Bai had used the opponent's gravity to amplify the speed of the hail when fighting the Crimson Crystal Armored Dragon. Without hesitation, Ziyun aimed at the headless scarecrow and unleashed a dense rain of arrows. Whoosh whoosh. Sure enough, under the influence of the opponent's telekinetic power, the arrows increased in speed by more than double, raining down on the giant headless scarecrow. Oh, dragon turtle skills? That's more interesting. Bai Liang remained calm and composed. Just as the rain of arrows was about to strike the scarecrow's head, an invisible, distorted barrier suddenly rose up from all around it. The arrows struck it, but unexpectedly, They were completely absorbed, like a mud ox entering the sea, without causing a ripple. What? It's actually being blocked. Ziyun stared at the scene with a flicker in her eyes, her figure getting closer and closer to the headless scarecrow. The handover between the two happened in a split second. Xiaobai noticed this, and his face was filled with worry. Master, Ziyun is in danger. Little White, take Rabbit with you to help Ziyun. Knowing the terrifying power of the headless scarecrow, Li Bo summoned the rabbit without hesitation. Rabbit quickly stood on Little White's back and said with a determined look, Sister Xiaobai, let's go. Woohoo! A resounding dragon roar echoed through the mountains. Little White's enormous body spun around, its magnificent dragon dance resembling an ancient ritual. White light shone from Little White's body, and its combat power rapidly increased at a visible speed. Chapter 177, The Great Battle. Oh, Dragon Dance. Seeing the powerful aura that Xiaobai unleashed, Bai Liang narrowed his eyes warily. Used to play with like trash on Sunset Beach, has grown to such a level. A hint of jealousy flashed in Bai Liang's eyes, and his desire to kill Li Bo here grew stronger. Scarecrow, arrow of the spirit. Stop it. As soon as he finished speaking, the headless scarecrow stretched out another giant hand and quickly aimed at the direction from which Little White was attacking. Whoosh whoosh. One after another, invisible arrows of light, as thin as needles, shot toward the speeding Little White inconspicuously. This scene did not escape the rabbitess eyes. Radiant light shines together. She gave a cold shout, her eyes flashing red, and in an instant, a golden shield quickly rose up on Little White and its body. Even Ziyun, who was not far away, was also enveloped by the golden shield. Ding ding ding. The arrows of spirit struck the light shield, making crisp sounds like silver needles falling to the ground. At this moment, Xiaobai had already broken through the encirclement and aimed at the headless scarecrow, unleashing Blizzard without hesitation. With the Dragon Dance's blessing, the blizzard was incredibly powerful, like a snow mountain collapsing, and it pressed down on the scarecrow with overwhelming force. Even Bai Liang's eyes narrowed upon seeing such power. It knew that even with a shield to protect it, once it was buried by the wind and snow, it would lose its vision and be put in a passive position. Get out of the way. Bai Liang quickly gave instructions. Helpless, the headless scarecrow had no choice but to give up trying to capture Ziyun, and transformed into a streak of light, speeding upwards and escaping the blizzard's domain. Ziyun, are you alright? Little White, carrying Rabbit, quickly flew to Purple Cloud's side. I'm fine, Sister Xiaobai. Seeing the rabbit clinging to Xiaobai, Ziyun asked anxiously, why is the rabbit here? Who will protect Brotherly Bo and the others? Don't worry, Ziyun. We have a new member joining us. There shouldn't be any problems with Master. Xiaobai explained. A new member? Ziyun paused for a moment, but without thinking much, she quickly fixed her gaze on the headless scarecrow high in the sky and said fiercely, in that case, let's three sisters work together and kill this monster quickly. At this moment, seeing the chilling current still spreading in the sky below, Bai Liang was still shaken. Having experienced countless battles, he was naturally very clear that the mysterious ice dragon opposite him already possessed strength comparable to an outstanding level being. What surprised him even more was that this kid had actually contracted another pet beast. He squinted, scrutinizing the rabbit, recalling the light shield she had just emitted. Judging from its appearance, it should be a support-type pet. Bai Liang's gaze fell on Li Bo on the ground, and a cold smile crept onto his lips. You brat, you've got some nerve, daring to let your defensive pet leave your side. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being uncivilized. Click. Bai Liang snapped his fingers towards the ground. In an instant, the other two pet beasts he had already ambushed at the foot of the mountain rushed rapidly towards Li Bo and his companions. You still have the mind to worry about the ground. At this moment, the enraged Ziyun stretched out several dark nooses and shot them fiercely towards the headless scarecrow. Not to be outdone, Xiaobai and Tutu unleashed a barrage of attacks, including frosty spikes and fragrant petals, covering the headless scarecrow completely. Faced with these variously colored killing moves, Bai Liang's lips curled into a cold smile. Having a lot of people is impressive? I have plenty too. Shadow clone technique. At its command, two identical clones quickly split off from either side of the scarecrow, one on the left and one on the right, and swiftly engaged in a fierce battle with Little White and the others. Little White, its clone can't feel pain. Let Ziyun find the right opportunity and use Thunder Roar to find out its true form. Li Bo directed the battle strategy to the beast girls from afar. Understood, Master. Be careful, Little White replied. Don't worry. They can't do anything to me. Li Bo's gaze immediately fell on the two pet beasts that suddenly darted up from the bottom of the ravine. One of them is a crimson-colored thousand-change fox that just appeared in the room, and its level is Elite Rank 6. Thousand-change fox was a large black snake, about 4 or 5 meters long, with a single horn on its head, which was of the Elite Level 8. Upon seeing the terrifying black snake, it clutched Ji Xian's skirt in fear. "Sister, I'm scared." "Don't worry, Man-Man. Your big brother is here." Li Bo gently stroked Man-Man's head, looked at the two pet beasts opposite him, and sneered. Dictionary snake. Heh, it seems that after losing Zapdos, all Bai Liang has left is a scarecrow. Heh, Beast Tamer. You don't even have a pet to protect you anymore, and you still dare to talk big. The thousand-faced fox emitted an extremely seductive female voice, its eyes filled with greed as it gazed at Li Bo. "You smell so good. I'm going to have a good time with you later, rape you, kill you, and then slowly devour you." After saying that, her expression turned extremely sinister, and she and the one-horned demon snake beside her launched an attack without hesitation, surrounding Li Bo from the left and right. Facing the pincer attack, Li Bo remained calm. A yellow light flashed from his right hand, and a green magic circle instantly appeared on the ground. On the green magic circle, a golden-eyed fox with jet black fur appeared leisurely in front of Li Bo. "Yao Yao, haven't you stretched your muscles in a long time? Here are two pet beasts for you to practice on." Li Bo joked. "Your Majesty, isn't this far too easy?" Yao Yao said casually, glancing out of the corner of her eye at the black unicorn serpent that had attacked first. "Dare to use the same skin as me? You've already committed suicide." A murderous intent flashed in Yao Yao's eyes, and black flames gathered from her fox claws. With a whoosh, she moved like a phantom, transforming into a black streak of light, and swiftly rushing towards the one-horned demon serpent. The one-horned serpent felt a chill as it approached, and before it could react, its body was instantly engulfed in raging black flames. So fast. The thousand-faced fox immediately stopped in its tracks, staring at the scene in shock. Everything happened at the last second. It didn't even see Yao Yao's movements clearly. The one-horned serpent writhed in agony, howling and rolling on the ground in agony. But no matter how much it struggled, the black flames on its body never dimmed in the slightest. In despair, the one-horned serpent could only watch as its body was slowly consumed by flames. Yao Yao didn't even glance at it. She slowly turned her head, her eyes narrowed, and she stared at the thousand-change fox with a seductive smile. "Next, it's your turn, Junior." Chapter 178, Yao Yao's Strength. Dead. The thousand-faced fox stared at the charred mass on the ground with flickering eyes, its fear almost written all over its face. This one-horned demonic serpent was an Elite Level 8 pet, yet it was instantly killed by this black fox that was only an Elite Level 5. What terrified it even more was that the strange black flame seemed impossible to extinguish, and in an instant, it burned the unicorn serpent's enormous body to ashes. Looking at Yao Yao's ambiguous smile, thousand-change fox couldn't stop trembling. Especially the oppressive feeling emanating from those golden pupils made him feel an urge to kneel down before it. Escape. This was the only thought in the thousand-faced fox's mind. It doesn't care what the beast tamer commands or what damage his mental power might be. I was forced to form a contract with Bai Liang under duress. I've only been his pet for less than half a day, and now I have to risk my life. Only a fool would do that. Quickly assessing the situation, the thousand-change fox simply ignored Li Bo, turned around without hesitation, and ran towards the mountains and forests. "Are you scared? That's a good thing." Like a hunter toying with its prey, Yao Yao's eyes were filled with mockery. It calmly raised its right paw, and flames quickly enveloped it. "Once you're dead, you won't feel fear anymore." With a smack, Yao Yao slammed her fist into the ground. Boom. The black flames instantly ignited the ground, extending in a straight line and rapidly encroaching on the direction the thousand-faced fox had fled. It was Yao Yao's advanced skill, playing with fire. Thanks to the fact that the black flames never go out, Ignite can use any solid medium as a fuse to ignite and pursue the opponent. Sensing the scorching heat coming from behind, the thousand-change fox's expression changed drastically. Turning around, he saw a black line of fire, as long as a snake, rapidly chasing after him. The thousand-change fox hurriedly changed direction, but no matter how it moved its body, the flames seemed to be aware of its own existence, clinging to its body and undulating continuously. Hateful. The thousand-change fox gritted its teeth fiercely. It never expected that this black fox would possess such a monstrous ability, capable of even igniting the ground. Its gaze was fixed straight ahead, locked onto a large tree not far away. It thought that as long as it climbed the tree, it could enter the forest with its agile body. At that time, I will be like a bird soaring into the blue sky, or a fish swimming into the sea. When we were less than 10 meters away from the tree, whoosh! The thousand-faced fox leaped up, its sharp claws gripping the tree trunk tightly. Great! Keep running. The thousand-faced fox took a deep breath, aimed at another large tree next to it, and prepared to move again. Its limbs were taut, just as it was preparing to leap up again with all its might. Hiss! Ah! A heart-wrenching pain shot straight to its core. Looking down, it saw that the black flames had actually climbed up the tree trunk and quickly ignited its limbs. How is this possible? The thousand-change fox's eyes were filled with despair, and its heart was filled with regret. Because it had lost its support, its body fell freely from the tree trunk. Yao Yao, leave it with a whole corpse. I'll keep the fox pelt for good measure. Li Bo quickly said that he had not expected that Yao Yao, whose rank had fallen to the elite level, would still be so powerful. In the blink of an eye, Bai Liang's two pet beasts were killed by her. As expected of a 1,000-year-old fox spirit, she dealt with her opponent without any hesitation. Oh dear, Your Majesty, why didn't you say so sooner? Yao Yao let out a delicate snort. Though she was a fox, she possessed a captivating and alluring charm. After scolding him, Yao Yao still moved without hesitation, obeying Li Bo's command and rushing towards the falling thousand-change fox. Whoosh! A dark shadow flashed past the thousand-change fox's body, followed by several flashes of cold light. The thousand-faced fox's limbs, burning with black flames, were forcibly severed by Yao Yao's sharp claws, and they burned to ashes shortly after falling to the ground. Because the black flames had been forcibly cut off, the thousand-change fox's slender body remained intact and fell to the ground with a thud. The thousand-faced fox's aura was dwindling, and it knew it would soon die. As it closed its eyes, it looked resentfully at the black fox before it. Who are you? Yao Yao smiled sweetly at the thousand-change fox, her eyes crinkling. Your distant ancestor whom I've never met. Puff! The thousand-faced fox was overcome with anger and coughed up a mouthful of blood before closing its eyes and losing all signs of life. Black Flame Fox Upgrade, Elite Rank 6. It actually upgraded? Feeling that her strength had suddenly recovered somewhat, Yao Yao raised her paw, her eyes filled with disbelief. Having experienced countless battles, it knew very well that in addition to sufficient combat experience, pets also needed a constant supply of resources to level up. Having just escaped the seal and only killed 2 elite-level pets, she had unexpectedly broken through her level in an instant. Could it be because of the king? A flash of understanding crossed Yao Yao's eyes. It recalled that after signing the contract with Li Bo, there seemed to be a mysterious power nourishing it in the beast-taming space. Thinking of this, Yao Yao was overjoyed. Leveling up was as easy as drinking water. Given time, I might be able to return to my peak form soon, or even break through to a higher level. Yao Yao, after you're done, bring back the 1,000 transformation fox's corpse. At that moment, Li Bo's voice rang in her mind. For some reason, his voice sounded so pleasant, making me want to get closer. Thinking back to 1,000 years ago, when she was only focused on cultivation, she couldn't even find a single female fox to her liking, let alone a man. Unexpectedly, less than an hour after being contracted by the king, I have already developed a fondness for him. They've arrived, Your Majesty. Yao Yao smiled seductively at Li Bo, then quickly returned to his side with the corpse of the thousand-change fox in her mouth, quite satisfied. A unicorn serpent? A thousand-faced fox. At this moment, Bai Liang, who was fighting with Xiao Bai and the other 2, suddenly had a thought. Just now, the devastating news of the deaths of 2 of his pets flashed through his mind. Like a bolt from the blue, Bai Liang's eyes instantly turned bloodshot, and he roared in fury. My newly contracted thousand-faced fox. Bai Liang's emotions collapsed instantly. I endured 10 days and 10 nights of mosquito bites in this deep, dark forest, and killed countless ferocious beasts before I finally caught the thousand-faced fox. He originally wanted to catch Li Bo off guard with the unicorn serpent and the thousand-change fox, but he didn't expect that this kid would actually contract 4 pet beasts. Most importantly, in the blink of an eye, his 2 pet beasts were instantly killed by that black fox. Bai Liang's heart was breaking, his eyes wide with rage as he stared intently at Li Bo on the ground, panting heavily. You deserve to die, you brat. You deserve to die. Chapter 179 Flame Barrier. Although the headless scarecrow was still being entangled by the ice dragon and its companions in the air, but at this moment, Bai Liang's anger had reached its peak. Scarecrow, kill this brat. Bai Liang shouted angrily. After he finished speaking, the three headless scarecrows simultaneously activated their mental barriers, forcibly absorbing the skills that Xiao Bai and the others had unleashed. Then the scarecrows turned around in unison, raised their hands, and aimed at Li Bo below as their target. Whoosh whoosh. Without warning, a barrage of spiritual arrows rained down on Li Bo. Owner. This sudden turn of events caused Xiao Bai's expression to change drastically. Without thinking, he immediately turned around and charged down towards Li Bo's direction. The three scarecrows unleashed tens of millions of light arrows, enough to cover half the mountain where Li Bo was. Sensing the threat Li Bo faced, Xiao Bai's heart felt like it had been suddenly tugged. She knew very well that even if one of these high-level light arrows hit her, her master's mortal body would not be able to withstand it for even a second. Master, you'll be all right. Xiao Bai silently chanted in his heart. His will to protect Li Bo had reached its peak, and his azure dragon eyes burst out with unprecedented light, and a deafening angry dragon roar resounded through the sky. What does danger matter? All she cares about is her master's safety. Ice armor. With a loud shout, and aided by the dragon dance, Xiao Bai's massive body was instantly covered by a thick layer of solid ice armor. At the same time, the rabbit on his back looked serious and silently put the golden shield on Little White. Xiao Bai's aura was fierce. His body was like a white meteor. He charged into the range of the countless light arrows, rushing towards Li Bo's direction with all his might. Ding ding ding. Despite the arrows of light piercing through the golden shield and striking her body, Xiao Bai was completely unconcerned. All she cared about was the distance between herself and her master. Sister Xiao Bai. Seeing her usually composed older sister suddenly become so frantic, Rabbit was so shocked she couldn't speak. This was the first time she had ever seen her sister so panicked. Faster, faster. Xiao Bai looked extremely anxious. No matter how hard she tried, she still couldn't catch up with the first burst of light arrows that were heading towards Li Bo. Fox beside Li Bo. If you fail to protect your master, I'll be the first to punish you. Seeing that Xiao Bai was still recklessly chasing after the sky full of transparent light arrows, Yao Yao shook her head helplessly. Young people like you, you always act impulsively. Why are you in such a hurry? I'm here for you. Yao Yao took a step forward, gazing at the countless arrows of light so close at hand. Her expression instantly turned extremely serious, and wisps of black flame flickered from her eyes. She half raised her body, and flames erupted from her claws. In-flame barrier. Yao Yao let out a sharp shout and suddenly slammed her claws into the ground. With a loud bang, a massive black flame barrier, about 10 zhong wide and 50 meters high, suddenly rose up in front of her, blocking the way for everyone. The transparent light arrow could even penetrate the flame barrier. It was melted in midair by the distorted temperature. Seeing that the black flame fox had protected its master, Little White breathed a sigh of relief. She stopped and floated in midair not far from Li Bo, turning her head to block the incoming light arrows. What? Seeing that the arrow of light had been blocked, Bai Liang's face darkened, his mind in turmoil. A flame capable of burning everything. This is the legendary black flame. Gazing at the black fox in front of Li Bo, Bai Liang's jealousy reached its peak, his teeth grinding together. Why am I limited to contracting the cunning and treacherous thousand-faced fox, while you get to possess this black fox who wields supreme flames? Bai Liang went almost insane, and at the same time, the scarecrow's attacks became increasingly fierce. In no time, the hillside behind Li Bo was completely blasted bare by his spiritual arrows. Xian. Now, seeing that the scarecrow's attention was entirely on him, Li Bo decisively gave the order. Having said that, the purple cloud lurking in the sky began to move. Seeing that all three scarecrows were distracted, she unleashed Thunder Roar without hesitation. Accompanied by a deep tiger's roar, an invisible sound wave shot out from the broad clouds of purple clouds, simultaneously washing over the three headless scarecrows. Although Bai Liang was standing on the shoulder of the scarecrow in the very center, neither the scarecrow nor the one on the left showed any reaction after being attacked by Lei Xiao. However, the headless scarecrow on the far right suddenly trembled. Although the movement was subtle, it did not escape Ziyun's keen eyes. Found you. After identifying the scarecrow's true form, Ziyun unleashed the Crimson Thunder Prison without hesitation. Boom boom boom. Several thick lightning bolts shot down from the headless scarecrow's head. Once the lightning bolts surrounded it, they would automatically connect to form a lightning prison. Ziyun's attack happened in an instant. She knew that no matter how fast the headless scarecrow was, it would not be able to escape the encirclement of the lightning pillars. But things were not looking good. Faced with this deadly attack, Bai Liang smiled slyly. Don't think I don't know your trick can lock space, but do you really think that finding the right body will trap my scarecrow? Seeing the strange smile on by Liang's face, Ziyun's heart skipped a beat. Despite the doubts, the thunder prison had been fully formed and had trapped the scarecrow inside. A barrage of red lightning descended from the sky, and Ziyun bombarded the headless scarecrow inside the crimson thunder prison, thinking he could destroy it completely. However, to his surprise, the headless scarecrow remained motionless and showed no sign of pain. How is this possible? Ziyun looked at Bai Liang in shock, only to find him staring at her with a sinister expression. Although you found the right main body, it's a pity that the scarecrow's shadow clone technique has reached a level of perfection. His consciousness can transfer to any clone and become the true main body. What? Ziyun was startled and looked down at the headless scarecrow in the crimson thunder prison. She saw that its body had already been blasted to pieces, but the other two scarecrows in the air did not disappear with its fall. Ziyun then realized that Bai Liang had not lied. At the critical moment when the thunder prison was about to fall, the headless scarecrow quickly transferred its consciousness. Hateful. Ziyun gritted her teeth in resentment. She had almost managed to kill this guy. The plan failed, and Ziyun did not continue the attack. In order to prevent the scarecrow from tearing it down with its telekinesis again, Ziyun used the illusionary color mimicry and hid in the air again, waiting for Li Bo's command. You cunning evil cloud. You're quite fast, Bai Liang said coldly, then turned his gaze to Li Bo below. Fine. After I deal with that brat, I'll capture you and slowly strip away your crimson lightning. Chapter 180 Extraordinary Skills. After a brief battle, knowing that Li Bo possessed the skill to break the shadow clone, Bai Liang simply recalled the other clone and merged it with the headless scarecrow. After all, maintaining the clone's combat state requires a lot of mental energy. You brat, don't think that just because you killed two of my pet beasts, the scales of victory will tip in your favor. Bai Liang stared coldly at Li Bo, his face gloomy. You only have 4 pet beasts, while my pet beasts are inexhaustible. As soon as he finished speaking, the scarecrow clasped his hands together, and an invisible wave of psychic energy spread outwards to the surrounding mountains. The next second, a strange fluctuation suddenly erupted in the surrounding forest, followed by a rumbling sound of footsteps that gradually became clearer. This is... Sensing the commotion coming from the forest, Li Bo immediately narrowed his eyes. At this moment, Bai Liang stood on the scarecrow's shoulder, looking completely insane. Destroy? Destroy this whole place. Come forth, my puppets. Young master, what happened? Rabbit warily gazed at the forest behind them. Why? I feel a terrifying aura of death approaching us. It's puppetry. Li Bo frowned slightly. That Bai Liang guy must have controlled the corpses of the dead pets in the mountains and used them as fighting tools. The corpse of a pet beast from the mountains. Upon hearing this, Ji Xian's face turned deathly pale. This guy has killed tens of thousands of pet beasts in the mountains. If that's the case, not only us, but the entire village will be destroyed. Don't worry. Li Bo smiled mysteriously. I'm afraid he won't use this trick. Since he has, I have my own way of dealing with it. How to deal with it? Although Ji Xian was completely confused, Li Bo's calm expression reassured her and made her unconditionally choose to believe her man. We must protect the village. Ji Xian prayed in her heart. At the call of the headless scarecrow, in an instant, a large number of pets of all shapes and sizes suddenly appeared in the mountains, some flying in the sky and some running on the ground, totaling several thousand. Without exception, these pets had lifeless eyes and were all being manipulated by the scarecrow using puppetry techniques. Because Ji Xian's home was located halfway up the mountain, before long, more than a dozen gibbon-like undead creatures moved and rushed forward quickly, clinging to tree trunks with their hands, and soon appeared behind Li Bo and the others. Before they could launch a further attack, Yao Yao immediately used her Ignite Yourself skill, and more than a dozen lines of fire spread across the ground, burning the group of gibbons to ashes. The several death birds that were attacking them were torn apart in midair by Xiaobai. Seeing that there was still commotion in the forest, Rabbit said to Li Bo, Young master, if this continues, we'll be in a very passive position. Yes. Ji Xian nervously tugged at Li Bo's arm. We can still protect ourselves, but what about the villagers down below? Li Bo remained silent, handing his back to Xiaobai and Yao Yao, while he kept his eyes fixed on the movements in other directions around the village. At this moment, the village was completely surrounded by these dead puppets, and all sorts of strange dead birds appeared in the sky. The army of the dead is pressing in, creating an apocalyptic atmosphere. A smug look flashed across Bai Liang's face as he looked at Li Bo with a mocking expression. You brat. What are you going to do next? Li Bo frowned, his eyes fixed on the movements around the village. Seeing that the footsteps in the mountains had become much quieter, it seemed that all the pets that Bai Liang had killed had made their appearance. Since that's the case, Ziyun, soul guidance technique. Li Bo quickly gave the order. I've been ready for a long time, brother Li Bo. Ziyun's figure flashed with a faint light. She had already quietly slipped into the sky above the village. As the soul guidance technique was released, all the puppet beasts seemed to be summoned at the same time, and their bodies were covered in purple light. The puppets, which were originally being controlled by the headless scarecrow, froze for a moment, and then, one by one, ghostly souls were extracted from their bodies. How is this possible? Seeing that the puppets had suddenly become out of his control, Bai Liang's eyes were filled with disbelief. Little did they know that while puppetry could manipulate the bodies of these dead beasts, Ziyun could command their souls. The ghosts floated into the air, their cries of agony echoing like the wailing of 10,000 spirits, as they poured out their grievances. And they knew perfectly well that the one who had cruelly killed them was the human beast Tamer standing on the headless scarecrow's shoulder in the air. Under Ziyun's guidance, these ghosts all turned their gazes to Bai Liang in the air, and then pounced on him, trying to pull him down and devour him. Upon seeing this, Bai Liang's face turned deathly pale, and he cried out in terror, "No, this is impossible. Scarecrows, smash them," he shouted. The headless scarecrow unleashed its spiritual arrows once more, mercilessly striking these ghosts. Come on, all of you. So what if I killed him? Whether out of fear or anger, a morbid smile appeared on Bai Liang's face, his eyes bloodshot. I can kill you once. I can kill you countless times. However, these ghosts seemed inexhaustible. As soon as one fell, another appeared. The soul guidance technique is directly proportional to the resentment of the dead beasts. The combined power of the resentment of these dead beasts was so strong that even the headless scarecrow showed signs of being unable to withstand it in an instant. To actually know the art of soul guidance, this little cloud is quite something. Yao Yao exclaimed with admiration. With so many innocent souls, this man truly deserves to die. Ji Xian gritted her teeth and said, in order to catch 1,000 change fox, they did not hesitate to kill so many pet beasts. If it weren't for the conflict stirred up by Bai Liang, the pet beasts in the mountains would not have come down the mountain so often to take revenge on the villagers. The ghosts launched a fierce attack, and Bai Liang had no choice but to hide inside the headless scarecrow's body. However, he seemed to have underestimated the abilities of these ghosts. They felt no pain at all and just rushed forward, tearing at the headless scarecrow's body. Straws kept falling from the sky, and the headless scarecrow's condition deteriorated visibly. Enough! Bai Liang shouted angrily, glaring fiercely at Li Bo, his eyes bloodshot. At this moment, he had been completely cornered by Li Bo. He never imagined that the boy who used to be so timid and hesitant on Sunset Beach for a single crystal core would improve his strength to a level that even he feared in just 2 months. He had worked so hard for so many years, teetering on the brink of death countless times, before finally becoming an A-rank hunter. Now he was about to become this kid's stepping stone to success. How could he be willing to accept that? You brat, you forced me to do this. Bai Liang's Dao heart was already shattered. He said viciously, this was originally a private matter between us, and I didn't want to make a big fuss. But you actually used such a wicked trick to harm the scarecrow. It's truly unforgivable. Bai Liang's expression turned crazed, and the murderous intent in his eyes was finally no longer concealed. Let them be buried with us. These mountains, and the villages. Bai Liang's face was contorted with rage, and he let out a fierce shout. Extraordinary, Flying Fire Meteor. Chapter 181 Killing Bai Liang, Part 2. As Bai Liang called out, the headless scarecrow suddenly emitted a bright yellow light. The tattered straw on its body, after being coated with a layer of yellow on, looked just like ripe wheat ears in autumn. As the light intensified, the giant headless scarecrow became dazzlingly bright, even more radiant than the sun in the sky for a moment. This is... Li Bo's brows furrowed tightly into a chan shape, a frightening thought flashing through his mind. Extraordinary. Judging from the powerful energy emanating from Bai Liang's scarecrow, Li Bo was quite certain that this was a sign of the use of extraordinary skills. Although the headless scarecrow is not yet at the true leader level, the destructive power of its extraordinary skills is genuine. Not to mention that the flying fire meteors in the hands of this headless scarecrow are real attack skills, and once released, their power is comparable to a small nuclear bomb. This guy's gone mad. Li Bo's expression was not good. If this continued, the entire Tianji village would probably be destroyed. Stop it. Purple cloud. At Li Bo's command, Ziyun, who was lying in wait, unleashed a powerful crimson lightning bolt, striking the ghosts that were being pulled along. No one can stop me. Hidden inside the scarecrow's body, Bai Liang roared almost maniacally, destroy it. Scarecrow. The next moment, the yellow scarecrow's body began to spin rapidly, and with a whoosh, it instantly left the range of Ziyun's thunder, leaving only a blur. So fast. Ziyun was utterly shocked that she couldn't even catch a glimpse of the other party, because she could clearly sense that the scarecrow's reaction speed had far exceeded what it had been before. Is this the extraordinary? After dodging Ziyun's attack, the scarecrow's rapidly spinning body did not stop, but instead transformed into a yellow whirlwind, flying wildly in the air. As it waved, streaks of yellow straw shot out from its body like arrows. The rice arrow was incredibly powerful. When it touched the ghosts that were entangled with the scarecrow, it instantly shattered their spirits. Were blasted to death by the headless scarecrow. Most importantly, after destroying these ghosts, the yellow rice arrows did not stop, but relentlessly shot out in all directions towards the ground. Boom, boom, boom. As the rice arrows fell, explosions echoed across the ground. The rice arrows were of ordinary power. Just one was enough to create a deep crater in the mountain and send countless boulders crashing down. Many rice arrows fell into the village, and many houses were destroyed in an instant. When the villagers heard the noise, they no longer hid in their houses, but ran away in all directions with their heads covered. Cries for help and the cries of babies rose and fell. For the villagers of Tianji village, this was a huge disaster. On Li Bo's side, the situation was equally dire. A barrage of arrows rained down on them. Rabbit unleashed its full power to block the arrows, but the arrows struck the light shield one after another, creating deafening explosions that continuously eroded Rabbit's defenses. Young master, this extraordinary skill is too powerful. This can't go on, Rabbit said worriedly. Sigh. Yao Yao sighed at this moment. It's a pity that my strength is not as good as before, otherwise, I could have slapped this kind of trash to death with one slap. Li Bo stared at the headless scarecrow moving erratically in the sky and fell into deep thought. He knew that Bai Liang had gone completely mad. The only way to stop this catastrophe was to find the right opportunity and kill him instantly with a deadly move. The problem is that the scarecrow is moving too fast now, and its movements are completely uncontrollable. Before using the extraordinary ability, even Ziyun's Crimson Thunder Prison couldn't trap it. Now that the headless scarecrow's speed has increased dramatically, locking it down is even more difficult. Ji Xian gripped Li Bo's arm tightly, watching the indiscriminate barrage of rice arrows raining down on the village. Tears welled in her eyes with worry. Sir, if this continues, the whole village will be destroyed. Please, save them. The villagers are innocent. Protecting Tianji village has been the mission of her Ji family for thousands of years. Now that the village is in imminent danger, how could she not be extremely anxious? Just as Li Bo was about to comfort Ji Xian, a sudden idea flashed into his mind when he saw her face. Looking at Ji Xian, Li Bo asked earnestly, Ji Xian, can you divine the movement of this headless scarecrow? Divination. Ji Xian paused, gazing at the scarecrow high in the sky. It's too far away, I can't see it clearly. If we get closer, I should be able to. In that case, Li Bo looked at Xiaobai. Let's go and meet up with Ziyun. Seeing that the village was about to be razed to the ground, Li Bo did not hesitate and, together with Ji Xian, Man, Tutu, and Yao Yao, rode on the back of the little white dragon. Under the radiant glow of the rabbit, Little White led everyone straight up into the sky amidst a sky full of rice arrows. Little White just finished using Dragon Dance in a high-intensity battle, so he's not in great shape. Rabbit, give him some sunshine, Li Bo said at this moment. No problem, young master. After saying that, the rabbit closed its eyes, and the pink flowers on its ears began to emit a warm glow. Immediately afterwards, a soft glow slowly appeared on Xiaobai's body, and his originally tired state instantly became full of energy. With a neigh, Xiaobai flapped its wings rapidly, increasing its flight speed dramatically, and carried everyone towards the direction of Ziyun. Along the way, countless arrows of rice rained down on them, which Xiaobai nimbly dodged. Explosions continued to erupt, and although the light shield nearly shattered several times, it was repaired time and time again thanks to Rabbit's efforts. Brother Li Bo, you've arrived. From afar, Ziyun cast a bright smile at Li Bo. Ziyun, keep your footing and don't expose yourself. We'll need you later. Li Bo gave these instructions, and then spoke to Rabbit and Ji Xian. Rabbit, replenish Ziyun's energy. Ji Xian, we should be able to see the scarecrow's figure clearly from here. Any closer, and it will be dangerous. Good. The two spoke in unison, and Rabbit used all her strength to unleash sunshine, quickly restoring Ziyun's condition to perfection. Ji Xian, on the other hand, focused her mind and used divination techniques. She closed her eyes, made a series of complex hand gestures, and muttered incantations. Soon, fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead, and her face turned somewhat pale. How is it? Li Bo looked at her with some concern. Suddenly, Ji Xian opened her eyes and said weakly, "In 13 seconds, the headless scarecrow's trajectory will pass over the center of the village. However, the time will be very short, less than half a second." Less than half a second. Li Bo's heart skipped a beat. The chances were far too slim. "Brother Li Bo, half a second is enough. Let Ziyun handle it." Without waiting for Li Bo's response, Ziyun moved her body without hesitation and used the illusionary color mimicry to quickly float in the center of the sky above the village. At this moment, seeing that Li Bo still dared to ride the dragon to meet him in the sky, Bai Liang burst into wild laughter. "Ha ha, you brat. Let's see how long you can stay holed up in that shield." He knew very well that even if the rabbit was a support pet, its energy was limited and it wouldn't last long under the onslaught of the flying fire meteors. Li Bo's palms were sweating as he glanced worriedly at the rabbit, whose movements were becoming increasingly labored. Just as Bai Liang said, the yellow rice arrow's attack power was too strong, and the rabbit's shield replenishment speed was far slower than the fire meteor's destructive speed. He looked anxiously in Ziyun's direction. "You must succeed, Ziyun." At this moment, several seconds had passed, and as the time for Ji Xian's divination was getting closer and closer, Li Bo's heart was in his throat. At this moment, the headless scarecrow continued to rage through the air like a yellow whirlwind, wildly shooting out rice arrows with no rhyme or reason. Meanwhile, Ziyun had already hidden in the sky above the center of the village, ready for battle. At this moment, when the time reached the 12th second, the scarecrow's trajectory suddenly changed, and just as Ji Xian had predicted, it sped towards the center of the village. Now, Ziyun used all her strength and, half a second before the appointed time, unhesitatingly unleashed the Crimson Thunder Prison. "What?" Bai Liang's expression changed drastically as he stared at the 5 lightning pillars that suddenly descended from the sky, his face filled with disbelief. How could the scarecrow, which moves so fast and with such unpredictable movements, be anticipated and intercepted by this strange cloud? Could it be luck? This time, the headless scarecrow had no clones to exchange consciousness. When the lightning pillar descended, it instantly expanded into a crimson lightning prison, completely trapping Bai Liang and the scarecrow inside. "We're trapped." Ji Xian was overjoyed. She had finally managed to temporarily stop the scarecrow from attacking the village. Seeing that the plan had succeeded, Li Bo led Xiao Bai and the others without hesitation and sped towards Bai Liang. Looking at the crackling red electric grid all around, Bai Liang's expression quickly calmed down, because it realized that the flying fire meteors thrown by the scarecrow were constantly destroying the grid structure from the inside. If you wait patiently for a while, you will be able to get out again. Looking at Li Bo standing on the ice dragon outside Thunder Prison, Bai Liang showed no sign of panic. Instead, he spoke with a mocking tone. "Heh, you brat, it seems you haven't grasped the difference between advanced and extraordinary. How long do you think your Thunder Prison can hold me?" "It's all over now, Bai Liang," Li Bo said indifferently. "Stop talking big." "Ha ha." Bai Liang laughed arrogantly. "What tricks do you have to counter me? Let me guess, is it that fox with black flames next to you? Do you think its black flames can burn down the scarecrow's mental barrier before I can get away?" "Huh." As they spoke, a barely perceptible transparent protective layer had already covered the yellow body of the headless scarecrow. The headless scarecrow's flying fire meteors can pass through the barrier and continuously attack the Crimson Thunder Prison, but the lightning on the Thunder Prison cannot do anything to it. "You're right. At Yao Yao's current level, she indeed can't destroy your scarecrow before you escape from Thunder Prison. However, I don't intend to burn you with black flames." Li Bo spoke expressionlessly, then began to take something out of his storage ring. "TCH, since you know it's useless, then hurry up and get going." Before he could finish speaking, Bai Liang's arrogant face suddenly turned extremely ugly, even somewhat terrified. This is because at that moment, Li Bo suddenly held a strange, pulsating green heart in his hand. The heart of wood that Li Bo obtained in the misty forest. Although I don't know what this is, judging from the powerful aura emanating from this beating heart, it seems to contain an extremely vigorous life force. Bai Liang, you're right. Advanced skills are indeed no match for extraordinary beings. To deal with extraordinary beings, Only extraordinary beings can defeat them. After taking out the heart of wood, Li Bo tossed it directly to the rabbit beside him. Bunny, detonate it. Although it hurts a bit, I have no choice but to use the heart of wood in order to kill Bai Liang completely. Upon seeing this, Bai Liang was utterly terrified and quickly poked his face out of the scarecrow. No, no, no. Stinky, oh no. Handsome, let's talk this out. Don't be impulsive. Using this thing could really kill someone. Human life? Li Bo sneered. When you attacked the village with your flying fire meteors, weren't those villagers who died human lives? Bai Liang, someone like you who indiscriminately kills the innocent and treats life like dirt, do you really fear death? Misunderstanding. Misunderstanding. Fei right. Fei Ji. Bai Liang wore a fawning smile. You've taken this joke a bit too far. We're all hunters, colleagues. You can't just kill someone. Otherwise, the association will hold you accountable. When you were hunting me down, didn't you ever think about the possibility of being held accountable by the association? Wake up, Bai Liang. Li Bo gave a sharp rebuke, his tone extremely stern. I once said at Sunset Beach that if I get out of here alive, I will kill you. When you were chasing me and Xiaobai Ziyun, you should have known this would be the consequence. Having said that, Li Bo didn't waste any more words with him. Go. Rabbit. Yes, young master. Rabbit took the vine and quickly fired a parasitic seed into it, controlling it in its hand. Next, with just a thought, it can completely detonate the heart of wood. Seeing that Li Bo remained unmoved, Bai Liang panicked completely. No, I was wrong. What do you want? Money? Pets? I'll give you everything. Please don't kill me. Bai Liang was almost in tears, begging for mercy in an attempt to buy time. But Li Bo didn't turn back and carried Xiao Bai and the others towards the sky above Thunder Prison. Rabbit handed the parasitized heart of wood to Purple Cloud. Sister Ziyun, only you can open the Thunder Prison. Wait a minute. Throw this down, and I'll detonate it. Good. As she spoke, Ziyun swiftly extended a dark noose and tightly bound the heart of wood. The power of the heart of wood is too great. Let's stay away. Li Bo led his pets and flew to an even higher altitude. In the instant she left, Ziyun threw the heart of wood into the Thunder Prison without hesitation. Just as he was about to forcefully break through the Thunder Prison, the heart of wood fell, and Bai Liang let out a cry of unwillingness. No! The next second, Rabbit's eyes flickered, and it ruthlessly detonated the heart of wood. Boom! With a loud bang, Ziyun's Thunder Prison was instantly shattered, and a huge mushroom cloud rose slowly from the sky. The massive blast wave rippled outwards, actually shearing off the tops of several high mountains several kilometers away. This strike, without a doubt, possessed extraordinary power. Bai Liang and his scarecrow were also eroded and annihilated by this world-destroying energy. As the scarecrow said, the advanced level cannot compete with the extraordinary. The scarecrow's only life-saving skill, the mental barrier, is as fragile as a piece of paper in the face of the exploding heart of wood. Bai Liang, a man who had killed countless people, shed 2 lines of tears of remorse in the moments before his demise. Sister, I wish I were as strong as you. Challenge to the top rank successful. C-rank Hunter Scarlet. Congratulations on successfully defeating A-rank Hunter White Liang. Hunter rank swap. Your new title, Rank A Hunter. Along with the message popping up from the Hunter chip, the Beast Girl system also announced the upgrade statuses of all the pets. Successfully defeated the Headless Scarecrow. Frosty Ice Dragon upgrade. Elite rank 9. Shadow Thundercloud upgrade. Elite rank 8. Flower Rabbit upgrade. Elite rank 7. Black Flame Fox upgrade. Elite rank 7. Chapter 182 Post-Disaster Reconstruction. You've become an A-rank hunter. Li Bo was filled with mixed emotions. The scenes of being bullied on Sunset Beach were still vivid in his mind. Now, he had finally avenged himself by killing his enemies. He doesn't care about accountability. He knows better than anyone that in this world where strength reigns supreme, only the powerful have the right to sit at the table and negotiate. At the same time, Li Bo focused his attention on the upgrade panels of the 4 Beast Girls. Now that Xiaobai has successfully upgraded to Elite 9, all that's left is for Yang Fei to obtain the Millennium Ice Soul so that they can find a place to enable Xiaobai's superior evolution. If Xiaobai evolves to the excellent level, it means that he will rightfully become a 3rd-tier beast tamer and join the ranks of true powerhouses. Because the Headless Scarecrow was killed by Rabbit's level jumped directly from Elite 5 to Elite 7, 1 level higher than the other 3 Beast Girls. As Rabbit and Demon level up, the Beast Girl system quickly pops up corresponding evolution tasks for the 2. Flower Rabbit's Superior Evolution Quest activated. Host. Please accept the mission as soon as possible and evolve your pet into an excellent grade beast. The Forest Whispering Rabbit. Black Flame Fox Superior Evolution Quest activated. Host, please accept the mission as soon as possible and evolve your superior grade pet beast. Blazing Three-Tailed Beast. It's over. At this moment, Ji Xian looked at the mountains and villages devastated after the battle and felt a pang of sorrow. She didn't know how many innocent villagers had lost their lives in this battle. Sister, we have no home anymore. At this moment, Man, who had been holding back her emotions, finally released them all and burst into tears, hugging Ji Xian's leg. It's okay. Full. Although Ji Xian was also very sad, she still managed to smile at Man. A home can be rebuilt. Now that you've recovered, you can build a new home for Man. Upon hearing this, Li Bo immediately objected. No, you've just recovered from a serious illness and should be resting. You absolutely cannot do such strenuous work. I'll figure out what to do with the house. Li Bo's tone carried an irresistible force. Ji Xian's expression stiffened for a moment after being reprimanded by him, but her heart was filled with sweetness. With that, Li Bo pulled himself out of the panel and sent Little White flying back to the ground. Ji Xian's quiet and peaceful little wooden house had long been forcibly uprooted by the headless scarecrow and thrown into the distant forest. The original location of the house had been bombed and turned into a shocking scorched earth. Upon seeing this scene, Li Bo felt a pang of self-reproach. No matter what, the great battle was caused by him and by Liang, and Ji Xian's home was gone, for which he also bore an inescapable responsibility. Anyway, Yang Fei hasn't notified him to retrieve the 1,000-year ice soul yet, so in the meantime, he has time to build a new house for Ji Xian. The construction of the wooden house was not too complicated. Before he transmigrated, Li Bo was a miserable designer at a design institute and knew the structure and design of houses like the back of his hand. Building houses in these mountains allows us to use local materials. The only challenge is transporting the trees from the forest for initial processing, which requires a lot of manpower. Fortunately, Li Bo had no shortage of manpower. Whoosh. Without hesitation, Li Bo summoned all the tree spirits in the beast-taming space. In the previous battle with the hidden dragon, some of the tree spirits were lost. Originally there were 380, but now only 360 remain. Upon seeing the sudden appearance of a large group of strange trees with eyes in front of her, Ji Xian was utterly shocked. This is... Upon seeing the tree spirits, Man took a step back, nervously clutching Ji Xian's clothes. Sister, I'm scared. Li Bo patted Man's head and explained. Don't worry, Man. These tree spirits are all my pets. They have no emotions or consciousness and won't act rashly without my command. I see. The tension on her face lessened considerably, and she looked at Li Bo with admiration. Brother-in-law, you're amazing. When Man immediately changed her address, and Ji Xian lowered her head shyly, her neck turning bright red. Although she and Li Bo did have this relationship, she still felt a little embarrassed when Man called her that. Li Bo, on the other hand, was quite composed and said to Man with a smile, Then your brother-in-law will take the tree spirits to build you a new home. As he spoke, Li Bo explained to Rabbit a bunch of things about selecting trees and the requirements for rough processing. Then Rabbit led a group of tree spirits and headed straight for the forest. Master, how about I go help the bunny? At this moment, Xiaobai made a suggestion. Perfect timing, Little White can fly, so you can help carry the wood. Little White nodded and followed Rabbit into the forest. I'm going too. Brother Li Bo, Ziyun, full of fighting spirit, declared, I can use lightning to chop the branches off. That makes sense. Li Bo's eyes lit up. It seems Ziyun has really become smarter. Brother Li Bo, if you pat my head more often, Ziyun will become even smarter. Ziyun stuck out her tongue and then dashed off after Xiaobai. Just then, Yao, who was standing next to her, was about to say something, but her words came to an abrupt halt. It seems that as a pure fire-type pet, it probably wouldn't be of much help in the forest. If it were to set the forest on fire, it would only cause more trouble. In addition, she had just joined the team and wasn't yet familiar with the other 3 beast girls, so it felt a bit strange for her to go. Li Bo knew exactly what she was thinking, so he said something. Yao, you can stay here with me. Yes, your majesty. Yao smiled brightly. This was exactly the result she wanted. Li Bo found a rock to sit on, then took out a piece of white paper from his storage ring and quickly drew a design plan for the house, while thinking. Yao curled up next to him, pressing her head against Li Bo's thigh, inhaling the pleasant scent emanating from him. Before long, Yao fell asleep. At this moment, Ji Xian bent down curiously, looking at the contents of Li Bo's paper. As he sketched, A beautiful and practical wooden house quickly came to life on the paper, and Ji Xian's eyes sparkled. My goodness, you can draw this? That's amazing. Hee, I know a lot more than that. If you're interested, we can have a more in-depth discussion after the house is fixed. A wicked smile appeared on Li Bo's face. Huh. Ji Xian blushed and spat lightly. In broad daylight, you're so indecent. Seeing Man chasing butterflies not far away, Ji Xian slowly sat down on the other side of Li Bo, took his arm, and asked, Sir, could you please help me find my parents' memorial tablets? A memorial tablet? The one that's in the living room. Li Bo was stunned for a moment, thinking that the memorial tablet in Ji Xian's hall must have fallen into the mountains along with the house. Ji Xian hummed in agreement, leaned lightly on Li Bo's shoulder, and said somewhat shyly, After all, we haven't even had our wedding ceremony yet. Chapter 183, A New Evolution Mission. Cough cough. Li Bo chuckled twice. Ji Xian, why are you so insistent on this wedding ceremony? I'm already yours. Are you worried I won't take responsibility? Of course I know you're good to me, Ji Xian said with a playful smile. You just don't know. In our Tianji village tradition, a man and woman must kowtow to each other in front of their parents to complete the wedding ceremony. Girls in our village aren't as open as those in the city, so this wedding ceremony means a lot to me. If you just leave, the villagers will gossip about me. At this point, Ji Xian coquettishly shook Li Bo's hand. Please, sir, come with me to find that memorial tablet. Let's kowtow together, as a way to give my parents in heaven an explanation. You've put it that way, how could I refuse? Li Bo comforted Ji Xian. I'll go find a memorial tablet for you. You're still weak, so don't go hiking in the mountains. Stay here and watch over Man. Having said that, Li Bo didn't give Ji Xian a chance to refute, gently stroking Yao Yao's soft fur and calling out, Yao Yao, wake up, we're about to leave. Yao Yao slowly opened her eyes, revealing her bewitching golden pupils. Then, she slung herself over Li Bo's neck and blew a warm breath into his ear, saying, Your Majesty, I want you to carry me across. I just can't do anything with you. Li Bo chuckled and turned to Ji Xian, saying, I'll be right back. Take good care of Man. I'll wait for you to come back. Following the direction in which the house had fallen, Li Bo led Yao Yao along the mountain path. During the journey, Li Bo opened the panel again and first accepted the rabbit's evolution quest. The Flower Spirit Rabbit's superior evolution quest has been successfully claimed. The dead trees come back to life. Quest has been upgraded. It has grown into a lush forest. Complete the following tasks to successfully evolve into the superior grade forest rabbit. 1. Absorb 1 sunstone. 2. Standing out from the crowd for 6 hours. This quest even has level up options. Upon seeing the task requirements, Li Bo was momentarily stunned. Sunstone? Isn't that the thing that old geezer Wang Yong keeps nagging about? According to the information he had previously received, the sunstone was hidden in the secret realm he was participating in this time, so he would inevitably have to participate in the competition for this treasure. The tree stands out in the forest? Upon seeing these 4 words, Li Bo's eyes widened immediately, and he said angrily, What kind of weird thing is this now? System, speak up. Li Bo had long seen through the true nature of this lewd system, and must have guessed that this task would definitely involve him messing with the rabbit again. Wah! Host, you're asking a question you already know the answer to. How annoying. Upon seeing this message, Li Bo felt an urge to drag out this damn system and give it a good beating. However, he doesn't have time to worry about it right now. There's still some time before he goes to the secret realm, so he has to put the tasks of getting the sunstone and evolving the rabbit on hold for the time being. Next, Li Bo accepted the Yao Yao evolution quest. Black Flame Fox's superior evolution quest successfully claimed. Evolution requirements. Teach the Black Flame Fox 3 new advanced skills to evolve it into the superior grade, Blazing Three-Tailed Fox. Yao Yao's evolution mission is quite humane. Li Bo stroked his chin, but learning 3 advanced skills is still quite difficult to evolve into the Blazing Three-Tail. However, since Yao Yao currently has so few skills, the system will likely arrange for her to learn new skills later. Seeing that Li Bo had seemed dazed just now, Yao Yao, who was hanging around his neck, asked curiously, What's wrong, Your Majesty? Are you too tired? Yao Yao was a full 1.5 meters long. Her body was very soft. When she wrapped around Li Bo's neck, it looked like a long scarf. Her black fur was as smooth as silk, and it felt very comfortable to the touch, without any foreign sensation. I'm not that tired. Li Bo smiled and pretended to be angry, saying, Speaking of which, Yao Yao, it's usually the beast tamer who rides the beast, not the other way around. You're going a bit too far. Little vixen, If you seduce me again, I'll take you back to my beast-taming space, Li Bo said jokingly. But unexpectedly, this simple joke threw Yao Yao into a panic. In the beast-taming space anymore? Yao Yao pleaded pitifully. Why is that? Li Bo asked in confusion. Yao Yao must have sensed it just now. In my beast-taming space, not only can she quickly recover her strength, but she can also heal her injuries. Moreover, my beast-taming space is quite large. Why doesn't Yao Yao want to stay there? Your Majesty's space is indeed very warm, but, Yao Yao said wistfully. However, I was sealed away by the Ji family for 1,000 years, and I have a conditioned reflex of fear towards such enclosed spaces, which would awaken Yao Yao's painful memories. Upon hearing this, Li Bo stopped in his tracks, remained silent for a moment, and then spoke softly. I'm sorry, Yao Yao, I didn't think it through. Li Bo looked at her earnestly and said, I promise Yao Yao, I will only summon you into the beast-taming space under special circumstances. You can stay by my side all the time. Really? Yao Yao's eyes, then a glimmer of excitement appeared. She happily rubbed her cheek against Li Bo's. Yao Yao is really growing to like your Majesty more and more. In the future, Yao Yao will definitely find you a few more wives to serve you. What did you say? Li Bo's eyes widened. How did this perfectly heartwarming scene suddenly change? Giggle. Yao Yao chuckled playfully. Your Majesty is unwilling? In ancient times, emperors married several wives. I don't have a good impression of that woman from the Ji family. But since your Majesty has already taken her, then Yao Yao will find you a few more pleasing ones in the future. Let's not do that, Li Bo exclaimed, covered in a cold sweat. If this continues, my kidneys will soon give out. By the way, your Majesty, why did I level up suddenly after only killing 2 pet beasts? This speed is much faster than when I leveled up on my own back then. In the battle just now, I saw that my other 3 companions were all extraordinary. Does your Majesty have some shortcut to quickly train pet beasts? Yao Yao suddenly became like a curious child, full of questions. There are no shortcuts. Li Bo sighed. I've gotten to where I am today entirely through my own hard work and sweat. Sweat. Yao Yao's eyes darted around. Then Yao Yao must also work hard to become stronger and regain her power. A strong desire for Black Flame Fox to become stronger has been detected, matching you with the appropriate skill learning task. Match successful. The Black Flame Fox can currently learn the advanced fire-type skill, Exploding Fireball. Task requirements. Chapter 184 Demons Transform into Humans. Advanced skill. Li Bo was somewhat surprised. He had just been wondering when the system would assign him a Yao Yao skill mission, but he didn't expect it to come so soon. A fiery blaze? Li Bo stroked his chin, a smile spreading across his face. This is indeed a skill with considerable power. Exploding Fireball. Once learned, the pet can quickly condense a giant fireball to attack the opponent. The fireball explodes and splashes upon landing, making it an extremely powerful fire-type skill. If Yao Yao can master this skill, combined with its unique black flames, the effect will definitely be even better. But when Li Bo saw the task requirements, he was immediately stunned. To violently strike a beast tamer's head with a large ball, is it really possible to kill them? But what exactly does this big ball refer to? A balloon, a shot put, or a rubber ball? Li Bo was at a loss for a moment. However, he couldn't care less about that now. The most important thing was to help Ji Xian find the spirit tablet. Before long, Li Bo brought Yao Yao to the spot where the house had fallen. The wooden house was now completely collapsed, with broken logs and walls scattered everywhere, creating a chaotic scene. Finding her parents' memorial tablets among these ruins was quite difficult. Seeing that Li Bo was getting difficult, Yao Yao jumped off him and smiled seductively at him. Your Majesty, you can rest here. Leave the rest to Yao Yao. After saying that, Yao Yao transformed into a black shadow and darted into the ruins to search. Li Bo chuckled and looked up at the sky. Through the gaps in the leaves, he saw Little White's giant claws carrying a large bundle of processed wood as it sped towards Ji Xian's house. After being processed by Ziyun and Tutu, the wood has been transformed into usable beams and rafters. Tutu uses vines to tie them into circles, so Xiaobai can carry quite a lot of wood at a time. At this rate, we can start building the house soon. With so many tree spirits helping, I believe we can finish building the house for Ji Xian today. Li Bo thought to himself. Having many pets really does have a lot of advantages. Your Majesty. Just as Li Bo was distracted, a charming voice rang in his ear. Turning his head, he saw a fox-eared beast girl with an unparalleled beauty gazing at him with deep affection. Yao Yao. Judging from the aura emanating from her, there is no doubt that the fox-eared beast girl before them is Yao Yao. Red without any lipstick, her foxy eyes had slightly upturned corners, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly. She was naturally charming. Yao Yao wore a loose-fitting Warring States period red robe, with golden flame patterns embroidered on the opening. Although the clothes were loose, her charming and sexy figure could not be concealed. Below her graceful neck were a pair of snow-white breasts that looked like they were coated with honey. "Your Majesty." Seeing that Li Bo was staring at her, Yao Yao's eyes sparkled with a mixture of joy and shyness. She gave a coquettish laugh, almost stealing Li Bo's soul away. "This is way too big." Seeing Yao Yao's imposing figure, Li Bo was stunned for a moment. With a scale of this, it must be at least 36e. The key point is that Yao Yao's waist, which is bound by a golden belt, is only slightly wider than an A4 sheet of paper. Such an incredible body proportion can only be found on a fox spirit like her. "Do you like it, Your Majesty?" Yao Yao lightly bit her lower lip, her eyes full of alluring charm. Li Bo looked away in a flustered manner and quickly changed the subject, saying, Yao Yao, how did you suddenly turn into a beast girl?" "Your Majesty, I am a 1,000-year-old fox spirit who has long since cultivated into human form. Although my cultivation is not as strong as before, transforming into a mere beast girl is not too difficult." Yao Yao covered her mouth and giggled sweetly, her voice incredibly soft. Combined with her elegant ancient attire, she possessed a captivating beauty that could make fish sink. Li Bo thought to himself, even the imperial concubines of ancient times couldn't compare to her. That's true. Li Bo pondered for a moment, forcibly shifting his gaze away from the dazzling white in front of Yao Yao. Only then did he notice that Yao Yao now held 2 spirit tablets covered in ash stains. A look of surprise flashed in Li Bo's eyes. "Huh? We found Ji Xian's parents' memorial tablets." Snort. Yao Yao said somewhat reluctantly, "The Ji family are my mortal enemies. If it weren't for the king's sake, I would have liked to throw this spirit tablet on the ground and crush it." Upon hearing this, Li Bo panicked and quickly took Yao Yao's hand to comfort her. "Yao Yao, when will this cycle of revenge end? Now that you've broken free from the Ji family's control, let go of past grievances. Besides, Ji Xian never did anything to harm you. You harmed their ancestors, and the Ji family sealed you away for 1,000 years. That's enough." As they were talking, Li Bo quietly took the spirit tablet from Yao Yao's hand and secretly put it into his storage ring. Yao Yao pouted and said somewhat reluctantly, "All right, for your Majesty's sake, I won't hold it against them. Now that we've found the spirit tablet, Yao Yao, let's go back first." As Li Bo spoke, he got up and started to walk down the mountain. Unexpectedly, the moment he turned his head, he felt his hand being suddenly grabbed. Feeling the softness against his hand, Li Bo turned his head curiously. "Yao Yao." "Your Majesty, it's still early. Why are you in such a hurry to go down the mountain?" Her eyes sparkling, Yao Yao didn't give Li Bo a chance to respond. She pulled him forcefully with her pretty hand, and Li Bo's body tilted towards her. "I'm going to fall." Chapter 185. The sky is the blanket, and the earth is the bed. Yao Yao laughed so hard her body trembled, and before her eyes surged a turbulent wave. Yao Yao grabbed his waist and leaped onto a thick, long tree branch 10 meters above him. "Wait a minute, Yao Yao. I'm afraid of heights." "Hee. Your Majesty is joking. You ride on the dragon's back every day. How come you've never been afraid of heights?" At this moment, Yao Yao pinned Li Bo against the tree trunk and licked her lips seductively. "Your Majesty, this is such a desirable prize. I'm so drooling over it." Li Bo's mind went blank for a moment. Then he instantly realized what Yao Yao was going to do to him. He said somewhat embarrassedly, "Here, in the forest, isn't this inappropriate, Yao Yao? What's wrong with that? The sky is our blanket, the earth is our bed." Yao Yao whispered in Li Bo's ear, "Your Majesty, don't you know that love is a gift from nature? This is outrageous." Li Bo's body trembled. He sighed inwardly at the extraordinary destructive power of this 1,000-year-old fox spirit and understood why King Zhou had been so infatuated with Daji. "Your Majesty, how much do you know about fire-type pets?" At this moment, Yao Yao looked into Li Bo's eyes with sparkling eyes and asked a question that seemed to have a hidden meaning. "A fire-type pet? Why are you suddenly asking this?" Li Bo stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, and then said seriously, "Fire-type pets mostly possess powerful attack capabilities and intense energy, capable of unleashing flames to attack. Moreover, many fire-type pets are short-tempered, and aggressive fire-type pets have exceptionally high combat power. Many beast tamers will equip themselves with a fire-type pet as the main damage dealer of their team." Li Bo rattled off a string of sentences, expecting Yao Yao to be impressed by his extensive knowledge. However, to his surprise, Yao Yao covered her mouth and secretly laughed. "What are you laughing at, you little devil? Am I wrong?" Li Bo looked at her, puzzled. What your majesty says is absolutely right. At this moment, Yao Yao smiled seductively. However, there is one thing your majesty definitely doesn't know about fire-type pets. There's something else I don't know? Li Bo was completely baffled. He was the top liberal arts student in the city who entered Zhanghai University, and he knew the departments inside and out. Now, he was being teased by his pet beast, which immediately made him excited. Then tell me, Yao Yao, is there anything else I forgot to mention? If I were to speak out, would your majesty grant Yao Yao a request? Yao Yao asked, biting her red lips. Can. Li Bo agreed without hesitation. Hee. The king is doomed to lose. With alluring eyes, Yao Yao leaned over and whispered in Li Bo's ear. Your majesty, let me tell you a secret. Fire-type pets have a higher temperature than other types. Of course. Just as Li Bo was about to retort, he felt something was amiss. He turned to look at Yao Yao, only to find that she already looked like she was about to devour him. At this moment, Yao Yao's body went limp, and she collapsed completely onto Li Bo's body. Hee. Your majesty, you've lost. You promised Yao Yao this. At this moment, Little White, who was transporting timber from the forest, suddenly slowed down and stopped in midair. Looking at a large, swaying tree not far away, she scoffed, Humph. Vixen. A dozen minutes later, Li Bo and Yao Yao returned to the ground. Your majesty, I think that woman from the Ji family is right. I'll have her brew some medicine for you to replenish your strength later. Yao Yao muttered with some dissatisfaction. Li Bo looked embarrassed. To be honest, he had underestimated his opponent this time. Fire-type pets severely test the stamina of their tamers. Even with his extensive experience in battle, he had no choice but to surrender prematurely in the face of Yao Yao, a powerful fire-type pet. Not to mention Yao Yao, who is a top-tier fire-type fox from head to toe. That's enough. Let me go back and calm down, and we'll fight again another day. Li Bo was not discouraged. It was already quite remarkable that he could endure Yao Yao's high-temperature attack for more than 10 minutes. She turned to look at Yao Yao, her gaze fixed on the large expanse of exposed white skin before her, and said, Speaking of which, Yao Yao, your Warring States period robe is a bit too loose. I think we should transform you into your pet beast form. Upon hearing this, Yao Yao paused for a moment, then happily took Li Bo's arm, tilting her head to gaze at him. Your majesty, are you jealous? Are you afraid others will see Yao Yao? It turns out, Yao Yao is very important to your majesty. At this moment, Yao Yao was no longer the cunning 1,000-year-old fox. In front of Li Bo, she was as obedient as a little woman. Li Bo coughed twice. No matter what, modern people don't wear these kinds of clothes anymore. When we get back to the city, I'll buy Yao Yao a few more new outfits. Hee. Okay then. After saying that, Yao Yao obediently transformed back into a black fox and coiled herself around Li Bo's neck once more. You're back. The moment Ji Xian saw Li Bo emerge from the mountain, her eyes lit up with delight, and she lifted her red skirt to greet him. We found your parents' memorial tablets. Li Bo smiled and handed the token he found in the ruins to Ji Xian. Ji Xian was taken aback at first, then took the spirit tablet and carefully dusted it off with her sleeve. Sir, please come with me. Ji Xian took Li Bo's hand and led him to a large rock. Beneath the large rock, several sticks of incense, simply made of bamboo strips, had already been lit. We'll kowtow together before my parents and complete the wedding ceremony. Then we can be considered officially sworn husband and wife. A wedding ceremony? Here. Li Bo looked puzzled as he gazed at the rabbit, who was already directing the tree spirits to quickly build the house. I'll finish building the house for you in a bit. It's not too late to put your parents' memorial tablets in the morning hall and then pay your respects, is it? I can't wait any longer, Ji Xian said sadly. Wait, you're leaving soon. Huh? Big brother is leaving? Man asked in surprise. It's almost dark, where is Big brother going? Wait a minute. Li Bo was puzzled for a moment, then his heart skipped a beat. He realized that Ji Xian must have secretly divined that he would leave today. Sure enough, the next second, Li Bo's hunter system received a message from Yang Fei. The Millennium Ice Soul has been obtained. Return to Zhanghai immediately. I need to see you tomorrow. Upon seeing these cold, hard words, Li Bo felt a chill run down his spine, and an ominous premonition arose within him. Why is Yang Fei, who usually loves to joke, so serious? Could it be that he wants to hold me accountable for killing Bai Liang? What's wrong with you? Seeing that he was lost in thought, Ji Xian asked worriedly, her eyes beginning to redden and welling up with tears. I'm fine. Li Bo regained his composure, gently wiped away Ji Xian's tears, and sighed. But you, why did you secretly do my fortune again? Fortune-telling is so mentally taxing, and you're not fully recovered yet. You're being too reckless. How can I leave without worrying about you like this? Gentlemen. Upon hearing that Li Bo was leaving, Ji Xian could no longer hold back her tears, and 2 streams of cold tears slid down her cheeks. She threw herself into Li Bo's arms and hugged him tightly. I can't bear to part with you. Chapter 186 Farewell to Ji Xian. Li Bo wanted to comfort her, but looking at Ji Xian sobbing in his arms, all his words turned into a sigh. Sensing the sadness of parting, Yao Yao consciously left Li Bo and went to help Tu Tu. Li Bo gently stroked her soft hair. Come with me, Xian. Take Man with you. I will give you a home. I can't leave, sir. Ji Xian shook her head, looking at Li Bo with teary eyes. Tianji village is in dire need of reconstruction. I want to stay here to help protect the village. This is my mission. But you don't have Black Flame anymore, and your home is in the mountains. If a high-level wild beast or pet breaks in, you and Man will be in danger. That's precisely why I should stay in the village. A resolute look appeared in Ji Xian's misty, tearful eyes. Li Bo remained silent. He knew very well that no matter how he tried to persuade Ji Xian, she would not leave the village. Gentlemen. Seeing Li Bo's apparent helplessness, Ji Xian suppressed her distress and suddenly forced a smile at him. A true man's ambition lies in the 4 corners of the world. How can he be entangled in the warmth of a gentle home? My husband is a genius beast Tamer, a savior of a turbulent era, a great hero. How can he be bound by the affections of his children? Go ahead and rest assured. Man and I will take good care of ourselves. A turbulent era? Li Bo paused for a moment, but without thinking much of it, he shook his head and sighed softly. I don't want to be a savior. All I want to protect are the people I love. Sir. Ji Xian buried her face in Li Bo's arms again, her eyes sparkling like stars, and said sweetly, with your words, Ji Xian, that's enough. Your future is bright. Man and I shouldn't be a burden on your path to becoming a strong person. You are not a burden at all. You are my constant motivation to become stronger. Li Bo hugged her tightly. You're so good at sweet-talking me. Ji Xian's ears instantly turned bright red, and she said in a soft, sweet voice, Then, sir, let's get married. Good. Together with Ji Xian, Li Bo and she respectfully kowtowed 3 times before her parents' memorial tablets. Father-in-law and mother-in-law, today Li Bo and Xin'er are married. I will treat her well from now on. Your spirits can rest in peace now. Li Bo spoke earnestly, his forehead touching the ground. Ji Xian echoed, Father, Mother, I have no regrets in marrying you, sir. After kowtowing, the 2 stood up, looked at each other, and smiled. Just then, Man ran over with a big smile, holding 2 bright red wildflowers in her hands. Brother, sister, here are some flowers for you. Li Bo took the flowers and placed them in Ji Xian's hair. Next time I take you away, I'll give you a proper wedding. I don't care about these things. Ji Xian shook her head and said emphatically, I just want you to come back safely. Your journey to the northwest is fraught with danger, so please be extra careful. Don't worry. Li Bo chuckled sheepishly. I'm lucky and tough. Shouldn't you know that better than anyone? Bad guy. Seeing that Li Bo had suddenly become unserious again, Ji Xian let out a soft moan and collapsed into his arms. You just love to bully me. Sigh. The thought of you coaxing other girls like you coaxed me makes my heart ache. There are no other girls. Li Bo scratched her palm. In my heart, there is only Xin'er. Pa, I don't believe it. Ji Xian gave a reproachful look, but still clung tightly to Li Bo, knowing that this sweet time was about to end. After a short while, Ji Xian suddenly raised her head and asked, By the way, shouldn't you take care of that 1,000-faced fox corpse? Yes. Li Bo nodded. Fox fur can change one's appearance. Having this will make things much more convenient when traveling. In that case, take it out, and I'll help you deal with it. Ji Xian said with a smile. This. Li Bo hesitated for a moment. Although he was extremely reluctant to let Ji Xian work so hard, if he took it back to process it himself, he would inevitably damage the fox pelt because of his lack of skill. He had finally managed to get such a large fox, and Li Bo did not want to ruin the pelt because of his own mistake. Hey, hurry up, while we're still here. It'll be too late once it gets dark. Ji Xian urged. Oh well. So Li Bo took out the 1,000 transformation fox corpse from his storage ring. He figured that Ji Xian, who hunted all year round, must be much more skilled at skinning and processing animals than he was. Ji Xian instructed Li Bo to place the slender fox body on a boulder beside the stream. Then, she took out a delicate little knife from her person and began to skillfully work on the fox's body. With practiced skill, in no time, a clean and intact fox pelt, about 1.5 meters wide and 2 meters high, complete with a hood, appeared before Li Bo. Mature, ever-changing fox fur. Once donned, It allows you to alter your appearance and physical characteristics according to your will. Durability, permanent. Next, hang it here to dry, and it's ready to use. Ji Xian said happily that the two of them had been chatting and laughing while making the leather, and they were very affectionate. This kind of happy life had been what she had longed for many years. I'm afraid we can't wait any longer. Li Bo looked wistfully into the distance, where the setting sun was already hanging obliquely on the western hill. Understanding what Li Bo meant, Ji Xian paused, a hint of sadness flashing in her eyes. She didn't say anything, but silently and carefully folded the fox fur and handed it to Li Bo. Young master, the house is repaired. Just then, Rabbit suddenly called out to Li Bo from not far away. Li Bo turned his head and saw that, led by Rabbit, the tree spirit and a group of beast girls had already finished repairing a brand new house. The house was cozy and simple, even larger than the original house before Ji Xian's, and it radiated a warm glow in the afterglow of the setting sun. Let's go see our new home. Li Bo extended an invitation to Ji Xian. Ji Xian suppressed her sadness, took a few steps forward, and gazed at the exquisitely designed house, momentarily lost in thought. Unexpectedly, Li Bo actually built her a beautiful new house in less than a day. While she was lost in thought, Li Bo pulled Man to his side and secretly slipped a black card into her pocket. Big brother, what's this? Man was about to take it out to see what it was when Li Bo stopped her. Shoo, Li Bo whispered. Good girl, promise your big brother that you'll give this card to your sister after I leave. This card is used by Li Bo for his daily expenses. There is probably about 10 million in it, which should be enough for Ji Xian and her sister to cover their expenses for a while. Okay, she said, seemingly guessing that Li Bo was giving her money, her voice filled with worry. But my sister told me I can't take my older brother's money. Otherwise, she'll scold me. Silly girl. Li Bo rubbed her head, squatted down, and whispered a few words in Man's ear before walking over to Ji Xian. Ji Xian was overjoyed, and tears welled up in her eyes. Thank you, sir, for giving me another home. There's no need to thank me. I'll be coming back to live here again in the future, Li Bo said with a smile. Ji Xian gave a soft and said, I will always wait for you. Gazing at the setting sun, Li Bo said forlornly, Xian, I need to go back. As parting was imminent, Ji Xian was extremely reluctant to leave, but all her words of affection choked in her throat, and she couldn't say them. She was afraid that if Li Bo invited her again, she would lose control and actually leave with him. All words can ultimately be summed up in one sentence. Have a safe journey, sir. Li Bo glanced at Ji Xian with reluctance. Ji Xian's eyes were full of longing as she looked at him with concern, clutching her chest. Li Bo remained silent, then leaned closer and kissed her forehead before turning his head away, suppressing his sadness. Xiaobai, let's go. Yes, master. Little White transformed back into its frost dragon form. Li Bo, along with Rabbit and the other two, leaped onto the sky. A long, drawn-out dragon roar resounded, and Little White raced straight towards the sky, filled with colorful clouds. After walking some distance away, Li Bo looked at the rabbit. Rabbit, have the tree spirits made all the arrangements? Don't worry, young master. Rabbit nodded. As you instructed, 60 tree spirits were left to lie in ambush in the forests surrounding the Ji family. Once any ferocious beasts approach, the tree spirits will awaken and kill them all. Rabbit did a good job, Li Bo said with satisfaction. With the tree spirits protecting him, Li Bo finally felt relieved. He figured that 60 elite-level tree spirits would be enough to handle most of the wild beasts in the mountains. Now the Ji sisters' safety is no longer a concern. As for the villagers who still harbor prejudice against Ji Xian, Li Bo is unwilling to concern himself with their fate. At this moment, Ji Xian watched the white dragon gradually disappear into the distance, and the figure on her body also gradually became faint. Parting is the most painful thing, and the sunset, symbolizing the end of an era, adds a touch of desolation to this sorrowful atmosphere. Only after Li Bo and his group completely disappeared into the twilight did Ji Xian lose control of her emotions, squatting down and sobbing with her head in her hands. Man patted Ji Xian on the back, trying to soothe her older sister's emotions. Seeing that she was feeling a bit better, Man handed her the black card that Li Bo had left behind. Sister, this is what your older brother left for you. Ji Xian raised her head, paused for a moment, then sighed softly. Man, didn't I tell you not to take your big brother's money? He's a beast tamer, and he has many expenses for training, fighting, and raising his pets. You're really being inconsiderate. But sister, she said, somewhat aggrieved. Big brother said, this is compensation for the fox fur we sold to her cheaply before. Big brother told me to tell my sister, so you won't say he's cunning anymore. Full of words, Ji Xian was once again brought back to the scene of meeting Li Bo yesterday. The sound of the two of them fighting seemed to ring in her ears again. Li Bo treated her inflammation and poison, defeated his opponent in high spirits, and married her. These scenes formed a dream, which made Ji Xian intoxicated and unable to extricate herself. Muttered as she took the cards from Ji Xian's hands, tears streaming down her face. Longing was like a merciless hand, cruelly tearing at Ji Xian's heart. Sister, do you think Big Brother will come back? Looking up at the calm sky, she spoke with clear eyes. Yes, it will. Ji Xian stood up, her gaze lingering on the direction Li Bo had left. When destruction comes, he will come riding on colorful, auspicious clouds to take us away. Chapter 187 Going Home. It takes about half a day to fly back to the urban area of Jianghai from Tianji village. When Li Bo returned to Jianghai, it was already 3 or 4 in the morning. Yang Fei hadn't sent him a specific message about meeting yet, and Li Bo immediately regretted it, thinking he should have stayed with Ji Xian for another night. I wonder how much that girl will cry after I leave, given her gentle nature. Master, where are we going now? Xiaobai asked. Let's go home first and get some sleep. Little White is tired too. After we get the 1,000-year ice soul, I'll find a place for you to evolve. Good. After saying that, Xiaobai quickly turned and sped off towards the home of Shanshui No. 1. The neighborhood was completely silent by then, with only a few houses still lit up with scattered lights. Because of the previous invasion of the Gecko Man into the community, the property management company spent a lot of money to strengthen security and set up special barriers in the air around the area. Therefore, Li Bo could not fly directly into his home from the air and could only walk in through the community gate. Walked alone in the corridor with Yao Yao, while Xiaobai, Ziyun, and the other two were summoned back to the beast-taming space to recover their strength because they had been working hard all day. Is this our home? Yao Yao asked incredulously. From the moment she entered the city, she felt like an ancient person who had traveled to the modern era, filled with curiosity about the various buildings in the city. Now that she's back in a high-end residence like Shanshui No. 1, Yao Yao's eyes are practically popping out of her head. It's far more luxurious and exquisite than the cave she used to live in. Yes, but Yao Yao, we won't be staying in this house for long. In a few days, we'll be heading to the far-off northwest Starfall City for training. Li Bo replied. No matter how far away, wherever the king is, that's Yao Yao's home, Yao Yao said obediently. Li Bo smiled, his heart filled with warmth. Upon arriving at his home, Li Bo inserted the key, and the door creaked open. Just as he turned on the indoor lights, a soft, mature female voice sounded from behind him. Where have you been these past 2 days? Captain Lu Wei. Li Bo turned his head and saw Lu Wei leaning against the door, looking at him with a worried expression. She was wearing a pink slip dress, and her eyes were covered with dark circles. Li Bo was surprised that Lu Wei was still awake at this hour. Seeing her haggard appearance, Li Bo felt a pang of heartache. Spoke to Yao Yao on his shoulder. Yao Yao, you go home first. I'll be there in a bit. Yes, Your Majesty. Yao Yao was very obedient. She jumped off Li Bo's shoulder and entered the house. Li Bo walked up to Lu Wei and reached out to stroke her face. It's so late. Why aren't you resting yet? I can't sleep because you're not back. 2 glistening tears welled up in Lu Wei's eyes, and she said in a pitiful voice, You're back, but you didn't come to see me first. I was just worried that you were working too hard and didn't want to disturb your rest. As they spoke, Li Bo gently embraced Lu Wei. You smell like another woman. Suddenly, Lu Wei said something in a low voice. Oops. Li Bo immediately realized something was wrong. He had just returned from Ji Xian's place and hadn't even had time to change his clothes when he ran into his detective wife. Your heart is racing. It seems I was right. Lu Wei sighed softly. Li Bo prepared to explain, but found himself at a loss for words. He decided it was best to silently await the coming storm. After all, what's meant to happen will happen, and running away isn't the solution. Unexpectedly, Lu Wei did not blame him for this. I'm not blaming you for having other women outside, but I'm worried that after you killed Wang Yong, you won't be able to come home safely. Wah. Lu Wei's voice trembled as she finished speaking, then she nestled tightly in Li Bo's arms and began to sob. Chapter 188 Confession. What? Upon hearing this, Li Bo froze, stunned for a long while. He stared at Lu Wei in disbelief. You knew all along? Lu Wei nodded in his arms. After receiving the report, I immediately dispatched a team to the scene. There, in addition to finding Wang Yong's body, the Black Rock Hound also detected your scent, Lu Wei said. My taste. Li Bo's heart sank as he recalled that the night before he went to the black market, he and Lu Wei had shared a passionate encounter. She naturally retained her own scent. Thinking of this, Li Bo exclaimed that he was doomed. If Lu Wei knew that he had killed someone, given her personality of clearly separating public and private matters, she would most likely drag him into the investigation. If that's the case, it will definitely delay our plan to visit the national-level secret realm. Li Bo unconsciously clenched his fists, sweating nervously, and stared at Lu Wei in silence. Lu Wei raised her head and stared intently into Li Bo's eyes, her gaze seemingly brooking no falsehood. You killed Wang Yong, did you? I. Li Bo sighed, gave up on arguing, and adopted a look of surrender. Since you already know, do you know how dangerous this is? What will I do if something happens to you? Do you want me to regret this for the rest of my life? Lu Wei spoke hysterically, her emotions suddenly becoming agitated. Huh. Li Bo was puzzled for a moment. This pace didn't seem like they were going to arrest him. At this moment, Lu Wei said, tears streaming down her face. I understand that you want to avenge me because of the Gecko Man incident, but your approach is far too radical. Wang Yong is a renowned expert in Zhanghai. How can I be at ease letting you go and fight him on your own? Li Bo stood there in a daze. Why was the result different from what he had expected? Seeing that Lu Wei didn't seem to intend to investigate his murder, Li Bo breathed a sigh of relief, dismounted from his donkey, and said fiercely, swallow this insult. Luckily, Wang Yong and that Japanese girl had a big fight, which gave me the opportunity to make my move. Now that this major threat has been eliminated, I no longer have to worry about the Wang family retaliating against you. As soon as Li Bo finished speaking, Lu Wei's cheeks flushed red, and she pinched Li Bo's waist hard. You still dare to talk back? If you act impulsively like that again, I'll really get angry. Li Bo winced in pain and cried out, easy, easy, my good wife. Serves you right for having affairs with other women. Lu Wei said jealously, but when she heard Li Bo call her wife, she felt sweet inside and naturally relaxed her grip a little. By the way, you said that Cherry Blossom Woman was also there? Did you see her? Lu Wei pressed. Li Bo shook his head. While they were fighting, I hid by myself. When I returned, Wang Yong was on the verge of death, and Chun Bin was long gone. Not even a corpse was left. Li Bo did not hide this matter. That's strange, Lu Wei pondered, stroking her chin. What grudge does this woman from the Sakura Kingdom have against the Wang family? First she killed Wang Chun, and then she tried to wipe out Wang Yong. With her strength, she could have avoided the battle and left, but she forced Wang Yong's earth-splitting tiger to self-destruct. What is her purpose? Who cares? After Wang Yong's outburst, this woman is probably hiding somewhere in Zhanghai, secretly healing her wounds. She shouldn't be able to cause any trouble for a while. Li Bo sneered. Okay, Lu Wei nodded. No matter what, the patrol team has already laid a tight net in many key locations along the river. As long as she dares to show her face, I will personally capture her. Hee. My wife is truly brilliant. Li Bo showered her with compliments, and his hand unconsciously began to caress Lu Wei's slender waist. Don't give me that. Lu Wei rolled her eyes at him, then pulled Li Bo into her room. I'm asking you, on the night Wang Yong died, we also found a body on the black market. Preliminary investigations indicate that this person was from the Hunter Association. Is his death related to you? Faced with this sudden question, Li Bo was startled, but his face remained calm and composed. He innocently replied, Hunters? I don't know anything about them. What could I possibly have to do with these guys? Yeah. Lu Wei stared intently at Li Bo, as if trying to find a flaw in his face. But how come I noticed that the hunter's death wound is exactly the same as the mark on Wang Yong's neck? Both were caused by the sharp leaves of some kind of grass-type pet. Could this be such a coincidence? Lu Wei's eyes became incredibly sharp, as if they could tear through all lies and pretenses. The usually quick-witted Li Bo seemed to lose all his tricks under the interrogation of his detective wife. Li Bo felt a pang of regret, realizing he had made such a basic mistake as letting Rabbit kill two people at the same time. However, since Lu Wei doesn't intend to pursue the matter of him killing Wang Yong, killing Qianlong shouldn't be a big deal either, right? Seeing that Li Bo remained silent again, Lu Wei spoke up next. We suspect that the hunter's death is related to a large-scale purge within the hunter community. Therefore, Lu Wei raised her eyebrows, staring directly at Li Bo, and coldly uttered, Are you a hunter? Oops. Li Bo's heart skipped a beat. Good heavens, so this was where they were waiting for him. How could that be? Li Bo immediately exclaimed, his tone as if he were stating something ridiculous. How could I, a college student, be a hunter? Look me in the eyes and say it again. Husband. As she said these words, Lu Wei's eyes were already misty with tears, and her lips trembled uncontrollably. At this moment, she was no longer the decisive patrol captain, but a heartbroken young wife whose husband had kept the truth from her. This is terrible. Lu Wei's shout almost melted Li Bo's heart. No matter how superb his acting skills are, his emotional defenses had already collapsed like a dam breaking under this emotional appeal. He sighed. If I said yes, would you arrest me? If you confess to me, there is still room for maneuver. But if you hide it from me now, and it gets found out, even I can't protect you. Lu Wei said. Li Bo hissed. It can't be that serious, can it? Don't you understand? Lu Wei's tone became serious. Eradicating the hunter organization is no longer just a national policy of the Great Xia Kingdom. Other countries are also doing their utmost to eliminate this organization. The hunters are now like rats in the gutter, to the point where everyone wants to kill them. A rat in the gutter. Upon hearing this, Li Bo was momentarily dazed, then said self-deprecatingly, at least, a rat in the gutter can still survive by clinging to life. So you're admitting it? Lu Wei looked at him with a flickering gaze. Tell me your level. Grade A. Li Bo said calmly. Level A? How is this possible? Lu Wei seemed unable to believe her ears. She stared at Li Bo incredulously. What have you been through? You're only 18. Having captured countless criminals, she knew better than anyone that the path to becoming an A-rank hunter was bound to be filled with oppression and killing. You don't want to hear this. Leave the hunter organization. It's not too late. Lu Wei immediately said. With your talent, you should have made a name for yourself in the guard team or the army after graduation, instead of wasting your life in this kind of dark organization that lives by plundering. Li Bo shook his head slightly. You don't understand. Once you step into this line of work, there's no turning back. I was prepared for this from the day I joined the organization. You're still so stubborn. Lu Wei was getting a little anxious. You think A-rank hunters are amazing, but you don't know that the Guard is a violent organization with many experts. Don't even mention A-rank. There are quite a few S-ranks who have been suppressed. Wei, don't try to persuade me. If you want to arrest me, I won't say a word. But I've come this far, and I absolutely cannot give up. Li Bo's tone was resolute. Seeing his continued stubbornness, Lu Wei's eyes filled with tears. She pressed her hand against Li Bo's chest and sobbed. You bad person. You know perfectly well I won't arrest you, yet you still say things like that to annoy me. You're just trying to bully me. Li Bo sighed, took Lu Wei's warm hands in his own, and said with a firm look in his eyes, I assure you, I will never do anything immoral or unethical within the hunter organization. I believe there is light within the hunter organization, just as there is darkness within the guard. Of course I know you wouldn't do anything immoral. Lu Wei's eyes were still wet with tears. What I'm really worried about is your safety. Then I assure you again, I will be fine, and no one can hurt me. Li Bo grinned at Lu Wei. When Lu Wei saw the silly grin on his face, the sad atmosphere eased considerably. Although Li Bo was more than 10 years younger than her, Lu Wei could always feel a strange sense of security from him. Snort. Lu Wei said somewhat reluctantly. Don't think I'll let you off so easily just because you said that. Don't forget, you're a hunter, and I'm the patrol captain, born specifically to subdue you. Chapter 189 Meeting News. Your Majesty, wake up. At this moment, in a hazy state, Li Bo seemed to see Yao Yao's exquisitely beautiful face calling out to him. Li Bo rubbed his eyes and sat up. Yao Yao, what are you doing here? Humph, Yao Yao said, crossing her arms in dissatisfaction. Last night, the king told me to go home alone. I didn't expect to see you all day. After dawn, I saw that woman leave, and that's when I managed to sneak in. Li Bo looked around and suddenly realized that he was still in Lu Wei's room. Last night, I was so engrossed in the game that I neglected Yao Yao. I'm sorry, Yao Yao. Li Bo comforted her. However, both of these houses are our homes, and it's okay for us to come and go as we please when no one is around. I saw through you long ago, Your Majesty. Yao Yao said resentfully. You can tell a person's feelings from their eyes. Last night, seeing your neighbor looking all alone in her room, I already guessed what was going on between you two. Hey, Li Bo said somewhat embarrassedly. I couldn't refuse their kind invitation. However, Your Majesty, that woman is indeed quite good to you. The table outside is already laden with delicious breakfast. By the way, Captain Lu Wei. By Yao Yao, Li Bo looked out the window. The sun was already high in the sky, so Lu Wei must have gone to work early. Li Bo was still very grateful that she hadn't arrested him because he was a hunter. After all, given her uncompromising character, it must have taken her a long time to make such a difficult decision. In that case, Yao Yao, let's go have breakfast and try some food from this new era. Li Bo said with a smile. It must be said that Lu Wei is extremely meticulous in her daily life. Last night, I only briefly met Yao Yao, but I remembered that Li Bo had contracted another pet beast. I made breakfast for exactly 5 people. Li Bo summoned all 3 of them, including Xiaobai. After a night's rest, the beast girls had recovered to their peak condition. Seeing the table laden with delicious food, Ziyun's eyes lit up. Wow, Brother Li Bo, I have to say, of all your female confidants, the one I'm most satisfied with is Captain Lu Wei. Ziyun, I think you're just greedy because you want someone to cook you something delicious, aren't you? You glutton. Xiaobai joked, and Rabbit and Yao Yao covered their mouths and laughed. Sister Xiaobai, you haven't made me a smoothie in so long. I don't care, I have free time today. I'm going to have some no matter what. Ziyun pouted. Little Cloud, I can make grilled food. If you want some, I can make you a serving later. Yao Yao said. Really? Yao Yao. Ziyun's eyes lit up. If you can cook something delicious for me, I'll call you sister too. Hee. Then I'm definitely going to be this older sister. I want grilled food too. Rabbit suddenly raised its hand. Hey, Bunny, aren't you a vegetarian? Xiaobai looked at her curiously. Charcoal grilling isn't just for grilling meat, Xiaobai. Yao Yao's eyes curved like crescent moons as she winked at Xiaobai. Upon seeing her friendly demeanor, Xiaobai paused for a moment, momentarily stunned. It seems that the two had some minor disagreements when they first met, but now that Yao Yao is greeting them with a smile, the unpleasantness of the past has vanished in an instant. Okay, then I want to try Yao Yao's cooking too. Xiaobai's face lit up with a smile. Seeing the beast girls laughing and chatting, Yao Yao quickly integrated into the team, and Li Bo felt a surge of warmth in his heart. He addressed the beast girls. Okay, we have nothing to do today. We'll go shopping for ingredients later. Yao Yao will make everyone some charcoal grilled food, and Xiaobai will be in charge of making cold drinks. After breakfast, Li Bo took several beast girls shopping. Before buying the ingredients, he first bought several sets of clothes for each of the beast girls. Each beast girl has a different preferred style of clothing. Xiaobai has a particular fondness for all kinds of long dresses that exude a calm and understated elegance. Rabbits like cute and playful outfits. Ziyun, on the other hand, adores Lolita. As for Yao Yao, she chose various ancient-style robes. Li Bo didn't interfere too much with the choices of the beast girls. He was accepting as long as they weren't dressed too provocatively. Li Bo is quite wealthy now, so he can buy whatever the beast girls need. After shopping, Li Bo took them to buy all sorts of ingredients. It's afternoon now, so they can make a delicious charcoal grill for dinner when they get back. Just as Li Bo was setting off to go home, a message from Yang Fei suddenly popped up in the hunter chip. See you at 9 p.m. Location, Luchin Foot Massage. Chapter 190, The Millennium Ice Soul. The night was as dark as ink. Li Bo walked through the streets and alleys and came to the door of a secluded old building. An old-fashioned neon sign hangs diagonally above, its red illuminated letters flickering as if it has been neglected for years. Only upon close inspection can one discern the large characters on it. Luchin Foot Massage. Finishing his charcoal-grilled meal and spending some time at home building relationships with several beast girls, Li Bo arrived at the location provided by Yang Fei. Standing at the dimly lit sliding doorway, Li Bo watched as several slender technicians moved back and forth behind the curtain upstairs. A sense of curiosity welled up within him. Is this place legitimate? Li Bo was very surprised that Yang Fei would ask him to meet in such a place, because massage parlors like this one, located in a corner, would more or less offer some hidden services. You've come, kid. At that moment, Li Bo felt someone tap him on the shoulder from behind. Brother Fei. Turning my head, I was greeted by Yang Fei's cold yet handsome face. Let's talk in private. Yang Fei looked around and led Li Bo into a dark alley nearby. Did you bring everything? He spoke calmly, his face revealing neither joy nor anger. Yes, I brought it. Li Bo nodded and took out the pair of ancient ivory tusks he had taken from Wang Yong and gave them to Yang Fei. Since the rabbit absorbed all the light energy from this mammoth tusk, there's nothing to regret about handing it over to the association. After inspecting the ivory and confirming that there were no problems, Yang Fei put all the ivory back into his storage ring. He smiled faintly. You did a great job on the mission, and I brought you what you asked for. As he spoke, Yang Fei took out a jade box that emitted a faint blue light from his body, the light of which was extremely dazzling in the darkness. This is the bone-chilling cold emanating from the jade box. Li Bo's heart leaped into his throat. As you wish, the 1,000-year ice soul. Yang Fei carefully opened the jade box, and a strong chill rushed out. After the chill dissipated a bit, Li Bo discovered that inside lay a block of ice emitting a cold, eerie light. The ice block resembled white amber, crystal clear throughout, with wisps of cold air constantly emanating from its surface, clearly indicating its preciousness. There have been quite a few hunters exchanging for this item recently, and I had to go to great lengths to get it prioritized for you. Yang Fei said. Thank you for your trouble, Brother Fei. Take it, it's what you deserve. Yang Fei handed the Millennium Ice Soul to Li Bo. This time, 1,500 contribution points were deducted, so now you only have 550 contribution points left. If you want to get more speaking materials, you'll have to take on more missions. I will try my best. Li Bo smiled slightly and carefully took the 1,000-year Ice Soul and placed it into his storage ring. In this way, for Xiaobai to achieve an exceptional evolution, all it needs to do is find a suitable location at a temperature of 0 degrees Celsius. Li Bo had already inquired and found out that there was a large, concentrated cold storage area on the outskirts of Zhanghai. He only needed to rent a factory building to evolve Xiaobai into Xuansong Ice Dragon before heading to Xinglua City. At this moment, Yang Fei looked at Li Bo and suddenly asked, Kid, you fought Bai Liang in a superior battle, didn't you? Upon hearing this, Li Bo felt a tremor in his heart. Sure enough, what was bound to happen had finally arrived. Faced with his questioning, Li Bo simply responded with a calm, I didn't expect you to defeat him and become an A rank. Yang Fei said meaningfully, then asked another question. You killed him? Li Bo felt a little guilty. He figured that Bai Liang's hunter chip should have dissipated with the explosion of the Heart of Wood, and there was no way to hide it anymore. Yes. Li Bo didn't offer much explanation, having already mentally prepared himself for punishment. Why? My relationship with Bai Liang is one of life and death. Even if I weren't a hunter, I would have eliminated him without hesitation, Li Bo said helplessly. After saying that, Li Bo lowered his head, thinking that Yang Fei would probably give him a good scolding. Well done. Yang Fei suddenly said this. What? Li Bo looked up in disbelief. At that moment, Yang Fei was looking at him with a smile, seemingly very pleased. Did I hear that right, Fei Ji? Li Bo's eyes widened, wondering if he was hard of hearing. If you kill other hunters without authorization, I will definitely hold you accountable. As for Bai Liang, just kill him. Yang Fei seemed to be talking about something very ordinary. Why is that? Li Bo asked, puzzled. Bai Liang is on the purge list, Yang Fei replied. The list of those to be removed? Li Bo fell into deep thought, recalling what Yang Fei had said before. Killing Qianlong was part of a purge plan within the Hunters organization. Unexpectedly, Bai Liang was also on the purge list. Bai Liang has repeatedly violated the association's rules, secretly taken on murder jobs on numerous occasions, and interfered in S-level missions without authorization. He has been added to the next purge list. Yang Fei's eyes flashed coldly, and he continued. Originally, considering the danger of high-level hunters, the association did not intend to eliminate Bai Liang and his group so quickly. However, the Hunter Association is now in an increasingly difficult situation. We must first secure our internal stability before dealing with external threats. Whether it is Qianlong or Bai Liang, they are both cancers within the Hunter Association. If they are not eliminated in time, the consequences will be endless. I see. Upon hearing this, Li Bo finally breathed a sigh of relief. But don't get too excited. Yang Fei immediately poured cold water on Li Bo's head. After all, you killed Bai Liang before the official purge mission was launched, which ultimately violated the association's rules. Kid, you've only been in the association for a short time, and you've already shown your talent. As your department head, I don't want you to follow the path of these veteran hunters in the future. Brother Fei is right to teach me a lesson. I will definitely not make the same mistake again. I will accept whatever punishment is imposed for this foul. Li Bo said sincerely. Yang Fei glanced at him. Since you have this awareness, I'll give you a chance to make amends. Take on another purge mission. Upon hearing this, Li Bo's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately asked, Who else does Brother Fei want me to kill? Yang Fei narrowed his eyes. At Sunset Beach, besides Bai Liang, you should know better than anyone else who else interfered with the overnight Rose quest. Sunset Beach. Li Bo's eyes widened instantly. Scarface and Huang Yan. Recalling how those A-rank hunters were chatting and laughing on Sunset Beach, looking so imposing, I never expected the purge to come so quickly. Yang Fei shook his head. Scarface was already in S-rank before he defected. You're not high enough rank to accept his bounty. You've become an S-rank? Li Bo's eyes narrowed. Could it be that this guy's sawtooth shark has evolved into a leader-level creature? You guessed right. Scarface has become a proper fourth-tier beast tamer. Yang Fei laughed. What a coincidence. The hunter who took on his cleanup mission has a pet beast just like yours. Oh, Li Bo immediately became curious. What kind of pet? Phantom Cloud. Chapter 191 Purge Mission. Xian. Li Bo was startled. He never expected that there would be someone else who had contracted such a rare pet as the illusionary cloud. Yang Fei smiled. However, unlike your evolutionary path, This hunter follows a pure dark path and is considered a renowned S rank in the 7 divisions. 7th Division, Old Division Hunter. Li Bo sighed deeply. According to Zi Yun's previous 3 evolution paths, this 7 hunters should have evolved Huan Minjian into its highest form of dark sequence, Zimming Dark Domain. This hunter had a significant grudge against Scarface, so when the purge list was officially released, he didn't hesitate to accept the bounty for killing Scarface. After saying that, Yang Fei looked at Li Bo and said, "So, the person you're going to kill this time is Huang Yan." "What? Huang Yan?" Li Bo was startled. In a daze, my thoughts were taken back to the day I killed the dragon turtle on Sunset Beach. He clearly remembered that when Bai Liang was oppressing him and Scarface was watching coldly, this seemingly upright big guy stood up and spoke up for him. Although it was Night Rose who saved his life, Li Bo was still very conflicted about being asked to hunt down Huang Yan. "What? You don't want to?" Seeing Li Bo hesitate, Yang Fei said, somewhat puzzled. According to the association's data, Huang Yan's strength is comparable to Bai Liang's when he was alive. Since you have the means to kill Bai Liang, eliminating Huang Yan should not be a difficult task beyond your capabilities, right? "Brother Fei, this isn't a matter of ability." Li Bo sighed, then said, "Could you give me a different target to eliminate? A higher level is fine. I'll find a way to kill it." "I'm afraid that won't work," Yang Fei said seriously. "According to the association's assessment, you are the hunter with the highest chance of completing the bounty for killing Huang Yan." "Why?" According to reliable sources, Huang Yan set off for Xinghua City yesterday, possibly to escape to the northwest border. The Hunter Association has very few permanent members there, not a single one above A rank. "You should understand what I mean," Yang Fei replied. Li Bo fell silent. He knew that Yang Fei had seized the opportunity of his trip to Xinghua City for training and sent him to kill Huang Yan while he was at it. Really? Is there absolutely no chance for negotiation? Li Bo still held on to a sliver of hope. "Sorry, kid," Yang Fei sighed softly. "To tell you the truth, this A-level mission of yours was appointed by the hunters' higher-ups. I can't make that decision myself." "High-ranking hunters?" Li Bo paused for a moment, then said with a self-deprecating laugh. "Strictly speaking, I don't have any outstanding grade pets, and I can't even be rated as a 3rd-tier beast tamer. They really think highly of me." "You silly boy," Yang Fei said. "You've only been with the Hunter Association for less than 2 months, and you've already become an A rank. It's hard not to attract the attention of the higher-ups. You should know that this is something many veteran hunters can achieve even after years of hard work. Every year, the association invests resources in training a group of new members, and you are one of them this year. The reward for your task this time is simple and straightforward. If you can successfully eliminate Huang Yan, you will directly receive 10,000 contribution points. 10,000 contribution points. Upon hearing about the reward, Li Bo was utterly shocked. Only the hunters know how valuable those 10,000 contribution points are. Such a quantity could afford most of the evolution materials in the Hunter's Mall. Most of these materials are extremely valuable and hard to come by. Any one of them would cause a frenzy of buying if placed on the outside market. Unexpectedly, the association offered such a high reward for his task of killing Huang Yan. "Kid, I hope you understand that becoming a hunter inevitably means having blood on your hands. Huang Yan broke the rules first, and killing him is your duty as a hunter. I think you should have been aware of this long ago." Yang Fei's expression was extremely solemn. "I understand, Fei Ji," Li Bo said with a sigh. "Since that's the case, then I have no choice but to accept this task." "That's more like it." Yang Fei smiled with satisfaction, then assigned the task of killing Huang Yan to Li Bo's chip and said leisurely, "I never imagined that while I lost a beloved general in my 4,210th unit, I would grow into such a key member as you. I, Fei Ji, am very gratified." "Losing a beloved general?" Li Bo immediately asked in confusion. "Brother Fei, has anyone in our department been killed?" "No, that's not it." Yang Fei sighed. "Xiao Shui has left the Hunter Association." "Mu Aoxue?" Li Bo asked in surprise. "She withdrew from the association so quickly?" "It's all because of you, you brat." Yang Fei slapped Li Bo on the back of the head and said angrily, "I asked you to handle Xiao Shue's relationship, but instead, you just drove her back to the capital in anger." "Huh? The capital?" Li Bo scratched his head. "What does her going to the capital have to do with me? What does it matter?" "Heh." Yang Fei sneered. "Didn't you tell her yourself that you two were just colleagues? She wasn't willing to interact with you in that capacity, so she turned around and left the association." Baffling. However, considering that Mu Aoxue is from a wealthy family, Li Bo guessed that she probably wouldn't care about the resources the association brought. "You fool." Yang Fei tapped Li Bo on the forehead, clearly disappointed in him. You actually drove away our department's only big shot. Why didn't you just stay and enjoy being a kept man? Why did you have to act all sentimental? Brother Fei, you don't understand matters of the heart. Li Bo chuckled and said, by the way, what exactly is Mu Aoshua's identity? I don't remember it being so easy to leave the Hunter Association, right? How did Mu Aoshua manage to get away unscathed? Upon hearing this, Yang Fei's eyes darted around. You've already broken up with her. Why are you asking so many questions? I'm warning you, don't even think about leaving the association. That's not a viable path for you. I understand. Li Bo scratched his head. Well, Brother Fei, if there's nothing else, I'll head back now. Hey, what's the rush? Yang Fei grabbed Li Bo, who was about to leave, and said, since you're already here, how can you not play for a while? You've been behaving well lately, so let me treat you to a foot bath. Washing feet. Li Bo looked at the tattered Lu Qin foot massage sign above him and said, Brother Fei, this place doesn't seem very legitimate. You guessed right. Yang Fei slung his arm around Li Bo's shoulder and gave a strange smile. That's exactly what I wanted, to be unconventional. As soon as I entered the lobby, a hot young woman with a great figure greeted me with a big smile. Brother Yang, you've finally arrived. Little Zhu missed you so much. Yang Fei skillfully pulled Xiao Zhu close, saying, You're so sensible, you'll massage me today. Hee. Okay, Brother Yang. Xiao Zhu looked excited, feeling pampered. I will definitely serve you well, my most honored VIP, with Lu Qin's footwork skills. By the way, are there any new pretty technicians? Yang Fei asked, then turned his gaze to Li Bo. Make some arrangements for my little brother. Chapter 192 Old Friends. Xiao Zhu glanced at Li Bo and said with a playful smile, Don't worry, Brother Yang, since you've spoken up, how could I neglect your little brother? We just hired a new technician a couple of days ago, and her face is so delicate, it's like she stepped out of a painting. Look, she just finished her training and hasn't even officially started working yet, and today, this handsome young man is getting the job. Hee. You're so sensible. Yang Fei grinned and gave Xiao Zhu's pert buttocks a hard squeeze. Remember, book me a private room for two. Yang Fei's appearance was more like that of a playboy who frequented brothels. Li Bo found it hard to connect him with the serious and meticulous contact person he was supposed to be. Silly boy, what are you standing there for? Let's go. Yang Fei made a dashing gesture to Li Bo, then put his arm around Xiao Zhu and walked upstairs to a private room. Li Bo shook his head and smiled bitterly for a while, but still followed. Led by Yang Fei, Li Bo arrived at a massage room decorated in an antique style. Although it was a private room, it was only separated by a long row of screens. The paintings on the screen depicted ancient concubines serving their emperor. These concubines, with their bare shoulders and alluring expressions, looked rather strange under the dim lighting of the massage room. However, Li Bo still lay comfortably on the soft massage bed. After working so hard for so many days, getting a foot massage was indeed a good way to relax. At this time, Xiao Zhu had already arranged a foot bath for Yang Fei, while on Li Bo's side, no technician had opened the door to enter yet. At that moment, rustling sounds came from the other side of the screen. Xiao Zhu, could you massage my legs first? They feel really stiff. Okay, Brother Yang, which leg will you massage, the left or the right? The middle one. Ugh. Upon hearing their foul language, Li Bo nearly fell off the massage bed. Goodness, this Yang Fei looks clean-cut and has the image of a refined gentleman, but he's a seasoned pro the moment he opens his mouth. Just as Li Bo was at a loss for words, the door in front of him suddenly opened a crack. The first thing that catches the eye is a basin of steaming water, with a clean white towel draped over the edge of the small basin. Beside the towel was a pair of slender, pretty, and fair hands. Li Bo knew that his massage therapist had arrived. Li Bo slowly lay down, ready to enjoy himself. But before he could completely close his eyes, the face that came into Li Bo's view next made his pupils shrink sharply. Holy crap! This was a stunningly beautiful woman with a cool and handsome face, cherry lips, and a delicate nose. Her skin as bright as the autumn moon. Dressed in a white robe and a light green silk skirt, she exuded an otherworldly aura, as if she shouldn't have been in such a place of pleasure at all. However, upon seeing such a beautiful woman, Li Bo felt not only no attraction, but also a sense of unease. Because the technician standing in front of him was none other than the cherry blossom woman who had been chasing her all along. Masako. It's you. Upon seeing Li Bo's face, Yako was initially startled, then a deep, effortless smile appeared on her face. TSK, TSK, TSK. Great Xia Beast Tamer, I finally caught you. Beautiful lady, I think you've mistaken me for someone else. With that, Li Bo hurriedly shouted, "Fly." However, the second half of the word was stuck in his throat, and Li Bo couldn't utter it no matter what. At that moment, above Masako's shoulder, a golden ant was buzzing and vibrating its wings, hovering in the air. "Shout! Why did you stop?" Yako chuckled softly, and when she saw Li Bo's expression freeze, her face lit up with joy. As they spoke, Ya, carrying a basin of water for washing feet, calmly approached Li Bo. "What's wrong, kid? Is something the matter?" Suddenly, Yang Fei's voice came from the other side of the screen. The gold-devouring ants that exuded a deadly threat. Li Bo swallowed hard. "No, it's nothing, Fei Ji." "Hey kid, don't call me out of the blue. I'm busy." "No. Brother Yang, stop." "No or no stopping. Explain yourself clearly, Xiao Zhuhe." "Brother Yang, you're so annoying." As the obscene conversation between the two people opposite him grew louder and louder, Li Bo could only curse under his breath. "Your little brother is almost killed, and you still have the mind to flirt and banter." Masako placed the foot-washing water at the corner of the bed, then slowly sat down next to Li Bo, looking at him with a beaming smile. "Oh dear, great Xia beast tamer. What's that old saying in your country? Something like, planting a tree with intention may result in a failed attempt, while planting a willow without intention may lead to a lush and shady tree. I almost lost my life trying to catch you in your Jianghai. And today, you've actually delivered yourself right to my doorstep, hee." Masako had an innocent-looking expression, but Li Bo always felt there was something unsettling about her smile. Especially the gold-eating ants clinging to her shoulder. Li Bo knew very well that in the blink of an eye, these things could mercilessly pierce through her body. Li Bo forced a smile. Masako-nichan, is there some misunderstanding between us? You're so beautiful, yet you're working in a dangerous place like a foot massage parlor. It's a mixed bag of people, full of bad guys. What if you encounter any danger? I advise you to go back to your own country as soon as possible." "Misunderstanding? Heh, isn't it all thanks to you that I'm stuck in this low-class place?" Masako said with a forced smile. "Great Xia beast tamer, you may not be very old, but you're quite adept at using others to do your dirty work. If I hadn't discovered in time that the earth-splitting tiger was about to self-destruct to protect its master, you probably wouldn't be seeing me today." "No way." Li Bo grinned. "Sister, you're so lucky. That earth-splitting tiger is just a firecracker. It won't hurt you. Stop being so cheeky." Masako gave a soft chuckle, then gently lifted Li Bo's chin with her slender index finger, revealing a wicked smile. "Great Xia beast tamer, if you know what's good for you, quietly come with me to see an important person. If you cooperate, you might be able to save your life. Otherwise, you've seen the methods of the gold-eating ants, so you should know that it only takes me a fraction of a second to take your life." The gold-eating ants on Masako's shoulder had already firmly locked onto Li Bo's vital point. "Huh." At this moment, Li Bo suddenly laughed. "Why are you laughing?" Yako's eyebrows furrowed in disbelief. She hadn't expected that even at this critical juncture, this kid would still be in the mood to laugh. What am I laughing at?" Li Bo's eyes darkened. Yako, I think you still don't understand your situation." "You're the one who doesn't understand the situation," Masako said coldly. "Even at a time like this, you're still trying to act calm." Li Bo spoke slowly and deliberately, his expression relaxed. "Yako, do you think I'm naive, or do you think you're too smart? Putting aside the fact that you've killed so many people in Jianghai, and your wanted posters are plastered all over the streets, even if you killed me here, do you think you could walk out of this room safely? Oh, by the way, just a friendly reminder. My neighbor Faye is no weaker than Night Rose." Chapter 193, Masako's Purpose. Rose. Upon hearing this name, Masako's expression immediately became uncertain. She gritted her teeth fiercely. That woman. Although she didn't know if the kid was just trying to bluff her, the thought of that black rose pet beast sent a strange sense of oppression through Yako's heart. "That's alarmist. Do you think I'll let you off the hook just because you say that?" Masako said sternly. "Whether it's an exaggeration or not, you can try it yourself." Li Bo watched her, his momentum undiminished. "But I bet the main reason you're working as a masseuse in this foot massage parlor, besides avoiding the guard's pursuit, is because you were injured in the battle with Wang Yong and need to recuperate here. Oh right, your Rove Moth Queen should have been blown up long ago and can't fly anymore." At this point, a mocking smile appeared on Li Bo's lips. "You." Masako's face suddenly darkened, almost as if it were about to drip water. The kid guessed correctly. If the Rove Moth hadn't lost its ability to fly, she would have already escaped Great Xia and returned to her own country. Her battle with Wang Yong, she was not only seriously injured, but her pet's strength was also greatly reduced, resulting in a heavy loss. "Having come to Great Xia, I've been repeatedly used by Oda. Now, I haven't even caught the person, and I've lost my life several times in this foreign land. Observing and learning foot massage for a few days, Luchin saw too many women forced by life to sell their bodies here. This made Masako wonder, could it really be that only by selling one's dignity can one obtain the fragrant flower petals from Oda? Father. Thinking of this, Masako's arrogant demeanor vanished, replaced by a sense of loneliness and grievance. Cherry blossoms of my hometown. Li Bo's words instantly brought Masako's memories back to her distant childhood. Cherry blossoms, sacred mountain, sunset, father, and her. Masako remembered everything. She wasn't an assassin, Deadpool, or some kind of insect master. Instead, it was that carefree little girl, chasing after her father under the cherry blossom tree. Dad, I miss you so much. Thinking of her ailing father, Masako was overwhelmed with longing, and tears welled up in her eyes. Feeling the warmth that quickly spread through her hand, Masako snapped out of her daze. Presumptuous. She gave a sharp shout and glared fiercely at Li Bo. This kid is incredibly audacious. Even Oda wouldn't dare to take advantage of me so blatantly, but he just grabbed my hand and smelled it. However, no matter how much Masako struggled, she couldn't pull her hand away from Li Bo's strong grip. Masako glared angrily and threatened. If you don't let go, I'll really kill you. Seeing her anxious expression, Li Bo smiled slyly and tightened his grip on her hand even more. What? You're working at a massage parlor, and you can't even handle this? If you keep being so reserved, I'm going to have to find a different masseuse. In an instant, Li Bo's desire for revenge reached its peak. This woman had chased after him time and time again, and he would not be able to quell his hatred if he did not take this opportunity to teach her a lesson. You despicable beast Tamer of the great Xia dynasty. Even if I die today, I will take you down with me. Yako was so angry that her eyes were filled with tears. This was the first time she had been tricked like this since becoming an assassin. If she hadn't been in poor condition and hadn't had a mysterious and powerful beast tamer next door, she would have killed Li Bo on the spot without hesitation. After saying that, the gold-devouring ant shone brightly with golden light, its aura fierce, as if it was about to shoot towards Li Bo. However, Li Bo remained calm and composed. Before Yako could make a move, he said something indifferently. Masako-chan, I possess the extremely fragrant substance you're looking for. Upon hearing this, the anger in Masako's eyes faltered slightly, and the gold-eating ants also stopped in midair, suppressing their urge to attack. Seeing the change in her reaction, Li Bo felt a surge of secret joy. Sure enough, he had guessed correctly. In the Nine Gates black market, what Yako was searching for was an extremely fragrant substance. Clearly, the seemingly exotic flowers and plants at the flower stalls didn't meet her expectations, so Masako decided to sneak into the inner auction hall. However, despite her searching everywhere, she couldn't find the special substance she needed. Therefore, Masako didn't bid even once throughout the entire process. When Li Bo saw that Masako was clearly attracted to something, he immediately understood that this thing must be very important to Masako. And the fragrant petals summoned by the rabbit emitted a rich and mellow fragrance, a fragrance that was unique in the world and could not be compared with any other bouquet. Masako's eyes flickered as she stared at Li Bo incredulously, as if trying to see through his appearance to uncover his inner secrets. You have an extremely fragrant substance on you. Her voice revealed a hint of surprise and doubt. Li Bo's lips curled up slightly, revealing a faint smile. What a coincidence. I happen to have one. His answer was neither affirmative nor negative, leaving people wondering what his true intentions were. Seeing Li Bo's mysterious demeanor, Yako was momentarily unsure of what to do. She remained silent for a moment, silently considering various possibilities. Finally, a cold smile appeared on her fair face. Great Xia Beast Tamer, if you're referring to the floral scent skill released by your grass-type pet, then I advise you to give up as soon as possible. Although that floral scent has a certain fragrance, its concentration is far from meeting the standard I need. The fragrance of flowers is naturally lacking, Li Bo said slowly. But what about the rich aroma of the petals? What did you say? Upon hearing this term, Masako instantly lost her composure. Her eyelids trembled with excitement. Your pet has learned the fragrant petal skill? How is that possible? Only a handful of pets can learn the fragrant petal skill, and it requires extremely high aptitude from the pet. Even Oda Shogun's mystic beasts took nearly 10 years to learn this skill. You're clearly just a second-tier beastmaster. To Masako, it was all unbelievable. I've said my piece. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Li Bo was too lazy to explain. Since he had already told Yako, she would definitely ask questions if she was interested. If she tried her best to prove it, then the initiative would be in his hands. You. Seeing Li Bo's indifferent attitude, Masako was annoyed, but she managed to control her emotions. Her eyes darted around, then a rare smile appeared on her face. Li Bojun, look at you, taking it so seriously. I was just joking with you. Masako's attitude suddenly did a complete 180-degree turn. Even her way of addressing her changed abruptly. As she spoke, she gently stroked Li Bo's back with her fingertips. After her hand roamed for a while, she slowly took off Li Bo's shirt and then carefully laid him down. Li Bojun, Yazi has just learned the art of massage these past 2 days. I must say, the health preservation methods of your great Xia kingdom are truly profound and have greatly benefited Yazi. Come, let me give you a good massage, so we won't need to change technicians. As she spoke, she gently massaged Li Bo's shoulder with her small hands. Li Bo didn't say much, just lay quietly on the massage bed, enjoying Yako's massage. Foot massage techniques over the past 2 days has not been in vain. She has mastered the art of massage techniques, including kneading, rubbing, pinching, and tapping, and she does it quite well. Especially her soft, white hands, which were incredibly smooth to the touch, made Li Bo feel secretly delighted. Who would have thought that this Japanese girl, who had always been threatening to kill him, would actually take the initiative to serve him? Is this pressure comfortable, Li Bojun? Yako whispered in Li Bo's ear, her voice incredibly sweet. Not bad, continue. Okay, Li Bojun, Yako will give you another foot massage to help improve blood circulation. Yako chuckled, then took off her shoes, braced herself against the railing on the ceiling, and began to carefully massage Li Bo's back. Although Masako is 1.68 meters tall, she probably weighs only 80 or 90 pounds. With her soft, jade-like feet, stepping on her back doesn't feel heavy at all. Instead, it feels strangely comfortable. It must be said that Masako has a real talent for learning massage. After only 2 days of learning, her massage skills are in no way inferior to those of other veteran masseuses. As Masako said, foot massage can indeed relax muscles and promote blood circulation. Li Bo's body quickly relaxed, and his blood began to circulate. Can't post this QAQ. Chapter 194, Let You Hunt Me Down. Strange? What was that just now? Li Bo turned around curiously, and there stood Yako, smiling at him. Don't mind it, Li Bojun, she said softly. Were you satisfied with Masako's massage just now? Not bad. Masako's technique. Oh no, her footwork is truly exceptional. I've certainly learned something from her today. Upon hearing this, Yako's face lit up with joy. Seeing that the time was right, she helped Li Bo up, then leaned close behind him and gently massaged his shoulders again. Masako tentatively said, Since Mr. Li Bo is so satisfied, then, could you please give Masako a few fragrant flower petals? Fragrant flower petals? Li Bo looked completely innocent. Did I just say I was going to give this to Yako? You. Upon hearing Li Bo's reply, Yako's face instantly turned ugly, a flash of annoyance crossing her eyes. But she quickly regained her smiling demeanor. Li Bojun, you can't go back on your word. Yako massaged you so diligently just now. So please consider it a reward for Yako and give her a few pieces, okay? Masako is wrong. Li Bo said seriously, giving a massage is Yako's job. My neighbor Faye has already paid for it. Yako giving me a good massage is just part of her job, isn't it? Damn beast tamers of the great Xia dynasty. Masako cursed inwardly, her teeth grinding together. She knew perfectly well that Li Bo's words were a warning to her. He had a powerful beast tamer companion next door, and he was telling her not to act impulsively to avoid getting into trouble. However, at this moment, Masako's anger was almost consuming her, and her patience was nearing its limit. If it weren't for her father's serious illness and the need for the fragrant flower petals to save his life, she would have absolutely torn this ungrateful brat to pieces without hesitation. Nevertheless, Masako managed to suppress her anger, because she knew that getting the fragrant petals from this kid might be difficult, but it would be much easier than getting them from Oda. Having failed her missions time and time again, Oda is already impatient with her. She has been coveting her body for a long time, and even if she succeeds, she will probably use force to do inappropriate things to her. If she can safely obtain the fragrant petals this time, she can break free from Oda's control and return to her hometown alone. Masako's hands didn't stop moving as she smiled apologetically and said, I'm sorry, Mr. Li Bo, I overstepped my bounds, but what will you do, Masako, to get me the fragrant flower petals? How do we do it? Li Bo smiled meaningfully. I think Masako understands better than I do that there's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. Everything comes at a price. Masako understood the underlying meaning in Li Bo's words perfectly. Seeing that he had finally revealed his true colors, Masako's eyes were filled with shame and indignation. She forcibly suppressed her anger and said seriously, Li Bojun, I promise you, once I obtain the fragrant petals, I will leave the great Xia kingdom immediately and never pursue you again. Li Bo stroked his chin, pretending to ponder, and said, the offer is very tempting. Upon hearing this, Yako's face lit up with joy. Just when she thought Li Bo was interested, his next sentence completely broke her guard. It's tempting for you, but it doesn't appeal to me at all. Li Bo added indifferently. Masako's expression changed, and she said fiercely, you really think I wouldn't dare to kill you? She laid her cards on the table. Since I'm going to die anyway, if you don't give me the fragrant petals, I'll take you down with me right here. Even in the afterlife, I'll become a ghost and relentlessly hunt you down. Li Bo shook his head helplessly. Look at you, always talking about life and death. Is this world really that unworthy of your attention? Don't you have anyone you care about? Care? The thought of her father lying alone in bed filled Masako with a nameless sorrow. Having been away from my hometown for so long, I don't know if my father can take good care of himself. She clearly remembered that after she left, she solemnly promised her father that she would find a way to cure him. Masako took a deep breath, looked at Li Bo, and a resolute glint flashed in her eyes. What exactly do you want? This time, her tone was unusually calm. You seem quite happy about it. So, Li Bo-jun, can you give me the fragrant petals this time? I'm a little nervous, Masako said, afraid that Li Bo would go back on his word again. Li Bo glanced at her. Look at what you're saying. Do you think I'm that kind of despicable person? Li Bo made a summons, and a flash of light appeared, and Rabbit appeared beside the two of them. Let's get this straight. After you get the petals, leave Great Xia immediately, and don't you dare chase after me again. Chapter 196 A Grasshopper Can Devour a Dragon. Nature. Masako laughed, and said, the reason I've been chasing you so relentlessly is because Oda threatened me with the fragrant flower petals. Now that you're willing to give them to me, there's naturally no reason for me to continue chasing you. Oda. Upon hearing this, Li Bo was taken aback. Yamamoto and the other person had mentioned this name before at the night market in the downtown area. If Li Bo's guess is correct, this Oda should be the leader of the group. Just who is this Oda? Li Bo frowned. Give me the fragrant petals, and I'll tell you. Yako replied. Seeing her playing coy, Li Bo shook his head and smiled wryly. I really can't do anything with you. As he spoke, Li Bo nodded to Tutu. I understand, young master. Rabbit's eyes narrowed, and then a burst of dazzling petals condensed from the flower beside her ear. Because Rabbit controlled her strength, the fragrant petals did not shoot out in an attacking manner, but instead turned into a rain of flowers that slowly drifted down in front of the two of them. In an instant, the room was filled with a rich floral fragrance. Masako stretched out her hand and caught a falling petal, her eyes filled with a mixture of shock and excitement. This is fragrant petals. Immersed in the rich fragrance of the petals, Masako was momentarily lost in thought. This level of floral fragrance must be the rich, fragrant petals I've been longing for. Unexpectedly, after such a long and complicated process, it was obtained in this way. Dad, I finally got it. Masako wept with joy. Only she knew how arduous the journey had been. Smelling these petals for too long can cause hallucinations. I advise you to put them back into your storage space as soon as possible. Li Bo offered this kind reminder. I'm sorry. Masako lost her composure. Masako snapped out of her daze, carefully gathered the fragrant flower petals beside her, and then put them into her storage space. With so many petals, it seems that Dad's illness should be cured this time. A huge weight lifted from Masako's heart, and her usually cold, killer face became much more radiant. Thank you, Mr. Li Bo. Masako gave a sweet smile, and then nestled into Li Bo's chest. Drifting alone in a foreign land, this was the first time Masako had felt safe. Now, you should tell me about this matter concerning Oda, right? Li Bo grinned mischievously. Like a tamed little woman, Masako leaned against Li Bo while quietly telling her story. Oda is one of the 3 great generals who guard Bashiao Fortress. Bashiao Fortress? One of the 3 major maritime fortresses of the Sakura Kingdom. Li Bo's eyes showed surprise. Masako nodded. As the most crucial fortress on the western border of the Sakura Kingdom, Bashiao Fortress is an important maritime defense line against alien beasts and foreign enemies. Because the base is built on the deep sea, Oda kept the dragon turtle there. As for why the dragon turtle drifted to your Jianhai, I believe you have heard about it. 3 months ago, a mysterious beast Tamer from your Great Xia suddenly attacked Bashiao Fortress and destroyed it in front of Oda and the other 2, releasing the dragon turtle. A beast Tamer from the Great Xia dynasty? Li Bo exclaimed in surprise. What a ruthless person. He actually dared to openly blow up the fortress of the Sakura Kingdom. Isn't he afraid of provoking a war? Hee. This person is masked, so her face is completely obscured. Identifying her as a Great Xia Beast Tamer is merely an official guess. After all, some racial characteristics can still be discerned from her features. No wonder. Li Bo was somewhat amused and exasperated. This man was indeed meticulous in his work. The Sakura Kingdom suffered a loss in silence and dared not utter a word, so they could only send Yako and others to secretly infiltrate the Great Xia to investigate the death of the dragon turtle. Regardless of her background, releasing the dragon turtle brought success to Xiaobai and Ziyun. To some extent, Li Bo should indeed thank her. I wonder how strong this person is. Li Bo was filled with curiosity. With such strength, if he were truly from the Great Xia, he would be a renowned master. According to eyewitness accounts, this person did not unleash her full power during the battle with Oda and his two companions. It seems she never intended to kill the three admirals. After destroying the fortress and releasing the dragon turtle, she left gracefully. Oh, and someone else saw that she had a beauty mark on her eyebrow. He didn't use his full strength? Li Bo stroked his chin and then suddenly asked, "By the way, what level are Oda and the others?" The three generals guarding Baxiao Fortress are all 4th-tier beast tamers. Yako said solemnly. A 4th-tier beast tamer? Li Bo was extremely shocked. To be able to handle 3 generals guarding the pass with such ease, this person must be at least a 5th-level beast tamer. However, considering that Oda is also a 4th-tier beast master, Li Bo's face showed a hint of doubt. This guy has at least one leader-level pet beast. If we encounter him, things could get tricky. Seeing his expression, Masako smiled. I know what you're thinking, but Oda only has 2 pet beasts. Only 2? What? Li Bo asked, puzzled. Since he can be rated as a 4th-tier beast tamer, he should have at least 4 pet beasts. That's how it used to be, Masako said, frowning. However, Oda's method of raising pets is one of devouring. The other 2 pets were completely devoured by their main pet. The reason one was left is simply to assist the main pet. The path of devouring? Li Bo hissed. I've heard that some beast tamers specializing in dark or demonic elements evolve their beasts by devouring other beasts, a forbidden technique. Could it be that Oda does the same? You're mistaken, Li Bo-jun. Masako gently shook her head. Oda is a newly emerging expert in insect-type magic in Japan. A master of insect-type attacks. Li Bo pondered for a moment, then looked at Yako. How about we compare our strength? Naturally, their strength is above mine. Masako answered without hesitation. I control insect plagues and increase combat power by controlling the swarm of offspring insects through the mother insect. But Oda is different. He advocates single combat and believes that insect-type pets also have combat capabilities comparable to those of high bloodline pets. He believes that weak pets can become stronger by devouring others. The experiments over the years have also proven that Oda's method of controlling insects is indeed effective. Upon hearing Masako's description, Li Bo fell into deep thought. It seemed that Oda indeed had his own unique insights into breeding insect beasts. Suddenly, Li Bo's eyes narrowed. You're not going to tell me that Oda's dragon turtle is also meant to devour other creatures, are you? Clever. Masako smiled and said, Oda has summarized his art of controlling insects into 4 words. What? A grasshopper can swallow a dragon. Chapter 197, A Gift to You. Can a grasshopper swallow a dragon? Upon hearing this, Li Bo couldn't help but gasp. These few simple words alone are enough to reveal Oda's ambition. Does that mean Oda's favorite pet is a grasshopper? When Li Bo realized what was happening, his face was full of disbelief. Instead of forming a contract with a precious pet like a dragon turtle, this guy breeds it and devours it. He's truly heartless. Don't underestimate it just because it's a grasshopper, Masako said with a smile. Oda has raised this grasshopper to over 20 meters tall. According to his description, as long as it successfully devours the dragon turtle, it can directly break through from the 5th level of the leader to the overlord level. A grasshopper over 20 meters tall. Li Bo was shocked. To be able to reach such a size at the 5th level of the leader, especially since it was an insect-type pet, was truly unbelievable. No wonder Oda kept having Masako hunt him down. The dragon turtle core was devoured by Shiro. As long as Shiro is caught, his plan to break through to the overlord level with Grasshopper will naturally succeed. An ominous premonition welled up in Li Bo's heart. He knew that Oda would be furious about Masako's defection and might even come to arrest him personally. 1. With my current strength, I would have absolutely no chance of winning against a level 5 leader pet with support abilities. The best course of action now is to rapidly evolve the novice to the superior level, so that we can have the confidence to face the uncertain dangers of the future. Li Bo decided that early tomorrow morning, he would go to the cold storage base that he had scouted beforehand and secretly evolve Xiaobai. At this moment, Masako slowly sat up straight, looked at Li Bo with some melancholy, and said, Li Bo-jun, I must leave Great Xia. Li Bo paused for a moment. Now. Masako nodded. Now that it's dark and quiet, it's the perfect time to escape. Once I leave Oda, I can break free from his control and go save my father. Save your father. Li Bo suddenly realized that this must be the ultimate reason why Yako had gone to such lengths to obtain the fragrant flower petals. Seeing her eagerness to save lives, Li Bo didn't try to stop her. Okay, you can go now. But when you get back, don't kill innocent people indiscriminately anymore. I clearly helped you eliminate a key enemy, yet Li Bo-jun always acts innocent while actually getting the benefit, Yako said reproachfully. After saying that, she gave Li Bo a deep kiss on the forehead. Li Bo-jun, I don't know when we'll meet again after this parting. If you ever come to the land of cherry blossoms, Masako would love to share the spring breeze with you once more. Masako looked on with deep affection, her eyes revealing her reluctance to part. Seeing that the atmosphere had changed, and fearing that the scene of Ji Xian's farewell would repeat itself, Li Bo coughed twice. Take advantage of my current soft heart and leave quickly. Otherwise, I'll ask you to extend your time later, and then you won't be able to leave. Seeing his frivolous expression, Masako burst out laughing. If I didn't have important business to attend to, I would serve you well no matter how long Li Bo-jun wanted to extend the time. With a seductive smile, Masako stood up and tied her ancient robe around her neck, sealing her graceful figure once again. As they parted, Masako whispered something quickly in Li Bo's ear. A blush quickly spread across Masako's cheeks. After speaking, she turned around and left the private room with great embarrassment. What red cherry blossoms? Hey, explain yourself clearly. Li Bo shouted in a daze, but Yazi was nowhere to be seen in the room. Why is this Japanese girl suddenly so artistic? Li Bo muttered a couple of words. Brother Fei, were you eavesdropping on me? Why would we need to eavesdrop? Yang Fei said, looking dissatisfied. You've been making such a racket. I've been hearing yamit and other such things over here. I was thinking, can you learn a foreign language through massage? Hey. Li Bo grinned. Brother Fei is just as good. You brat. Yang Fei walked over and put his arm around Li Bo's shoulder. We've been through this together. Oh no, we've gotten massages together, so we're comrades. You'd better work hard from now on and make me look good in the association. Brother Fei, you can trust me to get things done. The two of them put their arms around each other's shoulders and quickly and happily left Lu Qin's foot massage. The next day, as dawn broke, Li Bo arrived at an industrial park on the outskirts of Zhanghai. According to information he had previously gathered from rental websites, there happened to be a large cold storage facility in the area that the owner was eager to sell due to poor management. After wandering around the park roads for a while, Li Bo finally spotted the word transfer in large letters among the many factory buildings. Li Bo walked over and knocked loudly on the door. About 3 minutes later, the door slowly opened. The moment the door opened, a blast of bone-chilling cold air, like a surging wave, rushed out from the crack and slapped hard against Li Bo's face, making him shiver. Immediately afterwards, a middle-aged man wearing a thick coat and with a wary look in his eyes peeked out from the crack in the door. His gaze swept quickly over Li Bo, sizing him up, before he asked in a cold yet slightly questioning tone, Is there something you need? Li Bo took a deep breath, composed himself, and then smiled at the middle-aged man, saying, Hello, I'd like to ask if this cold storage room is currently for sale. At the same time, through the gap, he roughly surveyed the internal structure of the cold storage. This cold storage is mainly used to store large refrigerated items. It is about 10 meters high, but only has one floor. The interior space is just enough for a novice to evolve here. Yes, 8 million, including equipment. The man replied casually, clearly believing that a young man like Li Bo was not capable of handling the cold storage. 8 million, right? Li Bo smiled and said, Okay, I'll buy it. You bought it. Seeing Li Bo's straightforwardness, the man looked at Li Bo again in surprise, wondering if he was some rich second-generation heir. However, it's always a good thing that someone is buying cold storage. The man's attitude changed drastically. Young master is very generous. However, I still have quite a few things in my cold storage, and it will probably take 2 days to move them all. If you're not in a hurry. I'm in a hurry. Li Bo interrupted the boss, taking out several large stacks of banknotes from his storage ring. Here's 10 million. Now, please leave my cold storage immediately. I got reported by CS after being cheated. Next one. Chapter 198, The Abyss Evil King. When the man saw the huge sum of money in front of him, His eyes almost lit up. His face showed greed, and he excitedly took the money into his hand and counted it carefully. It was exactly 10 million, no more and no less. The man gave Li Bo a fawning smile. I'm sorry, young master. I've taken up your precious time. I'll get out of here now. After saying that, the man ignored the remaining goods in the cold storage and disappeared in a flash. His warehouse was full of worthless junk, worth at most around 100,000 yuan. Since Li Bo was willing to spend an extra 2 million to take over the entire warehouse, I naturally had to make a quick profit. If this kid regrets it later, he'll miss out on a huge sum of money. Seeing that the cold storage owner had disappeared without a trace, Li Bo finally showed a relieved smile. He slowly pushed open the cold storage door and walked straight in. It is indeed a bit cold. Although Li Bo had deliberately worn a thick coat today, he still couldn't help but shiver when he was hit in the face by the cold air from the cold storage. To Li Bo's surprise, although it was a cold storage facility, there wasn't a single refrigeration unit inside. The cold storage facility has a very special structure. The floor is like an ice rink, with a layer of solid ice 10 centimeters thick underneath, which is the main source of the cold air. To save costs, cold storage owners often hire a large number of ice-type pets at once to create a large amount of solid ice to fill the cold storage, and then cover the sides with special insulation materials, so that the cold storage can be kept at sub-zero temperatures for a long time. Li Bo looked around. Although there was a lot of clutter around the cold storage, the middle was very spacious. He figured that even if Xiaobai successfully evolved, it would still cause too much of a commotion. After closing and locking the door, Li Bo walked alone to the center of the empty cold storage. Come out, little white. At Li Bo's summons, Xiaobai's true form suddenly appeared on the ground. Owner, knowing that it could evolve again, little white's eyes shone with anticipation. Of course, just to be on the safe side, Li Bo also summoned Ziyun and the other two pet beasts. Finally we can see Sister White evolve again. Ziyun seemed even more excited than Xiaobai. Once we find the source of lightning, I'll also evolve Ziyun to the superior level. Li Bo smiled, while glancing at Xiaobai. Are you ready, little white? I can't wait, master. Good. Without hesitation, Li Bo took out the materials he had prepared for the evolution of Xiaobai to the superior grade, the corpse of the blue water dragon and the 1,000-year ice soul. Frost dragon has reached elite rank 9. One dragon corpse was detected. One piece of millennium ice soul detected. The site temperature was detected to be below 0 degrees Celsius. The requirements for Frostbite Ice Dragon's excellent level evolution have been met. Host, please confirm whether you wish to evolve into the Azure Ice Dragon now. Confirm. Li Bo replied without hesitation. Evolution begins. As the evolution ritual began, the enormous blue water dragon corpse on the ground suddenly emitted a violent white light. Then, with a whoosh, as if sacrificed, the long, slender dragon body slowly sank into the ice layer beneath the ground and disappeared without a trace. The 1,000-year ice soul that Li Bo was holding suddenly flew out of his hand and quickly embedded itself in Xiaobai's forehead. Then, something amazing happened. The cold air from the ground, including the surrounding walls, seemed to be summoned, constantly converging towards the 1,000-year-old ice essence on Xiaobai's forehead. Li Bo and the others watched this scene intently, holding their breath, not daring to make a sound. As the cold air in the cold storage was rapidly summoned, Xiaobai's body also grew larger at a visible speed. If the frost dragon's main body is only 7 meters long, then in just 1 minute, Xiaobai's body has rapidly grown to 10 meters. Evolution was like an ancient ritual. Mysterious dragon roars seemed to rise and fall around Li Bo, lingering in his ears like a call from ancient times, constantly pulling at his soul. At this moment, Xiaobai's body continued to expand, and the scales on its body became even harder, shimmering with a ghostly blue light. Seeing the cold air rushing into Xiaobai's body like a cold wave, Li Bo felt fortunate that he had chosen this large enough cold storage. Li Bo, breathing heavily, stared at the center of the arena. He knew that if he waited patiently for just one more moment, Xiaobai would completely transform into the Xian Ice Dragon. However, at that moment, a loud bang suddenly erupted from the roof of the cold storage above Li Bo's head. Boom. The loud noise made Li Bo's eardrums hurt. He reflexively looked up and found that the roof of the cold storage had been forcibly torn off. A giant green grasshopper's head suddenly appeared in the sky, its 2 crimson eyes, as large as the moon, scrutinizing Li Bo and his companions with menacing eyes, looking incredibly terrifying. On the grasshopper's head, a short, middle-aged man with a fierce face laughed excitedly. Ha ha! Finally, I've found you, great Xia beast Tamer. What? Li Bo's expression changed drastically. From the other party's awkward accent, Li Bo could easily tell that this was the fourth-tier beast tamer that Yako had mentioned. Oda? How did this guy find this place? Damn it. At this moment, because the roof had been lifted and the sun was shining in, the surrounding cold air was evaporating at a visible speed. Because of the loss of cold air, Xiaobai's evolution suddenly came to a standstill. Her figure kept flickering, her face was in pain, and she showed faint signs of turning back into the frost dragon. Oh no, little white. Li Bo gritted his teeth, never expecting the turn of events to happen so quickly. TSK. I knew it. The dragon turtle crystal core was reacting so violently, it was evolving. Oda's face showed greed. Since it was you, Ice Dragon, who devoured the dragon turtle's crystal core, then let my abyss evil king eat you. Although your level is a bit low, at least you're a genuine pure dragon beast. As he spoke, the abyss evil king suddenly swung his scythe-like hand, which was over 10 meters long, and with a loud bang, it turned the entire cold storage upside down. At this point, Xiaobai's figure was completely exposed to the air. Li Bo also got a clear look at the giant grasshopper. Just as Masako said, this abyss evil king was over 20 meters tall, exuding an evil aura. Its dark green shell was incredibly hard, and every barb gleamed with a cold light. Its 6 long, strong legs trembled when it stepped on the ground. The sickle-wielding hand was enormous, gleaming with a cold, eerie light, and gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight. Name: Abyss Evil Grasshopper Emperor. Gender: female. Attribute: insect. Level: boss tier 5. Potential: leader level. Skills: side slash, advanced. Leap shot, advanced. Gluttony, advanced. Phantom slash, advanced. Attribute reversal, transcendent. X-blast, transcendent. Description: a giant grasshopper bred with the goal of gluttony. With each consumption, it grows stronger, especially those with advanced bloodlines, and can even break through evolutionary sequences. Chapter 199: Exploding Egg. Xian. Tutu. Yao Yao. Li Bo shouted loudly. Now he had no choice but to fight. The worst thing for evolution is to be interrupted. Now that the cold storage has been overturned by this grasshopper, Xiaobai can only evolve its body by relying on the cold air rising from the ground. Although its efficiency is not as good as before, fortunately, the 1,000-year ice soul is still trying its best to absorb the cold temperature of the ground. The only solution now is to wait until Xiaobai has fully evolved. The 3 pets, fully aware of their responsibilities, simultaneously wore expressions of deep concern. Under Li Bo's command, Rabbit decisively used radiant brilliance to protect the evolving Whitey in the center of the field. Little white sister, focus on evolving. Leave this to us. After giving a word of advice, Ziyun flew into the battlefield. Faced with this enormous creature, she unleashed a barrage of arrows without hesitation. In the blink of an eye, a dense barrage of thick, long water arrows swept towards the abyss evil king. Then there was another loud bang. Ziyun unleashed a crimson thunderbolt with all her might at the rain of arrows, crackling and popping. Red lightning crackled continuously around the rain of arrows, instantly increasing the power of the arrow barrage. Oh, a rain of electrified arrows? Interesting. Oda let out a cold laugh. Facing this fierce attack, he remained calm and composed, standing atop the abyss evil king. As the rain of arrows descended, the abyss demon king suddenly swung his long, scythe-like hand, unleashing a crescent-shaped black slash that collided violently with the electrified arrows. A deafening roar erupted as the rain of arrows was cleaved and scattered, many water arrows falling to the ground and splashing water everywhere. Ziyun was thrown backward by the recoil, nearly losing her balance. Purple cloud. Li Bo's heart tightened, but fortunately, Yao Yao's skill came to the rescue in time, giving Ziyun a chance to catch her breath. 2 enormous black fireballs suddenly formed above her head. Taking advantage of the delaying tactics of Ziyun and the abyss evil king, Yao Yao quickly launched the black fireballs. Bang! 2 muffled thuds followed as the explosive fireballs struck the abyss evil king's body with pinpoint accuracy, exploding instantly. Oda looked disdainful. Although it's a fire-based skill, this level of attack is truly ineffective. What's going on? As he spoke, Oda's expression changed. Because after the black flames splashed out, they actually adhered to the dark green body of the abyss evil king, and showed a tendency to burn even more fiercely. How is this possible? Oda's eyes showed shock. Logically speaking, the abyss evil king's shell is extremely hard, and ordinary flames cannot harm it at all. Moreover, this is an attack made by an elite-level fox. How could it be so strange? As Yao Yao's black flames continued to spread across the Abyss Evil King's body, the creature finally felt the pain, howling and screaming to the sky. No matter how it tried to extinguish the flames, they clung to it like maggots, igniting a large section of the Abyss Evil King's body in front of it. Hateful. Oda gritted his teeth and had no choice but to order the Abyss Evil King to forcibly tear off the burning skin from its body. Then, a chilling scene unfolded. As the Abyss Evil King mutilated itself, pieces of its mangled, black flaming outer shell were forcibly torn off. Just as Black Flame was about to be forcibly destroyed by the Abyss Evil King, Li Bo glanced at Little White behind him. Seeing that her evolution was still stagnant, Li Bo knew that Zi Yun and Yao Yao had not bought enough time. A level 5 leader's pet beast, it's definitely not so easy to deal with. In just 2 brief exchanges, Li Bo deeply felt how troublesome Oda, this evil Abyss King, was. After taking a deep breath, Li Bo had no choice but to take out the last trump card in his storage ring, the water prison falcon egg. Rabbit, find the right opportunity and smash it onto the Abyss Evil King. Rabbit nodded, her eyes serious, and quickly used vines to firmly wrap the water prison falcon egg. At this moment, the Abyss Evil King had almost finished dealing with the black flames on his body, and large patches of scarlet flesh were exposed, making him look extremely gruesome. Yao Yao quickly launched a counterattack, intending to scorch her opponent with black flames once again. Whoosh! The black line, like a long snake, meandered across the ground, reaching out at an extremely tricky angle towards the 6 legs of the Abyss Evil King. In any case, as long as we can get this guy's legs on fire, we'll have a chance to retaliate. However, Oda, being a 4th-tier beastmaster, possessed reaction speed and combat experience far exceeding that of ordinary people. He keenly noticed the black lines approaching from the ground and let out a cold sneer. Trying to use the same old tricks again? I'll deal with you, you black fox, first. Suddenly, the Abyss Evil King raised its claw and swiftly unleashed a beam of light towards the ground. With a loud boom, the ground was forcibly cleaved open, creating a crack tens of meters deep. The black flames were blocked and immediately disappeared into the crack. Damn it! Seeing her plan fail, Yao Yao gritted her teeth. My level is too low. I can't unleash my full power. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Abyss Evil King swung his scythe at Yao Yao. Yao Yao quickly moved her body and, thanks to her agile reflexes, dodged the opponent's huge scythe hand. However, the aftershock of the explosion still forcibly sent Yao Yao flying. Another attack is imminent. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 thick, long vines quickly wrapped around Yao Yao's body and then brought her to Rabbit's side. Thanks, little bunny. Yao Yao paused for a moment, then cast a grateful glance at Tutu. Sister Yao Yao, you stay here and guard the young master. Leave the rest of the battle to me and Sister Ziyun. Rabbit's face hardened with determination, then her eyes narrowed, and she swiftly summoned vines to strangle her. Thick, long vines shot up from the ground, and the rabbit transformed into a pink streak of light, quickly climbing up the wildly stretching vines towards the sky. You've even got your support pets involved in the battle? You've really run out of ideas. Oda said dismissively, and the Abyss Evil King beneath him continued its attack, delivering a horizontal slash to the thick, long vines that Rabbit had unleashed. Click! The vine split in 2, and just as the rabbit's body was about to fall, she seized the opportunity, turned around, and leaped onto the thick, long scythe arm of the Abyss Evil King. The Abyss Evil King tried his best to capture it, but the rabbit was small and agile, and it moved around on him with ease. Soon, Rabbit brought the water prison falcon egg to the Abyss Evil King's chin. Just as the opponent's large hand was about to grab her, Rabbit aimed at the mouth of the Abyss Evil King and hurled the water prison falcon egg with her vines. She then used the recoil to bounce back towards Li Bo. Upon seeing this, Oda paused for a moment. You've been raiding me for so long just to deliver a pet egg? Do you think this is child's play? Oda felt humiliated. But why would anyone pass up such a delicious treat that's delivered right to their doorstep? Faced with the flying bird egg, the Abyss Evil King opened its blood-red maw without hesitation and swallowed it whole. Gurgle. In front of everyone, it swallowed the bird egg without hesitation. Chapter 200 Delay. The Abyss Evil King swallowed all the bird eggs. A satisfied smile finally appeared on its lips, but no matter how you looked at it, its smile looked extremely creepy. The Abyss Evil King licked the last bit of egg yolk that had spilled from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with lingering satisfaction. At this moment, Oda looked down at Li Bo with disdain on his face. Is this all you've got? If this is all you're capable of, then I advise you to give up the struggle Great Xia Beast Tamer. Li Bo curled his lips into a cold smile, ignoring Oda's provocation. He decisively issued a command to Ziyun, who was hiding near the Abyss Evil King. Attack, Ziyun. Leave it to brother Li Bo. Ziyun's figure suddenly appeared in the air. Her dark purple eyes flickered and became incredibly strange, as if they could pierce through the body of the Abyss Evil King. Soul Guidance Technique activated. The next moment, Ziyun swiftly locked onto the water prison falcon egg that had been swallowed by the Abyss Evil King. Under its pressure and dissolution, the bird egg had turned into a puddle of sticky liquid inside its belly. Come out, little boy, Ziyun shouted and began to forcibly extract the soul from the bird egg. This is... Oda's expression changed slightly, because at this moment he could clearly feel that an unknown life form was gradually forming inside the body of the Abyss Evil King. Just when he was completely baffled. Sudden, a sharp, long, and sorrowful cry emanated from within the Abyss Evil King. The cry of a young water prison falcon whose soul had been extracted. Such strong resentment. Upon hearing the scream, Li Bo's heart skipped a beat, as if his soul had been violently ripped apart. The howl was like the roar of a demon from the 18th level of hell, and Oda's face turned ashen in an instant. What's so strange about this bird egg? An unknown fear surged into Oda's mind. He never expected that this water prison falcon egg, abandoned by its parents, had drifted alone in the deep sea for countless years, accumulating countless resentments. The piercing scream seemed to make the surrounding air tremble, and the massive body of the Abyss Evil King also shook. Ziyun, come back first. Let the little boy deal with it. Li Bo frowned and said, I suppose these bird eggs will give Oda a real headache. Sure enough, before Oda could retaliate, the little boy launched a fierce attack on the Abyss Evil King. It pounded wildly inside the belly of the Abyss Evil King, who writhed in agony as its massive limbs pounded the ground, raising clouds of dust. What are you doing? Abyss Evil King. Oda desperately tried to control the actions of the Abyss Evil King, but at this moment it was in excruciating pain and had no time to heed Oda's commands. No matter how much the Abyss Evil King struggled, the water prison falcon ghost soul's attacks within its body did not diminish in the slightest. It unleashed all the resentment it had accumulated throughout its life into the Abyss Evil King's body, sometimes ramming into it, sometimes tearing it apart with its claws, leaving the Abyss Evil King to roll around on the ground in a sorry state, and crushing several nearby factories to pieces. Seeing that the other party was being held back, Li Bo hurriedly turned his head and focused his attention on Xiaobai, who was still evolving. Without the zero-degree environment, Xiaobai's situation is extremely dire. At this moment, she had completely stopped growing, and the intense white light that had erupted from her dragon body dimmed in an instant. Most importantly, as the temperature rises, the cold air around the ground gradually becomes thinner. Little White's complexion was not good. The sharp, solid ice on the edges of her wings showed signs of melting, and lines of water droplets were constantly overflowing and sliding down her body. Master, I'm afraid I can't continue walking with you. Xiaobai spoke very weakly. Her eyes were vacant, and Li Bo's figure was already somewhat blurry. Don't talk nonsense, Xiaobai. Li Bo reassured him. Just hang in there a little longer. You'll succeed soon. Young master, how about I use the sunshine to help Sister Xiaobai recover her energy? No, Bunny. Li Bo said. Little White needs a cold environment now. Sunlight will only interfere with his evolution. Upon hearing this, Ziyun floated up into the sky above Xiaobai's head without hesitation. Little White sister, I'll shield you from the sunlight. Keep evolving. Your Majesty, there are other cold storage facilities nearby. Why don't we move Xiaobai to another place before bringing it in? Yao Yao said, frowning. Li Bo shook his head. The worst thing for evolution is to be interrupted. The evolution is already halfway complete. If we leave now, it will only cause Xiaobai to suffer a backlash and die of anger. What should we do? We can't just sit here and wait to die, Your Majesty. That Abyss Evil King is a leader-level pet beast after all. Although this water prison falcon cub has temporarily restrained it, it will probably be difficult to kill it. Yao Yao's expression was also somewhat anxious. I understand what you mean, Yao Yao, Li Bo said. But now, we can only pray that the little boy can hold off Oda a little longer. If Shiro can absorb all the cold air from the ground, he should be able to meet the conditions for evolution. Even so, Li Bo wasn't entirely confident. After all, the sun was rising and the surrounding temperature was getting higher and higher, making it even more difficult for Xiaobai to evolve. Master, Xiaobai called softly from behind Li Bo. Little White, I'm here. Li Bo rushed over and saw that she looked unwell. He immediately comforted her. Xiaobai, don't think too much, and don't waste your energy talking. Focus on completing the evolution. Your companions are all here waiting for you. Little White, I'm afraid you'll have to disappoint your master this time. Two poignant tears welled up in Xiaobai's azure eyes. Master, please take your sisters and leave this place quickly. This calamity is Xiaobai's destiny. Xiaobai knows that in this environment, successful evolution is destined to be difficult. Li Bo's eyes reddened as he gripped her hand and said resolutely, Xiaobai, I won't give up on you, and neither will Ziyun and the others. Let's get through this together, just like before, okay? Little White shook its head. Master, don't you always say, as long as the green hills remain, there's always firewood to burn. If you lead everyone away, there's still a chance of survival. Xiaobai's voice grew weaker and weaker. With her last bit of strength, she forced a smile onto her face. Little White is already very content just being able to stay with Master these past few days. Little White loves Master the most. After saying that, Xiaobai's head drooped down, and her body collapsed weakly onto the ice. The 1,000-year-old ice crystal on its forehead also lost its light at this moment and stopped absorbing the cold air. Red alert. Evolution halted. Frosty Ice Dragon. Life in danger. Please create a low-temperature environment immediately to save the Frost Dragon.